In the year 2624, at Second Academy in Lijiang City, the class advancement ceremony was underway. For every student, this was an event of immense significance. For this young man, it mattered far more than that. A year ago, he had transmigrated to this world and lived under the identity of Yi. Before he could even grow used to his new life, his mother passed away. Not long after, his younger sister Zhou Yun suddenly contracted a strange illness. The treatment costs kept rising while his part-time wages were nowhere near enough. So in this class advancement, Zhou Yi had no choice but to switch to a combat profession. He had to earn money in dungeons to take his sister to see a higher-ranking pastor. In the end, his efforts were not in vain. Right as the ceremony was being held, Zhou Yi unexpectedly activated the system. Thanks to that, he received a novice gift pack along with a hidden profession. It was an extremely rare super VIP profession in this world. After receiving the blessing of the goddess, 3 choices appeared before Zhou Yi. They were Light Mage, Holy Pastor, and Holy Knight. Light Mage leaned toward pure delivery, and although it could generate great energy, it had very few skills for self-protection. In a world ruled by alien races, this profession was very easy to injure or even lose one's life with. Holy Pastor possessed many protective skills, and even held a heaven-defying resurrection ability. Unfortunately, its combat capability was too weak, and it relied too heavily on others, so it did not suit him. As for Holy Knight, it was a fairly comprehensive profession, possessing outstanding strength, able to defend firmly while also launching attacks on its own initiative. Although it did not possess any especially outstanding skills with the support of Divine Light and Tian Fu, this profession, on the contrary, was the most suitable choice for him. Thinking this, Zhou Yi immediately decided to choose the Holy Knight profession. Congratulations, you have advanced to a level 10 Holy Knight. Just as Zhou Yi completed the ceremony, his classmates immediately swarmed over and surrounded him with flattery. Class monitor, that was amazing. Can I join your college entrance exam team? I want to follow you. I am a summoner. Our team will definitely get a high score. I am a mage. Take me along too. Stop gathering here. Hurry up and disperse. A former student stepped forward and pushed the students aside. Then that person looked at Zhou Yi with shining eyes and said, "Your performance was very good. Go back and rest today. Come to the principal's office tomorrow." After returning to his room, Zhou Yi finally had time to carefully check his personal stats. Strength 20, Constitution 18, Agility 17, Intelligence 15, unallocated attribute points 10. Prioritize strength first, then Constitution. Only when attacks deal enough damage will killing demonic beasts become more efficient. Thinking this, Zhou Yi operated the system. Strength increased by 6 points while Constitution and Agility each gained 2 points. He could clearly feel a surge of power boiling inside his body. First attribute point allocation by a profession holder detected. Holy Knight mission activated. Daily missions will allow you to choose 2 of the rewards below. Reward 1, gain an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2, obtain random Holy Knight equipment. Accept or decline. With such tempting rewards, Zhou Yi naturally chose to accept without the slightest hesitation. Matching a random trial suitable for your level. Match successful. Eliminate the E-rank Gulabi demonic beast. Please complete this trial seriously. If you are killed during the trial, you will also disappear from reality. After the notification, Zhou Yi was teleported to another space. He warily looked around and then realized, is this a mine? That also made sense. The textbook had once said that Gulabi demonic beasts usually lived in mines. Although they were not carnivores, they were still as dangerous as other demonic beasts. The moment they saw humans, they would become ferocious and bloodthirsty. Sensing danger behind him, Zhou Yi immediately sprang up, lightly avoiding Gulabi's sneak attack. Since this was his first time facing a demonic beast, Zhou Yi decided not to use skills for the moment, testing whether he could bring it down with his bare hands. His body was clearly more agile, and his explosive power was stronger as well, all thanks to the improvement of his 4 basic attributes. Just as Zhou Yi was feeling pleased with himself for continuously dodging Gulabi's attacks, he was suddenly pierced through the abdomen by its blade-sharp tail. Only then did Zhou Yi become less careless, and he immediately unleashed a skill. Slow Heal, C-Rank level 1. For 30 seconds, the skill helps 2 teammates within a certain range recover a certain amount of life. Even low-level demonic beasts absolutely could not be underestimated. Seeing the demonic beast charge over to attack again, Zhou Yi consecutively used the 2 moves Pure White Blade and Tiger Throw to counterattack. Pure White Blade, C-Rank level 1. Power is condensed, drawing a cross shape with both hands to create a cross-shaped blade that attacks surrounding enemies. When hit, enemies will suffer light attribute magic damage and fall into a stunned state. Tiger Throw, D-Rank level 4, grabs an enemy in front, then charges forward for a distance before throwing them out, while also dealing additional damage to targets collided with along the way. In the end, under Zhou Yi's series of chained attacks, the Gulabi demonic beast was officially defeated. Gulabi demonic beast eliminated. Trial completed. Grade A. Please choose your reward. Reward 1, add 10 attribute points. Reward 2, receive a Holy Knight skill. Reward 3, obtain random Holy Knight equipment. Attribute points and skill points were the core sources of a profession holder's strength. At present, he did not need to upgrade skills in a hurry. Free attribute points were the best choice. A handy weapon would also greatly help in future trials. Choose attribute points and random equipment. Reward received 10 free attribute points. Reward received crude one-handed sword. Leaving the trial field, Zhu Yi returned to his familiar room. Just then, his phone rang. On the screen appeared the preset reminder for 5 p.m. Go to the hospital. Elsewhere, Zhou Yun was sitting on a hospital bed watching the news when the TV screen suddenly went black. The head nurse was standing there, holding the remote control in her hand. She hurriedly opened her personal information panel to check level 16 swordsman class status demon resolution body. Seeing the strength, speed, physique, and intelligence all increased by 25%, Chu Ran was astonished, mouth agape. The head nurse responded irritably. This month you've used too many medicines, from suppressants to stabilizers. You even invited the pastor once, fell ill 3 times mid-month, making the entire shift run around to take care of you. Girl like you speaks quite harshly. If you see a problem, go check yourself. Zhou Yun quickly explained, I didn't mean that, don't misunderstand. Let me be blunt, if you don't come from a wealthy family, don't get sick in a rich person's way. The poor should know how to accept. Before the head nurse could finish, a hand pressed firmly on her shoulder, startling her to turn around. This person looked not easy to provoke. Thinking so, she left courteously and before departing reminded Zhou Yun to pay the medicine fees today without fail. Who are you? Zhao Yun asked cautiously, secretly thinking, could they be debt collectors? The man took out a business card and smiled. You are Miss Zhou Yun, right? I am a friend of your brother. A moment later, Zhu Yi pushed the hospital bill and entered. Zhu Ye looked away from the bill and raised his eyes to Zhou Yun. Seeing the two unfamiliar men, he immediately asked, who are you? The middle-aged man introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Zhu Yi, I am Wen Bin, the mayor's secretary. I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Then he extended his hand. The mayor is the top official of Guangxi City. His secretary sometimes represents him. Zhou Ye politely shook Wen Bin's hand and said, it's not convenient to talk in the ward, let's move elsewhere. Before leaving, Wen Bin carefully instructed the guards to watch over Zhou Yun. News spread very quickly. Zhou Yi's receiving a hidden class has been continuously reported, so now people are discussing him everywhere. Even 3 female students in the nearby cafe were looking at his picture. Hearing this, Wen Bin smiled at Zhou Yi. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao, on obtaining Tianfu level S, Angelic Protection of the Holy, and class change to Holy Knight. This is not merely luck. Apparently, the mayor saw potential in him becoming a local powerhouse, hence invested heavily. This is more beneficial than harmful, but nothing in life is truly free. Seeing Zhou Yi still silent, Wen Bin played the crucial card. From today, a professional care team will look after Miss Zhou Yun 24 hours a day. Additionally, the mayor contacted a second-level pastor, level 36. 1 month later, that person will come to Guangxi City specifically to treat Zhou Yun. Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately agreed to receive the support. Zhu Yi lightly pressed Zhou Yun's forehead, teasing, you're talking nonsense, now just focus on your recovery. Zhou Yun curiously asked, each class has its own skills, so what are yours? Zhu Yi recalled that after class change, he had 3 specialized Holy Knight skills. White Blade Slash for attack, Gradual Healing for treatment, and Blessing Weapon for support. Gradual Healing can restore life, perhaps he could try it on his sister. Zhu Yi placed his hand on Zhou Yun's head and activated the skill. Zhou Yun immediately sighed with comfort. It felt like soaking in a hot spring while receiving a full body massage. Zhou Yi asked, do you feel better? Only then did Zhou Yun snap out of the relaxed feeling. The girl excitedly told her brother, I'm no longer in pain, my hands are warm too, you're amazing. Zhu Yi looked at his sister fondly, silently pleased that choosing Holy Knight was truly right. The next day, Principal Luo Heng personally took Zhu Yi to the office. On the way, he cheerfully said dozens of universities wanted to recruit him directly. Even 4 teachers from top 10 schools had called. The top 3 universities usually only considered exam results, not Tianfu class, so direct recruitment spots didn't exist. Arriving at the office door, Zhu Yi and the principal heard debates inside. Someone mentioned using fighter jets, others said to use a long-range teleportation array. Why spare the genius? Then just rely on each one's skill. Luo Heng pushed the door open, proudly introducing the genius student Zhou Yi, then sequentially introduced the admissions officers of the 4 schools. Zhou Yi immediately bowed to the teachers. That respectful attitude pleased everyone. Not arrogant from changing to a hidden class, nor hasty or conceited. Truly a good child, very impressive. Tianfu got straight to the point, presenting the conditions of Yingyang University. Upon admission, Zhou Yi would receive 2 million Zhangxia currency and 3 Holy Knight specialized skill books. Not to mention the specialized Holy Knight skill books are nearly inaccessible to ordinary people. Even the mayor had never provided resources at this level. Li Bang laughed, mocking Yingyang University's stinginess, then presented the conditions of Xuannan University: 3 million, 3 Holy Knight skill books per year, and direct guidance from a level 56 Holy Knight 3rd class. That is almost reaching the peak in Lamb Star. Becoming his student would guarantee a broad future. But Zhu Yu's following words shocked Luo Heng further. B-level cultivation resources made Luo Heng almost exclaim. He stared at Zhu Yi, urging him to agree quickly as such things cannot be bought with money alone. Facing the alluring direct recruitment invitations from 4 universities, Zhu Yi still declined, aiming to enter the top 3 universities. Among the top 10 universities, Suhang University, Qingjing University, and Madi University held the highest status. Each year they admit only 1,000 freshmen, and also open spots for spirits, giants, and other races. Therefore, upon hearing Zhu Yi's refusal, Tianfu immediately erupted in anger, scolding, "Thought a good seed, turns out a child ignorant of heaven and earth. I've reviewed your materials. 18 years lacking, no compensating resources, weak strength, low attributes. With current ability, you'll struggle to enter the top 3 universities." Luo Heng immediately blocked Zhu Yi, simultaneously releasing power to counter Tianfu's pressure. "Mr. Zhao, do you intend to bully my student on my turf?" Zhu Yu stood by observing Zhu Yi, silently assessing. Able to withstand Tianfu's pressure for more than 3 breaths, this child is indeed exceptional. Yu knew he had been rough, so he withdrew his pressure and left. He said admissions not only considers potential but character. Such a person would struggle to succeed even with direct recruitment. Zhou Yi confidently replied, "I will prove my ability through exam results. 1 month remains until the exam with system support. He believes he can improve unimaginably." Zhu Yu watched Zhou Yi for a long while, then turned and left the door, smiling, saying, "Fine, I will await your performance in the university exam. Farewell, classmate Zhou Yi." Time passed like a dog running in a field. A month flashed by and the university exam officially began. In the hall, students continually discussed the questions set by Yang the Great Demon. "Have you heard Zhou Yi declined direct recruitment to aim for the top 3 universities? No way, he's too bold. Even a provincial genius cannot be sure to pass. Surely due to a rare hidden class he's arrogant. This time he will surely stumble. Tuition over 1 million yet still rejects. I would have agreed long ago." Youth eagerly criticized Zhu Yi behind his back upon seeing him suddenly dumbfounded, then spoke in a strange tone. "I feel Zhu Yi is not like before. He seems to carry the aura of a powerhouse." The dungeon unlocked. After a loud announcement, information appeared. Shadowed Forest Dungeon, level 10 to 13, easy, hard, nightmare teams from 1 to 5. While participants complained, Xiang Yang stepped forward to remind, "Act within your abilities. If facing mortal danger, immediately use scroll to return. Dying in the dungeon means death in reality." Time came, all participants prepared. Enter the dungeon. Xiang Yang finished speaking. Participants immediately transformed into beams of light and were transmitted into the dungeon. Simultaneously, the large screens began showing internal images for everyone to observe directly. Class 1 Long Fei Wangfang Sun Jian. Classes Elementalist, Archer, Shadow Mage. Difficulty O, Team of 3. Class 5 Zhu Yi, Holy Knight Nightmare. Difficulty Solo. Class 2 Zhang Wei Wang Li, Tianhong Erlan. Classes Archer, Fire Mage, Swordsman Alchemist. Difficulty O, Team of 4. True to Rocket Line, apart from a few 2-person teams, most solo cleared. While everyone discussed, a girl excitedly pointed at Zhu Yi on the screen. "Quickly look there." Simultaneously in the VIP area, Director of Education Jiao gaped at the screen, stammering, unable to speak. He slammed the table, turned to Luo Heng and shouted, "The support ability of the Holy Knight is extremely strong, can cooperate well with any team, so why does Zhu Yi go solo?" Principal, this month the city has provided Zhu Yi with many resources to achieve the best results. If he dies in the dungeon, Lijiang City government's reputation will be severely affected. Luo Heng hurriedly smiled to reconcile, speaking to reassure Director Jia. "Rest assured, Zhu Yi is not reckless. He surely has several trump cards." Back to Zhu Yi. As he moved, he suddenly noticed a shadow swiftly passing through the high branches. Zhu Yi drew his weapon with a stern face and took a ready stance. It was a long-handled bronze single-bladed axe. Once equipped, strength increased by 7 points, agility decreased by 2 points. Before long, a monster swooped down from a high branch, stretching out its claws straight toward Zhu Yi. Perfect timing. Die. Zhu Yi shouted and swung the axe down with force, instantly cleaving the monster in 2. Strength 45, Constitution 51, Agility 43, Intelligence 52. Yu Yi closed his personal panel in satisfaction, thinking to himself that after only 1 month, even though he was only level 10, his average attributes had already reached 47 points, on par with level 13 professional. Looking across the entire Suhang province, he was already enough to squeeze into the ranks of top examinees. Then Zhu Yi smiled and said, "You do not dare come out, then I will take the initiative and attack first." He charged straight toward the monsters hiding behind the bushes. The weapon in his hand was now covered in a layer of golden radiance. Level 4 Weapon Blessing, C grade, Condensing Holy Light to increase power. This skill could increase the strength, physical attack power, and critical hit rate of weapons for allies within a certain range. Zhou Yi charged in like a tiger among sheep, each slash cleanly bringing down a monster. Thanks to the S-grade talent Protection of the Holy Angel, the Paladin's Weapon Blessing effect was also strengthened, increasing the power of the single-bladed axe by another 21 points. If other examinees knew about this level of enhancement, they would would surely be extremely envious. After all, the college entrance examination dungeon only allowed the use of 3-star bronze weapons and below, yet the single-bladed axe in his hand after being enhanced had effects comparable to a 5-star bronze weapon. In this exam, every attribute point was precious enough to create a huge gap. Just then, another group of monsters attacked Zhou Yi from behind. He withdrew his weapon, turned around, and softly chanted, "Pure white blade." From his hands, a cross-shaped beam of light flew straight toward the monster horde, cutting them into pieces before they fell to the ground. I have already raised Pure White Blade to level 5. It deals powerful light damage on its own, and with the Holy Angel enhancement, it is enough to instantly wipe out low-level monsters. Zhou Yi murmured inwardly, then casually picked up a monster limb covered in claws and hurled it hard at the one that had survived the wave of skills. The sharp, severed limb tore through the air, pierced its belly, and pinned it firmly to the tree behind it. At the same time, outside the dungeon, when the audience saw Zhou Yi's performance on the big screen, they all cheered in excitement. Wow, that was dangerous. The timing of Senior Zhou's skill was too precise. He released Pure White Blade almost the instant he was ambushed. Too monstrous, he crushed his opponent with just one move. So satisfying. Senior Zhou is truly mighty and domineering. I once saw that axe at Tyson Mall. It is really heavy. Why does Senior Zhou look like he is playing with it when he picks it up? Could he have put all his free attribute points into strength? Hearing this, Tianjun frowned slightly. As a teacher, his observational ability was better than those students, so he could see more. Not right. Look carefully. Zhou Yi's speed is even faster than the cat demons. Not only his speed, he also releases skills extremely quickly. His mana flow is very strong, which proves his intelligence is definitely not low. The angle of his axe swing, attack distance, and striking force are all controlled superbly. He really is a combat genius. After saying this, Tianjun looked at Jiang Yang with jealousy, thinking to himself, how did such a good seedling end up assigned to class 5 in the beginning? On the other side, Jiatao said in a serious tone, Zhou Yi's combat awareness is very strong, but his approach may not be wise, because dealing with the first wave of cat demons like this will only drain his stamina. A nightmare dungeon does not only have powerful monsters, there are also extremely many of them, and even an outstanding mage can lose from running out of mana. The weight of a battle axe is no small burden for a professional. If he only swings it once or twice, it may not be obvious, but continuously slashing hundreds of times is completely different. At that point, he may not even have enough strength left to hold the battle axe, and in the end, he will be torn apart by those cat demons. At this moment on the screen, the audience saw a new wave of monsters rushing toward Zhou Yi, and immediately burst into commotion. The next round of cat demons is here so quickly, there is not even time to breathe. This is too harsh. There must be at least over 100 cat demons. Can Senior Zhou Yi get through it this time? All the audience held their breath, watching closely as they waited to see his performance. Inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi did not disappoint them either. He coordinated his weapon and skills with great agility. In just a short while, he had cleanly dealt with the monsters before him. The final monster collapsed. A small vortex appeared in front of Zhou Yi and slowly expanded. This was the entrance to the next stage. After murmuring a sentence, Zhou Yi stepped straight into the vortex without hesitation. The moment he came out of the vortex, a densely packed horde of monsters was already waiting in front of Zhou Yi. Outside the dungeon, MC Kaka pointed at Zhou Yi's screen and gave a live commentary. Welcome everyone to Ava's broadcast. I am Kaka, your favorite host. We are now watching the exam of the most outstanding student of the Second Academy, the owner of an S+ talent and the most dazzling paladin, Zhou Yi. He has completed the first stage of the Nightmare Dungeon with astonishing efficiency, taking only 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Does everyone know what this number means? 3 minutes and 17 seconds. That is a full 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. Because he was too excited, Kaka nearly pressed his face into the camera, leaving the cameraman helplessly reminding him, please, do not block the camera anymore. Nearby, a female spectator said in admiration. He ran and slashed all the way through, only breathing lightly after reaching the last one. Just how high is Senior Zhou Yi's constitution? Fei Fei shook her finger and continued. Director Jia said that wasting too much stamina in the first wave of magical beasts was unwise, but now it seems that may not be true. In the front row, Xiang Yang reminded her, Fei Fei, quietly watch the exam. Director Jia's words are not entirely wrong either. Fei Fei covered her mouth and teased, Teacher Li, I think you are smiling very happily too. Do not talk nonsense. Though he said that aloud, Li Xiang Yang was also slightly unsure and even reached up to pinch his face, thinking to himself, was my smile really that obvious? Senior Zhou has entered the gate. Someone shouted, and everyone immediately stopped discussing and stared at the big screen. Inside the dungeon, thanks to appraisal, the information of the monster horde had already appeared clearly before Zhou Yi. Monster level 14 Minotaur, Silver Aptitude, Skills Berserk Savage Charge War Stomp Tyrant Body, Monster level 12 Fluorescent Cat Demon, Bronze Aptitude, Skills: Light Mastery Healing Art. Monster level 13 Flame Cat Demon. Bronze Aptitude. Skills: Fire Mastery, Fireball Art, Flame Breath. Monster level 11 Curse Cat Demon. Bronze Aptitude. Skills: Dark Mastery, Curse Art. Zhou Yi pondered. Ordinary cat demons were warriors, fluorescent cat demons played the role of priests, while flame cat demons and curse cat demons were mages. Add in the silver minotaur with extremely high damage, and this with classic formation of warrior, priest, and mage. If the first stage was like facing scattered soldiers, then the second stage was no different from encountering a well-trained army. The instant death threat level rose by hundreds of times. Without giving Zhou Yi much time to think, the monsters had already begun organizing their attack, and the melee group immediately charged forward. Meanwhile, the mage group stayed where they were and quickly began casting spells. Black arms suddenly stretched up from the ground, tightly wrapping around Zhou Yi's body. They restrained him so he could not move, forcing him to directly face the onrushing monster horde and the fireballs closing in. Outside, when the audience saw this scene, they were horrified. Senior Zhou Yi has been cursed by the cat demons. Heaven, this is too dangerous. Inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi smiled in the face of the perilous situation and said, "Warriors charge, priests buff, mages support with spellcasting, your coordination is quite decent." Zhou Yi waited until the claws of the leading monster were only a short distance away from him. Only then did he raise both hands and shout, "Holy Cross Light." In an instant, a gigantic cross-shaped beam of light appeared, radiating brilliant golden light, enveloping the entire monster horde. Holy light condensed into a cross behind him, causing enemies within a certain range to continuously suffer light attribute burning for several seconds. Miserable screams rang out without end. When the golden light faded, what remained before Zhou Yi was no longer a horde of monsters bearing fangs and brandishing claws, but only corpses strewn all over the ground. Outside, Jiatao gaped and said, "Too strong." All the low-level demons were instantly taken down. Who exactly told me Paladin is a support class? This is clearly a B-grade wide area attack divine skill. Talents and skills both have grades, divided into 7 levels from low to high. The higher the grade, the stronger the effect, and the rarer it is. At the same time, doubts rose in Jiatao's heart. The government allocated resources only go up to C-grade skills at most, so where did he get a B-grade skill? This kid Zhou Yi really is not simple. Back inside the dungeon, all the monsters had already been eliminated. Only one minotaur monster remained standing there. Zhou Yi pointed his weapon straight at it and provoked, "Only you are left, come." Right after that, everyone saw the minotaur monster immediately activate 2 skills, Berserk and Tyrant Body. Next, it used War Stomp, stamping hard on the ground and creating a fissure that stretched straight toward Zhou Yi. He reacted extremely quickly, immediately leaping high to dodge. Taking advantage of Zhou Yi being in midair and unable to maneuver easily, the minotaur monster cast Savage Charge and rushed straight at him. Since it was in Tyrant Body state, no damage could break its charge. Zhou Yi had no intention of dodging either. He used the skill Sky Slash, directly clashing head-on with the minotaur monster and knocking it backward. Immediately after, Zhou Yi crossed his arms, used pure white blade to draw out a cross-shaped beam of light, and slashed it toward the minotaur monster, while also rushing forward. The light blade cut into its body, making it roar in pain as its huge figure fell backward. The blink of an eye, Zhou Yi had appeared before it and raised his weapon high. Thick skin and tough flesh indeed. After murmuring softly, he did not hesitate and chopped down hard, splitting the minotaur monster's body in 2. But it was still not completely dead. It lay in a pool of blood, its eyes wide as it stared towards Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi stepped forward with a cold face, raised his foot, and stomped straight down on the minotaur monster's head. This time Zhou Yi could be certain the minotaur monster had completely vanished, because he once again saw the familiar vortex appear right beside him. Looking at that vortex, Zhou Yi said inwardly, "The next stage is the boss stage." Outside the dungeon, the audience had completely erupted by now. Many people could not contain their excitement and sprang to their feet, shouting loudly. Heaven, he chopped the head of a 4-meter-tall minotaur monster with one axe, too shocking. Do not forget it was still in berserk state. This strength is truly unbelievable. That chain of continuous attacks was so beautiful. Senior Zhou Yi, I love you. MC Kaka looked at the stopwatch and cried out in shock. The second stage only took 59 seconds. Even Jiatao stood up and applauded in praise. Excellent, truly excellent. His skill placement was precise and his control over strength was absolute. It is hard to believe this is only a student who changed class 1 month ago. Then Jiatao turned to Luo Hang and smiled. Principal Luo, congratulations, a rare genius is about to appear in the second academy. Luo Hang also replied happily, fortune turns like the river bends. It should finally be the second academy's turn to produce talent. His heart was full of expectation, and he thought to himself that since the school was founded, the best college entrance examination student of the second academy had only ranked 72nd in the province. Perhaps this time Zhu Yi really could bring the second academy to a new height. Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and cried out, "Why is Senior Zhu Yi not resting a little longer and entering the boss stage directly?" Everyone hurriedly looked toward the screen. When he saw that Zhu Yi indeed did not rest and instead stepped in the vortex, Jia Tao angrily cursed, "Foolish. If he fights the boss before recovering to his best state and loses his advantage, that will be a huge loss." Luo Heng hurriedly advised, "Zhu Yi must have his reasons for doing this. Let us wait patiently and see." In Luo Heng's mind, he guessed that Suheng province had always had a large population and countless geniuses. To enter the top 100 students of the province, almost all of them had to clear a nightmare dungeon of the same difficulty alone. Back inside the dungeon, as soon as Zhu Yi stepped in the third stage, he saw the boss sitting not far away. So he immediately used appraisal on the boss. Monster Minotaur King. Level 16 Aptitude Gold. Skills unknown. The level gap is too large, so detection is impossible. Note, King of the Minotaur monster race. Human. Since you dare step into my palace, prepare to die. As soon as the words fell, the Minotaur King had already charged over, raising its weapon and chopping down at Zhu Yi's position. Dawn Blessing. Courage Bestowal. Divine Bestowal. Protection Bestowal. Zhu Yi cast a series of skills at the same time. Immediately after, he appeared behind the boss in full body armor and even waved as he said, "Listen, I am here." All enhancement effects stacked together, and his knight form also shifted into the beginner grade. The boss angrily snapped its head around. Zhu Yi also immediately charged forward to attack. Faced with his strike, the Minotaur King merely raised its hand casually to block it. Even with the additional enhancement of 4 skills, he still could not shake its body. Unbelievably, Zhu Yi slipped right in front of the Minotaur King and struck its body with another slash. But the feedback felt no different from chopping into metal, and sparks instantly burst out. The Minotaur King roared in fury. It swung its weapon straight down at the spot where Zhu Yi stood, shaking the ground and sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Fortunately, Zhu Yi had avoided the attack in time. He had just escaped the cloud of dust when he saw a flash of purple light. Immediately after, the Minotaur King suddenly appeared before him and swung its weapon down, leaving Zhu Yi no time to dodge. His body was sent flying, smashing through 5 massive pillars before finally stopping. Luckily, he had the Paladin protective armor, otherwise his bones would have been shattered. Good. This first battle helped me understand what I need to do. That hit just now was not wasted. After murmuring that, Zhu Yi slowly raised his right hand and summoned Spear of Victory. In the blink of an eye, countless small golden vortexes appeared around Zhu Yi. Immediately after, sharp spears began emerging from within them one after another. All of them shot straight toward the distant Minotaur King. Spear of Victory level 3 C rank condenses divine power into spears to attack, and those struck will suffer heavy damage. Seeing this, the Minotaur King swung its weapon wildly, and no matter how many spears Zhu Yi launched, none could injure it. A moment later, a warning appeared before Zhu Yi. Man attribute is running low, please replenish it in time. Zhu Yi merely glanced at it, then immediately ignored it and continued maintaining the skill while rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. The Minotaur King was indeed very powerful, both its physique and strength far surpassed his own, making it impossible to suppress it with raw power. Normally people would choose to kite it and wear it down, but doing so would leave almost no chance of victory. Thinking of the exam's intention, Zhu Yi was certain there had to be a safe solution. During the fight, he realized the Minotaur King's flexibility was very poor, and if he attacked continuously from multiple angles, it would struggle to defend itself. The effect appeared immediately, and several spears pierced the Minotaur King's knees. Warning, mana attribute is running low, please replenish mana. Zhu Yi clenched his hand. Spears instantly exploded, forcing the Minotaur down onto one knee. Besides its poor flexibility, the Minotaur King had another weakness. Although its endurance and life force were extremely high, it was easily affected by powerful attacks, so he had to unleash high damage skills continuously in a short period. But to do that, he had to calculate the timing and number of casts precisely. Otherwise, before he could bring down the Minotaur King, his mana would be completely drained, and he would lose his exam qualification as well. After calculating carefully, Zhou Yi knew the opportunity had arrived. He immediately seized the moment while the Minotaur was still kneeling on the ground. He poured all his strength into controlling the spears to rush at it from every direction, then immediately detonated them. Warning, mana attribute is running low, please replenish mana. It was already too late to unleash a major move, and fortunately, time had run out. After murmuring that, Zhu Yi charged straight at the Minotaur King, drew his weapon and delivered the finishing blow, cutting its body in two. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare level invasion dungeon. Dark Pupil's Secret Realm. Clear time 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Your exam result has been saved. Clearance grade has reached SSS. Congratulations. You have been confirmed as the top ranked person in this dungeon clear. Hearing that announcement, Zhu Yi froze slightly, then murmured, top ranked. Does that mean I have become the top scorer of the Suhan County exam this time? But very quickly Zhu Yi regained his composure. He happily clenched his fist and whispered, great, I did it. Zhu Yi thought silently. 1 year after transmigrating here, his mother had died of illness, his younger sister was seriously ill, and the towering foreign debt along with Zhu Yun's medical expenses had almost crushed him until he could could barely breathe. But in that harsh situation, he had never chosen to give up. If he could not increase his attribute stats, then he would desperately train his combat skills and temper his fighting will. The appearance of the system had given him a second chance to change his life, but fate was still in his own hands. He had to seize this opportunity tightly and work harder than anyone else. I have already made up my mind. I absolutely cannot waver. It is time to go back. After saying that, Zhu Yi adjusted his mood, dispelled the armor on his body, and walked toward the vortex. System notification: congratulations, you have received 51121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and 20 skill points. Level increased to level 11, then level 12, level 13. Congratulations, you have obtained equipment Tropical Rainforest Belt. Attributes: physique plus 10, strength plus 7, level requirement 10. Set equipment effect: when fighting in a jungle, you will receive continuous buffs based on your own physique. Life recovery x3, stamina recovery x3, mana recovery x3. Congratulations, you have obtained Tropical Rainforest Ring, level requirement 10, with the same set equipment effect. Item: West Sowing Leaf x10, restores a certain amount of mana after use. Item: Minotaur King Car x1, gold grade, an enchanting material. After successful enchanting, it can add 20 strength to equipment. As soon as Zhu Yi stepped out of the vortex, he heard a wave of cheers. Welcome back, Senior Zhu. I love you, Senior Zhu. You are my idol. Senior Zhu is amazing. You are truly terrifyingly strong. Zhu Yi, Zhu Yi, Zhu Yi. The shouting startled him, and before he could adapt, a series of clicking sounds rang beside his ears. Zhu Yi turned his head and saw a group of reporters aiming their cameras at him. Flashlights kept flickering. Beside them, the two people walking toward him were Principal Luo Heng and Education Bureau Director Jia Tao. Luo Heng smiled and spoke first, clearing a nightmare dungeon alone within 10 minutes. This is a glory that the Second Academy has never had in 100 years. Based on my many years of studying the exam, Zhu Yi can absolutely win the position of Suhan County top scorer, and his future is boundless. Zhu Yi smiled and replied, "You flatter me." Just then, a car drove over, causing the crowd to stir. Whose car is that? Why is it driving straight into the examination grounds? Isn't that France's creation 400A, the one that can switch into flight mode? Huh, that is the S400A that can be exchanged for a house in the capital. Yes, that is the one. Car stopped not far from Zhu Yi. Jiatao took the initiative to open the door and said to him, "The results will come out in 3 days at the fastest, and we will notify you immediately when the time comes." Thank you, Director Jia. With that, Zhu Yi followed Luo Heng toward the S400. Luo Heng also spoke, "Go back and rest first, wait for our good news." Not long after, Zhu Yi went to the hospital to visit Zhou Yun. After their last conversation, Wen Bin had quickly fulfilled his promise. Zhou Yun had been arranged in the most luxurious ward, with a professional medical team monitoring her condition around the clock. As soon as Zhu Yi stepped into the elevator, a nurse smiled and greeted him. "Mr. Zhao, you are here." Zhou Yi nodded and replied, "Yes, I came to see Zhu Yoyun. I have good news to tell her. I heard you took the exam today. Your result must have been very good." As she spoke, the nurse pressed the button for the 26th floor. As the elevator rose, the two people inside suddenly felt the temperature drop very quickly. The nurse trembled slightly and said in confusion, "How strange, why is it so cold today? Is the air conditioning set too low?" Zhu Yi noticed streams of cold air seeping in through the cracks of the door, and his expression instantly became grave. When they reached the 26th floor and the elevator doors had just opened, the scene before them made the nurse cry out in terror. What is going on here? The entire long corridor was covered in a layer of ice. The people there were no exception, all turned into ice statues with faces full of terror. "Zhou Yun," Zhu Yi called silently in his heart, worried to the extreme. He hurriedly rushed toward Zhou Yun's ward, leaving the nurse behind. "Mr. Zhu." The nurse was about to call out to him, but before she could finish speaking, the cold air turned her into an ice statue. As for Zhu Yi, he broke through the ice wall in front of Zhou Yun's ward, rushed straight inside, and shouted, "Zhou Yun." In the next second, the scene before him left him frozen in place. Zhou Yun lay in agony on the hospital bed, streams of frigid air continuously escaping from her body and condensing into a massive ice dragon in midair. Beside the bed, someone was maintaining a spell, seemingly treating Zhu Yun. Seeing that Zhu Yi was about to attack the ice dragon, the girl casting the healing immediately shouted, "Do not do that, Zhu Yi. Stop, absolutely do not attack." Hearing this, Zhu Yi could only suppress the idea of attacking the ice dragon. Zhu Yi walked toward the girl and called, "A king." A king hurriedly explained, "If you recklessly injure it, Zhou Yun's heart meridians may very likely be shaken until they shatter." Zhu Yi asked, "Why is there a dragon here?" A king answered, "Zhou Yun's cold illness suddenly erupted, and everyone nearby was frozen into ice pillars by the frigid air. Right now, I can only temporarily suppress the cold air on this floor. You should leave here quickly too." Zhou Yi cried out anxiously, "Then what about Zhou Yun?" A king cut him off. "Zhou Yi, without Without a high-level priest, what I can do is truly very limited. Zhu Yi forced himself to calm down and said in a low voice, I understand. After saying that, Zhu Yi silently ordered system. Pour all skill points into upgrading gradual healing. Gradual healing level full, enhanced gradual healing level 10. The skill gradually restores allies within a certain range while also increasing stamina and endurance. This effect will be maintained for a certain period of time. Immediately after Zhu Yi cast gradual healing on Zhou Yun, a king exclaimed in shock, the mana contained in this paladin healing skill is actually this powerful. It even surpasses my level 23 priest aptitude. While maintaining the skill, Zhu Yi said, a king, I can hold things up here. Hurry and notify Secretary Zhao. Tell him he must invite a high-level priest over. A king replied, the high-level priest schedule is already completely full. Secretary Zhao has already arranged a time with her for next week. Even if we urge her now, it will not be in time. Zhou Yi turned his head, his expression serious as he said, tell Secretary Zhao that as long as he can invite the high-level priest over from now on, no matter when it is, I, Zhu Yi, will unconditionally agree to one request from him, and I will never go back on my word. A king quietly looked at Zhu Yi for a while, then nodded and turned to run off to find Secretary Zhao. Zhou Yi turned back and continued treating Zhu Yun. The eruption of cold air was the pain Zhou Yun had endured every night for the past year. Under the influence of the yin cold, her entire body suffered intense agony, making life worse than death. Recently, the yin cold had become more and more severe, but no one had expected the cold air to be able to spread outward and affect the outside world. Zhou Yi spoke silently in his heart, then gritted his teeth and continued maintaining the treatment, even though his hand had already begun showing signs of being invaded by the cold air. Time slowly passed and night gradually descended. Just as Zhou Yi's mana was about to run dry, suddenly a fruit, a green sphere suddenly shot straight into the room. It looked exactly like a rubber ball, constantly bouncing up and slamming into the ice dragon, causing several cracks to appear across the dragon's body. Seeing the pain on Zhou Yun's face, Zhou Yi immediately shouted, wait, do not touch her. Right after that, the green sphere suddenly crashed into Zhou Yi, knocking him backward. Then, a girl carrying a giant brush like a staff walked into the room, raised her hand with a light wave and provoked as you wish illusion. The ice dragon roared and charged at the girl on its own. She swung the brush like a cudgel, smashed it hard onto its head, then twisted the brush tip. He swung the brush again and again, drawing strange characters all over the ice dragon's body. Immediately afterward, a blue light suddenly flashed in the girl's eyes. She swung the brush down hard onto the ice dragon's body, and a formation instantly appeared. The ice dragon was knocked back toward Zhou Yun. Its body gradually shrank, finally turning into a trembling ice sphere before merging into her. Zhou Yun's face also eased, no longer showing the same pain as before. Zhou Yi murmured doubtfully, is it alright now? Only then did the girl named Liao turn to look at Zhou Yi and, you are Zhou Yi, right? I have heard of your reputation for a long time. I am Lai Na, a level 35 second rank priest of Qingyan City. Zhou Yi greeted Lai Na. Lina said, Director Jia asked me to come treat your younger sister first. As she observed Zhu Yi, she thought to herself, if Director Jia had not said this person might be the provincial top scorer, I would never have made an exception. He can withstand the cold energy for so long, it seems the director was not lying to me. Zhou Yi immediately asked, Lina, what illness does my younger sister have? Can it be cured? Lina replied, the cold energy overflowed and condensed into form. This is a sign of bloodline awakening. Zhou Yi was shocked. Bloodline awakening. He knew that when the game Eternal appeared, many players had chosen other races such as elves, giants, or demons. After the game fused with reality, those other race players also carried the corresponding bloodline traits. For example, people with elven bloodline would have green eyes and longer, sharper ears. Those with giant bloodline could reach 3 or 4 meters in height. Over 200 years, other race players married humans across many generations, causing their bloodlines to gradually fade. Their distinctive appearances and abilities also disappeared, except in one special case, bloodline awakening. Lai Ne explained, bloodline awakening is both a disaster and a blessing. If it succeeds, that person will possess the power of another race, making skill learning and leveling much smoother. But if it fails, the mild outcome is paralysis, while the severe one may be death. Your sister is being tormented by cold energy, because her body is too weak and cannot endure the power of her bloodline. If my guess is correct, she has awakened the frost bloodline, a very rare bloodline. To withstand it, her constitution must be transformed. As far as I know, only the heavenly treasure Extreme Frost Ice Lotus can alter a person's constitution. But this item is extremely rare. The last time it appeared was at an auction 30 years ago, where it was bought by a mysterious person for 13 billion. In 3 months, the cold energy in your sister's body will erupt completely. By then, there will be no way to control it. The other way is to use the Great Sealing Art to directly seal the other race bloodline. Once you decide, use the token to contact me. But the price is that your sister will never be able to level up again. After Lai Na left, Zhu Ye held the token in his hand and sank into thought. 5 days later, just as he completed his daily mission, a system panel appeared before his eyes. Squats 200 out of 200, push-ups 200 out of 200, sit-ups 200 out of 200, weapon swings 200 out of 200. Daily mission completed. Please Please choose your reward. Zhu Yai said, attribute points. For most daily mission rewards, he chose free attributes. For a paladin, constitution and intelligence were very important, but other attributes could not be neglected either. He usually allocated them at a ratio of 2-3-3-2, because only balanced development would leave fewer openings. While he was deep in thought, another system panel appeared before Zhou Yi. Ding, exam results have been announced. Achievement mission completed. Congratulations, you ranked first in Song Province in this exam. Rewards will be issued according to results. Congratulations, you have obtained the Divine Level Skill Divine Beast S. Congratulations, you have obtained the S-Rank Divine Item Resurrection Cross Medal. Congratulations, you have obtained the one-time use Divine Level Secret Art Divine Descent S. Congratulations, you have obtained the Rare Skill Light Punishment A. Congratulations, you have obtained 30 free attribute points. Ever since the college entrance exam ended, news related to Zhu Yi quickly filled newspapers and media outlets. From the moment Zhu Yi changed his class to Paladin, I knew he was bound to have a bright future. That was why I proposed that the city government strengthen Zhu Yi's cultivation, all thanks to my wise foresight. A group of students heard Jia Tao's television interview and every one of them was stunned. The provincial top scorer is actually a Paladin. Then does that not make him a heavy support equipment type? I did not study much, do not fool me. Paladins clear dungeons very slowly. Clearing a nightmare dungeon at level 10, what kind of joke is that? Was there cheating? Hearing this, a female student took out her phone to prove Zhu Yi's strength. I recorded it at the time. No matter what anyone says, there has to be evidence. At this moment, the students who had still doubted Zhu Yi's strength could not help admiring him. That power was truly ferocious. Why does the damage of Holy Light Cross feel even stronger than a mage's high-tier fire magic? Blessed weapon, God's grace, courage blessing. Someone count for me, how many buffs does this provincial top scorer have in total? Elsewhere, a red-haired young man sat in a luxurious apartment watching Zhu Yi's exam performance intently before commenting coldly. Clear time 9 minutes and 24 seconds, still 20 seconds faster than me. This Zhu Yi is rather interesting, but at this point the red-haired man raised his hand and pointed at a spot nearby, causing it to explode instantly. Then that man revealed a sinister smile. Anyone who dares steal my glory has only one path, death. The next morning, while Zhu Yi was on his way to visit his younger sister, his phone suddenly received a message. The message said that his bank account had just received a large sum from the Lijiang City Government and Education Bureau. Zhu Yi immediately called Secretary Zhao and received an answer. Mr. Zhu, because of your outstanding performance in the exam, the government has rewarded you with 5 million in cash and a luxurious villa. Which neighborhood do you like, or should we choose one for you? It seems they already know I am the provincial top scorer. Thinking this, Zhu Yi replied, you can choose for me. Alright, I heard the admissions teachers from the 3 top universities are about to arrive. Do you need me to send a car to pick you up? No need, they are already here. Zhu Yi replied, then looked at the man in front of him. The man smiled kindly, handed over a business card, and introduced himself. I am an admissions teacher from Rongyang University. Rongyang University, just as Zhu Yi was still surprised, an unfamiliar voice rang out. I remember that at first Rongyang University said student Zhu Yi was too arrogant. You even criticized him for not know height of heaven and depth of earth. So why have you come here today? The admissions teacher from Rongyang University raised his head and looked at the burly man standing on the helicopter's rope ladder. What Tianfu said was truly a case of having eyes, but failing to recognize Mount Tai. He has now been removed from his position and expelled from the school. After saying this, the Rongyang teacher looked awkwardly at Zhu Yi. Student Zhu Yi, if you are willing to come to our school, Rongyang University is willing to offer 480. No matter what terms Rongyang University offers, our Mado University will double them. Zhou Yi, Mado University must have you. Everyone else should head back early. The burly man landed and spoke confidently, making the Rongyang teacher so angry he nearly wanted to slam the table. Just then, a girl's voice sounded beside Zhu Yi's ear. Have you asked Qingjing University yet? Immediately afterward, the purple-haired girl with angel wings hugged Zhu Yi and flew straight into the sky. Before the muscular teacher could grab Zhu Yi, she had already taken him away. After securing the person, the purple-haired teacher whispered beside his ear, Student Zhu, Qingjing University does not dare claim it has many other things, but our cultivation resources are absolutely abundant. During your 4 years at university, the school will provide you with A-rank cultivation resources every year. The purple-haired teacher had just finished speaking when a formation suddenly appeared behind her and sucked her inside. At this moment, a female teacher dressed in black for Zhu Yi and the other teacher, slowly threatening them. If you want to compete for the top scorer, then compete with resources, finances, and fame. Whatever Qingjing University can offer, our Suhang University can offer as well. What is the meaning of directly snatching someone like this? If you do not put him down, do not blame me for being rude. The burly teacher also flew up and added, exactly, a melon plucked by force is not sweet. tweet. Zhou Yi, our Mado University will not only provide A-rank resources once every year, but also gift you a full set of gold rank equipment, you people. Although the purple-haired teacher was so angry her face turned pale, she still tactfully put Zhou Yi down, then smiled kindly. I was not kidnapping him, I only wanted to speak privately with student Zhao for a moment. Student Zhou Yi, you choose. Student Zhu, I am Meyer, an admissions teacher from Suhang University. Suhang University respects the principle that strength is king. As long as you enter the school's Earth ranking and Heaven ranking, forget A-rank resources, even S-rank resources will be available. Moreover, for the past 4 years, Suhang University has always held first place in the freshman exchange competition. That is enough to prove that our school's ability to cultivate students is also the best. The purple-haired teacher said unhappily, Sumei, what do you mean by this? You only won a few competitions, and you are already so arrogant. Suhang University's victory is an undeniable fact. Teacher Sun should still advise Qingjing's teachers and students to work harder. While the two teachers argued fiercely, Zhu Yi seriously considered which school he should choose. The special admissions benefits of the 3 schools were all quite similar, and choosing any one of them would give him a bright future. But what I want is to temper stronger real combat ability in university, so the place most suitable for me is. After careful consideration, Zhu Yi finally decided to enroll at Suhang University. Hearing this, Meyer immediately took out a scroll and said, "This is Suhang University's special admissions contract. Take a look and sign it if there are no issues." The burly teacher was extremely regretful after letting such a talent slip away. He was snatched first by Suhang University again. Teacher Sun was still unwilling to give up. If you find Suhang University unsuitable, you are always welcome to transfer to Qingjing University. Teacher Sun. Meyer immediately threw a cold, sharp look at Teacher Sun. Evil One Ironheart Curse. Casting without a staff, this was actually a skill only high-tier mages possessed. Zhou Yi was reading the contract when he cried out in surprise, then asked Meyer in confusion, "May I ask, Teacher Meyer, what level is your profession?" "Level 42 second rank mage." Zhou Yi was even more surprised. "But you look under 30. The outside world is vast. Once you enter Suhang University, you will meet even more young powerhouses." "Wonderful," Zhou Yi replied excitedly, because recently he had almost no opponents among his peers. He could meet people to spar with at Suhang University. His rate of progress would definitely become faster. After the signing was complete, Meyer put away the contract and instructed him, "Alright, I will give you 1 week to pack your luggage. 1 week later, I will come pick you up for enrollment." "Huh, Suhang University's registration is this early?" Meyer winked in response. Of course, the special students yet to be born needed to arrive early to improve their skills, and at the same time, strength would increase quickly. Only then could they perform better in the National University Freshman Exchange Competition. A week passed after Zhu Yi and Zhu Yun moved into the new villa. It was also time for Zhu Yi to enroll. Before leaving, he asked the secretary to take care of his sister during his absence. Afterwards, he reminded Zhu Yun about everything before getting into the car with Meyer. Seeing Zhu Yi turn his head to look at his sister, Meyer smiled and asked if this was the first time he had someone help him. "Indeed, then you must prepare well." The words hadn't fully registered when the car passed through the space gate. The university and city security appeared before his eyes. "We're not in a hurry. There's no need to use a teleportation magic array." Zhu Yi looked around, seeing cars flying out from the magic array everywhere. He couldn't help but be surprised. Teleportation magic arrays are usually managed by the military, like the small arrays used by priests which require city government approval. Suhang University cooperated with the military district to build a large teleportation array near the school, convenient and safe. Meyer explained and waved ahead. "We've arrived." Zhu Yi observed everything appearing before him. He could not hold back the words. "This is truly magnificent. Let's go, I'll take you to report," Meyer said to Zhu Yi. While Zhu Yi was still looking around, suddenly he felt an object fly past. It turned out to be a young man who had just been kicked away by a girl. White-haired girl's eyes were full of warning. "I told you, I don't want to know you. The kick just now was a warning, don't provoke me." "I won't hold back anymore," she said and turned away. The crowd gathered around the young man who had been teased and laughed mockingly. Dang Xiao had met a troublesome opponent this time. Every school year he wanted to mess with the female juniors. Finally he encountered a difficult case. The heavens are fair. Zhou Yi looked at the white-haired girl thinking demon blood, she has demon lineage. Meyer remembered Zhou Yi's background. Looking at his expression reminded gently many students and teachers in the university city have alien bloodlines. Later encounters don't show abnormal expressions. Yantai Sin, even though all are alien, as long as they side with humans, I will not hold hatred. I will not lose my reason to hate all demons for my father's death. Then that's good. Here is your student ID. Meyer produced a card and handed it to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi glanced over the information on the card. Order, credits. I'll briefly explain school rules. Each academic year has a ranking. The higher the strength, the higher the rank. Freshman rank is based on university exam results. You are first, meaning the strongest freshman, but only a temporary rank. A month later, there will be a freshman competition. The ranking will be rearranged according to that result. From today, you will become a target. Everyone wants your position. If I am the top scorer now, I won't let this position slip, Zhu Yi replied confidently. Meyer smiled, leading Zhu Yi on a tour explaining the credit system along the way. Freshmen have a basic credit amount based on series number. Credits are used for meals, equipment, medicine, skill books, etc. As long as you have enough credits, you can purchase everything including S-grade skills and resources. Besides ranking, there are two other ways to obtain credits. One is credit missions, using the student card to register and find missions online, completing them to receive corresponding credits. The other is receiving fixed credits, each month based on the local and heavenly boards. The university has about 1,000 students. Wanting to make the board dense like a swarm, one cannot be arrogant. The university also has 3 secret dungeons. The first is the Underground City Power Contribution, level 1721. The second dungeon is the Warped Forest, level 2326. The third dungeon is the Purgatory, level 2831. Besides meeting level requirements, you must spend a certain number of credits to enter. Before reaching the level, you can train in the practice area, targets being real people or robots. High-level experts have absolute authority, the most resources. This is the path of survival here. A group of students came against Zhu Yai and Mai Er. The leading young man saw Mai Er, greeted and continued leading the group. Passing by Zhu Yi, some students stared and whispered, who is he to be led by the teacher? We were all led on tours in groups of 10. Could it be through the back door? Wang Li, a knowledgeable young man in the group, said the top scorer in the admission exam is handled by the teacher. 1. To get familiar with the environment quickly. 2. To attract top scorers, choosing schools later. So he is the top scorer this batch. Xiaosheng, what's his background? Explain. The freshmen, including the white-haired girl, eagerly listened to Xiaosheng's answer. Zhu Yi, top scorer of Tohang Province, Saint Knight level 13. Like others, when hearing Zhu Yi's profession for the first time, they couldn't help but be surprised. Not mistaken, the Saint Knight is only a support profession. Second place is Ling Feng, Berserker level 14. How could a support surpass a Berserker? Hey, what are you saying? Don't believe me. Xiaosheng's reputation is not a myth. A female student couldn't help but praise he's handsome, could be a celebrity. The white-haired girl hearing Zhu Yi's impressive profile also judged. He is the top scorer of the freshman group. Yu Jing coincidentally saw the white-haired girl watching Zhu Yi intently, feeling jealousy. The girl loudly criticized. I see the top rank is only in name. Zhou Yi listened, turned to the source of the voice. Liu Jing stepped forward challenging Zhu Yi. Yu Jing, punishment mage level 13, ranked 38. I doubt you have the strength to be first, I want a challenge. Classmate, arranging a challenge is your own matter, don't delay others. The male student leading the group patted Liu Jing's shoulder, secretly cursing, foolish, seeking credits, why cause trouble here? Liu Jing waved off his hand, replied sorry, I will keep it moderate. The group leader grew more angry. This fool, ranking decided by principal and teachers of 5 major academies, cannot be wrong. Freshman heard Liu Jing's challenge, murmured, something interesting to see. Wait a bit then continue. Liu Jing wants to use challenging the leader as a stepping stone for reputation. Sane knights are not strong, wanting to take his position is normal. Zhou Yi crossed his arms, nonchalant said to Liu Jing, so what do I base agreeing to your challenge on? 100 credits. If you win it's yours, if you lose, nothing is lost. Zhu Yi looked at Liu Jing's face, then at the freshman, thinking to main piece later, must accept challenge, but just want to kill minor. The higher the price he pays, the more they remember. So Zhu Yi set the bet 300 credits. I will fight you in 1 match. Liu Jing turned pale. Students whispered, I'm ranked 40 with 400 credits. Liu Jing 38, surely not much more. Losing that many credits would be disastrous. Just at the start of school, not a minor character in a comic. Liu Jing was slightly worried, but seeing Krat still watching Zhu Yi intently, jealousy blinded him. Finally accepted Zhu Yi's proposed price. 300 it is, let's go to the arena. You are brave, but no need to go to the arena in 3 moves. If you don't kneel, I lose. Eventually the group still headed to the arena. Meyer personally acted as referee. After a 3-second countdown, Liu Jing immediately rushed to attack, calculating in mind Punishment Knight and Saint Knight both are hidden professions. Punishment Knight's strength bursts, Saint Knight is support. Just need to strike quickly without fearing Saint's doll can easily defeat. And Liu Jing unexpectedly looked at the white-haired girl under the arena. She would be watching him. Regaining composure, Liu Jing swung his sword using blood key skill to slash towards Zhou Yi. Results easily dodged by Zhou Yi. Then he kicked straight into Liu Jing's abdomen, causing Liu Jing to immediately collapse the ground. How boring, Zhou Yi thought, feeling a little disappointed. He had thought that man still had some impressive trick left, but who would have expected him to collapse after just 1 exchange? The male student leading the group stepped forward to check Liu Jing's injuries, then turned back to report to teacher Mai Er. Teacher, Liu Jing has 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and is currently unconscious. Bring a priest over to heal him. As Meyer spoke, she used Liu Jing's and Zhu Yi's student cards to operate the system. A moment later, she returned the card to Zhu Yi. 300 credits had been transferred into his student card. The battle on the arena broadened the horizons of the new students. The blood slash of a punishment knight was notoriously hard to block, yet he shattered it with a single kick. Was this the strength of first place? It truly stood on a completely different level. The difference in strength attributes between the two had to be at least more than 20 points. At that moment, the white-haired girl could no longer sit still and stepped forward to propose a match with Zhu Yi. When I saw her at the entrance, I realized she not only carried demon blood, but also possessed inherited equipment. This is the first time I have seen inherited equipment, so I also want to test how powerful it is. Zhu Yi used appraisal to inspect his opponent. Weapon: Ancient Dark Moon Sword. Quality: 3-star inheritance. Race requirement: human. Class requirement: swordsman. Effect: unknown. A moment later, Zhu Yi replied, Another match was about to begin, and this time the opponent was clearly not someone easy to deal with. Therefore, Zhu Yi decided to use the Mystic Light Warhammer to face the white-haired girl. Weapon: Mystic Light Warhammer. Golden 3 SSS quality, Constitution attribute plus 18, Intelligence plus 24. Its effect raised all light-type skills below B rank by 1 level. Source System Lottery. This time, even students from class 52-53 came over to watch. Look, a new student just enrolled and already caused a conflict. It is only rookies fighting each other. Li Dongsheng, one of the ministers of the Aurora Society, a level 29 marksman, happened to be passing by. Seeing my error, he walked over to greet her and stayed to watch the match as well. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the signal rang out, both sides immediately charged straight at each other. The white-haired girl unleashed the skill Extreme Shadow Slash, rushing forward to cut down the enemy as fast as thunder and lightning. Zhu Yi used Square Burst Hammer Strike, lifting his Warhammer high before smashing it hard into the ground, creating wide area damage and knocking his opponent back. The instant the two moves collided, a massive explosion rang out. After that, both of them endured the aftershock from the other's attack and were forced sharply backward. So strong, what a monster. The white-haired girl thought to herself, then immediately raised the intensity, using Demonic Energy Slash to infuse the dark attribute into her weapon and create a powerful black slash aimed at Yi. Seeing his opponent attack, Zhu Yi was not afraid at all. Instead, he grew even more excited. Excellent, finally someone can fight me head on. Keep going. Lift Up could launch an upward strike from below, knocking the enemy into the air. Enhancement: Chain Thrust. When charging forward to attack, it added a second strike. Fierce Triple Slash cut forward with an extremely powerful blow and released Fierce Triple. This attack dealt multiple consecutive rounds of damage to the enemy, while also sending the target flying. Mountain Breaker Strike allowed the user to jump a short distance forward before smashing their weapon into the ground. The skill had multiple damage checks, and the final hit could knock the enemy down. The two sides continued taking turns to skillfully unleash their skills and attack each other. The battle dragged on for quite some time, yet victory and defeat still could not be decided. Spectators beneath the arena watched the two figures move as fast as beams of light, all of them gaping in astonishment. Were these really two students fighting each other? After a period of contemplation, Li Dongsheng finally spoke. If the spirit commanding swordsman has no trump card, she will lose before long. Hearing this, the male student leading the group asked in confusion, really? I think the two of them are still evenly matched. Li Dongsheng analyzed. Enhancement Block can absorb all enemy attacks. At first, facing 3 attacks from the Holy Knight, she only needed to block 1. But now, every time the Holy Knight swings twice, she is forced to use her sword to defend. When using a large weapon, people usually only swing with just enough force to conserve stamina in both defense and offense. Once Zhu Yi catches his opponent's opening, he will immediately strike to suppress her. Moreover, he clearly has no intention of conserving stamina. Either he is reckless, or he has extreme faith in his strength. From beginning to end, the Warhammer had been restricting the spirit commanding swordsman's movements, forcing her to use sword to block every strike. Watching Zhu Yi attack, every blow carried obvious weight. Someone in the crowd sighed with emotion, such a great beauty, yet he shows no mercy at all. This Holy Knight really is ruthless. Warm-up is over. As soon as the words fell, Zhu Yi activated God's Grace, Grace of Courage, Blessed Weapon, Dawn Blessing, and Grace of Guardianship. In an instant, a massive radiance covered his entire body. This sense of oppression is too strong. Could this be his best state? While the white-haired girl was still somewhat wary, Zhu Yi used Spear of Victory, then raised one hand and pointed straight ahead. Whitehair seized the moment while he needed time to adjust his skill, immediately using Phantom Slash to close in on her opponent, swinging her sword with the intent to defeat Zhu Yi. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yi smiled with full confidence and said, "I knew you would use this move." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hammer and smashed down hard toward the white-haired girl. At that moment, Whitehair could only close her eyes helplessly and wait to be struck. But after waiting and waiting, nothing happened. "Wanna keep fighting?" White-haired girl slowly opened her eyes. For her eyes, Zhu Yi had already withdrawn his skill, standing with his hammer braced against the ground and looking at her calmly. "I am not fighting anymore. Your offensive is almost overwhelming. Continuing would not change the result. You still have not used your full strength." Zhu Yi exposed her. He knew that in this battle, her powerful swordsman skills and the dark power within her body had not been used. Whitehair smiled brightly and replied, "I was found out. I only wanted to test my limits once, not use my trump card. Besides, you have not used your full strength either. I watched the video of your exam. Add me as a friend, we can spar again in the future." After the two exchanged WeChat contacts, Mai continued taking Zhu Yi on a tour of the school. She could not help looking forward to what would come. On his first day of enrollment, he had already earned 600 points and made all the elite special admission students wary. It seemed this year's first years were about to become lively. Freshman dormitories were located on Little Mountain Peak. Ordinary students lived at the foot, and halfway up the mountain, while special admission students were arranged at the summit. The special admission dormitories were all private villas, with their luxury and facilities varying according to rank. You will live here from now on. Mai lifted her chin toward the massive house in front of them. Just after swiping the card and stepping inside, Mai suddenly remembered something and said to Zhu Yi, "Right, I heard you are looking for the Extreme Frost Lotus. A small team once saw it in the Stormwind Mountains, but at the time, a high-level magical beast was guarding it, so they had no choice but to give up on picking it. This information is from 6 years ago, so I cannot guarantee it is still accurate." Based on the information Mai provided, over the following days Zhu Yi focused on researching all materials related to the Stormwind Mountains. It was known that this was a massive mountain range that appeared after the game Eternity fused with Blue Star. The place was vast beyond measure, containing countless heavenly treasures, rare flowers and strange herbs, magical beasts and monsters. Even those who had completed their third-class advancement did not dare venture deep inside lightly. With Zhu Yi's current strength, if he encountered a high-level magical beast, his only choice would be to run for his life. Fortunately, after the college entrance exam achievement, the system had rewarded him with a life-saving method, allowing him to survive even in a death trap. No need to hesitate anymore, buy a few more skills and equipment, then set out. Zhu Yi operated the computer to search for suitable skills, and at the same time received a notification. Check confirmed that you are the top-ranked special admission student. Holy Knight skills below A rank may be learned for free. Immunity to all physical damage. An effect like this is far powerful by long-range damage skill by free really felt unbelievably good, and so every powerful skill that cost no points was immediately locked in by Zhu Yi. The only pity was that there was still one thing he had to prepare using his college entrance exam reward points, a set of wilderness exploration equipment. After finishing his preparations, Zhu Yi immediately headed to the Stormwind Mountains to search for the Extreme Frost Lotus and cure his younger sister. While wandering through the Stormwind Mountains in search of the Extreme Frost Lotus, he suddenly saw a sky-shaking explosion not far away. Out of curiosity, he immediately grabbed his pants and ran over to see what was happening. Elsewhere, after adding Zhu Yi on WeChat, Churan took the initiative to message him and get acquainted. But ever since Zhu Yi said he was going to the Stormwind Mountains, he had fallen completely silent, leaving Churan unable to help, feeling bored. She called Tai Sin to confide in her best friend about the matters of youth. "I met a very special male student. Yesterday I challenged him, and during the fight I released a little succubus power. Ye was completely unmoved, without even a single infatuated look." After hearing this, her friend exclaimed in admiration, "Then his willpower must be terrifyingly strong." Churan gave a perfunctory response, then decided that she, like Krat, would make a trip to the Stormwind Mountains. In a certain area of the Stormwind Mountains, a fierce battle was unfolding between one side made up of demons. On the other side was a 4-person squad consisting of mechanical engineer Chu Rao, summoner Wen Tianshun, artillery master Zhu Dan, and swordsman King Lian. First, Chu Rao drove a tank while launching several small discs fitted with bombs toward the group of demons. The moment the demons stepped on them, the small discs immediately detonated automatically. A few lucky survivors still charged madly at the tank. Tianrun immediately used the skill to summon the ice spirit Nice, raising an ice wall to block the demon's path. But they did not notice another one racing across the tree trunks at extreme speed, silently closing in on the vehicle from behind, right at the 9 o'clock direction. Hearing Zhou Rao remind her, Zhu Dan immediately raised her gun and sprayed bullets, blasting away the monster clinging close behind them. After dealing with it, she swept the muzzle downward again, continuing to mow them down as she shouted, "Now!" At that very moment, King Lian continued to unleash superb swordsmanship, swiftly finishing off all the remaining demons. They had succeeded. Zhou Rao burst into excited laughter. Tianrun turned to look at Zhao Rao, about to celebrate with her, when her face suddenly went pale. She immediately shoved Zhao Rao aside and quickly formed an ice shield before the driver's seat window. But the stream of fire magic rushing from the forest was too powerful. Tianrun ice shield instantly shattered into pieces. The tank was hurled over and overturned along with it. "Are you all right?" King Lian ran over worriedly and asked, but Tianrun immediately shouted a warning, "Watch behind you." The other 3 turned at once to look behind King Lian. A pack of ferocious demons was charging over, preparing to roast them with fire magic. The squad had exhausted every trump card just to bring down 4 demons. Are they truly going to die here today? Just as the 4-girl squad had almost given up and surrendered to fate, Yi rode a white wolf out from the depths of the forest and unleashed divine storm, sweeping the demons together into one place. Light gathered, the storm descended. Radiance condensed, the tempest had arrived. As soon as Zhu Yi finished speaking, a giant sword fell from high in the sky, stabbing straight into the heart of the whirlwind and annihilating the demons. The entire area quickly sank into a sea of flames, and Zhu Yi gently patted his pet back. The white wolf understood at once, immediately opening its mouth and blowing out a breath, quickly extinguishing the flames. Only then did Zhu Yi walk over to the 4 girls who were still stunned. He used healing magic on them. King Lian held the still unconscious Tianrun in her arms. She raised her head and smiled as she she said. Thank you, Junior Zhu. I did not expect you to know me. The Azure Luan squad ranks second in the entire school, of course I know. Hearing that made me feel even more embarrassed. King Lion replied with an awkward smile. Then she suggested solemnly, Junior Zhu, your light attribute skill does counter demons, but they are extremely dangerous. Why not return to the base with us? Over the past month, I have searched the entire outer region and still found no news of the Extreme Frost Ice Lotus. The freshman competition is in 3 days, so I can only wait until after the competition to come back and look for the Extreme Frost Ice Lotus. Thinking this, Zhu Yi nodded and replied, alright. King Lian turned to look at Zhao Rao. Zhao Rao understood and nodded lightly. Then she began to chant. Metal roars, soul of speed. Demonic howl, fierce mechanical spider shining bright. Assemble. As soon as the incantation ended, from the magic circle Zhao Rao had created, a giant spider robot vehicle appeared before the astonished eyes of Zhu Yi and the White Wolf. There is no time to explain, get in. Zhao Rao urged hurriedly. King Lian saw her teammates look calm and said nothing, only sighing inwardly. She really can act. On the way back, Zhou Yi asked, Senior Su, was the Wild Wind Mountain Range originally a place where demons lived? Su King Lion answered honestly, our squad has been here for over 2 months, and this is also the first time we have encountered them. Zhou Yi speculated, then these demons may have come from deep within the mountain range, or perhaps an otherworldly rift recently appeared and allowed them to escape. Exactly. We must hurry back to the base and report it to the military district. Hearing the words military district, Zhu Yi froze slightly. To explain this place briefly, the Wild Wind Mountain Range has many magical beasts. To prevent them from surging out and attacking the city, the army built a supply base right at the entrance to the mountain range. In addition, the mages in the military base constantly monitor the movements of magical beasts within the mountain range. Hearing Zhu Yi ask, King Lian frowned and replied, there are some, but their levels are too low. After listening, Zhu Yi became even more puzzled. A level 30 silver evil beast could not be considered low no matter what. As if guessing his thoughts, King Lian explained that the mages mainly monitored the deep area of the Wild Wind Mountain Range, where high-grade, epic, and legendary magical beasts existed. The abnormal aura on them was lower than the warning threshold the mages had set, so they probably could not detect. At this point, a few doubts also arose in King Lian's mind. But if it truly was an otherworldly rift, why would it only release low-level demons here? As long as the army in the base discovers demons, they will immediately wipe them out. Moreover, a rift that can contain level 30 magical beasts can also let level 50 magical beasts pass through. Doing this is no different from delivering themselves to death and exposing the rift location. Forget it, this is not something we need to think about. Bringing the news back is enough. Right then, the group suddenly heard many demons roaring together. Food, food. At the same time, a streak of light in the sky shot straight down to the ground, creating an explosion not far from Zhu Yi convoy. Demons, someone over there is being besieged by demons. This aura is. Thinking this, Zhu Yi hurriedly said, you all go first, I will be back soon. After that, despite everyone trying to stop him, he urged the White Wolf forward alone and rushed toward the place where the explosion had just occurred. He could never forget that aura. But why had she appeared here? It was not only Zhu Yi group, another squad also discovered someone in danger. One of them hesitated and said, level 20 silver magical beasts. That girl probably cannot hold out for long, should we help? Everyone fell silent. A moment later, someone spoke. Better not, we are surrounded too, and we can barely protect ourselves. If she can escape, with the strength to kill demons alone, she will definitely become an extraordinary genius in the future. But unfortunately, in the end, all they could do was look toward the explosion with worried eyes. Zhao Ran was covered in wounds, still struggling hard against the monsters. As Zhou Ran attacked the monsters, she gritted her teeth and thought to herself, it seems they have realized my state has a time limit, so they only surround me without attacking, trying to force me to exhaust myself. The demons split into groups of 10, scattered across the plain. Even if she killed the 8 in front of her, the demons around her would immediately fill the gap, giving her no chance at all to escape back to the base. If the ghost power disappears before I break through the encirclement. Thinking this, Zhou Ran's eyes instantly turned cold and sharp. Just as she was about to unleash a skill, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking each silver magical beast surrounding her, and causing them to be annihilated instantly. Zhou Ran immediately whipped around toward the rear, where footsteps were ringing out. Zhu Yi rode a white horse, no, a white wolf, charging over like a heavenly soldier descending to earth. He shouted loudly at the still dazed Zhou Ran. Zhou Ran, move aside. The demon behind her was now raising its face and roaring. It emitted a piercing sound so shrill it made her head ache, forcing Zhou Ran to raise both hands and cover her ears tightly. The evil demons activated the skill Berserk Flame Body, then roared and charged forward to attack at the same time. Zhou Ran shouted a warning. Zhou Yi, get out of here quickly. That is the demon race berserk state. In panic, she thought the evil demon power has multiplied. Zhou Yi is definitely no match. If I self-destruct, there is probably a 90% chance I can kill it and protect Zhou Yi. Suddenly, Zhou Yi appeared behind Jiang Zhouran on the white wolf, wrapped an arm around her waist, and pulled her onto the wolf back. Jiang Zhouran cried out in shock. Zhou Yi, Just as a demon rushed forward and threw a punch, the white wolf immediately took the initiative to spring ahead and dodge. Zhu Yi sat on the white wolf back, turned his head, then raised his hand and shouted, "Light judgment." In the blink of an eye, countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, ravaging the entire area ahead. Zhu Yi smiled and said, "No wonder everyone wants to change class into a mage. The feeling of killing monsters from afar really is not bad." However, the move Zhu Yi had just used caused too much commotion, drawing all the evil demons on the field over. They quickly formed a wide circle, tightly surrounding the two people in the middle. Were a total of 180 demons, and if they gathered together, they could be dealt with using an area skill. But right now they had scattered. Thinking this, Zhou Yi placed 2 fingers on Zhao Ran's forehead and said, "Zhao Ran, draw them toward the left side. Do not get caught up in fighting." Zhao Ran called doubtfully, "Zhou Yi." Zhou Yi did not explain, only began continuously adding buffs to Zhao Ran. Slow healing, dawn blessing, weapon blessing, gift of God. Zhao Ran cried out inwardly in astonishment, "This is the Paladin Legion buff set." He immediately opened her personal information panel to check. Level 16 Profession Swordsman, status Demon Aware Body. Seeing that strength, speed, constitution, and intelligence had all increased by 25%. Zhao Ran was so shocked her mouth fell open. Zhu Yi had no time to pay attention to Zhou Ran's reaction. Before she could even finish speaking, he had already leapt off the wolf's back, drawn his weapon, charged toward the nearest group of monsters, and swung his hammer down, blasting the entire area apart. Based on her understanding, level 16 definitely could not do this. No, even a level 20 Holy Knight might not be able to create such an effect. Just then, part of the monster horde had also closed in on Zhao Ran's position. Without needing an order, the white wolf charged forward, opening its jaws to bite into a monster. Zhao Ran reminded herself not to lose focus, immediately hardened her expression, drew her weapon and began fighting. On Zhou Yi's side, he moved at extreme speed, and every swing of his hammer brought down one or several monsters. Suddenly, a monster silently circled behind Zhou Yi. It raised its weapon and slashed straight toward his head. Just as the attack was about to land, a purple whip suddenly lashed its hand, knocking the weapon away and helping Zhou Yi escape danger. Zhou Yi turned his head to look back and saw Jiang Zhou Ran was controlling the purple whip to attack the monsters. Shadow Whip Strike, condensing demonic energy in the hand into a whip, lashing the enemy, dealing heavy damage along with additional dark damage. As expected, bringing along a Holy Light profession holder could attract demons. Countless demons on the plane had already gathered, so now he could use that move. Thinking this, Zhou Yi casually cast Holy Light Guardian toward Zhao Ran. The skill formed a protective barrier around her and the white wolf. Zhou Yi instructed, "Zhao Ran, just stay inside." B-rank Holy Light Guardian allows allies within a certain range to become immune to physical damage for a period of time. Immediately afterward, Zhou Yi shouted loudly, "Holy Light Cross." Holy Light Cross summons Holy Light, forming a cross behind the user, causing enemies within 200 meters to continuously suffer light attribute fire damage every second. Zhao Ran widened her glittering eyes, staring intently at the scene before her. When the wave of attacks ended, most of the monsters had been eliminated, leaving only a few large-bodied ones with high endurance still alive. All darkness will vanish beneath the radiance of light. Light gathers, the storm descends. Divine Light Storm summons a storm of holy light at the designated location, dealing magic damage to enemies within range. As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, many massive blades of holy light condensed in midair. Immediately afterward, those holy light blades fell to the ground, forming a large circle that sealed the monsters inside. A second later, at the center of the halo, a whirlwind rapidly formed, sweeping the monsters inside and grinding them to pieces. In a nearby thicket, a group of people stared at the battle with mouths agape, too terrified to speak. One member asked the captain whether they should go out and greet him. The captain fell into thought, aside from himself at level 26. The other 5 members of their squad were all level 24, yet even one-on-one, they still would not stand a chance. In the end, the captain still decided to lead the whole group out to meet Zhou Yi. In his heart, he thought someone like this had to be befriended. But before they could step out, a machine rushed toward Zhou Yi from afar. When it stopped, Zhu Dan, Zhao Rao, Tian Run, and King Lion appeared, and Zhu Dan raised her hand and called out, "Junior Zhou, we are here to help you." Only after clearly seeing the situation around them, all 4 immediately froze, standing stunned for several seconds. Zhu Yi merely his head and glanced at them. Then he took out a recovery potion, tilted his head back, and drank it dry. The system notification appeared. "Congratulations on reaching level 17, receiving 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations on reaching level 18, receiving the same reward again. Name Zhu Yi, level 18, experience 1324 over 4 2000, strength 160, constitution 162, intelligence 172. You have eliminated 180 demons, receiving 6000 experience points." Looking at the empty recovery bottle in his hand, Yi thought to himself that his mana had increased quite a bit, but it was still not enough for using many high-level skills. When he returned to the academy, he would have to ask the teacher if there was any way to solve it. At this moment, Zhu Dan's group finally snapped back to their senses, jumped off the mechanical spider and walked over. King Lion asked, "Did you do all this?" Zhu Dan also said in shock, "Your strength has far exceeded my imagination." imagination. Zhou Yi replied, I guess she overexerted herself and fell into a weakened state. The girls immediately stepped forward to support Jiang Zhouran. Su King Lian stared closely at Zhou Yi and asked, when you were eliminating the demons, did you encounter any that were especially hard to deal with? Zhou Yi propped his chin in thought and replied, the strongest demon under my hands was a level 23 gold rank one. None of them were too difficult to fight. Is something wrong? King Lian frowned and explained, the demon army also has commanders, just like humans. We cannot stay here for long, we have to return to the base immediately. Hearing this, Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. In the thicket behind them, seeing Zhou Yi's group leave, one member asked if they should go out. The captain was still hesitating when the whole group was suddenly pressed down by an invisible force. So frightened they stiffened on the spot. The captain looked outside, his expression also filled with panic as he cried out, the concentration of demonic energy is too dense. It is like a demon. They saw that the sky had now turned crimson like blood, and a vast area was covered by a curtain. Immediately afterward, a gap opened in the curtain, allowing a dragon to crawl in. On its back was a humanoid creature radiating dense demonic energy. Appraisal immediately displayed information on both of them. At the same time in the military district, every surveillance screen switched to a red alert. Warning, emergency status, the concentration of otherworldly aura has exceeded the limit. Data analysis is underway. Analysis complete. Level 4 otherworld invasion confirmed. Location locked to the eastern side of the Kyong-Fengunten Range, east longitude 1154, north latitude 15305. The monitoring staff immediately used the radio to notify the entire military district. Level 4 otherworld invasion. All legions assemble immediately and prepare for battle. The warrior and knight units of the Snow Dragon Legion stop training and proceed to the square. The pastor unit prepares rescue support. The logistics unit distributes demon cores and demon crystals. A soldier went onto the platform and reported to Grand Commander Yu Zhu that the entire army had assembled. Yu Zhu drew his sword, pointed forward, and shouted the slogan. The soldiers responded in unison, then he gave the order to set out. A few minutes earlier, in the demon lair, the demon commander sat on the throne, looking down at the army below and saying, every demon in the legion was personally selected by me. In half a year on Blue Star, we have not lost more than 10. Yet right before the final moment of returning to the Holy Realm, over 100 of our kin were hunted down and sacrificed. Before we leave, we must cause a great commotion. Back in the present, the demon commander rode on the head of the fire dragon, looked down at Zhou Yi's group, and said, I absolutely will not forgive this. I will seize your souls and burn them with hellfire. Immediately afterward, the demon commander began summoning his legion. Aniclimax, son of the devil, cast a summoning skill. Silver demons appeared and gold demons were also called forth. King Lian immediately used appraisal to scan the demons. Legend rank demon, gold rank demon knight, silver rank demon spellcaster. Her expression turned heavy as she drew her weapon and stood in front of Zhou Yi. That is right, Zhou Yi, you must survive. Zhu Dan said this, then stepped forward with the other two girls to stand in front of him. In their hearts, they all understood that Zhou Yi was the most terrifying genius they had ever met. With his Tianfu, he was worth protecting with their lives. Just then, a large golden magic formation appeared in the sky, drawing every gaze. It is the Snow Dragon Legion. They are all profession holders above level 30, and the Legion commander is even a level 51 warrior. Contrary to Zhu Dan's group's joy, Zhu Yi frowned in confusion. If they used teleportation to come here, why did they not lock directly onto the inside? That question was answered very quickly, because on the opposite side, the demon commander suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, humans, relax. The magic formation is covering this place, your legion cannot enter. King Lian cried out in shock, what, impossible? She raised her head to look at the sky and only then discovered that many soldiers were standing on golden formations, but all of them were blocked outside by the red curtain. Outside the red curtain, Yu Zhou asked Wang Liang why the teleportation point had deviated. Wang Liang placed his hand on the red curtain to sense it, then said with a grave expression, this is a forbidden spell of the demon race, Dark Flame Wall. It would take at least the additional strength of 2 more legions to break it. Otherwise, we can only wait until its duration ends, and it dissipates on its own. Yu Zhu frowned and asked, if we wait for the magic formation to dissipate by itself, how long will it take? Wang Liang replied 5 minutes. Hearing this, Yu Zhu closed his eyes, sighed, then gave a heavy order. Take inventory of all information on the people inside and create files to preserve it. When the battle ends, notify their families to come and claim them. Wang Liang lowered his head and replied, yes. At the same time, inside the Dark Flame Wall formation, the system notification announced the discovery of a legend rank demon. A new achievement mission was issued, requiring the host to eliminate the demon. No punishment for failure. Reward is S+ rank Tianfu, Blessed Spirit Foretelling. Looking at the system panel, Zhou Yi smiled and thought to himself, The new achievement mission has finally arrived. After that, his entire body radiated golden light as he slipped past Zhu Dan's group and stepped forward. On the opposite side, the demon commander stared intently at Zhu Yai. Such dense holy light aura, it seems you were the one who acted against my kin. To show my respect, I will personally crush you. I will let you depart in the utmost agony. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon commander rode the fire dragon and charged straight forward. Zhou Yi brushed King Lian's hand away while drawing his weapon, ready to meet the fight. Just then, the fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat a stream of magic down toward Zhou Yi. King Lian cried out in panic. Zhou Yi remained calm, swinging his hammer and sending a streak of golden light straight into the sky. The two attacks instantly collided in midair. Yi's move tore through the fire dragon's attack, continued flying upward, and even severed one of its wings. Having lost a wing, the fire dragon could no longer keep flying, and its huge body plummeted straight down. The demon commander was dragged along with it, falling freely as well. A violent crash rang out as the fire dragon's massive body slammed heavily into the ground and lay motionless. The demon commander landed safely, but he was still affected slightly. Zhu Yi seized the chance to appear behind him and swung his hammer down. Sensing danger, the demon commander immediately spun his weapon and slashed backward. But that strike only hit Zhu Yi's shoulder armor, sending the piece of armor flying. Immediately after, the demon commander saw a stream of golden light rushing straight toward his face. He hurriedly raised his weapon to block while borrowing the force to spring backward. Looking at the spot where he had just stood, now crushed by Zhu Yi's hammer, he could not help feeling a chill. Demon commander roared inwardly in disbelief. What the hell is this? This human is only level 18. How can he have enough strength to contend with me? Zhu Yi was in no hurry to pursue. He set his hammer aside, cracked his knuckles, and looked at the demon commander as he said, "You block pretty well." "Oh, right, you are the first legendary grade monster I have met. You human." Before he could finish speaking, the demon commander shot straight forward, thrusting his sword toward Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi gripped his weapon again and leaped high dodged the attack. At the same time, he struck out a massive cross, pressing it straight down on the demon commander below. White Branch's stun state was judged successful. Zhu Yi muttered inwardly, then raised his hand high and shouted, "Judgment of Light." The stun did not last long. Before the bolts of lightning fell, the demon commander had already awakened and roared, "Flame Demon Shield." Instantly a shield appeared in front of him, fully blocking all the lightning. Zhu Yi said softly, "Even Judgment of Light cannot take him down. It seems ordinary methods are simply not enough to kill this thick-skinned legendary grade demon. Then I can only use the skill rewarded by the system after the major exam." As for the demon commander, he turned toward his army and ordered, "My beloved warriors, kill him for me." The demons had just received the order when they roared, shouting for battle and slaughter as they charged toward Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi paid them no mind, because countless streams of light had already appeared around him. His body gradually rose into the air, waves of golden magic power spreading outward. Everyone stared fixedly at Zhu Yi, unable to look away. Zhu Yi raised both hands high and a huge vortex instantly appeared. From within it, a gigantic hand reached out. Why does it feel as if some terrifying existence is about to descend? The moment the demon commander finished speaking, the entire space had already been dyed a brilliant gold. The gigantic hand slammed down from above onto him and his subordinates, making the earth tremble and split apart as raging winds swept in every direction. King Lian stared blankly and murmured, "Am I dreaming? Is this Zhu Yi's skill?" Zhu Ran could clearly feel the succubus bloodline her body trembling in fear. Outside the red barrier, Yu Zhao spoke. "This power is already on par with a magic crystal cannon. Have we identified who is trapped inside?" Wang Liang replied, "They are all students from Suhang University. The one who just used that skill is this year's top scorer, Yi, a holy knight." Yu Zhu sighed regretfully. The top scorer, what a pity. The level gap between the two sides is too great. Given Zhu Yi more time to grow, that skill alone would have been enough to destroy that demon. Sure enough, Yu Zhou was right. After Zhu Yi's previous attack, the demon commander was still alive. At this moment, the demonic energy on his body had become even more terrifying than before. The demon commander roared furiously, "How dare you? How dare you offend the great existence Aniclimax? Flame Demon Legion charge. Flame Curse Legion cast spells." In an instant, demons surged toward Zhou Yi from every direction. The demon commander turned toward the demon treating him and said, "He is only a level 18 holy knight." The healing demon immediately affirmed, "Exactly. After so many great battles, the magic power in his body must have been exhausted. Without magic power, before our 300-strong legion, sheer numbers alone are enough to make suffer a fate worse than death." Correct. The demon commander spoke with satisfaction, then looked toward Zhou Yi again. Standing at the center of the assault, Zhou Yi's expression did not change as he thought inwardly, "Hand of God has nearly drained all the magic power in my body, and the recovery speed from my equipment is too slow. I can only rely on myself." A skill panel appeared before him. S-Rank Purifying Spirit Art, a one-time secret art of the Temple Knight, consuming no magic power when released and unaffected by silencing skills. After use, the user obtains a portion of the God of Light's power according to the body's endurance. HP, stamina, and magic recovery speed increase 20-fold. The effect lasts for a period of time, and after it ends, the user falls into a weakened state. In the very next second, a pillar of light descended straight from the sky. It pierced through the red barrier and shone directly onto Zhu Yi. What the hell is happening now? The demon commander raised his head in confusion, then saw Zhu Yi standing within the golden pillar of light, enveloped by a goddess with 3 pairs of wings. Feathers gently fell from high above. The moment they touched any demon, that demon was instantly burned away and dissolved into ash. Yu Zhou reached out and touched a feather, blurting out unconsciously, "It is actually divine descent." Wang Liang, deputy commander of the Snow Dragon Legion standing beside him, asked curiously, "Commander, what is divine descent?" "It is the pinnacle skill of divine class professionals, allowing them to use all the energy and faith from their own deity. Once saw a priest cast divine descent, and with a single move he restored the entire legion's condition to its peak. It was also thanks to divine descent that our army could hold out and wait for reinforcements when surrounded by 3 demon legions. The power of divinity is as vast as the sea. Even without us, he can still destroy those demons." Down below, the demon commander and the demons all widened their eyes at this scene. He shouted in disbelief, "Impossible. This is clearly a pinnacle secret art. He is only a level 18 holy knight. What right does to use divine energy?" The mage behind him hurriedly reminded him, "Your Highness, once divine descent is cast, only divine energy of the same type can interrupt it. If he completes the ritual, our entire legion will be destroyed. It is only a skill." In an instant, the offensive and defensive positions between the two sides were completely reversed. "How much longer does the return magic array set up in the valley need?" 1 minute, the mage replied. "Understand, now is the time for you to prove your loyalty." "Yes," the mage answered, then shouted loudly, "All demons heed my command. Offer everything you have to Demon Lord Aniclimax." Immediately afterward, he was the first to sacrifice his soul. "Great Demon Lord Aniclimax, I, Ruskin, am willing to offer my entire self out of reverence for you." "Great Demon Lord Aniclimax, I, Boda, am willing to offer all of myself out of reverence for you." Just like that, hundreds of demons shouted the slogan in unison, willingly sacrificing their souls, and each soul was absorbed by the Demon Lord. The dark power radiating from the Demon Lord grew increasingly immense. The goddess spoke with disdain, "Ugly and pitiful lower creatures. Holy knight, I grant you divine energy, divine verdict." As she spoke, the goddess raised Zhu Yi's hand and pointed it straight toward the Demon Lord. Zhu Yi's eyes instantly blazed with light. After that, a beam of radiance shot from his hand straight toward the Demon Lord, absorbing the sacrificed souls. The ground shook violently, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted, sweeping up dense clouds of dust. But when the dust gradually dispersed, everyone was shocked to discover that the Demon Lord could still struggle to his feet. He was even condensing a gigantic fireball. Fire Demon's authority was the strongest talent skill, capable of pushing the concentrated fire element to its absolute limit. Its surface temperature can reach 15 million degrees Celsius. Without the offerings of my people, I would not have been able to cast this skill either. Thinking this, the demon immediately roared, "Die, holy knight." He hurled the fireball straight at Zhu Yi, but the result left him utterly disappointed. When the dust cleared, he still saw Zhu Yi standing tall in place, without the slightest injury on his body. Only then did he understand that he and Zhu Yi were never on the same level of power, so he did not dare hesitate, hurriedly grabbed his pants and ran toward the magic array to escape. But Zhu Yi naturally gave him no chance. "Heretic, in the name of the gods, I sentence you to death." Soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Yi waved his hand, causing a beam of light to descend straight from the sky. That strike directly took the Demon Lord's life. "Return, I have completed my mission. My glory, return to the Holy Realm." The Demon Lord muttered a few meaningless words, then breathed his last. Seeing this, the remaining demons instantly fell into chaos like snakes without a head, crying out in panic, "What do we do now? The Demon Lord has sacrificed himself, and the magic array to return has also been destroyed. How are we supposed to return to the Holy Realm? It is finally over." As soon as Zhu Yi finished speaking, he fell into a state of exhaustion. His consciousness gradually blurred, and his body fell straight downward. Zhou Yi Churan and Team Kingluan rushed over in panic. The deputy commander of the Snow Dragon Legion immediately ordered, "Priests, check Zhu Yi's condition at once. Squad 1 and Squad 2 quickly search for survivors around the mountain area. The remaining members of the Legion charge with me. So heavy I can barely breathe. It feels like something is pressing on my chest. I cannot move. Could this be sleep paralysis? Am I about to die?" Thinking this, Zhu Yi suddenly woke with a start. Only then did he realize he was lying in a hospital room. Moreover, there really was a shadow weighing about 50 kilograms pressing down on him. Churan rubbed her sleepy eyes and said softly, "Zhao Yi, you are awake. You were unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. I will go tell everyone." "Right, thank you for saving me." Churan suddenly kissed Zhu Yi on the cheek, then blushed and turned to leave. "This girl really is," Zhu Yi muttered helplessly. Just then, the system panel suddenly appeared. Daily mission, 200 push-ups incomplete, 200 squats incomplete, 200 sit-ups incomplete. I slept for 2 straight days, so I lost the daily rewards for both days. I wonder if the achievement mission can make up for it a little. Achievement mission, Demon extermination has been completed. The corresponding reward has been issued. Congratulations, you have received S+ rank talent, Death Resistance. Death Resistance helps the body resist death and rapidly recover from all injuries. Congratulations, you have received S rank Magic Potion, Fortune Spirit Elixir. After drinking it, the user's luck will increase for 12 hours. A talent can heal injuries. This kind of talent exists in every profession. Only the effectiveness differs. But since it is S+ rank and bears the name Death Resistance, it is definitely no ordinary thing. Thinking this, Zhu Yi excitedly conjured a knife. Without the slightest hesitation, he gently stabbed it into his own chest to test it, and he pulled the knife out and waited for the result. Seeing the wound close at an unbelievable speed, Zhu Yi could not help being shocked. Recovery in just 2 seconds, excellent. With this ability, in battle, he would be almost unaffected by ordinary damage, and his survivability would also increase greatly. What if it is a more serious injury? Thinking this, Zhu Yi conjured an axe. But after weighing it for a while, he still did not dare play with death, so he put the axe away and continued. He turned to study the reward, the Fortune Spirit Elixir that could increase luck. Luck. Just how much would it increase? Would he pick up a legendary weapon just by walking outside? Or casually save an old woman by the roadside, only for her to turn out to be a third-rank profession user? Or suddenly buy top-grade equipment from a street stall? A tiny bottle of divine medicine could open up countless possibilities, so he would save it for later. Just as Zhu Yi was about to close the system, another notification panel caught his attention. Holy Flame Halo, a rank, condenses a ring of holy flame light around the body, allowing the user to control the fire element while increasing fire and light damage for himself and nearby teammates by 20% for a period of time. Holy Flame Halo, what is this? A divine codex skill. Yi suddenly remembered the moment he fought the demon lord, seemed to be right then. Divine Angel's Protection S+ rank, a divine angel binds to the user, greatly enhancing the light element, multiplying all light and divine skill effects several times. Holy Flame Halo, a rank, creates a ring of holy flame light around the body, allowing control over the fire element while increasing fire and light damage for himself and nearby teammates by 20% for a period of time. Holy Flame Halo belonged to the light system, so it could be strengthened by Divine Angel's protection. Once activated, the damage of light and fire skills could increase by another 40%. If he also used light punishment during that time, would I not become a dual-element lightning and fire mage? Yi was still lost in thought when a knock at the door pulled him back to the present. An unfamiliar young man came in to visit him. After sitting down, he introduced himself. I am the deputy commander of the Snow Dragon Legion, Mage Wang Liang. Student Zhou Yi. Thanks to destroying the monsters and the teleportation array in time this time, we were able to capture so many demon prisoners. Zhou Yi replied modestly, you're too kind sir, I only did what I should have done. May I ask what you came to see me about? The commander should have come to thank you personally, but he is far too busy right now, so I came here on his behalf. Although student Zhou Yi's final strike destroyed half of Dark Curtain Valley, the traces of the demon descent were preserved fairly well. The Legion has discovered the demon's secret, and the commander has also set off to report it to the higher-ups. As he spoke, he took out a sphere. When the sphere was activated, the entire room instantly turned into a virtual space, and countless items appeared before Zhou Yi's eyes. These are the resources the Snow Dragon Legion has accumulated over hundreds of years. Do not stand on ceremony. Tell me whatever you like. Wang Liang spoke generously. Zhou Yi glanced over them, unable to keep the shock from his heart. There were actually high-grade S-rank heavenly treasures here. After searching for a while, Zhou Yi asked, Deputy Commander Wang, does the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse have an S-rank Extreme Frost Ice Lotus? Wait a moment, let me check. Wang Liang operated the system a few times, then pointed at the screen and asked, is it this one? That is it. Zhou Yi immediately became excited. Very well. On the surface, Wang Liang forced himself to remain calm. But in his heart, he already wanted to cry a river. That was a full 100 million contribution points. 3 years of my salary is basically gone. I will have to make the commander reimburse me. The Extreme Frost Ice Lotus is in the headquarters warehouse, so you will need to wait a few more days. If you feel bored, I can arrange for someone to accompany you in hunting magical beasts in the mountain range. As Wang Liang spoke, he walked toward the door with an indifferent expression. But in a corner Zhou Yi could not see, he could not help smiling. Let the young people of the same age in the Legion slay magical beasts together with Zhou Yi, and build some affection along the way. In the future, if Zhou Yi becomes a top powerhouse, the Snow Dragon Legion will also bask in a little glory. This move of mine is truly perfect. While Wang Liang was still secretly pleased with himself, Zhou Yi's next sentence instantly poured a bucket of cold water over him. Sorry, I have to return to school tomorrow to attend the freshman competition. Just send the Extreme Frost Ice Lotus to my dormitory. Missed it again. I almost forgot he is still a student. Wang Liang sighed and replied, the Extreme Frost Ice Lotus will be delivered to your dormitory Yor 1 at Suhang University in 2 days. If you ever encounter anything difficult difficult to resolve in the Wildwind Mountains in the future, be sure to contact the Snow Dragon Legion. After saying that, he left. Zhou Yi sank onto the sofa and could not help revealing a happy smile. Zhao Yun could be saved. I really should thank that demon. If not for it, I would never have had the chance to obtain the Extreme Frost Ice Lotus from the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse. Looking at the clock, Zhou Yi thought to himself, it is almost midnight. I need to finish today's daily mission first. In Team Kingluan, King Lian had just stepped out of the bathroom when her teammates surrounded her and pleaded with her. Captain, we want to invite Zhou Yi to join Team Kingluan. Do you think that would work? King Lion replied calmly, I do not think he will agree. With his strength, he is more efficient slaying magical beasts alone. Zhu Dan smiled and said, how will we know without trying? Besides, Captain, do you not also want him to join just like us? Tianrun immediately chimed in, I saw Captain secretly visiting Zhu Yi several times. King Lian did not answer, only silently recalling the time she had gone to visit Zhu Yi. At that time, she had indeed invited him to join the team, but Zhu Yi had tactfully refused. Although she felt somewhat regretful, King Lian could not keep pressing him. It was just that, before leaving, she still could not help saying, right, to thank you for saving us in the Wildwind Mountains. This is a special thank you for you. After saying that, King Lian gently placed a kiss on Yi's cheek. Then she revealed a radiant smile and left. Hope you all enjoy listening. Thinking of Chu Ran's almost identical action, she could not help feeling a little embarrassed. A special reward, a special thank you. Girls these days really were bold. Elsewhere, Yu Zhou was reporting to his superiors. According to the investigation results, this otherworldly demon invasion was completely different from the one 3 years ago. They appeared one after another in the Wildwind Mountains. The investigation shows that the demons have mastered a way to move through medium-sized spatial rifts. Are you certain? Do you understand how serious the implications of this report? Yu Zhou affirmed until now, otherworldly creatures could only invade Blue Star through large spatial rifts. Because there are not many rifts of this type, the risk of otherworldly invasion had not been too great. But there are countless medium-sized rifts on Blue Star. If otherworldly creatures can truly pass through them, Blue Star will face the danger of extinction. Therefore, this investigation result has been checked repeatedly. Fortunately, we discovered that only otherworldly creatures below level 30 can pass through medium-sized rifts. After hearing this, the man with horns on his head ordered, if that is the case, we must quickly formulate a response strategy. Counselor Yang, immediately notify all major legions nationwide and require them to inspect every medium-sized spatial rift within their garrisoned regions. Counselor Zhang, attend this session of the International Union Parliament, report this discovery, and observe the reactions of the other countries. At this moment, Wang Wei, the principal of Suhang University, spoke up and asked, Commander, this intelligence was brought back by an 18-year-old youth. That is right. Yu Zhu projected Zhu Yi's image onto the screen. This young hero is named Zhu Yi, a rising holy knight, the top scorer of Suhang Province's college entrance examination, and the top freshman of Suhang University. He cast the divine art Divine Descent to defeat the demon, and also destroyed the teleportation array. This has brought us tremendous benefits. Everyone was inevitably shocked after hearing this. A holy knight becoming the provincial top scorer. This was indeed quite rare. Suhang Province, and with the surname Zhou too. Could he be a descendant of the Frost Zhao family? At this moment, that high-ranking official turned to Wang Wei and said, Counselor Wang, after you return to the school, remember to keep an eye on Zhou Yi for me. Fine, if he is a good seedling, remember to tell us, do not keep him hidden for yourself. Another person laughed and teased. Yu Zhu secretly admired Zhu Yi. The people present here were all top powerhouses of the entire country, and if he gained their favor, his future would certainly soar in a single step. 2 days later, the freshman grand tournament officially began. Robot flew around Suhang University and broadcast an announcement. Students, please pay attention. The freshman grand tournament will begin promptly at 10 a.m. Please proceed quickly to the sports field to assemble. As the time drew near, the Dean of the War Academy stood up to speak on behalf of the judging panel, which included the Deans of the Weaponry Academy, the Elemental Academy, the Tactical Institute, and the Logistics Institute. I am Wu Mang, the Dean of the Academy of Warfare. Welcome to Tuhang University. This freshman competition consists of 2 rounds. The first round is the challenge of the Secret Realm Instance, ranked by difficulty and completion time. The second round is a free challenge, where each person has 3 chances to challenge someone ranked above to swap positions. While Wu Mang was speaking, Meyer stood beside him, anxious and restless. Zhu Yi and Chu Ran had still not arrived. If they didn't make it to the exam on time, they would lose their eligibility. She shouldn't have sent the news without confirming about Ji Hanbing Lian. Now trouble was brewing, hopefully nothing serious. Not only Meyer noticed Zhu Yi's absence. Other students started whispering when they couldn't see him. Hey, have you seen Zhu Yi? Not yet. Maybe he forgot about the freshman competition. Could be, after all, he hasn't returned to school for a month. Amazing, that means one less rival for us. Zhen Lingfeng, standing in the crowd, secretly laughed coldly. Zhou Ye, you haven't been training at school, and you've wasted a whole month. Now you don't even have the courage to join the freshman competition. The opportunity right in front of you, and you can't even grasp it. Truly pitiful. Next is the first round of the freshman competition. Challenge the Secret Realm instance of Bai Yin begin. As Wu Mang finished speaking, the gate leading into the Secret Realm immediately opened. Black flame surged, covering a vast area. This year's freshmen have the largest scale and strongest abilities ever, so the school wants everyone to fully display their potential. This Secret Realm instance beyond easy, hard, and nightmare levels also added a special difficulty, the Abyss. A student excited said, they even opened the Abyss difficulty. No wonder the Secret Realm gate is blazing fiercely. Unreal, I remember the Abyss model is 10 times scarier than Nightmare. This will be entertaining. I will definitely sweep through the Abyss instance shortly. As he spoke, the students began preparing their equipment and supplies to enter the Secret Realm. Bring the best gear, mana potions, and weapons. Departure. As soon as Wu Mang finished speaking, the Secret Realm information appeared. Secret Realm instance, Fobong Lair, level range 12 to 19. Difficulty options, easy, hard, nightmare, abyss. Number of participants, 1 to 6. Known this dark forest lives a pack of ferocious Fobong. They say even a human body cannot fill the stomach of a small Fobong. Immediately all freshmen were transported into the Secret Realm, seeing most selected nightmare or abyss difficulty. Wu Mang nodded in admiration, not bad, not bad. Full of passionate youngsters who dare to advance. At that moment, he noticed something unusual. Where are numbers 001 and 3? Meyer hesitated and said, reporting to the dean, 001 and 003 went to the Whirlwind Mountain Vein for training. Still haven't returned. Mang shouted angrily. The freshman competition determines future cultivation directions and resources. Such an important matter, yet they dare to be late. Even at a young age, they rely on high ranks to become arrogant, ignorant of right and wrong. Dean Zhou Yi is not like that, he is because. Meyer hurried to explain for Zhu Yi, but before she could, Wu Mang waved her off. Students like that need tempering. If they don't show up, skip participation, place them last. Just then, Zhu Yi carried Chu Ran, rushing to the scene. Very sorry, we are late. After speaking, he and Chu Ran immediately selected Abyss difficulty. Soon after, both were transported into the Secret Realm instance. You have arrived at the Fobong Lair and selected Abyss difficulty. Note, monsters at Abyss difficulty are extremely frenzied. Please seize the opportunity to use the return rotation. Hopefully the difficulty is as rumored. Zhou Yi activated multiple support effects simultaneously. Blessing of Dawn, Gift of Courage, Gift of God, and Guardian's Gift, while drawing his weapon, ready to fight. Monster, Fobong Warrior, level 17, Bai Yin quality. Skills, Guardian, Attack Frenzy. Monster, use a Fobong Warrior, level 18, Bai Yin quality. Skills, Radiant Fortitude, War Kick. Zhu Ye glanced at the information of the beasts roaring, preparing to charge straight at him. Hope you can make me fight at full strength, Zhu Yi said excitedly, then leapt high and swung his axe. Elsewhere, Churan executed B-level skill Swift Shadow Breaker Slash, swinging the weapon continuously, releasing sword ki to penetrate the enemy's defense. Meanwhile, Ling Feng concentrated all flame energy around his body, unleashing Extreme Fire Fist on a single target, causing massive damage to handle the beasts. Another student chose to use C-level skill Whirlwind Rotating Kick, spinning and kicking enemies down, stunning them temporarily. But 16 Fobong attacking simultaneously still overwhelmed him. The judges monitored the students through screens and began commenting. Overall, this year's freshmen performed well. Fobong instance is the toughest secret realm in our school. Previously, many freshmen were defeated instantly and eliminated. This year, most held firm. At this moment, Wu Mang ordered the technical team, display window Yahello 1. I want to see what levels Yahello 1 reached after a month at Whirlwind Mountain Vein. The screen immediately displayed images. At that moment, smoke and flames surrounded him, and the system displayed a notification. Congratulations on clearing the first gate, defeating 16 Fobong. Time, 5 seconds. The incredible result left Hua Yang, Dean of the Academy of Elements, astonished. Only 5 seconds. How did Zhou Yi only use the support skill Holy Radiant Wheel, yet produce fire damage strong enough to directly destroy monsters? Tong Qi, Dean of the Armory Academy, speculated vaguely. Unless Zhou Yi's intelligence attribute is extremely high. Wu Mang, witnessing this for the first time, did not dare to conclude hastily, cautiously analyzing. High damage skills can have many causes: intelligence, support effects, or innate talent. One battle alone cannot confirm. Even someone with years of combat experience like me cannot discern what that strange wheel skill is or how it works. Apparently Zhou Yi did not waste the past month. This kid is interesting. Zhou Yi did not realize he was stirring the judges. He remained extremely focused on the fight and quietly called, "Punishment of Light." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of lightning bolts descended from above, striking the beasts and eliminating them. The notification continued. Congratulations on clearing the second gate, defeating 200 Fobong, time 1 minute 23 seconds. Riding the momentum, Zhou Yi continued with Spear of Victory, successfully clearing the third gate in 3 minutes 29 seconds. through the Abyss level instance. Completion time 4 minutes 57 seconds, rated SSS. You are recognized as the top record holder of the instance. Rewards: B-level skill book plus Hammer of Atonement, 13,212 experience points, 25 free attribute points, 25 skill points. Hammer of Atonement: swing the hammer containing divine power at the enemy, causing massive damage. As the first to clear, you unlocked a Tianfu achievement. Choose one of 3. Focus Divine Light, increasing 30% interruption immunity when casting skills. Battle Gate: A-level, speed increases continuously in combat up to 50%. Resolute Guard: A-level, when using shield as a weapon, increases durability by 30%. Upon receiving the notification, Zhou Yi was astonished. Clearing an instance and receiving a new Tianfu. Profession's strength is greatly linked to Tianfu. Initially, I relied on S-Rank Tianfu to become a Holy Knight at the Profession Transition Conference. This must be a privilege of B-level instances or higher. Previously, I set a record in the Copper instance during the exam, but there was no such reward. Choosing the third is reasonable, no need to worry about getting useless Tianfu. Thinking so, Zhou Yi began considering. Resolute Guard fits a Holy Knight in a defense-oriented build, but he doesn't often use it. Battle Gate is okay, just slightly inferior to Focus Divine Light. In actual combat, from detecting an enemy to counterattacking requires time. The stronger the opponent, the faster the attack speed, making neural response advantage precious. Combat is always unpredictable. Focused Divine Light can reduce danger if a skill is interrupted, even becoming the key to turning the tide. Just then, another gate radiating dark aura opened. A message on the gate: Abyss level instance cleared. Do you want to activate the side door? Disturbing aura emanated from the teleportation gate. Hopefully this side door brings some excitement. Zhou Yi eagerly stepped through without hesitation. Outside, Zhou Yi's recent performance once again astonished the judges, who evaluated based on their expertise. Combat techniques were strong. Elemental control nearly perfect. Quick thinking, adaptive, opening abyss difficulty was not wasted. Zhou Yi is versatile, mastering powerful offensive magic, enhancing strength, and even close combat is remarkable. But his Holy Knight skills are extensive. If he continues leveling, consumption will be high, results might be average. Wu Mang said after the competition. I will personally speak with him. Tong Kai and Huoyang quickly interjected. Wu Mang: Zhou Yi hasn't chosen an academy yet. His choice should be decided by the respective academy principal. Correct, everything should wait until Zhou Yi selects an academy. Zhou Yi is skilled in elemental magic, perfectly suited for the Academy of Elements. This is the start of vying for students. Those words immediately drew attention. Principal, everyone seems satisfied with Zhou Yi. Unfortunately, I arrived late and didn't witness his full potential. Wang Wei smiled. Back to Zhou Yi. As he entered the side door, a gloomy, deadly scene appeared. Seeing the pile of dry bones stacked like a mountain not far away, Zhou Yi wondered, was this place ever used for dark god rituals? He looked at the skeleton seated on the throne atop the bone mountain, thinking, this world has the god of light, naturally also has corresponding dark gods. Dark gods are not only the shadow deities, but also collective term for chaotic, insane, and dangerous gods. Worshipping the god of light or dark deity only requires loyalty, but worshipping dark gods demands pure life and soul. The infamous Blood Abyss event years ago was caused by a third-tier profession user worshipping a dark god. He secretly planned a sacrifice of a medium city, causing countless lives to vanish overnight, while he ascended from level 54 to 89. Although later eliminated by legions and patrols, the souls consumed by the dark god never returned. Since then, Zhangxia Nation strictly forbids dark god worship, executing violators immediately. Still, dark god cults continue to grow, with many voluntarily risking this path. Of course, not only humans worship dark gods. Beastfolk, elves, or angels can fall into that faith. Thinking this, Zhou Yi stepped into red formation on the ground. Immediately, a thick purple smoke covered the skeleton on the throne. Then the monster awakened. Monster, Fobong Wraith, level 19. Note, this is the Fobong tribe leader. Wraith evolved after dark god ritual. Pure flesh rarely seen. Humanity, your scent is enticing. Unexpectedly an immortal creature immune to physical damage. If other fighters encountered this final boss, they would likely despair on the spot. Zhou Yi hoisted his hammer on his shoulder, speaking to the boss with excitement. Come and taste it. Then, he used Divine Light Storm, summoning a condensed storm from Holy Light at the designated location. This attack caused minor magic damage to all enemies in range, serving as his counterattack. Witness of the Stone Sprout. As soon as the boss finished speaking, it was pulled into a vortex and crushed. But moments later, it restored and spoke, praising, Humanity, I admit your holy light is formidable, yet against the immortal power granted by Lord XCR, all is like eggs against stones. Seeing Zhou Yi's aura intensify, the boss made a conjecture. The holy light so dense. Looks like you intend to use an assassin strike. Futile, everything you do is merely flailing in desperation. Once you use all assassin strikes, how much strength remains? Wait until I revive again, then you will pay. Oh, is that so? Zhou Yi sneered, then extended his hand toward the boss. Instantly, a giant light sphere shot straight at the boss, causing it to scream in pain. But before vanishing, it still stubbornly stubbornly said, "I told you, you cannot defeat me." Nonsense. After speaking, Zhu Yi stood in place, repeatedly firing light spheres at the boss until it disappeared permanently. Congratulations, you have completed the instance. Completion time, 1 minute 12 seconds. Rewards, 713 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 19. Reward received, Fierce Monster Horn, Gold Grade. Unlimited resurrection was just an illusion. It seems depleting its strength is sufficient to defeat it. Before leaving the secret realm, Zhu Yi looked back, thoughts stirring. Upon entering, he sensed a vague yet violent power. That power was not elemental, but when using divine magic, he sensed similarities, concluding it was residual dark god energy. When the Phobong Wraith first revived, that strange power weakened slightly. Thus Zhu Yi inferred its revivals are not infinite. The correct way to clear the instance is to continuously defeat the Phobong Wraith, forcing it to draw dark god energy from the space until fully depleted. While Zhu Yi had completed the mission, other students were still struggling through the competition. Aside from the students knocked down by the boss, there were still people strong enough to defeat it, and Ling Feng was one example. As expected, the side stage was the hardest part of the instance. The ghostly bear monster had to be eliminated 10 times before it could be dealt with completely. Fortunately, he had just gained another 2 levels earlier, so the clear time was still kept within 8 minutes. Thinking of this, Shen Lingfeng felt secretly pleased and quickly left the instance. Divine Hand of Perception. Zhu Yi can use an S-rank skill. Qiqin, the dean of the Logistics Academy, could not help being shocked before smiling with delight. Seeing Zhu Yi walk out, the other teachers immediately began discussing noisily. Did Zhu Yi just attack blindly and luckily find a shortcut? Haha. If shortcuts were that easy, then let the other freshmen try it. That makes sense. It seems our paladin is still hiding quite a few secrets. An S-rank skill is not something a student from a barren region can touch. Could it be? Before that teacher could finish speaking, he heard the principal cough with obvious meaning. He immediately understood and fell silent, but his heart was still inevitably confused. The principal had actually stepped in to protect a student. At this moment, my who was watching Zhu Yi intently suddenly let out a soft sound of interest. There is something wrong with his level. Why is it level 19? When the others heard this, they continued discussing. Level 19 really? When the exam ranking list was announced, Zhu Yi was only level 13. Even Abyss level instance could not help him rise 6 levels in a row like this. This person is truly terrifying. I know a bit of the inside story. Wang Hui spoke up to explain. After reporting in, Zhu Yi left the school to hunt monsters and level up. During his trip to the Kuangfeng mountain range, he gained quite a lot, so he had already reached level 18 by the time he entered the instance. Since he could personally wipe out the Flame Wisdom Demon Legion, the freshman assembly is truly as easy as lifting a hand for him now. If the assembly were not the basis for allocating resources, I am afraid he would not even bother to participate. Shen Lingfeng had just stepped out of the instance when he saw Zhu Yi already standing outside, and his heart could not help being shocked. Why is he here? Could it be that man completed the instance before me? Thinking this, he immediately comforted himself. Impossible, that man must have failed at the side stage and withdrawn early. Bearing the glory of Jiangning's 8 great clans, I absolutely cannot lose to someone from the impoverished north. Shen Lingfeng told himself this, withdrew his skill, and returned to his normal appearance. Afterward, his cold gaze swept over Zhu Yi without even bothering to greet him, leaving Zhu Yi puzzled. Why so angry did he fail to clear the instance? Just then, he heard a shout ring out not far away. Zhu Yi immediately looked toward the sound and saw Churan falling freely from the instance gate. Careful! Zhou Yi called out and rushed over like lightning, catching Churan in time. Brother Zhu Yi, as expected, you cleared the stage faster than me. As Churan spoke, she very naturally wrapped her arms around Zhu Yi. Brother. Zhou Yi looked at Churan in confusion. You are a few months older than me, so shouldn't I call you brother? Churan answered calmly. Fine, it was only a small matter anyway, so Zhu Yi could only go along with her. Just then, a whole group of students also fell freely out of the instance gate like Churan, but they were not lucky enough to be caught by a handsome guy like her. Moreover, it seemed they had not had an easy time inside the instance either, because the moment they returned to the real world, they began crying out in pain and calling for help. Treatment team, save them quickly, hurry. Meyer urgently gave orders while running over to treat a heavily injured male student. An hour later, all the students finally left the instance safely. Wu Man closed the secret realm entrance and announced, Phase 1 has officially ended. The rankings and clear times will now be announced. It is finally being announced. I have been waiting so long, I'm about to lose patience. Shen Lingfeng was smiling proudly, but when he saw the results board, his face immediately twisted. Rank 1 Zhou Yi, instance clear time 4 minutes 57 seconds, side stage clear time 1 minute 12 seconds. Rank 2 Ling Feng, instance clear time 13 minutes 35 seconds, side stage clear time 7 minutes 42 seconds. Rank 3 Churan, rank 4 Xiaolan, rank 5 Qin Feng. That man really cleared the Abyss instance before me, and he was nearly 15 minutes faster. Unable to accept that truth, Ling Feng nearly went mad. climbing onto a dragon-carved pillar while cursing inwardly. Zhu Yi, you stole my place as top scorer in the grand exam, and now you have stolen first place in the freshman assembly too. No matter how you did it in the next second phase, I will definitely crush you beneath my feet. Ling Feng looked at Zhu Yi with a gaze like fired bullets. Zhu Yi did not know his inner thoughts at all and was only drawn by the exaggerated action. Why climb so high? Next, the free challenge round of phase 2 officially began. Wu Man clapped once. A series of floating arenas immediately appeared. Each person had 3 challenge attempts, and after each match, they would receive a 5-minute rest. Phase 2 is finally here. I wanted to challenge rank 7 and 54. My class was never suited to dealing with monsters, but it is very suitable for dueling others. I want to challenge rank 86. I want to challenge Zhu Yi. Ling Feng shouted loudly and jumped straight onto the arena. He looked at Zhu Yi provocatively. Come up here, Zhu Yi. Let us see who is stronger. Chu Ran gave Zhu Yi some information. He is Ling Feng, ranked 2 from a Jiangning noble family and possesses the extremely rare flame dragon bloodline. Because of your appearance, his wish to take first place in his ranking group was shattered, so that is why he hates you so much. His strength is clearly far beneath mine, yet he still does not know his limits. He has truly been blinded by hatred. Zhu Yi thought to himself, then sprang onto the arena. I hope you can bring out your full strength. Come, Zhou Yi, let us see who is stronger when a paladin fights a berserker, Shen Ling Feng said arrogantly. The moment the referee shouted start, he immediately erupted with power, using Scarlet Flame Fist and Blood Frenzy as he charged straight toward Zhou Yi. Below the stage, Wang Hui recognized Ling Feng's intent at a glance. This is the signature skill of a berserker. Ling Feng wants a quick battle. Wu Mang nodded in agreement, immediately activating Blood Frenzy and Scarlet Flame Fist to seize the first strike. That man wants to cut off Zhu Yi's buff enhancement ability. Hua Yang sighed. Ling Feng truly deserves to be called a descendant of a noble family. His tactical decision is very decisive. Though his battle thinking was not bad, Ling Feng was still a step slower than Zhou Yi. When he discovered that his attack had no effect on Zhou Yi, Ling Feng cried out in shock. Holy Light Guardian. When did you release it? Holy Light Guardian is a B+ rank skill that can block part of physical damage. This is exactly the skill I least wanted him to use, yet in the end I was still one step too slow. Shen Ling Feng secretly regretted it. A very wise choice. Your attack was indeed fast, but it only takes me 0.1 seconds to deploy Holy Light Guardian. Zhu, Isai said proudly while taking out the Hammer of Repentance. I was still hoping you would give me a proper fight, so I deliberately did not attack first. Sorry, it seems you cannot make me interested after all. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Yi raised the hammer high and slammed it down without hesitation. The blow struck Shen Ling Feng in the face, sending him plunging from midair straight to the ground. It shattered my flame pond shield in an instant. How does he have such powerful energy? While Ling Feng was still distracted, he suddenly realized that Zhu Yi had closed in at some unknown point, and the hammer in his hand was about to swing down. It is too late to dodge. No, I absolutely cannot lose. The instant Zhu Yi's hammer came down, Ling Feng was once again knocked flying from the arena floor, but unlike before, this time he had used Flame Dragon Body. After blocking Zhu Yi's hammer strike with one hand, Ling Feng immediately charged forward, punching toward his opponent with lightning speed. Flame Dragon Body. Looks like this is the power hidden in your bloodline. As Zhu Yi spoke, he moved lightly like a gust of wind, dodging Ling Feng's consecutive high-speed attacks. A thought also flashed through his mind. Chu Ran is like this, and Ling Feng is the same. Class holders with bloodlines all seem to have powerful trump cards. It really makes me a little envious. Even if you have activated your bloodline power, you are still no match for me. Zhou Ye caught Ling Feng's wildly attacking arm and swung the hammer again, but unlike before, Ling Feng actually dodged this move, making even Zhu Yi feel a trace of surprise. My Flame Dragon bloodline is not limited to close combat. Today, I will let you see the true power of Flame Dragon Body with your own eyes. Dragon Breath. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Ling Feng opened his mouth and spat fire straight at Zhu Yi. Oh, it is Dragon Breath again, the bloodline skill of the Flame Dragon bloodline. Ling Feng has been forced to use his trump card. In any case, Zhou Yi has no special bloodline, so he will probably fall into a disadvantage. Zhou Yi is sure to lose. Chu Ran had already been worried, and after hearing the crowd say this, she became even more uneasy. On the arena, Zhou Yi now used Holy Evolution Light Wheel, absorbing all the aura from Shen Ling Feng's Dragon Breath. This caused an ominous premonition to suddenly rise in Shen Ling Feng's heart. Zhou Yi's gaze at this moment made him feel as if a divine subject were facing a sovereign. Impossible, I refuse to accept the truth right in front of me. Ling Feng stubbornly continued spewing Dragon Breath toward Zhou Yi. It is useless. Your flames cannot escape my control. Zhou Yi raised his hand and completely gathered Shen Ling Feng's Dragon Breath. Afterward, he swung his hammer and drove the flames back toward Ling Feng. Since the battle battle has reached this point, it should end now. You want to use my own flames to defeat me? Keep dreaming. Watch me seize back control of the flames. Shen Lingfeng immediately used a skill to dissolve it. Unexpectedly, the flames continued charging toward their target, striking Shen Lingfeng directly in the face. That blow made him collapse directly onto the arena floor. Lingfeng has lost consciousness. Zhou Yi wins. As soon as the referee announced the result, the rescue team immediately rushed over to treat Lingfeng. Lingfeng, that arrogant and reckless berserker, had been almost completely suppressed throughout the entire match. Moreover, Zhou Yi's strength clearly had still not been fully revealed. If he unleashed all his power, just how terrifying would he be? A high level combined with powerful combat experience. Suppressing Lingfeng was only normal. That is true. Who would have expected him to gain 5 levels in just 1 month? While everyone was still discussing noisily, Wu Mang lifted his chin toward the arena and said in an interested tone, "Look, another provincial top scorer has appeared." A petite girl dressed in a Taoist robe stepped forward to challenge Zhu Yi. "I am Xiaolan, a level 17 Spirit Taoist. Please give me guidance." Spirit Taoist is a special advancement class in Xia country, extremely rare, specializing in talismans and sealing arts. After it was determined that Zhu Yun's strange illness was caused by her bloodline awakening, the priest had once suggested using sealing arts to control it. He had not expected to coincidentally encounter one here today. Zhou Yi silently observed his opponent, then replied, "Level 19 Paladin Yi. Student Zhou Yi, you did not use your full strength just now, right? When the battle starts later, can you let me experience your state of full power eruption? Rest assured, I will not interrupt you while you release your enhancement skills." Below the stage, many students only then came to a realization after hearing this. Unbelievable, when did Zhou Yi reach level 19? No wonder I could not appraise him with detection. It turns out he is 3 levels higher than me. Exactly, when he fought Lingfeng, Zhou Yi did not use any enhancement skills at all. That is too unbelievable. Isn't Xiaolan the noble daughter of the Song family from Guiyun province, the only family confirmed to practice outside? When Zhou Yi heard Xiaolan say this, he smiled with interest. "There is no need to hold back, I'll do as you wish. Then it is decided." Xiaolan cupped her hands and said with a smile, and after that the battle between the two officially began. Yi successively cast the skills Dawn Blessing and Courageous Grace. Guardian Grace shocked Xiaolan so much that her mouth fell open. Zhou Yi said, "This is my peak state. Next, enjoy the match between the two of us." With that, he waved his hand, sending a stream of light shooting straight toward Xiaolan. "Things have come this far, I have to go all out too." Xiaolan's expression turned serious as she began activating the talisman Pursuit of Repentance. A series of talismans spun through the air, quickly forming a barrier that separated her from the stream of light Zhou Yi had just released. Immediately afterward, she drew out a talisman and chanted an incantation, making that stream of light explode in midair. Xiaolan intended to use the dust cloud blocking his vision to retreat, but suddenly realized that Zhou Yi was no longer standing where he had been. While she was warily scanning her surroundings in search of him, Yi's voice suddenly rang out right behind her. "You think changing positions is enough to escape me?" As he spoke, Zhou Yi swung his hammer down. Xiaolan reacted extremely fast, immediately turning around and using talismans to form a shield, barely avoiding the surprise attack. She could not help wondering inwardly, when exactly had he appeared there? Even with all her passive defensive equipment activated, she had only barely managed to withstand it. "I will have to stake everything on this move." Xiaolan made up her mind in secret, then launched several fireballs at Zhou Yi to buy time. After that, she chanted an incantation and summoned an army with scattering beans into soldiers. Seeing this, Zhou Yi smiled with great interest and said, "Interesting. I did not expect it to be the Daoist scattering beans into soldiers." At Xiaolan's command, the scattering beans into soldiers unit charged forward together to attack. Zhou Yi took down the scattering beans into soldiers formation with only a few punches, but soon afterward they revived and continued rushing at him. These Daoist soldiers were not too difficult to deal with, but they had a recovery ability similar to ghostly bear monsters. Zhou Yi thought to himself, "This is a little troublesome. Perhaps I have to cut off the source of their magical power to destroy them." In the meantime, he continued fighting under Xiaolan's bewildered gaze. "This makes no sense. My Daoist soldier formation is strong enough to restrain a level 30 professional, yet Zhu Yi can still deal with it so calmly." While Xiaolan was still lost in thought, Zhu Yi once again swept behind her like a gust of wind and swung his hammer down. Xiaolan immediately raised both hands in surrender. "I admit defeat. Zhu Yi wins." Zhu Yi stopped his motion and asked in confusion, "Did you not want to have a real fight with me? The two of us were never on the same level. I accept my loss wholeheartedly." Xiaolan answered with a grin, while secretly thinking, what a joke. Free sparring is not limited to just one match. If I stubbornly charged in, my ending would definitely be no different from Ling Feng's. Next time there is a chance, I will ask for your guidance again. After saying that, Xiaolan jumped down from the arena. Zhou Yi spun the hammer in his hand, looked down below, and asked coldly, "Is there anyone else who refuses to accept this? I will stand here and wait for all of you to challenge me." Naturally, no one wanted to invite suffering on themselves, so they all found various excuses to avoid the match. Churan raised his head to look at Zhou Yi, clicking his tongue in admiration, as expected of brother Zhou Yi. Mai Er also looked up at Zhou Yi, finding him more pleasing to the eye the longer she looked. a physique that overwhelmed warriors, speed and intelligence far beyond mages. His strength was completely beyond imagination. One teacher asked the colleague beside him in doubt, did he truly come from an ordinary family in the resource-poor northern region? First place among the new students, the word genius was no longer enough to describe him. He was truly a monster. At the same time, Wu Mang looked at the tense expressions of the deans and thought to himself, the second round is about to end. It is also time for the academies to compete for students. No need to guess, Zhu Yi will definitely be the top target. Meyer also realized this and softly asked Dean Wei, do not worry. Wu Mang replied, I prepared long ago, this Zhu Yi must belong to me. In another development, many students took advantage of Ling Feng being injured after his battle with Zhu Yi to challenge him. Thanks to that, their rankings rose, while Ling Feng's position plummeted without stopping. Ling Feng was so furious that he ground his teeth, yet there was nothing he could do. He could only curse inwardly. Once I recover, I will make all of you regret it too late. Half an hour later, the second round free challenge officially came to an end. The top three positions were Zhu Yi, Churan, and Xialan respectively, and the grand freshman competition also concluded. At present, everyone's rankings have been rearranged, and the candidates' housing and credit points will also be allocated accordingly. Even if the ranking is low and the points are fewer, there is no need to worry too much. There are many ways to earn points in the school, as long as everyone is willing to work hard. Next is the introduction of the academies. First, our 5 deans will each give a brief presentation on the training quality of the 5 academies. Wu Mang was the first to introduce the War Academy. He said, although the dark age when otherworldly creatures invaded in great numbers has passed, countless professionals still fall on the battlefield every year. The goal of the War Academy is to train real combat ability and help students improve their chances of survival. Extremes and brutality are our motto. As for the Elemental Academy, it only recruits schools focused on elemental magical power. I will personally lead you. The Weaponry Academy is where the ability to use weapons effectively is trained, rather than relying too heavily on a flood of skills. Come to us with only your body and your weapon. You can still touch ultimate power. The Tactical Academy was established to cultivate students with command ability and effective combat operations. No matter what profession you belong to, consider joining us. Everyone knows that in war, an outstanding tactician can greatly reduce casualties for an entire legion. A strong logistics system is the foundation of every successful campaign. Dear lifestyle professionals, choose our Logistics Academy. Here, although you will not stand out in battle, you will study lifestyle professions in depth. When you mature, perhaps the warriors will still have to rely on us. At this point, the logistics dean laughed loudly and slapped his belly, making the other deans want to pretend they did not know him. Wu Mang coughed once and concluded, all information related to the academies has now been fully introduced. Now, students may log into the system and choose the academy they like. Other Zhu Yi, which academy are you planning to choose? Churan asked curiously, but Zhu Yi did not answer, only stared intently at his phone screen. At this moment, Wu Mang took the initiative to speak. Student Zhu Yi, if you join the War Academy, I will become your private tutor. A private tutor? Zhu Yi asked curiously. Wu Mang explained, every tutor can choose one outstanding student for private guidance. The resources controlled by the tutor will also be given priority for that student. In addition, I have prepared a meeting gift for you, including 3 A-rank skill books and 1 A-rank resource exchange order. The other deans also quickly entered the race to hunt the unicorn. Zhu Yi, choosing a private tutor is no small matter. You should think carefully. If you come to our Elemental Academy, I guarantee I will equip you with a set of legendary gear. The Dean of the Weaponry Academy had clearly been standing beside the War Academy Dean, yet he used a teleportation technique to arrive right in front of Zhu Yi and offered, as long as you become a member of the Weaponry Academy, any external resources useful for increasing your strength can be freely chosen and used. Hey, I clearly arrived first, Wu Mang said unhappily from upstairs. How can this be counted by who came first or later? The key should be sincerity. Zhu Yi was slightly troubled, raised a hand to scratch his chin, and inwardly felt that this scene seemed to have happened before. The other students could not help feeling jealous as they watched. 3 deans personally fighting over Zhu Yi. Was this the treatment reserved for the top score of the entrance exam? It was truly enviable. The position of a private tutor's student was no different from a family's true disciple, and they even received priority access to the tutor's resources. But the conditions offered by the 3 deans were far too generous. A-rank skill books were already rare, yet the Elemental Dean even promised legendary gear. What would the Elemental Academy recruit a Paladin for? While Wu Mang was still silently blaming his 2 old friends, he suddenly heard the principal say something that shocked everyone. Zhou Yi, become my true disciple. Principal. Everyone turned in unison to look at Principal Wang Hui. I will perform bloodline fusion art for you once. What is bloodline fusion art? Bloodline fusion art is a forbidden art that must be performed together with the blood of another race. This art can help you obtain a special bloodline. This technique will greatly strengthen your physique. Every time you level up, you will also receive more free attribute points and skill points. Principal Wang, wanting to take Zhu Yi as his student, immediately threw the students into an uproar. The moment he made a move, it was forbidden curse-level magic, far too exaggerated. One had to know that Wang Hui's highest-ranking disciple was the president of the Tianyu Guild, a peak guild of Central Xia. If Zhu Yi became his disciple, he could immediately borrow the principal's connections and soar to the sky in a single step. Ling Feng stood in front and grew even more jealous after hearing this, inwardly cursing that bastard for being truly lucky. Uncle Huayang knew he could not compete with Wang Hui and could only laugh bitterly. He had not expected Zhu Yi's appeal to be so great that even the principal could not hold back from making a move. It seemed there were still many surprises left on him. Wang Hui answered, then took out an item and handed it to Zhu Yi. This is the reward the commander-in-chief of the Snow Dragon Legion specially asked me to bring to you. Ling Feng recognized the item at a glance. A gold medal, how can this be? Even the Shen family, one of the 8 great families of Ningyan, does not have a gold medal. What right does Zhu Yi have to possess such a rare thing? Heavens, I am not seeing things. That is a medal of honor. Xia Lan exclaimed in shock. Chu Ran also said excitedly, and it is a gold contribution medal at that. My father fought on the front lines for many years and only received a silver contribution medal, honoring those who have made outstanding contributions, overcome every obstacle, and advance for the civilization of Central Xia. Zhu Yi read the information on the medal, unable to stop wondering inwardly, when did I make a great contribution to Central Xia? As if reading his thoughts, Wang Hui explained, I know everything about your performance in the Kongfeng Mountains. You fully deserve this gold contribution medal. The Kongfeng Mountains. But just eliminating the evil demon legion might not be enough to receive a contribution medal. Could there be something else hidden behind this? Thinking this, Zhou Yi still accepted the gift and did not forget to say, thank you, principal. Uncle Huayang laughed and teased Zhu Yi. Why are you still being so polite, still calling him principal? Zhu Yi immediately understood his meaning, bowed his head and called Wang Hui. Teacher, I am deeply honored to become your student. This matter cannot be delayed. I will take you away now. After saying that, Wang Hui used spiritual power to bring Zhu Yi away from there. Wu Mang walked smiling toward Jiang Churan, but just as he opened his mouth, Song Qi cut in. Student Jiang Churan, if you agree to become my personal disciple, I promise to treat you the same way I treated Zhou Yi. Old Song, you are deliberately blocking my way, are you not? Zhou Yi has already been recruited by the principal, so naturally Churan Qi allowed to be snatched away by you. Returning to the male lead, Zhu Yi was brought by Wang Hui to his private villa. This was the place he mainly used to store some extremely precious items. In the future, if anything comes up, you can come here to find me. First, I will take you to choose the materials needed for bloodline fusion art. Zhu Yi thought inwardly, this villa must be Principal Wang's private treasury. Entering and leaving both require teleportation. It might even be outside Suheng province, perhaps even out Central Xia. At that moment, a magic array appeared before Zhu Yi. Wang Hui gathered his elemental power and spoke to remind him. After casting the bloodline fusion art, your bloodline will transform from its very foundation. Most people only pay attention to forbidden curse-level magic, yet overlook the key point, the origin blood from the transformed bloodline of Tai Sincor. The bloodline potential of ordinary people is inherently very limited. The higher the level, the weaker the benefits from each level up become. So many class changers who reach a bottleneck choose to fuse with the blood of foreign races to raise their strength. After hearing this, Zhou Yi could not hide his astonishment. Could it be that even at his teacher's current level, he still had to worry about the difficulty of leveling up? Of course, after a class changer enters the 3rd advancement, every level up requires a massive amount of experience. Right now I am already level 64, and ordinary otherworldly creatures of the same level are all Lorval warriors, almost impossible to take down easily. I have prepared 3 kinds of origin blood for you. From the angel race, the titan race, and the dragon race, all of them divine descendant races. The bloodline fusion art can grant you a special grade bloodline, so you only need to choose one of the 3. This angel origin blood was extracted from the essence within the bones of an angel. Angels are divine descendants of the god of light, and if you fuse with it, you will gain a high-grade light affinity attribute. The Titan race is said to be descended from the thunder god, born with the ability to command lightning. After fusion, all your lightning-type skills will be clearly strengthened through repeated use. The dragon race are direct descendants of the dragon god, possessing the purest draconic bloodline. After fusion, you can create suppression toward all beast races. Angels, titans, dragons, all of them were high-level races, at least level 60. Even with the system's help, I still do not fully understand this world, so I do not dare make a decision rashly. Thinking this, Zhu Yi hesitated slightly before asking Wang Hui, Teacher, in your opinion, which one should I choose? Which one suits my current situation best among these 3 precious portions of origin blood? An ordinary young man man might already have wavered, relying only on instinct to randomly choose one. The fact that he could still keep his reason, think things through, and ask for advice at the critical moment was enough to prove this boy's calm and steady nature. Wang Hui secretly praised him and then gave his suggestion. Titan Origin Blood and Dragon Origin Blood are both very powerful, but after fusion they mainly strengthen your energy and magical abilities. I can see that you have a deep connection with the God of Light, so Angel Origin Blood is the best choice, and it may bring an advancement far beyond imagination. After weighing it for a while, Zhou Yi finally followed Wang Hui's advice and chose the Angel Origin Blood. It seems this type of Origin Blood suits you extremely well. You are my 5th student, and before you there are 4 senior brothers and sisters. When there is a chance, I will introduce you to them. Teacher, I still have one question. Why did you give me that outstanding contribution medal? Merely eliminating the evil demon legion should definitely not be enough to receive such a precious medal. Wang Hui answered with a solemn face, then I will not hide it from you either. The fact that you single-handedly wiped out the evil demon legion in the Kongfeng Mountains exposed their plan. The military discovered that otherworldly creatures can invade through medium-sized rifts. The moment Zhou Yi heard this, he immediately understood the severity of the matter. In that case, did it not mean there were already many otherworldly creatures hiding within Zhangxia? That is right. Through preliminary investigations across all of Zhangxia, people have already discovered hundreds of otherworldly creatures from various spatial rifts. Fortunately, those otherworldly creatures are all low level, and the legions can still handle them. At present, quite a few legions nationwide have received orders to eliminate them, and in the future the school system will also issue related missions. As my student, I hope you can be as powerful as your senior brothers and sisters from previous years and contribute your strength to the country. Zhou Yi clenched his fist, his expression full of determination as he replied, yes, teacher. Wang Hui handed him a cube and instructed, the bloodline fusion art still requires a few more preparations, so go back and rest first. Keep this transport device with you, and use it to come to my place at exactly 9 tomorrow morning. The next morning, Zhou Yi opened the system panel and looked it over, wondering which reward he should choose this time. Previously, teacher had said that the effect of bloodline fusion depended on one's own physique and each person's fortune, in other words, luck. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi chose the Blessed Spirit Potion. Item, Blessed Spirit Potion, S grade. After drinking it, the user can encounter good fortune for 12 hours. Hopefully, this S grade divine medicine obtained after killing monsters this time. This Blessed Spirit Potion would truly take effect. After saying this, Zhou Yi immediately used the bottle of divine medicine and opened the random treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained an S-grade heavenly treasure, Dragon Nurturing Fruit. Dragon Nurturing Fruit is a strange fruit grown from the corpse of a giant dragon, and after eating it, it can increase physique and magic damage. Zhou Yi was so happy he nearly jumped up. He had not expected it to be an S-grade heavenly treasure. The random treasure chests from before had always opened into useless things, yet after drinking the Blessed Spirit Potion, I really was a blind cat that stumbled upon a dead mouse. When it was time for his appointment with teacher Wang Hui, Zhou Yi immediately used the transport device and quickly arrived at his teacher's house as agreed. As soon as he arrived, he happened to hear Hua Yang say to Wang Hui, Principal, can you really bear to part with it? The divine descendant remains of the angel race are extremely rare, and refining angel origin blood from them is as hard as ascending to heaven. If this single portion of origin blood were taken outside, it would be enough to make the legions fight over it. I have always been waiting for someone I would willingly give the origin blood to, and Zhou Yi is the one I chose. I am very satisfied with him, so there is nothing reluctant about it. At this moment, Zhou Yi pretended not to have heard anything and greeted them. Teacher, Dean Chu. Wang Hui looked him over and smiled. Very good. It seems you have adjusted your body to its best state. Come here. This is the bloodline fusion art I prepared for you. Take off your shirt and sit in the very center of the magic array. Zhou Yi was about to do as told when Wang Hui turned to Hua Yang and said, Dean Chu, please activate the array. I will guard the formation from the side. Alright, Hua Yang answered, then began activating the array, officially carrying out the bloodline fusion art. Immediately, Zhou Yi's entire body was enveloped by the light of the light element, but very soon that golden glow was neutralized by the blue light of frost. Seeing this scene, Hua Yang could not help being shocked. This frost aura is too terrifying. Could Zhou Yi still have a special bloodline inside his body? In just a moment, the entire villa was covered in a thick layer of ice. Looking at his own arm, which was casting magic frozen over, Hua Yang became even more emotional. If Zhou Yi had changed his class into a mage, relying solely on this terrifying power of ice, he could also become a top-tier ice mage in the future. I knew that Zhou Yi's younger sister was awakening an ice bloodline, so I guess Zhou Yi might also carry a similar bloodline. The angel bloodline is one of the top-tier tier bloodlines, and during the fusion process, it will suppress bloodlines of lower quality. Because of that, I did not pay too much attention to it. But now the Angel bloodline and the Frost bloodline are actually connected, and have even produced a force of resistance. For the Frost bloodline to be of such high quality, I am afraid Zhou Yi's origins are far from simple. Wang Hui frowned as he spoke, secretly thinking to himself that foreign race bloodlines in the human body seem to originate from the earliest players who participated in eternity. After eternity and reality fuse, the higher a person's profession, the more easily they could receive a complete bloodline inheritance. The power of Frost on Zhou Yi's body can resist the Angel bloodline. More clearly put, his ancestor was very likely a high-ranking player who participated in the world of eternity from the very beginning. Otherwise, with the identity of a descendant, Zhou Yi absolutely could not trigger such a terrifying Frost bloodline. If not for the Frost bloodline obstructing it, the Angel bloodline would already have been able to completely merge into his body. Right now, the Frost bloodline and the Angel bloodline are resisting each other. Even if the Frost bloodline is blurred in the end, there will not be much of the Angel bloodline left either. Losing too much pure Angel origin blood, the final result might even be worse than using an A-grade heavenly treasure. Now, they could only leave it to fate. If they forcibly interrupted the fusion ritual, Zhou Yi would very likely suffer cultivation deviation and lose his life. Let us hope Zhou Yi has enough good fortune. Huoyang sighed as he spoke. At this moment, after enduring the intense pain caused by the two bloodlines of Angel and Frost, Zhou Yi suddenly encountered a change. The gate of consciousness has activated. Do you wish to enter the mental zone? In his subconscious, Zhou Yi seemed to be standing in other space. In the distance, an angel smiled at him and said, "My son, you have finally arrived. Could this be my mental zone?" While Zhou Yi was still doubtful, that angel continued speaking. "My son, congratulations on receiving the blessing of God. God has sent me to grant you true energy. From now on, you will not be bound by morality, nor limited by principles. You only need to follow your own desires and will. Then are you willing to accept this energy?" Beneath that hood was not the face an angel should have, but the vicious smile of a demon. How disgusting. Why is it that the moment I saw her, I immediately wanted to summon the holy light hammer and destroy her at once? My son, do not be afraid. Accept this reward with peace of mind, and you will gain a kind of power that has never appeared before. The fake female angel spoke while reaching her hand toward Zhou Yi, but in the blink of an eye, a hammer smashed straight into her face. Zhou Yi rested the hammer on his shoulder, suddenly feeling much more relieved in his heart. This feels much better. Sure enough, I should still follow my own true thoughts. At this moment, in some unknown place, the female angel Hang Yao was observing Zhou Yi. Seeing that scene, she could not help laughing. The attendant beside her immediately looked at her with an assessing gaze. "It is nothing, I just saw someone rather interesting." With that, she waved her hand, secretly looking forward to it in her heart. "Little one, do not disappoint me." Returning to the main events after being directly struck by Zhou Yi, the fake angel roared, "What are you doing? You dare blaspheme God? God will send punishment that leaves you no time for regret. Kneel down at once and beg for God's merciful forgiveness, and I can still consider absolving your sin on God's behalf. No need." Zhou Yi pointed his weapon at the fake angel like a declaration of war. This brat truly does not know what is good for him. A vicious smile appeared on the fake angel's lips again. After that, she stretched out the hand with sharp nails and made a clenching motion. Immediately, thousands of chains rushed over and surrounded Zhou Yi tightly, restraining him. Countless crimson eyes appeared at the same time. The fake angel now laughed in complete satisfaction. What a pleasant sound. This is the price of disrespecting Lord Exia. Exia, you are a lackey of an evil god. The moment Zhou Yi finished speaking, he was immediately struck with a slap. "Insolent wretch. Rat. You have successfully aroused Master's interest. Master specially sent me here to purify you. Accept the blessing yourself. Lord Exia will lead you onto the correct path." Immediately after, that evil power continuously corroded Zhou Yi's consciousness. At the same time, outside, a dark aura enveloped his body. Realizing that it was the power of an evil god, Wang Hui immediately used his strength to prevent the array from breaking apart. At the same time, he questioned why the forces of the dark gods appeared directly in the world's lifeblood, unless the bones of that angel were killed by the dark gods. Seeing Wang Hui's energy rise and be pushed back by the magical formation, Hua Yang's face turned pale. This is not good. Zhou Yi is in danger. The dark god forces will use every means to destroy the angelic power. Suddenly, Wang Hui exclaimed joyfully, "Wait, it seems the angelic power on Zhou Yi is not decreasing. On the contrary, it is growing stronger." The ice bloodline and the angel gradually suppressed the latent dark aura in him, allowing Zhou Yi to break the chains of the fake angel, leaving her astonished. Clearly wanting to lock his soul, yet suddenly such powerful divine forces appeared. Zhou Yi now transformed into a warrior of light with icy wings. He drew his weapon from his back and charged straight at the fake angel. The fake angel immediately vanished, changing form. In its place appeared the true form of the dark god's minion. He laughed loudly proudly, saying, "What, are you scratching an itch for me? Your resistance only complicates my plan further." The Dark God's minion continued to hurl iron chains at Zhu Yi. They only destroyed one ice wall. Before he could react, he saw the magical formation beneath his feet. Then, from the formation, sharp ice shards pierced through him. "Haha, I acknowledge this grand ritual. You call it human energy, but it is just a small light granted by the gods. Being the most devout follower of Lord XCR, call it energy. A mortal like you would not understand." The Dark God's minion's form swelled, thousands of eyes radiating destructive light at Zhu Yi. Yet Zhu Yi easily dodged the deadly light. As expected, insects only know how to flee. Dark God's minion used radiant chains to bind Zhu Yi, but he broke them and created a white shield. He escaped the deadly strike. What? The Dark God's minion was astonished. Quickly regaining composure, he continued to attack Zhu Yi with thousands of radiant eyes, but he deftly dodged and approached his true form. Then he used one yang finger successfully, causing the Dark God's minion to vanish. A sphere of light fell from the sky. Zhu Yi absorbed the power, received the sphere, and immediately a column of light shone on him, astonishing and exciting Hua Yang and Wang Hui. This is the angelic ability that completely nullifies the Dark God's energy. Fusion of angelic bloodline with ice bloodline is also an extremely clever method. An angel appeared, embracing Zhu Yi from behind, then gradually vanished, marking the official completion of the fusion process. Hu Yang stroked his long beard, smiling, saying Zhu Yi's fate is fortunate, receiving the blessing of the God of Light at a critical moment. Wang Hui could not hide his pride, smiling as he asked Zhu Yi, "How do you feel? It seems your power has leapt." At this moment, a series of notifications appeared before him. Special bloodlines, six-winged angel, heavenly bloodline, Guanming divine script. With the Guanming divine script, you have a high affinity with light and ice elements. Other elements also gradually increase. Tianfu bloodline, magic immunity, able to resist enemy spells and skills, including dispel, purification, and non-damaging abilities. As a six-winged angelic bloodline with two Tianfu bloodlines, Zhu Yi was astonished. Hua Yang's eyes widened. Six-winged angel. Bloodline fusion successfully evolved into the six-winged angelic bloodline at the highest level, evolution grade S. Master, there is also a secret plus bloodline called Divine Realm Angel. Zhu Yi stammered while reading the notifications. Secret bloodline Divine Realm Angel S releases stored power in the body. The higher the level, the stronger the power. Before level 50, the angelic bloodline had not fully absorbed it. After using the secret technique, entering a period of weakness. Now trying the secret technique to show you my true strength. Hearing Wang Hui, Zhu Yi began cultivating, using the Divine Realm Angel secret blood. Angelic power erupted, leaving Hu Yang agape, elemental energy overwhelming. Wang Hui activated his spiritual power, observing Zhu Yi, then assessed well the strength after using the secret bloodline increased fivefold. Zhu Yi felt unprecedented energy flowing through his entire body. Light and ice elements were simultaneously his loyal allies. He could control them. The power was so great that the Wang Hui mansion's safety system sounded an alarm. Warning, high-level elemental energy detected, level 3 defense status activated. The angel behind the wing is the elemental energy pet. Retract the secret technique, otherwise the defense system will attack him. Zhu Yi quickly absorbed the power. The Wang Hui mansion system returned to normal. He suddenly felt fatigued, used a healing skill. Hua Yang worried. "How are you? Any discomfort?" The secret bloodline increased his strength rapidly, but having never experienced a long battle, he felt pain all over. Wang Hui explained, "The secret bloodline boosts combat power too quickly, consuming much, so it should be reserved as the final trump card." Hua Yang looked at Wang Hui and Zhu Yi, silently admiring. Six-winged angelic bloodline dual Tianfu evolution, and secret plus divine realm angel bloodline. Other newcomers could hardly keep up with Zhu Yi. Based on bloodline reactions, Master guessed his sister's ice bloodline was also formidable. To awaken optimally, use extreme ice fusion to create extreme ice pill. Dai has alchemy, you can place orders via the school system. Returning to rest, Wang Hui patted Zhu Yi's shoulder. Hua Yang withdrew his smile, seriously asking, "Why did the Dark God's energy look at Zhu Yi? If something unexpected happens, Suhang University and the whole Zhong'an nation will also suffer losses. Thanks to the God of Light, I will investigate thoroughly, leaving no possibility unchecked." Back at the dorm, Yi pondered making the extreme ice pill. Besides extreme ice fusion, A-grade ice wolf herb was needed. The Snow Dragon Legion would soon send the materials. Yi miscalculated. Bronze medal awarded 500 credits, silver 1000 credits, gold 2000 credits. Enough credits to purchase in the general store. Meyer, following Wu Mang's instructions, brought War Academy resources to him. In just one day without meeting, Zhu Yi became much stronger. The pressure felt not from level but from noble bloodline. Meyer silently admired. Zhao Yi was surprised. Didn't he choose Master Wang Hui? Why did Wu Mang bring resources? Meyer explained, Master Wang Hui is a personal teacher, but routine studies are at the academy. War Academy resources are allocated to outstanding newcomers. So that's why. But why the War Academy? Meyer, you are a mage, right? Not allowed for mages to teach at the War Academy. Meyer joked and provided resources to Zhu Yi. The A-rank heavenly treasures included Heavenly Mountain Dragon Root and Ice Prism Grass, along with the A-rank weapon, Chaotic Broken Sword. There was also B-rank equipment, the White Bear Armor of the Marcus tier. The B-rank enchanting materials included Secret Pursuit Tendon and Earth Dragon Fresh Blood. The C-rank skill books included Touch of Frost, Ice Beast Guard, and Light Blade. There were many items, but the only one Zhu Yi truly cared about was Ice Prism Grass. Ice Prism Grass could be used with the Extreme Ice Lotus to refine the Extreme Cold Pill, a pill that could greatly increase the chance of awakening an ice bloodline. This was truly exactly what he had wished for. It lived up to the name of Fortune Spirit Medicine. As long as he obtained the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus and bought a few more supplementary materials, the Extreme Cold Pill could be refined. After Zhu Yi finished signing for all the items, Meyer spoke up. Alright, the main matter is done. Now it is time for me to remind you your strength has grown and training in the Qiangfeng Mountains is indeed fine, but venturing deep into the inner region is far too reckless. No matter what you do, make sure you can protect yourself before taking action. At this point, Mayer's expression turned slightly sad. Every year, Suhang University has many Tianfu graduates, but those who truly shine like precious jade are extremely rare. You have to understand many Tianfu encounter unpredictable accidents outside and die halfway through their journey. Do not blame me for nagging. Caution is always better. Zhu Yi could not tell Meyer that he had the system protecting him, and that the danger of entering the Qiangmo ravine was still within his control. Thinking of this, Zhu Yi chose his words and replied that he understood her goodwill and would remember it. He also wanted to ask whether, now that his strength had just increased, she could recommend a few safe training places for real combat. Meyer sighed that he truly was a monster, then led him to an area full of robots. You can deploy training robots for real combat, while also setting different levels of difficulty to challenge yourself. These training robots have combat forms from level 1 to level 10. The greater the number of robots, the stronger their overall combat power becomes. In level 10 form, the robots can even defeat a level 2 expert. The entire challenge process will be recorded in detailed images by the surrounding observation robots, while they also track your data to generate a report after it ends. Although you can stop at any time, I still advise you to start from a lower difficulty first. I have class now, take it step by step, remember to act within your limits, and do not push yourself too hard. The rest is very simple, you only need to give the visual orb a command to begin the challenge. As soon as Meyer left, Zhu Yi immediately ordered the visual orb to begin. He requested the activation of level 7 combat form. The instruction has been received, the execution program quickly responded. Combat monitoring has been activated, 50 training robots have also been fully deployed. Please take note, level 7 combat form has officially begun. As soon as the visual orb finished speaking, a storm of bullets and bombs poured densely down on Zhu Yi. But with his masterful evasion ability, these tricks were truly nothing worth mentioning. After escaping the robot's concentrated assault, Zhu Yi began counterattacking with the ice power he had just obtained after fusing with the ice bloodline. With just one punch, he shattered a giant robot. It seemed ice power really could be used very well. Zhu Yi secretly felt pleased, then switched to casting Ice Storm. With a single move, the entire robot army was swept clean. Student Zhu Yi, congratulations on passing the level 7 combat form test. Training result, a total of 50 level 7 robots were all defeated in 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Overall evaluation, excellent. Ice power indeed had a special effect in controlling opponents. Since level 7 combat form was this easy to pass, he wondered whether the highest difficulty would be enough to force him to use his full strength. After thinking for a moment, Zhu Yi decided to try again. Visual orb, directly activate level 10 combat form. Severe damage to the training robots has been detected. Level 10 combat form has activated its preparation plan. Immediately afterward, the robots began to transform and upgrade. Level 10 combat form, extraordinary grade training robots taking over for battle. The attribute values of extraordinary grade training robots are equivalent to those of an ordinary level 25 professional. Supreme Intelligence Authority is also activated. If the battle threatens your safety, please immediately issue an order to cease combat. Hearing this, Zhu Yi grew even more excited, because this was exactly what he wanted. At last, I can fight with everything I have. After a 3-second countdown, a robot immediately used ice power to attack Zhu Yi, leaving him unable to help being surprised. But in the next instant, he had already leapt up to dodge and cast Ice Light Phantom Body, using the properties of light and ice to create crystal clones to confuse the enemy. After that, he used Clear Light All to destroy the robot's weapon. Unexpectedly, it copied that move and counterattacked back toward Zhu Yi. The weapon in his hand was instantly knocked flying. How could it copy the skill he had just used? Could the visual orb have synchronized his combat data to it? The attack system has been synchronized. Combat efficiency has increased significantly. The weapon module optimization process has been completed. The system has returned online. What is that? Ye stared in shock as one side of the cannon barrel transformed into a mechanical wolf. Even the Gale Wolf can be copied. Looks like the only option is to fight it head-on. Thinking of this, Zhu Yi immediately accelerated and sent the robot wolf flying with a punch in the blink of an eye. Activate Angel's Realm, let us see whether you can still copy this. Elsewhere, after agreeing to become Dean Song's true disciple, Zhuran received a large amount of rare resources, and her cultivation also improved noticeably. Last time she had repeatedly failed when challenging level 7 combat form, so she wanted to try again now. But when she verified her fingerprint to enter the robot training room, she received a notification. We regret to inform you that the training robots have currently suffered severe damage. Please return tomorrow to challenge again. This training area was originally meant for new students, and under normal circumstances, most people rarely challenged beyond level 6. Even if Brother Zhou Yi wanted to try level 10, it should not be that easy. Who exactly is inside there? Back on Zhou Yi's side after activating Angel's Realm, he immediately used Holy Light chains, releasing chains condensed from Holy Light to bind the enemy tightly and restrict its movements. Next, he cast True Sight of Light to see through the opponent's weaknesses and hidden abilities. This ability also provided guidance for the next attack. As soon as he identified the robot's weakness as the energy device on its chest, Zhou Yi aimed straight at that spot and threw a punch. The robot instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal, and the entire training area was blasted apart as well. Level 10 combat form has been successfully defeated. Access Authority has been reactivated. Due to severe damage to the training ground, it is recommended that you return next week to challenge again. Even level 10 combat form was successfully challenged. What terrifying figure could be inside? Zhuran advanced with both confusion and caution, softly calling out to student Zhou Yi. Congratulations on passing the level 10 combat form test with a result of 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Overall evaluation outstanding excellence. Strongest single physical attack reached 27,304. Strongest single magic damage reached 56,21. And the highest total damage from a single skill was 106,021. If he had not been ambushed by the robot wolf, perhaps this battle would have been won more easily. It seemed he needed to quickly contract a magic pet that could fight shoulder to shoulder with him. While Zhou Yi was thinking, he heard a voice calling from behind him. Zhuran ran over happily and asked, "Brother Zhou Yi, have you completed your bloodline fusion? How did you become this strong after just one day apart?" Zhou Yi replied that it was nothing. He had just completed the bloodline fusion technique this morning, and now he had a 6-winged angel bloodline. Zhuran looked at him with admiration and said, "That is wonderful. That is an extremely rare divine descendant bloodline. My ghost bloodline can only be considered a fairly high-quality bloodline." Zhou Yi smiled faintly, then asked Zhuran to take him to the magic pet market so he could contract one and increase his combat strength. Zhuran naturally agreed happily. 1 hour later, at the magic pet market, a silver-grade scarlet flame tiger cub able to reach a maximum of level 20 when fully grown now only costs 110 study points. A mature level 19 dragon horn rhinoceros carrying dragon bloodline, priced at 210 points, only one available, first come first served. Zhuran led Zhou Yi around the market, then asked whether he liked a magic pet. Zhu Yi pondered and replied, "I once tamed a gale wolf in the Qiangfeng Mountains, but unfortunately after defeating the demon child, I fell unconscious and missed the best time to form a contract. I want to find a gale wolf cub with wind element spell Tianfu to contract." As soon as Zhu Yi finished speaking, someone immediately called out that he had a gale wolf cub for sale. "I happen to have one here." A rather unfamiliar young man wearing glasses came forward to make his pitch. "Students, greetings to you both. I am a third-year student of the Logistics Academy, Liu Jixu, and also a level 22 breeder. I just so happen to have a gale wolf cub I raised personally. Would you like to take a look?" Zhuran added, "Breeders belong to the Life Skill Profession Group, and he is also a student of Suhang University. Compared with the stalls run by outsiders, the magic pets he provides should be more reliable." After hearing this, Zhu Yi replied, "All right." At this moment, Liu Jixu raised a beast with 2 differently colored eyes and introduced it without pause. This gale wolf was born around 10 days ago, and its mother is a silver-grade gale wolf. I have used appraisal to confirm that its aptitude is silver-grade. If you too want to buy it, it only costs 60 points. Zhou Yi asked, slightly disappointed. "Only silver-grade. Is there a gold-grade one?" "Gold-grade? Don't even mention me. There are hardly any in this entire magical pet market. If you truly want one, once there is news of a gold-grade wind wolf cub, I will notify you at once, but the price will definitely be much higher." "Then forget it, let's look at this one first." Zhou Yi picked up the little wind wolf. The cub seemed to like him very much, letting out soft whimpers as if acting spoiled. "Brother Zhou Yi, I think it seems a little strange. Its body is too small. It clearly didn't develop well." Liu Jixu looked slightly unnatural when he heard that and hurriedly said, "Wind wolves are naturally a little smaller than other magical beasts. A cub this size can still be considered normal." Zhou Yi lifted the little wind wolf high and replied with a smile, It's fine, buy this one. There are no useless magical pets in this world, only useless masters. I can see its future. After the transaction was completed, Liu Jixu smiled brightly and handed Zhou Yi a scroll. This magical pet contract scroll is included for free. The total is only 60 points. You can form a contract with the Wind Wolf Cub now, and later it will be very convenient to keep it in your contract space and carry it with you. At this moment, Liu Jixu was secretly delighted, because among the whole litter of Wind Wolf Cubs, this one was the weakest in condition. He had originally been worried that he would not be able to sell it, but he had not expected to run into a reckless fool. Fortunately, the other party had paid the credits first. If this frail cub had an accident and dropped in grade during the contract, it would truly be troublesome. Come on, I believe you will definitely become stronger. After saying that, Zhu Yi began forming a contract with the little Wind Wolf. After being consumed, the Fortune Spirit Potion could make a person lucky for 12 hours, and it seemed the effect had yet to fade. The little Wind Wolf suddenly transformed from a defective product into an extremely rare magical pet, leaving everyone who witnessed it astonished. This purple light, could it be the birth of an epic grade magical pet? I never expected someone could buy an epic grade magical pet in this market. His luck is too great. Brother, are you selling that Wind Wolf Cub? I'll pay 1,000 points. Brother Zhu Yi truly has a discerning eye. It turned out this Wind Wolf Cub was an epic grade magical pet that had degenerated. After receiving the nourishment of his magical power, it immediately recovered its original aptitude. Zhu Yi scratched his head and gave an awkward smile, thinking to himself, epic grade, it seems I still underestimated the effect of the Fortune Spirit Potion. The surrounding cries of admiration made Liu Jixu so furious that he ground his teeth. Damn it, that man had actually sold an epic grade magical pet to a freshman at a bargain price. That's right, brother Zhou Yi, you still haven't named it, Churan reminded him. Zhou Yi thought for a moment, then replied, then let's call it Little Gray. While Churan and Zhu Yi were happily playing with Little Gray, Liu Jixu suddenly went back on his word. Classmate, I'm sorry. It was my oversight that made me sell this cub to you at a silver grade price. If you still want to keep it, make up another 500 points. Of course, you can also dissolve the contract and return the magical pet to me. I will refund you 300 points. You had better decide quickly. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they immediately began whispering among themselves. Clearly, Liu Jixu had not carefully checked the cub's grade. Otherwise, how could he have sold it so easily? He had the Liu family supporting him from behind, and the Liu family had a long-term partnership with the school, so those two would probably be in trouble this time. No matter how one looked at it, the epic grade magical pet that had just fallen into his hands would likely be difficult to keep. This is truly the first time I've ever heard of someone demanding something back after selling it. Zhou Yi released his aura, his expression cold, killing intent plain to see. Stop standing here indulging in wishful thinking, get out of my sight. With only one look, Zhou Yi frightened Liu Jixu so badly that he began doubting his life. He did not understand why a freshman could possess such a powerful presence. Seeing Zhou Yi advance step by step, Liu Jixu trembled in fear and stammered out an explanation. Brother, it was my fault. This was all just a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Just take this Wind Wolf Cub. It's good that you know your place. Don't let me see you again, otherwise you'll bear the consequences yourself. After saying that, Zhu Yi and Churan turned and left. The soft sensation in her palm made Churan adore it. Brother Zhou Yi, can I come to your place and pet Little Gray in the future? You can come anytime. At this moment, a few passersby finally recognized Zhu Yi. Wait, that person seems to be Zhu Yi, the freshman ranked first. He is the Zhu Yi whom Principal Wang Hua accepted as his exclusive disciple. I heard he was also awarded the Gold Contribution Medal. Liu Jixu has always relied on the Liu family to act arrogantly, and this time he finally kicked an iron plate. Make way, please make way. Oh my, Liu Wucheng is here. Is he here to back up his younger brother? Liu Wucheng walked through the crowd and came before Liu Jixu. The moment Liu Jixu saw him, he immediately complained. Big brother, you have to stand up for me. Before Liu Jixu could finish speaking, he was kicked squarely in the face. Useless trash. Do you know what it means for a freshman to receive the Gold Contribution Medal? It is already lucky that he was willing to spare you. From now on, don't stay here being an eyesore. Get as far away as you can. Liu Jixu held his swollen cheek, still unable to understand what exactly he had done to provoke such a terrifying figure. Back to the male lead. As expected, it is a newborn epic grade Wind Wolf. Even though it is so small, it can already instinctively use wind-type abilities. While Zhu Yi was checking Little Gray's abilities, the people from the Snargan Legion delivered the Extreme Ice Frost Lotus directly into his hands, making him so happy he could not stop smiling. He had not expected the Snow Dragon Legion to be so efficient. He had left the Gale Mountain range less than 3 days ago, yet they had already delivered it. The Extreme Ice Frost Lotus was finally in hand. As long as it was refined into the Extreme Frost Pill, the crisis of Zhou Yun's bloodline awakening could be easily resolved. Remembering what teacher Wang Hui had once instructed, Zhu Yi immediately made an appointment with an alchemist. We have arranged an appointment for you with teacher He Tan, a level 9 alchemist. Because the materials and confidentiality requirements for refining S-Rank, heavenly treasures are extremely important. Please come to the pill department to discuss the details. After receiving the notice, Zhou Yai quickly headed to the pill department. At this moment, teacher He Tian was teaching a class. Only his student Lin Yi remained on duty. What kind of pill do you want refined? If you have any questions, I can answer them for you first. An S-Rank pill, the Extreme Frost pill. As he spoke, Zhou Yai took out the materials, causing Lin Yi to cry out in unconcealed surprise. An S-Rank Heavenly Treasure, the Extreme Ice Frost Lotus, and even A-Rank Ice Wolf Grass. You look like a freshman, so how do you have so many rare heavenly treasures? Zhou Yi smiled modestly. Just luck. Since you have already prepared the Extreme Ice Frost Lotus and Ice Wolf Grass, you only need to add another 800 credits for the S-Rank pill refining fee. Leave your contact information. Once teacher finishes refining the Extreme Frost pill, I will notify you to come pick it up right away. After the two exchanged contact information, Zhou Yai headed to the classroom. There, he happened to overhear two students chatting. Have you heard? Creatures from other worlds have been discovered in many places recently. Really? Haven't you heard anything? Recently, many legions and guilds have been recalled from the front lines. A friend of mine in a legion revealed that traces of creatures from other worlds seem to have been discovered all across Jiangxia Nation. It seemed the news of an invasion from another world had already spread everywhere. While Zhu Yi was still thinking to himself, someone suddenly patted him lightly on the shoulder. Xiaolan, you're taking this class too. Of course, my instructor is Wu Mang. Looks like we'll be classmates from now on. Xiaolan reached out and said playfully, Classmate Zhu Yi, I look forward to your guidance in the future. I look forward to yours as well. Xiaolan laughed. You're so capable, expecting me to teach you is probably impossible, but if you need any help in the future, just say so. Just then, the teacher for the Magical Beasts course entered the classroom. That person was none other than Meyer. Before we officially begin the lesson, I have a few important announcements. Just as the rumors say, many creatures from other worlds have indeed appeared in Jiangxia Nation. Although they are not too powerful yet, the nation still attaches great importance to this matter. Faced with this potential threat, the Jiangxia Nation legions have entered level 3 readiness, and the resources invested in major schools have also been doubled. Therefore, our Sohang University will increase the monthly resources allocated to students according to ranking by 70%. At the same time, after completing missions assigned by the school, you will receive more credits than before. The Abyss Mode permissions for the 3 major dungeons in the school will also be opened, but you will need to use credits to buy Abyss Magic Stones to activate them. After hearing this, the students immediately began discussing excitedly. The nation was distributing a large amount of resources, clearly determined to cultivate powerful experts at any cost. Abyss Mode was finally opening, which meant they would have even more resources. Even credits and mission rewards had increased, so it seemed the school was about to make a major move. Students, I hope everyone will calm down and restrain your excitement. Meyer stood on the podium and snapped her fingers, and the burst of energy instantly silenced the entire class. No matter how resources are adjusted as students, all you need to do is focus on cultivation and develop stronger abilities. It seems I'm not the only one who has improved. Teacher has also become much stronger compared to when I first met her. Alright students, let us begin today's lesson. Open your books to page. A few hours later, class ended. Now that I've reached level 19 and already have the Extreme Ice Frost Lotus, there's no need to risk entering the Gale Mountain Range anymore. The Abyss level Goblin Dark Prison Dungeon is the ideal place for me to gain experience and level up. While Zhu Yi was deep in thought, he suddenly saw Churan standing not far away. Churan, why are you here? I heard the clear rewards for the 3 dungeons in the school will also increase, so I wanted to invite you to try them together. What a coincidence, I had the same idea. After teleporting to the dungeon hall, Churan asked, Brother Zhou Yi, what difficulty are you planning to challenge Abyss level? What about you? Churan hurriedly waved her hands. Abyss level is truly too hard. I'm far different from you. With my current strength, I'm probably only able to challenge hard difficulty. Zhou Yi held her hand and comforted her softly. It's fine. After I clear Abyss level, I'll team up with you and challenge it again. Then it's decided. I'll try hard difficulty first, you can do it. Churan replied shyly, then turned and left. Just then, the arrival of one person instantly stirred up the entire hall. Why did Ji Mingxuan come here? It has been ages since an expert came to challenge a dungeon. Do you not know about it? If someone breaks the Abyss rank dungeon clear record, they will receive a Tianfu achievement reward. It is true, without a special opportunity, it is almost impossible to obtain a Tianfu achievement. No wonder Ji Mingxuan rushed over. Ji Mingxuan, Mage Profession level 23, ranked 86th on the Earth ranking. How annoying, I still have to hurry and challenge the Abyss rank dungeon too. Zhou Yi quietly glanced over Ji Mingxuan's information. After that, he selected the Abyss Rank Goblin Dungeon and stepped inside, instantly cop roar throughout the hall. Is that not Zhu Yi, the top-ranked new student? Haha, a level 19 Paladin actually dares to try Abyss difficulty. He truly does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Overestimating himself, his 400 academic points are as good as thrown away. Jai Mingxuan stood nearby and secretly looked down on him when he heard this. It seemed the resource adjustment had made some people far too confident. You have chosen to challenge Abyss difficulty. Your account will automatically deduct 400 academic points to exchange for an Abyss Demon Stone. You have been transported to the Goblin Lower City. Note monsters in Abyss Rank dungeons will become more ferocious according to the difficulty. If you feel you cannot hold on, crush the Abyss Demon Stone to immediately leave the dungeon. Why is this place so ruined? Could this be the aftermath of the goblins occupying and destroying it? While Zhu Yi was still thinking, a goblin suddenly launched a sneak attack from behind, but with only a light wave of his hand, he instantly brought it down. Only a few seconds later, an entire goblin legion had surrounded Zhu Yi tightly, then charged forward to attack all at once. Monster Goblin Warrior level 22. Silver aptitude. Skills include assault and cleaving strike. It seemed there were quite a few goblins in this wave. The stronger the opponent, the more meaningful the challenge became. As soon as the thought ended, Zhu Yi swung his mace, sweeping away the entire group of goblins with a single strike. Immediately afterward, another group of goblins appeared, forcing Zhu Yi to calculate seriously. It seemed the difficulty of this stage lay in the constant surge of large numbers of goblin soldiers charging forward desperately, thereby making the challenger consume a great deal of magic power. He had to conserve magic power and ensure he still had enough strength to cast skills when facing the boss. Thinking of this, Zhu Yi decided to use Radiant Grand Shadow Slash. He swung his weapon continuously at extreme speed, creating countless light-like slashes to sweep the monsters clean. Congratulations, you have eliminated the goblin group, gained 1,036 experience points, level 19, progress 22,743 out of 54,000. As expected, the higher the level, the harder it became to level up. Even if he killed many more goblins, he feared he could at most reach level 20. Hopefully, after defeating the boss, the experience gained would help him break through soon. Zhu Yi continued deeper inside, and before long he found the boss. Monster Goblin Great King, level 24. Epic aptitude skills unknown. Note, the Goblin Great King once led the goblin race to occupy several human cities. Tiny human, welcome to the land of death I prepared. You dared to kill my kin, then die. As soon as it finished speaking, the Goblin Great King swung its axe downward, forcing Zhu Yi to leap high and dodge. This goblin was truly powerful. Its body was huge, yet its speed was not affected at all. Thinking this, Zhu Yi gathered his strength and launched a counterattack. But under its Itai state, the boss resisted almost all physical attacks, while also being able to activate a shield to reflect part of the damage. Therefore, that last attack was no different from a mosquito-biting stainless steel to the boss. Knowing it was difficult to rely on physical attacks, Zhu Yi immediately switched to magic and created magical chains. The chains quickly controlled the boss, leaving it unable to move. Immediately afterward, Zhu Yi unleashed another move, directly ending the boss in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, you have completed the Abyss Rank dungeon. Clear time 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Based on the previous record, you have set a new speed record for completing this dungeon. Congratulations, you have slain the boss, gained 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24,119 experience points. The Goblin King was an Abyss boss, yet one move was enough. He had even deliberately saved a lot of magic power, preparing to use a powerful skill against it. Just then, another notification panel appeared. You have unlocked the A-Rank Tian for rapid spellcasting, greatly increasing the release speed of magic skills, and even allowing low-level spells to be cast instantly. As expected, breaking the Abyss dungeon record gave him another new Tianfu. With the enhancement of the A-Rank Tian for rapid spellcasting, his strength rose another step. It was also time to go back. The only pity was that he was still only close to reaching level 20. Even so, he now had plenty of academic points, and could later take Zhu Ran to try the Abyss dungeon again. At the same time, outside the dungeon hall, many people who had chosen Abyss difficulty had been forced to give up, because they could not withstand the pressure inside. They and the people who chose other levels looked up at the rankings, discussing endlessly. No one has cleared it even now. This Abyss dungeon is too hard. I was surrounded by hundreds of silver goblins as soon as I entered. If I had not escaped quickly, I probably would have been trapped inside. No wonder it is called Abyss Rank. The intensity is truly terrifying. Looks like we can only count on an Earth ranking expert like Jai Mingxuan. Zhu Ran stood among the crowd, and when she heard this, she silently thought that it was fortunate she had only chosen medium difficulty, allowing her to pass smoothly. Now she only hoped brother Zhu Yi could clear it. I heard an Abyss Rank dungeon was also open during this new student competition, and quite a few people cleared it too. Right, there seems to be someone named Zhu Yi. a level 19 Paladin ranked first among new students, and he even set a new record. The two young men were talking when someone suddenly shouted, "The dungeon record has been refreshed again." One person widened his eyes in disbelief, pointed toward the ranking board, and said, "Is that not the name Zhu Yi at the top? Rank 1 Zhu Yi Abyss difficulty, clear progress 100%, time 10 minutes and 56 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the fastest clear speed for the Goblin Dungeon at Abyss rank." The crowd immediately erupted. Finally, someone cleared Abyss difficulty. Zhou Yi. Why have I never heard this name? Could he be a third-year senior? Yi is the top-ranked new student, but no matter how strong he is, how could he so easily kill a level 24 epic Goblin King? I am also a new student who participated in the competition. It has only been a few days, so why has Zhou Yi improved so quickly? Just wait a little longer. Brother Xuan must have entered the dungeon later than Zhou Yi, so he is only a bit slower. A young man laughed confidently, secretly thinking that when Brother Xuan came out after setting a new record, Zhou Yi's ranking would definitely drop. Unexpectedly, at that exact moment, Ji Mingxuan walked out of the dungeon in a rather miserable state, causing the young man to panic and rush over to support him. Damn it, this Abyss dungeon is far too difficult. I used up so much gold equipment, yet I still failed. As soon as Ji Mingxuan cursed, he suddenly realized that the crowd was no longer paying much attention to him like they had a few minutes earlier, and had all gathered around the ranking board, discussing heatedly. Although he was somewhat confused, he did not care for too long and only took out a bottle of potion to treat his wounds. Only when his junior told him that Zhu Yi had cleared the Abyss dungeon with an unbelievably fast time did he choke on the potion in shock. Look quickly, Zhu Yi is out. Impossible, he is only a level 19 new student. What right does he have to clear an Abyss dungeon? How could I be inferior to him? I must ask clearly. He only came out now, maybe he cheated somehow. Ji Mingxuan angrily threw the potion bottle in his hand hard, then forced a stiff smile and walked over to start a conversation with Zhu Yi. But before he could finish speaking, Zhu Yi ignored him and brushed past, walking straight toward Jiang Zhuran. Congratulations on clearing it successfully. As for me, I had to try very hard just to get through hard difficulty. It feels like I am being left farther and farther behind by you. Zhou Yi stepped forward and rubbed Zhu Ran's head to comfort her. Do not worry. The Goblin King is actually very easy to deal with. I will teach you all the techniques for clearing this stage. Besides, I am not short on academic points now, so I can take you to try a few more times, and once you grasp the key points, you will also be strong enough to challenge Abyss difficulty. While the lovebirds were being affectionate with each other, the crowd continued praising Zhu Yi nonstop, while Ji Mingxuan quietly sat in a corner as if he had been forgotten. He was forced to accept the truth that under Zhu Yi's radiance, he had become a fated star. Keeping his promise, Zhu Yi took Zhu Ran to conquer the Abyss rank dungeon together. While fighting, he also buffed her strength. At the same time, he clearly pointed out the goblin's weaknesses so Zhu Ran could deal with them more easily. Everything went quite smoothly until the two of them faced the boss. An Abyss rank boss truly could not be underestimated. How exactly did Brother Zhu Yi clear this stage? It looked very strong, but in reality, its magic resistance was rather weak. As long as you use magic skills powerful enough, you can completely defeat it with ease. Hearing this, Zhu Ran immediately charged forward to fight the boss. Since the boss had weak magic resistance, Zhu Ran decided to first try using the magic power within her succubus bloodline with the skill Demon Blade, releasing a massive wave of slashing force. The demonic power hidden within the slash would erupt when it struck the target, causing additional dark attribute damage to the enemy. Unexpectedly, instead of bringing down the boss, that move replenished its magic power, making the boss's strength increase noticeably. At this moment, the boss stomped heavily on the ground, creating a seismic wave that shook the earth and pushed enemies back, and could even cause stunning. Zhu Yi immediately burst out with power to withstand the attack, while calling out in worry, Zhu Ran, are you alright? I am fine, Brother Zhu Yi. It is all my fault, because I did not control my magic power well and let the boss absorb it and grow stronger. Do not blame yourself. First let me test whether the method to deal with it is still effective. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Yi used light judgment to attack the boss, but it was blocked by its shield. This was difficult. The skill's effect was no longer as strong as before, and its magic resistance seemed to have increased quite a bit. Thinking this, Zhu Yi said, this really is a bit troublesome. Let me try again. If we cannot defeat it, crush the Abyss Crystal. Do not forget this is only a challenge clone. Do not let yourself get hurt. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yi immediately created magical chains to restrain the boss. But unexpectedly, it only needed to strike in an instant to completely shatter the spell chains. Seeing that scene, Zhu Ran blamed herself even more. This is all my fault. I am the one who made things so troublesome. What should I do now? That negative state caused the demoness within her to gradually awaken. That's right, it is all because you are too weak. If you could completely grasp the demonic power in your succubus bloodline, you would not have to stand by and watch Brother Zhou Yi fall into such difficulty. Only by becoming stronger can you help Brother Zhou Yi. The time has come, release your true power, become stronger. Chu Ran seemed hypnotized, her mouth murmuring nonstop. Her eyes also gradually turned a cold red after those previous failed attempts. Zhou Yi was about to activate angelic divine body to protect Chu Ran when a sudden change occurred. A surge of dark power rushed from behind Zhou Yi and sliced off the boss's weapon-holding arm. Chu Ran. Ye stared blankly at the girl behind him. Brother Zhou Yi, let me personally destroy this monster. Chu Ran in her demoness form said with an enchanting smile. Why can't I absorb these streams of demonic power? On the contrary, they are continuously invading my power. The boss roared in panic. Do not be impatient, this is only the appetizer. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Ran waved her hand and continued sending more demonic power to the boss. I want more, give it to me quickly, give me even more demonic power. The way you look right now is truly disgusting. Chu Ran looked at the boss with eyes full of contempt. After that, she unleashed one move and directly finished off the boss. Congratulations to student Chu Ran for killing the boss Goblin Great King, receiving 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23 Han 200 experience points. This hateful monster has finally been dealt with. Chu Ran withdrew her power and walked over, touching Zhou Yi in a way that was both seductive and intimate, leaving him so shocked that he froze in place for a moment. Only after a while did Zhou Yi realize something was wrong. He asked coldly, "Oh, are you really Chu Ran?" At this moment, Demoness Chu Ran suddenly stiffened, then that appearance gradually disappeared, and she returned to her usual Chu Ran form. Chu Ran blushed at once and hurriedly explained, "Brother Zhou Yi, just now That's right, everything that happened just now was caused by the demonic power in the succubus bloodline making trouble." Zhou Yi lifted Chu Ran's chin and observed her for a while, before finally letting out a breath of relief. "Thank goodness. I thought you had been taken over by a demon. How could that happen?" "Right, Chu Ran, why don't we form a team and challenge it a few more times? I believe that as long as you get used to demonic power, you will also be able to conquer abyss-level instances alone in the future. Besides, the Goblin Great King and we can be considered old acquaintances now, so it should understand us, right? After all, students are all like this. The boss only needs to take the beating, while students who want more instance rewards have to scheme in every possible way." As Zhou Yi spoke, he revealed a crafty smile, making even the Goblin Great King in heaven shudder. Outside, before everyone could recover from the shock of Zhou Yi's clear record, a new record had already appeared on the ranking board, and the clear time was a full 1 minute faster than the old record. The one who completed it was still Zhou Yi, causing everyone to be shaken once again. No way, Zhou Yi again. Will he even let others clear stages in peace? He can even clear it faster than last time. Truly terrifying. Suddenly, the ranking board showed another new record, breaking Zhou Yi's record. First place, Jiang Churan, selected Abyss difficulty. Clear progress 100%. Time 9 minutes 23 seconds. Confirmed as the current fastest clear record for the Abyss level Goblin instance. Isn't this the freshman who could only challenge high difficulty before? Yet now she can clear an Abyss level instance alone. After all, Churan is the number 2 freshman, so with Zhou Yi's guidance, it is not strange for her to perform beyond her level. At this moment, Ji Mingxuan's Jr. covered his head and sighed. "Brother Swan, now I finally understand how you felt. When you realize the gap between yourself and a genius, that sense of helplessness is truly unpleasant." Just like that, Zhou Yi and Churan each challenged the Abyss level instance alone one more time, then formed a team together for another run before finally returning to the hall. "Brother Zhou Yi, I heard the Elemental Academy has a fireworks performance for freshmen today. Let's go watch it together." Zhou Yi smiled, answered, "Great, just in time to relax a little." And so the two set off together for the Elemental Academy. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Zhou Yi could not help feeling interested. As expected of the Elemental Academy, even the streetlights are controlled by magic. I did not expect that while we were not paying attention, we would keep clearing instances until evening. This time, conquering the Abyss level instance brought huge gains. Luckily I had your help. Your contribution was the key. I only helped a little. Zhou Yi answered with a smile just as he saw a huge statue. He could not help stopping to ask, "Who is this statue?" "Ah, this is Mage Wei Yang, known as the Guardian Dharma God. He once single-handedly stopped many fierce attacks from the Otherworldly Legion, so his heroic achievements spread far and wide. Unfortunately, in the final decisive battle, he was ambushed by a Lord-level demon and died heroically. Because his soul was completely erased, there was no way to revive him. He truly was a great hero. I know very little about history. Can you briefly tell me about the Dark Age?" Of course, Churan began to explain. Actually, to talk about that period of history, we have to begin with the Golden Age 80 years ago. Starting in the year 2544, many class holders with innate talents rose one after another, so that year was called the Golden Age. Heroes such as Gale Sword Sword Saint Shang Pinghai and Scarlet Flame Saint Li Xiaoyang are still holding firm at the front lines of the battlefield to this day. But just as everyone was filled with hope and preparing to counterattack the Otherworld, the Dark Age suddenly descended, ushering in the most frenzied invasion of otherworldly creatures. Faced with that threat, the powerhouses of the Golden Age sacrificed themselves one after another. Only after 30 years of bitter fighting and the heroic sacrifices of hundreds of millions of class holders did we win the peaceful days we have today. Now otherworldly creatures have appeared once again. I only hope everything I saw was just an illusion. Do not worry too much. Zhou Yi gently stroked her head and softly comforted her. This time, otherworldly creatures have appeared in great numbers, but they only came through spatial rifts, and their strength is nothing to fear. Moreover, we are no longer who we were before. Even if darkness descends again, the unlucky ones will surely be those otherworldly creatures. Chu Ran laughed at Zhou Yi's words. That's right, we have rested and built up our strength for so long. We have long since prepared enough power to fight the otherworld again. Just then, fireworks shot into the sky, lighting up the entire heavens. Chu Ran excitedly grabbed Zhou Yi's hand and pulled him along. Let's hurry to the viewing point up ahead. It will definitely be more beautiful there. Zhou Yi replied dotingly. The next day, he boarded a train to go home and visit his younger sister. King, why isn't my brother back yet? Don't worry, your brother just called and said he will be home very soon. No sooner had a king finished speaking than Zhu Yi appeared at the door. Brother, you're finally home. Zhao Yun immediately ran over and threw herself into his arms. Zhu Yi caught his younger sister, a gentle smile blooming on his lips. On the way back, I was worried about your condition the entire time, but seeing you in such good spirits, I can finally feel much more at ease. Zhou Yi had returned. He looked at a king and smiled as he said, "A king, long time no see." A king asked, "How long do you plan to stay this time?" "Probably around 3 or 4 days. After all, the main reason I asked for leave to come back is to complete Zhou Yun's final treatment." "That's short," Zhou Yun said sadly. Very soon, the little girl asked eagerly again, "Brother, did you prepare a gift for this adorable little sister of yours?" "Of course, I especially brought back a reward from clearing an abyss-level dungeon for you." As Zhou Yi spoke, he took a horn from his inventory. "As long as you blow it, a gold-ranked ghost beast will immediately appear to protect you." Zhou Yun clapped her hands non-stop in excitement. As expected of my brother, it already sounds amazing just from hearing about it. Zhou Yi stroked his younger sister's head and said, "I believe that once you recover, you will become as strong as me too." A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao brought Lena to Zhou Yi's residence. "Secretary Zhao, Lena, you two are here?" "Mr. Zhu, I contacted Lena yesterday, and she came here from the neighboring city overnight." Lena smiled and said, "Secretary Zhao, you should know that Zhou Yi's invitation is not something I can take lightly now." Zhou Yi replied modestly, "You flatter me. I should be the one thanking you for making such a long trip to help. I almost forgot to congratulate you. Not only did you obtain the extreme cold ice lotus, you even refined it into an extreme cold pill, with even better effects." A cold pill. Secretary Zhao could not hide his astonishment, because an S-rank pill was a peerless treasure, nearly priceless on the market. Zhou Yi scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. "Luckily, a third advancement alchemist recommended by my teacher helped, so the refining succeeded. We should hurry and proceed with my younger sister's final treatment ritual." "Right, the serious matter comes first." A moment later, Zhou Yun tugged at the corner of Zhou Yi's clothes and asked anxiously, "Brother, it really will be fine, right?" "Zhou Yun, you don't need to be too nervous. Rest assured, in a while, you only need to take this pill, and you will be able to awaken your ice bloodline. The ice power will no longer trouble you either." After saying that, Zhu Yi handed the extreme cold pill to Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun took the extreme cold pill, then calmly stepped into the magic formation, her gaze firm as she said, "Brother, I am ready." During this, Zhu Yi immediately cast skills, such as Dawn Blessing, Protective Grace, and Courage Grace to buff Zhu Yun, creating the most favorable conditions for Lena's treatment. Though I am a second advancement priest, in terms of the purity of holy light, I still seem to be inferior to him. Lena was still lost in thought when Zhu Yi spoke up to remind her. "Next, I will have to trouble Lena to activate the magic formation. It's a small matter." As soon as she finished speaking, Lena erupted with power and activated the magic formation. At the same time, she instructed Zhu Yun to immediately use her extreme cold energy. In the blink of an eye, an enormous icy aura erupted, making everyone instinctively retreat. Zhou Yun's cold energy has erupted. "Will this really be alright?" a king asked worriedly. "It will be fine, I will handle it." Zhou Yi used Holy Flame Light Wheel to neutralize the erupting ice power, while saying confidently, "The support of the extreme cold pill. I believe this will be the last time the cold energy in Zhou Yun's body erupts." Lena carefully observed Zhou Yun's expression, then said joyfully, "The most difficult hurdle has finally been overcome. Now we only need to patiently wait for Zhu Yun to complete her bloodline awakening." A while later, Zhou Yun's treatment process was finally complete. Zhu Yi quickly walked up to Zhou Yun and asked anxiously, "How do you feel now? My illness seems to be completely cured." Zhou Yun answered brightly, "Zhou Yun, hurry and check your personal information. See if any changes have appeared." Zhou Yun tried circulating her power, then replied, "My ice bloodline seems to have granted me the talent to control ice elements. Now the ice elements and I are connected in mind and intent, and I can control them at will. Could awakening a bloodline also grant a new talent? Ordinary bloodline awakening naturally cannot grant a bloodline talent. But you are my younger sister, Zhu Yi's younger sister, and you awakened a rare ice bloodline." Zhou Yi answered proudly, but in his heart he thought, "We siblings have both gained many benefits from the ice bloodline. Could our ancestors really have once been powerful ice bloodline class holders? But even if that is true, judging from the previous situation, the family has probably long since declined. Lena, although Zhu Yun's ice bloodline has successfully awakened, for safety's sake, please give her one more comprehensive examination." "No problem," Lena replied cheerfully. At this moment, Secretary Zhao spoke up, "Mr. Zhu, Miss Zhou Yun's body has fully recovered, and she has even awakened an ice bloodline. The mayor attaches great importance to this matter and has specially arranged a batch of cultivation resources to be sent to you siblings." Zhu Yi shook Secretary Zhao's hand and said gratefully, "Thank you. I will return to school soon, so Zhou Yun will have to trouble Secretary Zhao for your care in the future. You are too polite. This is my honor." Watching Zhou Yun laugh and play happily with a king, Zhou Yi suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought about what class you want to pursue in the future?" "Class? Of course, a mage." Hearing this, Zhou Yi nodded. "This class suits you very well. When you reach level 10, I will help you find a hidden class change book of the mage system." "Wonderful. I can already feel the dark power in my body still awakening. I believe the day we release our power is not far away." Dark power. Zhao Yun's strange gaze and words made everyone freeze. Lena immediately stepped forward to examine her. "Could I have missed something? How could there be dark power?" Suddenly, Zhu Yi remembered when he and Zhou Yun were children, before either of them had awakened their powers, and they often cosplayed as superheroes saving the world. "Brother, do not let the dark power tempt you. We must seal it to protect world peace." 3-year-old Zhou Yun had once said that. Returning to the present, seeing his younger sister about to say some childish lines, Zhu Yi took the initiative to pull her outside. "I should take you to experience real ice." "A king? Save me, my brother wants to sacrifice his family for justice." Looking at Miss Zhou Yun's behavior, I believe she will definitely become an outstanding figure among mages in the future. Actually, she is not usually like this. While Secretary Zhao and a king struggled to speak up for Zhou Yun's childish behavior, Lena was seriously lost in thought. "Dark power, huh?" As soon as the awakening process ended, Zhu Yi suggested that Zhou Yun spar with him. "Brother, I will summon spirits and freeze all power that obstructs me." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yun launched ice elements toward Zhou Yi, but all of them were blocked by Holy Light Guardian. "It seems your body has completely recovered. Next, I can start arranging your cultivation path." Zhou Yun immediately tried to slip away. "Oh dear, brother, I feel like the cold energy in my body is acting up again. It seems I cannot continue training with you." After that, under Zhu Yi's strict supervision, even though Zhou Yun was completely unwilling, she still had to take part in training. After the high-intensity training session ended, the little girl collapsed exhausted onto the ground and complained, "So cultivation is actually this tiring. I will leave the great mission of saving the world to you alone from now on. There really is no helping you." Zhu Yi sighed helplessly, then summoned Little Gray. Little Gray is the magical pet I just contracted, and it will accompany you in cultivation for the next few days. But don't let the time come when you cannot even beat Little Gray, because then there would truly be nothing left to say. "No problem, with Little Gray by my side, I will definitely cultivate diligently." As Zhou Yun spoke, she happily stroked Little Gray. "Little Gray, follow me. Let us quickly sign a dark contract and become each other's companions." Zhu Yi, Little Gray's expression, 3 parts unwilling and 7 parts as if begging for help, and burst out laughing. "Little Gray, the price you have to pay. I will definitely remember it in my heart." A few days later, Zhu Yi was carrying Xiao Kui, preparing to return to school when Mai Er unexpectedly arrived at his home, surprising him. "Mai Er, why are you here?" Freshman intercollegiate exchange match was about to begin. The team battle required groups of 5. "This time I am here for you to confirm the list of members for our school's expedition team. You are the top-ranked freshman. The role of team captain naturally falls on your shoulders, and assembling the team is also your responsibility." "No problem," Zhu Yi replied cheerfully. "Here is the list of the top 10 students in the freshman rankings, excluding you. You need to select 4 as teammates." Zhu Yi answered immediately without hesitation. "Mai Er, are you planning to choose the 4 highest-ranked freshmen as teammates?" Mai Er scolded upon hearing this. "You are really too careless. Team battles, matches often last long. This tests the team's endurance. Therefore, having a priest for healing is extremely important. Even though you are a holy knight, healing ability is still less than a priest's. With a 5-person team, you should choose a priest." Zhu Yi replied confidently, "No need, as long as we fast, it's fine." "Teacher Su, are you confident in winning the individual championship in the freshman exchange match? Moreover, when participating in the team battle, you activate angelic bloodline. and can solo against the entire opposing team. In the freshman contest, Zhu Yi's strength far surpasses other freshmen. With him, there really is no need for a priest to crush the opponent. Thinking of this, Maya reluctantly agreed. If you are sure, I will inform Wu Mang. By the way, has your sister awakened her bloodline? It's been handled. I need to thank my error for informing about the extreme cold ice. That's good, my error smiled. Zhu Yi suddenly remembered something. My error. Do you know where to find the hidden class specialization scroll? This scroll is to prepare for your sister, right? Zhu Yi answered honestly. After learning that interdimensional creatures appeared through the intermediate crack, he sensed the pressure, so he had to find a way for Zhu Yun to have strength to protect herself. The hidden class specialization scroll is available on the school's web, but it's not easy to buy, Meyer hinted and quickly left. Zhou Yi was puzzled by Meyer's words, but when checking the school's website, he understood. To purchase a hidden class specialization scroll, the student must be at least level 25 grade A in points, complete tasks above grade A, top 10 in local ranking or top 100 in global ranking. It turns out that buying this scroll is truly difficult. Even the cheapest scroll requires 20,000 credits. Zhou Yun cannot manage it in a short time, but he will try to achieve the goal in half a year. Just then, Zhou Yi received a new system task. The system notified that the freshman exchange match was about to begin, announcing task rewards based on the aggregate performance of the Aura Master to receive conding rewards. Zhou Yi read and was delighted. The previous 2 rewards helped him level up astonishingly. This time, he would do his best to achieve the best results. Elsewhere, the deans discussed the upcoming freshman exchange match. The selected expedition team for the team match is Zhu Yi. To summarize briefly, Captain is Holy Knight Zhu Yi, Swordsman Yuling Guangshan Ran, Taoist Qialan, Mage Lingxi, Warrior Wei Tai Tang. Hearing Dean go, Kikin wondered why the team had no priest. Song Kai agreed, yes, without a priest the team's error rate would decrease. While the deans worried, Hua Yang thought differently. He found this plan acceptable, trusting Zhu Yi's ability. Adding a priest is redundant, he thought secretly after Zhu Yi exercises bloodline fusion. No one understands his strength better than him. Even without teammates, he can win the team battle alone. Zhu Yi not only grew, his defensive ability was excellent, many potent offensive skills. He seems to assume 3 roles: swordsman, tank, support. Dean Zhangling spoke no objection with his ability. He has full advantage and effective tactics. Song Qi thought and decided, then we also approve. Hope Zhu Yi's performance in the exchange match will surprise others. Agreed, let's decide so, Wu Mang declared. The team issue resolved, now on to training. Wu Mang, regarding training the freshman group, we need your help. Though their strength is not ordinary, they need to practice cooperation. No problem, I will let my heir notify. Gather at the War Academy in 3 days. Back to Zhou Yi when he received the message from teacher Wang Hui about private tutoring. This is the first lesson after becoming his student, likely to learn a new skill. Today he should still choose skill points. Reward. Select reward. Reward 1, 15 attribute points. Reward 2, 15 skill points. Reward 3, random skill book. Reward 4, random yang. Zhou Yi chose the skill points reward, felt transformation in his body. As long as he completes daily tasks, he can receive attribute and skill points. The system helps him surpass others easily. The next day, Wang Hui and Zhu Yi went to training. Seeing invading level 23 ghost wolves, Zhou Yi asked, Teacher, do we need to chase away these ghost wolves? This is a transverse forest. The guild Tian Wu found it as training points. No need to worry. Indeed, in moments a great dragon appeared in the sky, roared, frightening the wolves to scatter. Seeing Yi's astonished expression, Wang Hui explained. Level 62 Epic Ancient Dragon is the ghost dragon of your senior brother. Usually acts as a ghost beast frightening the forest. Ghost dragons are so strong. Not knowing how powerful senior brother is, Wang Hui smiled proudly. Your senior brother once matched teacher at level 64. In real combat even above teacher, so teacher entrusted Tian Xin to him. Zhou Yi couldn't help but admire. 30 years old and level 64, senior brother Tian Fu is truly extraordinary. Over the years I have met many class specialists, but you are the most talented of Tian Fu. Try hard, I believe your future achievements may surpass senior brother. Alright Zhu Yi, look here, teacher demonstrates a special skill to teach. Wang Hui combined skill of light blade and shield infusion. Created 2 giant shields, then they closed in and when touching each other exploded. An explosion flattened a large area. Zhou Yi was stunned by the power of a 3rd rank class specialist. Then Wang Hui handed him the book. This is the first skill teacher teaches. Apply your linking consciousness to the skill book. Use skill points to learn. Understood. Zhou Yi replied and closed his eyes to follow. Successfully learned a new skill. Light blade shield infusion. A plus level 1 creates 2 front shields. When they approach and collide, a large explosion occurs. Enemies take massive light damage. Allies can pass through shields, but enemies cannot. Skill inherited from Holy Knight. After reading skill info, Zhou Yi was curious. Holy Knight inheritance skill. How did teacher know? Light blade shield infusion is a skill teacher created when he was a 3rd rank Holy Knight. That year he inherited. Now passing to you. Skill learned, release for teacher to see. Zhou Yi followed instructions. Power not great, but Wang Hui still pleased and praised. Now you are only level 1. Light Blade Shield Infusion. Reaching this level is good. Skill is preparation for team battle. You can use shield to divide battlefield, limiting normal actions of enemies. Once mastering the new skill, next is combat training demonstration. Wang Hui spoke. A draconic serpent appeared behind. Glaron will command ghost beasts around to attack. You can defeat them and gain experience points, fully dependent on your effort. No problem, teacher, acknowledge. Wang signaled to Glaron. Glaron roared. Ghost beasts in the soundwave area immediately became aggressive, targeting Zhu Yi. A ghost beast lurking in the bush lunged to bite Zhu Yi's head, but he blocked. A basic strike made it retreat, then Zhu Yi combined all skills from buds. Light element and ice element handled all attacking monsters. He trained all night until sunrise. Seeing Zhu Yi exhausted and panting, Wang Hui smiled teasingly. Didn't expect him to exhaust all stamina and magic. Aren't you afraid of the ghost beasts? Well, teacher is here. Zhu Yi smiled, drinking recovery potion while thinking to himself. But the feeling of grinding experience like this was truly exhilarating. Congratulations, you have reached level 22. You received 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Zhu Yi immediately used all the points he had just received to raise Holy Light Shield Infusion from level 1 to level 3, and the effect was quite decent. At first, I only thought you could eliminate nearly 100 magical beasts. I never expected you to take down almost 400 in the end. It was all thanks to your guidance, teacher. If I had relied only on myself, it would have been difficult to level up even after 1 or 2 months, Zhu Yi said gratefully. Wang Hui then instructed him, in this exchange match, you boldly formed a team without a priest. As my student, you must stay even calmer at critical moments and absolutely must not be careless. Please rest assured, teacher. With me here, this year's championship will definitely belong to us. At the rest station in Quyongfeng Forest, an announcement rang out over the loudspeakers. The National Freshman Exchange match between colleges and universities is about to begin. A total of 218 schools are participating, so which one will ultimately claim the championship? Am I seeing this wrong? Suang University actually has no priest. Isn't this kind of extreme lineup usually something only low-ranked schools use? Zhu Rao and Zhu Dan had just walked past when they heard the 2 female students discussing it. They went over to look at the roster, then immediately blocked it from view. Zhu Yi was indeed the captain, while Chu Ran was the vice-captain. After glancing through a few comments online, Zhu Dan laughed. Someone even said our school's lineup was arranged incorrectly because it lacked a priest, and that a team without a priest would definitely lose. How ridiculous. Zhu Rao also chimed in, they simply don't know how terrifying Zhu Yi's strength really is. 2 girls looked Zhu Rao and Zhu Dan up and down, then asked in annoyance who they were. King Lian, who was sitting nearby, saw the 2 sides starting to argue and said to Tian Run, tell the staff that I will pay their bill today. She thought to herself that as long as Zhu Yi was there it would not matter even if the school team had no priest. This year's championship would definitely be ours. Returning to the main events, after his lesson with Wang Hui, Zhu Yi spent the whole day in the training ground fighting robots. After reaching level 22, the robots in the training ground had become far too easy for Zhu Yi, and their training effect gradually diminished as well. Just as Zhu Yi was about to ask Meyer for advice, she called to tell him that Wu Mang would begin the special training today. The training was for the students participating in the friendly match, so Zhu Yi was called to gather at the War Academy Hall immediately. Besides Chu Ran and Xiaolan, whom he already knew, there were 2 others there. One of them was Tai Xin, warrior profession level 18, and Ling Shi, mage profession level 18. While the students were getting acquainted, Wu Mang used an appraisal skill to scan Zhu Yi once. To be honest, under Principal Wang Hui's guidance, he had not expected Zhu Yi to level up so quickly. Chu Ran was shocked when she heard this and turned to look at Zhu Yi. You leveled up again. Thanks to the teacher's help, I was just lucky enough to improve a little. Alright, there isn't much time, so I will keep this brief. To help you prepare for the National Freshman Exchange match, I will be the instructor in charge of this training. Next, I will lead you through team combat practice, while also giving specialized training for the individual matches and survival matches. Today, I will mainly assess the team's coordinated combat ability. First, you will form a team and challenge the Abyss-level Goblin Underground City dungeon. Of course, all academic credit costs for participating in this Abyss-level dungeon will be covered by the school. No wonder Meyer had been urging me and Tai Sin to quickly reach level 18. It turned out to be preparation for this challenge. Everyone's strength is not weak, and we are forming a team too, so even Abyss level should be fairly easy to clear, not to mention. Thinking of this, Ling Shai secretly glanced at Zhu Yi beside her. Zhu Yi had already cleared Abyss level alone, so with the 4 of us added in, there should be no way we fail. Seeing Ling Xi looking at him, Zhu Yi turned and gave her a bright smile, making her blush and hurriedly run behind Tai Sin to hide, leaving Zhu Yi somewhat bewildered. Did I really look that scary when I smile? After receiving the information briefing, the 5-person team quickly entered the dungeon. At this moment, Zhu Yi spoke seriously. This is the first time our squad is cooperating exhilarating, so I will arrange the tactical plan for everyone. No problem. The others answered in unison. Tai Xin will handle defense and draw fire. Chu Ran and Ling Shi will take charge of physical and magical attacks respectively. Xiaolan will stay in the rear to add damage, and I will support the whole team. Just as Zhu Yi finished assigning roles, the goblins appeared as well. Tai Xin immediately charged forward, swung her fist, and slammed it heavily into the ground, knocking the monsters backward. The force of that punch could not help but shock her. My skills effect has increased by more than 40% compared with before. Is this the captain's support ability? Ling Shi watched Zhu Yi cast his skills and could not help marveling. Impossible, his casting speed is too fast. The captain actually released 3 enhancement skills in less than a second. Even a professional mage like me can barely keep up with that speed. Very quickly, Ling Shi no longer dared to be distracted and immediately cast destructive magic cleansing chime to slow the advance of the goblins. Just then, Churan also seized the chance to rush forward, swinging her sword and sending the monsters flying. Churan, Tai Xin, be careful of an ambush. As soon as Zhu Yi finished speaking, a rain of arrows shot straight toward them. Thanks to the advance warning, Tai Xin raised shield wall in time, successfully blocking the goblins' surprise attack. Churan suddenly noticed something unusual at this moment. This is completely different from before. How can goblin archers appear here? Monster, level 23 Goblin Archer. Aptitude, Silver Grade. Skills, Ambush Shooting. After reading the monster information, Zhou Yi smiled and said, "It looks like because we have more challengers on our side. The goblins have upgraded their attack methods too." At this point, Zhou Yi used light punishment to eliminate the goblin archers. "I will deal with these troublesome ones first, and leave the rest to you." After all, Yu Yi's purpose in entering the dungeon this time was to improve the team's coordination. If he fought everything alone, it would stray from the original goal. No problem, Chu Ran and Tai Xin replied together. Seeing everyone working hard, Xiaolan became even more enthusiastic and immediately used talismans to attack the goblins. At the same time, Wu Mang watched the students battle through the screen and could not help nodding in satisfaction. Compared with the freshman match, Zhu Yi's casting speed had more than doubled, and a few skills were even completed almost instantly before his eyes. Meyer guessed, perhaps after clearing the Abyss-level dungeon, the heavenly gift he chose was related to increasing casting speed. Speaking of which, Zhu Yi's progress is truly astonishing. As soon as he enrolled, he led Chu Ran to seize the top position on the Abyss-level dungeon ranking board. Wu Mang smiled and said, "That is why I wanted to test Zhu Yi more thoroughly, so I increased the difficulty for them a little." Therefore, inside the dungeon, thanks to their smooth coordination, it did not take long before the overwhelming horde of goblins was beaten by Zhu Yi's team until they could barely react. Facing the monsters closing in, Chu Ran snorted coldly and cast Shadow Slash, swinging her sword repeatedly at high speed and easily dealing with them. The others did not stand still either, each displaying their own abilities in turn. Xiaolan tore a talisman and used 5 Thunder Orthodox Art to attack the monsters. Ling Shi cast the Wind-type Magic Tornado, creating an icy whirlwind that swept through the monsters before calling out loudly, "Tai Xin, give him the final blow." Got it. With a response, Tai Xin immediately leapt high into the air and used pillar-crushing sky kick, launching a flurry of kicks toward the monsters. At the time she landed, all the monsters had collapsed onto the floor. Thanks to the enhancement from the support talisman, the feeling of effortlessly overwhelming these goblins was truly exhilarating. Filled with excitement, Tai Xin was still not satisfied. She smiled at Ling Shi and asked, "Speaking of which, have we dealt with all these goblins?" Ling Shi replied, Little White says there are no traces of goblins nearby." Zhou Yi laughed loudly and reminded them, "This level can only be considered a warm-up. The boss in the next stage is the important part. Everyone must absolutely not let down your guard." Tai Xin cracked her knuckles and said confidently, "What is there to fear, second brother? Your buff skills have nearly doubled my strength. With you supporting us, wouldn't we be able to flatten this dungeon with ease?" Xiaolan cheerfully followed up, "Exactly, classmate Zhu Yi was already able to clear this dungeon by himself." Ling Shi nodded in agreement, The captain's strength truly makes me admire him." Hearing this, Zhu Yi felt a headache and thought to himself, "Are all of you competing to raise flags for me?" Churan said nothing and only stood to the side, covering her mouth as she laughed secretly. A while later, the group arrived before a great door. Tai Xin asked, "The final boss should be inside, right?" Zhou Yi replied, "That's right." However, the closer he got to the door, the more he felt that something was not right. "Fine, we will go in first and deal with it then." Thinking this, Zhou Yi reached out and pushed the door open. When everyone stepped inside, a gigantic boss immediately appeared before their eyes and opened its mouth to speak. "You finally came, you fools." Monster 2nd Generation Goblin King. Level 25. Aptitude, Corpse Executioner. Skills, unknown. Note: after the old king's death, this is the new leader of the goblin race, replacing the previous Goblin King. Ling Shi cried out in shock, "A level 25 Corpse Executioner her boss. Haha, knowing honored guests were coming, I deliberately prepared a few gifts for you. As soon as it finished speaking, the boss let out a strange laugh, raised its weapon, and created a gigantic fireball, throwing it straight at Ling Shi. This is fireball, why is its power so strong? Ling Shi was still muttering under her breath, unable to come back to her senses in time. She stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the fireball hurtling toward her. Ling Shi, get out of the way, Tai Sin shouted, immediately rushing forward to push her back, then raised her shield to block the attack. But the situation did not improve in the slightest. The layer of white shield held for less than a second before cracks spread across it. This was bad, it simply could not block it. The moment Tai Sin finished speaking, the shield shattered, pushing her into danger, forcing her to face the incoming fireball head-on. Tai Sin gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly, damn it. With the captain's talisman increasing her strength, her power had clearly doubled, yet she still struggled to withstand an ordinary attack from this monster. The boss suddenly let out a strange laugh and said, "Do not be so impatient. This place was the ending point I prepared long ago." Turn to ash. At the same time, it kept waving its hands, creating more fireballs one after another and hurling them at everyone. A single one had already left the whole group struggling, and now they had to face a barrage of fireballs, so despair was hard to avoid. And it was precisely at this moment that the value of a captain was truly revealed. "Everyone, fall back," Zhou Yi immediately ordered. He stepped in front of everyone and used the power of frost to create a huge, thick ice wall, far sturdier than Tai Sin's shield, to block the incoming fireballs. "Captain, be careful, this is not an ordinary fireball spell." Just as Ling Shai finished her warning, the fireballs had already been drained of nearly all their energy by the ice wall, leaving only a tiny fireball the size of a ping-pong ball. "Withdraw." Zhou Yi gave a low shout and drew the miniature fireball into his palm. He clenched his fist, crushing it in nothing, then said, "It really is a little troublesome. This boss's strength far surpasses the one we defeated before." Hearing this, Xiaolan took the initiative to speak. "Then let me try taking the first strike this time." After saying that, her hands quickly formed seals, creating a series of talismans that flew around the boss. "Heavenly mandate made clear, spirits guide the way, divine talismans manifest, obey my command, detonate." The instant the word detonate left her mouth, the talismans immediately exploded, forming a raging sea of fire. The flames engulfed the entire boss within them, but only a second later it had sucked all the flames into its mouth, crushed the talismans in its palm, and remained completely unharmed. Xiaolan cried out in shock, "How can it have no effect at all?" At that moment, Ling Shai said with a sullen expression, "Xiaolan, switch with me and let my spell try attacking it." Immediately after, Ling Shi cast a fire element spell, using fire arrow magic to create a volley of flaming arrows that shot straight toward the boss. "Let it taste another move of mine," Chiran shouted, activating the skill Demonic Ring and slashing several sword arcs toward the boss. Their attacks merged together, rushing straight toward the target and creating a massive explosion that sent shockwaves spreading in every direction. Yet the result was still the same, the boss was completely unharmed. At that moment, a layer of purple energy was covering its body. Somewhat interesting, but this ends here. As soon as it finished speaking, the boss opened its mouth, and a small purple sphere instantly condensed before it, continuously absorbing the surrounding energy and growing larger. In the end, that sphere blasted toward the whole group. Ling Shi said in despair, "The difference in level between us is too great. It seems we truly cannot resist this boss." Just as everyone had almost given up, Zhou Yi stepped forward once again. "Do not be afraid, I am still here." After saying that, Zhu Yi raised a golden barrier blocking the boss's technique. As his voice rang out, that killing move was neutralized once more. Tai Sin immediately said, "Zhou Yi, let me try fighting it in close combat." Zhou Yi smiled, placed one hand on Tai Sin's shoulder and said, "A level 25 epic boss is indeed still a little too much for everyone right now. Leave the rest to me." After that, Zhu Yi cast the skill True Vision of Light on the boss. This skill could clearly reveal the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, while also providing guidance for the next attack. In truth, this Fairy King was only one level higher than the previous one, but its attributes had almost doubled. If I use the S-Rank Bloodline Secret Art, my strength can also erupt several times over. It is clearly targeting me, and is very likely a special test Wu Mang deliberately left behind. Since that is the case, I might as well use this chance to let everyone see the Divine Angel body, my true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Yi immediately transformed into a Divine Angel, holy light power condensing in his left hand, while frost power radiated from his right. Outside the dungeon, my heir asked worriedly, "Dean, the difficulty of this boss seems to have been set far too high. Was it really necessary to go this far?" Wu Mang explained their current strength is indeed not bad, but the other schools also had a few outstanding talents. In the exchange match, the geniuses from Mado University and Qingjing will be very powerful opponents for them. Therefore, I need to use one defeat to make them clearly understand the cruelty of the match. Meyer softly repeated defeat the next part. Then she laughed and said, Dean, you have truly underestimated Zhu Yi. Wu Mang also smiled and replied, then I hope he can strike me hard across the face with his strength. At the same time, inside the dungeon, the boss looked at Zhu Yi after his transformation and showed an interested expression. Interesting, you even turned into a little glowing bird. Kid, use whatever ability you have, and I will let you have your wish. Zhu Yi did not waste words and immediately unleashed Radiant Meridian Surge, attacking the boss head-on. The boss laughed and said, little brat, you talk big, but do not forget that you are the challenger here. Immediately after, it cast World Annihilating Meteor Flame in response. The attacks of both sides collided violently, creating a massive explosion that sent waves of energy instantly spreading throughout the surroundings. Chu Ran hurriedly drove her sword hard into the ground. She poured magic power into protecting everyone inside. Xiaolan exclaimed in shock, is this classmate Zhu Yi's true strength? Only at this moment did she understand that the strength of the whole group and Zhu Yi were not on the same level at all. Xiaolan suddenly looked at Jiang Churan and asked, Churan, has classmate Zhu Yi ever switched into this form before? Jiang Churan smiled and replied, this is my first time seeing it too. It seems brother Zhu Yi has truly brought out all his power. After the first exchange, neither the boss nor Zhu Yi was harmed at all. The boss bared its teeth in a grin and asked, little brat, is that all you can do? No matter what form you transform into, do not dream of defeating me. Is that so? Zhou Yi said softly, then used holy light chains to create chains that flew toward the boss, tightly binding its limbs and body. This is, while the boss was still stunned by the chains on its body, Zhu Yi had already cast Spear of Victory, creating a series of spears that pierced down from above. Next, it is time for offense and defense to switch places. After saying that, Zhou Yi followed up with Radiant Flame Storm, forming a flaming tornado that enveloped the boss within it. These were no longer isolated strikes. This time Zhou Yi's chain combo dealt tremendous damage to the boss. Damn it. The boss opened its mouth in pain and roared. Seeing this, Zhou Yi merely smiled faintly and said, do not rush. There is still more. Zhou Yi rushed forward at extreme speed, thrusting one hand straight into the boss's roaring mouth. Thunder Light Beam. A moment later, when Zhou Yi's techniques faded away, the boss appeared again. Black blood seeped from its mouth, and it said in a weak voice, it seems you still have not used your full strength. I am truly sorry I could not make you fight to your heart's content. Zhou Yi smiled and said, it is indeed a little regrettable. I had originally wanted to try God's hand in the six-winged angel form, but it seems I will have to leave that for next time. But seeing as you only have one breath left, I should still send you on your way in the end. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yi extended two fingers, condensed energy, and fired it straight at the boss. At that exact moment outside the dungeon, Wu Mang cried out in shock, a monster. This is the boss I poured all my effort into adjusting. Even a level 26 professional would find it difficult to face. Zhou Yi's current strength is truly too terrifying. After that, Wu Mang turned to ask Su Maier, do you have Zhou Yi's daily combat data from the training ground? Maier smiled and replied, yes, as it happens, before coming here today, Yu Yi ran a test at the training ground. He only took 6 minutes and 12 seconds to easily clear the level 10 combat form challenge. After hearing this, Wu Mang laughed. No wonder you and old Zhao are so confident in him. Maier also smiled and replied, just as well Zhou Yi, I can prove his strength in front of you. Back inside the dungeon, the boss had just been brought down by Zhou Yi's final strike and dissolved, and a notification panel immediately appeared. Congratulations on clearing the Abyss level dungeon. Completion time is 21 minutes and 16 seconds. Clearance rewards will now be distributed. In that instant, level up light flared around Ling Xi, making her wonder and shock. I received 8,000 experience. Tyson was just as surprised. I also received 8,000 experience. Just clearing an Abyss level dungeon once gives more gains than an entire week of training outside. As for Zhu Yi, he had already released his transformation state and returned to his original appearance. Beside him, a notification panel appeared. Congratulations, you have received 11,036 experience points. Congratulations, you have received 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points. Zhu Yi thought to himself, if this continues, perhaps I will level up again soon. Just then, Churan ran over and, together with Tai Sin, asked worriedly, Brother Zhu Yi, how are you? Are you hurt? Zhu Yi stood up, brushed the dust from his body, and replied, I am fine, I just used up quite a bit of strength. We should go see what rewards this boss dropped. Alright. The group immediately walked over to where the boss had just been defeated and saw a golden chest lying there. When they opened it, the items inside appeared clearly before their eyes. Gold grade weapon, flame branch staff, equipment requirement level 24, gold grade weapon fire spirit shield, equipment level requirement level 24, gold grade weapon flame demon ring, equipment condition level 24. Tai Sin cried out in delight. The reward this time was truly too generous, and all of it was gold grade equipment. Brother Yi really made so many good things drop. Zhou Yi smiled and replied, looks like our luck today is not bad either. Does anyone need any of these 3 items? The other 4 each voiced their thoughts in turn. Tai Xin spoke first, the level requirement is too high. I basically cannot use it yet. Ling Xi also said the fire attribute growth does not suit me, so I cannot use it either. Churan continued, these pieces of equipment are not suitable for my class, boss, or Xia Lan's either. Xia Lan suggested, student Zhou Yi, you contributed the most this time, why not take all of these? Zhou Yi did not stand on ceremony either, putting away all the items before smiling and saying, then that is a pity, I will hold on to them for now. When we return to school, I will auction them off for credits, then split them equally among everyone. Tyson hurriedly waved his hand, do not do that, brother Yai. No matter what, you have to take at least 70%. Without you, we could never have cleared it so easily. Xia Lan said a little awkwardly, that is right, after all, you were the key to defeating the boss, while I barely helped at all. Zhou Yi smiled and said, let us split it equally. This way, for a long time to come, everyone will not need to worry about credits anymore. Yu Ran, who was standing nearby, also smiled and advised everyone to accept it with peace of mind. After all, brother Zhou Yi was the one least lacking in credits. Since things had been said to this point, the others could no longer refuse and happily agreed. After dividing the rewards, Zhou Yi smiled and reminded them, our goal is not only the championship, but also to defend the school's honor. Tai Sin said firmly, brother Yi, I definitely will not disappoint you. In the following training sessions, I will work twice as hard. Xia Lan spoke up, student Yi, I will also give it my all. Captain, me too. Zhou Yi replied with satisfaction, good, everyone's determination is the key to success. I believe that in the exchange match, our squad will definitely win in brilliant fashion. Zhou Yi's group had just left the dungeon when they heard Wu Mang's applause. Congratulations on successfully clearing the abyss-level dungeon I specially prepared. Wu Mang and Meyer continued to shower them with praise. Your performance was outstanding, far exceeding my expectations. Especially you, Zhou Yi, you truly gave me a huge surprise. Zhou Yi smiled shyly, scratched his head, and replied, only did what I should have done. Wu Mang then asked, Zhou Yi, what are your thoughts on taking first place in the exchange match? Zhou Yi clenched his fist and answered decisively, first place is naturally something we must take. Very good, if you want to win the championship you need exactly that kind of confidence. Meyer offered her suggestion, Zhou Yi's support and offensive abilities are both comprehensive, so we can just happen to build two battle plans around him. At the beginning, Zhou Yi can stand in the support position and temporarily hide his true strength. At the crucial moment, he can then unleash his full power and catch the opponent off guard. If we do this, the championship in the exchange match will probably be even more secure. Mang smiled and nodded in agreement. That is a good idea. When the time comes, we will let those old fellows broaden their horizons before Zhou Yi's prowess. Even among geniuses, there are still levels. Meyer continued, however, the squad's coordination is still a little lacking, and this aspect needs more practice. That is right, tomorrow we can target their weaknesses and carry out special training. Alright, we will stop here for today. Everyone should go back and rest first. Of course, to maintain your interest in training, we have also prepared a few forms of punishment. Zhou Yi was startled and asked uneasily, punishment, teacher, can you reveal a little in advance? If I say it, where would the fun be? We still have matters to attend to, so we will leave first. After saying that, Meyer and Wu Mang left. Grandmaster. Zhou Yi was about to call her back, but Meyer seemed not to hear him, and in just a few steps, she had vanished from the group's sight. With no other choice, Zhou Yi turned to his teammates and said, since that is the case, everyone should work hard in training and prepare to meet the challenge of the exchange match. The group answered in unison. Time passed just like that, until one ordinary day like any other in front of the dungeon gate. Background character A sighed and complained, the nightmare level goblin dungeon really is too hard. Background character B replied, that is right, I tried twice and still could not clear it. If nightmare level is already this hard, I really cannot imagine how Twisted Abyss level must be. Just as background character A finished speaking, he heard someone say, Lingxi, do you think we've hope of completing this abyss level dungeon challenge within 10 minutes this time? The two of them cried out softly in surprise, both turning toward the voice, and saw that the speaker was the black-haired girl in a group of people. That group was precisely Zhou Yi's group who had come today to challenge the dungeon. Faced with Tyson's question, Ling smiled and replied, we have trained together for so long and with the captain's brush supporting us. 10 minutes should not be a big problem. Tyson nodded in agreement, that is true, and yesterday Wu Mang even specially gave me a few more pointers. Lingxi smiled and said, then today I will wait to see your performance. When Zhou Yi's group entered the dungeon, background character A asked in shock, they are treating an abyss level dungeon like a speedrun. Just what kind of background do they have? Background character B replied, they are the team representing our school in this year's National Freshman University and College Exchange match. Background character A cried out in alarm, freshman? I remember that in the team our year sent out, the highest level person was only level 19. Yet in their group, the lowest is already level 20. That is truly unbelievable. That male student just now looked like he had pretty good strength. Background character B pointed at the rankings and sighed with emotion. It is not just pretty good. Raise your head and look, he is Zhou Yu, the one ranked first on the clear record. A passerby heard this and curiously raised his head to look at the rankings, then immediately cried out Zhou Yi. So it is him, the one even the experts on the Earth rankings could not surpass. About 7 minutes later, inside the dungeon, little demons, fall back for now. The gigantic boss unleashed world-ending meteor flame, attacking straight toward Zhou Yi's group. Tai Sin laughed loudly in excitement. I have finally waited for you to use this move, shatter for me. She shouted, her hands covered in blazing red energy, charging forward fiercely and punching apart the boss's skill. In her heart, she thought, thanks to teacher's guidance, I now have enough strength to withstand your attack. Just then, the boss's voice rang out, the weak are ultimately still the weak. Do not think that a little progress means you can act arrogant in front of me. Tai Sin was slightly startled and turned her head, only to see a gigantic fist already closing in within inches. Tai Sin, retreat. Zhou Yi immediately gave the order, while at the same time stepping ahead of her and throwing a punch to meet the boss's fist head on. In the blink of an eye, the boss's entire arm was twisted apart, making it howl in pain. My arm. Zhou Yi turned his head to look at Tai Sin, and said with a smile, Tai Sin, being able to block the boss's first attack alone was already very impressive. Next, let us work together to defeat it. Ling Shi also smiled and said, Tai Sin, take a short rest, leave the rest to us. At this moment, the boss was still roaring furiously. Damn it, I want all of you to die. But before it could act, it was already tightly bound by golden chains. Immediately afterward, a large amount of lightning traveled along the chains and entered its body, making it once again howl in agony. Zhou Yi gripped one end of the chain and said with a smile, now you know pain. But do not worry, no matter how loudly you scream, we will not let you go. Xiaolan spoke up. That is right. Her expression became serious, and her hands quickly formed seals, heaven sealing, earth locking ban. Countless talismans flew out and plastered themselves all over the boss's body. Immediately afterward, Ling Shi also raised her voice. Let me have you taste the move Meyer taught me. Lightning magic, thunder descent. From high above, an enormous column of lightning struck straight down onto the boss. Last was Chu Ran, who charged forward quickly and shouted, the final strike. At the same time, a powerful slash swung down, sending the boss's head flying into the air. System notification, congratulations on clearing the Abyss level dungeon. Completion time is 8 minutes and 36 seconds. Clear rewards will now be distributed. A moment later, Zhou Yi's group left the dungeon. Wu Mang immediately stepped forward and praised them. Not bad. Your clear time has already dropped below 9 minutes. Your performance this time was something even I cannot nitpick. Zhou Yi asked in surprise Dean Wu, why are you here? Wu Mang's expression became serious, and he replied, I came to inform you that the time for the exchange match has been confirmed. It will be in 1 week. Therefore, tomorrow, I will lead everyone to the venue of the exchange match, Qingjing University. Hearing this, Xiaolan cheered happily. Wonderful, the exchange match is finally about to begin. Duran clenched both hands and said excitedly, we have worked so hard in training for so long precisely to wait for this moment. Tai Sin also smiled and said, after training for so long, we finally get to enter a real competition. Ling Shi asked curiously, Qingjing University, I wonder what that place looks like. As for Zhou Yi, he lightly cracked his knuckles, an expectant smile appearing on his face as he thought to himself, I have already beaten the dungeon bosses until I am sick of them. Finally, I have a chance to fight the top geniuses of other schools. Next day, exactly as arranged, Wu Mang came to take Zhou Yi's group to the exchange match venue. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind them to ensure safety. I will lead everyone through the school's dedicated teleportation point. This teleportation point will take us straight to the exchange match venue, Qingjing University. At the teleportation area, Principal Wang Hui and the deans were already standing there waiting. After a few polite greetings, the principal said to the students, you are the outstanding ones among the freshman class, and you carry the honor of the school on your shoulders. We have won the championship for 4 consecutive years, so I very much hope you can bring back the 5th honor for the school. Clearly, the Zhou Yi group responded in unison. Only then did Wang Hui order Uncle Hua Yang to activate the teleportation formation. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi, Wu Mang, and Mai Er appeared at Qingjing University. This astonished Zhou Yi. They had reached Qingjing University so quickly, despite the schools being over 2 million kilometers apart. Maya laughed, saying it was thanks to the headmaster's formation. Otherwise, they would have needed days by train. Only this long-distance teleportation formation could be cast by a 3rd-tier mage. At this moment, a voice rang out, welcoming the teachers and students of Suhang University to Qingjing University. Your presence honors us greatly. Lao Chang, why are you here? Wu Mang cheerfully approached, shaking hands and asking Yang Chun, a 3rd-tier mechanist. With old friends here, I must personally guide everyone to their accommodations. Yang Chun replied warmly, then looked at the Zhou Yi group. Bringing these kids here this time is not bad at all. I hear some of your freshmen are exceptional. Then we will meet on the battlefield, that is only natural. After greetings, Wu Mang reminded the students, the official exchange match begins on the 10th, and the battle will commence thereafter. After a month of training, the team has reached its limits. A few days of rest are allowed, everyone can relax. However, recently Qingjing has many visitors. Infiltrating heterodox agents may appear. Import events for prodigies almost every year attract evil heterodox targeting geniuses. Alright, that's it for today. The next few days you may go out, but pay attention to safety. Once finished, the Zhou Yi group was led by the robot to their private private room for rest. One heard that you had entered the residential area of Qingjing University. If there are issues, you can rely on me, the robot said. No need, serving Qingjing University is quite novel. Zhu Ye stood by the window observing the city, then opened the system panel, used all accumulated experience points, successfully leveled up to 23, gaining 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Level 24 is still far off, many skills remain at C and B ranks. Upon reaching the second tier upgrade, the Holy Knight skills must be at least above B+. Could even learn A+ skills. Iron Initiation Sphere, Light Sphere to enhance teammates' attributes, Dark Transformation Sphere to devastate enemies. Third tier is still far off, skip that for now, should complete the system achievement quest first. A week later, the National Freshman Exchange Match for Universities and Colleges of Zhangxia begins for the 157th class. The first match was between Suhang University and Venduang University. The lively stands impressed Zhou Yi. Unsurprising that everyone wanted to participate in the freshman exchange. Churan beside him noted, today is just the opening, finals viewership may double. While Zhou Yi's group enjoyed themselves, on the other side Venduang University students were displeased. Unlucky facing Suhang University, nothing to do but accept fate. Suhang University were the previous champions, everyone must accept. Brown-haired frowned coldly, what to fear, last year ranked top 30, can at least hold back a bit. In the stands, people murmured, the Holy Knight behind seemed level 23, at this level able to suppress others. Fortunately only support, if attacking it could be troublesome. Venduang will surely lose, let's see how many trump cards they reveal. On the field, brown-haired noticed Zhu Yi's level, though worried, still stated Suhang University team has courage, but level doesn't prove everything. Both teams took positions, built the field, deployed defensive formations. The robot announced and started the countdown. When 3 seconds elapsed, Venduang students prepared to strike first, brown-haired blocked. Safe, let's focus on defense, see what troops the opponent has. At that moment, brown-haired saw the opposing Holy Knight youth swing his hand. A glow enveloped Suhang University's group. Their stats surged in an instant, terrifying the audience. Within seconds, several skill projectiles were launched. Holy Knight Zhu Yi lived up to being Suhang University's captain. Yang Chun was surprised. Wu Mang smiled proudly. If continued, team stamina would rise 50%. Holy Knight's expanded battlefield range, even in this small group match, performance was exceptional. Yang Chun silently thought, luckily the team has some trump cards, otherwise relying solely on Zhu Yi would be exhausting. Observe Venduang's response to learn from. Unfortunately, Venduang University regarded Zhu Yi's group as Grim Reapers. One trembling individual dropped their weapon. Captain, what to do? Brown-haired replied, pale-faced, can still block. Observing, Zhu Yi sneered. Seeing the opposing team was ordinary, using the simplest plan, everyone directly attacked to scatter them. Chu Ran and Xiaolan responded in unison, understood. Receiving the order, Ling Shi excitedly created a decoy sphere. Captain, I attacked the lead. Ling Shi launched numerous rocket arrows at Venduang, a magical fire barrage. The sudden attack forced Venduang to grit teeth and create shields, light barriers protecting the body. Venduang captain defended while saying defense is enough. Seems they only have that. Fellow behind turned pale. Captain approaches again. Ahead of them, Tyson rushed with sharp and powerful eyes. Her 5 punches shattered the defensive shield. She ran slashed down countless times, demonic sword seal followed by continuous lightning energy, causing a massive explosion. Continuous attacks completely incapacitated Venduang University. Seeing the opponent unable to resist, System announced the battle ended. Winner was Suhang University. System floated up, thanked both teams for the spectacular match. Next match will begin shortly. After it ended, Churan complained the opponent was a warrior, ranked 27, must wait long. Xiaolan sighed, ranked 45, how long to wait? Zhou Yi excitedly said, this is my 6th match, opponent is a swordsman. My luck isn't bad, second group may take field. Chu Ran and Xiaolan could only admire and envy. In the stands everyone whispered Zhu Yi hadn't yet shown his full strength, eager to see his real ability. Support Holy truly participates in a solo match, surely Zhu Yi is hiding strength as captain. When Zhu Yi came, everyone cheered, Zhu Yi, Yuka, keep going. 2 stepped onto the field, System introduced 9th solo match, Zhu Yi of Suhang University versus Liu Qiang of Xuanan University. Students prepared, match about to start. Zhu Yi's opponent is Liu Qiang, level 18 swordsman of Xuanan University. Liu Qiang sneered, thinking just support role, good luck, just leveled up and already gained advantage. Those behind whispered, opponent Liu Kai is captain of Suhang University. Next match will be fierce. Holy Knight only supports. Liu will directly fight him. Without delay, System counted 3, 2, 1, begin. Liu Qiang swiftly raised his sword to attack. Disdainful, if you yield I will let you keep face. Zhu Yi laughed, haha, tell me to lose, you've endured 10 angers before me, then spout this boast. Liu Qiang slashed down, shouted, brat, arrogant before me, you huo thai dao. Zhou Yi easily dodged countless sword strikes. His speed surprised Liu Qiang truly fast. Liu Qiang disdainfully said, "Should end here," legs restrained by ice dazed. Looked up, Zhou Yi already raised his fist. Liu Qiang angrily cursed silently. Damn this trick. Liu Qiang used fire magic to escape the ice restraints underfoot. Liu Qiang charged to slash, shouting poor talent. Zhou Yi blocked barehanded. His defense left Liu Qiang utterly confused, successfully blocked. Next, Zhou Yi struck hard to Liu Qiang's abdomen. He was stunned, could not believe it. His attack sent Liu Qiang flying tens of meters. Beneath the stands, everyone looked at one another in panic, asking what just happened. The captain had been sent flying out again, while they still had not even seen Zhou Yi's attack clearly. The teacher sighed and said, "Well, the opponent is still the captain of Suhang University after all." Liu Qiang underestimated him too much. Although he belongs to a support class, his actual combat ability absolutely cannot be looked down on. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, Liu Qiang appeared with his face covered in blood. His body could no longer move at all. The system immediately went forward to check, then announced that Liu Qiang was no longer able to continue fighting. The system declared Zhou Yi the winner. Zhou Yi withdrew his fist and said with disdain, "Too weak, he could not even withstand one of my C-rank skill punches." The stands instantly erupted. That punch was too terrifying. He had overwhelmed his opponent in just a few moves. It was hard to believe perhaps this still was not Zhou Yi's full strength. Outside, Zhu Yu, the mentor of Qingjing University, suddenly exclaimed that it had only been a few months since she went to Lijiang for recruitment, yet Zhou Yi's strength had already risen this quickly. Yin Cheng standing beside her and said, "Zhu Yu, does that not mean Zhou Yi almost became a student of our school?" Zhu Yu replied regretfully, "Exactly, if I had known this earlier, I should have risked everything to fight for a top score like him. Sai, if we had Zhou Yi now, would we not sweep away all opponents?" Xiaolan, a level 19 marksman, looked at Zhu Yi with interest and slowly said, "He seems to be the special boy Chu Ran once mentioned. His strength really is not bad, support, close combat, and magic are all fairly proficient." On the other hand, Xiaobai, a level 18 priest, worriedly thought that there was something abnormal about the speed at which Zhu Yi cast freezing skills. Even the ice mages in her clan could not cast them that quickly. All of a sudden, the bracelet lit up again. Xiaobai thought in shock, "Wait, this is the reaction of the clan treasure. Could he be someone who has awakened the ice bloodline?" Seeing Xiaobai's unusually silent expression, Xiaolan turned and asked, "Xiaobai, what is wrong with you?" Xiaobai was startled, clenched the bracelet, and hurriedly replied, "I am fine." Immediately afterward, Xiaobai quickly found an excuse to leave Sister Lan. "Something urgent suddenly came up, so I have to go back first." Her strange attitude left Xiaolan completely confused. Xiaobai ran to a deserted place and called Chu Heng, and as soon as the phone rang, Chu Heng immediately answered. He picked up the phone and asked, "Xiaobai, is today not the day of your competition? How do you have time to call Dad and even using the company phone?" As soon as she heard Chu Heng's voice, Xiaobai urgently said, "Dad, I discovered someone who awakened the ice bloodline. Moreover, he is also surnamed Chu, and the purity of the ice bloodline in Zhou Yi's body even exceeds 70%. Hearing the news, Chu Heng instantly sprang to his feet and asked in alarm, "Are you sure the ice bloodline has such high purity?" Xiaobai replied, "Around 80% likely, but to confirm whether it is true or not, I need closer contact." Chu Heng gradually calmed down, gently pushed up his glasses, and said, "Good. Find an opportunity for Dad to meet Zhou Yi. I will also start investigating on my side to see whether he is truly a member of our Chu family." After hanging up the phone, Chu Heng stood up and looked out the window, unable to hide the joy in his heart. Zhou Yi, the ice bloodline, if this matter is true, perhaps our Tianlan Chu family is saved. At this moment, on the arena to the right, everyone cheered in unison, "Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi." The left side refused to be outdone and kept shouting, "Li Xin, Li Xin." The classmate beside Li Yin smiled and said, "Li Xin, do not hold back later." Li Xin curled his lips in a malicious smile. "Do not worry, I am only afraid that Zhou Yi will not even be enough for me to use my full strength." Wei He standing beside him suddenly reminded him, "Xiao Xin, be a little careful, Zhou Yi is very strong. Even I can sense an extremely dangerous aura from Zhou Yi." Wei Xin immediately became much more serious. He replied, "Brother Wei, I understand." Immediately afterward, Lei Xin revealed his skill. The classmate standing beside him just now said admiringly, as expected of Lei Xin, "This aura is truly amazing, the level 18 Gale armor set. I am afraid Zhu Yi will not even be able to touch a single hair on Lei Xin." Zheng Feng also echoed, "Exactly, when the time comes it will be enough as long as Zhu Yi does not get beaten until he cries." The match was about to begin, and the stands exploded with endless fervent cheers. "Zhou Yi is the strongest, Zhou Yi. Keep going, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi. Mado University, Li Xin, keep going." At this moment, Chu Heng had appeared and said wearily, "Luckily, I still made it in time." Chu Donger looked around with interest and said, "The atmosphere of this match is not much worse than the clan grounds." Suddenly Xiaobai appeared behind the two of them. Dong quickly noticed her, turned her head excitedly, and called sister. She rushed over and hugged Xiaobai tightly, while Xiaobai hugged her and asked in surprise, Dad, Dong why are you two here? Zhu Heng calmly replied, is it not to investigate Zhu Yi's identity? He is very likely a member of the main branch who was lost during the Dark Era. After learning that a clan member had awakened the ice bloodline, the clan leader ordered me to come and verify it. It also happened to be a chance to bring your little sister to see the bearing of Suhang's top freshman. Chu Dong suddenly pouted unhappily and said, what is there to broaden my horizons about a holy knight with a support class? Chu Xiaobai immediately put on a stern face and corrected her, Dong it is wrong for you to think that way. So what if he is a holy knight? If Zhou Yi's bloodline purity truly exceeds 70%, he is fully qualified to switch to the clan's hidden class. Hearing this, Chu Dong asked excitedly, sister, among the younger generation of our main branch, the highest bloodline concentration is only 40%, right? Is Zhou Yi's 70% purity really that high? Chu Heng suddenly spoke up in reproach, Dong before coming here, Dad already told you to show Zhou Yi some respect. In terms of seniority, he can also be considered your elder brother. Dong replied irritably, even if he really is a member of the clan, if he wants to be my elder brother, he still has to see whether his strength is qualified first. Zhu Xiaobai hurriedly comforted her, alright, since Dad has come here, we only need to test Zhou Yi's bloodline concentration and we will know. For now, let us watch his match at ease. In the end, Chu Dong could only give in, fine then. At this moment, the system's announcement rang out. The first match of the third round of the singles event is about to begin. Now inviting the two contestants to enter the arena, Li Xin of Mado University and Zhu Yi of Suhang University. Li Xin appeared in armor that wrapped around his body and said confidently, originally, I planned to wear light gear into battle and finish you off quickly, but the captain said you are very strong, so I have no choice but to take this a little more seriously. Zhou Yi calmly replied, oh then do your best. Zhu Yi silently observed Li Xin for a few seconds and thought to himself, being able to recognize my strength, it seems this captain of Mado University cannot be looked down on either, only. He stared at Li Xin and thought silently, so he is only level 18, a full 5 levels lower than me. I am afraid that just casting one light punishment would make him faint on the spot. Li Xin of Mado University, a level 18 fighter, had entered a ready state to face the battle, but when he met Zhou Yi's gaze, he could not help but flinch. Facing Li Xin, Zhou Yi felt quite troubled. Tomorrow's team match still had to be fought against Qingjing University, so he had to hold back a little in this match and could not reveal too much strength. Close combat skills became his only option, and the feeling of being restrained was truly unpleasant. Seeing that both sides were ready, the system announced for the contestants to prepare. The match officially began. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the fight started, Zhou Yi used grace protection, creating a massive stream of light. The light shone straight at Li Xin, forcing him to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Zhou Yi's appearance made Li Xin look down on him even more. The momentum is decent, but it is only appearance. In an instant, Li Xin accelerated and charged toward Zhou Yi. He arrogantly lifted his leg and launched an attack, a low kick. Yet Zhou Yi easily blocked it. He thought to himself, is that all? Zhou Yi quickly counterattacked with an uppercut, afternoon light strike. The blow made Li Xin hurriedly raise his armor to defend. He thought in pain, it hurts so much, why does it feel like my equipment has no effect at all? But before he could defend for long, Zhu Yi had already sent him flying. Li Xin's body slammed heavily straight into the barrier wall. The audience was all shocked to the extreme. A fighter was actually being pressured and beaten by a support class. This was truly something one only saw after living long enough. What exactly was going on? Zhu Yi had already injured Li Xin. Li Xin's awakened talent was a rank steel bones, so his defense should have far surpassed Zhu Yi's. After being beaten black and blue, Li Xin struggled to stand up and asked, are you really not from a martial arts family? Otherwise, how could your fighting skills be so much stronger than mine? Zhu Yi rolled his arm and replied, no, my physique is just a little stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed countless consecutive punches. Holy fist barrage. Li Xin could only grit his teeth and defend, cursing angrily in his heart. Damn it, an offense this strong makes it absolutely impossible to break free. Zhou Yi's relentless attacks forced Li Xin to keep retreating. Suddenly, Zhou Yi spoke coldly. It should end now. Looking at the punch rushing toward him, Li Xin secretly panicked. This punch, he simply could not block it. Immediately, Li Xin shouted in terror, stop, Zhou Yi, I surrender. Hearing this, Zhou Yi hurriedly redirected the blow to the side. The powerful destructive force of the attack still blasted Li Xin far away. Li Xin fell painfully onto the arena floor with a thud. Seeing that both Li Xin's armor and body had been severely damaged, the system declared that Zhu Yi had won this match. Congratulations to Zhu Yi on advancing and earning a spot in the 4th round of the singles event. Zhu Yi lightly scratched his neck and thought, as expected, hiding my strength really is difficult. I could not help but strike a little too heavily the moment I started. The entire stands were shaken by his power, and everyone discussed in alarm, truly unbelievable. A holy knight with a support class can actually fight like this. A holy knight defeating a fighter barehanded. Where is the logic in that? Zhou Yi's close combat ability is truly terrifying. Zhou Yi slowly walked to Li Sin's side and used holy light to save him. Seeing two nurses walk, Zhou Yi spoke up and apologized. He surrendered a little late. I truly could not pull back my force in time. As he passed by the nurse, Zhou Yi added, however, I already cast a bit of healing magic to help stabilize his injuries. I will leave the rest to you. The nurse froze for a moment and replied, okay. But when she saw Li Sin's condition, she could not help but be stunned. Li Sin's trembling appearance made the nurse blurt out, the injuries are really serious. Li Sin groaned in pain. It hurts so much. The two nurses hurriedly gave first aid. After carefully observing the wounds, one of them said, with injuries like this, I am afraid it will be hard to recover without 2 or 3 days. I really did not expect that as a holy knight Zhou Yi could actually create such destructive power. When the match ended, Bai spoke, see, I already said Zhou Yi's strength is very strong, far beyond the geniuses of the same age in the clan. After observing the match just now, Chu Heng replied seriously. His opponent was wearing heavy armor, yet he was still sent flying by one punch. That really is monster-level strength. The ice bloodline in the clan seems to also possess special attribute power after switching to the hidden class. Zhou Yi's overwhelming strength made Dong Error, though unconvinced, have no choice but to admit it. She gave an embarrassed himfemf and said, I admit his strength is indeed very strong. Is that good enough? That adorable appearance made Chu Heng burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems Zhou Yi's strength has truly convinced Dong Error. He turned to Xiao Bai and said, then I will have to trouble you to arrange a meeting between Zhou Yi and me. Xiao Bai nodded and replied with a soft, At this moment the system's announcement rang out. The battle between Chu Ran of Suhang University and Zheng Feng of Mada University has entered its intense stage. The final winner is about to appear. Let us look forward to it together. Outside the stands, Zhou Yi thought to himself that Zheng Feng's strength was even weaker than Li Sin's, so Chu Ran would probably win easily. It could be seen on the arena floor that Zheng Feng was gradually falling into a disadvantage. She thought in frustration that Suhang University's contestants this year were truly too strong. She herself was already nearing her limit, and she did not know how many more moves she could withstand. In contrast, Chu Ran still charged forward, launching fierce attacks one after another. She told herself she had to end this match quickly. The sight before her left Zheng Feng utterly terrified, and she widened her eyes as she shouted, this is. Zhang Shanren swung her sword, cutting out countless sword arcs that pierced through Zheng Feng and left behind a haunting afterimage. In the end, Zheng Feng could no longer endure it, and her whole body collapsed onto the arena floor. The system announced that Zheng Feng of Mado University could no longer continue fighting. Congratulations to Chu Ran on advancing and securing a place in the 4th round of the singles event. The stands were once again shaken by the strength of Suhang University. Everyone discussed in astonishment that Zheng Feng had actually been almost unable to fight back. They had not expected that aside from Ji Yi, Chu Ran was also this powerful. They wondered just how worth watching tomorrow's team match between them and Qingjing University would be. Below the arena, Zhou Yi stepped over and praised Chu Ran. You fought very well in this match. Especially that final move, it was truly cool. Chu Ran replied modestly, I was just lucky the opponent this time was also a little weak. Yang Shanran cleared her throat and teased, if I ran into brother Zhu Yi, I would probably have no choice but to surrender. Zhu Yi scratched his head awkwardly and replied, you must be joking. How could I possibly make a move against you? Suddenly someone ran over and called out, student Zhou Yi, please wait a moment. Zhou Yi turned back in confusion and asked, do you need something from me? Xiao Bai panted as she introduced herself, I am Xiao Bai of the Tianlin Zhao family. I came because you awakened the frost bloodline. With such high purity, you must certainly be one of our Zhao family. Zhou Yi asked suspiciously, frost bloodline, the Tianlin Zhao family. Chu Ran beside him softly explained, brother Zhou Yi, I know the Zhao family. They and my Jiang family are both ancient clans. They have stood firm in Tianlin province for several hundred years. Their origins are very old, and their strength cannot be underestimated either. Chu Ran continued, but I heard that in recent years, fewer and fewer members of the Zhao family have awakened the frost bloodline. Judging from the current situation, the Zhao family badly needs people with this bloodline. Brother Zhou Yi even receive a large amount of cultivation resources. Chu Ran's blunt words made Xiao Bai answer awkwardly, that is indeed possible. But Zhou Yi still calmly refused, no need, I do not need those things. But you say I am a member of the Zhao family, is there any proof? Hearing this, Xiao Bai took out an appraisal stone and said, my father has also just arrived here. He brought a bloodline appraisal stone. If you truly are a member of the Zhao family, this stone will resonate with you. Zhou Yi reached out and touched the appraisal stone, then said, fine, then let me try. The instant he touched it, the appraisal stone immediately erupted with a massive surge of power. Xiao Bai cried out in shock, Zhou Yi, the purity of your frost bloodline has actually surpassed 90%. Zhou Yi only smiled calmly and said, I can indeed sense a bloodline kinship with you. I never thought taking part in an exchange match would allow me to find the origin of the frost bloodline within my body. After the appraisal was finished, Xiaobai spoke, "Student Zhou Yi, no, brother Zhou Yi, my father wants to meet you for a moment, is that alright?" Zhou Yi gladly agreed. "Alright." Zhou Yi turned to Chu Ran and said, "Then Chu Ran, you go back first, I will go with her for a while." Chu Ran smiled and replied, "Alright, but brother Zhou Yi, do not feel too pressured either. The Zhao family is only powerful in Tianlin. They still cannot compare with our Jiang family." Xiaobai immediately retorted, "Our Zhao family is actually very formidable too." After that, Xiaobai led Zhu Yi to meet Zhou Heng. When they reached the door, she stopped and said, "Brother Zhu Yi, my father and my younger sister are waiting for you inside." At this moment, Zhu Yi could not help thinking inwardly. Back when Zhou Yun was seriously ill during the most difficult time, the Zhao family had not helped at all. Now that he had awakened the bloodline, they took the initiative to come looking for him. It truly left one unsure what to say. Just then the room door was suddenly opened. Zhao Heng stepped forward and said, "The two of you are finally here." Xiaobai immediately called out, "Dad." Zhao Heng walked up to Zhu Yi and introduced himself. "Hello, young friend Zhu. I am Zhou Heng." Zhu Yi politely shook his hand. "Hello, I am Zhou Yi." Zhao Heng smiled and said, "I have long heard of young friend Zhou's name, and meeting you today you are indeed extraordinary." His necklace lit up. Zhao Heng said excitedly, "You actually possess frost bloodline with such high purity." Realizing that his reaction was a little excessive, Zhao Heng hurriedly regained his serious expression and said, "Speaking of it, your father and I share the same great-great-grandfather. Xiao Bai is also your distant cousin. Unfortunately, your father passed away far too early." Zhou Yi calmly replied, "That is all in the past." Zhao Heng excitedly shifted to the main matter. "Zhou Yi, as long as you agree to return to the main branch and switch back to a hidden frost class, our Zhao family will devote all our strength and resources to nurturing you, helping you quickly step into the third advancement." During this, Zhou Yi asked back, "A hidden class? But I have already changed class to Paladin, can I still switch back?" Zhao Heng immediately said excitedly, "You do not need to worry about that. We have already prepared a top-grade class change item. With a frost bloodline as pure as yours, you will be even more able to unleash the true power of a hidden frost class." Zhou Yi began to think seriously. The strongest support system inside his body had already bound itself firmly to the Paladin class, and it was also thanks to the guidance of the Holy Light that he had far surpassed ordinary people and reached his current level. To him right now, the so-called hidden class of the Zhao family was not mentioning at all. After weighing it carefully, Zhou Yi asked, "According to what you mean, if I do not change class, then I will not receive the Zhao family's nurturing, right?" Zhao Heng froze for a moment before replying, "That is not wrong. But as long as you change class, the Zhao family library, with its countless skill books, will open to you. You will have a great many resources, and no longer need to worry about leveling up." After hearing this, Zhu Yi shook his head and refused. Gaining a large amount of resources does sound rather good, but I still choose to refuse. Hearing him refuse, Zhou Heng immediately grew anxious. He hurriedly offered many more conditions. After changing class, all your skills will be reset, your skill points will be refunded, and your intelligence attribute will not be reduced. Moreover, as long as you join the Zhao family's main branch in less than 6 years, we can definitely help you reach level 50 and undergo your third advancement. Zhou Yi said firmly, "In truth, the conditions you offered hold no appeal for me. At school I can also receive many resources, and I have absolutely no need to worry about leveling up or improving my strength. Besides, I prefer my current Paladin class." Zhao Heng asked in confusion, "Paladin is only support, while our Zhao family's hidden class must surely have a better position." "Zhou Yi, what are you still hesitating for?" Zhou Yi replied angrily, "Only support." Those words had touched his pride. Zhou Yi said coldly, "In your understanding, Paladin is only a support class. That only proves that you are far too shallow. As it happens, tomorrow we will fight Qingjing University, and I will show you what a true Paladin is." Zhou Yi decisively turned and left. Before leaving, he even waved goodbye. "Student Xiao Bai, I will take my leave. See you tomorrow on the arena floor." Xiao Bai hurriedly called after him, "Brother Ji, wait." Seeing that he had already left, Xiao Bai turned to question Zhao Heng. "Dad, why did you not keep him here a little longer?" Zhao Heng answered with a stern face, "Just let him go." Even now, he still has not recognized the limits of a Paladin. After tomorrow, once he witnesses the strength of your Qingjing University, it will not be too late for him to turn back. Zhao Dong-er, who was sitting behind the chair, immediately raised her hand and said, "Wait, I have a different opinion." Zhao Dong-er raised her head and said, "Dad, everyone is being far too accommodating toward Zhu Yi, just to persuade him to join our Zhao family's main branch. Is there any need to go to such lengths?" Zhou Xiaobai awkwardly wanted to answer this is all because Zhao Heng helplessly cut her off. "Enough, let me say it." He explained solemnly, "The old ancestor of our Zhao family was the first professional on Blue Star to awaken the Frost bloodline. Under the old ancestor's leadership, the Zhao family quickly rose with great force. Among the descendants of later generations, clansmen who awakened the Frost bloodline also appeared continuously, and there had even once been several third advancement experts. But everything changed when the Dark Age descended." Zhao Heng recounted, "During the Dark Age, countless demons elements from other worlds invaded. The old ancestor of the Zhao family immediately led the clan's experts to war. But during one deep expedition into the otherworld battlefield, the old ancestor went missing. Without his protection, the third advancement elders were all dragged into battles against powerful otherworld experts. Although 5 elders used resurrection spells to come back to life, they were still affected by the eternal bloodline curse of the otherworld demon venerable. Zhao Heng slowly sat down in the chair and said in a deep voice, "Ever since that incident, the awakening rate of the Frost bloodline among the Zhao family's descendants has plummeted, not even reaching 1% of the original rate. This eternal bloodline curse is extremely domineering, and relying solely on bloodline inheritance cannot erase or purify it. Because later generations gradually lacked successors, the Zhao family looks strong from the outside, but in truth it has already become very weak." He smiled and explained, "So if Zhou Yi, with such a pure Frost bloodline, returns to the Zhao family's main branch," he said seriously, "right now Zhou Yi has been winning continuously in the individual matches, so he is just at his most confident. Once he faces the Qingjing University team, he will understand that our Zhao family is the key that can help him become stronger." Dong'er asked in confusion, "Dad, then what if Zhou Yi wins?" Zhao Heng hesitated for a moment. "This matter." Zhou Xiaobai then stepped forward and rubbed her head, reproaching her lightly. "Why have you started siding with Zhou Yi? Tomorrow is your match too." Zhou Dong'er answered with a pout, "Boo-hoo. I was only saying what if." The next day on the arena floor, the audience waited eagerly. Tickets to watch this match were truly hard to get. "Brother, you also came specially for the match between Suhang University and Qingjing, right?" "Of course, this is the peak team match among the universities. Who would have thought the third round would already be as tense as the finals?" Everyone discussed animatedly, wondering whether Zhou Yi could keep his undefeated miracle against Qingjing University. This time Qingjing is fighting on home ground. I do not think it looks good. Dong'er sat in the back, gloomily thinking that her team's chances of winning were clearly higher. But brother Zhou Yi, no, would Zhou Yi truly definitely win? Just then, the system sounded an announcement. "Next, please welcome the representative teams of Qingjing University and Suhang University to enter the arena." When both teams stepped onto the stage together, the stands instantly erupted with cheers. Suhang University, Qingjing University, Suhang University. The moment Zhou Yi stepped onto the arena, he immediately cast the skill Mystic Light Warhammer. A gigantic warhammer appeared and smashed heavily onto the arena floor. The stands were immediately astonished by this weapon. A warhammer, so Song University's Captain Zhou Yi actually knows how to use a weapon. After all, he is a paladin, so it is not too strange. But Zhou Yi's aura seems to have changed. Exactly, even from several hundred meters away. Just looking at his figure makes me feel a little uneasy. Dong'er widened her eyes and said, "Why is the aura Zhou Yi is revealing several times stronger than before?" Zhao Heng asked suspiciously. Could it be that what Zhou Yi showed before was still not his full strength? At this moment, Li Yuan, a level 22 warrior, asked coldly, "What does Zhou Yi mean by standing so close to the front line? Could he want to take on the main attacker position?" Jialan, a level 19 archer, replied that judging from Zhou Yi's performance in yesterday's individual match, it was very normal for him to stand in an attacking position. Zhao Bai, a level 18 priest, spoke up to add a reminder. Moreover, Zhou Yi's level is the highest among all the contestants of this year. Lu Zhou, a level 20 mage, said disdainfully he is only a paladin with a bit of attacking ability. What uses a high level? Wang Xuan, a level 22 mechanist, also sneered as a captain. If he only has that bit of strength, then he is truly not worth watching. Li Yuan said sternly, "Last year, because of the team match, we were suppressed by Suhang University. In the end, all our efforts went down the drain as we lost the first place title." He coldly thrust his sword straight into the arena floor. Li Yuan instructed seriously, "This year, our opponent is still Suhang University, so everyone must concentrate 100%. Later attack with all your strength for me. Even if you seriously injure them, there is no need to hold back." The whole team answered in unison, "No problem." Outside the field, Dean Cheng smiled as he walked over to strike up a conversation with Wu Mang. "Hey Wu Mang, Zhou Yi has to support an attack by himself. Can he handle it on the field? When the time comes, do not lose the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds." Wu Mang laughed and replied, "Haha, there is no need for you to worry about that, Tai Sin. On the arena floor, everything must be decided by strength, and I have great faith in him." Wu Mang's confidence made Dean Cheng secretly worried. How strange, first-year freshmen usually have very limited skill points. Taking on too many roles would certainly be worse than specializing in one direction. Could it be that Wu Mang still has some trump card he has not used? On the arena floor, Zhou Yi said solemnly, "Once the match starts later, just act the same as when we trained at school. I will take the initiative to attack first, and everyone behind me can adapt according to the situation." Tai Sin said excitedly, "Haha, when Brother Ye goes all out, we can finally take it easy. Even if the opponent opponent is Qingjing University, we can still handle them easily. Zhou Yi turned back again and instructed, it is still better to be careful. After all, they were ranked second last year. Later, if anyone gets injured, remember to move closer to me, and I will add healing spells for everyone. The whole team answered in unison, understood. At this moment, the system began counting down. 3, 2, 1, the match begins. The moment the match opened, Zhou Yi spoke, I will go first. As he sprang forward and rushed out, countless skills appeared at the same time. God's grace, protection grace, dawn blessing, courage grace. On the big screen, the system commentated, facing Qingjing University, Ji of Suhang University did not hesitate at all. He chose to charge directly toward the opponent. The entire stands immediately erupted into shocked noise. With both sides evenly matched in strength, they should have used a round of long-range attacks to probe first. Clearly Zhou Yi extremely confident in his own strength, chanting spells while running at high speed. This skill must have been practiced by him to a very proficient level. Seeing this, Li Yuan immediately grew excited, a malicious smile appearing on his face. Rushing over in such a hurry to admit defeat. Perfect, we have already prepared our strongest long-range attack, and we're waiting for you. In the rear, Xiaolan had already raised the bow in her hand. Immediately afterward, she fired a suffocation arrow, and the arrow instantly tore through the wind as it shot straight toward Zhou Yi. Facing the arrow hurtling toward him, Zhou Yi remained calm, showing no sign of wavering. Looking at the arrows whistling toward Zhou Yi, Xiaolan said excitedly, Suffocation arrow is my A-rank skill. It can lock onto the target from every possible direction of evasion. Without teammates on the front line to help defend you, Zhou Yi, I want to see how you plan to block these arrows. As the arrow was about to close in, Zhou Yi frowned and said, is indeed a little troublesome. He casually reached out and crushed the arrow with his bare hand. His move left Xiaolan stunned in shock. What? He crushed my suffocation arrow with his bare hand. This is an A-rank skill, and it has even been strengthened to level 8. Li Yuan, standing beside her, gave a cold snort and said, even if a holy knight switches to an offensive position, at most he only gains some defense. But this should end here. Once Lu Zhu finishes chanting his skill, I want to see how you withstand it. At this moment, a surge of power had already gathered on Lu Zhu's staff. He immediately released that power and shouted loudly, Zhou Yi, take my strongest strike. A blazing fire phoenix appeared. It was the extreme fire phoenix. The fire phoenix aimed straight at Zhou Yi and released a fireball. That fireball instantly erupted into a massive blaze. Fire phoenix breath. Zhou Yi quickly leaped backward, avoiding the attack. But Lu Zhu still did not stop. He continued to unleash another move. Extreme Fire Phoenix. Blazing Flame Impact. Looking at the phoenix charging toward him, Zhou Yi still stood calmly in place and asked, just fire. Lu Zhu roared in anger. He still refuses to dodge. It seems Zhou Yi will be dealt with by my own hands. In the stands, everyone could not help exclaiming in shock. As expected of a top contestant from Qingjing University, this Extreme Fire Phoenix is an A+ rank skill. Such a powerful skill is nearly impossible to withstand. I wonder how Zhou Yi will deal with it. Charging out of the formation alone, he really is too arrogant. Zhou Yu smiled faintly from above and said, in my opinion, Zhou Yi's wisest choice now is to retreat. Relying on his speed advantage, he still has a chance to return to the rear formation and defend. Hearing this, Su Mei laughed, run away. Zhou Yu asked furiously, Su Mei, what are you laughing at? Su Mei calmly replied, sorry, I just found it funny when I heard you think that relying on an A+ rank skill alone could make Zhou Yi flee. Zhou Yu cursed angrily, once Zhou Yi loses, you can get ready to cry. Su Mei said calmly, is that so? I hope people truly have that ability. On the arena floor, the sight of Zhou Yi continuing to advance threw all the spectators into panic. Zhou Yu asked blankly, what exactly is going on? Suddenly a vast surge of power appeared, enveloping Zhou Yi's entire body. Zhou Yi's current state was the A-rank Holy Flame Halo. The halo condensed sacred flame, allowing him to control the fire element while also increasing the fire-type skill damage of himself and nearby teammates for a period of time. Zhou Yi arrogantly commanded, Holy Flame Halo, absorb it all for me. Lu Zhu shouted in disbelief, how can this be possible? The phoenix had been sucked back by Zhou Yi. He said calmly, little firebird, come here and become my power. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix had been completely subdued by him. Seeing this from the rear, Xiaolan said proudly, it seems Qingjing University has no understanding at all of the true value of our holy knight captain. Churan followed up, even Ling Feng with the flame dragon bloodline could not injure brother Zhou Yi, let alone this fire-type skill. Holding the phoenix firmly in his hand, Zhou Yi smiled and said, terribly sorry, I have disappointed you all. I have holy flame halo, and I can also control the fire element. In the stands, everyone stared wide-eyed in shock. Someone cried out, heavens, I think I just sensed the aura of a god. Too terrifying, Zhou Yi actually possesses a god-given skill. Too powerful, Zhou Yi truly deserves to be called the council god. Zhou Yu was just as shocked. She asked irritably, a god-given skill. Holy Flame Halo is actually a god-given skill. Even third transition professionals can hardly obtain one. What right does Zhou Yi have to receive it? Su Mei smiled and replied, perhaps Zhou Yi is simply quite lucky. It is only normal for a genius to encounter a fortuitous opportunity. Zhou Yu said in dissatisfaction, do not get get smug too soon. We still have many trump cards we have not used. Su Mei shrugged and replied the same words as before. I hope you people truly have that ability. Su Mei's calm attitude left Zhu Yi so angry that she could not speak. At this moment, Chu Donger looked up at Zhu Yi with eyes full of admiration, asked, Dad, what is a God-given skill? Why do I feel like everyone is so excited? Chu Heng replied, because a God-given skill is the most special kind of skill. He explained that it could not be learned through any skill book, nor could it be inherited by any method. Only professionals blessed by the gods were qualified to receive God-given skills. Clearly, Zhu Yi's holy flame halo had been personally bestowed by the god of light. Chu Heng recalled the past and said, the Chu family originally possessed the ice bloodline, and many clan members once followed the ice goddess as believers. But ever since the bloodline suffered its curse, the ice goddess' blessing disappeared with it. He lowered his head helplessly, and therefore, professionals worthy of a god's blessing all possess unfathomable potential. Perhaps the conditions we offered truly are too insignificant to Zhu Yi. Donger turned slightly and said, then was our trip this time not in vain? But Chu Heng replied firmly, no, there is still a chance. After the match ends, I will find Zhu Yi to negotiate. He may be the hope that helps the Chu family rise again. I absolutely will not give up easily. At this moment on the arena floor, Lu Zhou stared at Zhu Yi in complete bewilderment. How could this happen? Why did my extreme fire phoenix disappear? Seeing Lu Zhou in a daze, Li Yuan gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. Although I am not sure how Zhu Yi did it, we can be certain that fire-type spells are completely ineffective against him. Lu Zhou, do not lose heart. Try attacking with another element. He immediately regained his composure and replied, got it. Li Yuan raised the sword in his hand and ordered Xiaolan, keep using long-range attacks to stop Zhu Yi from advancing. We absolutely cannot let him easily approach everyone. Xiaolan replied while firing a volley of arrows, no problem. Lu Zhao also quickly regained his momentum and continued attacking. He suddenly revealed a sly smile and said, Zhu Yi, do not even think you can get pleased with yourself. We still have ways to deal with you. In an instant, a huge stone wall appeared, blocking Zhu Yi's line of sight. Lu Zhou shouted, Rock Fortress. At the same time, Xiaolan's arrows came from the flank gale arrow rain. Zhou Yi thought with a solemn expression, do you think this is enough to stop me from advancing? Not a bad idea, but unfortunately, still too naive. Zhu Yi stood still in place and raised his hand to unleash an attack, Holy Light Heart Shield. Immediately afterward, a shield appeared, scattering all the incoming arrows. Chu Xiaobai was extremely shocked when she saw that skill, and she said it is actually the A-rank Holy Light Heart Shield, and its level does not seem low either. Even Xiaolan had to inwardly praise Zhu Yi's defensive ability as truly excellent. However, in the end, they had finally stopped him from breaking through quickly. Hearing this, Zhu Yi nodded and replied, it did disrupt my battle rhythm a little. Looks like I will have to use a long-range skill to break their formation. Suddenly, Li Yuan sensed that something was wrong. He immediately shouted, not good, retreat quickly. But at that exact moment, Zhu Yi had already created a gigantic firestorm sweeping through everything around him, Holy Flame Storm. Li Yuan hurriedly leaped backward and shouted, everyone dodge. Wherever the storm passed, it destroyed everything in its path, its destructive power astonishingly terrifying. Xiaolan hurriedly dodged, fear rising in her heart. A Holy Flame Storm at this level. If I am accidentally swept into it, I am afraid I will be eliminated instantly. Suddenly, Li Yuan spoke up and asked, wait, where is Lu Zhou? He still be inside there. Sure enough, Lu Zhou was still doing everything he could to hold on inside the storm. He cursed furiously. Damn it, is he really a holy knight? The elemental skills he unleashes are even more terrifying than those of a mage like me. Seeing that Lu Zhou could still endure, Zhou Yi curled his lips and said, looks like this flame still is not strong enough. But do not rush, after all, I have already fully absorbed your extreme fire phoenix. The flames grew more and more violent, causing Lu Zhou's shield to begin cracking completely. Ji shouted coldly. Inside the storm, Lu Zhou cried out in agony again and again in despair. The staff in his hand also fell and shattered. After the raging storm passed, Lu Zhou's body had been burned into a miserable state, and he lay sprawled on the ground in pain, weakly begging for help. Save me. The more Zhu Yi fought, the more his spirit surged. He frowned and said, I still could not finish you off in one breath, but next time you will not be so lucky. His arrogant appearance drove Li Yuan into a furious rage. He cursed loudly, how insolent. Xiaobai, hurry and treat Lu Zhou, leave Zhu Yi to me. Xiaobai immediately replied, got it. Zhu Yi raised the hammer in his hand and said, you came at just the right time. A streak of golden light immediately shot straight toward Li Yuan, radiant slash. But Li Yuan still stood unmoving and said disdainfully, watch me block it directly. As the attack closed in, Li Yuan quickly activated his shield, proper shield. Looking at the gigantic shield suspended in midair, Xiaobai cried out in shock, this is the captain's shield. Radiant slash collided with proper shield, creating a violent explosion. After that blow, Li Yuan Yuan also sank to one knee in exhaustion, gasping for breath. In his heart, he could not help sighing in admiration. Zhou Yi's power is truly terrifying. No wonder even with an iron-like heavenly gift like Li Xin's, he still could not withstand a few of his punches. Suddenly, Li Yuan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and he roared in madness. However, I am not someone who can be defeated so easily. He immediately launched a counterattack Fury Slash. Zhou Yi calmly swung his mace and shattered that move, saying coldly, showing off too soon amounts to only this much. Seeing his attack destroyed in an instant, Li Yuan froze and blurted out, how is that possible? What gives him the right to block it head-on? Normally this slash of mine is enough to deal with a level 20 gold magical beast. Li Yuan refused to accept it and continued gripping his sword tightly as he charged forward. I do not believe Zhou Yi can do it again. Just as Li Yuan leaped up and was about to slash down, Zhou Yi quickly drew out his mace to meet him. Then I will beat you until you submit. The two attacks collided violently, creating an enormous surge of power. Li Yuan's strength made Zhou Yi extremely excited, and he laughed as he said, exhilarating as expected of the captain of Qingjing University. You are the first person my age who dares to compete with me head-on in strength. While struggling to block the attack, Li Yuan thought irritably, damn it, Zhou Yi's strength stat actually surpasses mine. If this continues, my stamina will not hold out for long. In the very next instant, Zhou Yi knocked the sword out of Li Yuan's hand. He frowned and scolded, you cannot even hold on to your own weapon. Have you run out of strength so quickly? Zhou Yi rushed to Li Yuan's side and shouted, get back. Li Yuan was horrified and inwardly cried that things were bad. He had no time to dodge at all. At the critical moment, a shield appeared, protecting him from the fatal attack. Having his strike blocked made Zhou Yi extremely displeased. An attack that was certain to land had still been stopped. At the same time, directly above Zhou Yi, a gigantic centipede robot suddenly appeared. He immediately turned around and raised a shield, Holy Light Guardian. But the centipede's horn had already cracked the shield. In just an instant, Zhou Yi's defense was pierced through. He charged straight up in anger to attack, break for me. After the counterattack, Zhou Yi quickly landed on the ground and silently assessed the situation. This robot's ambush attack is truly powerful. Even level 9 Holy Light Guardian was shattered by a single thrust. Li Yuan panted as he stood up, and seeing that Wang Xuan had just acted to save him, he hurriedly thanked him. Wang Xuan, thank you for saving me. Wang Xuan replied calmly, it was what I should do. If I still had not acted, I am afraid we would already have lost. Leave Zhou Yi to me next, you go handle the others. Wang Xuan slowly revealed his skill and said, originally I planned to hide my strength to deal with Mada University's combination. I did not expect Zhou Yi alone to force our entire team into such a miserable state. Wang Xuan continued summoning another robot. This time it was B-Robot model GX100, level 21, Silver Aptitude. Immediately after, a series of other robots appeared, including the Dai-S Light Rocket Robot, level 21, Silver Aptitude, and the BT-200 Ranger Cavalry, level 22, Silver Aptitude. Looking at the dense swarm of robots before him, Zhou Yi thought in surprise, Wang Xuan is only level 19, yet all his robots have reached around level 21 or 22. In the stands, Wu Mang glanced at Dean Cheng and said with a smile, Dean Cheng, it seems Qingjing University has also hidden a trump card. Dean Cheng replied confidently, of course. He looked proudly toward Wang Xuan and said Wang Xuan possesses the SSS-Rank talent Mechanical Heart, allowing him to create robots higher in level than himself. Wu Mang said with interest, an SSS-Rank talent, so that is how it is. The outcome of this team battle will depend on the two of them. On the arena floor, Zhou Yi suddenly smiled and said, so this is the mechanical human wave tactic. His eyes seemed to flare with fire as Zhou Yi said excitedly, then let me see just how strong your human wave tactic is. Wang Xuan angrily ordered the robots to advance and shouted, daring to charge straight into my mechanical army, you are truly seeking death. Those robots immediately opened fire, countless powerful bullets speeding toward Zhou Yi. After that, the B-robots also shot into the air all at once. Finally, the tanks in the distance continuously fired shells. Zhou Yi immediately raised a shield to block them, Gemini Tai Sin shield. He coldly watched the bullets endlessly rushing toward him. Suddenly, he gave an order, go. The shield immediately rushed forward, pushing back all the ammunition and the robots. Immediately after, Zhou Yi cast the skill Holy Light Cross. A gigantic cross appeared, enveloping his body. The robots were immediately covered by spreading electric currents. In the blink of an eye, they all exploded into pieces at the same time. Seeing his robots explode, Wang Xuan cursed angrily, damn it, my machines use fireproof materials, yet they still could not withstand it. He suddenly took out a keyboard and said, I still have robots of this level. After that, he quickly pressed a key on the keyboard. A large number of new robots continued appearing. Wang Xuan shouted irritably, I do not believe your mental power will not run dry, charge for me. At the same time, on Zhou Yi's teammate's side, Tai Sin easily destroyed a robot while laughing and saying, haha, Wang Xuan definitely did not expect Brother Yi to be so good at dealing with this kind of situation. Zhou Yi glanced lightly at the notification panel and calculated silently, the timing is just right. A new move was about to be unleashed, Divine Storm. The moment Wang Xuan saw it, he hurriedly shouted, it is that terrifying skill again, retreat quickly. But everything was a step too late. Divine Storm activated, sweeping away every robot on the arena floor. At the same time, red warnings continuously appeared on Wang Xuan's Swan's screen. Unit 74 has lost connection. Wang Swan angrily gritted his teeth. It has not been long since the start, yet I have already lost third. Damn it. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and thought to himself, the human wave tactic seems useless against him. No choice, I can only use my final trump card. Wang Swan quickly summoned a colossal machine Go HX Judicator. A colossal machine appeared, its jaws covered with sharp icy teeth. It looked no different from a shark preparing to release a terrifying surge of energy. At the same time, the grappling hooks around X's body also began to move. Wang Swan shouted madly, HX Judicator combine. Immediately, HX opened a small cabin and brought Wang Swan inside to merge with it. At the same time, X's body grew larger and larger, gradually reaching the protective barrier around the arena. The moment it touched the barrier, the system immediately sounded a warning, restricted area detected, emergency elevation of the defensive field height. Seeing that gigantic robot, the audience all cried out in alarm. This is truly too exaggerated. In the National University and College Tournament, this is the first time an epic grade mechanical creation has appeared. Finally, a completely new monster appeared, HX Judicator, level 23 epic aptitude. At this moment, a girl looked down at the arena floor and could not help sighing again and again. This year's freshmen are truly all monsters. On the arena floor, seeing that Wang Swan had brought out his secret weapon, Li Yuan could not help laughing. Ha, brother, Swan's Judicator has finally appeared. He looked at Chu Ran and this time, you people are certain to lose. But Chu Ran completely ignored those words and continued rushing forward to attack. She angrily slashed hard toward Li Yuan and said, brother Zhu Yi will not lose. Li Yuan retreated in panic, yet still forced a disdainful smile. You still want to fight, why be so stubborn? On Zhou Yi's side, Wang Swan sensied HX and said loudly, Zhou Yi, first, let me broaden your horizons with the Judicator's firepower. Immediately after, a barrage of firepower shells was launched. Zhou Yi watched them rushing toward him without the slightest wavering, calculating silently wide area fire coverage. I cannot withstand it head on. Immediately after, Zhou Yi stepped on a rock and shot high into the air. Nimbly wove back and forth, dodging each stream of firepower. Zhu Ye glanced at the shells behind him and thought to himself, is there nothing more original? But he did not know that a shell was also rushing toward him from directly ahead. Fortunately, Zhu Yi tilted his body in time, dodged by a hair. The instant it brushed past Zhu Yi, that shell immediately exploded. Looking at its destructive power, Zhu Yi could not help feeling secretly lucky. That was dangerous. Inside HX, Wang Swan laughed madly. Run, keep running. Wang Swan continuously launched attacks and then asked coldly, this time, you have nowhere left to run, right? In that critical situation, Zhu Yi was forced to take out the mace, smashing apart all the incoming firepower rounds. At the same time, HX suddenly reached behind him and drew a sword, then coldly swung it down, slashing straight into the ground. With just one sword strike, the ground ahead was split apart by the force of the slash. Wang Swan sat inside the Judicator and kept laughing mockingly. Zhou Yi, do you only know how to run away? He slashed out countless sword strikes in succession, then sneered again. Could Suhang University really be full of cowards like this? Those words struck straight at Zhu Yi's pride, making him immediately retort, run away. Fine, then let us fight head on. Seeing Zhu Yi's angered appearance, Wang Swan cursed inwardly. He cannot hold back after just a little provocation. What a stupid move. He quickly pushed down the control lever, his heart filled with disdain. With such composure, he can still be the captain of Suhang University. It seems this school really is declining. The Judicator swung its sword down again, but this time Zhu Yi no longer dodged, instead directly using the mace to strike back. The mace immediately slammed into it, knocking the Judicator's sword aside. Immediately afterward, Zhu Yi unleashed the skill hand of God. A brilliant radiance suddenly appeared above, as if it were draining everything around it, causing the Judicator to also begin being covered by electric currents. The battle monitoring system also cursed angrily. What exactly happened? The energy of the protective barrier was suddenly absorbed. Suddenly, a system outside the stands rang out, announcing the activation of the emergency project. The systems below also flew up at once, swiftly entering the barrier. Every match had supervisors controlled by high-intensity light magic stones to restore the protective screen. As for Li Yuan and Jiang Shenren, that stream of light quickly drew Jiang Shenren's attention. By reflex, she saw Li Yuan jing straight toward her. Zhu Ran instantly leaped backward to dodge. She looked toward Ling Shi and shouted, retreat. From Xiaolan's side, arrows were tearing through the air one after another. Xiaolan and Tai Sin hurriedly retreated. The moment Zhu Ran finished speaking, the two exchanged a glance and withdrew together. On this side, Li Yuan also sensed something was wrong and immediately called out, stop chasing. But Lu Zhou angrily asked if they were scared and why they were not pursuing. The Qingjing University team hurriedly regrouped. Li Yuan looked toward the source of that energy and said in a low voice, something is wrong, this power is extremely abnormal. Just then, a giant hand slowly emerged within the stream of light. The entire stand screamed in terror, not knowing what it was. Wang Swan, seated inside, saw it as well and was instantly horrified. Such a terrifying aura could only erupt from S-rank skill. Wang Swan's face began to turn deathly pale. Although it was only one rank above the A+ rank arbiter, the gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Yet he felt his blood surge with with heat. Wang Xuan said excitedly, "No, how can I be afraid before even fighting? So what if it is a divine rank skill? I do not believe you can defeat me." Wang Xuan seemed to merge with the Arbiter, unleashing attacks wildly. The Arbiter activated lower limit, and the saw blade on the sword began running at full power. Wang Xuan frantically slashed out again and again, his face gradually twisted, almost losing control. Wang Xuan immediately launched a chain assault. A barrage of powerful slashes rushed straight toward that giant hand. He thought he had brought down his opponent, and the thought that he had succeeded flashed through his mind. But a stream of light suddenly appeared, instantly extinguishing that newly kindled joy. The giant hand pressed down forcefully on the Arbiter. A massive surge of energy erupted, creating extremely violent impact. The audience in the stands was horrified. Everyone was thrown into panic by the power of the strike, and could not help screaming. On the arena floor, robot fragments gradually flew toward Zhu Yi. He coldly brushed them aside. After that attack, the Arbiter had been shattered, and Wang Xuan had also been knocked down. Xiaolan spoke in a daze. "We..." Choked with emotion, she uttered two words, "We lost." At this moment, Wang Xuan endured the pain and raised his hand, calling Zhu Yi's name. A trembling voice called out to Zhu Yi, but what answered him was only his cold back. The entire stand instantly erupted, everyone shocked that holy light was too powerful, its terrifying might like a nuclear explosion. The entire stand chanted his name in unison, "Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi." Amid those feverish cheers, he walked away happily. Dean Cheng said in a daze, "The divine rank skill hand of God, Qingjing University did not lose unjustly." His heart ached deeply because he had thought that, with Wang Xuan, this year's championship was already firmly in Qingjing's grasp. After watching the match, Dean Cheng kept breaking out in sweat. He had not expected a monster like Zhu Yi to appear, powerful in close combat, support magic to an all-around degree. Before leaving, he told Wu Mang that Suhang University had such an excellent seedling, and in more than 30 years of teaching, Zhu Yi was the most dazzling one. He continued regretfully, "Among all the geniuses I have ever seen." Hearing this, Wu Mang burst out laughing in reply. In the stands, everyone excitedly shouted Suhang University and Zhu Yi. The cheers went on without end. Zhu Ran looked at the scene, momentarily somewhat stunned. It was truly too fervent. Tai Xin walked along and happily said this match was too easy. Qingjing University was only so much after all. Xiaolan replied doubtfully, "Without Zhu Yi, Wang Xuan alone would not be someone we could handle." Ling Xi also nodded in agreement. "A level 23 epic robot without student Zhu Yi, we would definitely have lost." Tai Xin laughed heartily and said, "That is you all assuming there is no brother Yi. But right now, do we not have him?" Zhu Ran laughed and replied, "When the stadium expands next year, this year's freshman exchange match should be enough to draw 200,000 spectators." Yang Shanran said happily, "With the live broadcast and the heat after this match, brother Zhu Yi's name will surely resound throughout the Jiangxia kingdom." Zhu Yi lightly scolded the little girl for becoming more and more impolite. In another room, a woman was watching the live stream and assessing Zhu Yi's strength as not bad. She said proudly, "A heavenly prodigy like this is exactly the talent our Tianyu guild needs. It is only a pity that his level is still a little low. We must wait until after his second advancement before we can invite him into the guild." A man stepped forward and suggested, "Tianyu is a top guild in the Jiangxia kingdom. Even logistics members must reach level 30 and complete their second advancement. After this match, Zhu Yi's combat data will definitely be sent to the upper ranks of the major guilds, and it will not be too late for us to try again then." She immediately retorted, "No." The woman surnamed Yang looked at Zhu Yi with interest and said, "With the old guild master here, even if we cannot recruit him immediately right now, I still believe this little junior brother will ultimately belong to Tianyu Guild." At the hospital, everyone in Wang Xuan's ward was tense. The doctors kept exchanging words, demanding that the recovery spell and mind-calming spell not be stopped, and that everyone write a report before their magic power ran dry. Throughout that time, everyone did their utmost to save Wang Xuan. Everyone was endlessly busy, and the second priest team prepared to replace the first. Someone angrily said this holy light was too tyrannical, even erasure could not remove it. Zhu Yi had struck too heavily. At this moment, Li Yuan suddenly said if the arena's protective magic had not activated, it would be hard to say whether Brother Xuan could survive, and we could not have remained safe either. The team members all lowered their heads and admitted fault. Li Yuan spoke on their behalf. "Dean, we are sorry. We lost and failed to live up to the resources the school devoted to us." Dean Cheng waved his hand and said, "This time, I do not blame you. Zhu Yi is too strong. Qingjing can only rank third in this team match." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and asked, "Third place, Dean. Although we lost to Suhang University, we can still defeat Mado University." "Exactly, Dean. If we also lose to Mado University, our school will lose too much face." Dean Cheng looked at Wang Xuan and said, "Wang Xuan is seriously injured. The 200 machines in the previous match are all damaged, and Qingjing currently has no one strong enough to face Wei He from Mado University." On the hospital bed, Wang Xuan was still gritting his teeth in hatred of Zhu Yi. In his heart, he was secretly unconvinced. You are indeed very strong, but after my second advancement, my mechanical Tai Sin will truly unleash the power that belongs to an S+ heavenly gift. Wang Xuan angrily clenched the bedsheet. When that time comes, I will definitely decide victory and defeat with you again. At the same time, in another room, Chu Heng lowered his head and apologized to Zhu Yi. He admitted that he had judged wrongly. Holy Knights were not only support but also extremely strong combat ability. In all his years of living, he had only seen Zhu Yi accomplish this, truly a genius among 10,000. But Zhu Yi exposed him bluntly. Mr. Chu, spare me those polite words, say what you have to say directly. Chu Heng said frankly, I have already reported to the clan, and the clan leader and the elders council have both promised that as long as you return, the entire clan will do everything nurture you. Zhu Yi asked in confusion, what are the clan leader and the elders council? Seeing his puzzled look, Chu Heng explained that the Chu clan had many members and each year, the allocation of resources depended on how capable each branch was. Within the vast Chu clan, interest groups intertwined in complex ways, and the largest were the elders council and the clan leader. Chu Heng solemnly pushed up his glasses and said, normally the two sides absolutely do not cooperate, but Zhu Yi's matter has made them reach a common goal. Zhu Yi was somewhat bewildered that everything had started because of himself. With the promise from the Chu clan's power holders, after returning to the main branch, he would not need to worry about trivial troubles. But his teacher was Principal Wang Hui, and even without relying on the Chu clan, he could still receive resources to level up quickly. Zhu Yi thought it over carefully, and the most important thing was that he still had the super weapon called the system. After weighing everything, he decided to say, I am afraid I will have to disappoint you. I do not intend to change classes again. That answer made Chu Heng collapse, and he asked sorrowfully whether the Chu clan truly had no way to rise again. Seeing his gloom, Zhu Yi consoled him by saying that he knew someone with an ice bloodline, and perhaps she would consider the Chu clan's hidden profession in the future. Chu Heng dejectedly knocked his head against the wall and said, no, besides an ice bloodline, the Chu clan's 3 hidden professions also require a certain concentration. An ordinary bloodline cannot proceed. Zhu Yi pointed at him and asked, my younger sister's bloodline concentration is at least 3 times higher than yours, so that should be enough, right? Hearing him say that, Chu Heng's eyes immediately lit up. He joyfully grabbed his hand and asked, your younger sister also awakened an ice bloodline. Chu Heng suddenly laughed until his whole body trembled, and his spirit immediately revived. He said joyfully, this is wonderful. Finally, there is a day when I can see the Chu clan rise, and be worthy of our ancestors. Heaven has blessed my Chu clan. Is it true her frost bloodline concentration is 3 times higher than mine? That is nearly 10 points. Then she can freely choose among the 3 frost hidden professions. That excited appearance made Zhu Yi curse inwardly. He has really gone mad. He could not let him get too worked up, so Zhu Yi comforted him. Do not get excited yet. Whether she chooses the Chu clan's professional nurturing path still depends on her own wishes. Chu Heng nodded repeatedly. All right, whatever you say, then when can we meet your younger sister? Hearing that question, Zhu Yi fell silent in thought. For him, joining the Chu clan was not of much use, because he could not change classes again, and his resources also came from the system and teacher Wang Hui. But Chu Yun was different. Even if he could provide cultivation resources, it would still be hard to compare with a clan devoting all its strength to nurturing her. If the Chu clan had not helped when Father Chu and Mother Chu met with disaster, then making it all up to Chu Yun now was not excessive. After weighing it carefully, Zhu Yi decided to call Chu Yun, feeling somewhat uneasy. Before the match, he had left Xiao Hui with her, and not know whether had been tormented. As soon as the call connected, Chu Yun quickly answered. The screen showed her holding Xiao Hui and excitedly calling out brother, making Zhu Yi think inwardly, I knew it. He excitedly spun Xiao Hui around several times and laughed, saying that his performance in this match had been too amazing, a complete crushing victory. At her school, many girls admired him, and all of them wanted his contact information. Chu Yun chattered on, I will not give it to them. The sister-in-law my heart must be strong, very super strong, with broad shoulders, solid arms, healthy skin, and muscular legs. Chu Yun said enthusiastically, she must be able to lift a sword weighing several hundred kilograms, but also be able to use an embroidery needle to sew clothes for you. Zhu Yi cut her off, stop talking nonsense. If there is something, say it. Then he seriously explained that some people had come looking for him some time ago, saying they were old uncles. He gently introduced, Chu has a total of 3 secret professions, including Ice Guard, Frost Swordsman, and Ice Mage. Ice Guard and Frost Swordsman are traditional family professions, while Ice Mage is a mage class. Based on your Hanbing blood concentration, all 3 options are suitable. Upon hearing, Chu Yun observed even more attentively. She seriously looked at the 3 images before her and decided to choose the mage class. I will select this profession, fitting my ice attack ability. Zhu Yi reminded that once Chu accepts the profession, she must go to Tianlan province of Chu for at least 3 to 4 years of training. Chu Yun replied firmly, I have considered it carefully. Chu Yun admired silently her brother shining like that. Her sister cannot be inferior, she thought. If using uncle's resources, she would not have to consume her brother's resources anymore. After choosing, Zhou Yi promised that once he finished matters here, he would go with her to Tianlan province. After their conversation, Zhou Yi returned to the freshman arena. The system welcomed everyone to round 4 of the National College and University Exchange. Today we'll select 8 outstanding talents to advance to round 5 of the solo match. The system announced that the previously declared allied profession Jia Yen would reward the top 8 strongest players in the solo match. The system provided a potion, announced as S2 grade magic potion. The audience was excited. The S grade magic potion is indeed generous. Chu Ran exclaimed, Brother Zhu Yi, last year's reward was also an S grade magic potion. Zhu Yi replied, because at level 3 the alliance needs to cultivate more talents. Chu Ran nodded, that's correct. The system continued rewards. The 4 mighty upgraded level would receive S grade reincarnation like the solo match champion. A new weapon was presented, a legendary weapon forged by Grand Refining Master Qi Jun. Zhou Yi was also surprised. The legendary weapon is the highest a human can refine. Wonderful rewards made everyone crave victory. The champion must receive it. After announcing rewards, the system invited players onto the field to prepare for the match. Chu Ran went first, smiling at Zhou Yi. Cheer for me, Zhou Yi replied, certainly. At this moment, Zhou Yi's opponent was on the field. The two officially faced each other. Feng Qiang wore armor, said, you know I'm strong. He swung the sword and shouted, but I am not inferior. He was secretly pleased. Ordinary professions pursue balance, mine is different. Feng Qiang confidently chose strength enhancement, therefore trusted in his power. At this moment the system sounded, the match begins. As he spoke, Zhou Yi advanced with the hammer. Feng Qiang also charged, laughing provocatively. Zhou Yi approached, dare to fight head-on. He launched the first strike, brutal impact. The two powers collided. In moments, his sword showed signs of breaking. Zhou Yi's hammer smashed the blade, continued to attack Qiang. He fell in pain, refused to admit, said, how is it possible? I used my strength but cannot overwhelm you. Zhou Yi swung the hammer over his shoulder, mocking, is that all? The stands erupted with just a little power suppressed. Zhou Yi's strength is terrifying, attribute value too mysterious. Mate and teammates refused to accept, shouted, impossible, the strong one lost. Dean Sushi Shen spoke, Feng Qiang plus equipment growth, 370 power to overcome Zhou Yi's attributes at least 450. He recalled the previous terrifying scene, worried plus intelligence too high. Asked, Wei He, are you sure to beat Zhou Yi? Wei He thought a few seconds, replied 3/5 certain. On the field, Feng Qiang struggled to rise. He gritted his teeth, said, I am not defeated, jumped up, shouted, come here, the knight only stands dead, no demon loses. Zhou Yi refused to accept, said, I respect you as a valiant man. Feng Qiang charged, attacked without brutality. Zhou Yi countered, Grey Repentance hammer, heavy strike directly into Feng Qiang. Feng Qiang yelled in pain, being pushed away. Maiden shouted, declared end of match, admitted defeat. The system received, announced, Maiden lost, Zhou Yi won, drowned in cheers. Zhou Yi, the strongest. Zhou Yi, I adore you. Nurse checked Feng Qiang, everyone exclaimed, holy light, hard to deal with. Quickly proceed to treatment, wasted words, he is Zhou Yi's opponent. 3 people took Feng Qiang for treatment at Zhou Yi's side. After a day, Meitan focused in the strategy room. Wu Mang said, good, Meitan has 2 people in Bo Qiang. Wu Mang praised Xiaolan, her level up surprising, hope the 4 mighty strive more. Xiaolan happily said, I understand. Then, said Churan, her strength can enter Bo Qiang, just a bit unlucky to meet Wei He, the solo champion seed. Wu Mang seriously, Bo Qiang has 2 final spots, choose from losers. Hope to seize the opportunity, turn to Zhou Yi. I am confident to entrust you the solo match champion task. Zhou Yi seriously accepted, understood. Wu Mang continued, tomorrow's team match, both bouts normal college level. Looking at the people behind, said, therefore substitutes can go on field to practice. Decision made. Wu taught tomorrow's strategy. Zhu Ran sat nearby, thoughtful. The solo round 4 match lost brutally. 70 players selected, only 2 to round 5. Later level up into 4 mighty in round 6 receive rare S-grade reincarnation. Chu Ran decided, silently said, even with abundant S resources it's okay. If obtained, strength would advance. Suddenly heard a voice, Zhi Yi, your strength is revealed. Wu Mang happily said, your strength sweeps the normal college team. Tomorrow's team match uses training, just protect, try not to strike. Zhou Yi nodded, I understand. 2 girls entered, saw Zhou Yi, astonished, flower, Ain't Ji Thun there. This voice attracted the girls, rushing, grabbing him, classmate Zhou Yi, truly classmate Zhou Yi, real, oh my, so handsome. Even looking at Zhou Yi, embarrassed, asked everyone is, they replied, I am a fan, sign for me. He dumbly asked to sign. They took many foes of Zhou Yi, screamed, me too, I also want, thank you Nithun, you are handsome. Nithun, next match we always support you, keep it up. Zhou Yi blushed, adorable. Nithun, take care, don't get hurt. Looking at the photos, Zhou Yi grimaced, is this me? Xiaolan beside softly said, Zhou Yi is welcomed. The soul in Churan's head said, will brother Zhou Yi be taken away, worried not keeping up, afraid to be left behind. Churan silently decided, 70 only 2 spots, I must get it. She whispered Brother Zhu Yi will obtain it. Seeing her provoked, the soul was happy. At the same time Zhu Yi felt a chill down his spine. He turned back in confusion, a strange feeling suddenly rising in his heart, as if someone were watching him intently. That evening, the first individual match of the second half of round 4 officially began. The contestants were immediately transported into a primeval forest. Someone asked in surprise why it was a forest. Could the competition terrain be different every year? Another person replied that last year it had been a castle. The individual match in the second half of round 4 was built from war data entered by teachers and military big shots, then synthesized by AI into a simulated dungeon. The girl holding a scepter warily observed the surroundings and continued. To make the dungeon more like a real battlefield, random settings are applied from the start, so the arena changes every year. The girl added that it was not only the terrain, the monsters they faced each year were also different. Zhao Ran walked carefully, silently assessing her surroundings. The environment was truly damp. Suddenly, someone asked what they should do now. We have to. Before the words were finished, the voice was abruptly cut off. The system displayed a notification, "Welcome students to this dungeon Ruanlan maze." Then the system explained the rules. Every half hour, mysterious monsters would appear around the deserted village with 3 waves of attacks in total. The monster's sole target was the village guard. You needed to do your best to eliminate the monsters before the village guard was taken down. The 2 students with the highest kill counts would advance to the 5th round of singles. Before the start, the system clearly reminded everyone that this dungeon posed no threat to life, and there was no return scroll setting. After hearing that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone said cheerfully, "We just need to kill monsters, it seems fairly simple." Another echoed, "Exactly, nothing to worry about, we have practiced dungeons many times." Zhou Ran quietly observed the surroundings. The random appearance of monsters of unknown origin still left her uneasy. The system announced that the first wave of monsters was about to begin. As soon as the words fell, a cloud of purple smoke appeared. Zhou Ran immediately looked toward the smoke with a serious expression, thinking to herself, "They are here." However, when the smoke dispersed, there was still no sign of any monster, only the surrounding leaves trembling without end. Jiang Shanren wondered in secret they still have not appeared. Just then, the person behind suddenly clutched his neck and groaned, "It itches so much." That person cursed irritably, "Damn it, why does it itch this badly?" Hearing this, Zhu Ran was instantly startled. A strange patch of purple appeared on that man's neck, making him cry out again and again, "It itches, it really itches." The harder he scratched, the faster that purple color spread. "It itches, it itches." He lost control and rushed toward Zhao Ran, shouting for help as he ran, "It itches, help me classmate, hurry and help me." Immediately after, that student was officially taken down by the monster. System announced, "Lin Shu of Mingcheng University has been taken down by the village guard monster and has left the dungeon." Zoran wondered in secret, no monster appeared at all. Could they be able to conceal their forms? After that, even more students encountered the same condition, making everyone cry out in panic. What exactly is happening to them? Unable to see the monsters yet watching students fall one after another, everyone began to panic. What is going on? Where did the monsters come from? How are we supposed to fight what we cannot see? Amid the chaos, only Zhou Ran forced herself to stay calm. She thought she could not fall into disorder. She first had to find the problem. The monsters definitely had a flaw. Transparent, incorporeal, or perhaps they did not exist at all. Being able to affect so many people at the same time, they were very likely infectious monsters. Just then, a small purple object shot over and clung to her arm. Looking at the purple thing rising up, Zhou Ran narrowed her sharp eyes to observe it and thought softly, bacteria or fungus. Immediately after, she created a flame and burned that purple object to ashes. After destroying it, Zhou Ran immediately understood the key point and spoke up. "So that is how it is." She shifted into her demon form, then loudly reminded everyone, "There are spores in the air. As soon as they land on your body, they will grow rapidly. Use fire-type skills to cover yourselves." The others immediately followed Zhou Ran's words. Swift Wind Fire activate. But there were also students who did not possess fire-type skills and had no choice but to cry for help. "Damn it, I am a warrior. I do not have fire-type skills at all. Classmate, help me." But at that moment, someone said coldly, "We are competitors right now. This is not the time to talk about camaraderie." A short while later, the students without fire-type skills were taken down by the monsters one after another. The system announced, "Alien of Imperial University has left the dungeon. Jia Shui of Lumion Academy has been taken down by the village guard monster. Lu Banban of Ivy Academy has also left the dungeon." At the same time, Zhao Ran thought solemnly, "Burning the spores does not count as a kill. I have to find the monster releasing them." At that moment, bizarre mushrooms suddenly grew from the tree trunks, bearing their fangs and releasing countless spores. Because of this, Zhou Ran quickly determined the monster's locations. She immediately charged forward and called out to everyone, "They are on the trees. The moment Zhou Ran took down a monster, the system announced, Zhou Ran of Suhang University has eliminated a monster, 1 point added. The other monsters also kept emerging from every direction. Jiang Shanran showed no fear and immediately flew over to attack. Flame Dance, Enchanting Shadow, Black Flame. The system's announcements continued to ring out. Zhou Ran of Suhang University has eliminated a monster, 1 point added. At the same time, in the freshman arena, the team match also began. The system declared both teams are in position, beginning arena construction. Activating defensive field, the team match between Suhang University and Mega University now begins. As soon as the words fell, both sides immediately rushed into an extremely fierce battle. Seeing the opponent charge forward, the other side did not fall behind either and met them head-on. A red-haired young man immediately unleashed a skill, Flame Assault Storm. Countless fire cyclones formed, surging straight toward the opposing side. Facing him, the young man in white also immediately counterattacked, Water Attribute. The two moves collided violently and the water blade cut through the fire cyclone. But at that very moment, Tanwei appeared, swinging his claws to slice apart the white cloth man's water blade. He said disdainfully, after your water blade's hardness is weakened, it is nothing to fear. While Tanwei was still feeling smug, an arrow suddenly shot over from behind. Fortunately, Zhu Yi raised his shield in time to protect him. Zhu Yi reminded him, Tanwei, do not let the adrenaline of battle affect your judgment. Pay attention behind you. After that, Zhu Yi turned to the blonde girl behind him and called, Zhang Jing, your mission is to protect your teammates. You must observe everything and listen in every direction. A flaw like just now absolutely cannot happen again. After being reminded too much, Zhang Jing was so frightened that she squeezed her eyes shut and shouted there. The red-haired girl on the opposing team angrily glared at them. I did not expect you people to treat us as training tools. The man in blue armor also roared furiously, brothers, can we endure something like this? The whole team immediately answered in firm voices, no. He then ordered charge. The man in blue armor shouted loudly, charge for me, take him down. The two sides immediately plunged into battle again. But just then Zhu Yi's phone suddenly rang with a notification, making everyone freeze at once. Jiang Shanran happily sent Zhu Yi a message bragging about her victory, advanced smoothly. Zhou Yi thought helplessly, this girl really is something. Seeing Zhu Yi openly checking his phone on the arena stage, the man in white was extremely furious. He shouted loudly, daring to play with your phone in the middle of a match. You truly do not respect your opponent. I will definitely show you what real strength is. Yet just 1 second later, he had fallen gloriously. The system announced, in this college team match, Suhang University is victorious. The next day, news about the freshman tournament spread everywhere. After the advancement matches in the second half of the fourth individual round ended, the fifth round would begin early the next morning, with 4 matches selecting 4 people from 8 contestants. The afternoon of the second day was the 6th advancement round, where 4 people competed for 2 spots. The 2 who earned the right to continue after the matches were Zhu Yi and Wei He. A blurry bird immediately recorded a video introducing this hot news. Students, today is the day of the long-awaited duel for the individual championship. He imagined Zhou Yi and put on a pained expression as he spoke of his background, born poor, with both parents gone, relying on himself to grow stronger step by step, becoming the strongest holy knight in the history of the college entrance exam and stunning everyone, Zhou Yi. After that, he changed his tone and spoke about Wei He. He is a heavenly prodigy born into a century-old inherited family, while also possessing top-tier heavenly talent and a special bloodline, the warrior Wei He. He said excitedly, who exactly will ascend to the throne of champion in the individual match? Let us wait and see. Streamer Encouragement will live stream the entire battle process for everyone. Remember to hit like so you do not lose your way. After watching Encouragement's video, everyone immediately began discussing it enthusiastically. God Ye against Wang Xuan, this team match will definitely be worth watching. This time against Wei He will probably crush him. Did you not watch Wei He's match a few days ago? His fighting style is extremely fierce. I think this match may not be easy. What a pity that goddess Zhou Ran met Wei He in the 4-2 round. Otherwise, Suhang University competing for both champion and runner-up would have been interesting. Just then, the clear sky was suddenly torn apart by a loud sound. Everyone quickly scattered, making room for the helicopter to slowly descend. As soon as the door opened, seeing the people inside the helicopter, the surrounding crowd immediately burst into commotion. It is Suhang University. The people from Suhang University received countless cheers the moment they stepped out. Goddess Jiang really is beautiful, truly a divine face. Yi, I will support you forever. Jilan, do not be discouraged. Next time you will definitely make it. God Yi, please take a photo with me, please sign an autograph. Wherever Zhu Yi went, cheers rang out there. Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi. Almost no one noticed that another helicopter was also approaching. Someone shouted loudly, Madu University is here too. Cheers immediately shifted toward Mado University. Wei he. Dean Su walked over to greet Wu Mang. Good morning, Wu Mang. Today, the champion and runner-up of the individual match will emerge from between your school and mine. Competition comes second, friendship comes first. Wu Mang replied cheerfully, good morning, Dean Su. But in his heart, he thought disdainfully with Wei He's strength, you people actually think he can fight Zhou Yi, what a delusional dream. At this moment Wei He had already seen Zhou Yi from afar. He silently strengthened his resolve. Zhou Yi, the final battle has finally arrived. I will definitely defeat you and take the championship. Last, the battle officially began. Before stepping into the confrontation, Zhou Yi curled his lips slightly, revealing an eerie smile. The system rang out. Let us welcome the two contestants of this match, Yu Yi and Guian Hop, into the arena. The match is about to begin. Audience members, please settle into your seats and watch with proper decorum. Countdown 5. In the stands, the audience cheered excitedly without end. Come on, make it a huge fight. God Wei is mighty, God Wei is beyond divine. Senior brother Wei, you absolutely must not lose. Wei He, keep it up. Crush Su Hang University's prestige. It is too crowded. Who just stepped on my foot? At the Zhou family, Zhou Hang was also watching this match with Old Master Zhu. Only 3 seconds remained in the countdown. Old Master Zhou asked, that boy from the Nguyen family has been called the greatest prodigy since childhood, and his entire clan poured all its resources into nurturing him. Can Zhou Yi win? Zhou Heng answered seriously, he can. After I analyzed Zhou Yi's exam and all his battle records, his growth speed is truly astonishing. His absolute strength far surpasses his peers, placing him among the very peak. Zhou Heng looked up at the screen and continued, Nguyen Hop is an outstanding junior of the Nguyen family, worthy of the word genius. But in Zhou Yi I seem to see the shadow of our ancestor. At this moment on the arena floor, the countdown ended, and the system announced the start. The moment the words fell, Zhou Yi immediately used Divine Grace, Blessing of Courage, Holy Light Cross, Holy Light Protection, Blessed Weapon. Wei He gripped his sword tightly and charged straight toward him. Nguyen Hop sprang into the air, his face full of fury, swinging a strike at Zhou Yi. At the same time, his entire body radiated dazzling golden light. The two forces collided, creating a thunderous explosion. Wei He seemed to slash into clouds, his eyes fixed fiercely on his opponent. Zhou Yi's face remained icy cold. Zhou Yi struck toward Wei He, and that man immediately sprang up to dodge. Nguyen Hop's gaze turned sharp and cold, his brows knitted tightly as he charged straight down. Nguyen Hop's eyes were bloodshot, his face savage. He roared loudly, red light erupting all over his body. Gripping the saber tightly, Nguyen Hop shouted, Blazing Flame Saber Technique. Wei He's whole body entered a battle stance as he slashed out a series of sharp saber arcs. Zhou Yi calmly dodged every blow. Zhou Yi dodged while thinking to himself, Berserk is a signature warrior skill, allowing the user to increase the 4-dimensional attributes to varying degrees. But after 3 minutes, the body will fall into a weakened state. Besides Berserk, he also used Blazing Flame Saber Technique, a buff-like skill that can make attacks carry fire elemental magic damage. Zhou Yi continued avoiding the attacks. Nguyen Hop rushed swiftly toward Zhou Yi, but he had already taken a ready stance like an arrow drawn on a taut string, thinking as expected of the top freshman of Mado University. Zhou Yi's gaze turned sharp, a faint hint of worry appearing on his face as he dodged. Nguyen Hop shouted furiously, Thunder Slash. The saber in his hand instantly flared with a fiery red halo, its momentum surging. This was an rank skill of the warrior profession, using extreme speed to swing the saber down. The higher the skill level, the greater the power and the faster the slash, with its limit able to reach a speed like thunder. Nguyen Hop's eyes glowed crimson, his face full of rage. He thought to himself, I have practiced this skill tens of thousands of times in training and raised it to level 9 long ago. As air slash ended, Nguyen Hop chopped down heavily. Zhou Yi held the hammer in his hand and blocked it, the collision between the two sides creating a dramatic scene. Nguyen Hop gnashed his teeth in anger, thinking such tremendous strength. Nguyen Hop poured even more force into the saber, thinking my war saber weighs thousands of caddies. Under the enhancement of Thunder Slash, the kinetic energy it generates is terrifying. Even against solid alloy, I am confident I can cut through it. Yet there was not the slightest trace of fear on Zhou Yi's face, but I am actually falling into a disadvantage in this contest of strength against him. I cannot keep clashing head-on like this. Zhou Yi pushed hard, sending Wei He's entire body flying back. The weapon in his hand instantly transformed, releasing a golden glow. Holy Light Cross level 9 B rank. Zhou Yi cast it with both hands, and a golden light appeared like a gigantic sword. Nguyen Hop smiled confidently and said, I have been guarding against this move of yours for a long time. Nguyen Hop dropped to one knee, his face savage, as he shouted, Battle Frenzy. Red light surged over his whole body as he faced the overwhelmingly powerful golden radiance. Dean Su looked at the scene before him and could not help feeling shocked. The two sources of power crashed into each other, creating terrifying destructive force. Wei He stood at the center of the collision. Wei He's entire body seemed to be covered with an extra layer of protective armor. That man stood up, his smile growing even more frightening, his hand resting on his great saber. A system panel appeared before Zhu Yi. Nguyen Hop's awakened Tianfu's Battle Frenzy S-Rank. While Battle Frenzy lasts, Nguyen Hop's 4-dimensional attributes increase, and all injuries are reduced by 80%. But when the state ends, all the damage will return to his body at double the amount. Nguyen Hop rushed quickly in front of Zhou Yi. He looked at that man and thought, to use it so soon. It seems he wants to end this quickly against me. Nguyen Hop's Battle Frenzy Tianfu could only last a little over 2 minutes at most. The best method was to drag out the time until the state ended. But even though he reduced damage by 80%, he could still be defeated. Nguyen Hop swung his saber at Zhou Yi, while he immediately blocked every strike. The two weapons collided, releasing a loud explosion. Nguyen Hop kept attacking Zhou Yi, thinking to himself, against a holy knight with many healing and recovery skills, dragging the match out is no different from a foolish tactic. That is why from the very beginning, I chose to activate Berserk and Battle Frenzy Tianfu, pushing my current strength to the limit. A huge explosion rang out, instantly causing the crowd below to break into heated discussion. Everyone was shocked, and someone said, why did he choose a head-on collision? Nguyen Hop is in his peak state. The best method now is to drag out the time. For God Wei to act like this, he must be extremely confident in his own strength. I believe in God Wei. Nguyen Hop moved quickly, slashing toward Zhou Yi. His entire body leaned backward, just barely dodging. Zhou Yi raised his hand and a ray of golden light shot out. He said, dream of victory. Large mark appeared in front of him, while behind Zhou Yi emerged a massive golden arrow. Wei He was enveloped in red light, his fierce face shouting, come on. Immediately after, a huge explosion erupted. Nguyen Hop laughed loudly in triumph, haha, your dream of victory is useless too. Zhou Yi remained calm, raising his hand to the center of his forehead to cast a spell before saying, it is a little too early to laugh now. Light's punishment. Bolts of lightning fell swiftly and fiercely, continuously striking Nguyen Hop, but that man was protected by a barrier. Nguyen Hop frowned, thinking, as expected, of the strongest offensive method. Nguyen Hop held his saber to withstand the lightning bolts, thinking even with 80% damage reduction, it still hurts this much. If I had not activated Battle Frenzy, I am afraid this one strike would have been enough to make me lose. Nguyen Hop raised his head and looked up, seeing the lightning bolts gradually weakening, then thought, but every time Light's punishment summons a bolt of lightning, it needs at least more than 1 second to close the gap. Nguyen Hop stomped hard on the ground, thinking in that case, I only need to take advantage of the moment the gap appears for it to close, then quickly defeat Zhou Yi. The moment that rushed up, he was struck by a bolt of lightning. Nguyen Hop was shocked, his panicked face filled with disbelief. That man thought, how can this be? Why is the attack speed of the lightning in Light's punishment so fast? I clearly studied every skill he used in the matches. Could it be? His Light's punishment has already surpassed level 20. The lightning continued striking straight down onto Nguyen Hop. The attack was far too powerful. The little orb spoke in an excited voice. This brutal. I must emphasize once more, everyone, you are currently watching the finals of the National University and College Freshman Exchange match. The crowd covered their eyes and sighed. So ruthless. A girl screamed while covering her face with her hands, while Wang Xuan curled his lips into a smile. Nguyen Hop screamed in pain, ah, why? Nguyen Hop looked at Zhu Yi before him, still unable to believe it in his heart. Why? The distance between me and him is clearly only about 10 meters. In Nguyen Hop's eyes, Zhu Yi seemed to grow gigantic, while he himself became so tiny that even one finger could crush him. That distance was like a step he could not cross, impossible to break through. Nguyen Hop shouted, I do not believe it. Red light suddenly appeared in his palm. Nguyen Hop gnashed his teeth, his eyes rolling white as he shouted loudly, secret art. Thousand Shadow Saber erupted, forming a violent explosion, with dust and smoke surging upward. The massive explosion plunged everything into dense smoke and dust. Zhou Yi still stood straight and proud, his expression unchanged. A streak of red brushed past Zhou Yi. He glanced lightly at the wound on his face. The red saber stabbed heavily into the ground, instantly cracking the earth into lines. Before Zhou Yi's eyes, countless sabers fell from high above. He looked at that scene and thought, body turning into a weapon. Legend says an ancestor of the Wei family once attained enlightenment in a battle in the demon realm, fusing his soul with magic power. After that, he refined countless sabers and swords, once using them to exterminate the demonic creatures of an entire city. Now, tens of thousands of blades lined up before Zhu Yi, radiating a gloomy red hue. Wei He had not yet reached the level of the Wei family ancestor, but this form of the body turned into a weapon was already enough to broaden one's horizons. Zhu Yi laughed and said, finally, I do not need to play with you anymore. Suddenly, the sabers and swords moved at the same time, plunging down at extreme speed. Tens of thousands of blades rained down from above. Zhu Yi reached out, gently channeled his magic, then lightly slightly moved his fingers. He said that if he kept using the same old moves, the audience would surely be disappointed, so this time he would demonstrate a fusion skill he had created himself. Everyone look, a wave of cold air is sweeping in, frozen for 10,000 miles. Zhu Yai stood at the center of a giant blue vortex, one hand extended forward to control the power. The moment he took a step, the ice beneath his feet instantly spread in every direction. A thick layer of ice quickly covered the entire arena. The drone flew upward in excitement, its voice ringing everywhere. Student Zhu Yi's skill has covered the entire arena. At present, we cannot observe the situation inside. Crowd shouted in excitement, not knowing what exactly had happened. Someone cursed angrily, "What terrifying move is this now? Why has ice magic appeared too?" The elder also shot to his feet in agitation. Du Heng cried out in shock, "Elder." The elder looked horrified, his trembling hand pointing forward as he shouted at Zhou Heng. "Did you see that? The ice elemental power was diluted to such an extent." Zhu Yi placed his hand forward and cast his spell, causing tens of thousands of blades and swords to gradually be sealed in ice. Those blades froze while golden threads bound them tightly. Zhou Yi clenched his fist, his gaze turning cold and sharp. Golden rays pierced straight through the ice, causing it to shatter instantly into fragments. Zhou Yi grabbed the pendant around his neck, while his other hand was covered in golden threads. Shards of ice burst everywhere and Wei He was sent flying. Wei He crashed heavily to the ground, black blood spraying from his mouth. The ice gradually melted away and the host's voice rang out. "Contestant Wei He has lost consciousness. This battle, contestant Zhu Yi wins." The crowd cheered in excitement. He won. Zhu Yi is number 1. Senior is too strong. The host continued to congratulate Zhu Yi and thanked contestant Wei He for bringing us a peak confrontation, one of the most spectacular in the past 10 years. "Everyone, let us cheer for this top prodigy of the younger generation." Zhu Yi raised his hand high with a smile, fireworks blazing across the sky behind him. The drone's voice rang out, "The singles event has come to an end. Next will be the team competition and the survival match. Please look forward to it." Wu Mang said happily, "So young, yet he can already use the Ruan family's secret technique, harmonizing the body with Kuai. If this were placed in previous exchange tournaments, he would definitely have the strength to rank first." Unfortunately, he ran into Zhou Yi. Chu Ran stood beside him, smoothing her hair as she smiled. Wu Mang looked at Zhou Yi as he walked over, stretching and yawning, thinking to himself that according to his original prediction, Zhao Yi would probably have to use the angelic divine body to defeat Ruan He. Unexpectedly, this time he only used light punishment and a fusion skill between the light element and the ice element. The younger generation truly inspires awe. Wu Mang placed a hand on Zhu Yi's shoulder and praised him, saying he had done very well, and this time our Sohang University had also won the singles championship. Yalan spoke up, "That's right. Although we have won the team competition 4 years in a row, we have never taken the singles championship that only comes once every 4 years. Brother Yai has truly brought us glory this time." Tyson said confidently that tomorrow's team match Mado University would be ours. Since Ruan He was already badly injured, they no longer posed any threat to us, and first place was basically in the bag. Xiaolan reminded her in surprise, Hey, be a little humble, don't get too arrogant." Jiang Sharon hugged Ling Shai and said with a bright smile, "Brother Zhou Yi, little she was wrong just now. You can definitely pretend to be a great mage." Ling Shi blushed shyly, pulled down her hood to cover her face, and stammered, "Student Zhu, I was only..." Jiang Shanran called out excitedly, "Brother Zhu Yi, come relax with everyone tonight." Zhu Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Night Street appeared extremely bustling. The game Eternity had fused with reality for about 300 years, bringing about the appearance of countless magical beasts, strange beasts, human chefs, and many special professions were born one after another, adding thousands upon thousands of new dishes to the cuisine of the entire Blue Star. In East City District, the most prosperous area of Qingjing City, there was a very famous food street. From creatures flying in the sky to those running on the ground, anything could become a delicacy that satisfied the customers' taste buds. The cries of stall owners rang out endlessly. "Grilled dragon meat here. 20-year-old young dragon, tender and fresh, melts as soon as you eat it. Wolf King blood jelly here, nourishes yin and strengthens yang, preserves beauty. Deep sea monster fish balls, made from the meat of a level 30 overlord fish, crisp, chewy, and fragrant. Do not miss it." Xiaolan linked arms with Ling Xi and walked alongside Tai Xin, looking toward a stall as she said that dish looked pretty good. Ling Xi held a candied hawthorn skewer and smiled, while Chu Ran and Zhu Yi walked ahead, chatting cheerfully. Liang stood in the distance staring at Chu Ran, blurting out, "She really is top grade." Liang tossed 2 meat skewers to the man behind him, adjusted his cap, and said 100 points. A perfect 100 points. The other men asked in surprise what he planned to do. Liang replied, "Strike up a conversation, of course. A top grade woman like this is hard to meet even once in a lifetime. Missing her would mean regretting it for life." The other man said in astonishment that she had a boyfriend. Liang sneered, so what if she has a boyfriend? As long as I make a move, won't it be fine? Zhou Yi turned his head back, his face icy cold, his sharp eyes flashing with a bloodshot red gleam that instantly frightened Liang. Seeing this, the other man mocked him, giving up already. That's not your style. Liang pointed at Zhou Yi and stammered, Zhou Yi. A while later, Churan bent over panting and said this food street truly lived up to its reputation. They had walked for an hour and still had not finished even half of it. Xiaolan linked arms with Tai Xin and said this place had 6 connected streets, so of course it was not easy to finish. You two pick a place to sit and save a table first, we'll go buy more food. Tai Xin scratched her head and said she also wanted to rest. Xiaolan pushed her from behind. Rest your head, let the couple have some peace, do you like being a third wheel? The proprietress cheerfully introduced Black Flow wine, saying it could help lightly increase levels. Each bottle was 800 ml, perfect for drinking yourself or giving as a gift. Hearing this, Chu Ran pointed at the bottle and said, we'll take one. The stall owner immediately brought out a bottle of wine and 2 small cups, then said, honored guests, this is Black Flow wine brewed from middle-low grade ingredients, priced at 200,000. Please pay. Right after that, the phone sounded with a notification that 200,000 had been transferred. Chu Ran held her wine cup and looked at Zhou Yi, smiling as she said, Brother Zhou Yi, congratulations on winning the singles championship. The two clinked cups, and Zhou Yi replied, let's both be happy. Unexpectedly, Chu Ran raised her cup and drained it in one gulp. After drinking, Chu Ran said doubtfully, this alcohol content doesn't seem that high. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shenran's face was flushed from drunkenness, and she asked hazily, Brother Zhou Yi, why are there 2 Brother Zhou Yis? Zhou Yi looked at her and asked, drunk already? Jiang Shenran smiled foolishly. 1 Brother Zhou Yi, 2 Brother Zhou Yis, 3 Brothers Yis. Zhou Yi sighed and said she was a level 19 professional, so ordinary alcohol naturally could not make her drunk. But this Black Flow wine was brewed from D-rank heavenly treasures, and although its alcohol content was not high, it could make people drunk very easily. Zhou Yi stood up and said it was getting late. Little Song and the others still had not come back, so let's go find them. Chu Ran reached out and said in a coquettish voice, Brother Zhou Yi, I'm not going. Before she could finish, a woman's voice rang out, handsome. The woman held a wine cup, her charming face turned toward him as she said, my cup is empty. Can you treat me to a drink? Zhou Yi glanced at her. Zhou Yi pointed behind her and said, there is still half a bottle of Black Flow wine here, 100,000 middle-low coins. Pay up. The woman burst into laughter and said, handsome, you are really interesting. This sister likes you very much. How about we find a quiet place to keep talking? Chu Ran's face turned red, revealing a flustered look. Her long hair covered part of her eyes, and her lips parted slightly. Chu Ran angrily pushed her away and said loudly, you're standing too close. The woman leaned close to Chu Ran's ear and whispered, little beauty, what you're doing isn't right. I can see that you and this big brother aren't lovers, so why block his romantic luck? In her heart, she secretly calculated that Zhou Yi was the strongest newcomer this year, while Chu Ran was only his friend. Many people thought they were a couple, but she knew very well that the two of them were not lovers yet. One knave fool and one girl just beginning to fall in love. Breaking through that thin sheet of paper would probably still take time. This was the best chance for her to make a move. If she could make Zhou Yi fall for her, all the resources he won in the future would belong to her. Thinking this, she stepped closer to him and called out, big brother, my right. Chu Ran's face flushed red with anger and she stammered, you. Zhou Yi immediately took her hand. Chu Ran looked in shock at her hand being held tightly by him. Zhou Yi remained calm and said, I don't mind Chu Ran blocking my romantic luck. Zhou Yi held Chu Ran's hand and left, leaving one sentence behind before he went. Besides, I think you're rather ordinary, not much of a romantic encounter at all. The woman gaped, ordinary. Zhou Yi held Chu Ran's hand and walked with her through the bustling crowd. Chu Ran suddenly stopped, making Zhou Yi turn back to look at her. Chu Ran lifted her face, both cheeks flushed crimson, and said, I like you. Zhou Yi froze in shock. Zhou Yi called out in surprise, Chu Ran. Chu Ran's cheeks were scarlet as she said, I know I shouldn't say these words before the match, but I don't like having so many girls around you. Every time I see them I want to. Behind her, it seemed as though another incarnation had appeared, carrying a terrifyingly jealous air. Chu Ran threw herself into his arms and choked out, can I be your girlfriend? Before falling asleep in his arms, she softly finished that sentence. Tai Xin was holding a steamed bun, and before she could even take a bite, she froze and cried out, Jialan, Tai Xin, and Ling Shi all held steamed buns in their hands, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at the scene before them. The sky was blue and the clouds were white, and the alarm clock rang. Chu Ran vaguely recalled what happened last night, remembered the words I like you, and sprang upright. Her face flushed red as she poked her head out and looked around. Mang saw her and called out, Chu Ran, you got up a little late today, come down for breakfast. Tai Xin waved at her, while Ling Shi, Xiaolan, and Zhu Yi also looked over at the same time. Yi Yi hurriedly turned his face away, lowered his head, and wolfed down his food. Xiaolan and Ling Ji narrowed their eyes at him suspiciously. Ran pulled out a chair and sat down, wondering doubtfully in her heart, could it be that she had dreamed it? Was it really only a dream? Her face flushed red, her expression strangely embarrassed as she picked up food with her chopsticks. Zhou Yai still acted calm, as if nothing had happened. Ling Xi and Xiaolan leaned close together, staring intently at her. Last night, Zhou Ni held her in his arms, looking at the three of them and asked everyone to pretend they hadn't seen what happened. Xiaolan asked curiously why, weren't they all fond of each other? Zhao Ni told Xu Ran, who was asleep, that the Kuang family in Xuan province is an ancient clan, existing before the Eternal Game came into being. Hundreds of years ago, the Eternal Game turned them into one of China's top-tier families. Now that I have some reputation and am the direct disciple of Master Wang Hui, overall it's not bad. Zhao Ni looked up at the sky, thinking that in front of Kuang Ra, this achievement is still insufficient. I don't want Xu Ran to be embarrassed. When I possess absolute power, no force or family will be more than dust. Everything will just be a matter of time. Xiaolan held a bamboo bun, whispered to Yi, a pure war god, I'll always support you. From now on, I'm the head fan of you and Sister Nian. Zhao Ni was sweating slightly. Wu Mang put down his chopsticks, saying that universities and colleges participating in the National Freshman Exchange Finals total 10 schools. Each university and college must compete against the 9 others, totaling 45 matches. According to the win order and top 3 ranking, today is the 9th match. As long as we win, the match's glory belongs to us. I hope everyone is humble and defeats Mado University. Everyone said in unison that they understood. Wu Mang cheerfully raised his hand, looking at Sun Qiao. Sun Qiao, you're a reserve, don't be too pressured. Zhang Feng beside her said Sun Qiao is a summoner, will greatly assist the inner team. Those on the field must prioritize protecting her. Dean Tu spoke. The coach can encourage everyone, but it's unnecessary. Nguyen Hop is severely injured and unconscious. The team's strength is greatly reduced. But with Zhou Ni here, first place is still difficult. Dean Tu thought to himself he had never seen a freshman so all-rounded. If all the school players are ranked 1, Zhou Ni is 2 or 3. He is incredibly strong like a monster. No, he is a monster, nearly sweeping all top universities. Dean Tu held Wu's hand, saying that even if we lose today, we must not lose Mado University's honor. To avoid being underestimated by other schools, I need everyone to give their all. Can you do it? The group answered in unison, yes. Let's go. Led by Dean 2, followed by 5 students of Mado University with strong physiques. Sun Qiao thought, even with Ni Hop here, it's hard to win. Mado University ranks 3rd again. 7 years ago, the captain was heavily injured and couldn't play, but the well-coordinated teammates defeated the opponent. Coincidentally, that year it was also Mado University versus Tuhang University. Sun Qiao faced them, thinking that if using that method, Mado University could recreate the feat from 7 years ago. The flycam hovered above, broadcasting the team match between Mado University and Tuhang University. Before starting, the top 3 rewards of the Underworld Professional Alliance team match were announced. All 3rd-ranked players, including reserves, would be included. Second place in the team match would receive a ready 4-star golden grade equipment set. First place, all university members of the Underworld Professional Alliance would be awarded. Each person receives a 2-star epic equipment set. The crowd below shouted in amazement. Ah, full of momentum, truly admirable. This session's exchange rewards double last year's. Wealthy. I'll risk it with the rich like you. Zhou Ni contemplated the value. The champion's legendary weapon surpasses epic gear, but is not as good as the team champions. The equipment set has 7 items: upper, lower belt, shoes, weapon, necklace, ring. Each team with reserves totals 10 people. 70 epic equipment pieces are enough to forge 2 legendary weapons. Tyson smiled, hands clasped, confident, haha, this time it's advantageous for us. Epic equipment placed in bowls, the MC announced. Rewards declared. The representative teams of Tuhang University and Mado University step forward. Applause for Tuhang University. Zhou Ni, Mado University. Keep it up. Players took their positions. Zhou Ni full of confidence. 3, 2, 1, begin. The team executed. Faces cold, the atmosphere tense. Zhou Ni's team charged. Zhou Ni wielded the hammer. Taishin smiled. Sao closed her eyes, raised her hand, accumulating magic into a sphere of light. Sun Qiao raised her hand, muttering spells. Summon infant elemental Longregious, swarm of Jaxazen bees, giant snake fiend Haditha, hell guardian fiend Cebius. Summoner King Kamala's elemental spirits appeared around Sun Qiao, 5 powerful spirits. The spirits roared and charged at Zhou Ni. Summoner King Kamala unleashed a powerful strike, golden energy radiating from his body. Ling Shi raised his staff to counter the attack. Ling Shi countered the previous strike. The swarm of bees hurled curved stingers. Xiaolan clasped 2 fingers, talismans flew out. Talisman attached to 7-tail bees. Xiaolan raised her hand, everything exploded like fireworks. Tai Xin fought Haditha. Chu Ran swung weapons to charge. Chu Ran slashed the opponent several times. Zhao Ni dodged the storm of attacks, thinking real combat helps progress quickly. Coordination improved at least 30%. Zheng Feng and the blonde girl gaped. Sun Qiao remained calm, casting spells. Zhao Ni's few strikes had already sent everything flying before him. Zhao Ni punched strongly at Sun Qiao. She remained calm, eyes closed, casting spells. Sun Qiao opened her eyes wide, giant hands blocked the hammer. Zhao Ni frowned in irritation. The giant hand held the hammer according to protocol. Smiling, resisting, Ling Yim Yuantiu's red eyes used hands to block the blow. He struck down hard. Zhao Ni gritted his teeth to resist, the ground cracking beneath. Ling Yim Yuantiu roared. A green ring appeared, throwing darts. Sun Qiao was shocked, gritted teeth, summoned Haditha. Ling Yim Yuantiu grabbed Haditha's. Ling Yim Yuantiu used strength, black blood splattering everywhere. Ling Yim Yuantiu stepped forward. Haditha's head fell, looking at Sun Qiao. No need for this, why summon me? Sun Qiao, scared, raised her hands to block, saying attack. Sun Qiao was scared, pointed at Zhao Ni, defeat him. The monster Ling Yim Yuantiu, level 24 legendary talent. Born fire controller, extremely rare. Encountering it, one does not know if fortunate or not. Ling Yim Yuantiu roared at Zhao Ni, solemnly summoning legend. Long Yim Yuantiu looked at Sun Qiao. Fine, accept death. Sun Qiao, scared, waved her hands. Wait, I am not. Rocks and earth flew everywhere. Sun Qiao covered her face, her intention clear. Ling Yim Yuantiu rushed toward Tai Sin. Amazed, he asked why it is a legendary summon. Ling Shi raised his staff, Trungthi shield surrounded, a sea of blue light. Ling Yim Yuantiu. General Xiaolan waved hand, muttering spells. Yellow earth is foundation, terrestrial energy is origin, four-directional earth spirits. Following the command, a rock jutted up. She thought Trungthi shield is an A+ defensive skill, leveled to 8 by Xiao Hai. Previously in solo matches, it blocked consecutive attacks from Qingjing University. Now even Ling Yim Yuantiu cannot block a single strike. Ling Yim Yuantiu punched and kicked, the rock shattered. Tai Xin charged forward. Xiaolan cast spells, red shield appeared. Ling Yim Yuantiu leaped up, slammed both hands down onto the shield. Xiaolan turned. Fortunately, Zhao Ni was enhanced, skill effect doubled. Otherwise, Ling Yim Yuantiu would have broken the defense. The legendary beast is too strong. Zhao Ni, what should be done now? Zhao Ni raised his hand, casting holy light spell. Tai Xin appeared with the seal. Ling Yim Yuantiu swiped claws powerfully at Zhao Ni. Zhao Ni looked at everyone. Leave the match to me, step off the arena. Xiaolan, Ling Shi, and Tai Xin cried out at the same time. What? Tai Xin hurriedly said, what kind of joke is this? Second brother, this is not a student from Modu University, but a legendary beast. It will not hold back when it attacks. Zhou Yai looked at her and replied, look at me. Do I look like I am joking? I have a way to deal with the Scarlet Flame Ape, but once we fight I will not be able to watch over everyone. Jiang Churan looked at him anxiously. Brother Zhou Yai, you do not need to worry about us. We can take care of ourselves. Ling Shi immediately said, my ability is not great, but I still want to do what little I can. Xiaolan widened her eyes and said loudly, second brother, we are a team. The Dragon Flame Ape Fiend threw a heavy punch. Zhou Yai explained, against a legendary beast, one careless mistake can cost your life. Even if a priest can revive you, the revived person will still lose 30% of their strength and be weakened for 3 months, unable to fight in actual combat. Have you all thought about those prices? As he spoke, he placed his hand on Jiang Churan's head. He stroked her head and said softly, I know everyone is afraid I cannot withstand it alone, but in truth, your presence will only distract me even more. Zhou Yi looked at Churan with a gentle gaze. It is only a legendary beast. The audience below the arena was stunned. A girl cried out in shock, an earth-shaking reversal. Perhaps the scene from 7 years ago is about to repeat itself. Summoner Sun Qiao, a reserve contestant from Modu University, has summoned a legendary beast. The host held the microphone and shouted, can Zhou Yi successfully turn the situation around? Who will ultimately claim the championship of the team match? The red-haired man laughed sinisterly, haha. A legendary beast, excellent. Zhou Yi is dead for sure. Just like equipment, the aptitude of beasts is divided into bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. Even at the same level, different aptitudes mean different strength. For example, with the same skill charge, if it is used by a bronze beast, its effect is only equivalent to a human F rank or E rank skill. But if it falls into the hands of a legendary beast, the power of charge is at least above a rank and may even touch S rank. Even more terrifying, legendary beasts also possess many kinds of adverse resistance, making them extremely resilient and hard to kill. The Goblin King in Suhang University's Abyss Dungeon is only epic grade, yet a legendary beast has appeared on the exchange match stage. It is truly hard to believe. Zhou Yi's undefeated myth may be coming to an end. The host said in astonishment, what is going on? Why are they forfeiting? A ring-shaped mark appeared beneath the feet of Xiaolan, Ling Shi, and Tai Xin. After forfeiting, they would no longer take damage inside the arena. Zhou Yi turned to look at Churan behind him, and she immediately understood. Churan then spoke up, I also forfeit. Rectangular shards of light appeared around Churan. Zhou Yi still stood motionless, raising his hand to block in front of her. Churan stopped, turned back to look at him, and said, brother Zhou Yi, do your best. The Ling Flame Ape Fiend slammed a fist heavily into the barrier. Zhou Yi immediately leaped aside to dodge. It roared and both its hands were covered in a blazing red glow. The ground began to split open, earth and stone sprayed everywhere, and dust filled the air. 2 drops of red blood fell. The Ling Flame Ape Fiend looked pitifully at its severed tail and muttered, I am wounded. started. Zhou Yi transformed, holding a giant hammer in his hand, standing high amid dazzling golden light. He said, Chu Ran has already left the arena, so I have nothing left to worry about. Next, let me see just how strong your legendary beast really is. Tan Wei stammered in shock. Am I still dreaming? Sun Qiao was also stunned. Zhou Yi had actually wounded a legendary beast with a single blow. The Dragonflame Ape Fiend looked at Zhou Yi and said, Human, I have sensed the aura of a high-grade bloodline on you. Lingflame Ape Fiend thought to itself, the Lingflame Ape Fiend clan is a legendary race, born with a kingly aura and powerful enough to dominate a region. In its memory, its mother had once held in her arms and warned that several supreme bloodlines must never be offended. Yet now for the first time it sensed that aura on a human. If not for the fact that he is too weak, even if I had to risk the backlash of summoning magic, I would immediately flee. Fortunately, he is only human who has fused with a supreme bloodline. The Lingflame Ape Fiend raised its fist, energy wrapped around it, and said, just now I was careless. Human, next I will use my full strength. It shot forward and a stream of blue energy appeared on its hand. Its eyes were bloodshot and 2 fingers touched together. A weapon appeared in its palm, one end covered in spikes, the other connected to the opposite bar by a chain. The Lingflame Ape Fiend gripped the ring-shaped weapon tightly. Zhou Yi said calmly, come me. Zhou Yi reached out, holy light flared, and a golden chain instantly shot forward. Lingflame Ape Fiend raised its hand to cast a spell, throwing the weapon in its hand toward the chain. Zhou Yi immediately used Radiant Charge, and a powerful surge of blue energy erupted. The Lame Ape Fiend was blasted far away, drove the weapon in its hand hard into the ground, dragging out a long scar, then raised its blood-red eyes to look up. Zhou Yi looked at it in astonishment. It was not hurt at all. Uncle Lao Ra said in panic, hurry, suspend the match. We cannot let our family's hope suffer losses here. Uncle Heng immediately turned and ran off, saying, I will go find Wu Mang right away. Uncle Lao Ra turned back and shouted, even if we have to offend Suhang University, we must stop the match to protect Zhou Yi. Dean Cheng said anxiously, teacher Wu forfeit. If Zhou Yi dies because of this, China will lose a great general. Someone else also spoke up, exactly, Zhou Yi will surely grow into a figure who commands a region. If he dies because of a match, it will be no different from delaying his path to becoming stronger, truly confusing the means and the end. Uncle Heng rushed in and said, teacher Wu, please forfeit. My Uncle Ra is willing to compensate Suhang University 100-fold. The person standing beside Wu Mang also said, you absolutely cannot delay Zhou Yi for the sake of an illusory ranking. Teacher Wu, announced it quickly. Wu Mang waved his hand and asked, what do you take me for? Wu Mang recalled the past. At that time he had asked Principal, just how strong is Zhou Yi's true strength? The principal of Suhang University stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, rest assured, as long as it is not a legendary beast above level 26, Zhou Yi can handle it. Wu Mang looked at the screen and thought to himself, after level 20, whether human or beast, the gap between levels is very large. Within the same aptitude, a level 26 beast is far stronger than level 24, and this one is only level 24. Compared to level 26, it is still 2 levels short. He then said it is basically impossible for Zhou Yi to win. Xiao Heng said in panic, are you not afraid for Zhou Yi? The Lingflame Ape Fiend raised its weapon high, its eyes blood red, then slammed down with a fierce punch. Zhou Yi immediately used Punishment of Light. A bolt of lightning flashed past. The Lingflame Ape Fiend's entire body was struck by lightning, and it roared in pain, thinking to itself, this divine power has made all my limbs go numb. Zhou Yi immediately said one more Punishment of Light. It roared in intense pain, then blocked it with a strike. It howled, human, let me see what ability you truly have. Come. Zhou Yi stood high above and thought Punishment of Light is already an A-rank skill at level 14, and it is further enhanced by the light element Divine Protection and the S plus Tian Fu. After transforming into an angelic body, my 4-dimensional attributes doubled. The power summoned by Punishment of Light is enough to quickly bring down an epic goblin in the Abyss dungeon. But when it blasted into him, the attack only caused injury for a moment before he immediately recovered as before, looking as though he had never been hit. Zhou Yi looked at the Lingflame Ape Fiend, which remained calm as ever, and thought this recovery ability is terrifying. It shot upward, appearing right in front of Zhou Yi in the blink of an eye. A stream of golden energy swept horizontally for its eyes. Golden chains immediately wrapped around its body. It angrily raised its face and shouted, this trick is truly irritating. Zhou Yi looked at the scene before him and thought, I have fought a legendary demon before and defeated it. But the opponent was severely restrained by the light attribute, and was fundamentally unable to unleash the full power of a legendary aptitude. I have to study it more carefully. Only then will I have a chance to win the next time I meet a legendary grade. The Lingflame Ape Fiend sped up its attacks, its speed clearly faster than before. That proved its resistance to light elemental magic was increasing. Its adaptability was too strong. No wonder in the Dark Age we humans sacrificed so much. Beasts truly are far stronger than humans. A barrage of continuous continuous attacks came crashing in. Zhu Yi spread his arms and chanted the spells Divine Grace, Protective Grace, Blessing upon myself, Courage Grace. He thought to himself the opening enhancement skills were originally added before the angel transformation. Only after using the angelic body and then continuing to cast enhancement skills is the true peak state. The Ling Flame Ape Fiend leaped high, the ground cracked, and shattered stones flew everywhere. Lei Xin said in astonishment, Zhou Yi can actually become even stronger. The person beside him said, luckily, he did not directly attack little Qiao. If the summoner dies, the summoned creature will also disappear. Zhang Feng spoke up. Could he have forgotten that? A lion's roar thundered out, and Zhang Feng immediately shouted that they must not let their guard down. They had to protect Xiao Qiao and Lei Xin with utmost care. The three of them quickly took ready stances. Just then, Zhou Ye appeared, his entire body wrapped in brilliant, golden energy. Lightning flickered in that man's hands, while the Divine Lord and Wu Kang also seemed to erupt with power, fiery aura curling around them and turning into armor. Immediately after that, he joined the two weapons into one. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a gigantic re-staff, towering to an astonishing height. At the same moment, a colossal hand dozens of times larger came crashing down toward him. The power of the two shattered everything. Then the hand slammed into the ground, leaving behind a deep and distinct imprint. Immediately after that, a violent explosion erupted, crushing everything around it. Everyone was terrified, fleeing in panic to avoid that surge of power. At that moment, the third advancement mage of the Xiaoyan Alliance stepped forward, opened her book, and cast a spell. Drops of water spun around and gathered together as she shouted, Water Guardian. Only a few seconds later, the droplets formed a circle with a violently surging current inside. In the end, it became a shield blocking the fiercely burning surge of power. The black-haired man with a top knot let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness we are saved. The pink-haired girl clapped happily, saying that was the third advanced mage of the Xiaoyan Alliance, so they could relax this time. The boy in a t-shirt beside her also blurted out that he had truly been scared to death just now, and had even wondered whether a priest could revive him if he died in the gymnasium. The expression of the third advancement mage of the Xiaoyan Alliance turned grave, as she thought she controlled her magic and turned the pages of the book one by one. She guessed there would be a fierce battle today, so the Alliance had raised the protective barrier to level 7 before the opening match. This barrier was strong enough to withstand the full-powered attack of a peak second advancement mage, and yet, she stopped, still holding the magic book, her mind sinking deeper into deduction. A single skill from Zhu Yi had actually shattered the entire protective barrier, something that had not happened in 100 years. It seemed Zhangxia Nation had gained another supreme genius, the glory of Zhangxia, and also the glory of humanity. At that moment, a foot came to a stop. The four people stood frozen in place, their faces filled with panic as they looked at the violent arcs of lightning. Immediately after that, Lin Yuan Yanxiao appeared, his face ferocious and overflowing with killing intent. He ground his teeth, every breath exhaling smoke and flames, his heart filled with rage. Damn it, relying only on the power of the light element and ice element to burrow through my flesh and blood, constantly destroying my recovery ability. Damn humans, damn holy light. In his fury, he slammed both hands hard into the ground and split it apart, then roared that the great evil child could never die here. Immediately, Zhou Yi threw a punch from above, smashing straight into his face. His body was much smaller than Lin Yuan Yanxiao's. The force of the punch was so powerful that it knocked that man backward. He roared in furious outrage. In the very next second, he kicked off the ground and charged straight toward him, shouting coldly, die. Zhou Yi unleashed an extremely powerful kick that lost his balance and fell backward. At that moment, a dazzling golden light fell, sending shattered rocks, earth, and sand flying all through the air. Suddenly, the bird and lion appeared, roaring savagely. A voice rang out, making Jiang Fang and Sun Qiao break out in cold sweat, admit defeat, or keep fighting. Sun Qiao closed her eyes, withdrew her magic, and slowly replied, we. Her voice echoed through the stands, admit defeat. Dean Su let out a breath of relief, while the old uncle also smiled in satisfaction. Immediately after that, the commentator's voice rang out through the camera, the winner of this team battle is Suhang University. Congratulations to Suhang University for winning the championship, and let us cheer for contestant Zhu Yi. Without his turnaround, we would not have witnessed such a brilliant battle. Excited shouts rang out everywhere. Zhu Yi, God Yi. Continued, the 45 matches among the 10 universities and colleges have officially concluded. Next, I will announce the final rankings of the team competition. First place, 9 wins and 0 losses, Suhang University. Second place, 8 wins and 1 loss, Madu University. Third place, 7 wins and 2 losses, Qingjing University. The entire audience shouted excitedly, Suhang University, Zhu Yi. A brown-haired man suddenly commented, it is hard to believe Zhu Yi is only 18 years old and already has such powerful combat strength. In the future ranks of Zhangxia Nation's peak professionals, the name Zhu Yi will certainly appear. After that, he returned to his original form, his whole body exhausted and drenched in sweat after the battle just now. Suddenly, a white-haired person's voice rang out, Brother Zhu Yi. It was none other than Zhu Ran. She ran over to ask about about him, asking how he felt now after using angelic body. The orange-haired man immediately pulled the person filming and aimed the camera at them, hurriedly saying to hurry up and film this couple. My views are all counting on them. The online screen showed 50,000 people watching the live stream. Yi gently rubbed her head and softly apologized for making her worry, though he was still a little weak. That intimate action instantly made the viewers comment excitedly, "They really are a couple, I absolutely was not mistaken." Someone lamented, "Please stop feeding us dog food. I am being tormented so badly my heart hurts. God, Yi belongs to everyone." Another person sighed, "Fairy Ran is truly too beautiful." Suddenly a hand covered the entire screen, accompanied by a soft cough. Comments immediately flooded in. Who is blocking the screen? It was just getting to the good part. Streamer, can you even handle this? Deal with this person, and I will send you a big rocket. That person was Wu Mang. His hand squeezed hard and crushed the camera, but his mouth still carried a very bright smile. He said that private live streaming was not allowed after the match ended. Do you not understand this rule? Let me teach you. The faces of the other two immediately turned deathly pale, without the slightest trace of blood. After that, he turned toward Ju Yi and said loudly, "Return to the villa first. I will tell everyone about the final event, the survival match." A while later in the villa area, a voice rang out. The survival match is the final event of the team competition. All contestants from the 10 universities and colleges will enter the instance dungeon to search freely. Wu Man clasped his hands behind his back and continued speaking sternly to everyone. Unlike the simulated instance dungeon in the second half of the fourth individual round, this survival instance dungeon is a real secret realm. Therefore, there will be many unexpected situations inside, and even those with powerful abilities may be eliminated at the very beginning due to bad luck. He simulated a scene of one person killing multiple monsters and gaining 100 accumulated points. The rules are very simple. Killing magical beasts of different levels grants points, and eliminating contestants from other schools allows you to take half of the other side's points. After 7 days, the school with the highest total score will win. Next, he spoke about the map inside the secret realm. The instance dungeon's range is extremely vast, and each day contestants may only search within a designated area. As the match continues, the search area will gradually shrink. Everyone must enter the new area within the required time, otherwise they will be automatically eliminated. There is one more thing to remember: the entry point into the secret realm is random, and if you encounter the void zone at the border, you must leave immediately. A trace of gloom flashed through Wu Mang's eyes. Then he continued, "The void zone is filled with countless spatial rifts, capable of killing a third advancement professional in an instant." Immediately after that, everyone answered in unison that they understood. A while later in the night, a pair of feet slowly approached. The person walking over was none other than Dinsu. He arrived before a base, and the door automatically opened immediately afterward. The atmosphere inside sank, the silence stretching so long that even another person's breathing could be clearly heard. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Dinsu, you finally came." He walked to the table and asked, "Aside from gathering all the leading mentors of Suhang University here, what are you planning to do?" Din Cheng replied calmly, "Dinsu, if no unexpected accident occurs, first place in the survival match will also belong to Suhang University." He paused slightly, then continued, "Can you truly feel at ease?" Switching to another place at that moment, a blue-haired girl was casting magic. Above her was a livestream camera, along with the MC's voice ringing out, "Ladies and gentlemen, the final event of the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament, the survival match, is about to begin. Because this competition will last 7 days and 7 nights, there will be no on-site audience arrangement, and it will instead be continuously live-streamed on the app. Next, allow me to introduce the secret realm instance dungeon of this survival match." An ancient stone object appeared, looking very similar to an ordinary version. According to reliable sources, this is a battlefield ruin of the beast race, and its name is... Immediately, the gate gradually became clear, and the MC continued, "Myriad Beast Imperial Ruins." When they saw the gate, all contestants were filled with eagerness and interest. A voice rang out, "There is no need to investigate what year and month this beast race war occurred, but it is certain that this place is filled with the unknown and danger. Fierce magical beasts of no low level lurk in the wilds, their claws and fangs always ready to greet anyone who dares charge in." He continued, "Every inch of land, every piece of volcanic rock may hide a forgotten divine artifact, and may also bury heavenly treasures. Only those intelligent and brave enough can excavate the secrets of this place." One person heard this and happily blurted out, "Divine artifacts, heavenly treasures. If I get them, would that not mean I have succeeded?" After hearing this, the black-haired man frowned and thought to himself, "Which school has someone this knave? Since this instance dungeon has been opened for free searching, the military must have thoroughly searched it long ago." The MC continued calling on the contestants to take up their weapons, hold firm to their faith, and bravely meet the challenge. We will await everyone's legend. As soon as the black-haired man saw Zhu Yi, he could not help feeling worried, secretly hoping he would not encounter him too early inside the instance dungeon. Just the shoulders of the person wearing a t-shirt already radiated a sense of majesty. At the same time, another figure appeared, revealing only a long cloak that hung almost to the ankles, giving off a luxurious and powerful feeling. They were none other than Zhou Yi and Wei He, the two standing back to back. At that moment, Zhou Yi thought to himself that even if their bodies touched, they still could not be teleported to the same place. It seemed finding them would still take some time. While he was still lost in thought, he heard Wei He's footsteps leaving and immediately turned his head to look over. Immediately, he used his power to accelerate, casting 1,000-mile walk. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. Zhou Yi said flatly, "Idiot, your accumulated points are currently 0. Why would I attack you?" Then he created a hammer, his face showing clear ferocity as he said, "Rabbits must naturally be fattened before they are killed." At that moment, in another place, a green light suddenly flashed within the forest. It was Xiaolan. She closed her eyes and silently concentrated on observing. Suddenly, a red shadow moved through the trees, but she kept the same posture and judged the other party's position north. 1,000 meters away, male, unable to determine which dimensional space he belongs to yet. At that moment, Xiaolan opened one eye, drew the bowstring tight, and aimed at the target, secretly thinking that if it was Zhou Yi. After that, the arrow shot out with a sharp whistle. When the other person saw the arrow flying toward him, he secretly guessed, elven arrow. In the very next second, Wei He quickly dodged, then raised his voice and said loudly, "Xiaolan, I am one of us." His sharp gaze looked straight ahead, and immediately, the arrow came to a stop. This moment, Xiaolan spoke up. "Good thing you reminded me in time. Right, why did you rush over so hurriedly?" Hearing her ask, he lightly scratched his face and stammered, "Ah, you have already met someone from Suhang University." In his heart, he secretly thought, could I really say I was too tense, and directly used a shield skill. After that, the two continued moving together. As she walked, she said, "Not really, the plant empathy skill only helps me search within a certain range, and it also has to be somewhere covered with plants. You are the only one who entered my detection range." He understood and replied, "Oh, then according to our promise, setting out together seems like a decent choice." She nodded, "All right." Elsewhere, the black-haired boy was watching the match through a tablet, his face blank with confusion. Strange, one from Mado University and one from Qingjing University. Why would they choose to travel together? Hearing this, the bespectacled boy lying on the bed and reading a book replied leisurely, "The levels among the contestants do not differ by much, so everyone is wary of one another and is not in a hurry to make a move. Besides, the dungeon secret realm is full of danger, so cooperating at the start is the smart choice. The survival match becomes more exciting the further it goes. This is only the first day. By the 7th day, the devices carried by the contestants will display other people's locations, and only then will the battles truly become thrilling." After listening, the boy nodded, "So that is how it is." Right then, a swarm of monsters of every kind suddenly charged over, their momentum ferocious. Zhou Yi activated his ability, lowered 2 fingers, and said coldly, "Fall." In the blink of an eye, he had taken them all down, and his score instantly rose one after another, accumulated points plus 100. A moment later, elsewhere, a group of vicious green monsters charged forward and roared, "That wild brat dares to barge into my territory. Kill him. Kill him." In the very next instant, Zhou Yi's right arm lit up and blue energy surged. He spoke, "Ice Seal." Just an instant, the monsters were frozen stiff, completely unable to move. Then he snapped his fingers and walked away, and the blocks of ice shattered at once. After that, he continued wiping out the giant spiders, accumulated points plus 500, then gained another 50 points in succession. At this moment, Zhou Yi swung the hammer hard behind him, striking the spider and defeating it with utter ease. The system rang out with a notification, accumulated points plus 200. A while later, after sweeping the monsters clean, Zhou Yi smiled in satisfaction and touched the blue light ring. He thought to himself, "Dealt with one troublesome guy. Now let us see how many accumulated points I have." Looking at the information, he realized that a mechanic could march independently, using robots to scout the way to avoid high-level fierce beasts while searching for low-level magical beasts, and could also split into multiple directions to hunt at the same time. No wonder Wu Mang said the survival match was the stage for mechanics and summoners to display their strengths. The system displayed rank 3, Li Meng's 2,547 accumulated points. Zhou Yi pointed at the information panel and thought to himself, "Zhuran, Xiaolan, Xin, and Lingxi's rankings are all within my expectations." The screen clearly showed rank 9 Jian Zhuran 439 points, rank 10 Wang Qi Tai Xin 2017 points, rank 11 Xiaolan 2002 points. Suddenly he froze, confusion rising in his heart. Zhou Yi's pupils contracted, and he almost could not believe his eyes. Although Tan Wei and Zhang Ji's levels and actual combat ability were not equal to Tai Xin's group, among the participating students they were still around the middle. Why were their accumulated points so low? The notice board displayed, rank 72 Tan Wei 540 points, rank 81 Zhang Ji 470 points. At this moment, his hand completely stopped. Zhou Yi's face clearly showed shock and doubt. Had Tan Wei been eliminated already? The notice board continued updating, rank 72 Tan Wei 540 points, eliminated. Rank 81 Zhang Ji 470 points, After that, he pondered in silence. There were only 3 possibilities for elimination: the secret realm, magical beasts, or other contestants. It was not yet time for the safe zone to shrink, so he could not have been eliminated by the secret realm for failing to reach the designated area. Zhou Yi recalled Tanwei's tenacious appearance when facing that ferocious giant serpent, then thought to himself, although Tanwei is only a reserve team member, that does not mean his strength is weak. Among all the participating contestants, Tanwei is definitely at an upper middle level. He is also cautious in his work and does not take risks easily. If he encountered a stronger magical beast, he would have every chance to escape. Suddenly, he had a bad premonition. Could it be the other contestants joined forces? Zhou Yi thought of those people cooperating with malicious smiles. In the secret realm, the things that needed guarding against were not only magical beasts and lone contestants. Weaker teams, for the greatest benefit, could join hands and seize opportunities in the chaos to eliminate people from other teams. But the teleportation positions into the secret realm were random, and at the beginning, every member was separated, making it very difficult to form alliances. This situation should only appear in the later stage. At this moment, the host's voice rang out, "Contestants, please pay attention. The range of the secret realm is about to shrink. Within 3 hours, please reach the safe zone. Otherwise, it will be considered a failed challenge." Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately froze. A while later, elsewhere in the secret realm, a figure swept through a mountain crevice as fast as lightning. That person exclaimed, "How lucky, I almost did not make it in time." It was none other than Zhou Yi. He was running toward a certain place with all his strength, constantly calculating in his mind. The very first shrink was already this abnormal. I have to run at full speed to make it into the safe zone. Tanwei's matter can only be set aside for now. Suddenly, a flash of blue light gleamed at the mountaintop. Zhou Yi immediately changed direction. After that, he used a skill to charge up to the mountaintop where Ling Xi's aura was. At this moment, Ling Xi was casting magic to attack the orange-haired girl, Water Arrow. Suddenly, Wu Kang appeared with a weapon in hand and ambushed her. Ling Xi turned back in panic. He launched a heavy blow and sneered, "Getting tangled in trouble really is like a woman." Ling Xi quickly formed a shield to block it, then immediately counterattacked, Stone Spike. Immediately afterward, a giant spiked sphere appeared above him. The sphere fell, crushing Wu Kang and making his eyes bulge wide, his mouth gaping open. Ling Xi frowned in irritation and said, "Chirp chirp, truly troublesome. Did your teacher never teach you not to look down on any opponent? Also, did you people think my memory was that bad?" At this moment, Luo Sheng sprang up, seemingly wanting to launch a surprise attack on her. Ling Xi immediately assumed a combat stance and said coldly, "You thought I would forget there were still 2 people on this side." After that, she slammed her staff hard into the ground. Just as she was preparing to strike, stones large and small suddenly flew toward her. Stone Spirit burned. Immediately afterward, Luo Sheng was covered by stones into a ball, while Wu Kang was pinned down tightly. Both of them were motionless and unable to resist. Ling Xi panted and said, "Will you surrender on your own, or should I beat you until you are seriously injured and eliminated from the match?" Suddenly, clapping sounded from a hidden corner. Ling Xi unexpectedly saw Li Jian hiding in the corner, shocked in her heart. There is actually still one more person. He also saw her and spoke with admiration. "I did not expect Suhang University to have such an outstanding elemental mage. It seems Miss Tang has always had her talent overshadowed by her teammates. What a pity." The moment he finished speaking, the hounds beside him immediately charged toward Ling Xi. Ling Xi only replied coldly and loudly, "Too many words." She immediately cast Water Arrow, quickly dealing with the hounds. In that instant, a hound suddenly appeared behind Ling Xi and bit hard into her arm. Seeing this, Li Jian shouted excitedly, "Good opportunity, bite off her arm." In his heart, he secretly thought, once she loses her staff, the speed and power of her spellcasting will drop sharply. She has fallen into a disadvantage, and she absolutely cannot be my opponent. Ling Xi was not afraid at all, instead revealing a sly smile. "A good opportunity is only useful if you know how to seize it." As soon as she finished speaking, a magic circle suddenly appeared beside Ling Xi. Li Jian immediately cried out in panic, "Without a staff, how can you?" Immediately afterward, a massive explosion suddenly erupted. The force of the explosion directly sent Li Jian flying far away. Even his 2 hounds were blasted apart. After the explosion, the system immediately announced, "Inspection shows that Li Jian, contestant of Qingshan University, is heavily injured and unconscious, unable to continue participating in the match." The announcement continued to ring out, "Contestant Li Jian has been eliminated. Contestant Ling Xi receives an additional 150 accumulated points." At the same time, Ling Xi lay weakly on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood, inwardly crying that things were bad. "My magic power is exhausted." One of the people in the group surrounding her saw that she was exhausted and immediately wanted to take the chance to strike. Wu Kang decisively flung the sharp knife toward Ling Xi. But just then, a foot suddenly appeared. This scene left him stunned, terrorizing in his heart. The one who blocked his blade was none other than Zhu Yi. He raised his foot and shouted furiously, "You are courting death." A single kick from him created a violent explosion. At this moment, Ling Shi struggled to open her mouth and call out, "Zhu." She used the last of her strength to call out the remaining 2 syllables, then fainted, "Yi." After that, the match monitoring system announced inspection shows that Wu Kang, contestant of Yueki University, is heavily injured and unconscious, unable to continue participating. Contestant Wu Kang has been eliminated. Contestant Zhu Yi receives an additional 1040 accumulated points. While Zhu Yi was treating Ling Xi's injuries, he suddenly glanced to one side. It turned out Luo Sheng had been planning a sneak attack, but Zhu Yi's icy gaze instantly startled him. Immediately afterward, the system announced again, inspection shows that Luo Sheng, contestant of Cheng University, has forfeited. Contestant Ling Xi receives an additional 1060 accumulated points. After 3 consecutive announcements, Zhu Yi realized these 3 clearly were not from the same school, yet they had all taken part in surrounding and attacking Ling Xi. This absolutely could not be a coincidental cooperation. A moment later, he helped Ling Xi to another place to rest. Suddenly, his AI bracelet sent a notification, rank 69 Zhangji, 66 City 80 accumulated points, eliminated. Ling Xi also received the same content. It made her angrily blurt out, "Zhangzi must have been surrounded and attacked as well. These people are truly vile and shameless." Then she turned to Zhu Yi and voiced her suspicion, "Second brother, this entire matter is strange from beginning to end. The positions for entering the secret realm were clearly completely random. How did they quickly gather on the very first day, and even accurately determine our people's positions to surround and attack them?" Zhu Yi voiced his guess. "I think they used some special method to detect other people's positions." Hearing this, Ling Xi shouted in fury, "Then that is cheating. This is the national competition. How dare they do something like this?" However, he added that if this was a special skill of a certain member, then by the rules, it would be difficult to conclude it was cheating. But if they used some shady method that could not be made public, his gaze instantly turned ice cold. "I will make them utterly ruined and disgraced." Suddenly, Ling Xingxui spoke in sorrow. "Xiao Ran and the others are still scattered everywhere. They may very well have been surrounded and attacked already. I am truly worried." Hearing this, Zhu Yi softened his voice to comfort her. "The 9 schools have joined forces, so they definitely want to weaken me during the first 6 days, which means targeting you all first, then focusing on dealing with me on the final day. It is unavoidable that Xiaoran and the others were surrounded." He also stated with confidence, "Before absolute strength, all schemes and tricks become meaningless. What they have done today, 6 days from now, I will definitely make them pay back double." That arrogance made her blush shyly. In her heart, she softly called, "Second brother." After reassuring her, he quickly left with his sword on his shoulder, yet did not forget to remind her, "Do not be angry anymore. Your injuries have not fully healed yet. Drink some magic potion, then rest here tonight. I will go clear out the magical beasts around this area." A few days later, the competition's reconnaissance aircraft announced November 20, 2064, the final day of the survival segment in the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament has arrived. Today, 74 contestants will enter the final decisive battle to determine the rankings of the survival segment. Each person's location will be displayed on the AI bracelet. The audience also began discussing heatedly. The final day is truly worth looking forward to. After 6 days of battle, Sohang University only has Zhu Yi, Ling Shi, and Zhao Ren left. Is that not 3 people? There are still 71 people on the battlefield. The numerical advantage is far too obvious. I wonder whether Zhu Yi can withstand this combined assault. At this moment, the reconnaissance aircraft began announcing the contestants' locations. Inside the secret realm was a vast and boundless desert. A group of people had gathered and were waiting among them. Someone spoke up. "Zhu Yi and Ling Shi are still heading toward us." Ruin, he looked at the map and quickly gave orders. "Zhou Ran is to the northwest. Her strength is not weak, but she has not reached Zhu Yi's monstrous level. Moreover, more than 10 people are closing in on her position. Xiaolan, take 5 people over there to regroup with them. You must eliminate Zhou Ran. As for this side, the 47 of us will deal with Zhu Yi together." Xiaolan did not hesitate at all and immediately replied, "Understood." After making the arrangements, Ruan he loudly encouraged the remaining contestants. Based on Zhu Yi's current movement speed, he will arrive here in about an hour. This battle directly concerns our final ranking in the exchange tournament. Everyone must focus completely and prepare thoroughly. Elsewhere, a sharp slash tore through the air and Zhao Ran easily knocked back the contestants charging at her. Anyone who dared rush forward was beaten into a miserable state by her. Xiaolan had also arrived by now, and she spoke. "Zhao Ran, it has been a long time since we fought seriously." She drew her bow and aimed at Zhao Ran, then said, "This time, consider it me bullying the weak with strength. Once the match ends, we will have a fair duel." Hearing this, Zhao Ran laughed in disdain and replied, "Xiaolan, why wait until later?" Her power began to erupt, then she declared arrogantly, "In the past, because brother Zhou Yi always stepped forward, you all thought I was easy to bully. Today I will broaden your horizons." Seeing Zhou Ran transform, Xiaolan realized in shock that this was precisely the full transformation effect of the demon enchantress. She could not believe that Zhao Ran had already mastered the succubus bloodline to such a degree. In this battle, even with 24 people, they would still have to go all out. Therefore, Xiaolan immediately fired arrows to support the other contestants in besieging Zhao Ran, while loudly ordering attack. In the desert, two monstrous beasts were locked in a fierce battle. From nowhere, an enormous force suddenly appeared, frightening both monstrous beasts into fleeing. Ruan He and Wang Xuan were still waiting patiently when the ground suddenly began to tremble in waves. Sand and dust surged into the air, and Ruan He immediately recognized the person arriving and called out Zhou Yi. He had just finished saying the two words, "He is here," when a giant appeared in the distance with two figures on its head. Those two people were precisely Zhou Yi and Ling Shi. The moment he saw him, Ruan He spoke smugly, "Zhou Yi, perhaps you should feel honored." He said that in order to deal with you, we have gathered 47 top contestants from universities and colleges. Hearing this, Zhou Yi burst into laughter, his voice filled with mockery. 47 contestants. And he bluntly disparaged them. In the end, you are nothing more than a disorganized mob. That insult immediately struck the contestants' pride, making them curse loudly in anger. Arrogant, far too arrogant. Yet Zhou Yi was not afraid at all. Instead, he asked arrogantly, "What is wrong? Did I say something wrong? Which one of you has not once been defeated by me?" He pointed straight at them and provoked them, relying on your numerical advantage. You eliminated more than half of my Suhang University's contestants, and now you have joined forces to deal with me. If you did not have so many people, I fear you would not even have the courage to stand before me. Come at me, the weak are useless even when united. Those contemptuous words enraged the contestants to the extreme. Zhou Yi remained calm as he declared, "I will make you understand, no matter how many ants there are, they cannot bite a giant dragon to death." Without further hesitation, the battle erupted at once. Wang Xuan was the first to activate HX Arbiter. Immediately after, his two teammates also shouted wildly, "Heed my summons," blazing fire blade technique. The others charged forward at the same time. As Zhou Yi jumped down from the giant's shoulder, he loudly said to Ling Xi, "Wait for me there." At the same time, the system panel displayed a series of notifications, "Courage best of all." A moment later, he landed heavily on the ground, creating a deep, thunderous sound. Without the slightest hesitation, he held his weapon and charged straight ahead, the system skill panel appearing Dawn Blessing. With just one move, he easily knocked down who knew how many contestants. Each time he swung his weapon, another group of contestants fell. That strength made one contestant exclaim in shock, "His speed is too fast." But someone still tried to reassure them, "So what if he is strong in the end? He is only a freshman. How can one freshman defeat 47 people?" At this moment, a series of summoned monsters appeared before Zhou Yi. He did not hesitate at all and immediately charged straight toward them. The monster swung its arm toward him. Its fist collided head-on with Yi's strike. Immediately after, his power crushed that monster. The contestant still did not stop attacking. Angelic body. Defensive field open. Guardian of light. Mana defense. Layers of defense were quickly erected. Zhou Yi's power only broke through one layer of defense and still could not pierce through them all. Seeing this, the three pink-haired female contestants said smugly, "There are still 6 layers of defense left. We have held him off." Hearing this, Zhou Yi laughed as if he had heard something amusing. "Held me off." Then he pointed at them and said with confidence, "This is only the beginning." As soon as the words fell, a gigantic hand suddenly descended from the sky. The instant that hand appeared, Wang Xuan's face turned pale, and the other contestants were so frightened that they froze on the spot. Very quickly, they regained their senses and cried out in panic, "Dodge quickly, run, get out of the way. If it hits, you will be eliminated." While everyone hurriedly fled, Wang Xuan still stood motionless in place, preparing to meet the attack. Seeing this, Ruan He roared, "Wang Xuan, what are you trying to do?" Even as the system continuously displayed red warnings, extreme danger, Wang Xuan still said resolutely, "Even if the success rate is almost 0, I still want to try." He explained, "This is the countermeasure I came up with after reviewing the match." Iron plates were quickly assembled, accompanied by his analysis. "That battle with you back then. I watched it over and over again hundreds of times, from the strength to the shockwave range beneath the divine hand." While struggling to assemble the iron plates, he said, "The divine hand looks extremely solid, but in truth, its force is dispersed. If all the machinery is gathered to form a defensive screen that disperses impact, perhaps it can block one fatal blow." Just as Wang Xuan completed the iron shield, Zhou Yi's divine hand had already crashed down. Zhou Yi had almost reached the spot. Wang Xuan showed no fear and shouted loudly, "Come on." Immediately after, the divine hand struck the shield, but it easily crushed that layer of defense. The pressure continued to bear down, until even the ground below cracked apart. Dust and smoke instantly rolled up into the sky. Zhou Yi stood high above with the aura of a deity, loudly questioning them, "Your lives are in my hands. Surrender or be eliminated." Wei He still refused to yield. He shouted his name and unleashed an attack. Zhou Yi, His attack shot straight toward Zhou Yi along with his shout, circular lock defense. After launching the attack, Ruan He panted in exhaustion, thinking to himself, as long as Zhou Yi blocks this move, he will have no time left to guard against what is behind him. Immediately after, the other contestants also rushed over one after another. Gale Slash, Blue Silver Sword unsheathed. Watching them surround and attack Zhou Yi together, Wei He thought with quiet confidence that his people were ready. Even if they could not eliminate that man at once, it would be enough to leave him badly wounded. Seeing the entire group attack him at the same time, Zhou Yi only sighed softly and said, "In the end, I..." While blocking the attacks with one hand, he said loudly, "Have still been far too merciful to all of you." Without the slightest hesitation, he struck each contestant in turn with Light's punishment. After being defeated, Wang Xuan thought regretfully that he had grown much stronger than before. He had thought it would be a great battle, yet unexpectedly, they were still completely suppressed. If he had known this earlier, there would have been no need to unite the 9 schools at all. He looked at the system panel showing the question asking whether he wanted to surrender, thinking sadly that this time, he would definitely become a laughingstock across the whole country. Wu Mang laughed loudly in great satisfaction, looking at the projected battle screen as he sighed. 9 schools united, no less. Dean Cheng, to deal with Suhang University, you must have spent quite a lot of effort. Hearing this, Dean Cheng pretended not to understand and said, "Wu Mang, why can I not understand what you mean by that?" Wu Mang was displeased by that attitude and said, "There are no outsiders here. Stop acting." Then he listed a string of names who had joined the siege before concluding: Wei He of Mado, Xiaolan of Shengjing, Li Jian of Qingkang, Wu Kang of Yuki, Luo Sheng of Chaoyang. As long as someone is not a fool, they can all see what you people are plotting. He continued with a question that was almost an assertion: ordinary schools would not have the nerve to do this. Mado University has always held the second place firmly, and has no need to wade into this muddy water. Unless Qingjing University, the organizer this time, stepped forward to arrange it, who else would have the ability to make so many schools join forces? At this moment, Dean Cheng was secretly worried. Qingjing University had originally held the advantage in this competition, yet it was still beaten so miserably. To salvage his reputation, he could only use that lowly method. Recalling the day they held a meeting to discuss how to deal with Zhou Yi, he had once loudly questioned Principal Su, if Suhang University takes first place in all 3 major events, where will the remaining schools put their faces? Dean Su was not afraid to retort either. Dean Cheng, do not use that as an excuse. My Mado University has ranked 3rd in the past few years, and this year we are already very satisfied to take 2nd place. We have no time to fight for first. Hearing this, Dean Cheng immediately said Qingjing University was willing to contribute a portion of S-rank resources to each school as sincerity for this cooperation. Taking that opportunity, Dean Su immediately set his terms. 2 portions are too little, no deal. With things already at this point, Dean Cheng could only grit his teeth and agree. Settled. Next, he explained the plan to the deans present, instructing their people not to rush into eliminating contestants from other schools. If cooperation was possible, then they should cooperate as much as they could, preferably eliminating everyone from Suhang University besides Zhou Yi before the 6th day. If they encountered Zhou Yi, they were to retreat at once, wait for everyone to gather, then deal with him together. Back in the present, Wu Mang looked at the guilty deans and asked, "All of you are usually well-known figures, so why are you all silent now?" After speaking, he turned and called out, "Dean Feng." Seeing himself named, the other man hurriedly replied, "Ah." Wu Mang said sternly that Dean Feng was noble in virtue and always acted like a gentleman. So was he not afraid that joining such a dishonorable matter would ruin his reputation? That man did not hesitate at all, pretending to answer calmly, "Wu Mang, why would you say that? Cooperation in a match is a reasonable and legitimate strategy. We have not violated any rules." That attitude left Wu Mang able only to snort coldly in displeasure. Suddenly, Wu Mang's voice turned completely cold, and he questioned them. "Do you truly think these little tricks can stop Zhou Yi from taking the championship? Truly laughable." He declared confidently that everyone had seen Zhou Yi's strength, and he was not someone a few schemes from them could handle. A true powerhouse does not fear challenges, no matter how he is targeted. Suhang University can still take first place. Elsewhere, a contestant hurriedly pressed the teleportation button, yet the system displayed a red warning instead. "Unable to teleport, please wait patiently." This made Wang Xuan cry out in panic. "What?" At the same time outside, the examinees who had just been defeated by Zhou Yi were all crying out in pain. I surrender, let me go back, I need a healer. Why can I not teleport?" Wang Xuan seemed to have realized something was wrong, and inwardly cried that things were bad. At that very instant, a strange stretch of space suddenly appeared within the void. Behind Zhou Yi, a pair of enormous eyes slowly appeared. At the same time, the deans watching through the screen also saw this scene. Wu Mang stared blankly, wondering why that thing had appeared in the secret realm, while Dean Cheng hurriedly ordered them to forcibly teleport all the students out. The teleportation gate area, a strange accident suddenly occurred. The person in charge of the teleportation gate reported anxiously, "Space-time is unstable. I cannot open the teleportation magic." Those words made all the deans panic at once. The students inside the secret realm were all future elite warriors of Xia country, and if they suffered losses here, the nation would take a tremendous blow. This was also a nationwide live broadcast, and if other countries saw it, the nation's honor would certainly be affected. Exactly. No matter what method is used, all the students must be rescued. Even Wu Mang worriedly wondered whether Zhou Yai could return safely. Suddenly, the screen became distorted, the live broadcast signal failed, and the system requested a reconnection. This made the deans startle and break into commotion. What exactly had happened? In their panic, they began shouting at one another. At such a crucial moment, this happens. "Hey, did you see a strange magical beast appear behind Zhou Yi just now?" "Ah, I did not see it." Hearing that warning, Zhou Yi immediately reacted and turned his head to look back. The void monster nearly brushed right past him. He immediately summoned his weapon. Immediately after, he forcefully launched a strike straight at it. Yet it abruptly vanished, making him feel briefly confused. He said to himself inwardly, where did it disappear to? At this moment below, Wang Xuan's robot had just landed as well. He landed safely and steadily on the ground. Zhou Yi immediately asked, "Do you know what is going on?" He had just landed in front of him. Wang Xuan immediately said that the monster was called the Void Beast. He also revealed that it had originally been sealed in the secret realm, had not appeared for decades, and existed only in the stories of the previous generation of class holders. It was born from the endless void, beyond ordinary understanding, able to freely pass through space-time rifts and change its form between illusion and reality. This thing is extremely difficult to grasp, and its most terrifying ability is tearing space apart, creating turbulent space-time currents. Once swept inside, there is almost no path to survival. Just as Zhou Yi asked how it had broken the seal of the secret realm, a terrified scream suddenly rang out. The appearance of the Void Beast made the examinees shout in panic. "What the hell is that thing? Hurry and run." Seeing this, Zhou Yi immediately prepared to punch it. His fist carried powerful force as it shot straight toward the target. Sensing the pressure from that attack, the Void Beast immediately opened its eyes. In the next blink, it had appeared right before Zhou Yi. Then it launched 2 consecutive slashes at his legs. The attack sent sharp pain through Zhou Yi, and he gritted his teeth to endure it. At that moment, another spatial gate suddenly opened, directly sucking Zhou Yi inside. He did not panic at all, immediately preparing to counterattack. His attack struck straight into the depths of the spatial gate. While he was pouring his strength into confronting the gate, the Void Beast suddenly prepared to rush out from within to attack. Without hesitation, he immediately unleashed a move and shouted loudly, "Holy Fist." The attack carried astonishing power as it tore through the air like roaring lightning. Yet that brilliant deep crimson radiance was swiftly controlled by the Void Beast in the blink of an eye. Churan rushed over and hugged Zhou Yi, trying to help him avoid the violent aftershock of the attack. Under the terrifying pressure, the two crashed onto the cold ground and were sent flying quite far away. Xiaolan tightened her grip on the bow in her hand and shouted loudly, "Wei He, gather everyone to attack the magical beast together." Amid the dense white smoke, Churan propped herself up on her hands and sat up on Zhou Yi, while the young man's face beneath her clearly showed exhaustion from the danger just now. With great difficulty, Zhou Yi finally asked her, "Why did you suddenly come here?" Churan only answered softly, "Thankfully I made it in time." After that, she calmly explained everything. "I discovered that the others could not leave the secret realm, guessed that an unexpected accident must have occurred, so I rushed here. But at that very moment, Zhou Yi suddenly realized danger was approaching. The Void Beast's target seemed to have shifted to someone else, but fortunately, a golden force stopped it in time. Immediately after, a violent explosion erupted, causing earth and stone to crack apart, and Xiaolan, who was standing nearby, was also swept into the aftershock. Shanran immediately cried out his teammate's name in panic, Xiaolan. Zhou Yi took the opportunity to assign Churan a task. "I have been poisoned and need some time to remove the toxin. Please do your best to protect the other students." The Void Beast grew more and more violently rampant, and the only one facing it at this moment was NG. When it swung its sharp claws down, Churan appeared in time and created a layer of defense by a hair's breadth. She shouted for him to retreat, while the helpless young man could only stammer, "I." It did not stop there as the other enormous arm of the monster suddenly swept sideways, clearly with no intention of letting its prey go. At this extremely critical moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, preparing to activate power. "Get out of the way." Skill, bewitching sound. And Jai's body immediately bent sharply backward, luckily escaping the fatal blow at the decisive instant. Void Beast roared furiously again and again, "Trash, ignorant of your own limits." Zhang San could only keep dodging before an enemy that overwhelmingly surpassed him in both size and physique. Thinking in panic, where exactly did this thing come from? He still struggled to hold on, even though he knew the situation was turning increasingly unfavorable. Terrifying pressure swept through the space, accompanied by a cruel laugh filled with contempt. "Ha ha ha, you are utterly unworthy of being my opponents." A swarm of ants, yet you dare dream of challenging the god of space and time. At this moment, Zhou Yi was activating two skills on his own: gradual recovery and death resistance. The Void Beast's power was far too bizarre. As long as someone drew close, it would immediately open a space-time rift and make itself impossible to approach. If attacked from afar, the moment it sensed danger, it would escape at once. The entire battlefield below had fallen into utter chaos. Players had gathered in dense crowds, yet they were completely helpless before that ferocious beast. Among the group of victims, Olivia was suddenly seized by a pink cord that shot toward her. One who saved her was none other than Churan. After handing Olivia over to Ling Shi, she immediately sped off in the opposite direction. Ling Shi, take care of the injured students. Ling Shi quickly nodded. All right. Olivia cried out in panic. It is over. Ling Shi treated her frozen arm while soothing her. Calm down a little, let me seal your wound. Her face instantly darkened with fear. It is over, there is no saving us. We are all going to die here, it should never have been like this. Ling Xi softened her voice to comfort her, seeming to place immense faith in Zhou Yi. Pull yourself together, brother, Yi is very strong. He will definitely save everyone. But those words did not reach Olivia at all. This is not what the teacher said. Ling Xi irritably gripped Olivia's uninjured arm. What exactly do you know? By now, Olivia was so terrified that her words came out in a jumble. It is different, it is different. Why is it different? It should not be like this. What she said next left Ling Xi frozen, as if the entire world had suddenly sunk to a gloomy darkness. The battle between the Void Beast and the contestants was still raging fiercely on the distant battlefield. Countless streams of light from all kinds of attacks flashed constantly across the front. The more Ling Xi listened, the more visibly tense her expression became. Her eyes widened, unable to hide her horror. A chilling slash came from afar, tearing through an innocent victim's body without hesitation. Ling Xi did not dare delay for even another second. She immediately turned and left, hoping there was still time to salvage the situation hanging by a thread. Battle reached its climax when Churan was clamped tightly in that enormous mouth, caught between the Void Beast's sharp teeth. By the time Zhu Yi, Qialan, and Ling Shi realized the truth, it was already too late. Before it could steady itself, it unleashed a series of violent shockwaves to stop its enemies from closing in. Zhou Yi desperately charged toward the distant black hole, swallowing everything. Behind him, Ling Shi hurriedly called out, "Brother Yai." Tried to explain the situation. The dean of King Kang Academy planted void-guiding butterfly eggs on us. With the mother insect present, using a special method allows them to locate people within a range of several thousand miles. From those clues, she concluded that this was why the university and college contestants had been able to gather so quickly. Zhou Yi's sudden turn back startled Wang Xuan slightly. He immediately explained himself. I really did not know about this. I thought it was only a coincidence. Ling Shi continued explaining. Aside from their tracking ability, void-guiding butterflies are also semi-parasitic beasts of the Void Beast. That is why, when it met us in the secret realm, it mistook us for intruders and attacked. Churan is probably in grave danger. Zhou Yi stared intently at his glowing hand, silently calculating. Ling Shi, help me with something. Find every seed egg on everyone, and the mother insect too. Hearing this, Ling Shi gradually guessed what Zhou Yi intended to propose. You want to? Zhou Yi's entire body was now enveloped in abundant vitality, as if every cell were awakening. I failed to protect Churan properly. As long as I can find her, even if I have to level the secret realm or cross the entire void, I will not regret it. Those golden eyes knew no concealment. Within them burned only blazing determination. Let me be the bait. Just then, another voice suddenly cut into the conversation. Zhou Yi, I have a way to subdue the Void Beast. Sun Qiao spoke with difficulty as he struggled to stand. Our Sun family has an extremely special sealing secret art. Even when facing an existence far above one's own level, there is still a chance to seal it. But the greater the power, the more terrifying the risk. Once the sealing art was activated, it would drain all the caster's mana in an instant. If the caster could not withstand the impact of having their mana torn away, and could not survive that life or death moment, the only outcome was death. At this point, sorrow and helplessness were clear in Sun Qiao's eyes. But I cannot do it. Ling Shi immediately shouted anger. If you cannot do it, then why bring this up? Yet the situation had already been pushed to a dead end. Zhou Yi could only seize the last thread of hope. Tell me what to do. Following the method Sun Qiao described, Zhou Yi immediately began to act. Spirit Butterfly carried a wondrous glow as it gently probed the mountain of insect eggs. In just a blink, several eggs exploded apart. As the smoke and dust gradually settled, the space before them suddenly shattered like the surface of water. Since his wish had been achieved, Zhu Yi clenched his fist even tighter, his aura becoming even stronger. In another form, he was ready to face the trial. Zhou Yi was not a summoner. If he wanted to use the secret art, he could only borrow an item, and a summoner himself was the best special item. In the end, he calmly made his decision. I will pour all my mana into this eyeball and turn it it into a summoning item. Zhu Yi carried his hammer and blinked again and again, sweeping across with fierce force while muttering inwardly, "Whoever holds it will be able to activate the sealing secret art." Seeing that the brat was still standing tall and holding on, the void beast began to waver. "What? You can still fight me for this long?" Even so, it remained blindly confident, even sighing on his behalf. "What a pity, no matter how hard you struggle, it is useless before me." Suddenly, a brilliant burst of light erupted and pierced straight into its body. The impact that followed sent his golden hair whipping wildly. After taking that terrifying attack, the void beast was overwhelmed with fear. "How can you?" Zhu Yi continued swinging his hammer, expanding the pressure of his threat. "You are not leaving." It immediately burst into laughter. "Fool, have you still not realized it? You cannot catch me at all." As soon as the words fell, the rift closed. Though it had temporarily escaped, it still watched every movement around it tensely. But Zhu Yi still caught up, causing it to cry out in alarm. Not good. Just as the void beast feared, Zhu Yi decisively gathered momentum. The heavy blow came crashing down and battered it into a miserable state. Even the environment that belonged to it was shattered beyond recognition. This man, anger that had been building for so long finally erupted. "Just because you happened to clash with me once, you think you can be proud." Blade-like fragments of the universe immediately lunged forward with nimble precision, tearing at Zhu Yi. "Arrogant human, let me open your eyes to the true power of the god of space and time." At that life-or-death instant, he suddenly remembered the warning. "Zhu Yi, listen carefully." Sun Qiao had once carefully reminded him that a summoner's mana could help him cross through space, or summon powerful magical beasts. So when you hold it, you will not only be able to open the seal, you can also imprison it inside the rift. But my mana is limited, and I cannot guarantee you will survive. Zhu Yi seized the opportunity, using everything from holy light great seal like punishment to protect himself. The more critical the situation became, the faster his mind worked. After entering the chaotic space-time current, he had to fight for every second, constantly attacking the void beast to force it to reveal an opening and fall into a weakened state. Despite his body growing increasingly exhausted, Zhu Yi still unleashed his killing move, Holy Fist Combo. After being tormented by layer upon layer of wounds, he still persisted to the end, aiming for the right moment to activate the secret technique. The void beast had held the advantage all along, so it gradually became careless. "Brat, do not get too pleased with yourself. For the humiliation today, I will definitely..." Without waiting for his opponent to finish, Zhu Yi trembled as he thought to himself, "I am almost at my limit." At the same time, he raised his hand for the final moment. Light punishment blazed under Zhu Yi's guidance, forcibly condensing into a seal formation that locked both the opponent's soul and body, making it sluggish and unable to continue attacking him. But this was a move that harmed the enemy by 1,000 while costing oneself 800. Zhu Yi was nearly completely drained. "Using angelic divine body twice has consumed too much of my mana." A mystical light gradually took shape amid his whispers, compounded by his continuous use of skills, and the way he squeezed every last bit of strength from himself. Only when it realized its movements were being restricted did the void beast truly panic. The fingertips submerged in holy light moved slightly. Sacred runes immediately spread out, transforming into a cage that locked the void beast firmly in place according to his command. At this point, what else could it do except submit helplessly to its bonds? Zhu Yi had exhausted all his energy and let his body fall. In his haze, he recalled the expectation that he would help the school win the senior championship for the 5th time in a row, then remembered Chu Ran's gentle instructions. Vivid fragments of memory suddenly awakened the heart that seemed to have fallen asleep. He saw her land lightly, gazing at him intently. He even remembered the moment when she, in her succubus form, gently touched her lips to his. Zhu Yi seemed to sense that she had just passed something to him. Amid the haze and his ragged breathing, his gaze was suddenly drawn in. Chu Ran cradled the bewitching heart, softly calling for him to remember to come find her. At that very instant, Zhu Yi snapped awake, his eyes flashing with a strange crimson hue. A domineering Zhu Yi immediately followed the momentum and unleashed a technique. He poured all his strength into this one chance to lock down the void beast. "Stay here obediently for me." It wondered in panic. What? Strands of radiant golden holy words moved one after another, turning into countless ropes that bound the void beast tightly. In the end, it could no longer maintain its smugness. The absolute suppression left it dizzy, and it cried out in a frenzy, "I surrender, I surrender, I surrender." At the same time, the system displayed, "You have subdued the magical beast. Do you wish to accept it as your summoned beast?" Faced with that tempting gift, Zhu Yi only interrogated it coldly, hand over Chu Ran. He muttered in confusion, wondering who it was, then had to shout as he moved, eyes dazzling. "Ah, I know you mean that girl. Ha ha ha, she's fine, still very well." In the icy area he hadn't noticed, the blossom trembled, each petal unfolding like a gentle universe. It turned out Chu Ran was immersed in the flow of the flower of time. Ling Shi, who had been anxious outside, suddenly grew solemn. She had waited for Zhu Yi's safe return. The students around curiously asked, "How is Chu Ran, Zhu Yi? Have you tamed the void beast yet?" Those who want to overthrow him began to hesitate. "Hey, everything's been restored, should we act further?" On the other side, receiving Chu Ran from him, she blurted out in embarrassment, "Second brother." He said nothing and propelled himself forward. The giant hammer shot straight into the sky. Wang Xuan was stunned. "Zhu Yi, what are you planning?" The friend beside him hurriedly asked. "What do you want to do?" Finally, they realized the battle was still ongoing, causing everyone to panic. "Zhu Yi is gone, huh?" Zhu Yi continued to boldly carry his weapon against all. "Surrender or challenge me. You knew what to do besides endure the glare and choose an answer. I truly admire you at this moment. If you still, we are not originally enemies." News about Sun Qiao of Mado was ignored. Xiaolan silently expressed, "Right, just wanted to test Tai Sin a bit." Even the University of Music period Qiudong player helplessly admitted the minister's desire to win was too strong and calm. Zhu Yi's accumulated points soared from over 10,000 to nearly 50,000, all drained by him, causing the other group to shout, "All gone, only us left. What more to fight?" When everyone left, Zhu Yi collapsed weakly, frightening her. Ling Shi helped Chu Ran while anxiously checking his wounds. His faint voice sounded, "I've exhausted my mana. If they attack now, I fear I cannot endure." His gaze seemed to melt, but Tai Sin's resolve still blazed. "Before the top 3 of accumulated points were us. The survival match must be first place." And first truly belonged to Zhou Yi with nearly 36,000 points, followed by Chu Ran and Ling Shi. Seeing the system recognize the achievement, Zhou Yi chuckled lightly. "A captain like me won't disgrace Tuhang University." Live battle report updated. Tuhang University reached 500,000 accumulated points first, Qingjing University second, Med University third. The nationwide freshman survival match held 183 sessions. Many geniuses appeared. The host exhausted Tai Sin, sending a message. "Among these geniuses, many would become pillars of the nation. And you all now also represent the hope of the country." But students were only chatting. "Tomorrow can pick epic gear. Fighting 20 days, finally relaxing. Tonight I want a full meal." Only Zhu Yi, after resting, immediately attended to main tasks. He observed each announcement. "Congratulations on receiving Innate Earth Pearl, 50 free points and 50 skill points. Extremely happy. Tianfu Divine Rank, Skill Divine Rank, Genius Earth Treasure Divine Rank." What seemed difficult now yielded sweet results. The exchange lasted 20 days, each event needing first place to complete, much harder than university exams or demon tasks. Surprisingly, the reward was generous. The joyous smile on Zhou Yi's lips was evident. A Tianfu swordsmanship S+ and S-rank skill, along with a portion of Genius Earth Treasure providing immense leveling space. Of course he would choose to accept. Immediately a beam of light enveloped every cell. The wondrous sensation immersed him. This was the power of the divine sword Tai Sin, high-level pure energy gathering above Zhu Yi. When he fully grasped it, the energy dissipated. He felt drowsy as if waking from a long sleep. Before him was a hazy, chaotic void, golden light flickering. Zhu Yi tried swinging the sword to test strength after leveling. Even a light strike caused severe destruction to surrounding earth and stone. Zhu Yi stood amid the smoke, waving his hand freely to create tremendous destructive force. This power was indeed astonishing. Divine sword Tai Sin granted additional abilities. He carefully observed the gift, the weapon's light sharper. Only when mastering swordsmanship at a certain level did sword aura attacks appear. Exceeding expectations, he quickly raised his hand again. Only professional players could activate sword aura. Now he possessed it. Blinding radiance tore the air apart. Previously he only managed reluctantly. Now, like a grandmaster of swordsmanship, learning new skills went smoothly. For example, sword piercing system once combined normally could reach 18 damage. Not to mention newly enhanced level 1. The slashing path bore extreme pressure, seeming like stones shattering. Upgrading sword piercing skill doubling damage would be higher still. Zhu Yi remained completely rational, exhaling deeply, but this was just theory. Only when a sword master duels could the true power of the divine sword Tai Sin be calculated. Unexpectedly he thought of contacting Chu Ran, calling her to duel using sword techniques. Asking her for help was entirely justified, as transferring the main lineage of Jiang. From age 3 Chu Ran began practicing swordsmanship, under the guidance of elders. She always remembered her responsibilities and persevered unceasingly. After 10 years they called her a genius maiden swordsman. Chu Ran blushed, silently thinking in overall strength Zhu Yi was the strongest in tactics. She was confident when the duel began. Yi's surroundings changed. Chu Ran had to exert full force. She was not afraid, seriously took her stance. Careful Zhu Yi. As she spoke, Chu Ran swung her weapon to deliver an overwhelming strike. It was so fierce that the item he used broke in half. Yet this was the moment Zhu Yi awaited. While she hovered in the air he acted. Chu Ran's eyes showed brief shock. Sword aura indeed. Landing and decelerating smoothly she expressed astonishment. Tianfu swordsmanship of Zhu Yi was extraordinary. Unexpectedly the next assault approached immediately. Chu Ran was not worried, using experience to defend. The sword brimming with energy countered in succession. Exchanged attacks continuously for hundreds of moves. They fought to the point of not noticing. Wu Mang appeared, as if in a dream. Zhu Yi wielded a formidable long sword, observing and analyzing Zhu Yi's strikes each bore a divine sensation. Chu Churan's moves were swift and uncanny. Years of experience helped him recognize much more. Churan fought back with Zhu Yi adeptly. Without higher rank skills, Yu Ye could barely suppress strength and speed nearly equal to Churan. When the weapon left her hand, Wu Mang immediately concluded, yet the shock when the blade struck still injured her hands. Churan's treasure, always carried, was seized by him. She gasped. Zhu Yi stopped attacking, gently asked if she admitted defeat. Alright. Seeing her concern for Tai Sin, she reassured, it's fine, just a bit tired. As soon as they stopped, they approached to praise. Truly astonishing. Turns out Zhu Yi was a master swordsman. Why not use sword techniques during battle? He hurriedly replied, greetings headmaster. He laughed foolishly, scratching his head. Haha, just leaving a way back. Even Tai Sin was leaping. Conditions to receive Tianfu were extremely strict. No high-level dungeon record resets. Not unprofessional rituals. Only obtaining Tianfu made it incredible. Still could not be fooled. Zhu Yi remembered and asked, Wu Mang, master, did you seek me for something? He explained the reason. I came to pick everyone to join the alliance celebration. Also something to tell you. The scene flashed in Gan Mang's mind. Feng Hak was dead. When the alliance investigator Haviem found him, Feng Hak had been sleeping in the dormitory. He recounted the crime. Hearing from Feng Hak's students, he used insects to locate people in secret chambers, promising S-rank resources as reward, clearly beguiling the headmaster, sneaking into rooms to steal items, placing evidence insects in player clothing. Unfortunately, the wire did not last. He revealed the hard-to-break part. Other events unknown to students. Zhu Yi was shocked. Clue lost. Wu Mang still insisted on giving him the answer. Don't worry, the alliance investigated thoroughly. Feng Hak had been in close contact for nearly 10 years. Results in a week. The celebration about to start. Let's go ahead. He only pointed out the deeper meaning. Top forces of Zhang Haguo appeared at the celebration. Main purpose: inviting teams, their guild. Wu Mang led the wise group to introduce the feast. To entice everyone, they offered luxurious conditions: money, women rights, resources. Just as predicted, upon arrival, people began offering terms. Accepting conditions meant binding to the power. Being the mage leading the team, I did not oppose, but must allow easy choice. Applause rang out. Feng Yu spoke. Everyone are students of the top 10 universities in the nationwide freshman exchange. Reaching this stage was not easy, therefore each can receive rewards from the alliance profession Haviem. And each was given individual items, bank cards with 20 million Zhanghai Yuan provided by the alliance. The items were curious. Each person's authority in Haviem alliance upgraded to elite peripheral member, highest authority beyond central Tai Sin members. Feng Yu's welfare was attractive in Zhang Haguo. Buying equipment, true drugs by 20%. To become a central Tai Sin member, contact directly. Zhu Yi silently marveled. 20,000 each, 100 players is 2 billion. Haviem alliance was truly wealthy. Discussions around this money could buy B-grade resources. Real bargain. Reason told him to realize this was also a direct method showing strength. Meanwhile, announcement sounded: solo matches, team survival, top 3 rewards tomorrow to be distributed. Finally, Feng Yu raised a glass to the guests. The celebration began. Everyone enjoyed food and drink. Below shouted in response. At this moment, Wu Mang took the initiative to call everyone on the team together, cheerfully congratulating Suhang University for winning first place in the exchange match. The atmosphere instantly grew lively. Everyone raised their glasses. Tan Wei stepped forward excitedly. Second brother, we owe this championship entirely to you. This glass is to you. Wu Mang also nodded in agreement. We really should toast him. Without Zhou Yi, our school would probably have ranked last among the 3 major universities. Few beautiful girls also surged over like ardent fans. Zhou Yi, I will toast you too. Brother Zhou Yi, me too, let me join in. Almost everyone around wanted to seize this chance to come over and greet him. Us too. The situation made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Are you all planning to get me drunk? Suddenly, Zhang Shan's familiar, powerful voice rang out. Zhu Yi. He cupped his hands respectfully, using this meeting to express his thanks. Without you, I fear I would not have lasted until treatment arrived. You saved my life. If you ever need me in the future, I will not refuse, even if it costs me my life. After saying that, he immediately drained his glass, treating it as a gentleman's oath. I will not refuse, even if it costs me my life. Churan stood beside them and witnessed everything from beginning to end, unable to keep curiosity from rising in her heart. It seemed Brother Zhou Yi had gained another very special group of admirers. Right after that, Wang Su also rushed over, pushing Zhang Shan aside to squeeze to the front. Me too, me too. Zhou Bai stood behind them and quietly observed, her heart full of doubt. Third uncle, am I imagining things? Why do I feel the holy aura around Zhu Yi has grown much stronger? Zhu Heng replied with absolute certainty, you are not imagining it. The aura on him has already surpassed most second advancement holy professionals. The news left her unable to hide her shock. What? It has only been a few days. He also found it hard to believe, but the truth was right before his eyes. Such an obvious change proved that his strength had increased again. This leveling speed was truly terrifying. After that, the banquet gradually came to an end. Very soon the next day arrived. and a modern aircraft appeared on the campus grounds. The cutting-edge machine gently descended under the eyes of all the students, and the cabin door slowly opened. Once everything was ready, Feng Yu spoke from the cockpit. Is everyone aboard? You have to claim your rewards at the Xiayan Professional Alliance headquarters. The headquarters is located in the Dingshan district of Qingjing City, and only specialized fighter aircraft are authorized to enter. Tan Wei sat inside, seeing such high-end equipment for the first time and feeling extremely excited. Oh, this is the newest model X-1000 Phantom Fighter. Chu Ran, seated in the front, also knew quite a bit about it. The X-1000 Phantom Fighter was built by the largest fighter aircraft manufacturer in Central Xia. From startup to a top speed 3 times the speed of sound, it only needs 10 seconds. Those words made Tan Wei even more excited. Yes, that is the one. It costs nearly 1 billion. At the same time, Feng Yu had finished preparations and reminded everyone to sit tight. The moment the plane took off, Tan Wei, who had not fastened his seatbelt, slammed straight into the cabin. At a speed faster than an exchanging faces, he kept crashing into every side. It shot forward so quickly that people only had time to see a faint streak of light left behind. By the time the aircraft came to a complete stop, countless stars seemed to be spinning above Tan Wei's head. We are here. Chu Ran was not much better, except she had fallen neatly onto Zhou Yi. As soon as she came back to her senses, she hurriedly returned to her seat, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Zhou Yi tried to few words to ease the awkwardness. That was fast. Qingjing University is 20 kilometers from the Dingshan district. Once the fighter aircraft accelerated a little, it arrived in 20 seconds. Just like that, they smoothly proceeded to the checkpoint gate. All around them, every system was still operating according to procedure. Feng Yu was also serving as their guide at this point. The Dingshan district has a total of 40 ground passages and 15 aerial passages. Any fighter aircraft entering from outside must undergo a full scan, so there is a queue. Immediately afterward, programmed drones flew over to conduct a thorough inspection. Registration number 0638. Aircraft belongs to the Xiayan Professional Alliance. Special passage authorized. After that, they were permitted to pass through the teleportation gate. Let them in. Once they entered, what appeared before their eyes was a vast and incomparably magnificent headquarters. Chu Ran looked through the cockpit window, enjoying the view. That over there seems to be Qingjing University's flag. Feng Yu explained enthusiastically. That is Qingjing University's floating island. Aside from schools, many legions and guilds are also built in the Dingshan district. Zhou Yi stood behind them and only watched silently. The mechanical floating island of the Xiayan Professional Alliance showed that its mana engines were far more powerful, and every device on the island had enhanced defensive mechanisms. At this moment, all the students finally left the aircraft cabin one after another. Feng Yu solemnly introduced the place once more. This is the headquarters. All of a sudden, a voice rang out and caught Wang Xuan's attention. Please make way a little. But the moment he turned around, what filled his eyes was a gigantic creature. A student cheerfully explained this is a mythical race, and its average level can reach 60 like a magic pet. Its master must be a very powerful third advancement professional. After that, Feng Yu briefly explained the process. Each person's reward must be claimed at the headquarters office, and staff members will guide you there. Each student was then carefully led away one by one. Student Wang Xuan, please follow me. Student Churan, please follow me. Student Wei He. As for the most special person, she personally led the way. Zhou Yi, you won first place in the solo battle, team battle, and survival battle. I will take you to claim the rewards for all 3 categories. Please follow me. Since the journey was rather long, the two began chatting a little. You were the most outstanding performer in this exchange match, and the Xiayan Alliance values you highly. I wonder whether you would like to become a core member of the Alliance. My apologies, but I currently have no intention of joining any force. You do not want to hear the conditions offered by our Xiayan Alliance. We have very few rules. No need. He calmly recognized the key point. Few rules are still restrictions. Besides, I am only a first-year student. I cannot let any force bind me this early. Aha, there is no hurry. When the two arrived before the door of a secret chamber, she announced solemnly, your rewards are divided into 3 categories. The solo battle champion may commission 1 legendary grade weapon. The team battle champion may commission a full set epic grade equipment. As for the survival battle champion, he may enter the Xiayan Alliance resource vault and freely choose any 1 item. Then she explained while leading the way, I will now take you to meet the highest level artifact refining master of the Xiayan Alliance. Your legendary grade weapon will be forged by Master Qi Jun. This room is his forging chamber. The special door ahead slowly opened. It may be a little hot. From inside, heat and white smoke immediately billowed out, making the figure within appear hazy. Feng Yu stepped forward and introduced him. Master Qi Jun, the champion of the solo match, has arrived. His dignified bearing and overwhelming aura seemed powerful enough to suppress anyone. A deep voice rang out, your name is Zhou Yi. He showed no fear and answered politely, Master Qi Jun, This student is Zhou Yai. A probing glint flashed through that man's eyes as he silently examined him from head to toe. The man seemed quite satisfied, and his tone softened as well. Very good. Your current level is 23. According to the rule that every 5 levels correspond to one piece of equipment, I will design a level 25 legendary weapon for you. Speak, what kind of weapon do you want? Zhu Yi immediately made his request. I want a longsword with enhanced attributes leaning towards strength and intelligence. Having watched the exchange from the beginning, Feng Yu was secretly shocked and admiring. In order to refine better equipment, Master Qijun had once learned an extremely special eye technique. Ordinary professionals who suddenly faced that gaze would often be suppressed to the point that they could not speak. As expected of this year's all-around champion, even before Master Qijun, his expression did not change. At the same time, Zhu Yi added more requirements for the weapon. As for the special effects of the equipment, I do not ask for too much. It only needs to suit my Paladin class and have enough killing power. He had already calculated everything carefully in his heart. Gold weapons usually enhance 2 of the 4-dimensional attributes, while legendary weapons would increase all 4 attributes. But as a Paladin who could fight in close combat and cast spells, strength and intelligence were still the most important. Considering all this, choosing a longsword was the most suitable option. After that, the man took out the Sunbreath Holy Light Stone with great interest, a bold idea rising in his mind. I have a few thoughts. Feng Yu recognized it at a glance. This was a material that only had a chance of dropping from Sanctuary Ruin dungeons. Fewer than 10 pieces of that epic-grade material were produced each year. As if sharing the same thought, she and Zhu Yi exclaimed in shock at the same time, Sunbreath Holy Light Stone. Qijun switched into erudite mode and explained in simple terms. The Sunbreath Holy Light Stone is a treasure from the core of the sun. A weapon forged from it can use holy light to purify and swiftly undead, demons, and dark creatures. After finishing his explanation, he focused his mind and summoned the materials, meteorite, adamant, silver. Following his shout, stones were pushed up one after another by a layer of lava. Gold-grade meteorite, adamant, silver, legendary-grade deep abyss, obsidian, epic-grade star fragment, gold-grade dragon soul crystal core, legendary-grade holy spirit tier. He waved his hand, and blazing flames drew the stones together into a vortex. Scarlet flame heart, void essence, sands of time, eye of the storm. Qijun poured all his focus into forming seals, beginning the refinement process, molten lava smelting. Under heat of several thousand degrees, the volcano instantly erupted, creating a violent tremor. That surge of power purified the creatures carrying evil aura, making them howl in agony. Too hot, I am about to fail. He used superb forging techniques, refining the essence into a towering pillar of lava. Divine artisan great hammer. The current swept even the dark undead inside, and thunder divine power covered the great hammer. All the power gathered and erupted in dazzling golden orange light, forcing Feng Yu and Zhu Yi to look up this mighty refining scene. Heavy hammer, fierce strike, shatter the impurities. At this moment, Qijun began pouring the molten stone into the mold. Inner stress dissolve, soften its nature, earth be still. Once the material had taken shape and grown solid, he used tongs to take it out. Light flowed across it. The blade surface was like a mirror, revealing its sharp edge and radiant brilliance. He hammered the surface of the blade again and again, engraving runes. The runes flashed, magic spread throughout it, forged the divine weapon. All laws obey. When it reached the water-quenching step, he submerged it in water so it would cool rapidly. The might of all demons later formed into adornment. The runes continued to flicker, and magic overflowed. The soul of a war god covered the sword. Formless battle intent entered its edge, breaking enemy formations untouched by blood. At the final shaping stage, Qijun gathered his strength and brought the hammer down on the metal. Final forging. The strike sent sparks flying everywhere, and Feng Yu quickly raised a protective barrier. When the finished product was complete, he finally sighed in admiration. Good. The Sunbreath sacred light sword he had forged carried a majestic golden hue, sturdy as if it could pierce through all things. After that, he took a deep breath and shouted loudly to gather momentum. Go. As soon as the words fell, the sword was thrown by Qijun at extreme speed, shooting through the air and leaving only a dazzling streak of light behind. Zhu Yi tried to catch it with perfect accuracy and felt that it was slightly heavy in his hand. He raised the sword and carefully examined it. The man panted after the entire arduous process and carefully guided him through the final step. A legendary grade weapon needs to recognize you as its master. Release your energy and suppress it. He immediately followed the guidance, tightly closed his eyes, focused his divine sense, and poured his power into the sword. The two streams of energy fused together, releasing powerful arcs of electricity. At the same time, the system sent a notification about the special 6-winged angel bloodline. Zhu Yi began observing more closely, starting from the glossy blade that could reflect like a mirror, all the way to the sturdy wooden hilt. He sighed in satisfaction inwardly. All 4 major attributes were enhanced, with 3 special effects, truly worthy of a legendary grade weapon. In particular, the first effect increased attack speed, which meant that in actual combat, when an opponent slashed once, he could slash 3 or 4 times. Seeing the expression on his face, Kaijun easily guessed his thoughts. It seems you are very satisfied with it. Zhou Yi could not help freezing at his strangely changed appearance. Master Kaijun, you are, the man across from him explained warily. Forging high-tier weapons consumes a great deal of mana, so ending up like this is normal. Feng Yu also leaned and whispered softly. The birth of a legendary tier weapon requires countless procedures. Only Master Kaijun's special Tianfu could complete it in such a short time. An ordinary artificer would need at least 2 or 3 months. He slowly turned his back on them, and before they parted, he did not forget to give a careful reminder. You may go, I need to rest. Most of the materials used to fully Sword of Radiant Wine belong to the Divine Element, so if you want to raise its star grade later, it would be best to use Divine Element materials as well, otherwise its power will be affected. Zhou Yi was deeply grateful and hurriedly bowed in thanks. Thank you, Master Kaijun. Feng Yu immediately pulled him away, while shifting his attention to something else. Next, let us go claim the reward for the team battle. At the same time, Kaijun comfortably lapped with a splash into the boiling stream of lava. As for the awkward situation that followed, it left him somewhat embarrassed. Several seamstresses cosplaying as black rabbits gathered around him to take his measurements. Hello, student Zhou Yi. We are the team in charge of your full epic tier equipment set. Purple-haired girl wore a teasing look as she lifted him up. May I ask, do you have any specific requirements for this equipment set? Zhou Yi hurriedly pulled his clothes down and stated his requirements clearly. I need a set of light armor, with enhancement attributes leaning towards strength and intelligence. The other party professionally confirmed the delivery time. Understood. The equipment will be completed in 1 month, and someone will be assigned to escort it to your academy. Once the main business was done, the seamstresses began murmuring among themselves, such a slender waist, and his muscles are nice too, and he is so innocent. Watching the little deer stray into a pack of hunters, Feng Yu could not help sighing. Freshmen really are easy to tease in the palm of your hand. After that, she snapped her fingers as a signal. The next part is the reward for the survival match. You will choose it right here. Following that motion, a ring of information instantly appeared around the two of them. You may freely choose one item. Zhou Yi carefully read the dense lines of text on the selection panel. Faced with countless items before him, he still calmly examined closely. All of them were S-tier life-saving divine items, and taking out any single one would be enough to make professionals fight desperately over it. A moment later, he decisively pointed at the item he had chosen. I will choose this one. Feng Yu quite admired that choice, but was still a little curious. The spatial leap stone is indeed a very useful escape item, but are you not planning to choose something that can revive you? He confirmed firmly without the slightest hesitation. Definitely I want it. In truth, he already had his own calculations in mind. Revival items were indeed extremely rare, but he already had the rebirth cross granted by the system, while the spatial leap stone had another use. Feng Yu immediately went along with his decision. Alright. After that, she handed him the box containing the mysterious blue gemstone. From now on, it belongs to you. Zhou Yi looked with satisfaction at the spoils he had just received. Suddenly, a sobbing voice that seemed to tear into his Tyson rang out again and again. Vaccine, let me out, let me out. Noticing his unusual expression, she asked, what is wrong? His face suddenly turned very ugly, and he only gave a casual smile as he answered perfunctorily, nothing. I probably just need a little rest. After completing her task, she professionally handed over a business card and a message. Alright, the rewards have all been claimed, so my mission can be considered complete, of course. If there is anything about the epic tier equipment or legendary tier weapon that you are not satisfied with, you may contact me directly. The other students are probably waiting in the hall as well. Let us go. Not long after, he was brought back to the gathering area, and as soon as the Xiaobai siblings saw that familiar figure, they happily ran over. Brother Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi. He turned back and asked, if there is anything, let us find another place to talk in private. But that was not their purpose. No need, we only came to say goodbye. This afternoon, all the teachers and students who participated in the exchange will be teleported back through the magic array of Holy Capital University, and I have to return to the clan with Dong as well. In an unnoticed corner, a scarab quietly observed the conversation below. If you have time, I hope you will take Zhouyun to Tianlin province. Both of you are descendants of the Zhou family. You will surely receive the clan's full cultivation. This will be good for both of you. May everyone have a smooth journey. After that brief meeting, Zhu Yi stood where he was and saw everyone off for another stretch. Only after everyone had left did he sweep his sharp gaze upward. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared on the branch where the bug from earlier had perched. After looking around and finding nothing suspicious, Zhu Yi frowned slightly and thought to himself, could that feeling of being watched just now have been only an illusion? Suddenly, someone called up from below, Brother Yi. We are about to go into the market to buy some local specialties. Are you coming with us? He refused. Frankly, I am not going. A moment later, Zhu Yi returned home and slammed the door shut. Heart was in turmoil at this moment. Could it be that his previous injuries had not yet healed, or was his mind mind under too much strain. Just then, a fierce headache struck. It felt as if a massive jaw were grinding down on his brain. Then a voice suddenly rang out, "Human, let me out." On the ground in front of him, strange patterns and streams of light gradually appeared. Right at the center, a bizarre figure began to reveal itself. Zhou Yi knew very well why it had appeared, but still could not help advising it, "You have already signed a contract with me. So what is the point of struggling?" Beast roared unwillingly in fury. "Ridiculous. This young master has lived for thousands of years, yet now I have to obey the orders of an immature brat. If not for that strange final spell, you would never have been my match." He bluntly exposed its crimes without courtesy. "You injured 63 people and caused 10 deaths. You also forced the Jia-Yan Personal Alliance to invest huge sum into treatment and repairing the secret realm. If they knew the culprit was still alive, what kind of ending do you think you would have?" The void beast still resisted stubbornly. "Humph, threatening this old man. That is all you are capable of." After talking for so long and still failing to make the other party understand, Zhou Yi gradually lost patience. A third advancement mage of the Alliance can use the Soul Inch art to erase the minds of high-tier magical beasts, turning them into puppets that only know how to obey orders. Perhaps you are not afraid of that, but even if you died, your flesh and blood would still sell for a very high price. Provoked by those words, it clenched its teeth and spat out a sentence despicable. But immediately afterward, he very considerately took out an S-tier spatial leap stone. "In the battle with me, you were badly injured, and it is inconvenient for me to take you to see someone who can treat you, so you need to replenish your energy." The void beast froze for a moment, staring fixedly at the stone with many unreadable emotions appearing deep in its eyes. Zhou Yi suddenly uttered a sentence that seemed to come out of nowhere. "1 year. After pausing briefly, he continued to state his terms. "Your energy is useful to me. Obediently help me for 1 year, and I will destroy the contract and return your freedom." It carried a deep hostility toward humans, so it was not easily convinced. "What makes me trust you?" More explanation would be useless, so he decisively threatened it. "You no longer have any other choice. Either trust me or there is only death." With that said, Zhou Yi took out another item as a token. "Your half-life beast, I am returning it to you." The void beast cautiously accepted it and placed it on top of its head, cherishing it like a treasure. Just as he was about to leave, it unexpectedly spoke up to stop him. "Wait a moment." As it tossed the stone into its mouth, it spoke first. "There is something you may want to know." The void beast slowly enunciated each word. "Little butterfly told me at the beginning, the one who took it away." In the end, it revealed a piece of shocking news. That person was not truly human. In the shopping district, the lively shouts of vendors rang out everywhere. Blazing Frenzy Saber automatically comes with a fire effect when used, only $9.98. Dear customer, do not hesitate anymore. Special price today, buy a set of battle armor and get a nail clipper for free. Genuine goods at fair prices, no deception. At one stall, Churan was busy trying on accessories, while Nadia beside her enthusiastically promoted them. "Young lady, this hairpin inlaid with frost crystal not only enhances your bearing, but also has a defensive effect." She continued introducing it with great enthusiasm. "The other gemstone contains the mana of a wood element mage. It can accelerate wound recovery, and is extremely suitable for a professional as beautiful and powerful as you." Zhou Yi suddenly appeared from behind and gently fastened the hairpin into Churan's hair. "This suits you better," making the joy in her eyes nearly impossible to hide. Brother Zhou Ye. His appearance left Churan a little surprised. "Did you not say you were not coming?" He smiled and explained, "Everything has been handled, so I came over to take a look and pick up some local specialties to bring back as well." Seeing how intimate the two were, Nadia smiled inwardly and sighed. "A handsome boy and a beautiful girl. This scene truly fits too well. I ship it." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Miss Jiang." 3 pairs of curious eyes looked over. The owner of that voice was none other than Wang Hao. "I never expected to meet you here. This is truly fate." Ironically, Chu Ran did not recognize the other party at all. "Who are you?" Forcing himself to ignore the awkwardness, he respectfully introduced himself. "Miss Jiang is truly forgetful. I am Wang Hao, grandson of Wang Bashan, the second-ranked lightning element genius of the 3rd generation of the Wang family or prison." After hearing this, Nadia could not help finding it funny. "Calling yourself a genius at your first meeting, and even a second-ranked genius at that, huh?" He was about to keep rambling for a few more sentences. "1 year ago, on Miss Jiang's birthday, I once gave you an ice soul sword." But she had already begun to feel annoyed. "The Wang family again? Truly a lingering ghost that will not scatter." Zhu Yi understood her meaning and tactfully said, "On my way here, I saw a snack street over there. Shall we go take a look?" After that, he put an arm around her shoulders and left. "We still have business. Please excuse us first." Yet someone witnessed that scene with his own eyes. Insolent. Wang Hao angrily summoned a ball of lightning. How outrageous. He is only a commoner, yet he dares touch the pearl of the Jiang family. He shouted an order loudly. "Kneel down for me." and at the same time threw that ball toward Zhou Yi, but before it could touch even a strand of hair, it was stopped by the barrier. Although somewhat surprised, thanks to his clairvoyant eye, he had already seen Zhou Yi's information, and immediately curled his lip in disdain. So he is just a holing hiding inside a turtle shell. This commoner's level is very low, and his profession is useless. Defeating him will be as easy as turning over my hand. Chu Ran immediately grew angry that someone dared look down on her boyfriend Yu. But since he was a man, how could he keep letting a girl protect him forever? So he quickly stepped forward and proposed a challenge. I will play with you. After that, Zhu Yi laid out the rules. 3 moves. If you can touch the corner of my clothes, I will apologize to you. Conversely, you must kneel and apologize to me. And let me say this first, if anything gets damaged, you will compensate for it yourself. The nearby people smelled excitement and immediately gathered to watch. There is a good show now. Young people truly are quick to anger. They can even start fighting while strolling down the street. Wang Hao clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes flashing with fierceness. What kind of thing dares challenge me? He did not hold back at all and immediately unleashed his full strength, seeking death. Thunder rain halberd strike. Countless bolts of lightning struck down from above, but none of them could pierce that barrier. Zhou Yi still walked out completely intact, his bearing majestic like that of a god. The surrounding crowd watched while buzzing with discussion. He truly does not know his own limits. He cannot even break through the other person's defense. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao also began to feel a little uneasy, though his mouth still forced out an excuse. That turtle shell is quite hard. He must have put all his attribute points into defense. Truly laughable. But in his heart, he was already cursing silently. Damn turtle, I never expected this guy's defense to be so hard to deal with. However, how could someone who called himself a second-ranked genius easily admit defeat? He quickly gathered energy and summoned 2 purple light leopards. What happened just now was only an appetizer. This swift thunder shadow leopard move is my killing strike. You commoner, I will let you know the consequences of offending me, Wang Hao. They immediately obeyed their master's order and charged straight toward Zhou Yi. Facing this move, he also had to take out his weapon, Holy Soul Essence Redemption Cross. Immediately afterward, he threw 2 streams of holy light forward. In the blink of an eye, the 2 swift thunder shadow leopards had been beaten into disarray. Wang Hao hurriedly raised his defenses to avoid the aftershock, only then feeling a chill down his spine as he wondered just what background this man had. The more battered Wang Hao was on this side, the more composed Zhu Yi was on the opposite side, even calmly telling him to make his move. He quickly searched his memories, yet still could not recognize the person before him. Impossible, I have never seen him among the geniuses of the great families. He is only a useless holy knight. How could he be stronger than me? Wang Hao was still unwilling to give up and slowly drew his sword from its sheath. I do not believe you can withstand this move. He shot straight toward Zhu Yi like a bolt of lightning, swinging his sword to unleash Thunderlight Slash. Zhu Yi reacted at once as well, meeting the attack with Azure Cross. At that very instant, a beam of light descended from above and struck Wang Hao's position, sending earth and stone flying everywhere. Zhu Yi looked down from above at the man sprawled below with contempt in his eyes. A thunder genius, so this is all he amounts to. Only after several minutes did Wang Hao manage to lift his head with difficulty. A deep pit already carved into the ground beneath him. Nadia at the stall suddenly realized something. Why did that person just now look so familiar? I think I have seen him somewhere before. Holy night, holy night. She finally remembered and hurriedly told the colleague beside her that it was Zhu Yi, the first place winner of this year's freshman exchange. The other person also sighed in admiration. No wonder, the girl beside him is his girlfriend Churan. Their discussion was rather loud, so Wang Hao heard everything. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his heart shaken. A freshman? He is actually only a freshman. Watching the 2 of them leave, Wang Hao silently resolved to take revenge. Zhou Yi, I will let you keep that life of yours for now. Once my elder brother returns, I will make you pay. As for Chu Ran, the resentment in his heart grew even heavier. Shameless slut, daring to toy with the Wang family. My elder brother will never let you off. Next day, warm sunlight spread everywhere as Zhu Yi's group entered. The students standing on both sides whispered among themselves. That is the representative team from Suhang University. Look quickly, that is Zhu Yi. He is even more handsome in person than on stage. Tieske as expected of goddess Jiang, with that figure and appearance, even a girl like me feels moved. Wu Mang smiled until his eyes narrowed, politely expressing his sincerity. Thank you for the warm reception from Qingjing University. Cheng Tian felt irritated at the thought of having to serve as their foil, but his expression remained amiable. This exchange really helped Suhang University shine, while we became the stepping stone. Wu Mang was so delighted that he could barely close his mouth, yet he still replied modestly, why put it so harshly? The competition comes second, friendship comes first. The other party smiled again. Right, I came third. Before he could say more, the mage urged them, please prepare teleportation magic array. All the mages shouted in unison, activate. Xiaolan was the first to wave goodbye to her newly made friend. Chu ran goodbye. She also smiled and replied, see you next time, Xiaolan. The others also seized the chance to say a few final words. Next time I will definitely defeat you. Keep dreaming. Goodbye. Before everyone's eyes, they all quickly vanished through the teleportation array. Immediately after, they suddenly appeared in the hall of their own school. Wang Huijiang spread his arms wide in welcome, welcoming back the seedlings of the nation, the little heroes of Suhang University. The whole group greeted the three people before them in unison. Principal Dean Zhou Dean Song. He smiled in satisfaction. Our Suhang University truly stood out this time. The hot news everywhere is about us winning the championship. Song Yi also smiled and praised them. You all performed very well. You worked hard. After that, the principal stepped forward to summarize and hand out rewards. The exchange was essentially a contest among universities and colleges to test their training capabilities. With merit, there naturally had to be rewards. He called out 5 names in succession. Although they were only reserve members, they had also performed exceptionally well in the matches. Then he announced in a loud voice, each of you will be rewarded with 5,000 credits. The whole group immediately widened their eyes in shock. For anyone who did not know how much 5,000 credits was, put simply, if entering the Abyss level Goblin dungeon cost 500 credits each time, this amount was enough to sweep it 10 times. If an ordinary student wanted to complete school missions to save up 5,000 credits, it would take at least an entire academic year. The award ceremony continued. Chu Ran, Xiaolan, Tai Xin, Ling Shi, you performed very well in the matches. Your reward is 20,000 credits. The 4 of them replied in unison, thank you, principal. Last came the most important person, Zhou Yi, the captain of the team and the first place winner in both the team and individual competitions. You defeated Wang Zuan and Guyan Hop, and you also turned the situation around in the survival match to save your teammates and continue leading the team. Therefore, Wang Hua announced that he would receive 100,000 credits from Suhang University. Hearing that number, Zhou Yi's eyes lit up at once. 100,000. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. 100,000 credits is equivalent to 3 billion Zhangxi yuan. Zhang Ji frowned and retorted, who taught you to calculate like that? These credits can be exchanged for several S-rank divine skills in the school vault. What can Zhangxi money buy? Huang Bin blurted out in sheer shock. Even if 100,000 credits were used to raise a pig, it could be nurtured into a top-tier magical beast. Zhu Qiang was furious at his friend's nonsense and smacked him hard on the head. What are you saying? How can you compare Brother Yi to a pig? Huang Bin clutched his head in pain and defended himself. That is not what I meant. Another person also sighed in admiration. It really is insane, but Brother Yi absolutely deserves it. Zhou Yi smiled in satisfaction, already beginning to calculate how to use these credits in his mind. His credits had originally been nearly exhausted, but now he no longer had to worry about the next dungeon. The school's Twisted Tree Forest dungeon is limited to levels 23 to 26. He would go try it later. After finishing the rewards, Wang Hui instructed them, Suhang University will never mistreat those who have rendered merit. Everyone may go back and rest. Everyone answered loudly, yes. After everyone had left for a while, Zhu Yi stepped forward and called out to him. Seeing him stop, he heard him ask casually, is something the matter? Zhou Yi hesitated before saying, Teacher, there is something I would like to ask for guidance on. Wang Hui seemed to have already guessed his student's purpose. It is about Feng He, the dean of Qingshang University, is it not? He nodded, exactly. But Wang Hui had no intention of revealing the truth yet. This matter involved far too many things. Even people like Wu Mang and the deans were not allowed to know. Not telling him was for his own good. However, a single sentence from Zhu Yi made him stop. Then what if I am also involved in that matter? He turned back and saw him cut a line through the void. Zhou Yi explained, the void beast's companion beast told me that the thing that took it away was not entirely human. Is this matter related to Feng He? Looking at the rift in midair, Wang Hui sighed. I originally thought your bloody battle with the void beast had forced you to risk your life just to drive it back. I did not expect you still had enough strength left to subdue it. At this point, Wang Hui no longer had any reason to refuse and took out a book. In that case, I will tell you, Feng He is a wisher. Hearing that unfamiliar term, Zhu Yi could not help feeling puzzled. What is a wisher? The other party flipped through the pages of the book, which were filled with ancient script. A wisher is a half-human, half-demon creature created by the evil god, Lord of Chaos, possessing a human appearance but carrying a demon's heart, a monster that serves the evil god. In an even tone, Wang Hui slowly continued. According to the evidence we currently have, the void beast causing chaos was the pledge of allegiance Feng He offered to show his loyalty to the evil god. He analyzed further, death and chaos are the two things evil gods love love most. Zhou Yi recalled a rumor he had once heard, then is that man dead? The other person did not quite agree. That is only the explanation to the outside world. Because the truth was completely different. When he was investigated, that man molted into the evil god's cocoon shell, attacked the investigators, then seized the opportunity to flee. Wang Hui tried to guide the student before him. Zhou Yi, do you know why Feng he chose to act during the exchange match? He answered confidently, because the exchange gathered the most outstanding freshmen in Jiangxia. If something happened, the impact would be enormous. But the other party added, that is only part of it. Most importantly, beneath the wild void of myriad beasts' secret realm lies a weak point in the evil god's seal. He recalled the past. The reason that place is called the wild void of myriad beasts is because 1,000 years ago. But the true cause of that battle back then came from the descent of the evil god Lord of Chaos. It was a battle to the death. The evil god Lord of Chaos wanted to descend into the mortal world through the rift in the wild void of myriad beasts. The beast race poured all their strength into sealing him, but their civilization was destroyed because of it. Zhou Yi frowned, listening closely to the warning. Aside from creating chaos, Feng, he could use the void beast to probe for the rift in the beast wild void. If he learns that you have subdued it, that man will definitely return. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Wang Hui said helplessly, several decades ago, the Tianyu Guild once obtained an attack skill book from the angelic god race. I originally planned to give it to you after some time, but it seems we have to do it sooner now. A moment later, at the entrance to the resource vault of the Tianyu Guild headquarters, Wang Hui guided him as they walked. The resource vault is an important place of the Tianyu Guild, storing rare skills and divine artifacts accumulated over 100 years. To protect this place, the guild has arranged multiple layers of defenses, and the gate is guarded by 2 level 60 legendary magical beasts, the Azure Leaf Earth-Striding Lions. He also carefully explained the smaller details. The gate is engraved with magic forbidden runes. Any unauthorized fluctuation of magic power will be absorbed and amplified by these runes. Even third advancement professionals would find it difficult to force their way in. Yang Bo was surprised and raised his head when he saw someone arrive. Wang Hui greeted him cheerfully. Old Yang, is it your turn to guard the resource vault this month? He also replied freely, someone else takes over tomorrow. You came at just the right time today, have a few drinks later. Zhu Yai stood nearby and quietly assessed him. Although the other party had restrained his aura, his magic power fluctuations were still stronger than even the dean's, proving that this was a third advancement professional. Only then did Wang Hui state his purpose, sure, but first give me the Holy Thunder skill book. He seemed to realize something and said softly, oh, planning to give it to your new student. Unable to hide it from Yang Bo, Wang Hui smiled and introduced the two sides. That is right, Zhou Yi. This is the brother who once went through life and death me. You can call him Yang Bo. He greeted him politely, greetings, Uncle Yang. He was no stranger to this face either. I watched your match, young hero, your reputation is well deserved. Zhou Yi scratched his head in embarrassment. You flatter me too much. As Yang Bo cast a skill, he lectured him, modesty is a good thing, but do not overdo it, otherwise others will think you are weak and trouble will naturally come knocking. Wang Hui felt that these words were a little too abrupt and reminded him, Old Yang, you are still as blunt as ever. It is because you like lecturing people that the children all dislike you. Yang Bo still believed in his own way. Those who do not listen to their elders suffer losses, right before their eyes. As he spoke, he took a book from the halo. He turned and handed it to Zhu Yai. Take it. Wang Hui stood beside him and suggested the best method for his student. You should still have quite a few skill points left, just spend them directly to learn this book. He accepted it carefully, yes. After that, Zhu Yi checked his points again. The daily missions had increased more than in previous days, and he had indeed accumulated quite a lot. Looking at the book in his hand, he ordered the system. Begin. At once, page after page transformed into sheets of light and slipped one after another deep into his mind. At the very center appeared a 6-winged angel holding a dazzling golden sword. The system announced, 100 skill points consumed, S-ranked skill Holy Thunder, Apocalypse stance learned. At level 1, abnormal status resistance increased by 50%, thunders increased by 50%, lasting 14 seconds. Moment a move appeared and shattered the shadow. The screen displayed, 100 skill points consumed, S-ranked skill Holy Thunder, Blade of Heavenly Punishment learned. At level 1, it can summon Holy Thunder to condense on a weapon, unleashing an extremely fast slash with thunder attribute damage. Next, countless golden chains appeared. The system reported 100 skill points consumed, S-rank skill Holy Thunder, Chains of Heavenly Prison learned. At level 1, it can control Holy Thunder to form a prison that confines enemies. While Yang Bo and Wang Hui were still chatting happily, Zhu Yi behind them had already been engulfed by bolts of lightning, his entire body suspended in midair. Immediately afterward, everything centered on Zhu Yi began to glow intensely, and thousands of violent lightning bolts shot out in every direction. The sudden bombardment unintentionally destroyed the surrounding area, stirring up a thick cloud of dust that made it impossible for anyone to see the situation clearly. The golden lion also growled and stared toward the explosion with vigilance. Zhu Yi looked at the screen before him. The Holy Thunder skill has been activated at level 1. Skill effect fused with the talent Divine sword heart, thunder damage increased to 20%. Even he had not expected a single skill book to contain 3 god-level skills. This time it really was a bit too much. The thunder phenomenon gradually dispersed. Wang Hui finally stepped forward and commented, "It seems the gains were not bad. As a divine descendant race, the skills learned by the angel race are at least above A+ rank." No one understood his current strength better than Zhou Ye. Strong physique, extremely high elemental affinity, and many high-ranking skills in his grasp. No wonder all divine descendants were so terrifying. Yang Bo's assessment was even more direct. A+ among divine descendant races is only considered low. There are even skill books above plus rank. Hearing this for the first time, he was a little surprised, so S+ is not the highest rank. As he poured wine, he explained, plus rank skills are the highest rank that profess. Wang Hui suddenly had an idea. "I will leave the matter of the skills you have learned for later. For now, I'll have a young lady show you around the guild." After he snapped his fingers, a pair of slender legs in high heels suddenly appeared beside them. Wei Tai Sin bowed respectfully. "Old guildmaster, did you call for me?" Wang Hui recalled what she had said last time. "Executive Wei, did you not always want to meet my student? I brought him here today." This elegant and beautiful woman was one of the 3 great executives of the Tianyu Guild. She took the initiative to extend her hand and introduce herself first. "Student Jiu Yi, hello, I am Wei Tai Sin, an executive of the Tianyu Guild. I had originally planned to look for you when I was at Qingjing University. Unfortunately, by the time I arrived, you had already returned." He politely reached out to grab it back, though his curiosity could not be hidden. "Looking for me?" Wang Hui stepped forward to explain. The officer in charge of recruiting for the Tianyu Guild, seeing good talent, couldn't resist. Yang Ba also reminded, "Zhou Yi is only a first year. Don't bother him with guild matters. I'll talk with the elder guildmaster a bit. You take Zhou Yi for a walk around here." Gong Tai Sin immediately obeyed, yes. While guiding the way, she introduced some basics. The Tianyu Guild was founded 45 years ago. This is the first stronghold of the guild. Many members' families are arranged here. Initially, it was just a forest by the mountains. After years of development and 5 expansions, it now resembles a mid-tier city. 2 stood atop the city walls admiring the scenery. She added about upcoming plans. "Moreover, we are preparing to start the 6th expansion." At that moment, Zhou Yi seemed to realize something and instinctively looked up. Immediately, his pupils constricted as if witnessing the unimaginable. This is... On the cliff above, a gigantic silver dragon slowly slithered. Each step it took crushed the ground beneath it further. After finding a comfortable spot, it resumed its slumber. Zhou Yi, gazing at the majestic scene, felt as if dreaming. He could hardly believe this was an eastern dragon, a legendary beast so rare that it seldom appeared even on TV programs. Gong Tai Sin's face immediately displayed pride. "This dragon is the guardian beast of the Tianyu Guild, protecting us for 32 years. Do not approach that mountain range, its mood is not very good." Minded, Zhou Yi no longer felt curious, only turning his gaze downward. Seeing the long lines of people passing by, he could not help but ask, "What are they going to do?" She patiently explained, "That's the dungeon area. The guild headquarters has 3 dungeons at golden, epic, and legendary levels for guild members to challenge." Then she generously offered, "Do you want to try? Swipe my card." Zhou Yi had already been considering it, so he did not refuse. Perfect timing. "I also want to try new weapons and skills a bit." Gong Tai Sin could only helplessly watch as his points plummeted. "Kid, you really are shameless." As Zhou Yi was teleported inside, a notice immediately appeared, "Entered nightmare-level dungeon, then took Dick Vu." Within seconds, he was already stared down by the densely packed local monsters. Dungeon requires level 20 to 30, participants from 1 to 8. In the borderlands lies a plague-corroded area. Those who enter face forbidden magic beasts turned into dying creatures. They lose reason and attack the living frantically. The first stage is Quang Triu Huthai. Ugly gray-green shadows lunging forward were common level 20 zombies, with leap, bite, and claw skills. There were also mid-level zombies at level 22 with an additional scream skill. Only now did Zhou Yi begin to unleash his power. Golden lightning surrounded his hands, then shot forth, slicing through the zombies lightly as if cutting fruit. That move was the Divine Thunder Dome Heavenly Judgment level S, level 1. It increased abnormal state resistance by 50% and lightning damage by 50% for 14 seconds. The effect pleased him, as Heavenly Judgment could elevate his strength in a very short time. Zhou Yi also calculated the skill's limits. Although level lasted only 14 seconds, it was enough in real combat. The next strike was stronger than the previous, power erupting like a golden lightning vortex. He was confident it alone could dominate several rounds. A notice quickly appeared, "Congratulations on clearing the first stage, defeating 200 zombies in 35 seconds. Unlocked passage to stage 2, Thondi Bien." He was very satisfied with the trial. "Not bad. If I level up, I can deal with these monsters even faster." As he stepped through the teleport gate, Zhu Yai had to cover his nose due to the pungent stench. Stage Stage 2 Thondibian opened. He immediately became more alert. The smell is stronger than the toxic gas in the Kungfeng Mountains. Better be careful. Strange sounds echoed around. The glaring light quickly vanished. It's real humans. He quickly selected the next skill. Stage 2 will test legendary weapons with you. In the darkness, the nameless monsters still clamored. Kill him, kill him. Low rank and another ragtag seeking death. My darlings are starving. A useless holy night. The stench makes me want to vomit. Soon we will tear him apart. They hadn't enjoyed themselves for long before Zhu Yi swung a slash at them. Found you, get out here. The dark mist dispersed, revealing their forms. They were level 25 zombie hounds with super speed, bite, and leap attack skills. One received the full impact of his gleaming sword, but they did not fight alone. They were controlled by what was behind them. Level 20 zombie leaders with strong slash skills, whirlwind slashes, and berserk roars. In its hands was a huge, sharp greatsword ready to strike its prey. This appearance further excited Zhu Yi. Perfect timing. The final new skill was Divine Thunder Dome Heavenly Punishment Ring level S, level 1 summoning divine lightning upon the weapon, slashing at extreme speed and dealing excessive lightning damage. He did not hesitate, decisively swinging forward, cutting the attacking zombies in half. After the move, he praised himself. Not bad, its body tougher than the first stage zombies. Yet it only lasted 2 seconds. The ground ahead was split, the zombies' formation disrupted, leaving them stunned for a few seconds. They then began exchanging strategies with each other in their unique language. Soon, another unleashed a berserk scream, centering itself, exciting allies within range to attack more ferociously. Sure enough, the stunned crowd suddenly became aggressive, their speech increasingly venomous. The Holy Night reeks too much. Today is your death day. Just a tiny human. Coming here is overestimating yourself. Zhou Yi faced them, not understanding why they spoke nonsense. What are you babbling about? He only briefly wondered, then swept them clean with sword pierce level S, releasing slashes at extreme speed, dealing massive mixed damage. The zombie hound shed its skin rapidly, fangs expanding until flesh tore away. Then its head split grotesquely, yet Zhou Yi was undeterred. Instead, he leapt, swinging a graceful arc, sending the zombie hound flying far away. A dangerous aura from the level 26 plague spreader suddenly surged, making him alert. Zhu Yi managed to pivot and block, while the system provided info. Plague Earth Aura. When a player is infected by the poison gas, they immediately contract the plague, losing a percentage of health per second and potentially paralyzed. With astonishing precision, he adeptly rotated his weapon. He decisively severed the monster's head, causing it to collapse among the horrifying pile of insects. Zhu Yi, irritated by the slime covering his hands, muttered, disgusting, when a cold mechanical voice echoed, death resistance. Any damage your body receives will recover rapidly. He sheathed his weapon while analyzing. Previously, he used the warhammer for ranged attacks, switching to the white blade skill, then the longsword for easier counterattacks in close combat. Watching more zombies advance, Zhu Yi was somewhat disappointed. Clearing 20 monsters per minute was too slow. Perhaps the heavenly punishment ring should be used only against stronger monsters for maximum effect. Thinking, he did not hesitate to form a seal on his forehead, while focusing to activate his latent energy. For this scenario, magic skills are more appropriate. Soon, Divine Storm Burst had summoned a massive whirlwind. Countless enemies were drawn into the force, including zombie leaders, plague spreaders, and zombie hounds. As the notice appeared, Zhu Yi immediately stepped through the teleport gate. Congratulations on clearing Stage 2, defeating 100 zombies in 1 minute 50 seconds. Passage to Stage 3, Forbidden Church is now open. Please continue forward. He silently observed the Forbidden Church shrouded in dark red gloom. Level 45 zombie lords stepped down the stairs, spreading intricate fire patterns. Those entering here must be full of doubt in life. As he approached, the priest skillfully planted seeds of temptation. No worries, the divine always welcomes the lost. Zhu Yi was slightly surprised by the info. The divine? The priest continued whispering to build faith. Indeed, under the guidance of the divine controlling life and death, we will find the truth of existence. Then the priest slowly wove illusory dreams. Life is fragile and short, but following our divine, you will be granted immortality and freed from suffering. Finally, he offered a tempting invitation to lure his prey. Come, relinquish your sword representing that narrow mind, join us and enjoy eternal blessings. It seemed that the promise of power drew Zhu Yi into an inner conflict. Immortality. Seeing he was enchanted as intended, the priest smirked with calculated glee. Indeed, young one, this is the chance everyone longs for. Zhu Yi suddenly voiced a question rising in his mind. I have something to say. The priest appeared tolerant, ready to accept any doubt. Young one, the divine is willing to listen. But what he received was not a plea, but a horizontal slash to the head accompanied by Zhu Yi's cold words. I don't care. The gleaming sword and scorn tore through the rotting, filthy priest. Immortality in that form is no different than selling life, better to die lightly. And preaching could no longer seduce anyone. The priest immediately switched to curses. Foolish human, you will regret this. Though his body had been severed, he resolutely ordered, "Go, holy maidens, teach him the price of defying the divine." The nuns quickly obeyed, immediately summoning weapons. And they slowly opened their eyes, revealing a terrifying dark red aura. They arranged in 2 lines, 55 spears always ready. Facing the fierce momentum, Zhu Yi excitedly clenched the staff in his hands. Sparks of electricity danced around him. The ordinary wood instantly transformed into divine sword heart level plus. He swung to block the downward attack from the enemy legion. Counterattack created a massive shockwave, dust swirling densely. Zhu Yi completely vanished in the aftermath, while the nun still stared in astonishment at the opponent's ghostly movements. At that moment, he suddenly unleashed the S2 ranked ultimate skill Divine Thunder Heavenly Punishment Ring, swiftly wiping out every opponent. The female cleric could only stare helplessly as her comrades turned to ash, then lifted her face and roared in furious rage. Zhu Yi stepped closer with an amused look, "So you lot know how to make noise after all." Immediately after, he finished the female cleric with a single slash. The opponent fell too quickly, making him reassess them. They looked formidable, but their strength was shockingly weak. With just one turn of his sword, Zhu Yi cut down countless elite zombie holy maidens. Again and again, the blade in his hand drew beautiful arcs, severing their limbs. Even their sharp spears were knocked aside, flying away before skidding across the tiled floor. The relentless attacks swept away countless defenders. The priest stood outside the chaotic battle watching, and only then did he speak. "Look at that lightning. This flesh and blood will fill the stain of sin upon the world." Even now that fanatic remains stubborn. Our wails are the hymn believers offer to God. The higher the melody rises, the deeper the altar will sink into the lava of hell. Zhu Yi planted his feet firmly on the decayed floor. Behind him were countless body parts left after being burned away. His expression darkened, and he issued a cold challenge. "Now it is your turn." The priest only smiled gently, as if looking at a stubborn war beast. Immediately after, that man's eyes flashed with viciousness as wispes of black smoke gradually gathered. "You think you alone are enough." Zhou Yi froze for an instant at the scene before him, but before he could react, his legs were already tightly bound by currents of deathly energy. Once he regained his composure, Zhou Yi quietly observed the magic circle spreading around him. Shock and doubt kept surging in his heart. When was this formation set up? Recalling the victory that had been far too easy just now, Zhou Yi immediately understood. They had seemed to be attacking, but in truth they were building a magic formation. No wonder their attacks were so dense, dealt so little damage. It was only a cover. Suddenly, an arm rose from the formation and seized his leg. Zhou Yi lowered his head in a daze and saw many clerics continuously emerging from the ground. Extreme bewilderment showed clearly on his face before this strange situation. Zhou Yi looked down, his expression gradually turning solemn. His body suddenly became unbearably heavy, and his strength was being drained away as well. The pressure coiling around him made him feel as if a giant monster beneath the earth were dragging him down. What was holding Zhou Yi in place was the Withering Touch formation, a group skill requiring 10 seconds to set up, inflicting a rotting curse, weakening enemies within range, and throwing their spirit and will into disorder. As soon as the system finished speaking, he immediately suffered 2 instances of damage, with attack, defense, and health all reduced by 100. He activated a skill, golden light flaring up and scattering the tentacles clinging tightly to his body. Fortunately, I have death resistance, so the magic slime only blocked part of the rotting curse. Zhou Yi looked at his arm, which had been nearly half infected, and fell into thought. From afar, the priest continued tempting him, "Young man, accept the blessing of God, and you will exist in this world in the most beautiful form." In contrast to that man's arrogance beside the demon gate, half of his body was still trapped inside the magic formation. Paying no attention to the power trying to seize him again, Zhou Yi said with disdain, back and forth, "It is still the same few lines. Are you a robot?" From the crimson glow, a brilliant spark gradually appeared. The holy flame halo condensed behind Zhou Yi's head like a divine crown. Holy flame granted control over the fire element, while also enhancing himself and the fire and light damage skills of the entire army by nearly 40%. A pillar of fire descended, engulfing both him and the magic formation. Zhou Yi broke free of the restraints, his entire body blazing as he shot upward, sending the clerics that had been burned by the flames flying. They were burned until their bodies shattered, looking like fireballs flying wildly in every direction. Streams of victorious white light were summoned and shot straight toward where the priest stood. The dark shield stopped the attack. It not only absorbed a large amount of physical and magical damage, but also reflected part of the damage back as dark corrosion. Zhou Yi did not retreat at all, continuing to swing his sword and unleash sword flash, aiming directly at the protective barrier. Before the immense power rushing toward him, the priest's shield gradually cracked, leaving him so shocked he was speechless. Then he raised his hand to resist and called out loudly, "Great Asia." Asia, please show your wrath and punish this ant. Zhu Yi was in the middle of attacking, but upon hearing that name he could not help falling into thought. Asia. Suddenly he noticed the three-eyed statue radiating golden light. His pupils contracted, disbelief clear in his astonished expression. Wasn't this name Asia the evil god spoken of by those monsters? Why is it here too? He stopped and looked straight at the priest, who was transforming within the surrounding black aura. Zhu Yi tightened his grip on the divine sword Tai Sin and analyzed carefully. Though he did not know what would happen, he absolutely could not let it achieve its goal. This shield absorbed a great deal of damage and even counterattacked, so he had to use one truly powerful strike to break it. He swung his sword and unleashed a mighty divine thunder heavenly revelation strike, while roaring loudly. If one move was not enough, then he would add another. He continued with divine thunder heavenly punishment ring, and the slash not only shattered the priest's shield but also severed his head from his body. The body sunk in black energy collapsed, while the head, still mutating and still wearing a stunned expression, flew far away. That thing fell to the ground, terrifying fluid splattering everywhere. That sight did not make Zhu Yi lower his guard, and he immediately transformed into his angelic body. The pitch-black corpse gathered into a dark entity with blazing red eyes. Brat, since you refuse to submit, then I shall devour you in Lord Asia's place. Yi sneered provocatively. You look much better now than you did earlier. The priest charged over in fury, launching black spheres straight toward the enemy. He did not stand still and take the beating either, instead nimbly avoiding them. Zhu Yi's figure deftly passed through the crimson power erupting from the black spheres. He seriously swept his gaze around to assess the situation again. Then he calmly interlaced his hands and cast the spell Holy Light-Seeking Shield. Following his summons, a great sword appeared from above and struck a beam of light straight downward. Zhu Yi continued channeling power, divine thunder heavenly prison chains. As soon as he finished speaking, the currents of power instantly turned into lightning and pinned the priest firmly to the ground. That man was still conscious and cried out in pain, "Let me go, you hateful bastard." Though suppressed, that man still refused to yield and shouted in hatred, "You will pay the price for what you have done. Great deity, please punish this one who dares look down upon the divine." Zhu Yi contemptuously shattered the priest's illusion. "Do not dream that your evil god can save you. Accept the punishment of light." He waved his hand and delivered the finishing blow. The final skill, heavenly prison chains, was cast, and thousands of chains pierced straight into that indistinct body. That man screamed in agony, "Let me go, Lord Asia will surely beat you into ashes." System panel appeared, displaying the skill details. Divine Thunder S-ranked heavenly prison chains creates a prison of divine thunder to control and lock enemies in place. Zhu Yi looked at the golden screen and analyzed. Awakened skills are mainly divided into 5 types: defense, enhancement, weakening, and restriction. In addition, there are summoning and crafting skills, but they are quite rare, and restriction skills are especially hard to encounter. Though the priest was struggling to break free from the golden chains, his thoughts continued. Control is a type of skill with extremely powerful effects, and when used at the right moment in real combat, it can create unexpected results. Watching that man attack helplessly, Zhu Yi reached a conclusion. With a control skill, even powerful moves that are easily dodged no longer need to worry about hit rate. Though already imprisoned, the priest still screamed in despair, "Lord Asia's wrath will burn you to ash, and your soul will be forever exiled in agony." He then asked, "What exactly is this Asia you speak of?" The entity's main eye widened, black veins of blood spreading deep into the eyeball, looking utterly terrifying. That thing looked up at the giant statue and roared at length, "Lord Asia is the supreme god, possessing boundless power. With a single move he can destroy 10,000 enemies. Traitors will be devoured, and the loyal will receive eternal life." Zhu Yi disdainfully kicked that man's distorted, deformed head closer. "Eternal life in that form of yours, a malformed monster." The priest immediately shouted in rebuttal, "Ignorant fool." Then that man recalled the painful past. In the past, he had only been an unknown priest living in a peaceful small village, loved by the villagers like family. Because of that, he always tried to heal them, but a terrible plague plunged the entire village into despair. Everywhere there was only pain and helplessness. Everyone begged to be saved, while he was too weak and could do nothing. That man recounted every time he had run into the city, seeking higher-ranked priests and begging them to save the villagers. Under those people's contemptuous gazes, the priest no longer cared about dignity or shame, only hoping they still had a little compassion and would help. In the end, that man went to the perverted high priest to plead. But the cruel truth was that they did not want to step into the village, seeing his villagers as ants, not worth wasting their power on. Even so, that man still hurried back and desperately announced the good news, "I am back, we are saved." From that moment on, even though the pastor's body had rotted away and his abdomen was stained black and red by dark power, that man still wore a sinister smile as he hugged the demonic cross and charged toward the villagers. Demon Envoy knelt beside the cursed man, gripping the cross tightly as he silently prayed for a miracle to appear. Yet the corpse suddenly exploded, blasting him sprawling to the ground. Only then did he freeze in realization that he had been deceived. Everything had been fake. After that, the pastor and the villagers buried the remaining bodies in endless grief. The people in the village grew weaker by the day, and more of them died. Please always rang beside his ears, Reverend, save me. It hurts so much, please have mercy. At that time he hated his own uselessness and the coldness of the high-ranking pastors. Tears of helplessness poured out, and even his words trembled, I am sorry, But at the very moment of his deepest despair, a mysterious power chose him. After that, the pastor used that power to dispel disease. The villagers no longer had to suffer, and even those who had died came back to life. Smiles once again appeared on faces that had been tormented by pain. Looking at those soulless bodies, the pastor believed the choice he had made in exchange was right. His current appearance was only a small price, and everything had been entirely worth it. Even now, he remained a loyal believer to the point of fanaticism. Lord Asia has chosen us. I will surely spread his glory farther away, so that more people may receive his blessing. Zhou Yi sighed at that blind worship. This man was beyond saving, and he probably could not extract any more useful information from him. After that, he decisively swung his blade and split his body vertically in two. Even standing on the border of life and death, the pastor still earnestly begged the god he worshipped. He hoped Lord Asia would reveal his power, save his loyal servant, and destroy the enemy before him. Zhou Yi looked at him mockingly with cold, sharp eyes. Still counting on your evil god, are you? Then he calmly spoke the cruel truth like a final slash. I am afraid he abandoned you long ago. Today is the day you die. Yet the pastor still roared, stubbornly clinging to his undying faith. You dare look down on Lord Asia. Even if I must die, I will drag you down to hell with me. He answered that arrogance only with a faint smile. Want to self-destruct, do you? It will not be that easy. Without giving his opponent a chance to act, Zhou Yi launched a magical chain and stopped his intention in its tracks. Then he raised his hand and summoned Holy Light, his voice ringing out like a verdict. Holy Light Cross. The seal was instantly activated, locking the pastor in place. Even as he writhed in agony, he still tried to plead with the god who would never respond, Lord Asia, save me. But the stone statue remained silent, ignoring the black liquid spraying everywhere as the system rang out with a notification that the Archbishop Shaman had been defeated. Zhou Yi returned to his normal state and replied softly, done. The reward list immediately appeared, announcing the items he had obtained: 12 on 323 experience points, high-grade life recovery potion, mana recovery crystal, guardian reverse armor, and guardian boots. He reached out to take them and calmly evaluated them. Not bad, all things considered, though the experience points still are not enough to level up. Zhou Yi suddenly sensed something unusual, as if the evil aura had not completely dispersed. He flicked the weapon on the ground up with his foot and quickly caught it. After that, he walked toward the statue, preparing to eradicate the root of the problem. You disgusting thing, end here. Golden binding light pierced straight through the statue, shattering it into countless fragments in an instant. The system sounded again with a notification. Congratulations, you have destroyed the evil god statue and received an extra reward. Zhou Yi was slightly surprised. Red text appeared along with the description panel for a new item: Divine Crystal, an ancient relic containing divine power. Use the second-class advancement of holy class users, usually appearing in dungeons related to gods or evil gods. Zhou Yi observed the glowing object floating before him. This was the first time he had touched a prop related to the sec advancement, so it seemed he would have to clear this dungeon a few more times. The moment he stepped outside, Ning Taixin came forward and praised him. Not bad. On your first time clearing the dungeon, you achieved a completion time of 10 minutes and 25 seconds, enough to squeeze into the top 20. Zhou Yi handed the spoils to her and hurriedly negotiated, Commissioner, I will give you all of these. I want to enter the dungeon again. Ning Taixin immediately advised against it. You just cleared it and already want to go back in. This dungeon is not a place to fool around. It consumes a lot of mental strength. The record set by those before him surfaced in Zhou Yi's mind. He clenched his hand and said decisively, the first time was only to scout the way. This time, I want to challenge the fastest clear time. As for the current first place record, I feel I can break it. She tilted her head in thought, then reminded him, the top 10 are all level 30 class users. If you want to refresh the rankings, you should at least wait until you reach level 27 before trying. Zhou Yi did not waver at all. I know what I am doing. Do not worry, Taixin. Seeing that she could not stop him, Ning Taixin could only instruct him, fine, be careful. I will not take this dungeon's rewards, little friend, keep them for self-defense. Just then, Zheng Ming suddenly appeared. Little aunt, you are here. She cried out in surprise. Zheng Ming, when did you get back? He scratched his head awkwardly. Just now. The other two and I just finished cleaning up those disgusting, otherworldly creatures. I am exhausted. Zhou Yi happened to hear this, and a doubt arose in his heart. Were the otherworldly creatures that had been wiped out from that spatial rift? He silently entered the new dungeon, his mind still circling around the things he had once been taught. When he reached the Qiangfeng mountain range, he discovered that low-level otherworldly creatures could pass through a common type of spatial rift. According to his teacher, the country immediately raised the battle alert to level 3 and deployed legions to sweep the area around the rift clean. On the other side, Ning Taixin asked, were hurriedly whether the losses in the battle had been severe. Zhang Ming's expression darkened as he remembered the teammates who had fallen there. Our team had more than 12 people, but in the end, only 8 returned, and that was with the Legion protecting us. Otherwise, I am afraid I would not have made it back either. After a few seconds of silence, she sighed softly, a third lost, what a pity. Then Ning Taexin folded her arms and scolded Zhang Ming. Have you called your mother? You took on such a dangerous mission without even saying a word. He gave a wry smile and replied, did I not come to find you, little aunt? I hid it from her when I accepted the mission. If I tell her now, I will definitely get scolded badly. She shrugged and said calmly, I cannot manage this matter. He immediately clasped his hands and earnestly begged her to help keep it hidden. Please do not. Little aunt, look, nothing happened to me, right? Ning Taixin did not answer, only turned to look at the person who had just walked over and hurriedly asked Zhou Yi, why have you not entered the dungeon yet? He calmly explained, Commissioner, I have already left the dungeon. She was so shocked that she raised a hand to cover her mouth. Zhou Yi pointed at the leaderboard that had just been reset. Divine Breath, Plague Domain, Nightmare Difficulty. First place, Zhou Yi, level 23, clear time 1 minute and 59 seconds. Then he gave a smug smile. Take a look. Ning Taexin murmured, almost unable to believe her eyes. He cleared a nightmare difficulty dungeon in under 2 minutes. He is only level 23. Zhai quickly made a new request. Commissioner, I want to try Abyss difficulty. She sighed, her gaze both helpless and unconvinced. You really are a monster. Go on, take my card and use it. Clear it as many times as you want. At this moment, Zheng Ming also could not hide his stunned expression. Are you not Zhou Yi, the top freshman of Suhang University? Even though 2 months had passed, his achievement in clearing Divine Breath Plague Domain was still being discussed everywhere. The students at the school could not hide their admiration. Good heavens, the Abyss level clear record for Divine Breath Plague Domain has been broken again. 1 minute and 29 seconds. It is hard to believe I was still stuck at the first gate back then. Too terrifying. This is the strength of Chairman Wang's direct disciple. Immediately, another person in the crowd also chimed in with admiration. Did you all see the nightmare level Divine Breath Plague Domain a few days ago? It only took 59 seconds. Just hearing it makes my scalp go numb. Even a second advancement class user might not be as fast as him. Zhu Yi left the dungeon in high spirits, recalling all the pleasant things from this period. These 2 months had truly been fulfilling. After teacher Wang Huang learned that he was clearing the dungeons of the Tianyu Guild, he directly gave him an integrated points card to use freely. With no more point restrictions, he naturally had to seize the chance to level up. Thus, after 2 months at the Tianyu Guild, he had finally reached level 29 and could accept his class advancement mission. Zhu Yi silently calculated his next step. Later, he only needed to contact teacher Wang Huai to obtain the class advancement letter for the Holy Knight. Just then, his phone rang with a beep. It was a summons message from Principal Wang Hui. A cute keychain gifted by Zhu Ran was still hanging from his phone. This is the hottest pet monster blind box in Ning'an City right now. It took me a very long time to pull this couple model. A while later, Zhu Yi arrived at the principal's office. Hello, teacher. The moment Wang Hui saw him, he praised him with admiration. Just as I predicted, 6 levels in 2 months, not bad. He walked closer, patted his shoulder lightly, and said meaningfully, I could have taken you out to hunt magical beasts and quickly raise you to level 40, even level 50. But do you know why I did not do that? He answered without hesitation. Doing that would create a third advancement class user who has levels, but lacks a foundation of training and cannot bring out his full strength. Zhu Ye added seriously, only when a class user relies on himself and undergoes training on the border between life and death can he become a top powerhouse. Wang Hui cast a spell, letting golden light flash before commenting, It is not easy that you understand this. He placed the class advancement letter before him and explained, The world of powerhouses does not lack people who rely on their parents' resources to level up, but by the second and third advancement, they find it hard to survive for long. Since you are already level 29, you should also prepare for your second advancement. Wang Hui continued, The second advancement of the Holy Knight is the Apocalypse Bearer, which greatly improves control over holy light and makes up for the weaknesses of the first advancement. But for you, your strength has already far surpassed the normal level. This is the class advancement letter. Open your consciousness and you will see the advancement conditions. The system panel appeared before Zhou Yi. Item, Holy Knight Class Advancement Letter. Its effect was that once the conditions were met, it could be activated to advance from Holy Knight to Apocalypse Bearer. He calmly closed his eyes, focusing on absorbing the power from the Class Advancement Letter into his body. At that moment, lines of notifications appeared. The class advancement conditions were as follows. First advancement class must be Holy Knight. Level must reach 2900 Divine Crystals and 100 Wisps of Repentance Will. Zhou Yi scratched his head in confusion. Is Repentance Will the will of evil cultists who worship evil gods? Oh right, teacher, do you still remember the thing I obtained in the Abyss-level Divine Breath Plague Domain? After hearing this, Wang Hui replied, You must use a specialized skill to make it produce Repentance Will. Moreover, it must be used within half an hour after death, otherwise the soul will dissipate. Zhou Yi's face darkened as he raised another issue related to the skill Repentance. Teacher, how did you know I had this skill. Wang Hui calmly explained, I heard you cleared the Divine Breath Plague domain dungeon, so you were certain to obtain that skill. With your strength, you should have gathered enough of the 100 divine crystals as well, right? He thought with slight emotion, so teacher had prepared for his second advancement long ago. Then he replied, that is right. Wang Hui continued, then as long as you complete the 4th condition, you can undergo your second advancement. Recently, there is a mission related to evil cultists on the school network, and the chance of obtaining repentance will is very high. Go back and take a look. After hearing this, Zhou Yi only replied, yes. After returning home, Zhou Yi immediately went onto the school's official website to look up mission information. A series of information appeared, making him fall into deep thought. Suhang University was one of the top 3 schools, but its total number of students was not large. Across all 4 years, there were only a little over 5,000 people, not even a third of other universities. As he clicked search, he analyzed the situation. Because the resources required for admission to Suhang University were too high, it could not recruit too many students. Although there were few students, the missions were very diverse, most of them credit missions. At present, he only cared about missions related to evil cults. The results quickly appeared. Combat mission requiring the defeat of a fleeing level 34 evil cultist, reward 400 credits. Investigation mission stating that suspicious traces had been discovered in Longfeng City, Changshan Province. Successful reporting would receive 100 to 1,000 credits. Zhou Yi rested his chin on his hand and thought for a long time. Repentance will require 100 wisps, and the first mission had only one target, so it was not enough. Then he had to check where Longfeng City from the second mission was located. Once he thought of it, he immediately searched for this place. Although it was not a major city, it had the specialty abyss fruit, so it was probably more developed than Lijiang. If evil cultists really were active there, the chances of obtaining repentance would not be small. Zhou Yi clicked to accept the mission, and a warning immediately popped up. This has been confirmed as a high-risk mission. 2 people who accepted the mission have already lost contact. Do you wish to continue? This situation surprised him. It was actually a high-risk mission. He frowned and analyzed. Just like dungeon difficulty, the school's missions were also divided into 4 levels: simple, normal, dangerous, and high-risk. A wary gleam flashed in his emerald eyes. For a high-risk mission, the mortality rate had to be at least above 70%, yet none of this made Zhou Yi hesitate. As expected, no mission involving cultists is ever easy. Before setting out, I need to prepare carefully. He raised his hand and summoned the Void Guide butterfly. The butterfly answered respectfully, Master, what are your orders? Zhou Yi said nothing, only quietly using the positioning skill. A glowing map immediately appeared along with detailed information. The skill uses the Void Butterfly, marking the spatial coordinates of void beasts with mana, sensing their position and instantly teleporting to the designated point. Zhou Yi told the Void Butterfly that if it encountered danger it could not handle, it could rely on its speed to leave quickly. This trip to Longfeng City for the mission now had another layer of assurance. After handling everything, Zhou Yi walked out of the campus and calculated silently. As long as he bought enough mana recovery potions on the school's website, he could set out immediately. From afar, 2 female students at the school saw him and cried out in shock, God Yi is still alive. The other smiled and praised him as expected of the one who leads the Golden Age. With this aura, even a 4th-year senior would find it hard to compare. Inside the dean's dedicated alloy training room at the War Academy, Wu Mang was training alone by facing 7 robots at once. While fighting, he asked Su Mei, you said Zhou Yi accepted a high-risk mission and left the school. Su Mei explained, yes, the mission location is Longfeng City, Changshan Province, and is related to cultists. Wu Mang sent several robots flying and said, a cultist mission. It seems that boy is preparing for his second transition. That kid has ideas of his own. The name Longfeng made him feel slightly familiar, but that mission in Longfeng City, I think I once heard someone else mention it. Su Mei glanced at the documents in her hand and confirmed, the Longfeng mission was originally only at normal rank, but after 2 level 26 and level 28 students lost contact, it was raised to high-risk rank, and it is predicted that only a second transition awakened could handle it. Wu Mang calmly replied while fighting the robots, they must be hiding some method over there. For other students, it might be a little troublesome, but for Zhou Yi, on the contrary, there is nothing to worry about. As soon as he finished speaking, he smashed the head of the robot in front of him away, then stomped hard and charged forward. He continued analyzing. Over the past 2 months, that boy has trained quite a lot in the Sky Feather Guild's dungeon. Zhou Yi is level 29, and even if he meets a second transition awakened, he may not necessarily be at a disadvantage, not to mention that he has plenty of trump cards. Wu Mang used one move to sweep away the robots, while deciding to change Zhou Yi's class status to leave of absence, with no need to interfere in anything else. Finally, he instructed Su Mei, when he comes back, remember to remind him. The leave procedure still has to be done properly. The high-speed train was racing along the tracks. This was the direct route from Suhang to Longfeng, spanning 100,000 kilometers and crossing many dangerous regions. To reach the destination, one had to depart from the teleportation square of Ning'an University, pass through 12 teleports and 7 high-speed trains before arriving at Yongxing, Changshan Province. Zhou Zhou Yi leaned tiredly against the window, thinking that he would arrive after another 2 hours on the subway. The phone in his pocket rang with a message notification. Brother Zhou Yi, have you arrived yet? He quickly replied, almost there, about another hour. The other side responded, okay, remember to call me when you arrive. Baina, seated beside him, spoke in praise. Wow, your phone charm is a squeaking mouse monster, a specialty of Ning'an City. Are you from Ning'an too? Zhou Yi confirmed kindly, yes, are you too? With a bright smile, she chatted honestly, I can be considered half a Ning'an native. My grandmother lives there, and I grew up there when I was little. Now I can only go back during summer break. After all, Suhang province is too far from Chongshan province. Are you going to Longfeng City for travel or for something else? Zhou Yi used appraisal while answering casually, I have something to handle. What about you all traveling to Longfeng? Results showed that both of them were level 13 pharmacists. Bai Na did not know she was being probed and still said naturally, that's right, we plan to go to Longfeng to soak in the hot springs and relax. I am Bai Na, and this is my close friend Liu Ji. Your level is so high that I cannot appraise it judging from your aura. You must be combat class. After Zhou Ye gave a soft hum, she happily showed off. I knew it, my sixth sense is quite accurate. I really admire combat awakened like you. In Zhou Yi's eyes, these words were somewhat polite, because the difference between lifestyle and combat awakened was already very obvious, so being recognized was normal. Wanting to connect further, Bai Na took the initiative to hold out her phone. Add me on the little KK app. My close friend and I are both pharmacists. In the future, if you need to buy recovery potions, mana potions, or healing potions, I will give you a 20% discount. Zhou Yi felt slightly embarrassed but still could not conveniently refuse. Alright, thank you. At last, the high-speed train arrived at Longfeng City. As Bai Na got off the train, she sighed. Time really passed quickly. She and Liu Ji pulled their luggage away, not forgetting to say goodbye to Zhou Yi. If you need anything, contact me anytime. But because she was busy talking, she carelessly bumped straight into someone walking from the opposite direction. When Xi Yun saw that the person before him was a beautiful young girl, that man immediately threw away all shame and began introducing his cult. Beautiful sister, I am so sorry. Take a look, the Holy Spirit Church can bring endless happiness to everyone. That man continued explaining to Liu Ji, recently our church has a very special event that will display the grace of God. If you are interested, you can come and learn more. That man did not even let Zhou Yi off. This young brother has an extraordinary bearing and is surely someone fated with the divine. Although he knew it was only flattery, Zhou Yi still glanced at the flyer the other party handed over. After reading it, the suspicion in Zhou Yi's heart immediately multiplied and he let out a soft sound. That attitude made Xi Yun turn pale, and that man could not help retreating. Immediately after, that man snatched back the paper and hurriedly ran off, leaving behind a blessing. May the Holy Spirit Divine Lord protect you forever. Liu Ji seemed to know little about the Holy Spirit Church, and she looked at the paper and said, is religious culture really this popular in Longfeng City? Bai Na hurriedly snatched it away. Throw this thing away quickly, it is terribly unlucky. Liu Ji was surprised by her friend's strange reaction. What is it? Is something wrong? Bai Na had no choice but to explain what her family had once known. It is normal that you do not know. My older brother has worked here for many years, and he once told me that from a year ago, Longfeng City began showing traces of religious activity. At that time, the Holy Spirit Church was regarded as a mysterious organization. Many people saw their attributes rise and their levels increase after joining this religion. But later, people realized that while their appearance did not change, their personalities became completely different, as if they had turned into someone else. Bai Na continued in a heavy voice. My older brother's friend used to be very gentle, but after joining the Holy Spirit Church, he became irritable. Chad's French frightened the whole family. Although the cult said it was a sign of a loyal believer, I still feel that something is not normal. After listening, Liu Ji asked in confusion, then what exactly is the miracle? At this moment, Bai Na had already thrown the flyer into the trash can and replied dispiritedly, why care? We should touch things this. Who knows what is really inside? Zhou Yi crossed his arms and considered what had just happened. Although back at Qiangfeng Mountain, he had once glimpsed the god of light with his consciousness. A miracle might not necessarily be a good thing. Perhaps this was the clue to tracking down the cult, because they often disguised themselves as ordinary religions. Before long, night covered Longfeng City. At exactly 8:30 p.m., the neon lights of Hengyang Mall blazed brilliantly, lighting up an entire corner of the street. Crowds packed the 9th floor, everyone buzzing with discussion. Will we really see a miracle today? I do not know, I came because of the miracle too. My neighbor said that after seeing the miracle, his mind attribute increased by 20 points directly, and his strength also became greater. Wu Mang stood among the sea of people, and after hearing this he mocked. Using miracles to lure people into gatherings, they have some ability. Jiang Shang naturally noticed this too. No kidding, the Holy Spirit Church became a major religion in just 1 year. How could they have done that without tricks? Although mocked, he still focused on the mission. True enough, remember to record their entire process of faking the miracle later. Zhao Ling stood nearby and reminded him softly, Wu Mang, it is enough to collect clues about the fake miracle. Do not dig too deep. This is an A+ mission, one mistake means death. Since the level 19 grappler had spoken, how could he dare object? Alright, we will listen listen to you, only collect evidence and absolutely avoid direct contact. After receiving a satisfactory answer, she turned to ask the level 18 mechanic of her team, Jiang Shang, have the small robots been set up? He replied with a beaming smile, do not worry, the entire room is already under surveillance. Yu Han, what is that person's class level? Zhu Yi stood fully within her observation range, but the screen kept reporting error. The other three simultaneously activated their appraisal functions. I cannot see his level either. Wu Mang, what about you? Like Zhao Ling, he shook his head, I cannot see it. Since none of us can detect him, it proves the other party is at least level 20. Jiang Shang wondered, why would an ordinary gathering of the Holy Spirit Church attract a powerhouse above level 20? Yu Han followed up and threw out shocking news, he has a sacred aura on him. Could he be a member of the Holy Spirit Church? While they were still speaking one after another, Zhu Yi suddenly swept a cold gaze toward them. All four immediately panicked, feeling as if the blood in their bodies had frozen solid. Zhao Ling ordered without hesitation, that gaze even frightened my mind, I fear he is a second transition expert. We absolutely must not draw attention. Yu Han replied softly, understood. The two men stayed silent, which counted as accepting the order. While the other side was evaluating him, Zhu Yi was also silently observing them. These four do not seem to be ordinary citizens, but they have nothing to do with me. My target is the Holy Spirit Church. Suddenly, the ringing of a bell interrupted everyone's thoughts. The surrounding atmosphere instantly became deathly silent. Representative spoke in welcome. Welcome everyone to the gathering of the Holy Spirit Church. Everyone present here is fated with the Divine Lord. I am Father Xu Yuan, and I will lead you to divine grace. Zhu Yi stood at the back and observed silently. One level 18, two level 17, not very high. Let us see how they plan to brainwash people. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan was still speaking endlessly. The Holy Spirit Church worships the Divine Lord, and its doctrine leads mankind to light and salvation. In the eyes of Divine Lord, all beings are equal. That man continuously painted a beautiful future for the believers. As long as they were sincere enough, the Divine Lord would grant grace. From free cultivation dungeons to precious resources such as mana-boosting potions and heavenly treasures that increased vitality, everything was available. Finally, that man offered the most tempting bait. Every month, the church will provide each member with 8,000 Central Xia dollars activity funds. This sentence immediately made the crowd boil over. I only earned 4,000 after working a whole month, but joining the church gives 8,000 in free cultivation resources. Maybe I could truly change my fate and become a powerhouse. Xu Yuan continued pouring honey into everyone's ears. This is precisely the Divine Lord's love for you all, so that everyone no longer needs to worry about life and can wholeheartedly place their faith in the Divine Lord. That man's following words were like a signal to the two assistants beside him. Everyone, the divine power of the Holy Spirit Divine Lord is boundless. Next, in my capacity as a father, I will personally display the Divine Lord's great power for everyone. That man walked before the statue, whose quality and effects were still unknown, and began the performance. This is a rare chance the Divine Lord has granted us. Witness the glory of God with your own eyes and feel the vast divine grace. Zhu Yi looked thoughtfully at the item before him. He could not appraise it, but he could clearly sense the dense magical aura on the statue, so perhaps it was a magical tool. Zhao Ling's group also looked at it with their own thoughts. The Holy Spirit statue. They are about to start faking the miracle. This time we must collect proper evidence. Xu Yuan stood facing the statue, raised both hands high, and shouted, Holy Spirit Divine Lord, please display your power. The expectant gazes of the crowd below made that man even more excited. Let these devout believers witness your great miracle. As soon as the words fell, the assistant immediately shook the small bell in his hand. With the ringing sound, the statue gradually emitted a gentle golden light. Before long, that light turned into a dazzling halo, making Zhu Yi raise his hand to shield himself. He stared in a daze at the so-called miracle appearing in the form of a goddess embracing the believers in her arms. Someone in the crowd shouted, what is this? That sentence was like a switch that ignited everyone's excitement. A miracle. It is a miracle. This light makes my body full of strength. The figure emerging from the statue began emitting continuous strings of incantation. The believers could not hold back and raised their heads to confirm with one another. Strange, does everyone hear some sound? That miracle can even speak. Even Guman's group was being surrounded by the incantations. As for Yu Han, her expression immediately changed as if she recognized it as a type of mental technique. Then Zhao Ling suddenly looked at her own hands and said tremblingly, I have become a second transition awakened. These words made Yu Han, standing inside the protective screen, cry out in shock, Sister Ling. Beside them, Wu Mang laughed wildly as if he had gone mad. Shangxia is truly rotten. These landscape cores alone are enough for me to become the strongest warrior. Even in fantasy, no one can escape my claws. Mom, your son is now a top mechanical engineer of Zhongxia Kingdom, enough to make the family proud. Wuhan helplessly watched the divine miracle spreading without end and realized this was high-level hypnotic magic. The necklace that granted immunity to mental control could only activate once every half hour, so right now, he could only wait for its cooldown to awaken one teammate. Zhu Yi was the second person unaffected. He grabbed the head of someone nearby and silently calculated evil hypnotic sorcery. Could the Holy Spirit cult be relying on this method to draw in followers? Xu Yuan looked at the results created by the divine miracle, feeling extremely satisfied. As expected of the holy relic bestowed by the bishop, its effect truly far exceeded expectations. That man immediately ordered the subordinates behind him, "Begin the operation, we wasted a little time just now, and the other side is also in a hurry." The bewitching sound rang out again, waves of sound spreading from the front. In just a moment, the entire hall was covered by brilliant golden ripples. As soon as the sound faded, streams of deathly energy began seeping out from every corner of the 9th floor. 5 strangers followed the black smoke and slowly appeared on the altar. Xu Yuan immediately bowed respectfully. "Bishop." Zhu Yi's eyes flickered slightly. This feeling was, as soon as Feng Li opened his mouth, he questioned coldly, "Xu Yuan, why did it take so long?" That man hurriedly clasped his hands and explained, "Bishop, there is a reason for this. Spreading the Holy Spirit cult's message takes a little time." He warned indifferently, "They are only a few consumable items, do not waste time again next time." Feng Li reached out to touch the statue and said, "After this sacrificial ritual, you will officially join the Holy Spirit cult and receive the blessing of the Divine Lord." Xu Yuan was so delighted that he grew excited and hurriedly thanked the bishop for promoting him. After observing for a while, Zhu Yi also understood if cultists did not use the evil god's power, they looked no different from ordinary people, making it very difficult for professionals to identify them. But he was a holy knight favored by holy light, extremely sensitive to evil energy, so the evil god aura on those 5 men was as obvious as black ink on white paper. On the altar, Feng Li continued his chant, "Eternal Holy Spirit, forever undying. Great Divine Lord, the sacrificial offerings have been fully prepared. Please enjoy them at ease." Watching this scene, Zhu Yi's thoughts drifted elsewhere again. The bishop was only level 27, so there must be someone higher ranking behind him. He decided to observe a little longer, perhaps he could dig out more information. After all, they were only 5 cultists. It would not be too late to kill them anytime. Before the statue flickering with golden light, Feng Li and the others spread their arms in unison, repeating the same phrase again and again, "Eternal Holy Spirit, forever undying." After hearing "Eternal Holy Spirit, forever undying" ring out 5 times, the divine statue seemed satisfied and smiled until its grin stretched to its ears. It opened its mouth and spat out rolling waves of glittering sound. A group of believers below immediately grew excited, blissful as drought-stricken fields meeting a sudden downpour. Sensing the fanatical atmosphere around him, Zhu Yi clicked his tongue inwardly. Was this pulling their souls out? The cry of the Holy Spirit is eternal, forever undying now rang out from every believer around him. His mind spun without pause. The soul was the key to resurrection, whether for a priest saving others or a powerhouse saving himself. An ordinary person's soul was weak, and after death it was hard for it to manifest, but strong or weak, the soul was still extremely important. Zhou Yi truly sensed the sinister strangeness of this cult. Before, the heavenly net had controlled people's minds, but the illusion before him was drawing out the power of their souls. He still had not forgotten the violent scene he had once heard about. Those who joined the cult looked the same as before on the outside, but their personalities seemed to have turned into those of completely different people. Last, the answer to the string of bizarre incidents lately was revealed. The change in temperament of those who joined the Holy Spirit Church was certainly related to the missing part of their souls. Zhu Yi looked at the golden waves being drawn out from the vicious believers around him, doubt rising quietly in his heart. What was that statue collecting their souls for? Zhao Ling had stepped onto the 9th floor filled with determination, but at this moment she too was letting her soul be worn away bit by bit. Wuhan forced herself to stay calm and used all her strength to pull her hand back, panic surging endlessly in her heart. They kept waiting for Sister Ling. All of them would die. They could not just sit still and accept their fate. Sister Ling, wake up quickly. She decided to take a gamble and immediately cast Ice Spirit spell. Spirits of ice, heed my summons, gather your strength and freeze everything. Seeing the thin layer of ice cover Zhao Ling's body, she cried out in joy. There was still hope. That joy was far too brief. The ice instantly melted, utterly useless. Ice magic had been dispelled again. Wu Han's overly obvious action immediately caught Xu Yuan's attention. Unexpectedly, there was still someone who had not been hypnotized. That man waved his hand, releasing a strange power like a raging storm. Black flame, go. Zhu Yi saw the death aura rushing toward her, and without the slightest hesitation, unleashed Holy Light Hand. Unexpectedly, among the believers, more than 2 people had escaped the spell. Li Ran reacted very quickly and immediately threw out Light Shield. A sturdy golden shield rose in front of Wu Han, successfully blocking the magic rushing toward her. Since her identity had already been exposed, she seized the momentum to counterattack, continuing to hurl a fireball carrying radiant light spell toward Feng Li. Worthy of being a bishop of the Holy Spirit, with just a slight flick of his hand, he knocked away that dangerous blow. After dealing with that minor trick, he immediately immediately exposed her identity. Radiant Light Spell, you are someone from the Church of Light. Although she was already a level 25 light mage, the fact that her shield had been broken so easily still left Liu Ran shaken. How could this be? My Radiant Light Spell has already been trained to level 15. This skill once quickly defeated a level 26 Golden Berserk Bear. Suppressed by the opponent's strength, she quickly regained her composure and opened the teleportation scroll without hesitation. A single wave from the cultist had stopped her. The situation was bad. He was far stronger than imagined. She had to leave this place immediately. Coming and going as one pleased was only the name of a song. How could Feng Li let her escape from his grasp? You dare ruin the ritual and still want to run? Do you think this is somewhere you can come and go as you please? He cast Swamp Summoning Spell and sticky mud surged up from beneath the floor, wrapping tightly around her. Liu Ran reacted extremely quickly, immediately forcing herself to retreat a hard step backward. But on Feng Li's side, two cultists joined hands at the same time and unleashed Wind Blade Spell and Fireball Spell. Rolling golden light enveloped her. Power of light, gather by my side and form an unbreakable shield. Fighting 2 against 1 was already hard to withstand, and she was also trapped in a pincer from front and back. This is bad. Among these 5 people, there are actually 2 mages. If there had only been 1 mage, she could still have torn the teleportation scroll and left while the other side was chanting. With her plan failed, Liu Ran still had to grit her teeth and keep fighting. Sacred power gathers in the light, cleansing all evil in the world, but she was not optimistic in her heart, and worse still, another close combat professional was rushing over. If he got close, she would definitely lose her life. She frantically unleashed moves toward her opponents, trying to break through their protection. At 18, after changing class into the hidden profession Light Mage, she had been directly recruited and nurtured by the Church of Light. The people of the Holy Spirit Church were not the kind to let themselves be slaughtered, and their fierce counterattacks left her struggling to dodge. After 4 years of training, this was her first time going out for experience, and she had originally thought she could personally destroy this cult activity, never expecting that she would have to pay with her life. Zhu Yai looked at the battle before him and unconsciously sighed in helpless exasperation. He truly could not keep watching anymore, so he raised his hand and unleashed Repentant Spell. Hengyang Shopping Mall, which had been silent all this time, saw its floors explode one after another in an instant, a deafening rumble echoing through the air. Liu Ran dropped to one knee, staring blankly at the ruined deep trench before her. What was going on? In the other half of the building, Wu Han was still struggling to support her teammates. Did that kill them all? Xu Yuan pointed frantically in one direction and warned, there is another saboteur, such a dense aura of holy light. Feng Li was naturally not blind and immediately questioned Zhu Yi. Are you a high-ranking knight of the Church of Light? He did not answer, only coldly pronounced judgment on him. A cult gathers scum burdened with layers of sin. Li Ran trembled as she tried to stand, already forming her own judgment in her heart. 2 mages and 1 warrior, all above level 25 and supported by magic, yet they were still defeated so quickly. Could he be a second advancement professional? It seems Longfeng City had long since drawn the church's attention. Feng Li naturally did not want to hear those accusations and immediately waved his hand, ordering the 2 remaining cultists to charge forward. You overestimate yourselves. Go. Zhou Yi did not even put Feng Li in his eyes, let alone 2 lackeys. With just one swing of his sword, he cleanly dealt with the opponents. He could not believe the scene that had just occurred. Just one move, how is that possible? His gloomy old mind immediately began calculating rapidly. He had to run. He absolutely had to run. He decisively lifted his foot and kicked the sacrificial pawn Xu Yuan forward to open a path, shouting loudly, "Stop him." That man had never expected himself to fall into this situation, clearly being pushed straight toward death. Zhu Yi did not mind prey delivering itself to his door either, and coldly swung one blade to finish him off. After that, he wasted no time calling out the blue butterfly. Guide the spatial point, hurry and follow. Obeyed the order and immediately shot into the door of death aura that had not yet had time to vanish. Li Ran timidly walked to his side and called out respectfully, honored high-ranking cleric. She deferentially introduced herself. I am Li Ran, a light mage from the Mado branch of the Church of Light. The closer she stood, the more clearly she understood that the concentration of holy light on him was not merely terrifying, he was almost an incarnation of holy light. She could even sense the joyful aura that holy light radiated around him. Zhou Yi asked curiously, you are from the Mado branch, why did you appear here? She did not conceal it and expressed her gratitude at the same time. I came out for training and accepted a mission, which is why I came here. Fortunately, he turned and walked away, replying indifferently, it was nothing. She hurried after him to confirm, may I ask which cleric of the Church of Light you are, my lord? I have never seen anyone possess such powerful holy light. Zhou Yi gestured with his hand while answering frankly, I am not one of your Church of Light. A boom sounded and Li Ran wondered in confusion. He is not. Looking at the altar reduced to ruins after a single snap of his fingers, she still wanted to confirm it again. With such a dense aura of holy light, who else besides a cleric of the Church of Light could possess it? An extremely bold guess suddenly flashed through her little head. Could he be the Holy Sun? Li Ran frantically searched through her memories. Holy Son and Holy Maiden were titles reserved for the top geniuses within the Church of Light, and they also represented the right to receive the best nurturing. They were nurtured with almost limitless resources and could even kill enemies above their level. To avoid being targeted by cults, Holy Sons and Holy Maidens concealed their identities before entering the world, known only to high-ranking priests. Having made up her mind, she looked around and asked, "My lord, we should wake everyone up now, right?" He naturally had no time to invite trouble onto himself. "No need, the scene is already chaotic. Just wait for the people from the Public Security Bureau to handle it. The situation is complicated, and casually waking them will only cause unnecessary panic." Zhu Yi walked toward the corpse of a Holy Spirit Church follower and explained, "The people of the Public Security Bureau have experience handling abnormal situations. They will calm the public better." She trotted after him, flattering him as expected. "My lord thinks so thoroughly." He touched both hands together, creating repentance spell. "In the name of the divine, awaken the conscience within the soul." As soon as the words fell, a layer of golden dust dropped from his hands onto the corpse, and the surroundings were even covered with lilies. "Repent." The black shadow of death aura twisted out in response to the call, followed by distorted souls floating in midair. A faint sound rang through the space. "I am guilty. I repent for the sins I have committed." After the battle, Zhu Yi reached his hand forward and withdrew the magic. He clenched his hand, silently calculating in his heart, "There are only 4 so far, still far too few. I deliberately let the bishop go so the butterfly could follow the trail and find more cultists. It should have caught up by now." Li Ran stood behind him and silently observed, questioning herself. "My repentance has a foundation, but it is still far inferior to the Holy Son's. If I could cultivate alongside him, I would certainly become much stronger. I just do not know whether he would look at me." While they were still lost in thought, the people from the Public Security Bureau had already arrived outside. As soon as they rushed in, they shouted warnings, raised both hands. "Everyone put down your weapons. We are law enforcers of the Longfeng Public Security Bureau." Standing amid the formation of guards was a tall man. He was Wang Hao, the action team captain of the Public Security Bureau. He approached Li Ran and asked politely, "I am Wang Hao, action team captain of the Public Security Bureau." "Honored professional, may I ask what happened here?" She reflexively raised both hands in surrender and replied innocently, "Hello, Captain Wang." Then she quickly recounted the incident. "The Holy Spirit Church is a cult. They used methods to gather civilians here, and were preparing to draw out their souls for sacrifice." Wang Hao showed obvious worry. "Draw out souls? You stop them?" Li Ran quickly waved her hands and stammered in denial, "No, it was not me." She turned to look for Zhu Yi, but he had disappeared at some point. "Where did he go?" Li Ran sadly blamed that person. "Lord Holy Son, why did you leave me alone and go away?" Meanwhile, Wang Hao was still vigorously directing the cleanup of the scene. Team 1 is responsible for evacuating the masses and ensuring their safety. Be careful not to cause panic. Team 2 will inspect the scene and gather evidence. Do not miss any suspicious object. A mysterious hand reached out from somewhere, silently casting magic. His voice still echoed everywhere. Team 3 will carry out treatment, prioritize the severely injured, move quickly, and ensure their lives are safe. Those affected by the magic immediately showed signs of having just awakened from brainwashing. "Who are you people? What are you doing? I want to go home. Strange. Wasn't I just attending a gathering? Where am I? How odd. Why does my whole body ache and my head feel so heavy, as if someone kept knocking inside my skull?" Jiang Shang stood to the side, rubbing his eyes as he complained, My head hurts so much." After coming back to his senses, he walked over to his teammates and asked with concern, "Did we succeed?" Looking at that man before her, so naive it was pitiful, Wu Han explained, "What are you thinking? You were hypnotized by the Holy Spirit Church, and I was lucky enough to escape because of a magic tool, but I did not expect that behind them were 5 experts, the lowest of them above level 25. After hearing this, he was immediately badly shocked. "Level 25, then how did we survive?" She continued, "He is a second advancement cleric. With just 1 strike, he wiped out the Holy Spirit Church." Jiang Shang immediately rejoiced as if he had found gold. "That second advancement cleric, right? My robot must have recorded his battle. If we post it online, it will definitely cause a sensation." Suiting action to words, he immediately took out the robot and checked it in front of everyone. But before he could even look, the surrounding scene shook violently. Jiang Shang's group stood frozen in place, not moving for a long time. Elsewhere, a dark space enveloped everything, a figure covered in magical slime appearing in the center. Feng Diyu spoke with a tone full of hatred. "Repulsive. Who exactly is he? Why does Longfeng City have a figure like this?" He rambled, raising hundreds of doubts about the people of the Guangming sect. "Until now, I have acted modestly, never drawing the attention of the Guangming sect masters. They were all hypnotized, leaving no trace. Where did it go wrong?" Feng Li opened the main door ahead. The sacrificial ritual was disrupted, with 4 disciples lost. "The Lord will surely be furious." The more he spoke, the more he lied. "What should I do now?" In another development, a blue butterfly appeared from the influence of magic, carrying hope to turn the tide. A mysterious crack appeared in the wall. Yi separated to reveal his handsome handsome face, the space coordinates determined by the power of the Void Divine Beast. From there opened a spatial water trail leading to the location for interdimensional travel. Returning to reality, Du Feng saw a familiar figure speaking. Sect Lord Feng, you have returned. Asked directly, I sensed the loss of 4 precious disciples. What happened? Feng Li knelt to apologize. The victims this time faced mishaps. Someone with strong holy light interfered to sabotage, even killing our people during the sacrifice. That person's power is too strong. I am no match. Du Feng kept pressing. Why are you still alive? He begged for his life. Lowly one deserves death. I beg you, Lord. I will bear the blame. Find more sacrificial items to compensate for the loss. Said coldly, few successes, many failures. He trembled. Lord, I have tried my best, but that mysterious person is too strong. I am truly inferior. Zhou Yi, disguised as a disciple within the ranks, observing silently. Aura from the black orb dense. This is Central Tai Sin. 100 disciples gathered. This scheme not only collects souls. Du Feng did not want to waste time, closing his eyes and ignoring. Forget it, your explanation is useless. Fortunately, the sacrifice, though interrupted in the field, retains consciousness, not affecting the overall plan. Feng Li awkwardly spoke. Lord, you mean the sacrifice succeeded, but could it have angered the master? It shouted, fool. You think we organize sacrifices across the city just for a few pathetic soul forces? No choice left, it demanded. Another disciple explained. Sekhead Su. There is a lowly one, explained to this fool. I obey. Su Lin showed a wicked expression, slowly explaining. Lord, this is the grand plan to destroy the world. Over the past 5 years, Chengling sect conducted 307 sacrifices, all at key points in Longfeng City, each sacrifice activating a node. He explained in detail. Zhou Yi focused. If the nodes connect to form a line, creating a magical array covering the city, chaotic prison array. To implement, we placed disciples across city layers, spreading Guangming sect teachings. The more he revealed secrets, attracting those wanting to join, providing manpower for the plan, adding colorless magic potion into the city water source. The potion effects. Zhou Yi pondered, blaming the fake officials easily hypnotized. The purpose of activating the chaotic prison array is what? Su Lin's voice echoed. They dug secret tunnels beneath the city linking sacrificial points, arranged magical runes guiding energy to converge. He revealed the timing. Tonight, the magical array will activate the souls and life force of all beings in the city, being siphoned through the tunnels transferred to the seal of the Lord of Chaos. The more he spoke, his face stained with guilt. The lives and souls of the city sacrificed. The great Lord of Chaos is about to awaken, bringing chaos and darkness, reshaping the world. The Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. He listened, expression serious. Lord of Chaos, evil deity. Then summoning magic to prepare to act, using the lives of all in the city to awaken the dark god. I will absolutely not allow it. Feng Li hastily admitted fault. Lord, forgive me, I knew nothing. Du Feng blamed. Sect Lord Feng, are you so foolish? I would entrust Tai Sin with an important task. At this point it shouted loudly, who's still there? Zhou Yi, startled, eyes wide. It targeted the place he stood, activating magic, causing a shocking explosion. Fortunately, he managed to defend in time, remaining unharmed. Smoke cleared. Zhou Yi prepared for battle. Divine Thunder Wrath Enlightenment Level 1. Into the state of enlightenment, increased 50% resistance to abnormal status. Increased 50% lightning skill damage, lasting 14 seconds. Sword Strike activated extremely fast, hitting the target, causing massive hybrid damage. Feng Di recognized the familiar figure immediately. Su Lin did not hesitate, launching magic. Shadow Obsession, focusing power into the weapon, forming a black crescent moon to cut metal. He did not yield. Divine Thunder Wrath Punishment Ring S Level 1. Summon Divine Thunder Wrath, condensed on weapon, slashing swiftly, causing external lightning damage. Unexpectedly, Du Feng also knew him. Zhou Yi, indeed an adversary. He immediately reported, Lord, he disrupted the ritual at Hoingduang Market, daring to come to headquarters. Today must deal with him and not let him return. It could not hold back, delivering a slap straight to the face. Being monitored like this, fool, I want your life immediately. Feng groaned, rubbing his cheek. It beside continuously mocked. Foolish to act arrogantly. How can you lead the sect without noble blood? Seeing you pathetic, without my mercy all life is but an ant. Still daring to say he would not return, you will die knowing why. The two continued fierce combat, golden purple magic causing earthquakes all around. After a while, both temporarily separated. Zhou Yi retreated to maintain safe distance. He analyzed the opponent with magic eyes but could not assess. Internal Tai Sin praised, far superior to previous sect leaders. Second rank master, not inferior, now facing a worthy opponent. Su Lin did not allow downtime, swinging the crescent to perform ultimate move. Shadow Strike, slashing with the black moon from multiple angles. Attack causing damage and disruption, spinning crescent forming cinematic magical circle. The girl looked at him approvingly. Level 29 Holy Knight, still blocking 3 hits, impressive. He continued coldly casting, wanting to end the opponent, but he halted. Dark rotation, condensed power forming huge black vortex, absorbing all beings. Su Lin's magic like sharp slash, scattering everywhere. Central Tai Sin at his location formed a black hole, devouring everything. Zhou Yi braced against the strong pull. Situation dire, he summoned Holy Light Protection, tightly gripping sword pressing to the floor, creating leverage. Both sides continuously exchanged, rocks and earth shattered into fragments. Su Lin scorned, dark vortex devoured light, Light. You struggle in vain. Second rank Holy Knight like an against dragon 14 levels weaker. He sensed disadvantage. Internal tie sin considered. Angelic protection resisting corrosion. But Black Whirl absorbing mana and stamina. Continuing to drain. Sooner or later will be depleted. His eyes ablaze, challenging, faced with absolute power. How long can he endure? He responded, able to crush his schemes. Behind Zhu Yi glowed light. Had decisive Tai Sin devised battle plan? Against his magic and stamina disadvantage, strike fast to win quickly. Su Lin hesitated, doubt in mind, holy aura purity surpassing ordinary holy knights. Could he be a secret weapon of Guanming sect? But whatever his origin, today he will not leave alive. Du Feng feared long night full of dreams. Heating up, sect head Su restrained him quickly. But too late. He completed transformation Tian Fu Light Circle focused A, Divine Illumination skill level 11 grade A, Angelic Secret Technique S+. Then summoned a ray of light straight to the opponent. Su Lin witnessed fear, dark rotation fused with chaotic original error. Even level 50 expert was devoured, could not separate, disciples would not hesitate to kill him. He used numbers to pressure opponent, disciples not strong but numerous, draining his stamina and mana. Su Lin shouted, chains rushed to seal him. Then water formation, surging to subdue the opponent. Zhu Yi calmly drew light sword eye sharp, swung hand to break water formation, but fight not yet over, numerous disciples charged, too many obstacles needed clearing first. Zhu Yi spread arms, feet firm, summoned light shields on both sides, dual Tai Sin shields level 11 disciples charging were repelled. Consecutive ultimate cinematic moves, he alone bombarded the battlefield. Su Lin felt overwhelmed, retreated to defense, not yet countering triple shadow link strikes. Did not move, just stretched magical light radiated strongly. Pushed back opponent, then battlefield calmed. Su Lin stuck to wall, Du Feng angrily cursed, useless, level 29 Holy Knight could not catch. Feng Li trembling, what joke, how does monster fight? Zhou Yai clenched hands feeling power, fortunately transformed Angelic Zone, reaching level 40 plus Holy Light suppression to overlevel. Du Feng enraged, releasing blood red killing aura, useless. After ritual you all will pay. Watching coward fall, it shouted, Sect Lord Feng, what did you do? Fearful Feng Li stammered. He cannot be level 29, must hide tools. Lord should seize chance, cannot rashly seek death. Zhu Yi, seizing guard's lapse, rushed to duel. Du Feng furious. Coward wanting to live, rushed to block. Rabbit King tripped. Lord looking for chance to strike. Not yet time. He focused divine power, gaze like hawk fixed on two ahead, then rushed forward, hands gripping weapon close. Du Feng took opportunity, grabbed his head as shield. Feng Li hit by handle. Father, what terror. Coldly threw teammate down, cursed. He witnessed inhuman interrogation. Is he a son of man? Presence or not indifferent, dying by Lord of Chaos may be honor. Zhu Yi speechless. Even kin discarded, truly insane. It said tone part mockery, part seriousness. When chaos descends, every life is its child. Zhu Yi is no match. He heard the name and wondered. You know me, Du Feng kept revealing. First rank of new university student exchange exiled long known. While talking, Zhou Yi sensed anomaly. Su Lin attempted sneak attack. He swung sword to defend. Not yet resolved this one. Du Feng behind shifted. He worried, said, not good. The blink of an eye, Zhu Yi had shifted out of the enemy encirclement and vanished without a trace. Immediately after, he suddenly appeared and dealt Su Ling a thunderous blow, activating the Void Beast skill, Spatial Leap. Right after that, thousands of invisible punches shot straight at that man. Azure Fist Barrage, grade B level 9, pummeled him mercilessly until he cried out in pain. Du Feng burst out laughing at the magnificent sight. Sure enough, the one who had seized the Void Beast had obtained it without expending the slightest effort. Without responding to it, he continued silently adjusting the next skill. Punishment of Light, grade A level 16. After swiftly dealing with Su Ling, Chen Ni was still filled with doubt, unable to understand why he could subdue the Void Beast. After a period of speculation, Zhu Yi reached a firm conclusion. Director Feng He, you are that deranged traitor. Knowing he could no longer keep hiding it, that man admitted aloud, you are right. Feng He stepped out of the magic array, his voice brimming with smug delight. The Lord of Chaos will rebuild this world, and I will become one of the rulers of the new world. His eyes turned wild with his craving for power. As he staggered forward, he threatened the person before him. If you had not ruined the ritual, the Lord of Chaos would have awakened 2 months ago. Today, you and the Void Beast will both belong to me, one as a sacrifice, the other to nourish his power. Zhu Yi still faced him without the slightest fear, thoughts surging rapidly in his mind. Faith in an evil god truly caused one's strength to soar. Feng He was a second advancement level 49 assassin, yet his pressure even surpassed Wu Mang at level 52. Even though I have activated Angel Patrol to greatly enhance my condition, facing him is still extremely difficult. Suddenly, thousands of sharp spikes rose from the ground. In an instant, he was tightly sealed by those stone spikes. Zhu Yi immediately summoned Light Law, struggling with all his strength within the stone prison. Feng He looked at the scene before him with delight in his eyes. Struggle all you want. With every minute that passes, 5 souls will become nourishment for the Lord of Chaos. He spread his arms wide, summoning another magic array of spikes that rained down towards opponent. Fortunately, Zhu Yi raised a defense in time with the magic Holy Light Guardian, grade B plus level 13. His attack suddenly changed direction midway. He followed it with his eyes but had no time to react at all, allowing the technique to strike his right upper arm, blood spraying everywhere. Zhu Yi looked looked at his badly wounded shoulder as it slowly recovered and instantly realized this was not ordinary corrosion, but the manifested power of an evil god. The dull pain made him so uncomfortable that he had to grit his teeth and carve away the flesh that had been demonized. Feng he sank deep into his blackened state, laughing wildly. From his mouth, a massive shockwave of energy shot straight toward him. The wave of power swept over without warning, but it still could not make Zhu Yi falter or turn and flee. With only a single sword, the hero deflected the stream of energy, tearing open the sky amid a roar like doomsday. His body flickered behind Feng He and restrained him. That man stood motionless, raising his head to watch the light descending, unable to do anything. At Zhu Yi's command, a pillar of light slammed down like heavenly thunder, striking Feng He on the head with a hammer. The skill Punishment of Light, grade A, level 16. Fortunately for that man, in the critical instant, his mind remained clear enough to set up a shield in time. You wanted to lock down my movements and use Punishment of Light to deliver a fatal blow, right? His thin lips uttered words that grated on the ears. This tactic is indeed up to standard. Unfortunately, you forgot that I was once the director of the War Academy. In the corner of the room, mysterious crimson iron chains seemed to possess souls as they rushed over, preparing to help him reverse the situation. They quickly dragged him backward, freeing Feng He as a result. Zhu Yi was dragged toward the stone table, Feng He's voice echoing beside his ears. These combat thought patterns are all things I taught students 10 years ago. Unfortunately, he noticed something more important instead. Abyssal chains were condensed from chaotic force, especially suppressing the holy attribute. Once entangled, not only would all light element skills be sealed, but the victim's vitality would also be continuously drained. As Feng He knelt to await the coming glorious moment, he laughed and said, "Struggle, this is your ending." Meanwhile, Zhu Yi lay on the stone table, his limbs pulled taut in 4 directions by the chains. Uneasily realizing that the situation had become critical, these chains were suppressing his holy power. Waves of strange celestial phenomena appeared faintly in the sky, heralding an ominous sign. Feng He joyfully reached out and gripped Zhu Yi's cheeks. His long black nails sank deep into his face, making him bleed from the pain. That man eagerly awaited the new age of suffering for humanity, then licked the blood still clinging to his hand. Feng He sensed the evil aura gradually spreading through the air, and his lifeless eyes seemed to gain a trace of vitality. All of a sudden, chunks of stone fell from above, violent as a storm in the night. Though both of them stood in the courtyard, neither was harmed at all, as if even the falling stones knew to avoid them. Zhu Yi looked at the faint red shadows gradually appearing around him. Those were strong souls began to appear, drifting amid the layer of evil aura that now blanketed the mortal world. Feng He's mood turned excited, looking like a clown lost in madness. Listen, that is the sound of the Lord of Chaos drawing near. Rumbling thunder echoed throughout the 6 halls. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, creating a gloomy atmosphere like the end of the world. Meanwhile, Zhu Yi still stared in shock at the scene unfolding before his eyes. Hundreds of souls silently drifted past the stone table where he was bound. Among those unfamiliar figures were 2 faces familiar to Zhu Yi, Bai Na and Liu Ji. Both drifted past him like mindless puppets, then stood silently with the others, letting the evil aura surround their souls. The evil aura swirled around their bodies, turning them all into soulless stone figures standing tall around him. Zhu Yi could not restrain his anger at the inhuman acts of the being Feng He worshipped. Beast. That man only replied coldly to one who did not share his path. This is a necessary price. Ignorant people like you will never understand. The crisis forced him to silently devise a new plan. Although he could have the void beast take him away from here, everyone in Lingfeng City would certainly die, so he had to stop that man. Even if he was no match for him, he absolutely could not become a deserter. A glass vial containing golden liquid was quietly summoned by Zhu Yi. Innate Earth Milk S+, greatly increasing resistance to negative effects and physical recovery speed. He drank the strange liquid down without hesitation. Resistance to negative effects increased by 100%. Physical recovery speed increased by 100%. In Feng He's eyes, that action was no different from a fish thrashing one last time before death. He scornfully let out a mocking remark. Zhu Yi ignored the sarcasm, the halo behind him flaring to life and fueling his will to fight. In the name of the divine, awaken the conscience of these souls. Seeing that confident bearing, Feng He grew inexplicably flustered. What do you want to do? In response, he calmly passed judgment on the destroyer of the world. Repent. Zhu Yi activated the skill, absorbing the remaining spiritual power from the figures scattered across the ground. Exhaustion showed clearly on his dazed face. Collected repentant intent won him 4 times. Inside Zhu Yi's body, the 2 currents of true Kai and inner energy were forced by him to collide. The intense pain exceeded the limits of endurance, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. The heavenly holy warriors within his body began to surge awake with ferocious force. In addition, the Ice Corpse Legion also answered Zhu Yi's call one after another. 2 currents of energy that were fundamentally unable to coexist crashed into each other, creating violent shockwaves inside his body. Zhu Yi gritted his teeth and endured, forcing his body to absorb both. Feng He stared in astonishment at the spiritual energy enveloping him. This power, what exactly does he still want to break through? His seasoned mind reacted at once. Second advancement. When he understood his intention, Feng He covered his face and burst into laughter, forcing a second advancement. Haha, you truly have broadened my horizons. It seems despair has driven you insane. That man explained contemptuously to the the one gritting his teeth and performing the process in his body. Normally, a second advancement requires immense resources to support it, from magic gemstones and rare pills to items that strengthen the body and increase power levels. And one must also have experts guarding them to avoid being disturbed by the outside world during the breakthrough. Yet now, you are still suppressed by abyssal chains sealing your holy power, imprisoned alone with no source of energy to support you. The fierce conflict between the two elite armies made Zhou Yi's nerves feel as if they were burning again and again. The power inside your body will lose control, no different from a wild horse with broken reins. If you fail, they will frantically crash into your flesh and tear you apart. Interest appeared on his face as he watched his enemy writhe. At best, your level will drop. At worst, your soul will be scattered into nothing. Though Feng he was that confident, he still cast a spell, preparing to bring it down upon him. But you are too strange, brat. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I cannot let you complete your second advancement. Zhou Yi's mind gradually grew hazy. He could still clearly sense the violent conflict taking place within his body. The two currents of energy silently collided and merged with each other, while Feng he continued speaking arrogantly. Just die during your second advancement. The final arrangement quietly unfolded, marking the end of the lingering dull pain. The frost specters gradually transformed into sharp crystals. The guardians disguised as angels also gradually turned into a few hazy golden leaves. Two opposing battle lines had now turned into items, strangely blending into each other. The pain closed over, leaving Zhou Yi with a reward on the dark road of salvation. Congratulations on receiving the Adjudicator's exclusive skills, Adjudication Descent God's Summons, Divine Awakening Restoration, along with 100 extra unallocated attribute points. The physique tempered by divine power also made his face look even fiercer. Wanting to show off his flashy style, Feng he took the full brunt of the whirlwind and was swept straight into the prison sentence. Zhou Yi punched into empty air, and the force instantly slammed into that man's body. His entire body froze stiff, falling into paralysis, unable to resist. Feng He's whole body was flung into the air after taking that powerful blow. The ancient city also bore the full force of Zhou Yi's furious piercing strike. After being blasted high into the air, Feng he finally crashed to the ground like a heavy sandbag. A long while later, he widened his eyes in shock when he realized he had lost the lower half of his body. But instead of raging, he curled his lips into a sinister smile. It is useless. Do you think the little tricks of a second advancement paladin can injure me? A thick stream of black energy gushed out, quickly filling the missing part of his body. No sooner had he staggered to his feet with the help of the evil aura than he beckoned the resentful souls waiting to charge into battle. I have no idea how many ents like you I have swallowed already. Zhou Yi was not afraid of that deathly momentum at all. No need, your origin is already too noisy. He raised his hand to the sky, forming a complex array in midair. Adjudication Descent Level 1 S rank, using a mortal body draw down divine punishment, summoning a sacred force field that deals massive damage to dark creatures. After the skill ends, all attributes are reduced to 40% for 2 hours. His flaming eyes locked on Feng he as that man charged over. Sinner, I pass judgment on you. The hero turned into a judge, personally deciding the fate of that cowardly yet tenacious rat. Execution. Lightning poured down like a rain of fury, every bolt locking onto that traitor as its target. The more he was attacked, the more spirited Feng he seemed as he provoked Zhou Yi. You will not succeed, my master's power still remains. The oppressive air made him wary of that man's next move. Like the other souls, he offered himself up to serve chaos. Pitch black strands of magic suddenly burst out, like loosened chains. They instantly surrounded him, so fast that Zhou Yi had no time to fight back. Chaos spoke in a deep, muffled voice, its identity hard to discern. Submit. Is it not better to destroy everything together? Resentful energy as thick as poison seeped into his body through every skin cell, making him spit out a mouthful of black blood. The ground was jagged with skeletons, covered in mournful wails of resentment. That suffocating scene turned this place into a true hell on earth. Suffering is the only truth, join us. Blood-red eyes stood out clearly on his expressionless face. Zhou Yi seemed to have fallen into a state even he himself did not recognize. Fortunately, his powerful will helped him regain control of Tai Xin's body. Chaos used its tentacles to tightly bind him, roaring as if trying to brainwash him. Become an eternal part of me. The holy power inside Zhou Yi reacted violently, causing a painful backlash that slammed straight into his mind. He used his refined combat skills to break free from its encirclement. With his whole body empowered by holy light, Zhou Yi confidently charged forward with his sword. Consciousness contamination was clearly far more advanced than hypnosis. The greatsword slashed straight at the chaotic Tai Xin. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. The deep slash brought a lingering ache with it, making that shapeless monster groan without end. The wound split open, revealing the life and death mark of chaos. You actually dare do this? Zhou Yi did not bother caring about Tai Xin's meaningless rage, only replying coldly, why would I not dare? I am a paladin. His light, casual voice still drowned out the clash between the heretical tentacles and the blade of holy power, specialized in dealing with every kind of submission. The divine radiance erupted fiercely, making that layer of tentacles scatter with the wind. An explosion erupted as the evil energy shook violently, leaving it unable to maintain the stability needed to control its main body. Zhou Yi stared blankly at the scene before him, casually lowering his defensive shield to seize a brief rest in the middle of the fight. At that very moment, a demonic blade silently emerged from the ground. Hearing movement behind him, he turned his head back in suspicion. Before he could understand what was happening, Shu Yi was slashed across the back by chaos, the pain so intense that his breath caught. The lightning-fast attack made his blood splash onto its white teeth. That disgusting tongue immediately licked the blood clean. The moment it tasted blood, it quickly severed the Tai Sin wisdom chains that had been sealing its savage instincts. I am very satisfied with you. I am the Lord of Chaos, a god. A god cannot be killed by a tiny human. The ending between you and me was decided from the very beginning. Become my slave, and I will grant you the power of a demigod. Listening to those filthy words, Shu Yi's battle blood boiled even hotter as he healed himself. The power of a demigod. How about this deal? You treat me as a sandbag, and I teach you what god-slaying power is. Besides, there should be a limit to pretending to be a god and playing the ghost. He curled his lips into a contemptuous smile as he spoke with chaos. At most, you are only an avatar of an evil god. That is why, even as a human, I can still injure you. If you keep boasting, people will laugh their teeth out. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, it stammered without forming a full sentence. Impossible, you. Zhu Yi held his head, silently telling himself. Unfortunately, this body can only hold out for 2 minutes at most. I do not have much time left. The mysterious holy power was summoned by him. God. Pillar of light piercing the sky formed from the cold sweep of his hand, shaking the vast land. The heavenly saint soldiers manifested in battle-ready formation at his summons. God's summons, level 1 S rank. Some had already raised their bows, awaiting orders from the heavens. An angelic legion contract art inherited from ancient times, requiring the consumption of 30% health value to summon angels for battle. Note the angel's duration will continuously consume the host's mental power. There were also a few who stood calmly in place, silently weighing everything. Seeing that mighty legion, chaos briefly panicked, yet still roared to preserve its dignity. Lowly creations like you will never stop me. Under Zhu Yi's silent command, the army's closed eyes opened in unison. Initiate purification, execute divine punishment. The entire headquarters descended upon the battlefield, causing holy light to erupt violently. In heaven's name, punish the rebel. Terrifying explosion erupted, sweeping away everything nearby. Even the stone buildings gradually turned to dust before that horrifying power. The violent shockwave spread all the way to the vast forest, making the trees shake without end. Right at the center of the crater created by the shock, Zhu Yi knelt on one knee on the ground. His whole body was covered in wounds, interlaced with golden cracks running along him. Notification panel quick cleared beside the dark red crystal hovering in the air. Damaged evil god power crystal obtained. Quality cannot be evaluated. A mouthful of murky blood suddenly surged from his mouth, his voice weak and heavy. So that is how it is. His body quickly collapsed completely onto the cold stone floor. You do not even count as an avatar. The empty open ground with no one in sight. Only thick dust and smoke remained coiling around, as if Zhu Yi had been forgotten by the entire world. The moonlight and the radiant stars high above silently watched the lonely back of that pitiful young man. It seemed he would sleep a long sleep after exhausting himself in battle, but even though his bones hurt enough to crackle, that hand still bravely pushed him up once more. Even so, in his current condition, even turning over was already a luxury. Warning sounds kept ringing, life signs unstable, please treat immediately. Zhu Yi's dull eyes focused on each line of text appearing before him. Life sign limit broken. Current heartbeat only 8 beats per minute. Blood pressure 50/30, 17 fractures throughout the body. Internal organ damage 63%. Immediate treatment recommended. He exhausted the last bit of his strength to use his trump card. Dazzling light slowly gathered in his trembling palms. Divine awakening, restoration. Elsewhere, Liu Ji kept calling the name of the person lying motionless on the bed in extreme worry. Nana, wake up. Baina, thank goodness, Baina is gradually showing signs of waking. Her mind was still hazy after deep sleep. Were we not still at the hot spring? Why suddenly? She immediately explained the situation clearly to the other party. A miracle. This really is a miracle. Right now, a massive pillar of radiance is erupting outside, tearing through the clouds. From there, countless entities resembling adorable little angels descended, happily circling around the bodies of the citizens lying scattered across the streets. That phenomenon was Divine Awakening Restoration Level 1 Grade 5, which Shu Yi had just summoned. This skill releases a divine domain that covers the entire city, purifying contamination and saving everyone within range whose soul has not yet dissipated. After it ends, he will enter a state of depleted divinity, and all attributes will return to 0 for 10 days. Amid the pitch black night, the conversation between the void beast Zhu Yi rang out. You forced your second advancement, all your meridians are severed, and you still activated a skill to save people. You could have hidden in the back. Then how would I be any different from those evil cultists? Panted heavily, weakly forcing out each word. Before deciding on my second advancement, I remembered the time before the college entrance exam, on the day of class advancement at school. Back then, I chose Paladin. The image of himself once wearing bright, gleaming armor kept flooding back through Tai Sin wisdom. Confidence. Then came the movements of swinging the weapon in his hand with exceptional skill. Honest, brave. The radiant cross, like an undying faith in justice, was deeply engraved on the hammer. Mercy. In the end, he gathered all his strength and struck the ground, fulfilling his duty and preserving his honor. Even though blood had flooded his mouth, Zhu Yi still held fast to the faith carved deep into his heart, pursuing justice and righteousness all his life. That was what made a holy knight. He struggled to draw one heavy breath after another. If I cling to life because I fear death, would that not mean I have betrayed my original ideals? What meaning would there be in becoming stronger? He activated the positioning skill again. A blue magic array immediately opened beneath the place where Zhu Ye lay at Suhang University. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed down from the cliff above. Leader, what exactly happened here? Wang Hao frowned as he looked down at the situation below, quietly making his own guess. A battle of this level is not something we can casually judge, but I am certain that last night a powerful expert used his life to protect Longfeng City. That person is a hero of our Longfeng. By then, Zhu Yi had successfully teleported back to his dormitory. The warning screens all turned red at once, signaling an extremely critical condition. The system confirmed damage to the soul, life signs falling to a highly dangerous level, divinity exhausted, all attributes reduced for 10 days. Before his vision gradually darkened, he only managed to call out one familiar word: teacher. The last line of text he saw was only the countdown: 2:39 hours, 55 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. Sometime later, his vision gradually recovered, and this time no system warning panels appeared. Zhu Yi slowly opened his still dazed eyes, and his breath suddenly bubbled up through the water. He slowly sat up from the biotic medical tubes still tangled all over him from the entire resuscitation process. I have been unconscious for 2 days. Wang Hui, seated nearby, suddenly spoke in questioning tone. Awake now, how does it feel to cross the line between life and death? Breaking the evil god sacrifice ritual alone? Should I call you brave or far too reckless? Zhu Yi awkwardly scratched his head. The situation was too urgent at the time. Golden veins still ran across his entire body, making him cough repeatedly with difficulty. Cough, cough, cough. That man calmly explained in detail that the meridians throughout his body were no different from a torn fishing net. Ordinary healing arts could only mend the flesh, so I had to place you in a medicinal spring to stabilize your life indicators. That man also gave a careful warning with a hint of threat. There are 5 dragon pearls soaked in this medicinal spring, all precious sacred objects for healing. You must absorb them completely, if you dare waste even a single drop. Then Zhu Yi suddenly cut him off. But teacher, he shouted indignantly, this is clearly your foot washing water. Wang Hui only laughed it off with extreme nonchalance. Do not mind those details. Keeping you alive is what matters. Wang Hui's expression quickly turned serious again. He skillfully opened an electronic panel and told Zhu Yi what had happened during the 2 days he had been unconscious. The captain of the Longfeng City Public Security Bureau action team not only preserved the battlefield traces in full, but also specially collected a sample of the remaining holy light. Both of them stared intently at the image displayed in midair. The fluctuations in the city show that your direct seal frequency and holy power match completely. If someone with ulterior motives sees this, they will immediately trace it back to you. Therefore, the Longfeng incident has been publicly announced as my doing. Zhu Yi clearly disagreed. Teacher, I do not need to hide behind you. But Wang Hui remained firm. You are still young and your level is not high yet. If your achievement is publicized recklessly, I fear you will be hunted down by evil god believers. Those people will never spare anyone who threatens them. So I used a few privileges and classified your matter as SS level secret. After you complete your 3rd advancement, these honors will naturally be returned to their rightful owner. His elegant brows furrowed slightly, clearly still dissatisfied as he remembered that life and death moment in the brutal battle just past. Immediately afterward, he spoke decisively. Teacher, after defeating the evil god, I discovered that its true body was only a crystal of power. I recovered it as concrete evidence. Zhu Yi was ready to let Wang Hui examine it for as long as he wanted. This is the true face of the evil god. It looks nothing special at a glance, yet it harmed countless people. The moment you touch it, you can feel countless souls wailing, filled with resentment. They gathered into one chaotic mass, both terrifying and sorrowful. Witnessing that horrifying sight, the anger in Wang Hui's heart instantly surged to its peak. A mere fragment dares to stir up such a storm. Wang Hui immediately condensed a massive aura in his palm, causing the surrounding space to tremble without stop. Seal. In the blink of an eye, he covered the entire cursed crystal with a layer of glowing cloth. The scene shifted, and Hongling's pruning motion suddenly froze when he heard the familiar name Wang Hui. The old man abruptly turned around, his voice carrying suspicion. Wang Hui, why would that man go there? Ghost immediately reported honestly. According to inside information, Wang Hui's personal disciple Zhou Yi went to Longfeng City on a mission. On the way, he discovered Feng He's operation and immediately contacted Wang Hui, who happened to arrive in time. Hong Ling lightly propped his chin on his hand, his expression pensive. If Wang Hui discovered it, this truly becomes difficult to handle. Go notify all branches to switch to deep concealment and avoid provoking the military as much as possible. The other party immediately accepted the order. Understood. The old man's gaze remained fixed on the vivid rose before him. Why do I keep feeling that the name Zhu Yi sounds somewhat familiar? Ghost's next answer made Hong Ling come to a sudden realization. 2 months ago, Zhou Yi once ruined Feng He's plan during the freshman competition. At that time, we also suspected that he had subdued a void beast and monitored him for a while. Only then did the old man recognize Zhou Yi's identity. It is him, I remember now. That little brat has some ability. The corner of the old man's lips curved into a calculating smile. Then let us give our little friend a meeting gift he will never forget for the rest of his life. A firm reply sounded. Understood. At the same time, the flower was coldly plucked from its branch, then quietly fell onto the icy floor in the night. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Ling Feng was standing alone under the pouring rain, facing a high-rise villa that was still lit. That man's heart was in turmoil, full of confusion and doubt about life. That little brat lives in such a shabby place. Without a family foundation backing him, how could someone with such strange strength be cultivated? Truly hard to understand. Just then, a strange object suddenly slammed into the building's window, accidentally drawing Ling Feng's attention. Who is that? In the very next second, a piercing sound echoed outward, as if tearing through the quiet night. Roar. That man's eyes instantly widened in shock, unable to understand what was happening for a moment. Inside, a tall, thin black shadow was threatening Zhu Yun's safety. Women and children are my favorite. The scent of their fear is truly wonderful. The hoarse voice came from a mouth lined with neat white teeth, looking extremely savage. Perfect, the two of you are both women and children. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ping immediately gathered black energy in his palm and rushed straight forward. Double the joy. But at the critical moment, something unexpectedly shot across, creating a violent collision that sent thick dust billowing up. Because the situation was too sudden, his brain could not process it in time, so his movements froze completely. The person who appeared was Ling Feng in a state of unleashed power, saving them by a hair's breadth. Seeing this, the other party cried out in shock. Flame Dragon Bloodline. Lu Ping charged forward furiously to attack again. Another one comes courting death. Ling Feng was also ready to meet the battle at any moment. At the same time, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed through Zhou Yi's mind, as if he had sensed something abnormal from very far away. He decisively broke free from the restraints of the medical tubes, his entire body slowly floating amid the splashing biological fluid. Void Beast, Void Guiding Butterfly. In the next second, Zhou Yi had already put his clothes back on neatly, his voice stern as he ordered. Spatial teleportation, locate Zhu Yun. His expression was now extremely grave. Little Gray's life value is still dropping, which means Zhu Yun is in grave danger. Cut the nonsense, locate her now. The Void Beast tightly closed its eyes, focusing all its spirit to sense the location. The butterfly-shaped magic array quickly became clear. It immediately spoke in advance to avoid trouble afterward. I will do everything I can to protect your body, but as for how badly you will be injured after the teleportation, you can only pray for luck. Space suddenly cracked like fragile glass. Zhou Yi's figure immediately plunged straight downward as well. Before long, the tense standoff between Ling Feng and Lu Ping appeared before his eyes. Although he had fallen into a disadvantage, Ling Feng still asked the person behind him with concern, "Little girl, can you still stand up?" Zhu Yun hesitantly replied that she could. That man immediately said, "Hurry and find your brother." An evenly matched opponent had also left quite a few injuries on his face. "Little ghost, you truly do not know life from death. Is it worth turning yourself in this for a woman?" Ling Feng struggled to draw one heavy breath after another, whether it is worth it or not. Then, without the slightest hesitation, that man unleashed a massive stream of fire that pierced straight through the enemy's body. That is not for you to decide. Lu Ping seemed to bear the full fury of a dragon and finally officially turned to ash. All that remained was a desperate, miserable howl. Waves of heat surged upward, then gradually scattered with the cold wind of the dark night. Ling Feng raised his hand and wiped away the hot blood flowing down his chin. That wet, burning sensation made that man's mind even clearer amid the chaos. Zhu Yun hurriedly threw herself into Zhou Yi's arms the moment the two were reunited. Brother. Yet he seemed not to have fully recovered, and his complexion suddenly darkened noticeably. She anxiously recounted everything that had happened. You finally came. The person just now was terrifying, he injured little Gray. Zhou Yi gently stroked his sister's head to comfort her. Do not be afraid, your brother is here now. His attention suddenly shifted to Ling Feng, who was struggling in the distance while trembling all over. Why did Ling Feng appear here? Even so, that man still had the strength to provoke him. Yo, the savior finally arrived. This brother of yours is truly competent. I almost thought your sister was going to turn into roast pigeon. Zhu Yun immediately stood between the two of them and spoke in defense. You are not allowed to talk about my brother like that. Ling Feng only laughed mockingly. Little sister, saying that hurts my heart. After all, I risked my life for you. But her stance was still very clear. I will definitely repay the life-saving grace. But you are not allowed to say that. Ever since we were little, he has always been the best brother in the world. That man struggled to cover the bleeding wound on his chest with his hand. Hey, you surnamed Zhu, Even your sister knows how to say thank you. Why is it that when it comes to you, there's not even a word of thanks? Drop after drop of blood slowly fell onto the cold ground, accompanied by mocking words that were clearly deliberate. Is this all the cultivation of a holy knight amounts to? Zhu Yun was about to retort indignantly again, but Zhou Yi placed a hand on her shoulder and stopped her. Zhu Yun, he is my opponent. Seeing that I have such a good old sister makes him uncomfortable, so he is spouting nonsense here. The two siblings immediately cooperated with perfect tacit understanding. Although Ling Feng had indeed saved Zhu Yun, it could also be a self-inflicted injury scheme. This is typical psychology, wanting something but being unable to have it, so he denies its value. Really, completely correct. Ling Feng was so angry that he muttered, "You." That man was so furious he nearly spat blood in the literal sense. Nonsense, me jealous of you. Ha ha ha, how could I possibly be jealous of you? But because he had pushed himself too hard, that man temporarily lost consciousness, his eyes rolling white as his whole body went limp like an empty shell. The moment Ling Feng lost his balance and fell, the stake piercing through his abdomen became a support, pinning his entire body in midair. Dark red liquid stained the steel bar as that man slowly slid down with the force of inertia. Zhu Yi only stared wide-eyed at the entire chilling scene from beginning to end. He gently pressed Zhu Yun's head into his chest, wanting to shield her from suffering any more psychological trauma. A weak voice suddenly sounded again. "Zhou Yi, stop dragging this out. Save me already. I have not logged out yet. Do not just stand there like a block of wood." He only responded with another provoking line. "Ling Feng, you can still talk after being injured this badly. It seems the wound is not that serious after all." Slowly observing Ling Feng's unusual behavior, he grew even more curious why he appeared at his house, coinciding with Zhou Yun being attacked unexpectedly. Temporarily silent, saying a word, memories kept flooding Tai Shin's mind like a reverse-playing film. "Do you know, recently a game called The Hero's Recollection Path appeared. Ling Feng heard about it through lively discussions. People visit the old places of power fears to feel the traces of growth. If they learn something, their strength increases. Don't lie to me, why would I deceive you? Many people do that." He coughed and made up a reason, thinking every wars, everywhere exposed, secretly pondering the reason for his humiliation could not be spoken. Zhou Yun suddenly panicked, seeing Zhou Yi's body growing heavy. "Brother, what's wrong?" He only grimaced from exhaustion, but still managed to reassure her. "Sorry, I scared you." Veins golden and oozing a thick fluid, she called him in confusion, "Brother." A piercing sound rang in the silent air. Seeing Zhou Yi lying still with full of wounds, Zhou Yun was horrified, hastily covering her mouth to stop the cry, eyes gradually filling with tears streaming down her cheeks. In panic, she grabbed a nearby phone like a lifebuoy, voice trembling. "What now?" Zhou Yun called, tears streaming nonstop, pleading, "Brother, don't scare me. Answer quickly." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, joking loudly, making Zhou Yun more startled. "Zhou Yi, your room is louder than the battlefield." The visitor was Wang Hui. He grabbed Zhou Yun's phone, then reassured, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." At this time, Chu Ran ran in from outside, constantly calling Brother Zhou Yi. She supported Zhou Yi and gave him the strange green liquid, worriedly saying, "Brother Zhou Yi, drink quickly, it will be better." Wang Hui also didn't sit still, manipulating energy to save Zhou Yi, mumbling, "You really know torment. Just rescued him from the ghost gate, now surviving without magic protection is a miracle. I'm not a healer, just temporarily holding your wound." After the arduous treatment, Zhou Yi woke up, staring blankly at everyone, wondering, "Teacher Chu Ran, why are they here?" Wang Hui frowned, speaking, "The void beast knew when you crossed the chaotic time and got in here. I was with Chu Ran, then followed her. This breath like heretics in Longfeng County. They didn't look for you but ambushed Zhou Yun. I guess they don't know about Longfeng, just wanted to take Zhou Yun to vent anger." Wang Hui urgently reported, "The army deployed wide purification against the Saint Spirit cult. Enemies in darkness, we in light. Can't stay, you must go to the Chu residence." Zhou Ye agreed. Go to Chu residence, taking Zhou Yun home safely. Uncomfortable, Wang Hui still cared for Zhou Yi's wound, saying, "You're heavily injured, can't teleport. Only sit in A-grade safe Chu residence, armed protection, 48 hours to Chu border. I'll notify who receives you." Chu Ran replied, "I also go to protect Zhou Ya." Wang Hui noticed strange sounds, speaking while scanning around. "Don't know how far Saint Spirit cult infiltrated. The trip must disguise as ordinary tourists, not conspicuous." Then the monstrous sound rang again. Wang Hui's eyes stopped at a damp wall corner, where a shadow curled, wailing pitifully. "Can't you see me? Did I vanish? I'm injured." Clapping and laughing, "Let's see your wound. Aren't you the one Zhou Yi defeated at the newborn battle?" Ling Feng laughed oddly. "Thanks to the Inspector Tai Sin." Soon at Tianport, Zhou Yi sat in his familiar wheelchair beside Zhu Yun, Chu Ran, and the stranger they just met. Seeing Zhou Yi sitting there, Ling Feng showed discontent, protested, "I object. Why sit in a wheelchair like a noble? Let me use my flaming dragon vein to make a servant." Chu Ran looked straight at Ling Feng, voice cold, adding words risks. Didn't want to take him if he didn't disturb. Hearing that Ling Feng leaped up, voice full of, I am the flaming dragon vein. Zhou Yun beside interrupted, the shuttle has arrived. A thick fog obscured the view. After a while the fog gradually cleared, revealing the scene behind. Before them stood a massive spaceship, beyond imagination. From the ship a golden tentacle descended to the ground, the sea shifting like silk. Seeing it, Zhou Yun happily rushed forward, continuously calling, Great White Flying Spirit, hello Mr. White Spirit. Excited, eyes bright pointing, said to Zhou Yi, brother look, the tentacle still glows. Chu Ran explained, that's magical energy light charging. The shuttle stopped to charge. Magic energy needed to fly. The tentacle functions as stairs for guests, as shield in battle, also emits magic energy blasts. In a blink they boarded the shuttle. Immediately a loudspeaker announced, passengers of Taiyan notice, boarding passage will close, passengers without check ticket act now. Seeing Zhou Yi's face pale, Chu Ran worried about wound relapse, supported his hand, asked kindly, brother Zhou Yi want to rest in cabin, shuttle operation a bit uncomfortable with formation. Following Inspector Tai Sin's advice, Zhou Yi smiled lightly, I didn't tease Chu Ran wanted to see if I would protect, causing her cheeks to flush. She explained no intention, only worried he is uncomfortable. Zhou Yi didn't overlook, saying, watch your path, worry about hunger, son, forced to take medicine. Zhou Ye looked straight at Chu Ran, voice gentle but firm, I'm aware of my body, you need not worry too much. Suddenly a figure appeared, a girl in unique attire approached, eyes bright, uttered, so beautiful. Hesitant she touched Zhou Yi's face, see the skin whiter than snow. Eyes craving, both infatuated and sympathetic, she shyly said, I like and feel pain. Follow me, I will invite the best pastor to heal this disabled body. Hearing this, the three accompanying Zhou Yi were amazed, faces showing disbelief. Chu Ran quickly regained composure, eyes flashing with anger. Immediately swung whip at the woman with astonishing speed. Outraged by the audacious act, Chu Ran nearly roared, eyes fiery to strike her, otherwise would cut. The elegant woman looked at her well-kept hands, sighed mournfully. She curled lips in a smirk, teasing, little guard moves, I only invited the young master for tea, but the master hasn't spoken, in a hurry for what? Oh little master, the guard is a lover. Chu Ran gritted teeth, face high ready to charge, touched him, eyes like wanting to devour. Sister, if you like men say so. Chu Ran prepared to attack again. Zhou Yi held her hand, called Chu Ran. Zhou Yi glanced at warning sign ahead, reminded Chu Ran, you provoked me, don't repeat, sign clearly states, Tian prohibits private fights, anyone violating locked in lower deck. After calming Chu Ran, he turned to the flamboyant woman, smiled politely. If madam likes to play, go to third class, more suitable. Body can't handle enthusiasm, polite words, guard at heart. She used casual tone masking, observing four people, purpose not merely jest. Milk-colored woman had her own thoughts, third class deck all porters without tea and few, taking filthy people to insult. She replied, little master knows to ruin the scenery, lost my mood. Before disappearing, threatened, everyone calls me Madam Hong, nothing I cannot take, soon you'll willingly serve. Wherever Madam Hong goes, staff bow respectfully and flatter. Zhu Ran turned to say something to Zhu Yi, he interrupted, asked Ling Feng. The chain on her wrist is strange, slightly damp, have you seen before? Ling Feng replied, I have symbol of the Mermaid Trade Guild. Ling Feng added, Chu Ran yearly traverses worlds unaware. Mermaid Trade Guild is wealthy financial conglomerate in Jiangbei, outwardly business, secretly illegal. For example, notice beautiful lineage, profession, make them players to sell, not nurtured in noble house, tormented to death in ruthless deals, women alone. Hearing the owner of Mermaid Trade Guild, omniscient, complex relations, my father also warned not to joke, avoid if possible. Words Ike officer in Tianlin province of Mermaid Trade Guild and Tianlin Chu 3 years ago had clashed. Chu lost. Ling Feng pondered, wondering if should To Yi Zhou Yi heard Tai Sin, reflected, trying to connect scattered events. Madam Hong's words unpleasant, provoked. Chu Ran aimed to test trump card. Zhou Yun weakest, want to capture Zhou Yun is breakthrough. Slowly Zhou Yi suggested Ling Feng stay on the ship 2 days. He followed Zhou Yun to protect her. Madam Hong ruthless, could reclaim elsewhere, worry she harms Zhou Yun. Ling Feng nodded excitedly, yes Tai Sin, my little family still watches. Spaceship glided silently through endless galaxy silk. Staff pushed carts along hotel corridor. Right behind her a blazing red light erupted, tearing the night. Strange beam shone straight into Chu Ran and Zhou Yun's room, illuminating it, then followed to Ling Feng's room. The red light like blood engulfed every corner of the room. The intruder was Madam Hong, eyes scanning each person, like a poisonous spider observing prey. Little master, I have arrived. Greedy eyes stopped on Zhou Yun, quickly recognizing demonic lineage, very rare, sellable for much. Madam Hong looked at Chu Ran, a rare young beauty, approached Ling Feng, hand touched abdomen, made crude remarks. Little one looks ordinary but muscular, 10 years of mining work. Her words hit Ling Feng like a bucket of cold water, humiliating him utterly, whole family ordinary in appearance. As she cursed, he kicked Madam Hong's abdomen forcefully. Seeing Ling Feng's fierce reaction, she curled lips in a smirk, showing contempt. Ling Feng's anger still boiling, not cooled, he lunged, gritting who has ordinary appearance. Neither backed down, they collided head-on tensely. At that moment, a strange bright phenomenon erupted, tearing the night. Ling Feng, gritted teeth, fury blazing, continued attack. Madame Hong dodged swiftly, using soft silk whip to chain the opponent. At the same time, Zhuran also woke up and quickly joined the battle. No one expected a wild wolf to appear from nowhere and suddenly charge straight at Madame Hong. The moment the battle ended, its muzzle was tightly wrapped by her silk ribbon. Seeing the danger, Zhuran cried out in panic, "Little Gray." Forced into a corner, Madame Hong finally understood and blurted out bitterly, "Very good, so all of you have been deceiving me." Madame Hong coldly looked at the enemy holding flames in his hand, then murmured softly, "Flame Dragon Bloodline." Then her sharp gaze shifted to Zhuran and Little Gray, her lips curling slightly. "Succubus Bloodline, it seems aside from beauty, you are not simple either." Just then Zhou Yun helped Zhou Yi inside. He bowed solemnly to thank Madame Hong. "Thank you for your prop. Thanks to the spaceship security system not detecting the commotion inside, we had the chance to make our move." That did not seem to anger Madame Hong. On the contrary, she only curled her lips in a sneer. "So what if you can act? A brat still wet behind the ears. Today this sister will show you what crushing power means." Before Madame Hong could react, Ling Feng immediately shot forward with astonishing speed. She had never been someone easy to bully, and after realizing she had been used, Madame Hong grew even more furious. She ground her teeth. "Bloodlord puppet, return to your original form, cripple the red head, and do not ruin the faces of the rest." Ling Feng angrily threw a flaming punch at her and roared, "You people have gone too far." Unfortunately, what he struck was only a fragile strip of silk. It quickly dissolved, making his punch land in empty air. A moment later, that strip of silk condensed back into a human shape, silently appearing behind him, preparing to unleash a vicious counterattack. A powerful and decisive blow immediately came crashing down, aimed straight at Ling Feng with terrifying force. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ran also launched a lightning assault toward Madame Hong, Phantom Barrage. Unexpectedly, the instant she closed in, those silk puppets tightened around her, binding her so firmly she could not move. Her entire body, from her limbs to her torso, was wrapped in white silk like cocoon, leaving no gap for escape. Madame Hong did not panic at all, only sneered and looked at Zhao Ran mockingly. "Little beauty, how does it feel to be caught in this sister's threads?" When the silk puppet raised its sharp threads, preparing to attack from afar, Zhao Ran thought in despair that she had no way to fight back. A heavy fatal blow struck straight down onto Zhou Ran's slender back. Madame Hong looked toward Zhou Yi, arms folded across her chest, her expression gleeful as though waiting to watch a fine show. "Little young master, do you have any retreat left? Use it quickly, otherwise I cannot wait any longer. This time you have angered me, I will turn you into a specimen." Zhou Yi forced his voice to remain calm, silently analyzing every detail because he understood that he was the group's final hope. Every time the silk puppet attacked, it forced Zhu Ran to use mana to withstand it, and if this continued, she would be exhausted very quickly. The prop his teacher gave him could certainly break the space Madame Hong had created, but if he used it, the entire cabin might be blasted through, and the spaceship security would rush over at once. It would be better to wait until she came closer, then use another prop to trap her. That would be safer. As for Zhou Ran, she was still struggling to withstand the fierce attacks from the silk puppets. Suddenly, her eyes flared crimson, as though a hidden power was violently awakening. Madame Hong's hand reached out with a bewitching pink mist. She kept tempting her, "Stop resisting, hurry and use my power." Zhou Ran panted, each breath heavy like a warning, "Get away." Seeing this, Madame Hong did not retreat, but took another step forward, her voice full of mockery. "Why reject me so much? I am me and you are you. Besides, think of Brother Zhou Yi. He is badly injured right now. Ling Feng is only a useless braggart. Could Brother Zhou Yi's life be unimportant to you too?" With her throat gripped tightly by the woman, Zhou Ran answered with difficulty, "No." Madame Hong pressed even harder. "Brother Zhou Yi once disregarded life and death for you. Now that he has fallen into a trap, are you pretending there is nothing you can do? Look at him, he can barely stand yet still wants to protect you." She sneered with contempt and spoke harshly. "And what about you? You cannot even escape these old threads, so how will you protect him? Give up suppressing it, let the true succubus power awaken." On the other side, Zhou Yi quietly activated the treasure, and the item in his palm was releasing mysterious of light. Suddenly, a piercing explosion tore through the still space. The silk puppets were blasted into the air, and at the same time, a strange laugh echoed everywhere. Familiar figure stepped closer, carrying both Zhou Ran's innocence and Madame Hong's allure. She smiled gracefully and spoke, "Brother Zhou Yi, long time no see." Zhou Yi froze, so shocked that he could hardly believe his eyes. Then he suddenly understood. The person before him was the strange aura that had always existed inside Zhou Ran's body. Even Madame Hong could not hide her shock, thinking pure blood thought, "Demon." Desire flashed in her eyes and a sinister smile bloomed on her lips. Top grade, truly top grade. Zhou Yi still stood there in a daze, unable to calm down before everything happening right in front of him. Ling Feng also stared blankly at Zhou Ran, unable to take his eyes off her new beauty and power. Zhou Yun and Little Gray stood stunned before that extraordinary scene, unable to speak for a moment. After fully controlling the new power, Zhou Ran spoke coldly. You were the one who wanted to harm brother Zhou Yi, right? Nothing but a tiny level 30 puppet master. She bluntly exposed Madame Hong's level profession, puppet master level 30. Madame Hong immediately answered arrogantly, it is only a succubus bloodline. Do you really think you can rebel? As soon as she finished speaking, she swung countless sharp silk ribbons to attack Zhou Ran. There are enough succubus specimens at the Mermaid Commerce Guild to fill an entire cold storage. Seeing Zhou Ran fall into a disadvantage, Zhu Yi could not suppress his worry and shouted, Zhou Ran. In response, she only curled her lips slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Her hand gently yet decisively touched the silk ribbons rushing toward her, her movements calm and confident. Her long, slender, supple legs swept nimbly across, tearing those silk ribbons into shreds. Zhou Ran waved her hand as she spoke with contempt. Insects should stay in cages. Looking at the terrifying power erupting from her opponent, Madame Hong seemed to realize something. This is a domain. More precisely, what she was witnessing was the Purple Abyss demonic rune domain, the Tianfu skill of a pureblood succubus. Within this domain, all of the enemy's combat abilities were weakened in many aspects. Zhu Yi stood silently at the side, his eyes filled with shock as he sensed that Zhou Ran's current aura was 10 times stronger than before. Realizing the battle had turned against her, Madame Hong nearly went mad, sending out countless silk puppets in an attempt to stop her opponent. There was not the slightest panic on Zhou Ran's delicate face, and she calmly raised her jade-like hand, as if controlling an invisible power. Just as Madame Hong sensed that disaster was about to descend, a terrifying force surged up from the ground and sent her flying. What? Giant stone hand suddenly appeared and ruthlessly clamped around her throat. That hand squeezed so hard that Madame Hong's face flushed red, while countless ancient memories continuously surfaced in her mind. A moment later, she spat out a mouthful of blood and asked weakly, what did you do to me? Zhou Ran looked at Madame Hong's collapsed state with eyes sparkling in amusement, then mocked her, I merely helped you remember your youth. Look how adorable you are right now. This was what made others terrified. Obsessive traumatic memories forcibly drained vitality, turning negative fragments of memory into physical form and creating a mental impact on the target. In despair so intense she was nearly driven mad, Madame Hong blurted out, memory search, mental seal, you are destroying my brain. Unable to endure the mental torment any longer, Madame Hong screamed madly, why are you still pretending to be innocent? A pureblood thought demon really is a monster among monsters. If that boy you care about knew your true face. Faced with those vicious words, Zhou Ran remained completely unmoved, and even wanted to quickly end the game with her next move, Purple Abyss, Demon Sword Seed. A strange surge of energy suddenly erupted, spreading outward and binding Madame Hong within an invisible encirclement. Madame Hong's expression instantly changed, her eyes widening in terror, shock plain on her face. Looking at her opponent's frightened appearance, Zhou Ran could not help but sneer in delight. Zhou Ran listened to Madame Hong's meaningless provocation as though watching a cheap farce. She curled her lips and answered, what use is it to say so many words to anger me? In my chessboard, my words are the law. After speaking, a bored look appeared on her face, as though she wanted to push everything to a swift end. She ordered coldly, end it. The power Zhou Ran released grew more and more violent, so overwhelming that everything around her trembled and gradually shattered. Then on Madame Hong's face, traces of time began to show clearly. Her youthful beauty gradually faded, giving way to wrinkles. In an instant, her skin was covered in cracks like an old porcelain statue about to break, exhausted and drained of all vitality. It turned out the one who had just collapsed was only Madame Hong's substitute pawn. She was still sitting there leisurely, slowly drawing on her pipe before softly exhaling smoke. She stretched lazily, gracefully dispelling the fatigue surrounding her, and murmured with interest, succubus, flame dragon, truly interesting. Observing those who had just appeared, Madame Hong suddenly formed a guess. Could this be related to the Tianlin Zhao family? After pondering for a moment, she gave an order to her subordinate, tell the old man, I will personally choose this year's tribute. On the other side, Zhou Ran still maintained that appearance, deliberately drawing out her sweet voice, Brother Zhu Yai. Zhou Yun noticed that something was wrong and wanted to step forward. Brother Shen, Sister Ran seems unwell. Ling Feng immediately stopped her. Do not go over, she is very dangerous right now. Zhou Ran, in that strange state, still stubbornly clung to Zhu Yi. You promised you would come find me. Ran has waited for you for a very long time. Zhu Yi seemed not to hear her, his gaze still cold as he asked softly, since when? Zhou Ran stepped closer, raising a hand to signal him to be quiet, then gently cut Zhu Yi off. This way you will remember, right? A flash of memory passed through Zhu Yi's mind, evoking his closeness with Zhou Ran, along with the vivid image of the kiss between them. He suddenly realized that she was the one who had stayed by his side when he had nearly been demonized. Zhu Yi stared at the figure before him in shock and stammered, you were the one who kept my last breath for me back then. Because of that, I was able to resist the forbidden art and subdue the void beast. Hearing this, Zhou Ran's eyes immediately lit with joy, and she revealed a radiant smile. Brother Zhu Yi, you remember me, I am so happy. Ling Feng suddenly charged in from behind, his aura blazing as if he wanted to crush every obstacle in his path. Roaring furiously, let let Zhou Yi go. Immediately afterward, Zhou Ran retaliated with a thunderous punch. Zhou Ran's eyes flashed with cold killing intent, and she pinned Ling Feng in place with a knife-sharp stare, warning him, "Little flame dragon, are you that angry? We are teammates." Though he had been beaten dizzy, Ling Feng still forced himself up and replied with a hateful voice, "Stop pretending in front of me. You are not Zhou Ran at all. We both carry bloodline power. Do you think I do not know you are a monster?" In the middle of a fierce argument, that man suddenly froze, the malice in his eyes turning instantly into terror, as if he had seen something utterly horrifying. He stared in dread as Chu Ran raised a fist filled with destructive power, ready to bring it down on him. Her voice was chillingly cold. "Do you believe I will pull out your tongue and use it as drinking fodder?" Zhao Yi shouted in panic. Chu Ran, wait. Fortunately, Ling Feng managed to dodge that vicious attack in time, but Chu Ran clearly had no intention of sparing him, and immediately gave chase at a speed that sent a chill down the spine. This time he took the blow head-on. His whole body was sent flying, his face twisting from unbearable pain. Seeing this, Chu Ran could not help grabbing her own hair. Ling Feng curled his lips in a mocking smile. "Did I hit the mark, so now you are angry, monster?" Zhu Ye looked at the two of them and was so alarmed that he coughed violently, almost losing control. In her fury, Chu Ran punched Ling Feng in the face again and again, leaving him utterly unable to fight back. Her gaze remained fixed on Ling Feng, exactly like a fierce beast stalking prey that did not know whether it would live or die. Her grip tightened more and more, twisting Ling Feng's hair with brutal force. Chu Ran glanced at the strange creature hiding behind him and sneered, "Your claws cannot even scratch Madame Hong's skin, yet you think you can wound me." The flame dragon is still as arrogant as ever. From behind, Zhou Yi shouted and hurled the object in his hand forward. "Stop." A dazzling golden halo flared up. It was a holy power shield plate that could recharge without consuming mana, instantly forming a holy power barrier against demonic energy. This type was specialized in resisting physical attacks, and had to be recharged after each use. Its origin was a gift from Principal Wang Hui. Zhou Yi struggled up from the wheelchair, his voice softening until it was almost a plea. "Chu Ran, do not hurt him." Ling Feng hurriedly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, frowning as he urgently reminded Zhou Yi, "I did this to save you. If you are bewitched by a succubus, the mission the principal gave me will fail. She is fundamentally not the Chu Ran you know. The consciousness in her bloodline is gaining the upper hand. If she does not disappear, the real Chu Ran will be in mortal danger." Unexpectedly, the girl before them admitted it at once. "That is right, I am not Chu Ran. A useless thing like her cannot even protect herself. When she begged me to come out and save you, she cried no differently from a dog." Hearing those venomous words, Zhu Yi clenched his teeth, gripped her wrist tightly, and refuted in a low growl, "Shut up." More than anyone, Zhou Yi understood Chu Ran's heart. He roared, "She disregarded the power of her bloodline because she wanted to save me. You may mock me, but you absolutely may not insult her. Chu Ran is the strongest girl I have ever met. Every choice she makes I understand and support." After saying everything that had been buried in his heart, Zhou Yi slowly released her hand, his gaze complicated. "Thank you for saving me 3 times. Once in the dungeon, once in the freshman tournament secret realm, and once just now. If there is a chance, I will definitely repay all 3. Can you let Chu Ran come back?" Without the slightest hesitation, Zhu Yi voiced the wish he longed for most. "Tell me what must be done for you to return to where you should be." Hearing this, the girl fell silent and thought for a moment before speaking softly. "Lucky young man." Suddenly, Chu Ran leaned over and gently kissed Zhu Yi on the cheek. "Consider this your first repayment to me." When Ling Feng saw that scene, he quickly covered Chu Yun's clear eyes with his hand. In that very instant, her figure gradually dissolved into nothingness. Before she vanished completely, a cold voice still echoed beside Zhu Yi's ear. "She cannot afford the price of summoning me." Hearing this, Zhu Yi frowned slightly, a vague unease rising in his heart. Every time she lost control, it was to protect him, but what exactly was the price? A moment later, Chu Ran, now back to normal, lay quietly in Zhu Yi's arms. He held her and called in a low voice, "Ling Feng." The moment Ling Feng heard his name, he flinched. "What? Can you not see that my face is almost disfigured? Teaming up with you killing stars, sooner or later I will be tricked straight into a crematorium." Zhou Yi ignored his dissatisfied attitude and only continued asking, "What exactly is this consciousness mixed into the bloodline that you mentioned?" Ling Feng reset his dislocated shoulder while answering, "I do not know the specifics either. The old men in my family once said high-grade bloodlines are like sealed old demons. If the host is strong, it is suppressed. If the host is weak, it becomes an evil ghost that seizes the body." Zhou Yi found it strange. Seizes the body. Ling Feng nodded in confirmation. "Right, seizes the body. Otherwise, why do you think Chu Ran turned into someone else?" Some rumors said the mixed consciousness was merely a deranged second personality appearing. Others said the bloodline hid the remnant soul of an ancestor-level being, waiting for a chance to seize the bodies of living beings. As Zhou Yi gently placed Chu Ran on the bed, Ling Feng continued explaining, "The exact situation is very hard to say. But one thing is certain, if someone repeatedly borrows bloodline power beyond their own level, At best they go mad, at worst they become someone else. It may even cause the powers inside the body to reject one another, torturing the host to death. That information threw Zhu Yi into even greater confusion. From what he knew, the price of asking her for help was at least yielding control of the body. He pondered, then asked Ling Feng again. So her recent distraction is because she can no longer suppress the mixed consciousness. Even so, Zhu Yi still wanted to ask Ling Feng, do you know any way to resolve the mixed consciousness? And the answer was expected. If I knew, I would have acted long ago. Just then, Chu Yun, who stood behind them, suddenly asked, Big brother, you must know a way to save Sister Ran, right? That question left Ling Feng momentarily speechless. I am not. Pressed by the two siblings one after another, Ling Feng grew so irritated that his head spun, and he replied, go back to the Chu family and ask the Chu family patriarch. Those old men have lived half their lives. What strange thing have they not seen? If the Chu family cannot handle it, then go to the Jiang family. The Jiang family has vast wealth and influence. This little problem of hers should probably be solved in no time. At that moment, hurried footsteps rang out outside, rapidly drawing closer. A team of airship guards with tense expressions immediately rushed toward the site of the recent conflict. The moment they arrived, they charged straight in, stern voices ringing out, who is still fighting here and disrupting the order of the sky vessel? The guard shouted loudly, you had better tell me the truth. The sky vessel is not a place for rich young masters to do whatever they want. Zhu Yi and Chu Yun both stayed silent, because neither knew how to explain it. Almost at the same time, the two of them raised their hands and pointed at Ling Feng, the same thought flashing through their minds. The scapegoat this time would be him. As soon as the words fell, the guards rushed forward and escorted him away. Ling Feng struggled and yelled, I caused the damage. Do you people still have any conscience? On the lower level of the sky vessel, Ling Feng felt so wronged he wanted to cry but had no tears. I am being framed. I was the one beaten by Chu Ran, so why do I have to take the blame? Once I get out, I will dismantle her wheelchair. Time passed quietly, and at last the familiar announcement sounded. The sky vessel has arrived at the Sky Harbor. Passengers, please line up in order. The man who had been arrested a few days ago now stood before everyone dressed impeccably. One glance was enough to know he had spent no small amount of money to be released. Ling Feng looked at the people below and said to Zhu Yi in a lowered voice, Chu Heng is a well-known figure in the Chu family, yet he was sent to receive you. You really have quite the reputation. Sure enough, several people were already waiting below the dock, and among them a young girl was enthusiastically waving at them. Seeing Xiaobai beside him acting far too excited, Chu Heng hurriedly reminded her, lower your voice, Xiaobai, keep a low profile. The matter entrusted by Principal Wang is top secret, absolutely no one else can discover it. After being reminded, Xiaobai immediately replied, understood. As the figures coming down from the ship became clearer, Chu Heng stepped forward to greet them, smiling warmly, you finally arrived. Year, you have worked hard, get in the car and rest first. Hearing Uncle Heng call him so intimately Zhu Yi was slightly surprised and scratched his head awkwardly as he replied, Year, are we that close? Sorry to trouble you, uncle. Before long, the luxurious car began to move, speeding away at an extremely fast pace. Behind them, only a veil of dust slowly faded into the air. Madame Hong had unexpectedly chased them all the way here, greed flashing in her eyes as she murmured, Zhu Yi, the top freshman of Soang University, Principal Wang Hui's personal disciple. So the Chu family was secretly hiding a genius like this. If I can make him serve me, my status in the trade association will certainly rise another level. Chu Ran carefully observed the scene inside and immediately recognized the object. She softly exclaimed, this is an Esther-grade prop, Ice Soul Spider. Chu Heng laughed when he heard this. Miss Jiang truly has sharp eyes. The matter entrusted by Principal Wang can only be discussed within this protective barrier. It can block all mental eavesdropping. Zhou Yi replied politely, sorry to trouble you, Chu Heng. Chu Heng also waved his hand courteously. It is nothing, only what should be done. His other hand kept signaling to the person beside him as if reminding her, Xiaobai, stop dawdling and act quickly. Receiving the signal, she turned to Chu Yun and smiled, Chu Yun, I am your cousin, Xiaobai. This is a first meeting gift, I hope you will like it. Chu Heng sat beside them, calculating inwardly. Although Zhu Yi did not want to switch to the hidden ice class, his agreement to let Chu Yun cultivate in the Chu family was already a good sign. As long as they coaxed the little girl, well, Zhu Yi would naturally be easier to win over. After receiving the gift, Chu Yun replied politely, hello cousin, thank you cousin. Seeing Chu Yun's happy expression as she opened the gift, Chu Heng became even more satisfied. Zhou Yi was outstanding to begin with, and also had Principal Wang Hui and the Heavenly Feather Guild as backing. If he could frequently take care of the clan, the Chu family would surely have a chance to return to the summit with Zhu Yi. He did not want to waste time on meaningless pleasantries, so he went straight to the point, his voice low and full of authority. Year, I once told you that the Chu family's forces are mainly divided between the Patriarch and the Council of Elders. The Ice Dragon Tower is guarded by the old Patriarch, who controls the inner sect inheritance and crucial resources. The Council of Elders is led by Third Elder Chu Feng, and manages the cultivation resources of the outer sect disciples. The old Patriarch and the Council of Elders are often at odds, because the old patriarch is always worried someone covets that thing. He lowered his voice, his expression turning grave. That is why only Xiaobai and I can know about receiving you. Even the guards watching the secret path we are taking do not know about it. After hearing this, Zhou Yi merely curled his lips and calmly replied, "Thank you for the trouble." Chu Heng, what kind of place is the Ice Dragon Abyss secret realm that teacher mentioned? Hearing his question, Chu Heng immediately answered, "It is the place where the ancestors of the Chu family buried dragon bones." He did not stop but continued speaking in a voice full of pride. "When our old ancestor was young, he once encountered an ice dragon named Shuangya on the far northern ice plains. The scales covering Shuangya's body were harder than black iron, and its breath could melt an entire glacier into water. The ancestor spent a full year fighting it 49 times among the glaciers, and finally used his own blood to sign a contract, taming it into his mount. After that, the demon race came surging in, and Shuangya carried the ancestor to the front line. In the battle against the snow demons, to protect the retreating clansmen, Shuangya used its dragon body to seal off the entrance to the demon cave. When the ancestor led people back to counterattack, Shuangya's dragon body was already dead, but its soul still remained. The problem lies there. The ancestor feared its soul would dissipate, so he used the dragon spine sword to carve sealing runes, sending Shuangya's soul back into its own dragon body. At first, the ancestor planned to return and save Shuangya after finding a way to revive it. Who would have thought that in the later chaotic battle, the ancestor would also vanish without a trace? Afterwards, Shuangya's body and soul gradually transformed into a secret realm. The conversation in the car continued until the wheels crushed over the first layer of thin ice, signaling that they had entered a road covered in pure white snow. Chu Heng slowly continued, his gaze fixed on the distance. The ice dragon abyss of today, the outer ice walls are Shuangya's dragon scales, the ice pillars in the center are its bones, and the frozen lake is its blood. This secret realm is divided into 3 trials. Any descendant of the Chu family may enter the ice dragon abyss to undergo the challenge. If one can enter the central region or reach the 3rd layer, that person will be admitted directly into the inner sect. Hearing this, Zhou Yi spoke up and interrupted, "Is Shuangya's soul still actively testing humans now?" Chu Heng answered without the slightest hesitation, "Of course. In earlier years, every descendant of the Chu family could enter the ice dragon abyss to train, but because their ice bloodline concentration was insufficient, most could only reach the outermost area. When I was 30 years old, the moment I entered the 3rd layer, Shuangya's remnant soul broke 3 of my ribs and threw me out. But after my injuries healed, my bloodline concentration increased by a full 15%. Chu Heng added so Zhou Yi could understand more clearly. As long as you can enter the 3rd layer, you will definitely gain tremendous benefits, but the risks are not small either. Shuangya no longer recognizes the Chu family bloodline. 50 years ago, a 3rd turn elder forced his way into the 3rd layer, only to be frozen into an ice pillar by one breath of Shuangya's dragon breath. Chu Heng guided him earnestly. If you want to reach the place where Shuangya's remnant soul resides in the 3rd trial, you must show the same desperate resolve as the old ancestor back then. Only then is there a chance that Shuangya will bow its head. Zhou Yi revealed a thoughtful expression and replied softly, "I understand." Chu Heng asked with concern, "When do you plan to enter the ice dragon abyss? If your body is unwell, there is a secret base nearby where you can rest temporarily." Zhou Yi did not answer at once, only silently looking at the system panel. Miracle depletion status, all attributes returned, duration did not last 10 days. Time remaining 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Zhou Yi calculated inwardly, just enough. The car stopped somewhere. Zhou Yi calmly said, "No need. I can enter the ice dragon abyss now." He got out of the car with everyone, and a wave of icy cold air instantly enveloped the surroundings. Churan walked closer to Zhou Yi, her heart full of worry, and shyly suggested, "Brother Zhou Yi, can I go with you?" Ji gently refused. "Wait outside for me, believe in me." After saying that, he turned to Ling Feng. Before Zhou Yi even had to speak, that man understood his meaning and replied, "All right, I know, leave this little girl to me." Zhou Yi looked toward Uncle Hang again, not forgetting to express his thanks. "Thank you, Uncle Hang." After that, he left alone, solemnly preparing for what was about to happen. System notification, miracle depleted, innate excellence is restoring all attributes. Name Zhou Yi, class adjudicator, level 30, 12,000 out of 1 million. In Zhou Yi's palm, the faint outline of a sword gradually appeared. It was the blessed weapon, blessed dawn, God's grace. Zhou Yi gripped the sword tightly and strode forward with confidence, a powerful aura spreading around him. Butterflies fluttered around an ice block in this place. Coiled around it was a monster with a snake-like body, shimmering blue scales, and 2 hands holding a chillingly sharp blade. There was not only one, but many monsters like it gathered here. They were Ice Serpent Men, level 25, golden aptitude, skills, frost breath, group link, ice spike assault. Zhou Yi had arrived at this moment. He swung his sword to warm up his body and said calmly, 10 days without moving freely. My bones are about to go completely stiff. The moment they saw Zhu Yi, the ice serpents immediately charged over, baring their fangs and flicking their tongues as fiercely starving beasts. Zhu Yi was not afraid at all, instead saying with interest, "Using you all to warm up a little will do." In the blink of an eye, he had already cut down several of them. His attacks were astonishingly fast, flashing like lightning amid the thick dust and smoke. The ice serpents still surged forward without end. Zhu Yi unleashed his ultimate move, Holy Storm, creating a huge whirlwind that swept all the ice serpents into one place. At the same time, a nearby block of ice began to crack and shatter. In the cold, snowy space, a monster with its head sealed in ice and a body winding like a dragon still remained motionless. It was the Ice Abyss Serpent King, level 55, Golden Aptitude, possessing the skills Frost Breath, Linked Ice Strike, and Magnetic Field Distortion. Zhu Yi's whirlwind was closing in on its position bit by bit. Zhu Yi shouted loudly, his gaze resolute, punishment of light. His power blazed with dazzling brilliance, the light swallowing the monster whole. Its massive body toppled backward, while Zhu Yi still walked on calmly, his face without the slightest ripple. By morning, the snow had stopped falling, and the surroundings had become clearer and more open. Zhu Yi still remained here, walking as he remarked that this scenery gave him a very familiar feeling. The Void Beast appeared and explained, "That is because of the ice bloodline in your body. An ordinary ice class professional would have frozen solid long ago after coming here." Zhu Yi greeted happily, "Long time no see." He said gratefully, "Last time, you went to call the teacher, and I never got the chance to thank you." The Void Beast answered bluntly, "Tormenting yourself less is already thanks enough for me. If you die before the 1-year promise, the teacher will not be happy." The two sides simply looked at each other in silence for a while. Right then, a group of monsters suddenly appeared and quickly surrounded them. Zhu Yi and the Void Beast still stared at each other. The Void Beast used Void Severance, and sharp rays of pierced through the monsters, destroying them. Knowing it was protecting him, Zhu Yi softened his tone on his own. "Thank you." The Void Beast replied coldly, "They were only small fry." However, the danger was not over yet. The monsters from earlier had not been completely swept away, and they used their massive bodies to smash through the ice surface. The place where Zhu Yi stood suddenly split open, and he struggled to keep his balance so he would not fall below. It seemed Zhu Yi was about to fall into the abyss, but he managed to spring onto another falling ice block in time. In that situation, Zhu Yi decided to jump into the deep abyss. Seeing the scene before his eyes, he exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." Beneath the layer of ice were countless motionless figures, holding swords and shields, looking like ancient warriors. Zhu Yi saw a skeleton wearing a crown, blue light shining inside its skull sockets. It sat there with the majesty of this place's leader. He realized inwardly, demon race. Immediately afterward, the ice blocks fell in front of the demon race. Those skeletons in warrior armor were called Ice Abyss Bone Demons. Level 35 legendary aptitude skills Bone Spear Storm, Ice Coffin Prison, and Skeleton Symbiosis. They were the remains of the demon army that had once fallen at the hands of the ice dragon Shuangya during the demon race invasion. Sensing movement, it awakened, its body emitting a cold blue glow. Zhu Yi stepped out of the ice pile and cast appraisal, and a small circle appeared before his eyes. After assessing the situation, the Void Beast warned, "There are at least more than 200,000 demons. Risking your life here is no different from suicide. Besides, you have only reached the second floor of the secret realm. You must preserve your strength." At this moment, the dry bones were searching for something, and one of them spoke, "Someone has broken in." Hearing this, Zhu Yi was not afraid at all. He cast God's Grace, blessed dawn, controlling dangerous rays of light in his hands. The aura around him surged powerfully, and he said with confidence, "The concentration of ice elements here is 10 times higher than outside, enough to bury them." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Yi controlled the power to spread, and rays of light flashed continuously across the gloomy sky. Sensing danger, the leader immediately roared a warning, "Everyone on guard in the sky." Suddenly, the gathered power formed a whirlwind, and a giant hand reached out from within. That hand pressed down hard on the demon race, crushing them beneath terrifying pressure. Amid the hazy ice and snow, some surviving skeletons still continued charging forward. Zhu Yi did not stop at all, his eyes blazing as he shouted, "Freeze." The power instantly turned into a vortex, and a brilliant ray of light flashed at its center. From high above, countless sharp shards of ice formed, tightly surrounding the demon race. Zhu Yi waved his hand, continuing to control the power Holy Storm. A fierce wind suddenly rose, carrying countless chillingly sharp ice shards. The wind swept through the demon race, tearing their formation apart. Those currents of wind merged into whirlwinds, sweeping many skeletons away from their positions. Seeing this, the leader roared furiously, "Sneaking coward who hides your head and shows your tail. The battle souls of our race will never be extinguished. How could we let ants like you provoke us at will?" After that, the skeletons continuously struck their shields hard. The more they struck, the more strange soul fragments flew out from them. On the tall, sturdy walls, countless skeletons lined up in long rows, emitting a gloomy blue light. Zhu Yi held his head in confusion, his eyes still fixed on the demon bones, inwardly wondering what they were doing. The demon bones suddenly merged, forming a terrifying giant skeleton. Skeleton symbiosis was a skill formed naturally from the demon army that had been dead for many years, transforming transferring power into lost comrades, resonating with vitality and making them revive. Zhou Ye looked at the thing before him in shock and murmured, fragments pieced together. Could it be that these bone demons cannot be killed? But it was true that he had not received any experience gain prompt after taking down the Icebus bone demons. The large eye in the middle of Skeleton Symbiosis' forehead flashed, and it stammered, found it. Zhou Ye regained his focus, bravely drew his sword and said, legendary rank truly is not simple, but I do not believe it. When the sword in his hand rose straight up, Skeleton Symbiosis immediately radiated a dazzling golden light that stung the eyes. Zhou Ye continued with difficulty, you cannot be killed. The Tower of Fog and Bone Hands, the light still shone steadily, radiant as the sun illuminating the entire land. The small skeletons began jumping wildly downward as if they had been controlled in advance. They wore armor, each holding a different weapon, charging down through midair. Zhou Ye swung his sword several times, forming sharp trajectories, his gaze still cold and stern. Skeleton Symbiosis stood there, closely observing everything that happened. Zhou Ye sprang into the air, then landed beneath the wooden bridge. He was as fast as lightning, his face icy cold as he charged straight towards Skeleton Symbiosis. Zhou Ye stopped right in front of its giant eye. He raised his sword while it suddenly opened its mouth wide as if preparing some dark scheme. Zhou Ye paid no attention to what it intended to do, immediately leaping up and raising his sword, determined to cut down Skeleton Symbiosis at all costs. Suddenly, he froze slightly and cold sweat began to beat on him. Zhou Ye recalled the days of the past. His eyes were sorrowful, mixed with a little regret, staring around blankly. Beside him, urgent shouts rang out. The left flank is about to collapse, hurry and reinforce it. Zhou Ye walked forward in a daze, while behind him, a tall man was trying hard to hurry toward him. The man stepped over, slapped Zhou Ye hard on the shoulder, and said, Zhu Yan, hold on. He turned his head back in confusion. What? Zhou Ye's gaze was drawn to a young man whose stomach had been pierced by an arrow, his body flying sideways across in front of him. The tall man's voice continued ringing out, by time for Lord Chang Ye. A rose-purple vortex appeared before everyone's shocked eyes. It was the demon race's otherworld teleportation gate. From that vortex, armored skeletons wielding spiked hammers charged down in unison. The knights did not shrink from danger at all, immediately entering battle stances and shouting in ringing voices. Descendants of the Zhao family heed the order. Fight to the death. Absolutely do not let the demons pass beyond our Tianlin territory. One knight was struck in the abdomen by a heavy hammer and sent flying far from the battlefield. Yet that tall man still fought fiercely, striking while roaring, live and die with Tianlin. Amid the sky, a massive white and blue dragon manifested, its voice echoing everywhere. Live and die with Tianlin. That dragon opened its mouth, revealing a blue radiance shaped like a piece of jade. It spat the blue light straight down to the ground, causing everything to gradually return to its original state. The people around them cheered in joy. Lord Xuang Ye has arrived. We are saved, Xuang Ye. Zhu Ye looked at the scene before him with both shock and disappointment, then spoke the thoughts in his heart. Does that not mean I am now on the battlefield where the demons invaded 100 years ago? Xuang Ye twisted its body amid the halo spreading around it. It slowly descended to the ground, lowering itself close to look at the knights. Suddenly, several swords shot over from nowhere, stabbing straight into Xuang Ye's abdomen. Roared in pain, its cry ring out in agony. Xuang Ye writhed in intense pain. That struggle sent the knights flying in every direction, making those farther away watch in alarm. In the distance, an armored skeleton was swinging a colossal sword dozens of meters long. The moment it struck, that sword pierced through several knights in succession with a single slash. At this moment, Zhou Ye looked no different from a wolf, his eyes filled with hatred as he shouted, Demon mongrels! Two armored skeletons riding black crows swept toward him, and his voice rang out again, Go die. Before it could fly over, Xuang Ye bit tightly into the crow's wing, causing the skeleton to fall straight down. The remaining crow was equally useless, immediately torn down by Xuang Ye without the slightest mercy. Lowered its head to look at the wounds still pouring blood after the swords had been pulled out. Then Xuang Ye's gaze turned back toward the sky. A pink vortex appeared, and within it, the face of a skeleton could be faintly seen. Xuang Ye stared fixedly at it as if realizing something, thinking to itself that Aura is a celestial demon. Its thoughts rang out in a rush. If they are allowed to break in, the entire Tianlin territory will become a demon domain, and all living beings will become nutrients for the demons. To protect those innocent lives, Xuang Ye angrily stomped down, shattering the floor. No, I absolutely cannot let them break through. Once the demon tide surges in, it will be extremely difficult to stop. It shot forward like a bolt of lightning, the thought continuing to surface in its mind. Then use the dragon body as the sacrifice. Xuang Ye flew straight toward the armored skeleton sitting leisurely inside the vortex. It plunged deep within, engulfing both itself and the skeleton inside. The vortex quickly closed, leaving only a dazzling pink light spilling outward. Zhu Ye stood watching, forced to raise his elbow to shield his eyes from that light. The terrifying power made the ground sink before breaking apart in slabs. The gate flashed, then began to gradually shrink. Everyone held their breath and stared at the gate before them. A while later, that gate faded and vanished, making everyone cheer softly in joy. The teleportation gate has disappeared. Everyone cheered with delight. The demons have been driven back by Lord Xuang Ye. Wonderful, we held the Tianlin defense defensive line. Only Zhu Yi stood silently in thought. It had just thrown its dragon core into the teleportation gate to detonate it. Cheers still rang beside him. Long live Lord Shuang Ye. As long as Shuang Ye remains, Tianlin remains. He looked at the chaos after the battle and felt quietly relieved. Wonderful, I did not fail the promise I made to you. Suddenly, a call rang out from behind, making Zhu Yi hurriedly turn his head. A handsome man ran over, making him unable to stop thinking. That is the old uncle's ancestor. Zhu Yi abruptly woke from the stream of memories. Wake up. A sharp colossal saber was swinging straight toward him. Zhu Yi only had time to raise his weapon to block that powerful attack. He shot away like a blur to avoid the strike, then landed on the ice. The light radiating from the monster made him uneasy, and he blurted out, asking what exactly was inside. Amid the pile of bones, a blue glow appeared, revealing what lay within and leaving Zhu Yi stunned. Dragon scales. Zhu Yi gave a faint, smug smile, wondering why he had not realized from the start that the movements of these bone demons were far too complete, while their attack patterns were strangely monotonous. Zhu Yi stared closely at the scattered, loosely connected bones forming the monster's body. He pondered for a long time, then laughed with certainty. As expected, he was not wrong. They were the reason Shuang Ye had died so miserably. How could the ancestors of the Zhao family possibly allow their enemies to die so easily? Sunlight poured down, and the skeleton stopped moving, while his voice still rang out evenly. After destroying the ancestral tomb, the cyclical curse would make them revive endlessly, using Shuang Ye's dragon scales as an energy source and turning them into Tom Guardians. As long as someone forced their way in with martial force, the bone demons would attack, and even if they were smashed apart, they would assemble themselves again. Zhu Yi walked while muttering to himself. Even a second-turn expert would find it hard to endure such a war of attrition. No wonder the descendants of the Zhao family often stopped at the second trial. As long as one gave up attacking and appeared harmless, these mindless things would lose their target. He stepped through the thick snow, silently thinking that this was truly a refined yet cruel form of revenge, using the enemy's body as a barrier, keeping them forever in a humiliating, dying state, more painful than death itself. The cold wind swept past, making Zhu Yi narrow one eye, yet that thought still surfaced clearly, the ancestors of the Zhao family. Amid the freezing snow, he still stood firm with unwavering conviction. One day, I will surely become stronger than you. Zhu Yi stood atop the snowy mountain, looking down at Shuang Ye's enormous skeleton below. He charged straight toward the ground, was instantly blasted back by an invisible force. Zhu Yi slammed into the rocks one after another, painfully struggling to catch his breath. He did not understand what had just happened, silently wondering what was going on. Shuang Ye's hazy figure appeared, its body still massive, its majestic voice resounding. Who are you? Why have you barged in here? Were you sent by the mongrels who imprisoned me beneath this ice? Zhu Yi struggled up and called its name, but Shuang Ye bared its fangs in fury, threatening him and believing he had come to mock it. It said contemptuously that a level 30 person was not even worthy of being its demon claw, yet he carried the same bloody stench as those who had slaughtered it. Rage made it open its mouth and curse, saying that they all wanted to see it go mad, greedily wanting to seize its body and refine it into a weapon. Zhu Yi tried to explain that he was the Zhao family bloodline and had come to help, but Shuang Ye did not let him finish, only repeating the words Zhao family bloodline with resentment. Shuang Ye grew even more furious and attacked at once, roaring that they still wanted to deceive it for how much longer. It cursed that it would chop him into 100 pieces, forcing Zhu Yi to dodge each strike with difficulty. Zhu Yi was secretly shocked by its terrifying speed, while Shuang Ye opened its mouth and released surges of violent power. He dodged while trying to explain, Shuang Ye, do you no longer remember? Back then, you destroyed your own dragon core to close the demon race's teleportation gate. You were once a hero of the Zhao family. But Shuang Ye could not take in a single word, only angrily retorting that the dragon core was the heart of the dragon race. How could it possibly dig it out itself? It insisted that those people had stolen its dragon core, and now they were using lies to bewitch it again. The attacks grew increasingly dense, slamming down onto the ice and shattering it apart. It roared that it would tear apart every one of those who had deceived it, while Zhu Yi, despite the pain, still tried to soothe it. Shuang Ye, calm down and listen to me. Do you remember? It swung its enormous tail straight toward him and shouted furiously, get lost. Zhu Yi was sent flying far away, but still struggled to stand firm. He silently understood that Shuang Ye had lost its memory, and after being imprisoned for too long, it had poured all its pain and hatred onto anyone who came near. Its mind was completely chaotic, but it was indeed worthy of being the ancestral contract demon pet. Even after 100 years, the remnants of its dragon soul were still enough to terrify others. His expression darkened, his entire body covered in wounds, yet he did not submit in the slightest. He knew his level and strength were far inferior to Shuang Ye's, but making him give up here was impossible. Since he had reached Ice Dragon Abyss, he would absolutely not return empty-handed. A glowing cross appeared on his forehead, and Zhu Yi shouted in provocation, if you want to vent your anger, then come at me, beat me until you remember. He cast a spell, creating a brilliant surge of golden power. Zhu Yi's and Shuang Ye's two powers collided violently. Zhuangya spat out another mighty source of power, striking straight toward him and sending snow dust billowing everywhere. From within the white smoke, Zhu Yi charged upward with his sword in hand and said loudly, "Come, since the ancestors of the Zhao family could form a contract with you, I can also make you acknowledge your roots and return to the clan." Sword strikes fell one after another, the flashes of the blade gleaming sharply. Elsewhere, Ling Feng was still calmly enjoying a dragon-shaped popsicle. While noisily chewing on the Zhao family's exclusive ice cream, he said she had been standing there for 3 days and 3 nights, about to turn into a wife-waiting stone. Zhou Ran irritably glanced at him through her glasses and threatened coldly, "You do not need your tongue anymore, do you?" Ling Feng's face darkened, his teeth grinding until his mouth twisted, yet he still kept talking nonsense. "So now you are Zhou Ran, right?" Just then, Xiao Bai rushed over in panic, pushed the room door open, and cried out loudly, "This is bad. Everyone leave this place quickly." The two asked in confusion what had happened, but she did not answer, only rushed inside, jumped anxiously again and again. She said they had to leave before that person arrived, that her father had told her to take them away from this place, then asked where Zhou Yun was. Ling Feng impatiently pressed her. What exactly did she mean? Explain clearly. Xiao Bai gripped Zhou Ran's hand tightly, her face filled with worry, saying that this matter could not be explained, and they only needed to follow her immediately. Zhao Ran still replied calmly that if she did not explain clearly, they could not possibly find a way to resolve it. Moreover, Zhu Yi was still in Ice Dragon Abyss, and she absolutely could not leave casually. Ling Feng agreed with Zhao Ran and cut in, saying that he was useless either, and if there was anything he could help with, he would definitely help. Xiao Bai waved her hands in panic and hurriedly explained that she did not mean anything else, only that this matter was beyond their ability, and if they delayed any longer, it would truly be too late. Zhao Heng's attack shot straight forward, brushing past Lady Hong and making her freeze. He said sternly, "Lady Hong, this is the territory of the Tianlan Zhao family. You are not allowed to act recklessly here." Ling Feng and Zhou Ran transformed the forms of their power at the same time, and yet sharp threads nimbly coiled around Lady Hong's fingers. She said contemptuously, "Zhao Heng, in order to suppress the frozen bloodline, your power has not even reached 30% of level 40, yet you still want to stop me." Zhao Heng stood in front of Zhao Yun, forcing himself to remain calm as he said that even if the Zhao family was in hardship, they would not allow outsiders to touch the clan's guests. He thought silently that Zhu Yi was at a critical moment in Ice Dragon Abyss, and he absolutely could not allow Lady Hong to ruin it. Even if he had to risk damaging his frozen meridians, he had to delay until Zhu Yi came out. Then he immediately raised a strip of ice and charged toward her. In another scene, her lips moved slightly, and her voice rang out, "Where do you think you are going?" Lady Hong calmly leaned her shoulder against the edge of the door, her voice gently icy, "Long time no see, girl." Xiao Bai, Ling Feng, and Zhao Ran were all stunned on the spot, blurting out in unison, "You are still alive." Half an hour earlier, in a spacious, luxurious, traditionally styled room, Lady Hong was sitting and conversing with several others and the old man, the patriarch of the Zhou family. Lady Hong spoke first. "Patriarch of the Zhao family, this is this year's cold marrow crystal." Another voice rang out, thanking Lady Hong for personally making the trip. She replied that they only needed to send someone to collect it. Beside them were glittering treasure boxes, among them the cold marrow crystal, a rare consumable item of epic grade, classified as an energy crystal. Another old man, Zhao Feng, the third elder of the Zhao family, spoke and called for people to bring the items up. Sitting beside him was Zhou Heng. A group of people carried the treasures in one after another. Heavenly mechanism snow silkworm thread could be used when crafting equipment, helping the equipment gain a concealment effect. Profound ice jade was used to temper weapons, and could attach the passive ice rend effect. He continued, telling Lady Hong that this was exactly as promised last year. The heavenly treasures had all been prepared, but Lady Hong only smiled faintly, glanced over them, and said this still was not enough. She mocked that the Zhao family was still hiding good things. It seemed they were not sincerely seeking cold marrow crystal. Zhao Heng hurriedly stood and asked what she meant by that, because every year the Zhao family spared no effort gathering treasures for exchange. In her hand was the Frost Rend Halberd, level 30 requirement, with base attributes including physical attack plus 350 and ice attack plus 120. Zhao Heng silently thought that Lady Hong was far too greedy, raising the conditions every year, and who knew what trick she wanted to play this time. She snapped the treasure in half and said coldly that she had long grown tired of such things that only looked gorgeous on the outside. This year's collateral would be changed to something else, as long as the patriarch of the Zhao family agreed. The entire year's supply of cold marrow crystal would be provided in full. The elder of the Zhao family still maintained a warm expression, and asked what Lady Hong wanted in exchange. Beside him, Zhao Heng secretly grew suspicious, feeling that something was wrong with this matter. Lady Hong slowly said that she wanted a living person. He asked who it was, and she calmly replied, "Zhou Yi." Hearing this, Zhao Heng instantly lost his composure and cried out in shock. Forced himself to calm down, then said Lady Hong must be joking, how could a living person be brought out for trade? But unease rose in Zhao Heng's heart, and he did not understand why she had targeted Zhu Yi. She replied coldly that this joke was truly amusing. One person exchanged for the lives of your entire clan. Was this not an extremely profitable deal? After hearing this, the patriarch of the Zhou family immediately and firmly invited Lady Hong to leave, stating that Zhu Yi was a junior of the Zhao family and absolutely could not be traded away. Lady Hong did not even bother looking at him, only lowered her head to toy with her nails and coldly asked, if they did not hand him over, could the Zhao family still last 2 months? An elder anxiously reminded them that last year, 3 children had already died young because of the frozen bloodline, and if the cold marrow crystal supply were cut off, the consequences would be unimaginable. The patriarch silently understood that the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce controlled the mineral vein-producing cold marrow crystal, while the Zhao family needed it to increase the concentration of their ice bloodline, assist cultivation, and improve the freezing condition, so every year they were forced to exchange vast resources with them. In the end, he said decisively that there was no need to discuss it further. Even if the bloodline were cut off, the Zhao family would absolutely not become useless cowards who sold people to exchange for life. The elder unwillingly advised the patriarch that even if he did not think for old men like them, he still had to think of the children in the clan. Zhu Yi was indeed a genius, but he was too young and could not save the entire Zhou family. Hearing this, the patriarch angrily shot to his feet and shouted that only while the Zhao family still lived would there be a day to rise again. If everyone died, then nothing would remain. The old man still said in a deep voice that Zhu Yi had never been sheltered by the family, so he did not deserve to be dragged down by it. The elder still said loudly that the children could not wait any longer, but the patriarch firmly invited Lady Hong to leave. He silently cursed those fools, because Lady Hong was clearly forcing him to choose between Zhu Yi and the Zhao family. She had already seen Zhu Yi's boundless future, and if they could not protect him, then the Zhao family would truly lose all hope. Lady Hong's expression changed, and she said coldly that since the Zhao family insisted on protecting Zhu Yi, then starting today, she rose and left with her attendants, throwing down venomous words that she would cut off the cold marrow crystal supply, letting the Zhao family and that old man march toward ruin together. Back in the present, Lady Hong looked at Xiaobai and said, "Thank you, little girl, for leading the way." Lady Hong's tough threads tightened around Xiaobai's neck, making her tremble before losing consciousness and collapsing motionless on the floor. She recalled the earlier incident, smiled maliciously, and said that the patriarch of the Zhao family had dared see Zhao Heng right in front of her. Did he think she was blind? Zhao Ran panicked and immediately ran over, calling out anxiously, "Xiaobai." Ling Feng refused to fall behind, rushed forward even faster and shouted loudly, "This time you will die by this great one's hand." Her attendants charged forward in unison. Their bodies were soft like ribbons of silk, but Ling Feng did not falter at all, unleashing attack after attack. The other creatures charged toward Chu Ran. With just a few strikes, she had sliced them into pieces. The fragments scattered across the floor as Ling Feng began casting spells. He immediately erected a barrier of flames to protect the remaining 2. She said proudly, "After 3 days apart you've learned coordination, Xira has trained, it's a bit interesting, I like you even more." Hong Funyan thought silently, the enchanting girl. The flame dragon both show signs of breakthrough. She spoke, on the contrary, considered geniuses a pity. With treasure before them, you will end up as dust. Chu Ran supported Xiaobai, thinking he must use Tai Sin to protect her, somewhat limiting his movements. Hadn't this woman been defeated before? How did she appear at the Chu residence? He still thought without noticing a thread approaching. Xiaobai could not speak. The thread drew closer, but Chu Ran still paid no attention, so Zhu Yi and Chu Ra isn't. The threads coiled tightly around her, Hong Funyan's voice turning sharp, her combat experience slightly lacking. Ling Feng was also ensnared by threads from the ground. She said she liked the young master and young lady who were both geniuses yet useless, ending the prelude for her to handle. The threads pulled Chu Ran away. She continued, "The enchanting girl, where is the power from last time?" Ling Feng was slammed against the wall. "This blood conduit of mine loves your flames, little fire dragon." Both were lifted high, unable to move. Hong Funyan mocked their attempt to surpass her. "You're still lacking," she asked seriously. "Where is Zhu Yi?" He did not listen but roared, "Let me go, have you heard of burning people to ashes?" Hong Funyan stepped toward the curtain, continued speaking, "Silent, heard that saving brother Zhu Yi rushed into the mountain with Fong. With her there, do not believe Zhu Yi wouldn't emerge. He was furious. Do not her be touched." Behind the curtain, Chu Van hid but was spotted by Hong Funyan. A voice called out, hiding behind the curtain, "Do you see your distant brother?" Chu Ran did not stand still, shouting, lending strength once more. Hong Funyan's hands were wrapped with many red threads. This time she was truly furious, would show true suppression. Immediately the puppet puppets controlled by Hong Funan rose. The giant puppets attacked forward. On Chu Hang's face appeared green stains. He said it was truly difficult because Zhu Yi used so many puppets. As the puppets approached, Chu Hang grabbed a chain and jumped, shouting, "Chu Ran, Ling Feng, take Chu Van and Xiaobai away. I'll hold them off." Hong Funan saw him attempting to flee, shouted, "Leave someone alive." Chu Ran held Chu Van, Ling Feng held Xiaobai, shouting. At this moment Zhu Yi held a power orb, looking at the monsters ahead, shouted, "Recall." He advanced, striking the opponent's head with force Holy Fist combo. Then Zhu Yi dodged to the side, another wave of power flew past. Zhu Yi raised his hand, using his unique move to counter the opponent. Holy Light Cross, shouted, "Serve me." Before being struck, the monster's eyes only saw Zhu Yi approaching. It called Master. A punch carrying immense power fell, Divine Hand Strike. After the blow, silence surrounded them, only dust and smoke drifting. Zhu Yi landed, coldly said, "Finally silent." The giant beast asked him, "Who are you?" Zhu Yi frankly replied, "I am Ji, descendant of Chu Fam." He sat to recover his body, began recounting the monster's crimes. 100 years ago, used life to break the demonic clan's gate in exchange for metaburst peace. Our ancestors were masters. Chu Fam, blackened body and soul after sealing, sought to be saved, but he also disappeared. Zhou Yi smiled, invited, "Follow me to bring you joy. Your soul imprisoned cannot escape." Gradually losing reason, I use means to restore. The dragon closed its eyes, saddened, dragon core shattered yet revived. He did not believe. 100 years passed. Master also gone. It looked at Zhu Yi, asking, "You came for me because of dragon soul, right?" Zhuangya explained, "I see your foundation is flawed, requiring pure energy to restore. Dragon soul incarnate makes you taste Tyson's pain, body torn thousands of times. Can you endure?" Zhu Yi did not hesitate, answered, "Compared to physical pain, powerlessness, weakness, unable to protect the loved one is the greatest suffering." Hearing this, Shuangya admired. The young Chu family member is capable. It transferred power to Zhu Yi and the family order. Orange spirals gathered tiny green specks. The frozen veins gradually recovered. Zhu Yi's whole body emitted green smoke. The inner icy veins began to break. Zhu Yi closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, face showing clear pain. Shuangya reassured, "Persist, your meridians are shattered. Without finding me, you won't survive a month." The green lights moved, reconstructing Zhu Yi's joints and bones. Cracks, deep wounds inside were healed step by step. Zhu Yi endured tremendous pain from eyes, nose, mouth. Streams of green light continuously flowed in, healing Zhu Yi's heart. Chu Van smiled, face showing joy. All the Xiaolan people as well. Of course, closing one eye, surprised, looking behind. The night black as if torn. Shadowy figure stood before the giant dragon. A series of notifications appeared, checking the ice dragon soul 100% fused. Foundation fully restored, ice elemental body harmony force plus 500%. 2 dragon horns appeared on Zhao Yi's head, completing the hidden task perfectly in second stage. Skill reward dragon gods Qi Zone. Shuangya told him, "Protect metaburst for me." Hong Funan tightly bound the girl with puppet threads on her hands. She stepped forward, letting go of the puppet threads, causing the girl to fall to the ground. Hong Fuyan threw a red silk toward Chu Van softly. "Good sister, come here. I won't harm you." Chu Van's body was restrained by the red silk. Hong Fuyan commanded, "Obedient child, take me to your brother." At this moment, a handful of dirty magic grasped her ankles. Scram. Hong Fuyan looked down contemptuously at the one holding her foot. A little flame dragon nearing death, still stubborn, wanting to act as envoy to protect the flower. Ling Feng used his last strength to prevent Hong Fuyan from taking Chu Van. Not allowed to touch her. Hong Fuyan detested, said, "Now you are like a mourning dog, cannot protect yourself, still want to protect others." Ridiculous. Ling Feng, despite exhaustion, insisted on protecting Chu Van. "You understand nothing. Even if I die, will not you touch a hair of her." Hong Fuyan ordered release. Ling Feng shouted, "Do not release." Seeing him stubborn, Hong Fuyan stomped on the hand holding the foot. "So what?" Despite pain, Ling Feng still held tight, did not let go. At this moment, Chuan, tears streaming, heartbroken, told him to release. "Do not mind me, let go quickly. Brother will not blame you." Ling Feng opened his mouth, shouted, bit Hong Fuyan's foot hard. "Do not let go." Chu Van shouted. He thought silently. Hong Fuyan went mad, kicked Ling Feng hard backward. Crazy. Ling Feng braced on the ground to stop after the kick. Chu Van worriedly shouted. He thought silently. Hong Fuyan touched her chin, thought, "This kid tougher than imagined, can make the proud flame dragon bloodline submit. Zhu Yi is indeed extremely valuable." Hong Fuyan snapped fingers in disdain, unaware of life and death, uninterested if reborn hastily. She wrapped puppet threads around Ling Feng's neck. Then farewell. Puppet threads squeezed Ling Feng's neck. He rolled his eyes, opened his mouth, pain evident. Chu Van, terrified, shouted, "Brother, run quickly." Seeing Ling Feng seemingly unconscious, Chu Van cried loudly, pleaded with Hong Fuyan, "Do not hurt him, I will go with you." At that very instant, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Madame Hong was also affected by that pressure, crying out in panic that it was truly frightening. As soon as the words left her mouth, a fierce force rushed over and struck her body head-on. Zhou Ye appeared with blazing golden wings behind him. The 2 dragon horns on his head suddenly emerged, saving Zhou Yun just in time. Zhou Yun called out in disbelief, "Brother Zhou Yai." Looking at Ling Feng's battered and nearly exhausted body, he silently called his name. Even Zhou Ran had been pierced through by countless puppet strings. Zhou Yai called her name in pain. Zhou Ye looked at Xiao Bai and Zhou Heng lying unconscious on the ground, softly calling their names. He gently breathed out a wisp of smoke. Immediately after, Zhou Yi's eyes transformed, one side golden, the other deep blue. He used his power to condense iron chains, casting Holy Thunder Body, Heavenly Prison Intelligence Lock. Madame Hong whitened her eyes and licked her lips, her face showing unmistakable excitement at the sight of Zhou Yi's appearance. A series of puppets appeared in her hands, all bearing Madame Hong's appearance. She looked at Zhou Yi and laughed. "You finally agreed to come out." The puppets that had just closed in were all easily destroyed by Zhou Yi. At some unknown moment, Madame Hong had appeared behind Zhou Yi, tempting him to obediently go home with her. Zhou Yi did not answer. He drove force into his legs, instantly cracking the ground beneath him, while a cold power swaths Madame Hong's neck. Zhou Yi held his younger sister in his arms and used his power to force the opponent far back. Madame Hong thought in terror that this power was far too frightening. Aside from the puppets already destroyed, a few of Madame Hong's high-level puppets still remained, but they were struggling to dodge the attacks. She thought in pain that the level 21s were not worth mentioning, but the level 30 elite puppets and level 40 guardian puppets had all been painstakingly refined by her, yet before him, the puppet army had almost no power to resist. Thinking this, she immediately sprang up and charged forward. Madame Hong released countless puppet strings, her eyes bulging as she screamed madly that it was impossible. "You are only level 30. You absolutely cannot cross a gap of 15 levels. But that only makes people want to have you even more." She immediately ordered one of her puppets to imprison Zhou Yi. The puppet strings quickly wove into a giant red sphere, trapping Zhou Yi inside. Madame Hong remained very confident in the move she had just used, holding the obstructing item as she said coldly, "So what if you can fight above your level?" Once she finished speaking, she and the puppet charged up, striking the red sphere hard. Trapped inside, Zhou Yi did not waver at all. He calmly called out, "Holy Storm Body." In an instant, a massive explosion erupted, blowing that giant sphere apart. The aftershock of the explosion spread continuously, yet only the place where Zhou Yi stood remained peaceful. Madame Hong immediately changed her plan. Realizing that this was no longer a power that could be measured by level, the situation was unfavorable, so she had to retreat first. Zhou Yi coldly approached her and called out, "Shuangya." Seeing that the situation was bad, Madame Hong hurriedly cried out for him to wait a moment. She immediately threatened Zhou Yi, saying that if he dared touch her, the Moment Chamber of Commerce would absolutely not let it go. This was the highest bounty order of the Chamber of Commerce. As long as she tore it apart, even if he fled to the ends of the earth, he would be hunted to the end. Believing Zhou Yi would be afraid, Madame Hong continued threatening him that surely he did not want the Zhao family to be implicated either. The dragon's eyes, filled with murderous intent, stared straight at her. Madame Hong trembled, thinking to herself what in the world this monster was. Knowing that this time she had provoked someone she should not have touched, she hurriedly clasped her hands and forced a smile, anxiously begging, "Brother Zhou Yi." Everything was just a misunderstanding. As the dragon squeezed her tightly, Madame Hong hurriedly explained that she knew she was wrong, that she should not have touched Zhou Yun, much less injured Zhao Ran and the others, and even less should she have opposed him. As long as Zhou Yi spared her life, she was willing to offer all the cold marrow crystals, even share the Moment Chamber of Commerce's cold marrow crystal vein with the Zhao family. Zhou Yi asked doubtfully about the mineral vein. Madame Hong hurriedly confirmed, saying that the vein produced cold marrow crystals only once every 1,000 years, enough for the Zhao family to use for 100 years. With it, the Zhao family would no longer suffer the pain of frozen bloodlines, and he could also cultivate in peace without lowering himself to argue with someone as insignificant as her. Preserve her life. Madame Hong also said that she could become Zhou Yi's subordinate, and as long as he gave the order, she would not refuse, even if it meant climbing a mountain of blades or descending a sea of fire. Yet in her heart, she was secretly calculating that as long as the puppet strings touched his body, she could instantly teleport back to the Chamber of Commerce's residence. She only needed to stall a little longer. Hearing those words, Zhou Yi pressed his lips together, thinking to himself that how could someone like Madame Hong suddenly beg sincerely, unless there was a trap within it. After thinking it through, he immediately refused her offer. He said there was no need. Truly strong people did not fear threats, nor did they yield to temptation. Madame Hong froze, crying out in disbelief. Zhou Yi waved his hand, creating a tremendous surge of power. She hurriedly used her puppet strings to raise a shield directly in front of herself. Zhou Yi's power easily crushed that layer of defense. Madame Hong's eyes widened, unable to believe the scene before her. Before the attack struck, she only had time to think that this was no ordinary holy knight. It was clearly a god cloaked in holy light, truly unbelievable. After dealing with Madame Hong, Zhou Yi gently set Zhou Yun down on the ground. He used his power to shatter the strings binding Zhou Ran, then opened his arms to catch her. Looking at the unconscious girl in his arms, Zhou Yi said gently that he had returned. Ling Feng thought in disbelief. The opponent that he had exhausted all his strength and still could not defeat, Zhou Yi had beaten in just a few moves. What exactly must one do to become like that? He stared blankly at Zhou Yi as he walked closer, wondering how he could become like him. Zhou Yi bent down, placed a hand on Ling Feng's chest, and sincerely said thank you. He sincerely thanked Ling Feng for using all his strength to protect his younger sister. Hearing this, Ling Feng suddenly smiled. Then he burst into loud laughter, scolding affectionately that he should hurry up and heal this old man. His blood was almost drained dry. Elsewhere, Patriarch Zhou stood in deep thought before a huge painting. The painting hanging before him was precisely a portrait of Zhou Yi. Right at this moment, someone called Patriarch Zhou. He looked at Zhou Yi behind him and said that he had come. This was the first time the two had officially met. To let him witness this disaster, as the Patriarch, he was incompetent and truly ashamed. Zhou Yi did not care about those courtesies and asked directly about the key point. He said there was no need for pleasantries. He wanted to know why the Zhou family needed cold marrow crystals. The Zhao family had to possess enough strength to protect Zhu Yun, otherwise he would not let her return. Patriarch Zhou guessed that Zhao Heng had told him, while Zhu Yi replied that Zhao Heng had mentioned it before, but had not explained clearly. He silently observed Zhu Yi and was extremely shocked. This child had just experienced a fierce battle, yet his aura remained steady as a deep lake, and his eyes held a resilience far beyond that of youths raised in luxury. Patriarch Zhao explained that the curse not only caused the Zhao family's ice bloodline awakening rate to drop sharply, but also weakened the constitution of their descendants, making it difficult to resist the freezing backlash of the bloodline. In the Zhao family, people died every year from their bloodlines freezing. Zhou Yun, Zhou Yi's younger sister, had once fallen ill, but only at the mildest level, so it could still be treated with the extreme cold ice lotus. As for the frozen bloodline condition of most Zhao family descendants, it could only be suppressed by relying on cold marrow crystals. Patriarch Zhu continued, Madame Hong was precisely exploiting this weakness, which was why she dared to raise the tribute every year, and this time she went even further, wanting to exchange him for cold marrow crystals. His voice turned cold when mentioning the tribute, but before he could finish, Zhu Yi interrupted, saying that from today on, there was no need to pay any more. Patriarch Zhao leaned on his cane and looked in one direction as he analyzed that Zhu Yi driving away Madame Hong only solved the immediate difficulty. The moment chamber of commerce behind her was very powerful, and it controlled the cold marrow crystal mine, so the Zhao family still had to beg. Zhou Yi calmly delivered an important piece of news at this moment. Madame Hong was dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Patriarch Zhu's expression immediately changed. His eyes widened as he asked in disbelief what he had just said. Faced with that sudden news, Patriarch Zhu trembled and stubbornly said that she was a second advancement level 45 puppet master with hundreds of puppets protecting her. Even if he had broken through in the Ice Dragon Abyss, he could not have done it. Zhu Yi calmly recounted that she had been too arrogant and had not brought reinforcements. Moreover, the Ice Dragon Abyss tripled the power of his ice element skills. Zhou Yi condensed Shuang Ya and brought it before Patriarch Zhou, saying the more important thing was that he had awakened Shuang in the Ice Dragon Abyss. Patriarch Zhou widened his eyes and asked joyfully whether Shuang Ya had awakened, whether it still remembered the ancestors. Zhou Yi answered for Shuang Ya, saying that it remembered restoring his body and helping him defeat Madame Hong, but its soul was very weak, so he kept it within his body and would not awaken it unless necessary. After hearing this, Patriarch Zhou raised his head high and burst into loud laughter again and again. He was so delighted that he even threw the cane in his hand to the ground. Then he suddenly knelt, clasped his hands in salute before the ancestral painting, and said emotionally that had the ancestor heard, this child had received Shuang Ya's recognition. Such bearing and fortune, perhaps even the ancestor might not be able to compare. Patriarch Zhao thought proudly that before he had only believed he possessed outstanding Tianfu, yet he had not expected he could truly reach this point. He raised both hands to the sky and shouted joyfully that heaven had not forsaken my Zhao family. Zhu Yi held the cane in his hand and reminded the patriarch worriedly, perhaps we should stand up first. After being helped up by Zhu Yi, Patriarch Zhou laughed and said that he had made a fool of himself. He had been too excited just now. Immediately after, Zhu Yi suddenly spoke, hoping that he would tell him the inside story of the Chamber of Commerce. He thought silently the church had already set its sights on Zhao Yun, so he could not always keep her by his side. If he helped the Zhao family deal with the merchant guild, that place would be the best refuge for Zhou Yun. At this point, Patriarch Zhou no longer had anything from Zhu Yi. He stroked his beard and slowly recounted everything he knew. The Mermaid Merchant Guild had originally been only a small shop on a street corner. The shop owner was a low-level warrior named Liu Xuan, who scraped by smuggling ore. The turning point came in the winter 10 years ago, when Haofeng Valley was struck by a once-in-a-century blizzard that froze all the trade routes shut. Liu Xuan led a few accomplices into the valley, but half a month later, only that man came back out. From then on, cold marrow crystal, black ice jade, flowing frost stone, and even star silver ore that appeared only once in 100 years kept emerging in his hands. Patriarch Zhao took out a wooden box for Zhu Yi to see. Liu Xuan claimed he had found a mineral vein, and somehow obtained the right to mine it. Over the years, quite a few people had secretly entered the valley to scout the path, but some lost their way, while others to death outside the valley. No one had ever seen the so-called cave entrance with their own eyes. Hearing this, Zhu Yi immediately realized there was an unusually coincidental point in the matter. Patriarch Zhu's expression became extremely grave. He continued, the coincidence is still yet to come. 3 years ago, we could still buy coral crystals steadily from traveling merchants. The price was somewhat high, but it was enough for the clan to cope when needed. Then, in the spring of that year, all the traveling merchants suddenly disappeared, and there was no longer anywhere on the market selling cold marrow crystal. Just as we were growing anxious, Madame Hong came to our door on her own. At that time, she made an offer, saying the merchant guild had a mineral vein and was willing to use it. The condition was that the Zhao family had to help them resolve a few minor troubles. Hearing this, Zhu Ye frowned and asked, minor troubles? Patriarch Zhu recalled the old events and explained. To put it plainly, it meant forcing the Zhao family to step forward and suppress the small families in Tianlin province that refused to submit to the merchant guild. He continued, most of the small families have flaws in their bloodlines. The merchant guild used the excuse of providing cultivation resources for them, but the price was handing over the child with the greatest talent in the clan. Once those children left, they never returned. Those families hated the merchant guild, but feared having their resource supply cut off, so they could only vent their anger on the Zhao family, the merchant guild's lackeys. For the past 2 years, when descendants of the Zhao family went out, they were often secretly made things difficult for. The merchant guild's move was to isolate us completely, leaving us with no one to come to our aid. After listening, Zhu Yi raised a hand to touch his chin and began to speculate about the true conspiracy behind it. First came monopolizing the supply, then using low prices to win favor, then borrowing the Zhao family's hand to wipe out other forces, and finally turning the Zhao family into a target. Patriarch Zhou nodded in confirmation. Exactly. Later, every delivery from the merchant guild came with new conditions. We knew full well it was a pit of fire, but the clan's descendants needed cold marrow crystal to stay alive, so we could only close our eyes and accept it. He took out a piece of cold marrow and handed it to Zhu Yi, then said, look, this is the cold marrow crystal the merchant guild delivered last year. 3 years ago it was still a pure ice blue color, but in the past 2 years black has gradually become mixed into it. Zhu Yi reached out and accepted that piece of cold marrow. Patriarch Zhu continued, Madame Hong said these were only natural impurities in the depths of the mineral vein, but our physicians believe these cold marrow crystals seem to have been corroded by something. When Zhou Ye touched the cold marrow, a wisp of pale golden smoke immediately emerged, twining around his fingertips. That source of power kept spreading outward. What was strange was that behind the golden mist, there was also a dense black aura clinging to it. But before long, that black aura was completely scattered by the golden aura. Zhu Yi thought to himself, the demonic aura is very faint, but it gives me a familiar feeling. I must have encountered a similar breath somewhere before. He suddenly remembered something and said, one more thing, Madame Hong once said something to me. Patriarch Zhu interrupted. Once his lordship awakens, the wish of your Zhao family will be a matter of a finger snap. Zhu Yi speculated, that lordship is not Liu Zuan, but Patriarch Zhou immediately denied it. Someone who can take out so many rare ores and make Madame Hong and a level 45 puppet master like Gantai Sin act as lackeys must have someone truly in power behind them. Liu Zuan does not have the qualifications. Zhou Yi clenched his fist and said in a low voice, I understand. Madame Hong is dead, so the merchant guild definitely will not let this go. I caused the consequences, and I will bear them myself. Hearing this, Patriarch Zhou shouted in agitation, how can you say that? You are of the Zhao family bloodline, and the same blood as our ancestors flows through your body. The old man slapped Zhu Yi's shoulder hard and affirmed, your affairs are the affairs of the Zhao family. No matter how great the storm, the Zhao family will bear it with you. Zhu Yi smiled and held the hand on his shoulder. I understand the patriarch's kindness. It is just. He turned and walked toward his companions. From the beginning until now, I have never been alone. Ling Feng closed his eyes and muttered a complaint, how truly long-winded. Tai Xin reported to him, second brother, the principal said something happened on your side, so he directly packed the 3 of us up and threw us here. Zhu Yi's companions were respectively a level 23 spirit Daoist, a level 24 mage, and a level 24 warrior. Seeing this, Zhu Yi could not help being surprised. We have only been apart 2 months, yet you have all improved quite a bit. Tai Xin laughed loudly, slapped his chest, and said, of course. We follow second brother, so how could we become burdens? Xiaolan placed both hands on Ling Xi's her eyes seeming to hide a smile. She said, earlier Ling Xi even said she wanted to ask Brother Yi for guidance in ice magic, so why are you so scared the moment you meet? Ling Xi clasped her hands before her chest and stammered, Sha, Brother Yi. Amid the lush green courtyard, Zhu Yi stood there smiling with a perfect face, making him appear even more striking. He stepped forward and urged them, the situation is urgent, let us set out and talk on the way. The group behind him immediately followed one after another. Behind the lively laughing group, an old man leaning on a cane quietly stood and watched. His gaze turned toward Zhu Yi's group, strangely gentle. he said softly. Zhao Yi, you really are very much like the ancestor. The group walked while noisily discussing things. I want to bring more food to eat on the road. Is Mount Haofeng cold? I have a pair of very pretty shoes, perfect for walking in snowy regions. Little Jia is not afraid of the cold. Our family naturally has strong resistance to frost. Zhu Yi stood aside in thought, suddenly feeling that he was somewhat unnecessary. His eyes suddenly brightened, a look of contemplation clear within them. If this were before, I would definitely have sneaked in alone. The map appeared, and the route was marked in bright clarity. After all, the demonic aura in Haofeng Valley is ineffective, and I can also borrow the Void Beast's power to withdraw completely unharmed. The image of a man holding a girl in his arms appeared. After killing Madame Hong, aside from ordinary missions, the system had not stirred for a long time. This time, it was like a compulsory order, locking down his path of acting alone. A radiant golden system panel appeared before his eyes, reminding him that a timed mission had been activated. Uncover the secret of the Mermaid Merchant Guild together with your companions. Mission reward: each participating member receives one S-Rank plus skill book. Zhu Yi was bare-chested, wearing only a pair of underwear, lying with his arms spread as he gasped for breath. Before him was the glowing system panel. This system was called the strongest support system, which meant it would not make meaningless arrangements. This time, what it wanted might not lie in the mission itself, but in what he had in common with his companions. Images of his companions covered in wounds and unconscious on the ground appeared in his mind. He had always thought he was strong enough to protect everyone he cherished, but he had forgotten that being strong alone was not necessarily the truest answer. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Madame Hong's appearance made him understand that even a mighty lion had times when it fell asleep. At such a time, if there was no one left beside him, even wild dogs would dare rush up and bite off a few mouthfuls. Tai Sin's voice pulled him back to reality. Second brother, if we still do not leave, the sky really will get dark. Seeing that his state was not right, Zhou Ran walked over worriedly and asked, Brother Zhu Yi, are you still alright? Zhu Yi closed his eyes and replied, I am fine. Let us go. He turned toward everyone and said loudly, to the teleportation array, we have to arrive before the gates close. Someone immediately replied, that is how it should have been long ago. Another person cut in, are we not going to eat a meal first? I am hungry. Looking at his companions who were moving forward yet still turning back to wait for him, Yi smiled with pride. Tai Sin was passionate and brave. Xiaolan loved showing off, but was thoughtful. Ling Feng was sharp-tongued yet full of zeal. Ling Xi was timid but resilient, and Zhou Ran was gentle yet tenacious. All of them were his good companions, the foundation that allowed a mighty lion to dare rest at ease. Companions were not burdens. Time passed in a blur, and one day later, the scenery had changed. The mountain ranges were covered in white snow, but contrary to that silent appearance, very few people who stepped in here could come out whole. A military-style car sped across the snowy ground. But what was even more eerie was that the Mermaid Merchant Guild's lair had no one standing guard. It seemed Liu Xuan was not afraid at all that the secret in the valley would be discovered. Zhou Yi's entire team gathered together, everyone wrapped in thick, heavy coats. Zhou Ran spoke, this is the place. The public map only marks the valley, while the structure inside is completely blank. Zhou Yi calmly slipped his hands into his pockets and said, I guessed as much. Zhou Yi raised his hand and summoned a blue butterfly, commanding, locate. The butterfly answered nimbly, yes. The skill information panel appeared. Skill, spatial positioning, use the void guiding butterfly and one's own magic power to build a magic array and mark spatial coordinates. The void beast can rely on its perception ability to locate, tear through the void, and instantly reach the designated place. Tai Xin lifted both hands to his mouth and breathed warm air, grumbling, this damned place, even the wind feels like it carries sharp thorns. Hearing this, Zhu Yi thought to himself, exactly, this place is 3 times colder. He activated his moves, making himself and everyone else glow with golden light. Courage bestowal, blessed weapon dawn blessing, grace of God, protection bestowal. He did not forget to remind them, everyone, stay alert. Ling Feng looked at the light on his body and sighed inwardly. This was the first time he had received Zhou Yi's enhancement skills, and sure enough, they were exactly like the rumors. The information panel appeared, name Ling Feng, profession warrior, level 22, strength 204 increased by 30%, speed 190 increased by 30%, physique 210 increased by 30%, intelligence 170 increased by 30%. While everyone was still talking about the skill, their combat power had nearly surged. Ling Feng thought, I can just test it out later. Just then, thin cords like living spirits silently crawled toward the feet of someone behind the team. Ling Xi was yanked away, raising her hand in panic to ask for help. Ling Feng turned back in shock and shouted, what is going on? A pair of legs quickly spun across the snow, then sprang fiercely into the air. Zhu Yi held Ling Xi tightly in his arms with imposing grace, while his other hand cut through the cords, tracing out a beautiful arc of golden light. He carried her in a princess hold and slowly landed on the ground. ground. Ling Shui said in embarrassment, "Thank you, second brother." Ling Feng looked at the cords growing from the mountain wall, still wriggling incessantly, and said in suspicion, "What the hell are these things? They look a little like Madame Hong's puppet strings. Could it be that she still is not dead?" Zhu Yi stepped forward with a grave expression, reaching out to transmit a portion of his spiritual power into the cord before him. The cords were wrapped in spiritual power, then jerked as if struck by lightning and instantly shrank back. These were not puppet strings but tentacles of a living creature. Zhou Yi turned and said, "Xiaolan, use spirit Dao arts to sweep over the wall." Xiaolan immediately cast a move, her entire body flying upward, glowing talismans floating around her. Mystic sect of heaven, earth, root of all Kai. She brought both hands together, then thrust them powerfully forward. The talismans flew in that direction, sticking to the mountain wall ahead one after another in neat rows. The talismans arranged themselves into a bagua pattern, radiating brilliant golden light. Xiaolan called loudly, "Open." The array immediately activated, her body hovering beneath it and drawing along swirling currents of wind. Worry was clear on everyone's faces. The same thought arose in their hearts at the same time. Could this entire snowy mountain be the mountain that disappeared? In front of Xiaolan, countless tentacles were tightly entangled with one another, and hundreds of eyes on them made people shudder in horror. What are these things? Among those tentacles, several suddenly shot out, spinning as if they had turned into arrows. Seeing this, she unwaved her hand and drew a talisman mark in the air, chanting, "Thunder rumbles hidden. Talisman command shines clear. Strike down evil and expel wickedness. Guard my array firm." A gigantic talisman appeared before her, blocking the tentacle's attack. Spirit Dao, evil shaking talisman. After withstanding the wave of attacks, black marks began appearing on the talisman. From those black marks, the talisman was gradually corroded, then evaporated bit by bit. The talisman shattered and Xiaolan hurriedly flew upward, dodging the tentacles that kept rushing at her. Their slime can absorb spiritual power, she thought to herself. Spirit Dao magic originally relies on spiritual power to operate, so this thing is indeed restraining my movements. Zhu Yi looked at the scene before him, slightly startled. The tentacles had already surrounded the whole group, and everyone immediately grew alert and prepared to defend. Ling Feng blurted out in shock this. Ling Feng angrily condensed a ball of fire. His hair changed color, flying like flames that wanted to burn everything to ashes. Truly disgusting. Flames surged up like waves, rushing straight toward the tentacles, reaching out with vicious aggression. But the flames were almost useless, and the moment they died out, the tentacles kept crawling forward. Seeing this, Ling Feng clicked his tongue as those ghastly eyes and puppet-like figures gradually emerged, surrounding Zhou Yi's team from every side. Their bodies were wrapped tightly in countless tentacles, their faces pitch black, leaving only a pair of cloudy white eyes glowing. They advanced in silence, soulless in a way that sent chills down the spine. Tai Xin cracked her knuckles in excitement, ready to charge into battle. She grinned and said they had come at just the right time, while Chu Ran beside her remained cold, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, ready to draw it at any moment. Zhu Yi raised a hand to stop them, and a golden screen of light appeared along with a notification panel. Divine Sword Tianfu Tai Xin S+, Holy Light Guardian. He said in a low voice, "Let me handle this. Everyone stay still and do not move. It seems they fear Holy Light." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out with his sword like a whirlwind, cutting them down one after another before they could react. After eliminating most of the enemies, Zhou Yi concluded that they did not react to ordinary weapons, but they were affected by physical attacks. He immediately called out Tai Xin, Chu Ran. Hearing Zhou Yi call them, Tai Xin and Chu Ran immediately charged over with their weapons. He quickly assigned roles. Tai Xin breaks their defense from the front, Chu Ran circles behind them, and the three of us press in from three corners. Tai Xin answered excitedly, "It is finally my turn to show what I can do." Zhou Yi turned and ordered the others, "You three stay inside the light screen, do not step outside." Ling Feng looked dissatisfied, pointed himself, and said, "Hold on, I am a warrior too. I do not only know how to throw fire." Ling Feng summoned a sharp red spear, its tip wreathed in blazing flames. That man curled his lips into a delighted grin. Zhou Yi walked over to Ling Xi and Xiaolan, then told Ling Feng that the whole group would work together. Ling Xi and Xiaolan stood in the rear, focusing on observing the enemy's weaknesses. They both turned back and answered in unison, "Understood." Behind them, Ling Feng leaped with extreme speed, creating golden rings of light that bound the enemies as he shouted, "This young master is coming too." Tai Xin sprang high into the air, swinging the giant axe in her hand straight toward the eye amid the black tentacles. Mountain-shattering strike. When the axe blade struck the tentacles, they began to dissolve bit by bit. Tai Xin laughed in satisfaction. This move works. Beside her, Ling Feng and Chu Ran were not inferior at all. That man skewered the monsters with his spear, shouting as he asked how this young master's strength was, while Chu Ran swung a sword and cut each one in two. Zhou Yi also swept the golden sword powerfully, making the monsters dissolve, while Ling Feng and Tai Xin attacked nonstop. The black tentacles twisted tightly around one another, writhing in an extremely bizarre bizarre sight. Zhou Yi observed in silence and realized that these monsters and those cords seemed impossible to cut down completely. Whenever one was severed, a new monster would jump out or crawl down from the mountainside. On Lingxi's side, a black object swept past her as fast as the wind. Thanks to her reflexes, she managed to catch a glimpse of it and froze for an instant. That was Lingxi immediately turned toward Zhou Yi, who was fighting, waving as she called loudly, "Brother Yi." Zhou Yi quickly came over. Lingxi held out the token in her hand and said, "Brother Yi, I saw the Tian Lanking token on the monster." Beside her, Xiaolan also picked up a piece of cloth engraved with characters. Looking at the objects before him, Zhou Yi silently guessed that they were most likely left behind by the small clans that had come to Blackwind Valley to search for people. Therefore, aside from devouring magic power and spiritual power, these silver cords were probably also absorbing life, ultimately remaking even the remains. As if realizing something, he took a stance, swung his sword behind him, and said, "The source of the silver cords is inside the mountain. Every monster's cord is connected to the wall." From that stance, Zhou Yi swung his sword with great force, forming a long slash before him. Rather than cutting the monsters, it was better to sever the cords directly. Following the sword strike, the ground was split open into a deep fissure. Zhou Yi said coldly, "Let me see what is being hidden inside." The stone slabs engraved with symbols across their surfaces gradually cracked apart, then quickly collapsed. Zhou Yi's team stood inside the protective screen and remained unharmed, even as a rain of stone came crashing down over their heads. The smoke from the collapse gradually dispersed, making the scene beyond grow clearer and clearer. Ling Feng and Tai Xin froze at the same time, their pupils dilating in shock. Tai Xin gaped and murmured, "This is..." When the smoke fully cleared, half-buried skeletons appeared beneath their feet. Around them were enormous blocks of ice, and every block reflected their images. Tai Xin rested her weapon on her shoulder and asked doubtfully, "Was that an illusion just now?" Zhou Yi stepped forward, his figure reflected on the cold blocks of ice. He calmly denied it was not an illusion. He stood facing a block of ice and stated his conclusion. "This is a layer of camouflage hiding the entrance to the dungeon." Zhou Yi explained, Blackwind Valley was never a natural mountain range, but a large hidden dungeon that fused with Blue Star. It was only because the fusion process was too perfect that no one discovered this secret. Everyone listened attentively while Zhou Yi raised a hand in thought and continued analyzing. No, Liu Zuan already knew about this. The Merchant Association dared to leave Blackwind Valley unguarded precisely because he understood that the dungeon itself was the best layer of protection, able to turn living people who entered into nutrients. Ling Feng stuffed his hands into his pockets and said disdainfully, "What a ridiculous amount of tricks." Ling Shi suddenly realized something. Then the monsters we encountered earlier were all transformed from living people who entered this place. Zhou Yi did not deny it. He reached out and lightly touched the block of ice, causing faint ripples to rise across its surface, then said, "Yes, the monster of the first gate is the mountain. When living people enter, they become part of the mountain after they die." From the spot he touched, a stream of light gradually flashed. Zhou Yi immediately reminded everyone, "Prepare yourselves. The monster of the second gate is about to appear." The glass layer covering their heads shattered in a glittering burst, and the whole team pressed their backs together in a circle, on high alert. Ling Feng said loudly, "Does this broken mirror still want to ambush us?" Zhou Yi immediately ordered Ling Shi, "Add 2 more layers of ice and earth defense. Do not let them seize the chance to strike." She quickly answered, "Understood." On every fragment, the images of the whole team appeared tense, each of them anxious and vigilant. Zhou Yi frowned and stared straight ahead, waiting to see what would emerge from the gradually dispersing mist. From within the smoke, a figure slowly advanced toward him. In another area, Lingxi was surrounded by a forest of giant trees. She looked around in confusion and called loudly, "Brother Yi, Qiaolan, where is everyone?" Lingxi anxiously tightened her grip on the staff in her hand, her eyes constantly scanning her surroundings with vigilance. The scene shifted to Ling Feng, whose upper body was bare, both hands clenched into fists as he roared angrily, "What disgusting thing is this?" Over at Qiaolan's side, she hid behind a pillar, holding a large talisman and chanting, "Mystic Ancestor and Earth, root of all Kai." The scene shifted to Churan, who stood on a transparent plane, gripping her sword tightly and shouting outward. On Tai Xin's side, she was swinging her axe among the graves, shouting loudly, "Mountain-shattering strike." The moment the move descended, it was blocked by someone identical to Tai Xin. The violent shock made the ground sink and crack apart in chunks. She cursed angrily, "An illusion, a replica. Even this old man's strength has been copied." One opposite her had a face exactly like hers, but its eyes were soulless, only repeating the exact words from before, "An illusion, a replica. Even this old man's strength has been copied." Tai Xin immediately grimaced in disgust and threw out a contemptuous remark, absolutely nauseating. She pulled her axe blade free from the identical axe. Her other hand instantly clenched into a fist and swung straight at her opponent. The replica reacted extremely quickly, immediately raising a hand to block her punch. Taking that chance, Tai Xin suddenly swung her leg and kicked hard from behind, leaving the replica completely unable to respond in time. Under the tremendous force, the replica was sent flying, crashing straight into the tombstones and smashing them apart, rubble scattering everywhere. Tai Xin stepped forward and cursed contemptuously, "Idiot. You do not even understand a feint. The replica lay amid the ruins, still repeating that same line solacely. Idiot, you do not even understand a feint. Tai Sin crossed her arms and looked down from above, raising her brows helplessly. She realized the opponent only knew how to mimic completed moves, did not know how to borrow force, and knew even less how to vary its techniques. Suddenly, a powerful tremor came crashing in. Tai Sin immediately entered a defensive stance, both hands shielding her face. From within the smoke, the replica burst out with a move, but she blocked it. While fighting the replica, Tai Sin realized that its learning speed was getting faster and faster. She thought to herself, I have to end this quickly. The scene shifted again to Ling Feng's side. A dazzling screen of light slammed down into the ground. Dragon breath. Dragon scales appeared on Ling Feng's arm, but he was still pushed far back. That man said irritably, why did you stop learning? Are you starting to throw a tantrum over this young master's flame dragon body now? That man's replica pounced over, but Ling Feng had already quickly leaped away from that spot. At this moment, Ling Feng had nearly transformed into a half-dragon, holding a weapon blazing like fire in his hand. That man said coldly, today I will show you the gap between the original and the defective copy. That man unleashed a powerful slash, but the replica instantly dodged. An identical spear suddenly appeared in its hand, making Ling Feng say disdainfully, copying it in reverse is pretty fast too. That man charged forward, the spear in his hand spinning like a blazing drill. If you still have not learned enough, then this young master will let you learn it all properly. The fiery drill grew larger and larger, carrying fierce power as it rushed straight ahead. Heaven-splitting strike. The two spear tips collided violently, shooting out a blinding light. The pressure from the attack cracked the surrounding ground, sending shattered stones flying everywhere. From the ruins, the replica suddenly unleashed a horizontal sweep, but Ling Feng bent down in time and dodged it. Ling Feng tightened his spear, silently gathering strength for the next attack. By momentum, the spear in his hand spun, forming a ring of fire to block the clone's strike. The figure slowly advanced, pressing the spear tip into the fire ring. He dodged with incredible agility, avoiding each swirling ring of fire, his face blank and emotionless. The spear pierced directly into Ling Feng's chest, blood spurting immediately. Ling Feng's whole body flared, his expression darkened, eyes emitting a cold light. He said, you may replicate moves, but you cannot keep up with the transformations of the flame dragon force in my body. Though feeling no pain, he still grasped the spear lodged deep in his chest. The clone remained expressionless, staring at him. Ling Feng shouted angrily, you foolish imbecile. Behind Ling Feng, the golden vortex shone ever brighter, the dragon's shadow appearing clearly. He looked like a god about to punish evil, then coldly shouted, die. Elsewhere, talismans flew like sharp blades, triggering violent explosions, smoke and dust rising to obscure everything. Xia Lan, covered in wounds, hid a talisman behind her back with one hand, her eyes alert, staring at the smoke. Suddenly, 3 talismans formed a line and rushed toward her, making her startle and spin around. Xia Lan quickly retreated as the talismans exploded violently. The clone's face appeared again, still expressionless. Moving around, Xia Lan disdainfully said, I thought you had great skill, but it turns out the talisman art you derived is not used like yours. Xia Lan continuously changed positions, then bit her hand hard enough to draw blood. She said the talisman art must borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You can only mimic the form, not the spirit. Around her, raindrops condensed into floating lights in the air. She said, look at this rain, this wind, all are part of Tai Sin. Xia Lan traced a golden line with her hand, her expression solemn. Tai Sin is the form, force is the function. She shouted that you lack Tai Sin, do not understand the reverent and right ways, thus cannot manipulate the natural world. No matter how many imitation talismans, they are hollow, as the raindrops hurtled toward the clone. The clone also bit its hand, trying to imitate her move. From the bite emerged only writhing tentacles, startling the clone, muttering impossible. Immediately after, its body was pierced, tentacles continuing to emerge horrifically. Shift to a large tree, Link, she sat slumped, covered in wounds, while the clone stood behind a barrier, arrogantly blocking all attacks. It said, Link Shi, stop struggling. Even if I only mimic you, you cannot defeat me. Ling Shi, her body full of wounds, clutched her staff tightly, thinking, I am not struggling. I am waiting for you to reveal your flaw. She looked at her injured legs, analyzing silently. In just 10 minutes, you progressed from merely copying sound, appearance, and basic skills to actively attacking, even setting traps for me. The growth rate is frightening, but if a dungeon monster, there must be a way to overcome it. The clone struck repeatedly. Ling Shi could only dodge hastily, while it smugly said, see, you are still running. It launched a series of ice shards, luring Ling Shi, come to me, let us become one. Ling Shi examined the shards and realized they lacked core bones. She suddenly paused as if understanding something, quietly said, I see. The clone boldly approached, while Ling Shi braced hands on her staff, loudly saying, from the start I suspected. How strong must a skill be to fully replicate decades of one's power? Turns out you only mimic the exterior, not the precision when I control elements. Blood still dripped from her. The clone confusedly asked what she meant. Ling Shi placed her hand on the staff, causing the patterns along it to flare with blue flames. She said, like ice elements, novices can only summon water pillars, masters condense water into ice needles. And you use ice without even basic bones, showing how primitive your understanding of elements is. She held the staff firmly with both hands, stabbing the ground, light flashing through cracks. But this you cannot learn. as it lies beyond details. From the cracks, ice extended toward the clone. Ling Shi shouted, the true power of an all-element mage lies in the combination of elements, then frowned at the scene. Countless formations appeared before her, in various patterns. A weak voice rang out, magic is not rote moves, but understanding elements. I believe if given time, you could replicate these spells. Immediately after, a blinding light erupted with the question, why should I give you time? Ling Shi's imitation was blasted apart by the light. Nearby Zhou Yi faced his own imposter, launching Divine Gale Assault. Her two swords clashed head-on. The collision caused a huge explosion, and from the smoke, two dazzling lights suddenly flashed. Zhou Yi was astonished, thinking he combined Holy Cross Light with professional skills with only 0.5 seconds interval. The force was also slightly offset by 0.1 degree from the previous move, showing his imitation precision was increasing. Facing the opponent, he realized their movements were no longer mechanical. More interestingly, during the duel, he felt they were probing for weaknesses. Thinking so, Zhou Yi charged with his sword, an opportunity for practice and rapid growth not to be missed. They fought continuously in the air, strength almost equal, neither yielding. But this imitation was slower by half a second. Why is that? When copying attribute skills, delays become noticeable. Is your database confused when merging with other information? Zhou Yi gritted his teeth in anger, coldly looking at the doppelganger. He retracted his sword, responding with difficulty. Zhou Yi said coldly, you dislike talking, yet you mimic my posture exactly as you speak. He looked at him coldly, asking, what exactly do you want from me? The Zhou Yi imposter froze, bewildered, saying, roughly. Then he grinned maliciously, wanting to see how far the copied body could reach. Facing Zhou Yi's power, the imposter confidently claimed he knew everything about him. He said, you cannot kill me. Zhou Yi sneered, replying, in my homeland an old saying goes. He raised his hand, golden threads wrapping around it, then coldly continued, boasting invites bites. And now a large hole appeared on the imposter's abdomen, his body starting to crack. He realized in shock, you knew all along. Zhou Yi calmly explained that from the start, the mirror always reflected him, and every delay happened after its reflection. Therefore, everything you learned came from observing me through this mirror. Even if you hid meticulously, constantly using attack skills to distract and obscure it, he still coldly reminded, do not forget you originate from me, so I understand everything about you. Ling Shi turned in astonishment to look beside her. Zhou Yi bent down, slowly stepping out of the smoke. Ling Shi hurried to him, happily saying, Ni, you finally came out. But immediately she anxiously urged him to rescue Churan. Zhou Yi worriedly asked what happened to Churan. At this moment, Churan faced the demon hidden within herself. She smiled coldly, saying, you are still trying to restrain it. She continuously provoked Churan, saying even her bloodline power dares not accept such fear, yet still called female heavenly pride. Churan gritted her teeth, sensing the chaotic demon consciousness in her body crashing violently, as countless hands seemed to try tearing her apart. Then another voice echoed in her mind, let me help you. Churan vowed never to lose control again, but the voice warned she could not dodge the next strike. Churan struggled to restrain her desire, reminding herself to stay alert to complete the mission with Zhou Yi. The mysterious voice echoed again, saying if Zhou Yi sees you defeated, he will be disappointed. It kept tempting Churan, asserting it was her true power. Churan shut her eyes and shouted, go away, my power is decided by me. The demon lunged with a sword, mocking, if you claim it is your choice, then use the hands unwilling to release this bloodline to defeat me. She swung a blade, but Churan managed to evade. The demon's blade sliced past and she avoided it. Even though the last strike missed, the demon did not stop, continuing to attack, smirking, do you see? The distance between us is obvious. She smiled, revealing the fears Churan had hidden. You are too cautious. Zhou Yi's gaze, the fear of losing control while I fear nothing. Another sword strike came. Churan leapt to evade. The demon mocked that no matter how skilled her swordsmanship or magic, if she dares not use her bloodline, her nature is no different from a mere professional imitator. It continued pushing her limits, reminding her in memory Zhou Yi once said kindness is not weakness. It posed a bitter question, but your kindness was suppressed by me. When you are crushed by me, will he remember a useless kind soul like you? Yang Ran muttered in panic, it was not me, I could not have done that. Mysterious voice rang out again. Look carefully, this is the consequence of forcing me into a corner, let me out now. But she is only a mindless copy. Did she think she could run wild just because she grasped a little demonic power? I can tear her apart, and I can protect you as well. Ling Shi said anxiously to Zhou Yi that after killing the copy, they would return to the starting point. Only then did they discover that the mirrors could observe each person fighting their copy. Zhao Ran was clearly stronger than them, so why was she still being suppressed by her copy for so long? Xia Lan explained that the longer time dragged on, the stronger the copy would become, and it might even develop its own consciousness. Right now, Zhou Ran was still in great danger. The more Ling Feng thought about it, the harder it was to understand. Although he could not hear the conversation between the two of them, judging from the situation, something was clearly wrong. Why did she keep enduring it instead of using her bloodline power? Zhou Yi pondered in silence. More than anyone, he understood that Zhou Ran was still competing against herself. She was being suppressed not because she was weak, but because her previous losses of control had made her afraid to use her bloodline power. The copy's only advantage was that it had no reservations at all and could freely release all its power without carrying any burden. Ling Feng flew into a rage, punched the mirror before him hard, and roared, "Let her out to fight. Why be polite to that fake thing?" Tyson also grew more and more anxious, hurriedly asking Brother Yai what they should do now, whether they could smash this mirror apart. Zhu Yi did not answer, only thinking to himself that the world inside the mirror could invade Zhou Ran's consciousness, and if they forcibly shattered the mirror, she would likely be hurt. He stepped forward and said ordinary methods definitely cannot save her. Now the only way is to forcibly break the formation. Zhu Yi reminded the others everyone move back, the farther the better. Immediately afterward he began to transform, then raised his hand and crushed the mirror before him. Ling Shi and the others witnessed that scene and were left so stunned that they could not speak. He thought he was forcibly destroying the energy knot of the second gate, using a method of wrecking the instance to rescue Zhou Ran. The demon pinned Zhou Ran down tightly and said with contempt, "Look at how miserable you are now." Zhou Ran coughed weakly, looking fearfully to the side. Before her eyes something seemed to be flashing. Then that beam of light suddenly shot straight toward them. In the very next instant, the demon immediately vanished. Zhou Ran narrowed her eyes and wearily propped herself up. Outside the mirror, Zhu Yi reached a hand toward her and smiled gently in reassurance. "Do not be afraid, I am here now." Hearing that, Zhou Ran bit her lip, her face filled with an unconcealable sense of grievance. Just then, the space around her suddenly changed. Something seemed to be cracking apart. Zhou Ran widened her eyes, looked at the scene before her in terror, then gripped her sword tightly and thrust with all her strength, shattering the wall that had imprisoned her. Yet the moment she broke free, Zhou Ran immediately charged at Zhu Yi with her sword. Zhu Yi looked at the scene before him in disbelief, silently calling Zhou Ran's name in his heart, because he did not want to hurt Zhou Ran. When faced with her attack, Zhou Yi could only raise his fist to block, but with that single collision, Zhou Ran was easily sent flying backward. The others saw that scene as well and stared wide-eyed, their mouths hanging open in utter disbelief. After the collision just now, Zhou Ran crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth behind her to crack completely. Zhou Yi thought solemnly, the holy light will burn her. What exactly happened? With her physique, she should not be afraid of the holy light, but Zhou Ran continued to charge forward with her sword to attack. Zhu Yi was forced to use holy light to resist her. Zhu Yi immediately withdrew the holy light because he realized that both thunder and holy light would harm Zhou Ran. Afterward, he raised his hand and released a stream of green smoke. The smoke quickly transformed into thin cords, binding Zhou Ran's hands tightly before continuing to coil around her legs. At this moment, Zhou Ran's body had been bound completely. Zhu Yi thought to himself that this was the only method he could think of, one that could restrict her movements without hurting her. Zhou Yi stepped closer and called, "Zhou Ran, look at me." Suddenly, the surrounding walls began to collapse again. That scene left Zhu Yi's group unable to help, falling into a daze. The broken wall fragments gradually gathered together, then formed the face of a stranger. Afterward, an enraged voice rang out, "Rule disruptor of the instance, initiating ultimate erasure sequence." That face belonged to the Silver Thread Spider, level 20, epic aptitude, with skills including Silver Thread Spit, illusory clone, and damaged thorn. Lava Flame Soldier, level 30, gold aptitude, possessing the skills Lava Collision, hardening, and war trample. Puppet Vine Marionette, level 34, gold aptitude, with the skills Bone Thorn Assault and Tight Vine Bind. Ghost Warrior, level 23, epic aptitude, with the skills Shattering Slash and Will Plunder. Adhesive Water Monster, level 33, gold aptitude, with the skills Acid, Spray, and Regeneration. Ling Shi leapt into the midst of the monsters, swinging her sword and cutting them in half with ease. Yet after being severed, the bodies of those monsters were gradually stitched back together. Ling Shi shouted, "They are still fusing. The silver threads are forcibly stitching their bodies back together." Xie Lan immediately took out a talisman and began casting a spell stabilizing fire command. "My division breaks illusion. Spirit burst talisman arise. Swift." Instantly the monsters were engulfed in flames and began to burn. Tai Xin charged straight forward with her axe. She raised her weapon and chopped fiercely at the opponent's head. Tai Xin threw her axe, forming a sweeping arrow that cleared away all the monsters in its path. Ling Feng curled his lips into a cold smile, then grabbed the monster before him with his bare hands. Zhu Yi thought to himself, these silver threads are definitely all being manipulated by something. He looked straight toward Zhou Ran and realized that the core logic of every instance was the selection of the strong. Just like the first gate, the loser in the selection would be controlled by silver threads, then transformed into a monster guarding the checkpoint. Even though I forcibly broke the energy knot of the second gate, in the mental trial Zhou Ran still has not completely escaped. There were many silver threads around Zhao Ran's body, and her unstable succubus bloodline had just happened to give the instance an opening to exploit. Because of that, her consciousness was controlled by the silver threads. The one manipulating everything from behind regarded him as the greatest threat, so it did not hesitate to release all the monsters to eliminate the final boss of the instance, namely himself. Zhou Yi summoned his power, determined to capture the one controlling everything from behind. An existence that relied on mental power to manipulate everything usually hid its true body extremely well, and would not easily reveal itself. But if he wanted Zhou Ran to break free completely, he had to force the final boss to appear. He looked at Zhou Ran and said, "Sorry, Zhou Ran, what I do next may make you temporarily unhappy." As soon as he finished speaking, a wall plunged straight into the ground. Immediately afterward, another wall appeared beside it. Those walls quickly joined together, forming a box that sealed Zhou Ran in the middle. Zhou Yi stood outside, coldly looking at the box. Afterward, he turned to Xiaolan and said, "Use the key-locking talisman to cover the energy around Zhou Ran." Xiaolan immediately shouted, "Coming." She took out 3 talismans in one motion, preparing to follow Zhou Yi's instructions. Heaven and earth have boundaries, key moves with measure, outside block the air of evil, inside seal the breath of chaotic mind. The 3 talismans separated in 3 directions, surrounding Zhao Ran in the center. This passes the boundary. By decree, movement is forbidden. Ling Xi shouted loudly while fighting the monsters. "Second brother, there are too many monsters. If this continues, we will not be able to hold on." Ling Feng also began to realize the situation was wrong. Their numbers are growing larger and larger. He continued, "This thing can even devour and evolve with its own kind." Zhou Yi calculated silently. "No matter how many we kill, they will not run out. If the instance releases all the monsters, as long as we hold out for less than half an hour, they will drain all our energy. During that time, I also have to split my attention to protect them." Thinking this, he closed his eyes tightly and condensed a surge of power before his chest. Now was no longer the time to hold back his strength. To resolve this situation, he had to use the most direct and strongest method. Zhou Yi warned everyone, "All of you retreat. Use your strongest protective layer to shield yourselves. No matter what you see, do not get distracted." Ling Feng, Ling Xi, Xiaolan, and Tai Sin answered loudly in unison, "Understood." Ling Feng continued, "This young master knows, just focus on doing your own thing." At this moment, Zhou Yi was enveloped by a massive force. From inside the box, Zhou Ran looked outside. The power around Zhou Yi spread wider and wider. Before that immense pressure, the monsters immediately froze, and they began to gradually disintegrate. The outer layer of the monsters' bodies vanished, revealing the threads hidden within. Tai Sin cried out in shock, "What in the world is that damn thing?" Monsters did not vanish at all, but were gradually merging into one body. Could the instance be trying to gather all the monsters into a single thing? Ling Xi said she could sense my magic. That source of energy was like a vortex still churning inside Tai Sin, its intensity twice as powerful as all the previous monsters combined. Zhou Yi let out a soft breath. From high above, countless dazzling rays of light suddenly appeared. It was the S-Rank level 1 divine summoning. A pair of enormous wings suddenly spread wide, almost covering the entire sky. A figure in silver armor, holding a bow aimed straight at the enemy. Behind Zhou Yi, many knights in silver armor appeared at the same time. Ling Feng pointed over there and asked with wide eyes in shock, "That brat Zhou Yi can actually summon helpers at that level." Tai Sin spoke up, "Could this be the Paladin ultimate skill?" Ling Xi thought to herself, "This energy is terrifying." Even the chaotic dungeon space froze for an instant. After being stalled by Zhou Yi's power, the giant monster roared again. Zhou Yi pressed his lips together, thinking to himself, summoning an angel for just an instant had taken 30% of his life force. On top of that, every second the angel existed consumed mental power. After this, he had to upgrade divine summoning to reduce the price he had to pay. He loudly ordered the paladins the target is to eliminate every monster. At once, a volley of arrows shot out, all converging on a single point, the giant monster. It hurriedly raised its hand to block. Before that overwhelming force, the monster was quickly knocked down. The light did not stop, continuing to surge straight ahead. Ling Xi sighed in amazement, "Too strong, this source of power has already exceeded the dungeon's limit." Xiaolan said worriedly, "But Zhou Yi cannot hold on much longer. A summon at this level will wear down his mental power terribly." After finishing off the monster, Zhou Yi breathed out in relief. He turned to look at Zhou Ran. "Those things can be left to the angel. My target is only one." Thinking of this, he immediately strode straight toward her. He released a surge of power and ordered coldly, "I will count to 3, get out immediately. If you are 1 second late, I will destroy this place." Zhou Ran pressed her lips together and looked at him coldly. Zhou Yi began counting 1, 2. At the final number, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared behind Zhou Ran. 3. Zhou Yi immediately confirmed it, the dungeon boss. He said coldly, "You finally decided to show yourself, it really is you." Seeing that the dungeon boss's body had been dyed black, Yu Yi instantly understood that it had been corrupted by a creature of darkness. Corrupted devouring Tai Sin imposter, level 50 legendary aptitude, skills unknown. Zhu Yai looked coldly at the dungeon boss. The fake Tai Sin observed him and judged interesting. It's over the years, quite a few people have barged in here, but among the strong, you are the youngest and your aura is even stronger than those old men. The fake Tai Sin used countless silver threads to manipulate Zhu Ran. Zhu Yai gritted his teeth and raised his hand to shield his eyes. The fake Tai Sin moved closer and reassured Zhu Yi, "Do not be so tense, I did not come to fight you." It looked behind him and continued, "On the contrary, I want to give you a choice." Hearing this, Zhu Yi's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the scene appearing before him. Many treasures appeared at the same time. The purification crystal contained pure cleansing energy and could erase all cursed states. Purified Tai Sin Knight suppressed the berserk factors of the bloodline and stabilized an abnormal constitution. Scarlet Pattern Dragon Crystal contained violent fire energy and could be directly fused into a weapon. It allowed attacks to gain 5% additional fire damage. The Black Iron Crystal Core was a high-density metal ore containing spatial fluctuations, used to forge a shield shift that reduced cooldown time by 15%. Sparrow Spirit Jade carried the Breath of Life, and when inlaid into a defensive item, it would regenerate life on its own, with doubled effectiveness for healing classes. Group Shield Wall, when used, summoned protective shields within a 10-meter radius, lasting 10 seconds. No weakness for 1 hour, allowing the user to see through the target. Ling Shay said excitedly, "If the dragon crystal is inlaid on my dragon pattern bracer, would one punch not blast those monsters into ash?" Jialan was also delighted to see what she needed: healing type, defense type. This really is a lavish move. Zhu Yi thought coldly, chooses Eternal Curse, this purification crystal. Before that item, he also wavered slightly. While Purified Tai Sin Knight had clearly been created for Zhu Ran, the fake Tai Sin put an arm around Zhu Yi's shoulder and said, "The smile moved, are you? Look how much she is suffering. Just one drop of Purified Tai Sin Knight is enough to let her sleep peacefully for a few nights and no longer fear her bloodline erupting." It continued tempting him. "These things are only the appetizer. The fact that you could come close to me proves that you have passed the dungeon's trial. This is the reward meant for you, take it and leave." Facing those temptations, Zhu Yi realized that it was trying to lure him. If he stopped here, he really could obtain generous benefits immediately. But he recalled the life and death battles beside his comrades, recalled the limited mission, and recalled uncovering the secret of the Dream Met Chamber of Commerce together with them. Zhu Yi said to the fake Tai Sin, "These things are indeed very tempting, but it seems you have misunderstood one thing." He swung his sword toward the enemy. "I did not come to Blackwind Valley to receive a reward." As he attacked, he continued, "Whether it is the system mission, the grudge of my comrades, or Chuza's curse, none of them can be solved by your charity." The fake Tai Sin cried out in shock, "You want to give up the reward already within reach?" Zhu Yi said firmly, "You know everything around me. You even know about Chuza's curse. It is very hard not to suspect that this is a trap aimed at me." His body began to transform and he murmured, "The purification crystal, Purified Tai Sin Knight, I want them both. As for you," he declared coldly, "you must die." Dragon God Body. As soon as the words fell, Zhu Yi charged forward with his sword, one slash cutting the fake Tai Sin's body in two. The ground below suddenly cracked apart violently. Fake Tai Sin spread both arms wide, then merged into the ground beneath. A giant monster appeared before Zhu Yi. Without another word, the fake Tai Sin immediately threw an extremely powerful punch. At that very instant, the layers of earth and stone began trembling violently, then shattered. In the blink of an eye, everything seemed to be swallowed by that chaos. Zhu Yi quickly escaped, avoiding falling into the abyss. But he saw that Zhu Ran was not as fortunate as he was. She fell without any defense at all. In panic, Zhu Ran shouted, "Brother Zhu Yi." Hearing that call, Zhu Yi also lost his composure. "Zhu Ran." Zhu Yi immediately rushed toward her, reaching out to grab her, but the instant he touched her, that figure dissolved into empty air. Right after that, he immediately understood. "You want to use an illusion to disturb me." Furious, Zhu Yi struck the fake Tai Sin directly. Having been discovered, it did not panic at all. Instead, it laughed mockingly. "Is this all the ability you have?" Hearing this, Zhu Yi only answered in a low voice, "You will know once you try." The fake Tai Sin began using a new move, its eyes flashing with white light like lightning. "I originally wanted to reward you and let you leave this place. Truly stubborn beyond salvation." Different faces surfaced in the fake Tai Sin's mind. It said during the process of erasing the sequence, "I have already learned it. Try facing them." Then it stretched its body, causing those images to shatter at once. But immediately after, the fake Tai Sin suddenly discovered something. "What?" Zhu Yi appeared with his friends standing behind him. "From the very beginning, I never said I would fight you one-on-one." As soon as the words fell, a blue dragon also manifested. The soldiers behind Zhu Yi immediately released arrows in a continuous barrage. Shuang Ya also charged forward fiercely, coordinating with the soldiers to launch an attack. All of them targeted the shadow monster together, beating until it was submerged in dense smoke and dust. In an instant, its figure gradually dissipated. No. Right after that, a thunderous explosion rang out, shattering the surrounding stone layer as well. The smoke and dust before his eyes suddenly surged up, covering everything. For some unknown reason, shards of glass appeared appeared, leaving Zhu Ye extremely surprised. These mirror fragments still have not vanished. Through a shard of glass, Zhu Ye saw the image of a man kneeling. That scene made him think of someone. This is. Zhu Ye tried to reach out and touch it, and unexpectedly, a surge of golden energy immediately enveloped him. Time began to reverse. 10 years ago in Blackwind Valley, a man was kneeling before something. Black tentacles covered the man, and a voice came from within them. Do you want to save your daughter? Though afraid, the man still forced himself to answer. The best priest in Tianlin said that without thousand-year black ice jade, the girl will not survive until spring. I heard the legend about you in the black market, so I specially invited you here to bestow a blessing. The monster seemed very pleased after hearing this, a blessing. That is a good way to put it. I can give you enough wealth to buy medicinal ingredients throughout the whole city, but you must help me do 3 things. Hearing this, the man was so frightened that he clenched his trembling hand. He forced himself to keep asking, what exactly happened? From above, countless gems suddenly fell, accompanied by the monster's demand. Use this wealth to lure as many people as possible to Blackwind Valley. The vitality of the weak will nourish me, while the souls of the strong can become gatekeepers. After hearing this, the man's eyes filled with disbelief. You want to kill them. Hearing this, the monster burst into laughter and brought its sharp teeth close before his face. Do not be nervous. Did they not come here of their own will? After all, how many people can resist the temptation of changing their fate overnight? With no other choice, after returning, he told his friend that profound crystal stone had been dug up in Blackwind Valley, and one piece could be exchanged for 1,000 Zongxia currency. His friend asked suspiciously, is that not a place where people enter but never leave? Last year, old Wang 5 brought an entire team there, and in the end, not even their bones remained. The man immediately tried to persuade them. That was because they took the wrong path. I have found the mineral vein and currently lack manpower. Work with me, and the ore we dig out will be divided, so you receive 30% the profits. Just like that, more and more people were led to their deaths by the monster through his enticement, frightening him so badly that he kept vomiting. Tears kept falling from his eyes in regret, and he murmured that this was creating karma. But the monster saw nothing wrong with it, and even said that the ones creating karma were their own greed. Do you think they came to Blackwind Valley because they wanted to help you? They merely wanted to step on other people's bones to get rich. It did not stop there, as he continued going out to rope in others. Elder Feng, the price can be negotiated, as long as you help me spread the word a little. Before long, his household began falling into chaos. Boss, the North City Guild says that if we do not hand over 80% of the profits, they will not let us continue. We have no backing, and if we rely only on these thugs, one day they will kill us all. After hearing this, the man was furious to the extreme. That very matter made him even more ruthless, ignoring the pleas of others. Boss Liu, this lowly one was blind, please spare me. From now on, the North City Guild will obey you in everything. I was wrong, Boss Liu. From now on, I will do whatever you order. He listened to those terrified cries for mercy, begging him to spare their lives. But there was no longer the slightest regret in his heart. When he stood before the monster, the fear he once had also vanished, leaving only reverence as he called out, my lord. Yu Xuan stated his intention clearly. I want to establish a chamber of commerce, using mining and selling ore as the public face of the business. In the dark, we will conveniently select those who meet the standard and send them into the valley. Naturally, the monster did not refuse. Fine, then what name will you choose? The name he chose was Mermaid. After hearing it, the monster was somewhat puzzled. Why call it that? Liu Xuan answered without thinking too much. I once went out to sea and encountered sea demons. They had appearances as beautiful as immortals, and their singing could also bewitch the heart, but they lured people into jumping into the sea and made ships crash into reefs. That time, I was the only one who survived by clinging to a plank. After hearing his story, the monster immediately spat something like a human bone from its mouth. That name does indeed carry a little luck. Before long, Liu Xuan's business progressed very well. Boss, this is the list of minerals mined this month. The cold marrow crystals are enough as tribute for the Lord, and there are also 17 more nutrient corpses in the valley. Liu Xuan took the list with satisfaction and replied understood. He carefully looked through it once and commented the quality of that of nutrients is rather poor. Next time, tell Madam Hong to choose more carefully. Do not submit every scrap of trash. The assistant respectfully answered yes. Liu Xuan added additionally, raise this year's price by another 2%. All of this was what Zhu Yai had sensed during the previous stretch of time. It made him feel somewhat unfamiliar, as he had not expected these fragments to record the entire chain of cause and effect over the past 10 years so clearly. The shards of glass continued falling, their number increasing more and more. Afterward, they gradually gathered into a vortex in Zhou Yi's hand. Before long, a purple stone appeared in his hand. The blue dragon from before also appeared and said this was the dungeon core. Owning it is no different from holding the entire dungeon in your hand. Even many mid-sized guilds may not necessarily possess such a thing. Now that you have one, the benefits are enormous. Obtained Mirror Prison Core, unlocked 30% control authority over the dungeon, able to mobilize the basic rules of the space. Shuangya also told him additional important information. From now on, you no longer need to worry about resources. The dungeon is a gold mine and also a money-making machine. Kid, your luck really is not bad. Now try using your spiritual power to sense the connection between you and the dungeon. After Zhou Yi heard this, he immediately concentrated, allowing the energy to be slowly absorbed by him. Rings of energy appeared around him and enveloped him, creating an incomparably stunning scene. On Ling Xi's side, she was carefully supporting Zhou Ran and was also affected by that energy. The ring of power grew larger and larger, and the range it spread through also became wider and wider. The more Zhou Yi concentrated, the more he sensed. He said, "I feel as if I can see every tree and blade of grass in the dungeon without using my eyes. It seems I can manipulate everything in this place." While the power erupted, a small figure suddenly appeared nearby. Zhou Yi's eyes closed tighter and tighter, as if he were sinking deep into his own thoughts. But what he saw next was Zhou Yun standing right in front of him. He asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Zhou Yun turned toward him and said softly, "I was worried about you. I found the raid route online, so I ran here." Zhou Yi was both angry and helpless, at a loss for words. "You really are." Seeing this, Zhou Yun hurriedly apologized. Shuangya also cut in to join the fun. "This little girl's courage is truly great, and her luck is not bad either. Now that you have taken control of the dungeon, even if you let her stay here, nothing will happen." Zhou Yi could only instruct her, "Behave yourself or he will send you back immediately." As soon as the words fell, a notification immediately appeared. Time-limited mission. Uncover the secret of the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce with your teammates. Mission reward. Each participating member receives 1 S-grade skill book +1. Current status completed. The system begins issuing rewards. Zhou Yi's friends were also extremely surprised to see Yun. "Why are you here?" Even Ling Feng reminded her with a stern face, "This place is very dangerous. Why did you follow us? This is not a place to play." As soon as that man finished speaking, Zhou Yi tossed the notification over while also entrusting his younger sister to him. "Ling Feng, protect my younger sister well." Ling Feng quickly caught it and answered generously at once, "Does that even need to be said? And what is this?" Without waiting for Zhou Yi to answer, all the information appeared. Bloodbath Wrath Grade 1S condenses the blood energy on enemies into blood condensation beads. The blood condensation beads combine into a soul blood sphere, which can be thrown at enemies to cause a violent eruption of blood energy. Ling Feng was so shocked when he saw this that he nearly shouted, "An S-grade skill book." Xia Lan, standing in the distance, was also stunned upon hearing this. "What?" Zhou Yi quickly handed her another volume, "That is everyone's share." Xia Lan looked at the book in her hands, almost unable to believe her eyes. "Is this really S-grade?" Ling Xi also could not hide her shock. "Why give us something this precious?" This was also what Xia Lan wanted to ask Brother Yi. "Do you know how much it is worth?" One book on the black market costs 7 million Zhangxia currency, and people still have to fight over it to buy one. Zhou Yi treated it as something ordinary. Hidden rewards from clearing a dungeon are divided according to class. Ling Feng immediately asked blankly, "You are just giving it to us like this? Even our Shen family owns only a few of these." Xia Lan felt this reward was far too great and far too precious for her. "We only followed you in here and did a few minor tasks. How can we accept something this good?" Clearly, this thing was extremely powerful. 3 Absolutes Formation Grade 1S summons the 3 Absolutes Formation, causing all enemies inside the formation to fall into a cursed state and reducing their life value by half. Zhou Yi still patiently persuaded her to accept it. The dungeon was cleared by everyone together. The credit cannot be counted as mine alone. Ling Xi still felt she was not worthy of accepting something so precious. Even with class restrictions, selling it could bring in a great deal of money. What she was holding was Elemental Forbidden Domain Grade 1S, able to create a space that isolates elements, summon elemental crystals to collide and trigger a second explosion, dealing massive damage to enemies. Hearing this, Zhou Yi gently stepped forward, rubbed her head, and said with a smile, "Is money more important than life? Besides, the path ahead will certainly become even harder. I cannot let everyone risk danger with me empty-handed." Ling Feng alone happily accepted this gift at once. "Interesting, next time, no matter who you deal with, I will charge ahead by myself first." After hearing this, Zhou Yi only coughed dryly, not knowing how to answer. Tai Xin hugged the book in her arms, unable to hide her joy. "This is my first grade skill book. From now on, when we fight dungeons, I will charge ahead first." Xia Lan also said excitedly, "I will practice the 3 Absolutes formation until I master it. I absolutely will not drag everyone down." Ling Xi naturally felt the same. "Me too." Ling Feng could not resist showing off to Tai Xin. "Look, absorbing the enemy's blood energy and then using that very blood energy to create an explosion. How cool is that?" Tai Xin immediately retorted, "Mine can directly wipe out low-level enemies, but you still need to accumulate blood. Too weak." What she was holding was Wild Wave Earthquake Grade 1S, striking the ground to create tremors. Enemies within the sustained range will suffer heavy damage, and low-level enemies can be taken down instantly. Hearing them argue back and forth, Zhou Yi could not help but speak up to stop them. "Alright, then is settled. First train your abilities until they are solid, then we will go together to meet the big figure hiding deep inside." Ling Feng immediately boasted, "Watch me learn it in 10 minutes. Hearing this, Tai Xin retorted, "Are you bragging? I can get started in 5 5 minutes. Xiaolan beside them also said, "We should go prepare too. Do not let them overtake us." Right then, a hand suddenly tugged at Zhou Yi's clothes. Zhao Ran looked at him, gave a bright smile, and softly praised him. "It seems you can always pull everyone onto the same side." Hearing her praise, Zhou Yi gave a wry smile. "Perhaps because we are teammates." He had almost forgotten this. What he took out was clear heart liquid, which could suppress bloodline power and stabilize an abnormal constitution. This was the item he wanted to give Zhou Ran. "Your bloodline problem cannot be completely resolved for now. Keep this with you in case you need it." He did not stop there. He also looked straight into Zhou Ran's eyes and said in a firm voice, "Zhou Ran, he will do everything he can to keep you from falling into hardship again." Hearing those words, Zhou Ran was so moved that tears kept falling without stopping. Seeing this, Zhou Yi immediately panicked, not understanding what had happened. "Why are you crying again? Did he say something wrong?" Zhou Ran leaned against his chest with reddened eyes and answered gently, "No, I believe you, brother Zhou Yi." At the same time, on the rooftop of the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce headquarters, many researchers were gathered there. The giant stone at the very center was radiating an extremely strange energy. The energy suddenly attacked the researchers. However, they seemed unaware of their dangerous situation and continued moving closer to it. One of them looked toward a man, asked worriedly, "Boss, please look." That man remained calm as he replied, "The dungeon core of the crystal stone has been connected to Black Wind Valley for 10 years, and there has never been such chaos before." This person was Liu Xuan, the one Zhou Yi had once met. With that lord personally stationed there, Black Wind Valley is no different from walls of copper and iron. Those who barged in were originally just nutrients delivering themselves to the door. But now the energy's in chaos. Could an unexpected change have occurred inside? Suddenly his eyes widened as if he had witnessed something terrifying. A researcher was blasted into the wall by that energy, suffering unbearable pain. The people beside him were also knocked down one after another, and the scene immediately became chaotic. One among them could not help blurting out, "This is bad." Liu Xuan also felt that something major was about to happen, and immediately ordered his subordinate, "Send word to Madame Hong, tell her to go to Black Wind Valley at once and investigate clearly. Find out exactly what is causing this disturbance." The subordinate did not dare say much and hurriedly replied, "Yes, boss." At this moment, Madame Hong was still in a state of disheveled clothes and messy hair. She painfully clutched her wound, gritted her teeth, and cursed, "Damn it, that holy night. If I had not always been cautious before, and spent a great deal of money buying a resurrection item early on, I would definitely have lost my life this time. Unfortunately, the resurrection item could only recreate the body and could not restore me to my peak state. Right now, let alone manipulating the puppet formation, I cannot even mobilize more than 10 corpses. My strength has fallen too much. For the next half year, I can only stay in this stronghold to recover. No one should even think of dragging me out of here." Who would have thought that just as she reached this thought, a notification immediately came through. "The boss orders you to investigate the abnormal energy at Black Wind Valley at once and report the results quickly." These words struck Madame Hong like a bolt from the blue. "Go to Black Wind Valley right now." This matter had probably exceeded her ability. Abnormal energy had appeared in Howling Wind Valley. Could Zhou Yi be causing trouble again? In her current state, if she encountered him, she would only die. But letting the Merchant Association know she was gravely injured would be no different from inviting wolves in. Those eyeing her position would certainly seize the chance to tear apart the forces she had worked so hard to build. After all the effort it had taken to climb to where she was today, she absolutely could not let everything vanish into smoke. However, she also could not disobey Liu Xuan's order. Carrying her suppressed anger, she could only force herself up and do as he said, inwardly lamenting that her body was like drifting duckweed, her life not under her own control. Prepare the carriage. As for Zhou Yi, he was still focused on absorbing the energy source. Strange details kept flashing through his mind. The iron prison had always guarded the dark creatures, and their secrets were surely hidden within these fragments. As long as he found them, he would understand the enemy's fate. But among them, there was something especially unusual that caught his attention. Driven by curiosity, Zhou Yi slowly reached out and touched it. The instant he made contact, he seemed to fall straight into a demonic realm, seized by countless eerie hands. Zhou Yi's image also began to appear in the glass shards. The scene gradually turned hazy, and everything revolved around Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi shut his eyes tightly, sweat pouring out as a layer of mist covered his body. A dazzling gem hovered before his abdomen, while the dragon shadow beside him stared intently at it. Zhou Yi opened his eyes, pressing his lips together in worry. The information was too chaotic, and something seemed to be blocking him. His eyes were as cold and sharp as blades, glowing jade green. He focused his will as though searching for a signal amid a storm, trying to listen and observe with absolute care. Zhou Yi sensed that the layer of static was far too dense. In the memory fragment appeared a man lying on his back, wrapped tightly by tentacles, some even burrowing into his mouth. An offering, A large fragment before him then showed a black gate like an abyss, drawing massive stones up from the ground. Passage. On another fragment was the sight of countless monsters of all shapes baring their fangs and roaring. Territory open. Succession of fragments kept rushing toward him without end. They shot over with a blinding radiance, forcing Zhu Yi to raise his hand to shield his face. He jolted hard, opening his eyes wide and panting as if he had just witnessed something horrific. Cold sweat kept rolling down his face, his hand gripping the stone, his gaze filled with contemplation. Seeing his state, Xuangya, beside him, immediately asked what he had seen to make his expression look so terrible. Zhu Yi slowly spoke, his eyes still somewhat dazed. Passage, I understand now. No wonder the demonic energy in the cold marrow crystal felt so strangely familiar to me. Xuangya didn't understand yet, asked what that meant. He explained calmly, several months ago, I fought demons that had slipped into a spatial rift in the Qiangfang Mountains. The aura here is exactly the same as theirs. Xuangya gradually understood and asked, you mean demons appeared inside this mirror core? In the image, a massive mouth filled with roots, sharp teeth, and tentacles was spreading a sinister smile, coveting Blue Star. Yes, and the situation is even worse than imagined. Through the memories of the mirror prison core, I discovered that the dark creature is an incomplete gate to another world, transfers resources from another world to Blue Star, making the Merchant Association willingly offer up living people. On the surface, they call it providing life force, but in truth, they are sacrifices used to open the real passage. Once it absorbs enough life energy, the completed gate that allows large numbers of demons to flood through will open. Xuangya lowered its head slightly, as if recalling what had happened 100 years ago. It turned to ask Zhu Yi whether he was afraid. Zhu Yi still looked at the gem in his hand and replied that it was not fear but caution, because impatience could solve nothing. Tai Xin and the others had just gone through a fierce battle. They were not yet used to their new power, and their condition was not at its best. His face was full of resolve, his hand clenched tight. Charging in recklessly is not bravery, but stupidity. The enemy is not unbeatable, but both and they need time to become stronger than we are now. Xuangya agreed with his thinking, but still had doubts. Caution is the first step for a hunter to survive, so how do you plan to help them adapt? Sitting still cannot train real skill. Zhu Yi lifted the gem to eye level, his gaze dangerous and his smile meaningful. Of course not by sitting still. Do you not think this entire mirror prison is the most perfect training ground? Following his words, images appeared one after another. He could initially manipulate this place, even create a few simulated opponents, allowing everyone to freely familiarize themselves with the power and techniques of S-rank skills under absolutely safe conditions. He also thought of opening some pressure permissions to test their limits. After hearing that plan, Xuangya laughed and said it was truly interesting. Zhu Yi walked closer to his teammates and said loudly, everyone, the plan has changed for now. We will not proceed deeper inside. Ling Feng turned back in confusion and asked why. Zhu Yi stated the reason clearly. The thing inside is very powerful, far beyond any enemy we have ever faced. He did not want anyone to be injured, or worse, because they were insufficiently prepared. Before the final battle, you need to undergo special training. Tai Xin put both hands behind her head and asked in bewilderment how they were supposed to train in this damned place. In contrast, the moment Ling Feng heard special training, he immediately grew excited, his eyes shining as he clenched his fists and asked how they would train. In the imagined scene, Zhu Yi expressionlessly controlled puppets to attack. He said he would manipulate the instance's energy and create simulated opponents equal in strength to everyone. The opponents could even be one level stronger. There was only one purpose: to use simulated battles as close to reality as possible to force you to bring out all your potential and quickly master the power you just received. The more Ling Feng listened, the more excited he became, jumping up and laughing loudly as he said simulated combat was perfect. This old man would go first. Ling Shi anxiously raised a hand to stop him, reminding him that Ling Feng's injuries had only just healed. Seemingly full of anticipation for the training, Ling Feng waved his hand to prove he had recovered, saying that such minor wounds had long been nothing. Zhu Yi reminded him seriously, Ling Feng, this is not a game. The pain and pressure in simulated combat are both real. I will adjust the difficulty based on your performance, and you may have to die many times. Ling Feng showed no fear or retreat, instead growing even more resolute, his eyes filled with anticipation as though saying, bring it on. Seeing that his teammates were not shaken at all, and were even looking forward to his plan, Zhu Yi exhaled softly and smiled in satisfaction. He activated his power, the gem rose into the air, and golden streams of light swirled together before everyone's eyes. Light covered Ling Feng's entire body, while he still stood motionless and accepted it without panic or any change in expression. The smoke gradually turned purple before dissipating, revealing Ling Feng in a cave-like space. From behind, someone wrapped in bandages from head to toe, sword in hand, rushed over with agile movement. With sharp reflexes, Ling Feng immediately noticed and whipped around. The notification panel appeared: simulated body, Shadow Hunter, level 35, gold aptitude, skills Shadow Step, sever, fatal mimic strike. His hair changed color like flame, his ears grew long and pointed like an elf's, and a pair of large emerged from his head. In his half-beast form, Ling Feng condensed a fireball in his hand, then hurled a blazing punch at the figure that had just appeared. The moment the fiery punch reached it, the enemy scattered like sand, lightly avoiding the attack. Seeing this, a stunned look flickered through Ling Feng's eyes. He struck repeatedly from many directions, but the enemy dodged too quickly, making him spin like a top. Realizing the opponent's ability, Ling Feng angrily punched at the shadowy image and gritted his teeth, saying the shadow type was truly hateful. Suddenly, a blade swept past his neck, leaving behind a bleeding wound. Ling Feng was shocked by that overwhelming speed, never expecting the other side to be so fast. Ling Feng threw another heavy punch, but the bandaged man still dodged it quickly. Outside, Zhu Yi was still channeling power to maintain the formation. He carefully observed the reflected image of Ling Feng's battle, realizing that he also sensed the details of the fight, allowing him to adjust the simulated body and environment. Ling Feng was not used to the shadow type yet, so first he had to reduce environmental interference, then increase the difficulty after he adapted. During the battle, when the enemy closed in, Ling Feng breathed fire like a dragon, wanting to burn the opponent to ashes. Swept through by the dragon flames, the bandaged man immediately vanished like ash. It was not over yet. Ling Feng glanced behind him and said with contempt, "You even have to bring in teammates before you are willing to continue." Outside, as more and more power flowed into the gem, Yi looked at everyone and asked whether they were ready. Xia Lan, Ling Xi, and Tai Sin were enveloped by light one after another, each of them showing resolve. Everyone was transported away, leaving only Chu Yun holding the wolf cub behind. Chu Yun turned her head blankly and looked around. She and the little wolf both looked at Zhu Yi with eyes full of expectation. Understanding her meaning at once, he said bluntly, "Do not even dream of it." Rejected without the slightest mercy, Chu Yun immediately drooped her face in disappointment. Since she was not transported away, Chu Yun could only sit to the side and build a snowman. Shuang Ye looked at Zhu Yi, who was observing everything, and asked, "How does it feel to manipulate the mirror core?" From the gem in his hand, the images of everyone's battles appeared clearly before his eyes. Zhu Yi sighed in admiration that it was very wondrous, like grasping a key that was both heavy and extremely fitting. He looked at the object in his hand and spoke his feelings. Although the connection is still very weak, it is indeed growing deeper. Each time I construct and maintain a space, my link with this place becomes clearer, and the power I can mobilize also increases a little. Shuang Ye was pleased but still stubborn, saying that he could be considered to have some talent. "Remember, this thing is like a newly grown arm of yours. Only by using it and training it more can you control it with ease. Once you fully grasp it, every blade of grass and every tree in this mirror present instance will operate according to your will." While the two of them were talking, Chu Yun beside them was playing at bowing to the snowman she had just built. Chu Yun raised her head, the innocence in her eyes gone, replaced by killing intent as she chopped off the snowman's head. Beside her, the conversation continued, saying that this was the true power of the instance master. Facing the majestic blue dragon, Zhu Yi confidently stated that he would do it. Meanwhile, Chu Yun innocently ran toward the snowman's head that had rolled away. She bent down and hugged the large lump of snow that was nearly as big as herself, right beside an ice wall. Inside that ice wall, the silhouettes of a group of people gradually approaching appeared. Chu Yun's eyes widened in panic, cold sweat pouring down her face. She fell backward in fear while the wolf cub beside her growled in warning. Chu Yun shouted for her brother. Zhu Ye appeared before her as fast as lightning, without any unnecessary movement, immediately slashing apart the ice wall ahead. After shattering the thing before him, he raised his head and asked what had happened. Chu Yun stood up, clinging tightly to his arm, unable to hide her fear as she pointed ahead. She said it was her she had come. That wicked woman in red was inside the mirror. The two of them looked toward the ice block before them together, while Chu Yun insisted that she was truly inside the mirror. The scene shifted to the entrance of Black Wind Valley, where a woman draped in a red silk sash embroidered with patterns stood with exhaustion clear in her eyes. Behind her were several burly figures wrapped tightly in red cloth, and she ordered coldly, "The 6 of you go scout the path first. Remember to hide your bodies and do not let yourselves be discovered." The road ahead was blurred by falling snow, and a single glance was enough to sense danger, as if something terrifying were hidden behind that white curtain. Perhaps sensing an unusual aura, Madame Hong suddenly raised a hand to stop them. "Wait, 2 of you enter the valley head-on. 2 of you circle around the rear and sneak in along the water trail behind it." She lowered her tired eyes, then continued, "The remaining 2 protect me." Zhu Yi silently observed everything and thought. His mental power had already connected with the deepest layer of the mirror prison core, and his range of perception nearly covered all of Black Wind Valley. This place was no different from being filled with cameras. No matter how many schemes she had, she could not escape his grasp. His gaze turned sharp and cold, reflecting the figures of the intruders. She actually still was not dead, but her breathing was extremely chaotic. Perhaps she had used a secret technique to revive, only she had not fully recovered. Turned and rubbed his sister's head to reassure her. Her condition is unbelievably poor, no different from walking straight into a trap. Zhao Yun, do not be afraid. I will show you a game. Zhao Yun felt more at ease after hearing this and asked, what game, brother? Zhu Yi thought for a moment and replied, cat and mouse. On Madame Hong's side, she was hiding and observing, while realizing in her heart that something was wrong. This place was too quiet. With her intuition, she vaguely sensed that there seemed to be eyes watching from everywhere. That feeling was as if the entire valley were monitoring her, so she had to find the source of the abnormality in order to report it to the boss. She ordered the two red bandaged men to move forward. You go first. Remember to hide your traces. The two quickly rushed along the ice wall, while Madame Hong ran below, secretly shocked the first gate had actually been completely destroyed. Looking at the sheet of ice split in two before her, she guessed it looked as though someone had cut it apart with a single sword strike, and familiar energy fluctuations still lingered above it. From the mass of tentacles, a faint golden light emerged. They struggled weakly, as if begging to be freed. Before that scene, she braked so hard against the ground that smoke rose. Tentacles grew from the earth, covered in golden light. Sister Hong grit her teeth. Holy light. It really is that man causing trouble. She looked at the bracelet on her wrist, secretly weighing whether she should report to the boss and have him handle it. But doing so would expose her weakened state, and she might not even be able to complete the mission. It would be better to contact the hidden monitoring point in the valley first, and even better if she could locate Ji Yi. Contrary to her expectations, the bracelet on her wrist kept flashing red in warning. Connection failed, connection failed. She muttered in disbelief. Even the Chamber of Commerce's highest level secret message has been blocked. Is it spatial interference? Impossible. Madame Hong closed her eyes, and red threads appeared in both hands like those of a puppeteer. The puppet strings relied on soul energy to connect, so they were not affected by the strange energy veil, though ever since entering the valley, some pressure had slowed the connection greatly. The red threads quickly spread everywhere. Two red bandaged men appeared faintly within her perception, not clear but still perceptible. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed, causing the two red bandaged men to turn their heads at the same time. At the same time, on her side, she suddenly coughed blood and cried out in doubt. The connection vanished. The two red bandaged men were still rushing swiftly across the mountains and cliffs. Suddenly, two powerful forces struck, causing them to separate, like threads that had lost their adhesive. Her expression darkened, and fear rose in her heart, the other two as well. Could Zhou Yi really have a spatial skill, or was there more than one intruder in this place? Madame Hong gritted her teeth in anger, her hand clenching into a fist. In the blink of an eye, 4 combat puppets had been dealt with, without even time to react. In her current state, she had absolutely no certainty of victory against him. In the air, a girl with 2 braids looked down and asked in surprise, "Why is your face so pale, Sister Hong?" Madame Hong immediately turned to question her, "What are you doing here?" The other quickly answered as she landed on the ground, "I was passing through to collect the sex tribute." Ying Ji looked pitiful and said, "Before you were so ill you could not leave bed, and I helped collect all those sex tributes for you. This mission should probably be left for me to finish for you too, Madame Hong." Madame Hong asked furiously, "Were my puppets killed by you?" Ying Ji was displeased, raised a hand to gently stroke her braid and said, "What is Madame Hong talking about? I really do not understand. Looks like you have run into serious trouble. Hurry back and heal. Perhaps there is more than one intruder. Do not die here again." Madame Hong's face grew paler, and she said coldly, "Your tongue is still as sharp as ever." Ying Ji gave a mischievous smile, "Perhaps because I followed you for too long and got used to hearing it." Madame Hong led several puppets and ran in the opposite direction, saying, "Fine, then you go ahead and keep scouting." But at that very moment, a large sheet of ice fell straight down in front of her, making her stop short. She immediately retreated quickly, her expression unable to hide her panic. Ying Ji raised her head to look at the sky, her eyes both shocked and full of doubt. From high above, dozens of figures that looked exactly like her fell down. Ying Ji was shocked, so many copies. When the copies attacked at the same time, she quickly dodged and shouted, "Why are there only puppets everywhere now? Hey, Madame Hong, explain this to me." On the other side, Madame Hong stood blankly, staring at her own reflection in the ice shard, looking strangely pale and weak. Inside the ice shard, cries echoed. Her face went blank as she heard each word. "Madame Hong, ah Hong, I beg you to spare me. We were the closest friends, why did you push me? Madame Hong, for the sake of status, you even laid a hand on your own people." On this side, Ying Ji still had to fend off the replicas that grew stronger the more they fought and kept roaring without end. Unlike the puppet that had died earlier, just what kind of powerhouse had Madame Hong used to refine them? She kept unleashing moves, trying to stop the relentless attacks from the puppets. Yet after only a short while, they quickly copied that skill and immediately counterattacked her. Provoked to the limit, terrifying waves of power gradually erupted around her. She stared at the puppets and said through gritted teeth that if she were defeated by these fakes, how could she still have the face to stand in the guild? Immediately Immediately afterward, she swung both hands fiercely, sending out a massive surge of power. She grabbed the nearest puppet by the neck and shouted that she herself had endured no less suffering than the first Madame Hong. In the blink of an eye, the remaining puppets were also knocked down by her one after another. On the other side, Madame Hong saw the illusions of those she had once harmed. Their gloomy voices rang out, "Ah Hong, do not let gold and silver blind you. Have you forgotten the old cornbread from the slums? Please spare me, I will not say a word. I can leave this place at once and never return to Tianlin province. Your subordinates captured my fiancée and even threatened that if I did not obey, they would humiliate her in the street. Please show mercy, I will tell you everything. Do not be foolish, my 10-year-old son is still waiting for me in the manor. If you kill me, he will become an orphan. Please, for the child's sake, let me keep this life. Even if I must live in shame, as long as I can watch him grow up, that is enough. Even if you leave my corpse intact, could you let me kowtow before my mother before I die? So the wealth and honor Lord Liu gave you matter more than our 20 years of affection." In the end, the image of a woman with a gentle smile appeared. She opened her arms toward that woman and said softly, "Little one, you are hungry, aren't you? Wipe the blood from your face and come with me. From now on your name will be Hong." Madame Hong's tears were about to spill, and her choked voice called out, "Foster mother." But in the next instant, the woman's expression suddenly changed, her eyes filled with hatred as she lunged straight at Madame Hong. "When you were little, I only thought you were stubborn. I always saved good food and fine clothes for you. Yet I never imagined an ingrate like you would even harm me. Everything I taught you was ultimately used against me." Madame Hong immediately raised a hand to block the strike and shouted, "Get out." Right after that, she sent out strips of red cloth that wrapped tightly around a gigantic skull to control it. Madame Hong panicked, screaming back at the words that had just sounded. "Now I live in a house paved with golden tiles, with people kneeling to offer me bird's nest soup. The Ahong who once received a share of cornbread froze to death in the slums long ago. I spent so much effort to take control of business in Tianlin province. How could I leave hidden dangers outside? If someone dies and still gets an intact corpse so servants can fulfill their filial duty, would my reputation built over all these years in Tianlin not become a joke? Rather than believe your hurried sincerity, I might as well let you watch her pay the price for that stubbornness with your own eyes. Only then will you remember that when you oppose me, the people beside you will be dragged down too. A prostitute, you are worthy of saying those words? My place is not a charity hall. There is no bargaining with me. You must die. If he becomes an orphan, that is because a mother like you harmed him with your own hands. What does it have to do with me? Lord Liu gave me wealth and honor, but that was not a handout. I traded for it with my mind and methods, far more practical than the hollow 20 years of affection in your mouth. If you call me ungrateful, that too came from how you raised me. If you had truly valued me, back then you would have thought of ways to climb higher with me, instead of clinging to that pitiful peaceful life and telling me not to dream. It was clearly you who could not keep up with my steps, yet you still wanted to drag me back into the mud. As soon as she finished speaking, she controlled the skull to fire out a violent surge of power. That surge of power scattered the figures in the illusion and tore apart the nightmares that had always haunted her. Then it pierced through the mirror and rushed outside. Yet at that same moment, the mirror also reflected that light, causing it to rebound back. Yingji suddenly appeared behind her and said coldly that she had almost been killed by those replicas. Now it was also time for you to give me an explanation. Madame Hong immediately used the red cloth to bind her tightly, while the energy that had just been shot out was also turning back. Light flashed, and she fell into another illusion. This place was desolate and ruined, leaving her shocked as she wondered why her own memory had appeared here. Behind Madame Hong, a monster opened its enormous mouth as if it wanted to swallow her whole. She turned back in fury and cursed through clenched teeth that it still refused to stop. But when she looked again, the monster behind her had vanished, leaving only a mirror standing there in silence. A mirror maze combined with illusion arts. In the end, it is only a trick meant to trap me. From her arm, red threads gradually poured out. Her gaze turned cold as she said that making me admit defeat will not be that easy. Gradually, the puppets created by Madame Hong appeared one after another. The guard manifested as a level 35 guard puppet, and she immediately ordered it to smash these mirrors for me first. The instant the puppet slashed forward, the mirror reflected its own image. From the puppet's shadow, a black avatar was instantly created and stepped out. The puppet seemed to sense that something was wrong and glanced behind it. Immediately afterward, the two sides charged into a fierce battle. The sounds of collisions and blows rang out one after another, enough to make any outsider's scalp tingle just by hearing them. On the other side, Madame Hong stared in alarm as her puppets suddenly turned one another and began slaughtering each other. Stop right now. What is wrong with you all? You are my puppets. You must obey my orders. Stop immediately. Seeing the armor on their bodies gradually shatter, she screamed even louder for them to stop. "I told you to stop." But no matter how she shouted, the puppets still charged madly at one another. In the end, they finally stopped, but every one of them was covered in wounds. Madame Hong trembled as she asked, "Just what do you want to do?" All of a sudden, a puppet turned to look at Madame Hong and revealed a sinister smile. Immediately afterward, they all vanished. Her mind tightened, and she looked around in fear. This was not illusion art, but domination. "He can even control my own puppets. What kind of power is this?" Madame Hong broke out in a cold sweat, constantly thinking that Zhou Yi's ability to control Blackwind Valley had far exceeded her understanding, while now she was utterly alone. Of the 36 stratagems, her only choice now was to run. She had to escape at once and report the situation to the boss. Madame Hong raced back along the original path, telling herself that he would definitely have a way. Right beneath her feet, the ground suddenly cracked into countless streaks of water. Startled, she lowered her head to look and discovered that the road from moments ago had completely disappeared. It had turned into a slippery ice bridge, causing Madame Hong to lose her balance and plunge straight downward. The control threads also snapped. After a long while, she finally came to a stop, only to slam hard into a solid wall. Madame Hong helplessly looked upward and realized the puppet control wires had been disrupted. "He is still toying with me. Now I am no different from a worm fallen into a spider web. A toy in your hands, free for you to do whatever you want. Zhou Yi, if you have the ability, come out and kill me. Do not hide like a rat." Outside, he was using his control over the illusion to see Madame Hong's wretched state. Zhou Yi sent his voice inside so she could hear clearly struggle, just like those you once treated as sacrifices. "Taste this despair for yourself." He controlled the mirrors, forcing her to see her current appearance. "This hunting ground was designed especially for you alone." Madame Hong began to lower her tone and negotiate Zhou Yi. "The power of the trade association is far beyond your imagination. The boss still has trump cards in hand. If you let me go, I can beg Boss Liu to spare you." He replied indifferently that he had no interest. No longer able to maintain her initial calm, she screamed, "Zhou Yi, the trade association's army is almost here. You cannot trap me forever." An extremely bizarre figurine suddenly appeared in Madame Hong's hand. This was an explosive puppet created by the trade association's top artifact refiner. Even the entire trade association only had this one. "Zhou Yi, you cannot control everything. Let me see how you stop this." She unleashed her power and shouted toward the outside that even if she died, she would destroy this place. The violent explosion left Madame Hong's body in a miserable state amid the thick smoke and dust. Even she felt as though she had just lost something, horror clearly showing on her face. When she came back to her senses, she lowered her head to look and immediately realized that her legs were gone. Zhou Yi's cold voice rang out, "If you want to die, you still have to ask whether I agree." Madame Hong raised a hand and gently touched her head, laughing helplessly through her tears, calling him a devil and begging him to kill her. He replied indifferently, "Watching prey struggle in despair is not your favorite pleasure? Why is it that when it happens to you, you only want to die and be done with it? You really do have double standards." Madame Hong braced both hands behind her, her voice nearly collapsing. "If you can control Blackwind Valley, then that woman earlier was killed by you too, right?" She lowered her head and murmured that he had everyone who wanted to replace her position, even someone like that woman. "Chu Heng and Xiao Bai are still at the Chu family too, right?" She unconsciously raised her face toward the sky, as if she could see the person outside along with that certainty. "Correct." The confirmation aimed straight at Chu Yun made her flinch with unease, "And your younger sister too." At this moment, chains emitting blue light appeared all around and shot toward Madame Hong in unison, making her visibly tense. The chains immediately hoisted Madame Hong's broken body up, forming a tight spiderweb that imprisoned her in the middle. Zhu Yi's voice softened, but his expression did not change. He glanced at the younger sister standing behind Chu Yun and said, "Do not look anymore, I will handle it very quickly." Chu Yun turned her head, a trace of hesitation appearing. She mustered her courage and stepped forward, telling her elder brother, "Brother, leave it to me." Zhu Yi turned back to look at her in surprise and called softly, "Chu Yun." She clenched both hands and said that before she had wanted to kidnap me, and she also wanted to harm you and Sister Chu Ran, so I was very afraid of her. But Chu Yun's eyes at this moment were filled with determination. She placed a hand before her chest, her voice growing steadier. "If I keep being afraid of her, she will forever be my nightmare. I cannot keep living in fear like this. Brother, let me go." Zhu Yi raised his hand and gently stroked Chu Yun's hair. He spoke to her in a gentle voice, and the reassuring head pat made Chu Yun a little embarrassed. "Alright, I will stay by your side." After saying that, he immediately teleported both of them in front of Madame Hong, whose whole body was bound tightly by chains. A look of amusement appeared on her face again, as though she had expected this, so the little girl came too. Madame Hong sneered as she looked at the siblings before her and slowly said, "It feels good to be protected by someone, does it not? You want to come kill me too?" Her face twisted, a mad smile and loud scream, "Daring you not." Lady Hong struggled violently, chains whipping her flesh and drawing blood. Her leg wound bleeding continuously. A few drops of blood splashed onto Chu Yun's face. She brushed the blood aside as if brushing off fear, the eyes of the ugly woman still firm. Chu Yun immediately formed an ice crystal, declaring she was not afraid. Lady Hong laughed provocatively, reminding her of the time she hid behind Zhu Yi, and now dared to wield a weapon against her. Chu Yun ignored her words, directing the ice crystal through Lady Hong's body, shattering the chain as well. Despite severe injuries, she raved that she was Lady Hong, and that Zhu Yi and the household originally belonged to her. Lady Hong laughed, grabbing a fragment of ice crystal, hurling it straight at Chu Yun, ready to die. Zhu Yi looked on, shouting in panic, "Zhou Yun." A surge of power emanated from Chu Yun. She was fearless, compressing the ice crystal, preventing that person from appearing before her brother, crushing the crystal into fragments. Immediately after, countless ice crystals pierced Lady Hong's body, blood splattering. Her eyes rolled back, glaring wildly. Small shards of glass flew together, drawing Lady Hong's blood. The infernal glass power core leveled up. Hongchu Mei Ying recorded in the database. Chu Yun gently spoke to Zhu Yi, embracing the ice crystal, saying she would not want to be used to threaten him in the future. Feeling her sister's fear, Zhu Yi embraced her from behind. Everything's over, you did well, Zhu Yun. Comforted by her brother's words, Chu Yun wept, holding his hand. Zhu Yi continued praising softly. Lady Hong quietly vanished, no longer a protected little lady. Elsewhere, a map hung with red dots. A man observed. A girl stepped out of the shadows, standing behind Liu Xuan. His voice indifferent, understood her value was gone, an unusual intruder. Liu Xuan looked a compass, the secret exposed, the epic black compass. High sin core inlaid with the remnant soul of the demon lord. Whoever possessed it could borrow the lord's energy, increasing rank and dark power. Looking at the rays on the compass, Liu Xuan invoked the dark sigil. Immediately they knelt on one knee to obey, eyes ready to follow, including Feng Xuan Dark Spirit level 41, Ghost Sorcerer level 42, Stone Kai Dark Warrior level 43, Blood Human Swordsman Dark level 42, Yingji Assassin level 40. Liu Xuan sat eyes cold, Hak Feng state in chaos. Needing to resolve the remnants, the master still asleep must not be disturbed, eliminate the intruder fastest. Liu Xuan raised his hand, revealing red orbs, activating potential with blood elixir. A blonde stood, hands clasped. The dark sigil would surely exterminate the intruder. He suddenly shouted, "Worthless." Liu Xuan stood, waving a purple energy around. "Go." His voice deepened, ordering to find. A pale rain appeared. A place like the infernal endless, flesh-burning moans resounded. Behind Lady Hong were dozens of bound people, hands tied behind, unable to move. She knelt before a man, offering 177 people to the master this month. All memory fragments shattered. Zhu Yi furious, blue eyes emitting light. Female assassins killed, not absorbed by the dungeon. Lady Hong dead. Liu Xuan still en route. Merchant guild used living for sacrifices. Demon race transactions. He waved to open the screen, preventing Liu Xuan, thoroughly eradicating the merchant guild. Wang Hui on the other side received Zhu Yi's call, asked what happened. Zhu Yi reported, "Master, urgent matter, discovered secret of Zhang Tai, sin of Mo Met Merchant Guild." He recounted, Mo Met Merchant Guilds, the living to dark creatures in Hak Feng Valley. Hiding. Truth about glass prison Tai Sin core cannot be told. Pushed information on Lady Hong. Investigated from Lady Hong's mouth. The dark creature was the mature anomaly gate. Purpose of sacrifice to accelerate the gate. He coldly asked situation. He reported truthfully. The gate digesting in hibernation. Final limit. Once complete, gate fully consolidated. Having grasped the full situation, Wang Hui ordered the team with high authority to contact the army. Dispatched elite units to seal Hak Feng Valley. All immediately withdrew. This was the command. Zhu Yi still hesitated, Master. Before speaking, red-purple lightning flashed in the sky. Transmission failed. Device linked to Wang He cut off. Liu Sun arrived faster than expected. Rapid response team appeared as summoned by Zhu Yi. Chu Ran paused, suspicious but wanting confirmation. He thought this was. He did not answer. Turned to call everyone to view the prism. Urgent situation. In the prism's wands group advanced. Zhu Yi arranged retreat. He led 5 subordinates over level 40. Himself level 46, gap too large. The pair had no chance of victory. He said he would take everyone away. Stay to wait for the army. Not finished when Ling Feng shouted, refusing. Scratched head, worried for Zhou Yi. Could not speak softly. Wanted to go, then take them. Training not abandoning. Leaving you to be hero. Zhu Yi seriously instructed. Level gap 40 and 26. Ling Feng and Chu Ran objected. I will also stay. The others resolute, wanting to help, not leaving him to bear danger alone. Having S-level skills, staying to help. Zhou Yi unmoved, deadpan face at them, headache. He did not stop, instructed. If everyone chose to stay, adjust plan, distort space, separate Liu Xuan and subordinates. Each respond individually, stand by to support, use full force. No mortal combat, extend time waiting for army. Understand. Though long, the team not discouraged. Instead, spirits rose, should be like this, yes. Understood. Tai Sin, leave it to us. Liu Xuan stepped forward, saw the raging forest, erupted with death incidents. Get out. Zhu Yi opened his cubic space, began. Simultaneously, Liu Xuan's faction enveloped in golden light. Strange barrier pattern appeared at feet. Sensing aura, Liu Xuan realized the nature space distorted. Soon Yingjie transmitted to the ruined space. Churan waited, seeing enemy appear, leapt forward, sword raised. Slash down only hit illusion. Yingjie's true form still safe. The rat emerged as a young lady, haughtily smiling, level 40. Chu Yun level 26, tiny, could do nothing. No response, sword spun, tip darting like a bullet, hitting another illusion. She still lacked intelligence, red-purple eyes cold, resolved Tai Sin. Churan's wrist strong, spinning body to stab and slash, hitting true form. Yingjie only grasped sword tip, tone still praising, seeing through the chaotic illusions. As before, Churan did not respond, spinning the hilt, swinging the sword with both hands as if to chop a corner of her garment. Yingjie safe on flat ground. Churan composed yet troubled, level 40 strength formidable, resisting not easy. Zhu Yi observed from afar, eyes closed. Pointing, Churan did not resist, using psychic force Mei Ma to lock position. Using sword formation to pressure manifestation. Yao-style assassin lay in hidden image, not concealed, power greatly reduced. Driven into a rage by Churan's relentless attacks, Yingjie no longer dodged this time and directly counterattacked, no different from courting death. Facing the sharp blades pressing toward her, Churan merely drove her sword heavily into the ground. Everything around her slowed to the extreme, and the steel fragments rushed at the blade before instantly rebounding. Beneath Churan's feet, a circle of cursed seals gradually spread open. A ghostly soul bearing her own appearance emerged and began disrupting the entire battle. This move was the Ghost Sword Shadow Formation. Briefly explain this sword technique. The level Ghost Sword Shadow Formation could summon sword spirits to attack enemies, create a chance of hard crowd control, and poison the target. When a sword spirit vanished, it would also unleash a final finishing strike. Therefore, no matter how many fake body illusions Yingjie created, all of them were cut down by the ghostly sword shadows without a single one left. She had just disdainfully called it a level 26 formation when a sword shadow slashed vertically across her body. Yingjie froze, unable to believe it as she felt the stabbing pain in her chest. What was going on? Only then did she begin to look at the eerie formation before her in fear. The longer she stayed inside the formation, the more her speed sharply decreased. Even her perfect stealth state could no longer be maintained. Feeling the wound being corroded bit by bit, her face instantly turned deathly pale, sweat pouring from her like rain. This damned little girl had actually coated poison on her sword. But immediately after, Yingjie unexpectedly burrowed into the ground, as if she passed through any terrain. Before long, she surfaced again with her body fully intact, without the slightest injury remaining. Although my level is higher, all my assassination skills are being countered. I can only confront her head-on inside this formation and be forced to death by metal, Yingjie muttered to herself while her body kept charging toward Churan. This Tai Sin formation must have been created by that damned little girl. As long as I kill her, the formation will break on its own. She swung her hand and stabbed straight into Churan's abdomen, shouting viciously as if victory were already in her grasp. I got her. Even now, Yingjie still had not seen the situation clearly and was still arrogantly looking down on the level gap. See, a low level is still a low level. Churan personally clenched her wrist, pulling it out of her abdomen, making Yingjie cry out in terror. What are you doing? Churan held her tightly, even though blood had already soaked through the front of her robe. At this moment, the sword blade above her head seemed to be grasped by dozens of invisible hands at once, its icy sharp tip aimed straight at the sky. Churan stared at her, preparing to end the game with the final checkmate move. Sword's soul returned to silence. At the same time, on another battlefield, the ground was already filled with deep, stretching pits, looking as if someone had violently dug it up. An earth-shaking explosion rang out, and the dragon claw along with Ling Feng's berserk strike was blocked by the enemy's sturdy steel shield. Yet that man was not discouraged at all, instead fighting with growing excitement. This father's flame dragon fist, let's see how many times that shield of yours can block it. Two hidden states instantly opened, Blood Frenzy and Scarlet Flame Fist. Ling Feng's opponent was a man with brownish blonde hair. He held the shield tightly with one hand, while the other gripped his spear shaft and thrust forward, cursing contemptuously. Ling Feng quickly used dragon energy to raise a barrier, blocking the spear point rushing toward him. In only an instant, the battlefield had split into two completely different streams of power. But Shikai's spear point was sharper than Ling Feng had imagined. Though he tried to stop it, that attack did not halt and continued pressing in. On the contrary, Ling Feng was gradually being forced backward. Cracks began to appear on the dragon's shield right where the spear point pierced it. Zhu Yi sensed it from afar and transmitted a reminder. Ling Feng. He is a level 43 Dark Warrior. His physical defense and strength are both very high. A head-on clash will definitely lose. Use Dragon Breath to burn him, wear him down, anger him. Your chance lies in the opening after he goes berserk. Ji Kai seemed certain of victory. He curled his lips into a smile and put on a regretful, superior air. This is the first time I have met someone whose movements are even rougher than mine, whose moves are powerful and decisive without revealing obvious flaws. Reaching level 26 at such a young age, Truly a pity. He poured strength into his muscles and thrust the spear forward again. If it is a contest of strength, I will not lose. Remembering Zhou Yi's reminder, Ling Feng immediately changed his attack direction. As soon as he withdrew the dragon's shield, he punched the ground hard. This father will not risk his life against you. Ling Feng's seemingly impulsive action made Shi Kai slightly surprised. The dense dust rising up made him pause for a moment. Realizing this was a rare opportunity, Ling Feng rushed forward without the slightest hesitation. An opening. He opened his mouth and struck exactly as Zhu Yaihai had instructed. Dragon breath. As if sensing that this attack was too dangerous, Shi Kai immediately swung his spear and stabbed forward, forcing Ling Feng to turn aside and dodge. The dragon breath therefore dissipated as well. Shi Kai grew increasingly frenzied, stomping hard on the ground and violently pivoting on his heel. His entire body used his heel as an axis and shot fiercely forward. The gleaming spear in his hand pointed straight ahead as he roared. I deliberately exposed that opening. Did you think fighting a level 43 was that simple? Shi Kai had sensed the threat from Ling Feng, so he hurriedly thrust his spear point forward with force. Die. Unfortunately, Ling Feng was even more tenacious than a cockroach, his body flexibly dodging each stab while still finding time to curse back. I spit on you, you iron turtle are not obedient at all. This father was almost trapped by you. But that was only on the surface. Several times he had nearly failed to avoid the spear point in time, and the worry in his heart grew heavier. If this drags on, the absolute gap in level and strength will become obvious. If this continues, this father's blood will run dry sooner or later. Finally, that unfavorable moment arrived. Ling Feng was no longer agile enough and was sent flying backward by Shi Kai. Who would have thought Zhu Yai had already been secretly waiting for this exact moment for a long time? Now, his strength has increased, but his defense has become scattered. Hearing that reminder, Ling Stang staggered to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Nice hit. Seeing Shi Kai give him no chance to catch his breath as he charged over aggressively, he still laughed loudly in provocation. The harder you hit, the more excited this father gets. Ling Feng stretched out his hand. This was the moment for him to return all the injuries he had received. Did you not like using strength to suppress me? Today, I will let you taste what it means for blood debt to be paid in blood. After falling into a berserk state, Shi Kai no longer had enough clarity to recognize this move. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield turned into a sea of dark red blood energy, as if pouring down from the sky and surging up from the earth to cover everything. After Ling Feng shouted, "Go!" blood droplets as large as buns rushed over from all directions at once. He could not dodge in time, or rather, he could not avoid them at all, allowing them to cling all over his body. Feeling the power in his body gradually being drained away, his pupils contracted in panic. These things are sucking away my vitality and strength. Shi Kai crushed the blood sacs clinging to his body like starving leeches. In his berserk state, he lost his composure even more and roared. What kind of evil art is this? Ling Feng did not bother explaining, only standing there and bursting into delighted laughter. Iron Turtle, no matter how hard your shell is, it is useless. Taste your own power. After that, he murmured 4 words, Bloodbath Fury. To briefly explain, the 1S level Bloodbath Fury absorbs blood energy to form blood condensation pearls on the enemy's body. When the blood condensation pearls gather, they form a soul blood pearl that is thrown at the target, causing an extremely powerful blood energy explosion. Therefore, all the soul blood pearls clinging to Shi Kai's body exploded at once, creating a dense red mist that covered everything. Outside the source space, Zhu Yi was constantly busy observing everyone's situation in each separate space through the viewing lens. The first 4 spatial fragments, thanks to his support, had gradually begun to proceed smoothly. However, things on Xiaolan's side began to change. A skeleton had broken through her protective barrier, then rushed forward as if wanting to tear Xiaolan apart. Fortunately, Zhu Yi outside had discovered this in time. Xiaolan is in danger. He infused power into the polygonal orb and began protecting her from afar. Guardian of Light. Immediately a powerful barrier shining with golden radiance appeared around Xiaolan, blocking the skeleton's ghastly hand. Not only that, the holy light's power also easily purified the white skeleton, making it howl in pain. In the end, that ugly skeleton could only turn into a pile of shattered bones beside the Guardian of Light that Zhu Yi had casually raised. Xiaolan was full of gratitude, but still did not want to give up, continuing to fight for her friends. Thank you, I can still hold on. Zhu Yi did not answer and hurriedly looked toward the situation of his teammates in the other 4 spaces. Maintaining 5 battlefields at the same time consumed even more mental power than he had imagined. Fortunately, the others were temporarily not in mortal danger. The 6th space, his younger sister Chu Yun was still extremely safe, happily playing with little puppy. That made Zhu Yi feel more at ease. This side is still safe, now I have to deal with the biggest trouble. The biggest trouble naturally lay inside the giant viewing lens right in front of him. There, Liu Xuan grew more vigorous the longer he fought, sweeping away countless troops wherever he cut through. To stop him from continuing forward and buy time for his teammates to defeat their enemies, Zhu Yi had no choice but to call in more assistance. Guards manifest. From beneath the ground, hundreds of monsters of all sizes and kinds from the insect race began to emerge. They stretched out their long arms to tear through the earth and stones, then appeared in a dense, uneven mass like a writhing swarm of worms. More and more guards appeared, and within a radius of 1,000 meters, their figures could be seen almost everywhere. These guards received only one order from him: stop him. Amid that dangerous land, one foot still stepped forward leisurely, without the slightest fear. Liu Xuan kept both hands in his trouser pockets, his sharp gaze looking down at the writhing tentacles on the ground as he said contemptuously, "Ants." His body began to emit a terrifying, domineering aura, the pressure so powerful that it made the land around him tremble, and the air seemed to solidify in that instant. As the dust and smoke gradually dispersed, Madame Hong's figure also slowly appeared. Her eyes flashed with a blazing red color, filled with the aura of death. She charged over with streams of red aura and countless shadows behind her, known as Madame Hong's charming red shadow guards. Liu Xuan sighed in admiration. "Not bad, Madame Hong." He raised his hand to shoulder height, his cold gaze widening even more. "Even after death, you still refuse to rest peacefully." Purple strands of spiritual energy shot out, quickly restraining Madame Hong while pushing her backward, smashing her body heavily into the ground. Liu Xuan continued speaking, "Stop hiding behind the scenes, come out and accept your death." As soon as his words fell, an eerie compass had already appeared in his hand. Blood-red streams of spiritual energy surged up before Liu Xuan's icy face, then quickly gathered into a colossal crimson avatar behind that man. Liu Xuan slowly raised his arm to shoulder height. At the same time, the arm of the avatar behind him lifted in the exact same motion. Liu Xuan immediately swung his hand down as a signal, shouting aloud. The avatar struck down with an overwhelmingly powerful palm, shattering the vast ground before it amid a violent explosion. Just as everything broke apart, Zhou Yi's body had sprung up and hovered in midair, and right after that, an attack shot straight toward him. A dazzling golden light suddenly flashed between his brows. Right after that, a barrier appeared before Zhou Yi, blocking the killing move that had just rushed in. Liu Xuan looked up and said coldly, "A little level 30 rat can withstand half my strength. The secrets on you are far more interesting than I expected." The barrier before him also slowly dissipated after fully enduring that rather powerful palm force. In an instant, that man sprang into the air and charged straight toward Zhou Yi. The very moment Liu Xuan attacked, Zhou Yi's figure instantly shifted behind him. Liu Xuan frowned and looked back, saying in suspicion, "After stealing the mirror prison core, you can already use it to this degree. Should I praise you as a genius rarely seen in a century, or as a fool who knows nothing of life and death?" Zhou Yi replied calmly, "Boss Liu overpraises me. Compared with your grand undertaking of sacrificing the living to nourish the otherworldly gate, this little trick of mine is not worth mentioning." He thought to himself, if I had known those demonic beasts could not stop Liu Xuan, sending them out would only be a way to drag things out a little longer. That man replied, "That useless Lady Hong actually revealed quite a few things to you before she died." Zhou Yi continued, "People on the verge of death often want to use secrets to exchange for a chance to live. It seems he did not know that holding the mirror prison core allows one to see past memories." Liu Xuan raised his hand and gathered energy, his expression filled with interest, yet his words were threatening. "Hand it over, and I can let you die more comfortably. I might even give you a chance to serve me. It would be a pity for talent lords to die." Zhou Yi transformed at that moment and laughed as he replied, "After being a dog for so long, have you even forgotten the pride of being human?" That man continued, tempting him. "A wise man submits to circumstances. As long as I wish it, I can make the demon race awaken ahead of time right now. When that happens, all of Blackwind Valley will be swallowed, and you will not survive either." After completing his transformation, he replied coldly, "You do not dare. Everything the Merchant Guild has done, was it not all to spread chaos before your master awakens, so the secret can remain hidden?" Zhou Yi's voice continued to ring out, "Your master is not ready yet, and a lackey like you has no right to step into the light." After hearing this, Liu grew so furious that veins bulged across his face, his expression savage. That man waved his hand and cursed loudly, "What a sharp tongue. I will definitely tear out your soul, and make you taste a life worse than death." Before Liu Xuan could unleash his move, a radiant golden formation had appeared above his head. Right after that, the blinding beam of light crashing straight down with ferocious force. Liu Xuan hurriedly raised his hand, using his own ability to try to block it. A radiant golden avatar appeared, raising its hand to summon a sword. Then, the avatar lifted the arm holding the sword high, preparing to strike down. The tip of that giant sword aimed precisely at Liu Xuan, who stood inside the red-white veil covering him. Liu Xuan roared with blood-red eyes. Hell Torrent absorbs dark energy across an extremely large range, forming a destructive current with corrosive properties. Zhou Yi stood watching and saw a dazzling speck of light appearing inside the red sphere, spreading outward. Activate Righteous Judgment Level 5, opening a sacred magic formation. Blades of light descend from the sky to assault enemies within the formation, and at the end, the Angel of Justice launches a light attribute spear, dealing destructive damage. Liu Xuan's deep voice echoed through the entire space. Seizing the first move is indeed a decent battle instinct. Unfortunately, before an absolute gap in strength, this little cleverness means nothing. Just before the attack struck his body, Zhou Yi clasped his hands before him. Shards like fragments of a mirror appeared, reflecting Liu Xuan's face. But right after that, those mirror shards were smashed apart by the crimson spiritual energy. The killing move swept in, forcing Zhou Yi to spring up and quickly retreat backward to dodge it. In the end, he landed quite a distance away from the impact point. Zhou Yi clutched his chest in pain, a streak of blood already seeping from the corner of his mouth. Liu Xuan held the compass beside him and declared coldly, "Very good, a level 30 ant can actually wound me. Then let it end here." That man used fusion, temporarily seizing the demon race lord's energy, and causing all his attributes to rise sharply. Liu Xuan stood with the crimson avatar behind him and sighed, "To force me to use the power of the compass origin, you should be proud." That man raised his hand and declared coldly, "Be destroyed." Zhou Yi widened his eyes in shock and looked over. The aura rushing in carried a suffocating pressure. Liu Xuan's force field struck directly at his position, creating terrifying destructive power. Zhou Yi's body was instantly sent flying, thrown backward into the distance in an almost completely uncontrolled state. When the force field dispersed, the dust and smoke also gradually settled, and he slid across the ground before bracing himself with one hand to keep from collapsing. Yu Yi raised his head and thought to himself, level 46, plus an epic grade item, the nature of his power has already transformed. Even though my class restrains his dark energy, with this level gap, I still cannot be sure of victory. He furrowed his brows, his gaze resolute as he called out Tai Xin. It turned out that in that dimension, she was falling into a disadvantage, and a sword strike had already slashed straight toward her neck. Zhou Yi immediately intervened, knocking the sword high into the air and resolving the danger in time. An image from another dimension appeared along with Liu Xuan's voice. "So you are still using the mirror prison core to maintain 5 mirror spaces." That man stood there smugly and said, "I was wondering why after such a long attack signal, they still could not break through your home field defense line. It will indeed take time for them to escape, but if you are distracted by Tai Xin like this, what will you use to defeat me?" Zhou Yi stood up and replied coldly, "That is none of your concern." In his heart, he silently calculated maintaining 5 mirror image spaces while fighting Liu Xuan consumes too much mental power. Now I can only take a gamble, reclaim part of the mental power maintaining the mirror image spaces, and devote everything to controlling the mirror prison core. Liu Xuan leaped over, raised the red axe high, and shouted that today I will make you understand how vast the difference between level 30 and level 46 truly is. That man chopped down, splitting the ground open, and sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. Zhou Yi retreated in time, then immediately swung his hand in counterattack, punishment of light. Radiant golden lightning bolts descended, all striking straight toward Liu Xuan's position. He tightly furrowed his sharp brows, his gaze locking onto the target. Zhou Yi's red chains plunged deep into the ground, sealing the entire area around Liu Xuan. Divine Thunder, Heavenly Prison Chains, S2. Level 3, control Divine Thunder to form a prison, trapping the enemy in place. Once he had pulled back to a safe distance, he immediately pressed his whole body against the massive boulder behind him. Zhou Yi used the boulder as a foothold, stomping hard against it and borrowing the force to shoot upward. But amid the formation where cold iron chains clashed against each other, a crimson light had locked firmly onto its target. The explosive storm shattered the cage Zhou Yi had painstakingly set up, even breaking the sword in his hand. A thin layer of sweat covered his forehead, while his hand still spread its 5 fingers, preparing to unleash a move, Hand of God. The giant hand stretched out to block Liu Xuan's dark red light, but the destructive force was too violent, causing the Hand of God to be shattered as well. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth and endured the pain surging through him, letting blood scatter into the air. Xuangyao opened its huge mouth and rushed in from behind to support him, calling out that I will help you. 3 great forces collided violently, creating an explosion that swept across the ground. Xuangya and Zhou Yi both fell to the ground, his transformed body returning to its original state while Xuangya gradually faded away. He struggled to sit up, his body trembling as he looked at Xuangya before him. When Zhou Yi waited for it to successfully withdraw, Liu Xuan had already flown close, saying coldly, "A soul about to dissipate still dares to risk its life. You are truly seeking death. You are not bad, unfortunately you ran into me. Before me all your trump cards are meaningless." That man swept his gaze over the mirror shards floating in midair, and doubt briefly stirred in his heart. Each mirror displayed a scene from a different dimension, and in one of them, Chu Ran had countless feathers pinned deep into his body. Elsewhere, Ling Feng had been beaten to the ground, unable to lift his head. Jielan was no better than her teammate. Her hair was being grabbed by the skeletons as they attacked her nonstop. The 4th dimension, Ling Tong was pinned to the wall by countless arrows, no different from a target board. Tai Xin had also taken a sword strike and collapsed amid the desolate ruins, looking as though she had lost consciousness. Liu Xuan laughed laughed heartily. You cannot even protect yourself, yet you still want to protect others. How ridiculous. With just a slight lift of his hand, he forced Zhu Yi down hard onto the ground with gravitational pressure, then said coldly, as you are now, you do not even have the right to save them. His hand strained with all its strength, clawing tightly into the ground to resist that terrifying weight. He roared stubbornly, his gaze still refusing to yield. Divine Thunder, Son of Apocalypse, S Level 3, enter the Apocalypse stance. Resistance to abnormal states increases by 60%. Lightning type skill damage increases by 60%. Lasts 15 seconds. He once again donned the radiant armor and sprang straight toward Liu Xuan. One strike lashed out, forcing that man to lean back and dodge, while the power of the move was so fierce that it shredded the surrounding earth and stone. But his wrist was easily seized by Liu Xuan. That man only struck casually, and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. That man curled his lips in a smug smile. Liu Xuan took advantage of the motion and struck Zhu Yi straight in the face, crushing the mask he was wearing with one hand. That man raised the shard of glass, reflecting the scene of Ling Tong being struck by countless arrows before his eyes. Listen clearly, look closely, feel each of your companions step toward destruction. Taste the helplessness seeping deep into your bones. As soon as Liu Xuan finished speaking, the glass in that man's hand rang out and shattered, countless cracks spreading densely across its surface. Zhu Yi's eyes were bloodshot with rage, blue veins bulging across his face, but he still could not break free from that man's grip. A string of piercing sounds suddenly rang out, making the air turn eerie. Even Liu Xuan was startled, shock showing in his eyes as a giant gate carved with a mysterious dragon appeared in the middle of space. That man stared blankly to the side, unease flashing across his face. This fluctuation was clearly not normal. Zhu Yi looked toward the glass panes, trembling violently. The energy of the core knowledge mirror prison had become extremely unstable. At that moment, a dark red column of light shot out from the void, swirling like a rushing torrent as it charged straight into the sky. The newly appeared surge of energy crashed over them, forcing Liu Xuan to let him go and shield himself. Zhou Yi collapsed to the ground. The wrist Liu Xuan had gripped tightly moments ago now turned a terrifying black. That mental attack was too pure and primal, making even the soul tremble. It had to be an existence above level 60 at the very least. Liu Xuan looked toward the newly appeared gate in panic and stammered, impossible, the digestion period clearly has not ended yet. Why has it awakened so early? Is it because of that energy just now? My lord, please calm your anger, it is not time yet. I have not finished preparing the sacrificial items for you. That red gate merely creaked softly and opened, with no reply at all, only countless hazy streams of black mist pouring out. Tentacles began stretching outward, as if the thing inside could no longer wait to escape. Zhou Yi panted as he healed the wound on his right wrist, his gaze falling on the shattered glass. The spatial shield of the core knowledge mirror prison could not withstand this terrifying level of disruptive energy. All space fell into chaos, and the people inside were swept into the same pitch-black expanse. Space has already been erased. Is your side finished too, Bloodblade? At the same time, those pitch-black tentacles stabbed straight into the ground, tearing it open into deep trenches. That thing sprouted everywhere like mushrooms after rain, surrounding the entire group on the ground. A violent tentacle smashed a massive boulder apart, and that thing's voice hissed sharply. Hungry food, energy food. The girls froze, supporting one another as they looked up at the creature covering the entire sky above. Shattered stones were sent flying in every direction by it, while its enormous body also struggled to rise out of the deep rift that was like an abyss. Bloodblade looked at the giant creature wreaking havoc everywhere in horror and astonishment. Hansuting. At some point, that tentacle had wrapped around a girl and dragged her into the air. She screamed in panic, "Save me, Captain." He stared blankly at the scene, roaring her name, Feng Xuan. Liu Xuan also looked over and murmured, "Shi Kai." That man returned to his normal appearance, his gaze cold and emotionless, as if being noticed by his master was already his blessing. That man turned around and handed this place over to his subordinates. "You stay here and protect the master. I am going back to bring another batch of sacrificial items." Nanchang blocked that man's path, asking a blunt question that exposed his treacherous face. "Boss, are you planning to abandon us?" That man stood on the teleportation array and shouted angrily, "Insolent! I am going to get more food," to appease the master. The tentacles of that thing grew denser and denser, almost covering the ground, and it needed even more food. That man coldly ordered them to kill those people and use them to nourish the master. But the one caught by the tentacles struggled and resisted, refusing to obey. "No, let me go." Bloodblade's group hurriedly dragged one another away, fleeing the range of that thing's influence. Quickly used the blood essence pill. He hurriedly took out the pill and threw it into his mouth. The dark red pill caught between his teeth. The moment he swallowed it, the power in his body erupted at once, his eyes glowing crimson as he turned around, gripping his spear tightly and aiming straight ahead. That tentacle quickly pursued them, sweeping up earth, stones, and dust everywhere. The thing finally revealed itself clearly. It had no eyes or nose, only a mouth full of sharp teeth and countless tentacles that had already dragged several people before Zhou Yi, growling, low-quality energy, noisy insects. The five of Zhou Yi's group stood beneath the huge shadow pressing down, all of them silent. Countless eyes suddenly opened, each with a different form inside, rolling as they looked in every direction. Hungry, delicious food, pure. Suddenly, a tentacle discovered Chu Ran and immediately rushed toward her. Almost in that instant, Chu Yi was the first to react. He shifted his steps, wrapped his arms around Chu Ran, and carried her away from the attack. Chu Yi turned and held her tightly in his arms, using his solid back to take every attack and shield her. Brother Zhu Yi. Zhu Ye gritted his teeth and swallowed, the bloody taste surging up in his mouth. He turned to look at the thing that had just shattered his white shield. The corrosive force was too strong and his holy power was being consumed at a terrifying speed. The thing Liu Xuan called Master seemed to go mad, roaring so hard that dust billowed into the air. Stealing food, its tentacles aimed straight at Zhu Yi and Chu Ran again, striking toward them. Damned. Tai Xiaolan both panicked, but the distance was too great, and they could only call out helplessly. Brother Yi, Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi was exhausted, forcing his eyelids that were about to fall shut to stay open as he murmured a few broken words. Gods. Right then, a blue pillar of light appeared, its brilliant radiance instantly lighting up the entire area. 5 columns of light pierced through the tentacles from above, forcefully destroying part of that enormous body. Immediately afterward, countless streams of blue light plunged down, tearing the pitch-black monster apart in chunks. Zhu Yi looked up in shock at the brilliant scene before him. At last, a trace of light fell upon his despairing face. A large ship tore through the clouds and flew over. This is the demon hunters of the Northwest War Zone of Central Xia Nation. All the military units are to lower your weapons at once and cease resistance. Standing high above on the airship were Teacher Wang and Han Shan, who had arrived just in time to rescue them. The door beneath the airship slowly opened, and streams of white smoke poured into the air with the sound of engines. 2 rows of people in white armor, holding advanced weapons, stepped forward in unison under the commander's order. Move. They quickly jumped down from the airship, each of them unusually professional and calm. Those who landed immediately began exterminating the monsters, while other units continued to provide support, and the captain separated from the formation, walking straight toward Zhou Yi's group. He took out a crystal sphere, his eyes filled with concern as he spoke. Student Zhou Yi, this place is very dangerous. Please cooperate with me and withdraw to a safe location immediately. After saying that, he threw the sphere straight toward them at extremely high speed, leaving a faint blue trail of light behind it. The crystal sphere shattered, and light instantly enveloped all 5 people in Zhou Yi's group. 4 spheres of light formed, dividing them into 4 groups and slowly lifting them up. Zhou Yi held Chu Ran in his arms but still anxiously reminded those who remained. This is bad. That thing's energy reaction is still rising. It has been enraged. Just as he finished speaking, the monster's tentacles swept wildly, making it almost impossible for the fighter jets to approach. One fighter jet after another was smashed and exploded by it in the narrow airspace. After the thick smoke from the explosions, strangely shaped monsters stood up again, staring fixedly toward the rescue team. For some unknown reason, their numbers kept increasing, and all of them charged forward in a frenzy. One after another, they were shot down by laser guns, the streams of bullets piercing through their bodies before lodging deep in the dust behind them. The reinforcement team still held the line calmly, and no one retreated or panicked in the face of those overwhelming numbers. Fighter jets continued to be deployed onto the battlefield, shells pouring down like rain and drowning everything in a sea of fire. Han Shan stood commanding the battle, his stern voice ringing out. Squads 1 and 2 used suppressive fire on the demonic creatures pouring out. Block the gate for me. Squad 3, sweep up the demonic creatures scattering around. Squad 4, establish an isolation barrier and seal the space. As soon as his order ended, Teacher Wang had already stepped forward. Han Shan, the situation is more complicated than we thought. Its awakening level is very high. He turned to look at him and replied, it is fine, even if the gate has fully formed, I still have to close it today. After saying that, he turned back to look straight ahead. Your star student has arrived. Sure enough, Zhu Yi, carrying Chu Ran and the others, had landed safely on the deck. Once safe, he immediately looked at Teacher Wang and called out in concern. The medical team quickly came forward to receive them, each person taking their role and immediately treating wounds and restoring the team members' strength. One person knelt down to check Chu Ran's condition, his brows immediately furrowing in worry. Do not move, she's deeply poisoned, the toxin has already invaded her heart vessels. His teammate held a staff and supported him from the side, saying in a deep voice, removing this poison will take at least half an hour. Zhu Yi watched Chu Ran open her eyes weakly. It's okay, focus on handling your task first. Master Wang stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, gently saying, don't force yourself. Follow the treatment plan, the battlefield will be under our control. Zhu Yi looked at him. Master, that door is still absorbing attack energy. If it explodes further, something will happen. I can see from below. Each time the fire strikes, the black energy on the door thickens. Hansen calmly spoke to reassure Zhu Yi. Kid, I understand your worry. His face remained calm, only his eyebrows furrowed more. But in his dictionary, no problem is unsolvable with one blast if needed, then add another. Yi tried to stop him. Wait a moment, it really isn't a normal interdimensional door, but Hansen had turned back to command the battle. Units. Attention, battlefield firepower will become a saturation barrage without substance. Elemental energy changes randomly every 30 seconds. The barrier casts, locks without rearranging, not a single shot escapes. The firepower team carried out his orders, obeyed. The barrier personnel also shouted like thunder, obeyed. Each person full of determination to fight to the end, obeyed. Fighter jets continuously unleashed rounds, bullets flying densely like unending rain. All concentrated bombardment on a single point, causing it to explode. But it didn't stop. Under Hansen's orders, firepower changed every second, followed by grenades raining down, prolonging the explosions. The commanding group lined up in solemn order. Following Hansen's direction, they began arranging formations. A series of barriers of all colors covered the sky. All elemental artillery. Colorful flares targeted the group of abnormal beasts below. Successive explosions tore the abnormal beasts' formation. They were pushed back by the blast. Explosions grew larger, visibility affected. Series of fighter jets attacked, engines glowing red, large and small, causing chaotic space. The fighters seemed detached from the system, simultaneously losing control and falling. Then everything exploded again, shaking the vast area with blinding light amidst the rain of bombs and bullets. Koi Hang appeared with his sword techniques. He charged to battle the black tentacles of that thing, one slash shredding that tentacle. Koi Hang landed, debris falling as his feet touched. He stood there, tense, eyes unblinking, finally realizing how small he was before that aberration. Koi Hang's eyes changed color, reflecting a soul-sucking spiral. He stood there, turning himself into a target for that ravenous monster. Blue light shot chaotically from the mouth-like thing, but all targets were the high-altitude fighters of Hansen's team. On the ground, people in white armor also faced the same fate as Koi Hang. Hansen frantically watched the red screen. The old door reflected all their attacks. A team member urgently reported the target's evolution speed exceeded expectations, resistance to physical and energy attacks increased. Master Wang saw trouble and said, Hansen, normal firepower won't work, need to destroy Tai Sin Core quickly. He thought previously dealing with interdimensional doors used soldier tests. Each attack a region, observing reaction. Thousands died before locating the core. His voice rang in Zhou Yi's ear, Squad 9 prepare, in 1 minute start mission to find Tai Sin Core. He didn't let go of Churan, worriedly watching them. Master, is Tai Sin Core a point of intense energy fluctuation? The most unstable point, right? Master Wang explained, yes. Tai Sin Core is the energy center of the interdimensional door. The weakest point, just destroy it, the door collapses. This is army experience over hundreds of years. As soon as the explanation ended, Zhou Yi said, astonishing both, I might know where the Tai Sin Core is. He held the floating cube in his hand. Iron Prison Tri-Core had absorbed the door's dark energy. Through it he vaguely sensed the energy convergence point in the door reacting to attacks. Hansen squatted before him. Knowing a vague core location isn't enough around the door, the space distorts the force field, attacks will be moved. Basically won't hit the Tai Sin Core. Umi silently observed his iron eye core as if considering his words. He clenched his hand, retrieving it, eyes showing determination. Tai could try opening a temporary shortcut into the door to find the Tai Sin Core, but army must use firepower to distract, not to alert. Master Wang objected. Too dangerous. No, Yu Yi looked at him. Master, no choice now. The door evolves, sacrifices will increase if prolonged. He was unusually resolute and calm. Master, some paths must have someone go first. Master Wang looked at him, eyes full of worry, unable to see his student face danger. Ling Feng and Tai Sin stepped forward, saying, count me in. Him, we charge together. More people, more power. He got angry, scolding, reckless. I don't agree. How many of you are just assigned? Entering is suicide. Stand still. Hansen looked at Zhou Yi. Kid, do you know the risk? Dark energy from the door could make you lose consciousness. Turn into a murderous beast. Yi, serious? I know, but I have to try. Seeing his determination, he patted his shoulder with a smile. Brave, if surviving, return. I will invite the finest wine. After that, Hansen turned back to command the battle with countless warnings before his eyes. All troops received the order to start maximum firepower. Gunner, fighter jets strike the door. Profession users' eyes advance, use magic to purify and suppress demonic energy. Attract attention. All unite to create a giant sphere. Formation changes, light mages folk in front, using holy light to pure darkness, ready to deploy synchronously. The gunner group quickly charged energy to prepare firing. Gunner charged, locking Tai Sin Core of the interdimensional door, awaiting order, full bombardment. The barrier profession uses absorbed continuous attacks, shields nearly failing. Water mages supplemented defense, preventing any breakthrough. Master Wang stood behind, assisting Zhou Yi focus energy into Iron Prison Core. I will supplement and stabilize holy power. You release an act. Iron Prison absorbs energy you give, rapidly glowing. Sweat on his face like a bath, teeth clenched, showing immense pressure on body and mind. His eyes wide, light in them golden like gold. He became a streak of blinding light racing through elite soldiers into the gate. Jie transformed consciousness into guiding light to find Tai Sin Core and stop that thing. Profession users struggled, each drawing attention from that thing, holding earth magic, Grand Earth Shield. From the interdimensional gate emerged a tall figure with long horns aiming to charge. He clung claws to the door, trying to squeeze through. Zhou Yi now was a humanoid light hovering over the central fire zone. He slashed in an arc over the abnormal beasts, advancing deep inside. Finally, he found the giant sphere connected below with countless threads and dense abnormal beasts. The monster stood there, The sphere seemed sentient when Zhu Yi's golden light attempted attack. It opened its eye. Zhu Yi, startled, body tense from being seen, discovered. The eye recognized the intruder, activated combat mode to respond. It shot countless black tentacles toward Zhu Yi, dense attacks hard to evade. Tentacles plunged into the ground, destroying space of the demons below. They recognized the stranger entering, madly charging to seize. Simultaneously, Zhou Yi's iron prison chest emitted additional light to restrain vision. It raised a thin shield to protect him from monsters' fire. Zhou Yi behind the shield temporarily safe, but each layer about to be destroyed. He calmly aimed at the main target. His whole body like a golden arrow dashed toward the eye in the gate, marking it. One strike pierced between the sphere and the gate's eye. Simultaneously, the gate closed. Golden column of light pierced the wind outward. Master Wang watched. Seeing him escape, shouted, "Hansen!" Zhou Yi succeeded. Hansen manipulated the screen rapidly, adjusting soldiers, artillery, activating highest authority. 10 seconds later marked and fired. His finger placed on start mark as numbers counted down. The eye in the gate mad, shockwaves replacing rage spread, everything drawn into the door. Everyone tightly-held each other for safety. Troops alert! The interdimensional door suddenly lost control. Maintain stance. The entire formation was thrown into chaos by the shockwave. The radar was paralyzed, forcing an emergency descent. Both the power team and the steering team had lost function. The warriors drove their sword tips into the ground as anchors. The pastor stepped forward, the wounded retreated. The warriors held the front left firmly, while the mages gathered magic power to redirect the main force. Hanshan tensed, his eyes wide as he watched the countdown reach 0, then ordered fire. All the main ship's firepower instantly locked on, and a destructive beam tore through the air. It swept through the gate with the fury of a storm, plowing up the ground and sending earth and stone flying everywhere. The target of the bombardment was the eye Zhou Yi had marked earlier. The bizarre demons could only watch helplessly as the gate's Tai Sin core drew on their own power to resist. Zhou Yi was horrified. That thing was still devouring the demon race to block the attack. Hanshan roared at the top of his lungs, "The whole army, fire with everything you have. While it is weakened, take its life." As soon as he finished speaking, the firepower from the small boats immediately converged, firing in a single beam straight toward the Tai Sin core. The group of profession masters also poured out the last of their strength. Anyone who could still stand struggled to rise, focusing all their firepower into this strike and attacking straight at that eye. Teacher Wang also stepped forward, forming hand seals with both hands as his beautiful eyes slowly closed. When he opened his eyes, they had turned a cold golden color, as if holding sacred power within. A layer of radiant golden clouds opened in the void, and the tip of Teacher Wang's sword gradually emerged. Under that immense pressure, the Tai Sin core still distorted everything to patch the damage. Only then did Zhu Yi raise his head. He was drawn to the sword art Teacher Wang had summoned. It was a legendary grade weapon, Holy Judgment. He hovered in the sky like a celestial being, his whole body covered in a sacred golden glow. "I am the guardian of order. My blade of judgment shall punish you in the name of light." The giant sword touched the ground, the earth split open, and smoke and dust filled the sky. Absolute purification, holy verdict of sin severance. The strongest strike descended, piercing straight through the Tai Sin core that was trying to mend itself. At that same moment, Zhou Yi also spat blood, the crimson splashing all over the iron prison core before him. Chu Ran had just recovered a little and was keeping watch beside him when she saw Zhou Yi collapse in shock. "Brother Zhou Yi." Nanshan looked at him and said, "His consciousness body has been destroyed by the otherworldly gate, and his spirit is badly injured. He needs intensive treatment immediately." He at once called healing masters over to assist Zhou Yi. Hanshan did not waste words and immediately notified and coordinated everyone. "All forces, attention, the otherworldly gate has been destroyed. Clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded." Just as Hanshan said, the Tai Sin core had truly been ruined. Right at its center was a huge, deep hole, but they had underestimated that thing. On the Tai Sin core, thin red threads suddenly stretched out like silk, and a voice full of rage rang out, "Shameless invaders." Zhou Yi heard that voice and forced his trembling body to speak to Hanshan. "It is still using the flesh and blood of the demon race to reconnect a new otherworldly gate." Teacher Wang realized the situation was wrong and immediately acted. Punishment domain, purification, golden purifying light descended, wave after wave sweeping clean a vast area. He closed his eyes, his sharp brows tightly furrowed as he struggled to control his mana. At Teacher Wang's command, the punishment domain continued to expand, scattering brilliant light downward. The monsters of the other world shrieked the moment they saw that light, struggling without end. Beams pierced through everything, riddling the Tai Sin core with holes amid furious roars. "People of Blue Star, do you think destroying it will end this? Rifts will still appear everywhere." The monsters that followed it also could not escape the fate of being purified. All of them crowded together and fled, but not a single one escaped. In the end, only a deep pit remained there, along with a crimson sphere surging and spinning. In the treatment room, Zhu Yi lay inside the healing chamber, while Chu Ran stood anxiously beside him. Seeing Teacher Wang walk in, she hurriedly looked up and asked, "Teacher, Brother Zhu Yi." Zhu Yi finally began to wake slowly, his weary eyes opening with difficulty. He struggled to speak through the breathing mask, every word heavy. "Teacher, it said, we are the ones." Teacher Wang repeated the final words in confusion, then froze for a moment. "Plunderers." He gathered golden light in his palm, his voice still gentle. "Close your eyes and keep your Tai Sin spirit steady." Warm light from Teacher Wang's palm passed through the chamber and gently covered Zhu Yi's. After handling everything, Teacher Wang looked at Chu Ran. "Stay here and watch over him for now. I will go check on the battlefield cleanup." She looked at him anxiously. "I will always stay by his side." Outside, the cleanup had temporarily settled into order. The wounded adjusted their breathing on their own, while the rest divided up work and rest. Han Shan was reading the information when he saw Teacher Wang approach and immediately looked delighted. He handed everything to Teacher Wang to review. More than 30 people sacrificed, more than 120 injured. The mages suffered the heaviest casualties. Fortunately, the otherworldly gate has been completely destroyed. Teacher Wang looked at the list of the unfortunate and reminded Han Shan, "Record the names of the soldiers who sacrificed themselves. Afterward, I will personally visit their families to offer comfort." Just as the two finished speaking, a call from a team member appeared on the screen. "Captain Wang, Captain New, the situation is urgent. We have detected energy fluctuations from an insect-type rift at the abandoned mining area in Magic City." Han Shan frowned slightly. "For now, there are no reports of demonic creatures appearing. The mining area has been abandoned and the 5-kilometer radius around it has also been placed under emergency lockdown by headquarters order." He immediately replied, "Understood, we will set out at once." But Han Shan still hesitated slightly. "Old Wang, the situation is urgent. Shu Yi's ability to sense dark energy is something we have never encountered before." Teacher Wang immediately frowned and objected. "No." Han Shan looked at him, wanting to say more but not knowing how to begin. Teacher Wang still firmly refused to accept the idea. Teacher Wang looked toward the battlefield before him. "Han Shan, why do soldiers wear uniforms and take up weapons in the end? Is it not so children have a chance to grow up in peace?" Memories of young people in military uniforms surfaced in his mind. 20 years ago, I once guided a student who could also clearly sense dark energy. That child was only 25. Teacher Wang's voice grew colder with every word. "Zhu Yi is not a tool. He can change the war, and for that very reason, he must not be used as a consumable before his wings have fully grown." Teacher Wang raised his face and straightened his clothes. "Do not use power like that. Send the order down. All members who can still move must assemble and finish resupply within 5 minutes." Two of them looked in the same direction, their gazes cold and firm like hunting leopards. The next battle had already begun. Outside, a new battle had already begun, while in the treatment room a figure stood there in silence. Slender fingers wearing black gloves latched the glass surface. Miss Jing leaned close to the chamber, observing Zhu Yi's peaceful face. "This irritating face really does make many girls like you. Even my niece insists on getting to know you." She was too absorbed in speaking to notice that Zhu Yi's arm had already lifted slightly. "However, I personally advise that girl to give up." Miss Jing saw him waking in a daze and hurriedly stepped back, covering her mouth with one hand to hide her embarrassment. "Deacon Yi." Then she turned back and smiled, pretending to be calm. "Student Zhu Yi, you are awake." He looked at her playfully, smiling as he stepped out of the treatment chamber. "Teacher is not here, and a trusted aide outside the military is waiting for me to wake up. Teacher must have run into something urgent." Miss Jing sat cross-legged on the chair. "The president has already set out for the Magic City Rift. What happened at Blackwind Valley far exceeded expectations. The president originally only wanted you to borrow the Ice Dragon Abyss to strengthen the foundation of your second advancement." She continued, "Besides, the president told me to inform you that Liu Xuan has been arrested by the military and will later face a military court. The Nether Sound forces under him have also been taken over and dealt with." Zhu Yi took the land deed from Miss Jing. "Is Teacher talking about those missing Frost Star essences?" As expected, Teacher knows everything. She stepped closer to Zhu Yi, looking at him and the land deed in his hand. "The words have been delivered, and the item has been handed over. Farewell." As she brushed past Zhou Yi, her peach blossom eyes looked at him. "Student Zhou Yi, I will ask you one last time, are you really not considering joining the Feather Guild?" He answered indifferently, "Not interested." Zhou Yi folded his arms across his chest and let out an annoyed sigh as soon as she vanished from sight. He took out the iron prison core to inspect it, understanding in his heart that second advancement strength was still far too insignificant before war. Yang Ya manifested beside him. On the road to the peak, the lone wolf will eventually exhaust itself. Borrowing momentum to move forward is not cowardice. Zhou Yi quietly continued, "I need a nation absolutely under my control." The scene shifted. Zhu Yi returned home to the welcome of his entire family. "Big brother, you had only just stepped out into the Zhao family corridor when little Su brought me back. I thought something had happened to you." He gently embraced Zhu Yun, his voice filled with guilt. "It was the battle in Gale Valley that dragged you into this." Zhou Yi looked at the two of them with gratitude in his eyes. "Uncle Heng, cousin Xiaobai, thank you both. Taking care of Yuner was what we should have done in the first place. The matters you arranged in your letter have also been handled properly." Uncle Heng Hang pointed behind him and said, "Follow me." He answered decisively, "All right." Zhou Yun was still young and did not understand, so she asked curiously, "Big brother, where are we going?" He gently rubbed his sister's head, then led her into the center of power of the Zhao family, to take back everything that had always belonged to her. At that moment, quite a few people were already seated around the round table in the Great Hall. "Clan leader, why did you suddenly summon us here?" "Today I just heard the news, Madam Hong is dead." "What? Then what are we supposed to do about our ice marrow crystals? There are still dozens of children in the clan, waiting to suppress their bloodlines." "Clan leader, this concerns the survival of the family. We must find another way as quickly as possible." The third elder looked at the clan leader and secretly pondered. The main seat was still empty, while that old man sat silently beside it. Who was he waiting for? Something about this situation was not right. Just as he was still doubtful, a sound rang out, making everyone around the table look in the same direction. The great doors opened and several figures slowly walked in under the stunned gazes of everyone present. Zhou Yi led Zhou Yun at the front while Zhao Heng and Xiao Bai followed quietly behind. When the third elder saw who had arrived, his frown deepened, his gaze fixed on Zhou Yi. He walked up to the clan leader, smiled and bowed. "Clan leader, Yi is here. Sit down." He obeyed, reached out, pulled back the empty main seat, and sat down calmly. Zhou Yi's expression turned solemn, his hands clasped together as he sat silently in the presiding seat and looked over everyone around the round table. Seeing his smooth, uninterrupted motion, the third elder was so furious that his face darkened. He slammed the table hard and shouted angrily, "Zhou Yi, you dare sit in that position? Do you still have any elders in your eyes?" An elder beside him hurriedly held his shoulder and smiled to smooth things over. "Zhou Yi, it is true that your bloodline is highly pure, but you still cannot overstep your authority like this." Zhou Yi braced his hands on the table, his gaze as sharp as an alpha wolf's as he stared straight at them. "I did not come here today to chat. I want the Zhao family to promise me one thing." Every word he spoke even left the little girl stunned. "Zhou Yun will be the next generation successor of the Zhao family. The entire clan must devote its best resources to nurturing her. In the future, Zhou Yun will have the highest priority over everything in the Zhao family." The third elder could no longer hold back. He sprang up, pointed straight at his face, and shouted arrogant, "How important is in here? The Zhao family has been passed down for hundreds of years. How can it be handed to a direct descendant who has only just returned? Clan leader, you must uphold justice. This is clearly taking advantage of the situation to hand the Zhao family's centuries of foundation to a little girl." Uncle Heng spoke calmly. "I can prove that Zhou Yun's bloodline concentration is indeed 3 times higher than mine. With her here, the Zhao family may not be unable to restore its glory." Xiao Bai also added, "Your younger sister has great talent. Last week, the ice art I taught her took her only 1 day to enter the door." Zhou Yi spoke slowly. "Zhou Yun carries the ice bloodline. She is naturally an orthodox member of the Zhou clan. As for whether she can become the heir," the pressure from him spread throughout the room, making everyone fall silent at once. That power forced the third elder to cover his face, but he still stubbornly shouted, "Insolent, you dare strike in the council hall." In that very instant, a powerful stream of inner force quickly enveloped the area where everyone sat. Zhou Yi's eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of cold mist as he stared intently at the other party. From within Zhou Yi's body, that stream of inner force surged out violently, instantly terrifying everyone. Without prior agreement, they all sat frozen in place, and no one dared utter another word. The third elder was also blasted back by that aura. His body shook so violently that he could not stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Zhou Yi's power revealed the faint, shifting silhouette of a blue dragon. The protective barrier in front of him also began to crack. Only then did fear clearly appear in the third elder's eyes. He hurriedly said loudly, "Zhou Yun is still young, and she has only just returned to the clan not long ago. Making her the heir now is too hasty. Where would that leave the other outstanding disciples of the Zhou family? I do not agree." In his heart, he was secretly horrified. This pressure has clearly only just passed the second transition. Why is it already on par with level 40? And that ice dragon, that form, that dragon pressure as well. Zhou Ye laughed coldly. "The argument ends here. If I do not crush the old rules you cling to in order to survive, you will never understand." Standing among the crowd, he raised his voice with confidence, "I am the new rule." An elder seated beside them fell into deep thought. The might hidden within him can be released and withdrawn at will. This boy's growth speed is truly astonishing. Zhou Yi continued, "Every year, the Zhao family pays the Moment Chamber of Commerce a tremendous price for ice marrow crystals. Now, the layers of the Gale Valley Chamber of Commerce all belong to me. The crystal reserves inside far exceed your imagination. I do not know. I will grant the Zhao family the authority to send absolutely trustworthy clan members into Gale Valley to mine. With this source of resources, the Zhao family's bloodline can be guaranteed for countless generations without worry. But that is only the beginning. I will definitely find a way to erase the curse." The clan leader immediately instructed, "Do as Zhou Ye says. Hanger, today's 100 clan members to garrison Gale Valley. You must transport the crystals back as quickly as possible." Zhou Hang, who was standing beside him, immediately replied, "Yes." He said with joy, "Heaven has not destroyed our Zhao family. This old man, no, the entire Zhou family must remember this great kindness of yours." The second elder was somewhat bewildered. "But is this not also also another kind of submission, using strength to forcibly seize authority. Shu Yi's gaze was ice cold as he asked in return submission. What I give you is something none of you could ever give yourselves in this world. Right after that, he continued, Third Elder, how much money has the Zhao family spent every year buying dungeon qualifications for its disciples? To fight for slots in secret realms, how much more price and favor has it had to pay? This has always been the normal state of a family. Every noble clan is the same. Why are you asking this? Zhou Ye said again, then what if, from now on, the Zhao family has a complete growth dungeon of its own, and after clearing it, they can also receive recognition from the eternal rules? The moment those words fell, everyone fell silent at the same time. At that moment, the third elder suddenly burst into loud laughter, clearly not believing him at all. Then he sprang up. I think you are already suffering from delusions despite your young age. 90% of the dungeons in Zhangxia are in the hands of the 3 great guilds and the military. Families with private dungeons can be counted on one hand, and they are all top ancient noble houses. Are you trying to tell me that you have a dungeon in your hands? Zhou Yi circulated his inner force. Whether it is true or false, one look will tell. The instant he finished speaking, the small fragments immediately gathered into a large hole. The polygonal crystal rose into the air, radiating brilliant 7-colored light all around. Immediately after, it transformed into a massive block of ice. Zhou Yi said slowly, diamond-grade mirror prison, with 3 difficulties: normal, hard, and nightmare. The level requirement ranges from level 15 to 35, with 1 to 10 participants. I will set the dungeon entrance permanently in the central district of the Zhou family. From now on, the descendants of the Zhao family can enter the dungeon to train at any time. This is my second promise. Xiaobai was so shocked that she covered her mouth. It really is a dungeon. This is a resource that even great families may not necessarily possess. Zhao Heng followed up, exactly. Every month, to let the clan's disciples enter dungeons for training, the Zhao family spends more than half its profits. If we have a private dungeon, that means. Zhou Yun stared blankly, as she thought. Ice marrow crystals were already aid in a moment of crisis. But this private dungeon is no different from opening a path to heaven for the Zhao family. At that moment, Zhou Yi quickly stood up. The Zhao family will have a free trial ground. Before his words had even finished, he had already turned and walked away. From now on, there is no need to read anyone's expression, nor to spend another single coin. He looked straight at that group of people. Third elder, do you still dare to examine the quality of the one you called mentally ill? Only then did he think to himself, that doorway cannot be fake. It is real. He not only obtained resources, he also changed the fate of the Zhao family. The young man before him had strength too profound to fathom, far beyond the scope of his understanding. Everyone then hurriedly said, there is no need. Before we were blind. Monsieur Yun will be the here. This old man agrees 10,000 times over. Yer has extraordinary talent and a broad heart. This is truly heaven protecting our Zhao family. Of course it should be so. She is fully worthy. The clan leader then spoke. Since no one else objects, starting today Zhou Yun is the sole young master of the Zhao family. Zhu Yi added, seeing her is the same as seeing me. Her orders are supreme. The scene shifted to this side, where streams of aura continuously spread out. Zhu Yi sat still, circulating his inner force as he murmured calculations. Most descendants of the Zhao family are between levels 13 and 20, so the basic stats of the magical beasts in simple mode should not be too high. The dungeon terrain is best set in a glacial region, which suits the Zhao family. The first stage will use level 10 ice demon wolves, low intelligence, large numbers. When they die, they self-destruct, creating a small frozen zone that reduces movement speed. Evaluation score will be directly tied to the number of times they are affected by the frost. To achieve a high score, they must learn to control distance, grasp the rhythm of battle, and cannot stand still in one place. For the second stage, the environment changes into an ever-shifting crystal ice maze. The monsters gain the crystal ice armor trait, making frontal attacks almost ineffective, forcing them to move, find weaknesses, and learn to observe. This place is very good, and this place too. He said to himself, the high difficulty boss will use the Crimson Spider Phantom. After Madame Hong died, the Mirror Prison Core absorbed her and generated that form. She exploited the Zhao family for so many years, and now using her lingering shadow to train the descendants of the Zhao family can be considered her final contribution. After that, the crystal before him immediately lit up. It felt as though all the power of heaven and earth was gathering here. The radiance it emitted cold, clear, and strangely pure. Even the spiritual beasts roared with delight, while bands of brilliant golden light appeared around them. Over on this side, the silhouette of a girl flickered faintly somewhere. Zhou Yi was slightly surprised. Shuang Ye, with only 35% control, it is already this precise. He could not hide his satisfaction. Just 35% already makes me feel like a creator personally building a dungeon. If I reach full 100% control, could I change the dungeon's rules for increase and decrease? Could I even bring the magical beasts, powers, and real areas within it into reality? Just then something suddenly struck Zhou Yi hard on the head, making him cry out in pain. It turned out Shuang Ye had just hit him. Designing a dungeon is to help the Zhao family grow stronger, not to satisfy your own desire to be a creator. Remember this, a true powerhouse controls power, and does not let power devour him. Zhu Ye wiped his sweat. I know you are always right. At the same time, the figure of the large cat slowly stepped out. Zhou Yun looked at him in an indifferent voice, her gaze carrying a somewhat profound look. Big brother. As soon as he saw her, he walked over. Yunner, this outfit suits you very well. Tomorrow is already the ceremony. Why do you still have so much on your mind? Zhao Yun quickly said to Zhu Yi, these past few days, wherever I go, they smile and call me master. They also say, please take care of us in the future, young master. She paused for a moment, then continued, but can I really shoulder the responsibility represented by the words young master? I do not want to disappoint you, and I do not want to let everyone down. Hearing this, Zhu Ai could not hide his surprise. He reached out and stroked the little girl's cheek. Silly girl, from the past until now and in the future as well. You have never disappointed me. Yunner, do you know what the Zhao family resembles? Zhou Yun reached out and held his hand, then softly asked in return, what does it resemble? Zhu Yai laughed coldly, a giant ship trapped in an old dream. On the outside, it is dazzling, but inside, it has already rotted. They even have to beg for ice marrow crystals from the enemy, just to barely preserve their lives. But we should not laugh at the Zhao family because we are also passengers on that ship. Without this ship, there will still be another ship. When the waves are calm, perhaps one can still live steadily from day to day. But in Gale Valley, I saw true war. Compared with it, the previous matches and trials were merely games inside a greenhouse. When the true raging waves come crashing in, everyone on the old ship will flee. At that time, fate will lie in the hands of others. Yunner, we cannot only be passengers on the ship, we must become the ones at the helm. Personal strength ultimately has its limits. I need a force that belongs to me. Chu Yun also voiced her thoughts, but building a new force would consume too much time and resources. Meanwhile, the Chu family already had a foundation, making it the most suitable starting point. Only then did she realize with slight surprise that her brother had chosen to help the Chu family, because he wanted to turn this place into their ship. Zhu Yi did not hide it at all, that is right. But if this ancient ship is to revive and obey me, it needs a crucial core. After saying this, he closed his eyes, and a golden mark appeared on his forehead. He raised his hand and lightly touched Chu Yun's forehead, and her eyes briefly turned hazy. Looking at the mark on her forehead, Zhu Yi slowly continued, your highly pure ice bloodline. He said seriously to Chu Yun, I will not become the clan leader for the sake of the Chu family. The clan leader and elders trust me, but they are still worried about an outsider holding power. Yunner, you are the perfect bridge between me and the Chu family. Hearing this, Chu Yun could no longer hold back her tears, and they silently fell. She looked at Zhu Yi with emotion, then quickly answered with joy, brother, I understand. She smiled happily. If I remain forever just the little sister sheltered behind you, then what meaning would awakening this bloodline have? Rest assured, brother, I will become your most reliable arm. Zhu Yi gave a faint smile, alright, whatever master says. Yang Ye sighed inwardly. Could this brat have awakened some skill that bewitches people's hearts? A few words from him have already made this little girl's blood boil. The scene shifted elsewhere and a resounding voice rang out. Invite the descendant of the Chu clan, Chu Yun, to ascend the platform and perform the ceremony. Two girls stood below waiting, one nervous and timid, the other somewhat proud. From outside, Chu Yun walked in calmly and unhurriedly. Everyone immediately began whispering among themselves. She is the one about to become the young master. She looks so young, but her bearing is extraordinary. I heard the purity of her ice bloodline has reached 70%. While still in the outer sect, she discovered an ownerless dungeon and offered it to the family, which is why she was appointed young master. If I had a dungeon, I would have gone to the military to exchange it for an official post. Ling Feng was annoyed. These people dare to speak ill behind her back. What cowards. Xiaolan beside him added, Ling Feng, I think you defend Chu Yunner even more than he does. Clan leader immediately announced, today, in my name as clan leader, I appoint clan member Chu Yun as the young master of the Chu family. Seeing the young master is as seeing the clan leader. All matters in the clan shall follow the young master's command. He turned to Chu Yun and said, kneel and bow to the goddess, then sincerely offer your blessing. She quickly did as told, kneeling before the statue. Descendant of the Chu family, Chu Yun, respectfully bows to the ice goddess. Here I swear that I am willing to inherit the will of my ancestors and not betray the responsibility of my bloodline, or the trust of my clan. Goddess above, let this tie sin and this resolve be witnessed by heaven and earth. If I break my oath, I am willing to suffer the backlash of ice and forever lose the power of bloodline. Looking at the mark around Chu Yun's body, the clan leader immediately asked, what is this? Everyone erupted again. Did something go wrong with the ceremony? Could it be that the goddess refuses to acknowledge her because her origins are unclear? Zhu Yi stepped forward and Chu Ran also came over. Brother Yi, do not rush, this is not a bad thing. The resonance of Chu Yunner's bloodline purity has led to a divine blessing. Look. On this side, Chu Yun was indeed still safe. She knelt before the goddess statue without the slightest injury. Immediately afterward, the statue suddenly spoke. Use this bloodline to freeze everything that blocks your path and protect your oath. I shall become the authority in your hand. Chu-yun immediately raised her hand, and that source of power coiled around her arm. The snowflake mark on her body spread open, and Chu-yun's body also slowly rose into the air. Before this sight, Chu-yun could not help feeling stunned, her gaze fixed on the true body before her. The clan leader cried out in shock, "A miracle! This is the awakening phenomenon of an S-rank Tianfu, the divine grace baptism recorded in the books." And he looked at Chu-yun, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Young master, your current Tianfu is." At the same time, the system panel quickly displayed a notification, S-rank Ice Goddess Inheritance. Hearing this, he was overjoyed beyond measure. That is right, it is exactly this, the same Tianfu as the founding ancestor of the Chu family. The glory of the ancestors reappeared in the Chu family. Everyone cheered thunderously. "Heaven bless the Chu family! Heaven bless the Chu family! S-rank Tianfu, the legendary Tianfu. Our Chu family finally has hope of revival." At that moment, Chu-yun finally gathered her courage. She slowly stepped forward. "Fellow clan members, I am Chu-yun. I know I am still young and lack experience, so suddenly standing in this position makes me feel somewhat afraid. Today the goddess blessed me not because I Chu-yun am special, but because the Chu family needs hope, needs change, and needs a new future. From now on, I am willing to walk alongside everyone. Resources and power are already in place, and the road to becoming stronger lies right beneath our feet." Everyone now shouted thunderously, truly accepting her as well. "Young master, young master, young master." Chu Ran was delighted. Chu-yuner has grown up. Zhou Yi said with satisfaction, "That girl has always been brave, she only needed a chance." High above, Chu-yun began gathering inner force. Immediately afterward, she swung her hand and struck fiercely at the space before her. A magnificent scene instantly appeared before everyone, and the crowd fell silent as they watched intently. This is a diamond-ranked dungeon, with normal, hard, and nightmare difficulties, requiring levels 15 to 35. Pointing at the sheet of ice she had just created, Chu-yun said, "Behind this door lies part of the future foundation of the Chu family, the Mirror Prison Trial. It will become our strongest whetstone." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up brightly, and she had completely convinced them all. After those words, the crowd once again erupted in thunderous cheers. Below, the noise rose again. Both the inner sect and outer sect have a chance. In the past, entering a trial dungeon required gifts to the elders, but now anyone can enter. We can finally rely on our own strength to obtain resources. Hearing those words, Chu-yun's expression quickly became brighter. The third elder immediately said, "First, the divine grace baptism established legitimacy. Then the dungeon was used to win the people's hearts. This accumulated points board in particular is excellent, directly breaking the inner sect's monopoly over resources." He thought with quiet satisfaction, the Chu family truly seems about to change. Chu-yun stood high above and said loudly, "Who is willing to be the vanguard of the Chu family, the first to step into this new journey?" Everyone began murmuring, "You go first, what I enter and cannot come back out." While the young people were still hesitating, a girl took the initiative to step forward. "I will scout the way for everyone." Chu-yun had not expected her to be the first volunteer, and surprise briefly appeared in her eyes. Xiaobai immediately flew forward and stood before Chu-yun. Before entering, she turned her head and said, "Young master, the Chu family has been suppressed for many years, and I do not want our generation to decline again." Everyone was no longer confused now. "Young master, I also want to enter the dungeon. I want to prove myself. Young master, let me go. We will go too. Forming a team will be safer." Under Zhu Ye's thoughtful gaze, everyone spoke excitedly. "I want that brat from the Lin family to see exactly how I will find my chance." At the same time, he silently gathered inner force. From midair, a large screen slowly appeared. Another wave of astonishment rang out. "It can actually observe the inside. Is this not the military's advanced live viewing technology? In the future, it can even record the techniques of experts." Everyone began entering. Wang Fan, Fistmaster Profession Level 18, Simple Challenge, 4-person team. Chu Roran, Mage Profession Level 18, Simple Difficulty, 4-person team. Dong Pastor Profession Level 18, Simple Challenge Difficulty, 4-person team. Inside the dungeon, thick fog covered the entire mountain. The magical beasts were already waiting there, and from their appearance, they also seemed to be mentally preparing to attack. Roran spoke, "There are many of them hidden in the fog, and they are extremely fast." Wolf Pack had no intention of stopping, slowly closing in on everyone. Xiaobai commanded tensely, "Huang Fan, use Earth-Shaking Fist to stop their charge." Roran, use Ice Mist Art to cover the rear and disrupt their vision. The moment Xiaobai finished speaking, everyone immediately circulated their inner force. Huang Fan immediately acted, unleashing Earth-Shaking Fist and making the ground ahead tremble, dealing light damage and clearly slowing the enemy's movement. While everyone was locked in fierce battle, the snow layer inside also began to crack. Momo refused to concede and immediately stepped forward. Momo's gaze was even colder than the snow wolf's, and as she stared intently at it, she secretly observed its weakness. But when the deep slash came down, the wolf was almost unharmed, making her cry out in shock, "How can this be?" An explosion rang out, and she was immediately blasted far away. Momo's blood flowed down while a long scrape had been torn across her leg. The very moment Momo was about to fall, a voice suddenly rang out, "Clear light, protect." Only then did Momo realize that thanks to the Guardian spell, that spike could not pierce any deeper. The explosive fragments carry a negative effect. Everyone be careful. The system also warned, affected by frost, movement speed reduced by 30% for 10 seconds. Zhou Bai immediately commanded, commanded, change tactics. Huang Fan focus on repelling and controlling them. Create a 1-1 environment. Ruran use Ice Prism to continuously attack the wolves' legs and restrict their movement. Momo swim in and take control, prioritize dealing with the wolves near death that are about to self-destruct. Outside, everyone was excited. Although Xiaobai was a priest, her control ability was very strong. Her reaction was too fast, self-destruction is truly terrifying, the range is wide, and the slowdown is severe. Look at Momo's movement path. After suffering a loss once, she completely predicted the wolves' attack routes. The coordination of the four of them is almost flawless. The clan leader looked rather satisfied and nodded, saying, I understand now. This stage tests controllability, observation of movement direction, team coordination. A lone person definitely cannot clear it. He looked toward Zhu Yi and silently thought, ice armor protection, self-destruction upon death. This dungeon was designed with too much precision. This is not merely leveling up. It is clearly teaching people to become true warriors on the edge of danger. The foundation of the Chu family 50 years from now will likely be firmly tied to this place. Is Zhu Yi really that selfless, handing over such an important treasure just for the position of young master? Could it be that I truly judged a gentleman by a petty man's measure? The third elder still did not believe it and thought to himself, impossible. He definitely has another purpose. I just have not seen through it yet. Inside the dungeon, only about 10 minutes had passed, and the wolf pack had already been wiped out. The system announcement rang out again. After exterminating those beasts, their rewards also increased. Xiaobai looked at the system panel, unable to hide the surprise on her face. Everyone said happily, not bad, Xiaobai. You leveled up right away. I am still 1,000 experience short of level 9. I have to work harder in the next stage so everyone can coordinate well. Without everyone, I basically could not have gained this much experience. Xiaobai finally regained her confidence and said, let's go, we will advance to the second stage and strive to let everyone level up. The crowd immediately became lively. That is the light of leveling up. Xiaobai really leveled up inside the dungeon. I saw it. One run is enough to level up. What are we waiting for? Let's risk it. I want to enter too. I need a team looking for a strong tank with burst damage. Priest looking for teammates to guarantee victory. The Chu family would never do anything useless. Now that we have our own dungeon, we no longer need to worry about lacking experience. The Chu family's strength will definitely rise very quickly from now on. Chu Heng said softly to Chu Yun, young master, Xiaobai's level up this time is more convincing than 10,000 words. Everyone's enthusiasm has already been ignited. Chu Yun then spoke, everyone, do not be impatient. The dungeon will be opened group by group and divided according to level. I guarantee that everyone will have a chance. The ceremony ends here. Those who want to enter the dungeon first should go register and form teams. The first group will set out in half an hour. Everyone cheered excitedly again. Good, thank you, young master. The young master is wise. I think when dealing with crystal ice wolves, prioritizing control skills is the most important. The high-level mages began looking for stable frontliners. Anyone lacking teammates could form groups, and the damage dealers could safely stand in the back. Zhu Yi stood behind them, silently watching everyone discuss without pause. At this moment, Zhu Yi circulated his inner force while calculating. The mining of crystal stones will be handed to the third elder, the dungeon management to the clan leader, and the basic control authority of the mirror prison core to Yunner. Benefits and power are separated for balance, and only by supporting Yunner together can they obtain the resources they want. As for me, I hold the final authority and absolute power of the mirror prison. As for supernatural, I will continue observing it. The only thing was that Chu Yun awakening the S-rank inheritance of the Frost Goddess was beyond his expectations. The resources that S-rank Heavenly Fortune requires are truly enormous. It seems I will have to ask my teacher for more benefits the next time I see him. I remember seeing a piece of 10,000-year ice marrow in his secret chamber last time. After returning, Zhu Yi sat on the bed and continued circulating his inner force. At this moment, the system announced, congratulations on completing the SS-rank daily mission, received 20 free attribute points. The rewards received included 10 bottles of A-rank recovery potion. A while later, he sighed and said to himself, open personal panel. Right after that, a flood of information appeared. Zhu Yi calculated to himself, I have been in Tianlin for so many days, yet my experience has only increased by 200,000. I am still far from the next level. He reached out and swiped across the system panel, continuing to view more information. Zhu Yi silently calculated, these A-rank and B-rank potions along with basic equipment are no longer significant to me. They can just be placed into the family's reward vault. The stronger they become, the more stable Yunner's foundation in the family will be. Xuangya appeared and asked curiously, such deep brotherly affection. I thought you had really handed the Tai Sin core to Yunner. Zhu Yi replied seriously. Yunner needs prestige, and the Chu family also needs an outward hope. What I gave her is only the manager's authority, while the true authority naturally has to remain in my hands. After a pause, Zhu Yi asked again, again. Shuangya, have you noticed? I myself became stronger, yet my control level did not change at all, while devouring Lady Hong at the beginning increased by 50%. At this point he hesitated slightly. I have a guess. Perhaps the mirror prison was originally an unfinished product. It needs to devour the strong and fuse with their power to complete itself. On the surface it looks like my control level is increasing, but in truth, its degree of completion is rising. If we follow your theory, the previous signals in Blackwind Valley were not fully devoured by the mirror prison core. That is indeed a bit of a pity. Shuangye replied, exactly, and Liu Xuan is the strongest opponent I have encountered so far. If the mirror prison can devour him, the harvest will definitely be astonishing. After pausing for a moment, he reminded him again, kid, do not forget that although Liu Xuan's level is not high, he can borrow the power of the demon race lord. This time, if the army had not intervened, victory and defeat would still have been hard to say. You can pursue power, but do not let greed cloud your reason. Zhou Ye quickly stretched and reassured him, do not worry, Tai Sin. The enemy who can make me fall into that has not been born yet. Shuangya immediately replied coldly, arrogant brat. Zhou Ye glanced over, then continued, the final underworld gate of Blackwind Valley, Before he could finish speaking, a knock came from outside. Young master, a steward from the Jiang family has arrived. Miss Churan said you should go over. He thought to himself, a steward from the Jiang family, at this late hour. As soon as the door opened, Zhou Yai said, Uncle Fu, why are you here? Uncle Fu had just stepped in when he spoke. This old servant pays respects to the young miss. Young miss, even in this small Chu family, you are still so diligent. You must have just finished training, right? Churan followed up, practicing body techniques every day is not bad either. Uncle Fu, the journey must have been hard. Why not come in and rest for a while, have a cup of tea first? He calmly took out a handkerchief, his movements extremely familiar and practiced. Uncle Fu wiped his tears as he said, the mistress misses young miss very much, and the internal family competition is also about to begin. There are many matters in the clan that require young miss to return and prepare, so she specially ordered this old servant to come and escort young miss back to the residence. Churan hurriedly said, of course I remember the family competition, but I just called my mother yesterday and she did not mention that I had to go back. As soon as Churan finished speaking, Uncle Fu also immediately stopped crying. He smiled and said, perhaps the mistress wants to give young miss a surprise. Matters in the clan are piled up like mountains, so I ask young miss to be understanding and quickly set off with me. Just then Zhu Yi walked out and asked, Churan, is this a senior from your clan? Churan immediately replied, this is Uncle Fu, the person who watched me grow up from childhood. Zhu Yi smiled and shook his hand. Hello Uncle Fu, I am Zhu Yi. What brings you here this time? The inner Tai Sin inside him also silently sighed, so strong. Uncle Fu still kept a smile on his face, but inwardly, he could not help feeling secretly shocked. Churan hurriedly added at this moment, Brother Zhu Yi, I have to go back for a while to visit my mother. Hearing this, he asked in slight surprise, your mother? Zhou Yi smiled and hugged her. That is a good thing. Following me around means running from place to place. Greet your mother for me. Uncle Fu bowed respectfully. Young Master Shu is indeed very understanding. After that, Zhu Yi silently transmitted inner force to her. Churan, thank you for always staying by my side. A cold glint flashed in Uncle Fu's eyes, and as he looked at him, he could not help raising his brows. Churan also sensed something unusual and stared blankly at her body, which was glowing with golden light. Right after that, Churan blurted out, using holy light to calm hair is probably something only Brother Zhu Yai would do. He did not deny it and only reminded her to be careful in everything, and if she encountered any difficulty, to call him immediately. Uncle Fu, standing beside them, had already lost patience and reminded her, young miss, we should depart now. Churan blushed with embarrassment. Okay, I will change clothes and leave right away. Before leaving, she even turned back and said, Brother Zhu Yi, when I come back, I will bring you Sichuan's specialty spicy rabbit head, guaranteed to be so spicy that you breathe fire. At the same time, Shuangya appeared and asked, what is wrong? Do you feel that something is off? The smile on Zhou Yi's lips instantly vanished, and he replied with a solemn expression, I cannot quite explain it either. It is just that both Sichuan and Tianlin have official teleportation arrays. Leaving in such a hurry is truly not in line with ordinary etiquette. That night, the place where Zhu Yi stayed was still extremely quiet. He looked at Shuangya and said, right, I was about to ask you earlier. Before that otherworldly gate beneath us was destroyed, it said the people of Blue Star were the real plunderers. You have lived for 100 years. Do you know what this is really about? He replied, my memories before eternity descended are all very chaotic. There was a lot of crying, a lot of anger, but I could not tell who it belonged to. Just then, a voice rang out, we have been searching for the answer to this question for decades. As soon as he saw Teacher Wang walking over, Zhou Yi immediately said, Teacher, you're injured. He only replied softly, He said, the Modu Rift has been temporarily sealed, but the price we paid far exceeded expectations. The casualties among light element mages were the heaviest, because their holy light restrains magical energy. energy, so they became the first targets of attack. Teacher Wang spoke and tossed over an object. This is the Tai Sin core of the level 48 demon lord from the Modi Rift. Try sensing the energy inside it. Looking at the thing in his hand, Zhu Yi hesitated slightly. This is... In that same instant, Zhu Yi's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Inside, towering monsters appeared high above. From that thing, a beam of dark light quickly shot out. Zhou Yi froze. That thing rushed straight at his face. It still did not stop there. Two other beams of light also flared up afterward. You just stood there stiffly, your expression so dazed it was hard to understand. In the end, Zhou Yi could not hold back anymore and threw that thing straight to the ground. Teacher Wang said that this energy source was similar to the demons in Black Wind Valley and the Storm Mountains, meaning they might come from the same otherworld, or even belong to the same force. He raised his head and looked upward, which meant that otherworldly demons were invading our world on a scale, and with an intensity never seen before. Scene shifted. The military and the top guilds had repeatedly advanced deep into the otherworld to wage war and had discovered several ruins. They were not demon structures, but more like the remains of abandoned cities, bearing traces of a civilization that shared the same origin as Blue Star's lost ancient civilization. After the military compiled hundreds of reports related to otherworldly ruins, they were basically able to confirm it. Teacher Wang told Zhu Yi that in an unimaginably ancient era, there had once been a supernatural civilization of Blue Star that launched a colonial war. He asked, then what exactly is the eternal game? Is our current world an accident or a conspiracy arranged long ago? Teacher Wang continued, why the eternal game descended is still beyond our current strength to fully understand. The only certain thing is that we have inherited part of a heavy and dangerous legacy, beginning filled with sin and hatred. He looked straight at him. Prepare yourself well, Zhu Yi. This world needs you. Teacher Wang summoned a blue earth again and said to him, look carefully. He explained that the medium rifts were already being held by the military and the major guilds, but they could barely spare any attention for the small rifts. Last week, a small village in the south was attacked by demon hounds that crawled out of 3 small rifts, killing more than half the villagers. Our defensive line is being worn down bit by bit. If this continues before the medium rifts are even breached, ordinary civilians will have already fallen into panic. That is why I came to you. Zhu Yi went straight to the point. What do I need to do? Teacher Wang smiled faintly. The Hidden Dragon platform is only for those with outstanding military achievements or potential recognized at the highest level. You and your teammates in Blackwind Valley have proven that you are capable of eliminating small rifts. The military has decided to open Hidden Dragon to you, and inside are missions for dealing with this kind of rift. Looking straight at him, Teacher Wang asked decisively, do you dare accept it? Zhou Yi took it, his voice full of confidence. What is there to be afraid of? He said to him, I have already requested leave from school for you all. You only need to return before the final exam. Remember this, if you encounter a rift you cannot handle, contact the military immediately. Zhou Yi smiled brightly. Teacher, rest assured, we will not disappoint you. Only that night, Zhou Yi returned alone to his dorm room. Teacher Wang proudly messaged him that he had obtained the 10,000-year ice marrow. Zhou Yi immediately clenched his hand, and the 2 blocks of ice disappeared right after. The system quickly issued a notification, identity verification complete. Welcome to log in. He quietly looked at the system panel, which required him to enter his personal data. Following the requirement, Zhou Yi quickly filled in the data on the system panel. He slowly sat down on the bed and continued looking at the rows of characters appearing on the system panel. He thought to himself, small rifts are even more dangerous than dungeons, but they also have their own value. That makes them a suitable place for tempering. More importantly, there may be things hidden inside these rifts that are enough to let the prison mirror have a full meal. After calculating things himself, he entered the command and said, then the special hell training officially begins. Let us. It was already late at night, and the moon high above was full and bright. Deep in the forest, a group of people was moving silently and mysteriously. Just then, the ground split open and rising dust startled them. Looking at the beast stepping out, the whole group looked at one another in panic. What is that, a monster? Beast rushed toward the crowd with a ravenous posture. Right after that, a dazzling beam of light suddenly descended straight onto its body. One person in the group was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, that monster had been taken down in an instant. He hurriedly looked around to see who had saved them, and the atmosphere eased somewhat because of it. Zhou Yi slowly descended from above. Do not be greedy for credit, pay attention to coordination. It did not stop there. When the remaining beasts saw their kind fall, they immediately charged over. Ling Feng swiftly swept past. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. How could puppets in the prison mirror compare to real demons? Blood Rage Frenzy, Flame Dragon Body. He unleashed Crimson Flame Fist and smashed it into several beasts, shouting excitedly as he did, die for me. Everyone began to grow battle hungry. Power of the Great Hall, heed my command. Crush them, Rock Spear Piercing Strike. One also appeared on Xiaolan's side, Heaven and Earth Mystic Sect, Spirit Binding Evil Lock. There is no time. Just as it bit down, thankfully a white leaf shielded her in time. The girl beside her immediately used Ice Mountain Slash. From above, Zhou Yai commented, Xiaolan, the preparation time for your mind-stabilizing talisman exceeded 0.3 seconds. Today add another half hour of intensive training in the prison mirror. She immediately replied, yes, Captain. Ling Feng tore apart the monster while praising him. Your observation really is meticulous. Zhou Yi said calmly, Ling Feng, Crimson Flame Fist suffered a 17% energy loss, and after 2 meaningless strikes you also wasted stamina. Add 1 hour of intensive training, focus on practicing power condensation. Hearing this, Ling could not help giving an awkward laugh. In the end, after only 15 minutes, the monsters were sprawled all over the ground. Immediately, all of them were quickly absorbed back in. Dungeon absorbed Demon Hound energy. Control authority of the prison mirror wisdom core increased to 36%. New Guardian detected. Hell Demon Hound has been added to the dungeon database. Zhou Yai said with satisfaction, mission complete. The next rift is 50 kilometers away, move out. Those people watched the backs of Zhou Yi's group in utter astonishment. Who are they? Probably people from the military, right? Too incredible, those were all level 30 demon hounds. On this side, Ling Feng suddenly froze, his gaze going blank as if he was about to faint. He fell backward and said, not a single drop left, I cannot even squeeze out a fire spark seed. Everyone hurriedly said to him, big brother, there are too many poison bearers hiding, we cannot kill them all. We really cannot kill them all. My mental power is about to run dry. Agreed, my hand is shaking so badly I can barely draw talismans anymore. Right after that, a beam of healing light shone straight down on everyone. Ling Feng's expression gradually eased, and he felt his breathing begin to flow smoothly again. Ling Feng stretched in satisfaction, and his exhaustion had vanished. That feels amazing. Zhu Yi said stamina and mana have recovered to 85%, with 27 poison seals remaining. The clearing time limit is 1 minute. Everyone adds another 2 hours of prison mirror training. Hearing this, everyone jolted and asked in return, 1 minute. Looking at the monsters, Ling Feng shouted and charged up, all or nothing. Xiaolan flew after him, chasing while saying, Captain, even a production team's donkey cannot be used like this. Xiaolan was unwilling to accept it, and she shouted, this is exploitation, pure exploitation. Zhu Yi loudly reminded her, Xiaolan, your current movement trajectory is off by about 15 millimeters, and you will be hit in the back by acid sprayed from the ambusher on the right. Right after that, Xiaolan immediately followed his words, lifting her leg and dodging aside. That spot had already been corroded by acid into a large hole, making her shudder just from looking at it. Yet things were not over, a little of the splashing acid still landed on her back. Zhou Yi's gaze was icy cold as he stared intently at her. Xiaolan was so frightened by that gaze that she trembled, and hurriedly said, thank you for the reminder, Captain. From behind, the last few monsters were finally taken down by him one after another. Zhou Yi quickly ran over. In this team battle, the effective skill chaining rate did not reach 40%. While healing everyone, he said, Tai Sin, you blocked 17 attacks that you could have dodged, relying too much on defense and wasting stamina. Zhou Yi continued, Ling Shi, you cast magic 3 times from poor positions, creating the risk of accidentally injuring teammates. Xiaolan, when Ling Feng was being attacked from multiple sides, your control was not timely, causing him to consume too much stamina. Even so, when his mana was exhausted, Ling Feng still forced himself to use Flame Dragon Body and single-handedly killed the only mutant, preventing the whole team from being dragged into a more dangerous prolonged battle. He said, seriously, remember the feeling of being forced to unleash your potential in a desperate situation. The sensation in that moment is the key to the second transition. Everyone rests for 5 minutes, then we enter today's special prison mirror training. The whole group lay flat on the ground and replied in unison, yes, Captain. Time quickly passed, and 1 month later, did you see that? That outer disciple of the Zhao family is actually wearing B-rank enchanted boots. How extravagant. Everyone discussed it animatedly. I heard they have a diamond rank dungeon, and both inner disciples and outer disciples can enter. This time my clear time was shortened by 1 minute, and the clan head even rewarded me with this A-rank enchanted ice trace dagger. This time my clear time was shortened by 1 minute, and the clan head rewarded me with this A-rank enchanted ice trace dagger. Soaking in there every day, they are bound to produce a whole pile of experts. With this situation, the Zhou family is clearly aiming to rise. Zhou Yi continued, as long as we hand over 50% of the items obtained in the dungeon, outsiders like us can also enter. This is even more worthwhile than the Evil Wolf Guild. Come on, let us go register together. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly rose up, instantly putting everyone alert. A large vehicle rushed over, dragging up a thick cloud of dust behind it. It seemed the driver had no scruples at all, causing Zhu Yi's group to immediately stop short. Right after that, the person on the vehicle slowly stepped down, his momentum overwhelming. He shouted arrogantly, "Where is the steward of the Zhao family? Get out here for this old man." Xiaobai stepped forward. Evil Wolf Guild. What are you people doing at the Zhao family? You people still ask what we are doing, pretending to be confused. Are you dungeon missions in Tianlin province have always been decided by our Evil Wolf Guild. After saying that, he threw a nearby Zhao family member to the ground, then growled, your Zhao family does not understand the rules, daring to steal our business. Shouldn't there be an explanation for this matter? Xiaobai scolded. The dungeon belongs to the Chu clan privately. Why should you explain to others? When the Wolf Guild seizes the dungeon and exploits other forces, why don't you talk about principles? Hearing her words, the nobles clutched their stomachs, laughing loudly. Talking about principles, the girl Tianlan, the Wolf Guild's fist is principle. Today either hand over the dungeon, or we will hunt by old Zhu. Xiaobai began to channel inner strength. Previously enduring because of the dungeon made him forget who the true master was. At the same time, a hand quickly pushed Xiaobai aside. Fang Can mocked. Where'd the stray dog come from, barking in front of someone else's door? Looking at him, idiot, your fur hasn't even grown properly, and you dare meddle with Lao Tu? Do you know who I am, little hero? Ling Feng smiled, raised 3 fingers, counted to 3, and took your dog out of my sight. Finally, they were furious, seeking death. Go ahead, deal with this Xiao Tu first. Immediately after, he swung strongly at Ling Feng. He would not yield, already gave an opportunity. You do not know to cherish Tai Sin. She then struck the others strongly, forming an immovable fortress. One blow made 2 rushing men immediately tumble. 2, angry, pushed forward with all their strength. Following his words, the 2 behind immediately charged at Ling Feng. Jialan focused on the opponents, then threw 2 talismans, exquisite magic, 5 elements stabilizing mechanism, gravity overlay, delay overlay. 2 furious men rushed forward, while the talismans flew toward them. Death script in the talisman flew out to bind both. The next 2 were struck by Xiaolan straight to the ground. Those standing froze, watching their companions easily fall. He feared silently, who exactly are these people? Without stopping, from behind them a figure emerged intermittently. Ling Feng did not hesitate, struck directly at the thief, his gaze blank. A fearful voice echoed, level 27. He was immediately punched, extreme pain. Ling Feng asked in astonishment, level 27, enough to take down a vial. Xiaobai fearfully covered his face. 1 punch, a vice leader level 33 fell to level 27, immediately turned into a white wolf. He growled, 1 punch, this damage just scratches girl mouth open for convenience. See if I tear your mouth apart. And rushing forward, he was immediately stopped by 2 talisman streams. Bound by the talisman script, enraged, looking at Xiaobai still not giving up, growled further, I still have teeth. Ling Shi blocked, simultaneously said Jade Green, go. A small mountain rose, causing pain, feeling like the mouth would be torn apart. Ling Feng despised, truly a show-off. Xiaorai, I'm a rich hair looking down on people like you. Xiaolan and Ling Shi combined forces. Enhanced fire attribute, 5 thunder protection. Sheng Feng struck heavily at his face, also despising brute animal. Fresh blood spurted. He could only endure with eyes closed. Lying sprawled on the ground, Ling Feng panicked. These people are absolute monsters. With a bit of skill daring to be arrogant, should he praise them for being innocent or foolish? Going face to the ground, he feared silently, these people are not just level 27 skills. Combat awareness, surely obtained through countless battles. Dungeon rewards bring much. They were unconvinced. Hey kid, 4 against 1 only evens it. Our guild leader is a Dark Knight level 42, will not forgive. From behind, weapons spun quickly in hand, obediently giving the dungeon up, avoiding the elder killing the whole clan. Spear planted at the crossroads. Ling Feng looked at him straightforwardly, asked quickly, want to kill? Tungi stood above calmly, replied, no need. Then he told him go back, report to the guild leader. Guard every inch of land. If you dare disturb again, I will act as captain. Transition to the large building, light shining and dazzling like a castle. Inside, murmurs echoed from the group. We risked life and death, nearly destroyed. Just to get this, you demand 80% like robbery. According to previous rules, pay 70%, brothers buy medicine. Equipment milk. Wu Qi kicked him hard in the chest, shouted loudly, damn your eyebrow. Everyone startled. Captain? Wu Qi coldly said, dungeon was taken by guild. Our territory must obey rules. Submit 80% or stay. Everyone beaten looked at him with resentment. Teammates spoke up to stop, leave captain. Last week resisted, locked in dungeon, couldn't get out. Chu smiled brightly. Crazy fire user dismantled everything. Chu men all killed. Women and dungeon are ours. As the golden carriage passed, 2 spat blood, fell in another direction. 2 stood guarding the entrance. Golden light appeared, both were thrown out. The one screaming was the Wolf Guild captain, level 42, Dark Knight. Dared to disgrace the Wolf Guild. Cannot let this go. The Yan family beside said, according to the vice captain, the opponent cannot be underestimated, especially Ji. Bai Yin continued. The Blood Ring believed they refused, saying the target too risky. Both are curse masters level 32, and assassins level 32. Lai Hai despised. I spit. The useless cowardly ones. Guild leader, summon brothers directly. Take advantage of night to kill Chu men. Gaji not kept, hold positions. Heavy armor warriors level 33. The sphere cannot tolerate Tai Sin. Resistance is the worst strategy. Blood Ring cowardly. Go contact contact the Lone Seed and Iron Hand. Choose Fat Meat Wolf shares the benefits. Let everyone know the consequence of offending Wolf Guild. Thick Fingers Guild Leader. Only kill a prophet. Wait till smashing Chu Men. Blind that Xiaobai first in Ju. There are also girls Song and Tang. Blind them all. I want them. Before finishing the sentence, a stream of golden light constricted his neck. His gaze glared in anger. Who is this? Immediately after he spat a mouthful of blood, hurriedly clutching his neck. Zhu Yi group appeared he coldly, since the daytime offense was too light. Zhu Yi stepped out. Tyson core members handled low-tier riffraff. No resistance, knockout is enough. These I handle. Ling Feng delighted, just waiting for this sentence. Yan family watch closely. You are Zhu Yi, level 30 young and dare enter our territory. Wu Qi energized, inner strength rising, iron body. Source still rising, inner strength. Astonished, curse suppressed. Divine power so strong. Next strike hit directly. Light punishment in less than 5 seconds. Yan family fell. People frightened. Lei Hai block shield forward. Steel fortress clash with brute. Go die for me. At this moment Zhu Yi lightly flicked, sending him flying far. Bai Yin struck secretly from behind Zhu Yi. Like the others thrown out, Zhu Yi flew up, struck once. Holy cross of light. Despite trying to resist, Lei Hai was no match for Zhu Yi. Wanted him to pay. Other domain concealed. Seeing his companions fall one after another, Yan Guang could not help jolting in alarm, staring at him as he roared. Do you think I want to pay a life for a life? A ghost-faced fish shot forward, and he roared, die for me, soul-rending slash. Looking at the giant fish before him, Zhu Yi could not hide his contempt. It is only struggling in vain. As soon as the words fell, he immediately circulated his inner force and struck straight at the enemy. Yan Guang's weapon shattered, frightening him until his face turned deathly pale. Even so, he was still unwilling to accept it. Tai Sin, impossible. Your strength absolutely cannot be only level 30. Zhu Yi looked at him coldly, his voice sinking. Did I allow you to leave? As soon as the words fell, Yan Guang was bound tightly. Zhu Yi cast Judgment of Justice, making tears stream down his face as he screamed in panic, no, no, do not. At that very instant, a blazing light as hot as the sun immediately descended straight onto his body. Watching Yan Guang collapse, Zhu Yi's face remained ice cold, his eyes never leaving him. At this moment, he quickly condensed his inner force, absorbing high-grade energy and raising the control level of the mirror prison core to 38%. The system reported that new dungeon guards had been obtained, including Dark Knight, Shadow Assassin, Cursed Wizard, and Heavy Shield Warrior, while also detecting that Zhang Tai Sin was an ownerless dungeon and asking whether few fuse it. Zhu Yi immediately replied, fuse. But at that exact moment, a powerful beam of light suddenly burst forth from within the earthen cage. Seeing that thing drift before him, Zhu Yi froze. What is it trying to do? Watching it closely, he was slightly surprised. This is, Zhu Yi thought to himself, even though it has become ownerless, its consciousness of resistance has still not dispersed. A brilliant golden gleam flashed in his eyes, and Zhu Yi widened his eyes, focusing his senses. At the same time, the golden light and the blue energy immediately blended together. A moment later, the two began to resonate. The system quickly sounded fusion successful, obtained the Howling Forest dungeon. He thought to himself, the mirror prison core is powerful, but for now it can only summon one dungeon. Having a second dungeon will give me more options, but dungeons are unique by nature. If Zhu Lu uses it as well, the other factions will surely suspect that Zhu Luo was behind the plot to harm the evil Wolf Guild. Therefore, this matter cannot be made public for the time being, lest those eyeing Zhu Luo's rise be forced into desperate action. Before the thought had even ended, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the ground beneath his feet. By the time Zhu Yi realized it, his entire body had already fallen straight downward. Looking at the things below, Zhu Yi was momentarily stunned. These things are... He immediately used appraisal, quickly seeing clearly everything inside those compartments. Zhu Yi quickly deduced that this quantity far exceeded the accumulation of an ordinary guild, enough to show just how miserably the low-level professionals had been exploited. After thinking this, he immediately shouted, collect. Afterward, Zhu Yi leisurely walked around the place, looking extremely relaxed. He accidentally stepped on a stone slab. A magnificent scene immediately appeared before his eyes. Zhu Yi was briefly stunned, his gaze seeming to be drawn into it. Just then, a golden figure suddenly rushed past, startling him. Zhu Yi was inwardly shocked, and a thought immediately surfaced in his mind. That suit of armor is... At this moment, those suits of armor all turned their gazes forward at once. The smaller suits of armor around them also immediately took position, and all of them began aiming and firing. The monsters before them were quickly brought down, their bodies all sliced apart. The system sounded, do you wish to accept the inheritance trial of the apocalypse, Dragon Knight? Personally experience the authority of war, and face the darkness of destruction. Zhu Yi thought to himself, the inheritance of the apocalypse, Dragon Knight. No matter what it is, I absolutely cannot miss it. Then he said decisively, I accept. As soon as the words fell, an aura immediately appeared, making him narrow his eyes. Zhu Yi felt as though power was being poured into his body. Is this the power of the apocalypse, Dragon Knight? Immediately afterward, the system displayed a new mission, eliminate the demonic beast king. Zhu Yi immediately entered a battle stance. Come on! At that instant, the demonic beast lunged forward and bit hard into Xuang Ye. Its tentacles stretched out, wrapping tightly around the other party's body at the same time. At this moment, a layer of glowing weaponry began to appear on Zhi Yi's Yi's hands. Without the slightest hesitation, he charged straight forward and delivered a powerful slash at the demonic beast. Like a valiant general, Zhu Yi swung his sword again and again. Under that pressure, the demonic beast seemed dazed, while its tentacles were hacked to pieces. His eyes blazing, Zhu Yi shouted skillfully, "Summon Dragon Breath." Hearing his command, Shuang Ya immediately spat out a powerful stream of inner force. The demonic beast was suppressed at once, almost losing all ability to resist. Without stopping there, Zhu Yi and Shuang Ya immediately charged straight toward it. Zhu Yi raised his sword high over his head and shouted, "Slash." Immediately afterward, the mission was completed and Zhu Yi also returned to reality. Picking up the stone beneath his feet, he thought about that power capable of destroying heaven and earth. When he had fought Liu Xuan before, he had also once unleashed the armored form of the apocalypse bearing. Zhou Yi's expression darkened. The armor worn by other knight class professionals after changing classes was all equipment made by armor masters, completely different from his own situation. He calculated silently, but afterward, no matter how he forced himself to unleash his potential, he still could not reopen that state. The system sounded, "Hidden mission activated, inheritance of the apocalypse dragon knight." His expression sank unexpectedly. It was a hidden mission. In the past, the system's hidden mission rewards had all been top-tier resources. Whether for this inheritance or the system reward, the soul of war had to be obtained. At this moment, he calmly walked out of the room, with corpses lying everywhere below. Ling Feng and the others were already waiting outside, everyone chatting happily with one another. As soon as he saw him, Ling Feng said joyfully, "It is handled. Every member of Zhang Tai Xin has been wiped out. Not one escaped. And we also found quite a lot of equipment and medicine." Zhou Yi said, "Keep these things for the outside members and the professionals." He asked in surprise why this equipment and medicine are not bad. He replied, "Rather than take this small profit, it is better to use it to win people's hearts and erase the remaining influence of Evil Wolf. Compared to that, there is something I need you all to look at." Tai Xin asked in surprise what it was. Zhou Yi replied, "This is something I found in the treasure vault, and I feel there is something unusual about it. Have you ever seen anything similar?" Xiaolan looked closely for a while, as if she had recognized something. He hurriedly said, "I once saw something quite similar." Zhou Yi immediately asked when and where. Xiaolan thought for a moment before answering, "Probably when I was around 6 years old. Back then, a ball of fire suddenly fell behind our sect's mountain, making a huge commotion and burning down more than half the forest. After the flames finally went out, only this iron helmet was left inside. Its shape and patterns were exactly the same as the stone tablet. At the time, the masters in the clan all believed it was a treasure and took turns appraising it, but no one could figure out how to use it. According to Xiaolan, wearing it did not increase attributes, nor did it activate any skill, making it no different from an ordinary accessory. Although it looked useless, because the way it appeared was too special, the masters still believed it was an unawakened treasure and had always kept it in the family's Myriad Manifestations Treasure Pavilion. Zhou Yi immediately took notice. Myriad Manifestations Treasure Pavilion? He thought to himself, if Xiaolan is right, this iron helmet is the soul of war, the target of the hidden mission. But how can I enter the Myriad Manifestations Treasure Pavilion? Xiaolan smiled. "You want to enter the Myriad Manifestations Treasure Pavilion to obtain this iron helmet, right?" Zhou Yi quickly replied, "Yes, it is related to a very important mission." Ling Feng immediately continued, "Another mission from that hidden dragon platform? I thought there were only missions about small rifts there." As Zhu Yi answered Mian, he thought to himself, "I cannot tell them about the system. Letting them misunderstand it this way is fine too." Xiaolan said with interest, "Then your luck is truly good. Our sect holds a competition once every 3 years, and the champion will be allowed to enter and choose any treasure." Zhu Yi immediately asked, "When will it be held?" She answered calmly, "Tomorrow." Zhu Yi's expression immediately changed, and he could not help saying loudly, "Tomorrow?" The scene shifted to another place, where the latitude detector was still operating without pause. At the same time, Zhu Yi's group quickly stepped out of the teleportation array. Ling Feng's face was deathly pale, and he held both hands out in front of him, groaning that this was already the 5th array. Even dinner had been thrown up completely. Tai Xin, standing beside him, immediately said there was no time. Ling Feng, endure it a little longer. She also seemed unable to bear it, and she told Lan Lan that everyone in front of her eyes looked as if they were spinning. Xia Lan, standing beside Jen An, comforted her, saying it was almost over. The next teleportation array was the Lingxi Holy Temple. Xia Lan stood at the side full of excitement, saying that after that, they only needed to take 3 more teleportation arrays to arrive. Zhu Yi looked back, his voice cold as he urged everyone to make the most of their time and continue on. The whole group immediately answered obediently, "Yes, Captain, understood, Captain." At this moment, Zhu Yi thought to himself that to make it in time for the sect competition starting tomorrow, they had no choice but to keep using teleportation arrays to cross an extremely vast distance. Having space torn open again and again placed pressure on the mind and body far beyond expectations. It seemed he would have to train his resistance to interference in the future. On this side, blue light quickly spread out, moving diagonally around them on all sides, creating an utterly mysterious scene. The moment they arrived, Ling Feng clutched his face again, so nauseous he could no longer bear it, and in the end still still threw up. Xiaolan stretched comfortably and said the teleportation arrays ended here. They had arrived at the renowned Heavenly Dao Sect. This was the Heavenly Dao Sect's great mountain protecting array, separating inside from outside and forming its own celestial domain. There was no teleportation array in the world that could send someone straight to the mountain gate. Xiaolan said that according to sect rules, to show respect for the great mountain protecting array, for the final stretch, they only needed Tai Sin to lead everyone upward. Ling Feng listened in confusion, not understanding what this fellow was talking about. Zhou Yai calculated silently that if it was within 100 kilometers, accelerating would still get them there before the match opened. Ling Feng immediately hugged his head and shouted, "This has to be a mistake." Xiaolan covered her mouth, a sly smile blooming on her lips. Xiaolan raised the card in her hand high and continued, "I was only joking with you. Look at you all, scared stiff. Spirit Daoists like us naturally have a special way to enter the gate." Then she condensed her inner force and said, "Watch carefully, clouds as the road, wind as the companion, talismans as the guide, Kai as the support, borrowing the wings of heaven and earth, riding the sea of green Qi." Following Xiaolan's words, a paper crane quickly appeared and shot into the sky. Ling Shi looked at the scene before her and could not help exclaiming that it was so beautiful. Xiaolan sat on the back of the paper crane and looked at everyone, telling them to hurry up because the flying crane talisman would not last long. They would fly straight in from the air. This was the special passage of spirit Taoists. As soon as they climbed on, the paper crane shot into the sky. Everyone was extremely delighted, praising Lanlan's flying crane talisman for being even faster than a spirit. Spirit Taoists were indeed convenient, able to conjure whatever they wanted, and it felt far more comfortable than a teleportation array. Zhu Yai looked toward Xiaolan, and a trace of gentleness flashed through his eyes. At this point, Zhu Yai could not help asking Xiaolan directly if she actually did not want to return to the sect. Xiaolan hurriedly turned her face away and asked Ying Yi why he would say that. How could she not want to return to the place where she had grown up? Zhu Yi replied that ever since they set out, she had smiled more than usual, but her smile was very forced, and every time the sect competition was mentioned, her gaze would unconsciously dodge away. He leaned closer and asked, "It is as if you are always trying to encourage yourself, Xiaolan. Is there something inside that frightens you?" He felt her face grow burning hot, so he had discovered it after all. Xiaolan secretly admired Ying Yi. He truly was far too perceptive. Ling Feng then said that the final winner of the competition would not only be able to enter the Myriad Phenomena Treasure Pavilion and choose one treasure. Xiaolan continued, they could also receive the strongest secret art passed down by the founder, the Nine Firmaments Thunder Art. He asked in surprise, "The Nine Firmaments Thunder Art sounds very powerful." She explained that it was extremely powerful. A spirit Daoist who possessed this thunder art could refine high-grade magical tools and pills, even without a very high level. Relying only on those secret products, they could exchange for large amounts of resources outside, become self-sufficient, and focus on seeking the heavenly Dao. This was also why spirit Daoists were always respected by major powers. Zhou Yi was secretly astonished, self-sufficient, with no need to beg the outside world, no wonder. Xiaolan said sadly, "When I was 12, I once won first place in the competition." According to Xiaolan, at that time everyone in the sect had gathered around her. The elders personally led her before the founder's divine statue to inherit the secret art. Everyone believed Xiaolan would become the pillar of the next generation of the Heavenly Dao sect. But what happened afterward left all the elders present so shocked their mouths hung open. She recalled that year at the final inheritance ceremony, right before everyone's eyes. The founder's divine statue rejected her, making Xiaolan unable to inherit the Nine Firmaments Thunder Art. As she spoke, she said sadly that all the elders came to examine her, but they could not find the cause, as if her existence was not acknowledged by the founder's inheritance. And so overnight, I went from a genius praised by countless people to the strangest disciple in the sect. At this point, Xiaolan did not cry, but her eyes became hollow. Just then, a loud cry rang out, making Xiaolan start and turn to look. Seeing her teammate sobbing, Xiaolan called out blankly Ling Shi. Ling Shi could not hold back and rushed over to hug Xiaolan tightly, saying that after living together for so long, she only now learned that Xiaolan had not had it easy back then. Lan, from now on, I will definitely treat you twice as well. Maybe that founder's divine statue was muddle-headed and could not see that you were a good seed. You are the best. Xiaolan had to turn around and comfort the teary girl instead, telling her it had been long ago, she had been fine for a long time, and was she not doing well now? Zhou Yi smiled and said, "It was precisely because your path in the Heavenly Dao sect was blocked that you left to take the university entrance exam." At the mention of entering Suhang University, Xiaolan broke into a radiant smile and said that place had given her a new chance, and had also let her meet everyone. Zhou Yi Lai said with satisfaction, very good. Then let the upper ranks of the Heavenly Tao sect see clearly just how brightly the person they abandoned back then now shines. After they talked for a while, the paper crane finally flew into another formation. The scenery here was as beautiful as a realm of immortals, and everyone seemed to have appeared here without realizing it. The paper crane carrying Zhou Yi's group continued forward, and every one of them was filled with anticipation. Just then, a mocking voice rang out, startling Xiaolan. Oh, I was wondering who it was. A figure riding a phoenix flew past and jeered that this was none other than the Heavenly Tao sect's once-in-a-century genius, the one rejected outside the door by the founder himself. Xiaolan Jr. Sister Song. Right, that man was Chen Lei, the sect master's second disciple, and he also asked whether she could no longer survive at that outside university. Although Xiaolan clearly disliked him, she still remained courteous and said, Second senior brother Chen, long time no see. But Chen Lei immediately showed disdain, telling her not to call him so intimately. Someone even the founder did not acknowledge was not someone he would acknowledge either. He asked if she could not endure it outside and wanted to come back to scrape up resources, making Ling Feng unable to hold back from acting. Immediately afterward, flames burst up, causing Chen Lei to cry out in alarm, my phoenix wings. As soon as he realized the situation, he instantly shouted, Clear spring arrival. So a stream of water quickly poured straight down onto that phoenix. Ling Feng grinned broadly and said that his wretched appearance really was no different from a chicken that had fallen into water, a perfect match for those chicken wings from earlier. Chen Lei was so furious he stammered, you unable to form a sentence. Ling Feng continued teasing him, wrong, it should be boo 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 boo, not you. His face darkened as he thought bitterly how detestable this was. Aside from the boy on the left whose strength he could not see through, the rest were all second transfer trash, yet they dared provoke him. If not for the upcoming competition, he would definitely make them know how formidable he was. Chen Lei then turned to mock Xiaolan again, saying that from this route she must be planning to visit that stubborn master of hers. But he advised her not to waste her effort. Even if she went now, she probably would not see a shadow of him. Xiaolan was startled and immediately asked nervously what exactly had happened to her master, telling him to explain clearly. He laughed with relish and said she would know if she went to see for herself. This young master had no time to waste words with her. Xiaolan shouted Chen Lei's name, while Zhu Yi quickly stepped in front of her and asked him coldly, did I allow you to leave? Chen Lei froze for a moment, his eyes staring fixedly at Zhu Yi, and he could not help feeling shocked. Right then, golden chains shot out as fast as lightning, binding him tightly before pulling him straight toward Zhu Yi. He was dragged before him. Zhu Yi slowly stepped closer. Chen Lei slowly raised his head and threatened through gritted teeth that daring to make a move in the Heavenly Tao sect was simply courting death. But right after those words, gazes as cold and sharp as a pack of wolves immediately fixed on him. Chen Lei clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, was this some kind of joke? This pressure was even more terrifying than when the sect master was enraged. Just who was he? Zhu Yi stared at him coldly and asked what he was looking for. Chen Lei trembled and immediately lowered his face, not doubting in the slightest that if he moved even a little more, he would be beaten down the next second. The auras of the three people behind him also changed completely in an instant. Damn it, where did Xiaolan find these monsters? Chen Lei told himself that a wise man did not suffer immediate losses. He would swallow this anger for now, then definitely report to the sect master and have her punished. Then he said cautiously, looking for the discipline court. Daring to make a move in the Heavenly Tao sect, the discipline court absolutely will not spare her. Chen Lei shifted back to a contemptuous tone, saying that if Xiaolan wanted to know, he would tell her. After she went down the mountain, the sect master once demanded that Master Bao take in more disciples to pass on his mantle, but Master Bao refused no matter what. The more he spoke, the paler her face became over these years. Because of her matter, that person had not focused on proper work, had neither refined tools nor pills, and his cultivation had not advanced at all. He even spent every day studying useless ancient books, angering the sect master, who punished him 3 months ago by sending him to the Myriad Phenomena Treasure Pavilion as a gatekeeper, forbidding him from refining pills and also cutting off the sect's offerings to him. That is all I know. Ling Shi quickly stepped up beside Zhen An, while Xiaolan stood there in silence. Zhu Yi said coldly, very good. Though unwilling in his heart, Tai Xin could only turn and leave in the end. Xiaolan added, after I was rejected, the founder's divine statue back then, the whole sect saw me as an anomaly. Only Master never abandoned me. He searched everywhere through ancient books to find the cause, and in the end, he was also the one who advised me to leave and seek an opportunity in the outside world. Master is the only thing I still care about in the sect. Chen Lei left behind one sentence. Xiaolan, you indulged outsiders in attacking a fellow disciple, so for the sake of your pitiful master, I will not argue with you for now. Ling Feng could no longer hold back and immediately shouted, brat, do not even think of leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm and hurled that attack fiercely toward Chen Lei. That man immediately shouted, Ara, clear spring come, living water summoning talisman, water guiding art. Xiaolan began to lose her composure. Zhu Yi said they had to go to the treasure pavilion at once, and she quickly nodded in agreement. After that, everyone immediately changed direction. Xiaolan pushed her speed to the limit and swiftly flew toward their destination. explanation, the scene shifted to the Heavenly Dao sect, at the Myriad Manifestations Treasure Pavilion. The moment Xiaolan arrived, she cried out in shock, 12 primordial spirit locking array. The sect master even used the Internal Affairs Forbidden Guard. She was even more worried for her master than she had imagined, silently praying for her safety before rushing in to rescue her. From below came a voice full of inner power. Whoever comes, halt. As soon as Xiaolan landed, she said bluntly, I came to find Elder Bao. If you deliberately block my way, do not blame me for disregarding our ties. Lin Xuan shouted from below, the treasure pavilion is a vital restricted area. Anyone who barges in without permission will be killed without mercy. At his command, everyone drew talismans at once. Heavenly Thunder Surge, Earth Fire Vine, 8 trigrams key drawing style Heavenly Net. By decree of the 3 pure ones, borrow the might of the 12 suns to weave a thunderfire net. The moment Lin Xuan finished speaking, the talismans instantly flew up. Immediately afterward, a vast net rapidly spread open and shot straight toward the paper crane. Zhu Yai looked at Xiaolan and asked, are you sure? She answered with firm resolve, As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaolan immediately swung her hand and cast Knock Insect. Her movements were extremely practiced, and inner power quickly covered her entire body. In the blink of an eye, several red talismans appeared in midair. The moment they were summoned, they immediately sucked in that net. Xiaolan shouted, absorb. Lin Xuan broke out in sweat, realizing it was the Touty spell-breaking talisman, something only a direct disciple of an elder could cultivate. He panicked as he guessed her identity, sweat constantly seeping from his forehead. Xiaolan shot over from the opposite side and said coldly, forgive the offense. As soon as her words fell, her hand had already swung straight toward Lin Xuan's face. Seeing this, the others immediately charged forward. Another person also rushed in while shouting Purple Thunder. Immediately afterward, a thunderous explosion rang out, while Xiaolan had already charged straight toward him. Xiaolan swiftly slapped the talisman hard onto the other party and barked, Purple Thunder. In an instant, a shocking explosion rang out. At the same time, a sword unexpectedly slashed fiercely past her ear. Lin Xuan appeared behind Xiaolan, holding his sword and slashing straight at her, but in that very instant, Xiaolan used only 2 fingers to clamp the blade tightly. She turned and unleashed a powerful backward kick, sending Lin Xuan flying high into the air. The moment he landed, he immediately gathered strength and shot back again. Lin Xuan repeatedly leaped up to attack Xiaolan, but every strike was effortlessly dodged by her. Afterward, Xiaolan gripped the sword tightly, sprang high into the air, and prepared to counterattack. She bit open the tip of her thumb, letting a little red blood seep out. As Xiaolan dripped blood onto the sword, she said, Senior brother, let me borrow your sword for a while. With extreme speed, she swung the sword and attacked Lin Xuan again and again, leaving him dizzy and almost unable to block a single move. Xiaolan stopped and said calmly, Senior brothers, Xiaolan is only anxious to see her master, and does not wish to hurt fellow disciples. Please stop blocking me. Lin Xuan circulated his inner power and summoned many swords preparing to attack. He said the sect master had instructed that no one was allowed inside. Xiaolan stepped onto the stairs and said coldly, heavy pressure coin. Looking at the coin on his shoulder, Lin Xuan instantly recognized the trajectory of the spell just now and shouted, 8 trigrams enemy trapping array. Everyone, leave here at once. Similar coins also appeared one after another on the bodies of the remaining fellow disciples. The talisman in Xiaolan's hand blazed brilliantly. She coldly chanted mouth to Eastern Kunlun, spirit veins open, profound mansion draws Kai, shake and topple the towering peril. Immediately afterward, a dazzling force descended and enveloped everyone. Xiaolan said indifferently, mountain. Then, with a solemn expression, she placed her hand on the wall and stared intently inside as if calculating. Lin Xuan cried out in horror to warn her. There is a 12 primordial spirit locking array at the entrance, laid down by the sect master. Even if you can control us, you cannot break this array. Xiaolan used only 2 fingers and gently tapped the wall before her. A moment later, the golden wall gradually dissolved. Xiaolan glanced at them coldly. When I was 8, I passed the selection of the 12 primordial spirits. It was just that my relationship with the other 11 senior brothers and senior sisters was not very good back then. Lin Xuan lay on the ground, sweat pouring from him, thinking in terror, monster. Xiaolan pushed the tower door wide open, and the moment she stepped inside, she called loudly, Master. Her eyes widened, stunned by the scene within. Things were scattered everywhere, while Zhu Yan lay lazily nibbling on pastries, her eyes still fixed on the chicken drumstick on the scroll. She lazily glanced toward the source of the sound and asked, Who is it? Zhu Yan immediately sprang up, her eyes shining brightly. My good disciple, why have you only come back now? Xiaolan looked at her with tears in her eyes, saying that after hearing her master had been punished and sent here to suffer, she had been terribly worried. Zhu Yan laughed and said she really was a silly child. It was quiet here, no one disturbed her, and it was convenient for researching what she liked. As for offerings, she only had to draw a few talismans and refine a few items to trade for snacks. Ling Shai looked at the scene and said softly that cultivating the Tao to regain youth was perhaps different from ordinary people. Xiaolan introduced them. Master, these are friends I met outside, people I can entrust my life and death to. Zhou Ye's group immediately cupped their hands. Juniors Zhou Yi, Ling Feng, Ling Shi, and Tai Xin pay respects to the third elder. Zhu Yan could not help praising them. Level 32 Arbiter, Level 29 Berserker, Level 28 Warrior, Level 28 Mage. To reach such realms at such a young age is truly extraordinary. You are all hardworking children who keep advancing. After that, she kept patting Xia Lan on the shoulder and praising her, saying Lanner had quickly risen to level 29, so she must have suffered quite a bit outside. Xia Lan modestly said everything was thanks to Captain Zhou Yi guiding and training her, and that this time she had returned to help him obtain an item from the treasure pavilion. Zhu Yan reminded her that without the sect master's decree, no one could open the inner treasury. Xia Lan replied that she knew, so she wanted to participate in the sect tournament and enter the treasure pavilion openly and legitimately. She planted her hands on her hips and declared with blazing momentum, "Master will help you." The scene shifted to the sky, where gloomy layers of clouds intertwined with faint light. Below was the heavenly Tao sect, the broad and magnificent central martial arena. Yang Zi stood at the front, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at everyone from above. Yang Shi ordered sternly, "The time has come, close registration for the 8 pools." As soon as his words fell, he cupped his hands and circulated inner power, but an unexpected voice rang out to stop him. "Wait a moment." That person shouted, and a stream of spiritual power immediately shot toward the heavenly character pool, swiftly completing the registration on the heavenly character slip. Zhu Yan folded her arms and smiled smugly. "Registered. I am registering on behalf of my disciple Xia Lan." Ning Shai pointed upward in a daze. "Third elder, that is the heavenly character pool." The surrounding crowd instantly grew noisy. "Heavens." She threw it into the heavenly character pool. "That is the arena for second advancement experts." Zhu Yan froze when she heard everyone's discussion. Someone said the third elder always acted unpredictably, while someone else wondered whether Elder Bao had grown so old that she had become muddled. She cried out in panic, "Ra, my hand slipped. How did I throw it wrong? This is bad. It does not count. It does not count. Attendant, quickly help me retrieve it. I want to throw it again." Shu Yi folded his arms and told Xiaolan that when the token entered the mystic character pool, a stream of spiritual power knocked it aside into the heavenly character pool. She immediately understood that someone wanted to use the heavenly character pool to eliminate her. Xiaolan looked at him and asked, "Brother Yi, did you see the source of that spiritual power clearly?" Zhou Yi replied that it came from the high platform, and the technique was very concealed. She said softly, "Understood." Yang Zi walked over unhurriedly and said, "Junior Sister Bao, many people saw it with their own eyes. You have already chosen the heavenly character pool." He looked down coldly and reprimanded her. "As an elder, how can you treat the sect rules like a children's game?" Zhu Yan immediately retorted that the sect rules only said wherever the token fell was where it counted, and never said one's hand could not slip. She insisted it was an accident, and accidents could not count, so she wanted to throw it again. The 3 elders hurriedly tried to persuade her. "Senior Sister Bao, the rules cannot be broken. Why not have Nephew Song withdraw from the match?" The heavenly character pool was full of second advancement experts above level 30, so going up there was no different from seeking death. Second advancement experts could borrow the power of heaven and earth to reinforce themselves, and Xiaolan basically had no chance of winning. There was still time to take out the token and withdraw now. Yang Zi said indifferently, "Xiaolan, if you are afraid, step down now, and I can allow you to leave this meaningless match." Zhu Yan looked at her worriedly. "Lanner." Xiaolan cupped her hands and answered seriously, "Martial Uncle Sectmaster, since the token has fallen to the heavenly character pool, that is fate. This disciple is willing to obey the result and enter the heavenly character pool to participate in the match." In her heart she thought, on the high platform there are only the Sectmaster, second Martial Uncle, fourth Martial Uncle, fifth Martial Uncle, and sixth Martial Uncle. Who exactly wants to harm me the moment I return to the sect? She continued, "I also ask the sect master and all martial uncles to witness with your own eyes whether this disciple has truly wasted all these years outside." Watching crowd immediately broke into noisy discussion. Some said she was insane and actually dared to accept. Others mocked her for not knowing life from death, saying that just to show off, she did not even care about her dignity. And even after being abandoned by the ancestral master, she still wanted to bring humiliation upon herself. Duang Zivang spread his arms wide and declared, "If Tai Xin has decided, then he will follow your wish. The match officially begins." As he finished speaking, the battle also started. Tian Ziqi immediately manifested the first formation. Xiaolan faced the Thunder Eel. The surrounding disciples murmured. The Thunder Eel Senior is the direct disciple of the sect leader. If she encounters danger and does not survive, she is responsible. This match loses all meaning. Chen Lei smiled maliciously. Xiaolan, let's see how you handle this time. Ling Feng crossed his arms disdainfully. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well, Ling Shi asked worriedly. Is he that powerful? Xiaolan replied with a smile. Just a newly born, not scary enough yet. Zhu Yang gently patted her head. Girl, go. Xiaolan smiled and replied with a sound. She quickly stepped onto the arena, preparing her mind for battle. Suddenly, a violet lightning bolt appeared from the high sky. The Thunder Eel appeared from it, speaking disdainfully. Master Songmu still keeps face even after admitting defeat. Xiaolan released talismans flying around. No need to waste words. Begin. Immediately, the Thunder Eel launched an attack towards Xiaolan. She quickly dodged backward. He watched her movements seriously, controlling the celestial lightning to strike. Xiaolan leaped high, counterattacking with protective talisman, but the Thunder Eel blocked with his whip lightning. Beneath the arena, Zhu Yi silently analyzed. He used attack range to pressure Xiaolan. Forcing her defense, the spiritual force transmitted too violently, wasting at least a third of power. He is level 35, should not be so reckless. Perhaps Xiaolan unsettles heart. Lingxi encouraged silently. Lan, be careful. Zhu covered her face in shock. Protective talisman treasure. The Thunder Eel held his weapon in doubt. Speed doubled, yet still not touching her. The Thunder Light transformation consumes Toon for Tai's spirit. Cannot maintain long. Blue lightning appeared at his feet to bind. He leaped high shouting, let's see where this person goes. Disciples below were astonished. The supreme art of Thunder Senior, raging heavenly thunder, speed, angle, rank all perfect. Duangzi thought silently. Spiritual force violent, aura astonishing but losing concentration, wasting at least 30% power. Xiaolan raised her talisman, focusing carefully. The Thunder Eel's area now filled with purple spiritual force, overwhelming him. Right under Xiaolan's feet, a large golden flower appeared to bind eyes. Zhu Ying was surprised. Turning the energy extending view, the eel's spear shot towards the lotus. Sui analyzed within thunder light. Electric energy guided by lotus petals, split into smaller lightning and discharged. Celestial spear strike did not affect the golden lotus. Fourth elder and second elder praised the transportation around, joint spiritual licking, technique breaking force, excellent. Xiaolan out there encountered an opportunity. The Thunder Eel angrily used tricks, hard to reach elegance. Obey my command. Fox spirit manifests. Beneath Xiaolan, the ground cracked violently. In front of Xiaolan, giant sharp stone pillars emerged, piercing the ground at extreme speed. From the sharp stone pillars, 5 giant fists formed, preparing to attack her. Xiaolan cast her magic. Spiritual stalled, leaving a huge gap. Zhu crossed her arms in doubt, gathering spiritual talisman at the base. What is she drawing this for now? Xiaolan drew a protective talisman. Myriad phenomena returned to origin, reversing the spiritual area. The 5 fists faced the talisman. Lian Kuang stood still. Seconds later, the 5 fists collapsed, earth and rock flying. People shouted in amazement. Xiaolan used gathering talisman, draining the spiritual force from the land blessing formation. Gathering talisman not only peacefully collects spiritual energy, still usable like this. Excellent. This move worthy of disciple Bao Xuning. The second elder's face was shocked. She used gathering talisman to drain the spiritual force from the land blessing formation. The Thunder Eel's face twisted, using the sect's unorthodox way. Let's see how anyone can resist. He launched many talismans attacking, raising spear lightning, obeying command. Talismans and bolt lightning appeared in the sky. A bolt lightning struck down, earth and rocks scattered. Xiaolan was surrounded by thunder strikes. She stood still in the circle. Xiaolan focused internal force to attack, positioning, mountain eel ventilation, essence merged, a loud explosion erupted, rocks scattered. Thunder Eel was stunned, wondering how to arrange such formation. From behind him, Xiaolan appeared, dragging the area sword aura lacking moisture. Only lightning and massacre scattered, 5 elements unbalanced, foundation skewed. The Thunder Eel launched bolt lightning attacking her. Speaking nonsense, Xiaolan easily dodged, releasing protective talisman, formation based on mutual generation and overcoming observation in nature. The protective talisman seemed conscious, flying straight up, focusing on the Thunder Eel's formation. A loud continuous explosion echoed. The Thunder Eel looked up in horror. Lightning domain spoken. Impossible. What unorthodox magic does Xiaolan use? She stood still observing him. Thunder Eel Senior. Thunder Law Senior only manifested in form, not obtaining spirit. She coldly said, you only see power and violence but do not understand the talisman formation. The Thunder Eel was resentful, pursed lips looking at Xiaolan unwillingly. Tyson. He recalled the past. At 12 he defeated a level 15 opponent at the Royal Thunder Arena. Talisman ability far surpassing peers, promising future. Since joining Heavenly Dao sect, everyone's eyes only on him. 10 years cultivation not equal to his flash, seizing Heavenly Dao future, infinite potential. He took all belonging to me, mastery of Tai Shin resources, waiting for master. The Thunder Eel recalled childhood. Hajia said said, at that moment I thanked the ancestor, finally exposing the genius's false mask. You left the world finally pure. I became the only focus of Heavenly Dao sect, the only genius, risking all opportunities, standing here. But why did you return? The Thunder Eel shouted wildly. Xiaolan, you should not have returned, much less using that gaze to look at me. Xiaolan coldly glanced at him from above. Thunder Eel shouted loudly, his robe torn, raising Divine Thunder Spear, igniting essence, helping him. His body swelled, Thunder Eel eyes wide, head thrown back, Thunder Dragon teeth displayed. A giant dragon with glowing eyes appeared, celestial spears around creating aura. Disciples stunned, final 9 divine spears decisive. World-ending Thunder Dragon. Thunder Eel Senior trained to this level. He was mad, a disaster was about to occur. Xiaolan remained calm, she looked up observing the situation. Zhu Ying crossed arms, scolding foolish, forcing advancement, injured foundation, need time to recover after this match. Second Elder shouted in panic, Thunder Eel, disperse spiritual force immediately. Do you want to destroy cultivation? Thunder Eel thought. Penultimate skill unused intentionally, now only needs Xiaolan destroyed. Xiaolan raised a finger, issuing order stubborn. Talismans on the ground lit up under her command. Immediately, the talismans flew up under owner's order. She closed eyes, raising hand to control talismans, scattering flying suns, gathering into flying formation, myriad phenomena return. Thousands of talismans intertwined, hovering in the sky. The Thunder Eel's face twisted downwards. He laughed madly, thinking, dissipate into smoke for me. The dragon immediately launched a rapid attack at the opponent. Xiaolan focused internal force, creating hand seal. Spiritual net formed. Net of thousands of talismans formed, blocking the dragon. After a while, the net captured the dragon, forming a sphere. Xiaolan formed hand seals and softly chanted dispersion. Immediately after, the orb flashed with rays of light from within. She stared intently at the orb, then raised her hand and clearly chanted 2 words, divergent flow. Inside the orb, countless streams of spiritual power instantly flared to life, rushing together to attack the dragon. Xiaolan's hands transformed into 5 petals of purification, causing the dragon within the orb to gradually dissolve into the void. The crowd below was absorbed in watching the battle, so engrossed they nearly forgot to blink. Xiaolan raised her hand, looked straight at the orb, and shouted, 5 elements rotation, reverse transformation, return to origin, dispersion. Violent explosion rang out. Lazy roared in despair, impossible, my Thunder Dragon. Immediately after, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, clearly having reached his limit. Clutched his chest, bent over, and spat a mouthful of pitch-black blood downward. Xiaolan walked up to Lai Zi and said calmly, what destroyed your dragon was not some profound and unfathomable talisman array, but the foundation you yourself had never truly used. Lai Zi still lowered his head and said hoarsely, I lost. On the high platform, Yang Zi clasped his hands behind his back, his expression darkening as he looked down. He looked down coldly and slowly spoke, this battle. Yang Zi announced Xiaolan's victory, making Zhu Yi's group below unable to hide their joy. But he unexpectedly continued, victory is useless, instantly wiping the smiles from Zhu Yi's group. Yang Zi looked down icily, saying Xiaolan had once been publicly denied inheritance by the founding patriarch with thunder, which meant Heavenly Mandate had not approved her. Since Heavenly Mandate has not granted it, it means you have no destiny with the Heavenly Dao sect. Were it not for the third elder, I would have severed your Dao path years ago and expelled you from the sect. Xiaolan clenched her fists and tried to explain, Sect Master, the reason behind what happened back then remains unclear even now. Today, this disciple was fortunate enough to win, perhaps enough to prove that among the 3,000 great Daos, the path passed down the patriarch is not necessarily the only one. He barked coldly, nonsense. What you used today was merely opportunistic trickery. Breaking the heavenly gate art through foundation only further proves you have gone down the wrong path. The patriarch rejected you because he saw through that nature of yours. Yang Zi declared decisively, your victory, the heavenly Dao sect does not acknowledge it. For your master's sake, I will not cripple your cultivation, but from now on you and the heavenly Dao sect are severed in grace and loyalty. From this moment on, you are forever forbidden from stepping through the mountain gate. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying pressure crashed down, making Xiaolan immediately spit blood. Du Yan rushed over in alarm, calling out loudly, disciple. Ling Feng and Ling Shi also cried out in panic. Xiaolan Lan. Zhu Yan trembled with fury and demanded, what are you doing? The 4th elder hurriedly advised, senior sister, do not cause trouble. Just follow senior brother sect master's will. Xiaolan will be fine. She summoned countless talismans ready to meet him in battle. Let us see whether you dare. A level 55 bullying a level 29 child. If this drags on any longer, that girl's Dao foundation will be damaged and difficult to recover for life. If junior brother does not step aside, do not blame me for striking. Ling Shi broke out in sweat, stared ahead, and shouted at his brother Yi. Zhou Yi circulated spiritual power into a shield and stood in front of Xiaolan. She knelt on one knee and called out in a choked voice, brother Yi. He said coldly with contempt, what a fine heavenly Dao sect. The heavenly mandate you keep mentioning, who exactly decides it's it, you, or that silent divine statue? Zhou Yi asked coldly again, what is the righteous path you speak of, the conservative thunder art, arrogant and self-supreme, or the great Dao walked by countless cultivators beneath the heavens? He pointed straight at Yang Zi and said loudly, Xiaolan used level 29 to defeat level 35 across ranks, relying on your foundation and the principles she herself comprehended. So many people are watching, yet with only the words heretical path and heavenly mandate, you want to erase everything. As the sect master, you do not value talent, do not reason, yet you do things that suppress others. Is protecting the patriarch's orthodoxy, or merely preserving your own authority to decide everything with a single word? Yang Zi roared in fury and launched an attack, insolent, arrogant junior, daring to offend the sect master and the patriarch. Zhou Yi asked back with disdain, did I hit the mark? So now shame has turned into anger. He looked straight at him and said coldly, it seems the heavenly Dao sect is full of people who cannot distinguish right from wrong, who do not keep faith, and only know how to bully the weak with strength. Zhu Yan suddenly praised him loudly while cursed. She sprang up, holding 2 talismans in her hands as she prepared to attack. Now that is satisfying. Zhu Yan entered a battle stance. My disciple overcame countless hardships outside, forged her own Dao, and returned. Yet you stubborn old fools never asked the reason, opening your mouths only to sever that girl's Dao path. She attacked while cursing, heavenly mandate my ass. As for what happened with the patriarch's statue back then, who among you dares pat your chest and say it was thoroughly investigated? You only know how to cling to ancestral rules, yet you have forgotten that the ancestors established rules to understand reason and teach people, not to suppress them and grasp power. Yang Zi growled, Bao Su Yan, you have violated sect rules again and again, shown contempt for your elders, slandered the patriarch, and your rebellious heart is now plain to see. He held the golden tower in his hand and said with a frown, today I will use the 9-turn smelting tower to cleanse the sect execution. The 2 elders behind him hurriedly called out, senior brother sect master, think this through. But Yang Zi did not hesitate in the slightest, immediately throwing out 9-turn smelting. 9-turn smelting immediately expanded, as if about to crush all 3 people below. Zhu Yan gritted her teeth and thought to herself, the 9-turn smelting tower is Zhuan Yang Zi's lifebound treasure art, able to melt gold and transform iron, refine all things, and even burn the divine soul. This old man has truly formed killing intent. She raised her hand and used inner power to throw Xiaolan far away, shouting, go. When Xiaolan and Zhu Yai had just landed, she hurriedly called out, master, trust your master, do not distract her. Zhu Yan clasped her hands and shouted, trying to suppress me will not be that easy. She immediately formed seals and set an array, Kun Kun Jen, 4 symbols, mountain shaking arise. Colossal wall appeared, blocking 9-turn smelting. Yang Zi's face darkened and he snorted coldly in disdain, petty tricks. As soon as the words fell, flames suddenly appeared around 9-turn smelting, transforming into the shape of a dragon. Fire dragon and 9-turn smelting instantly smashed down hard onto the wall. A dazzling burst of light erupted, making it impossible for everyone to see clearly. Zhu Yan bit the tip of her thumb and said in a low voice, it is not over yet. She circulated inner power and unleashed the move, Li Kan Dui Zhen, myriad manifestations generating life, defend. Dozens of crimson phoenixes soared upward, directly confronting the fire dragon. The fire dragon showed no weakness, biting tightly into the phoenixes and gradually tilting the situation in its favor. Yang Zi said indifferently, your talisman Dao has indeed reached the transformation realm. The 5 elements generating and restraining each other, the myriad manifestation generating life are in your hands, as perfect and harmonious, as easy as turning your palm. If you devoted yourself to the righteous path, one day you might necessarily fail to surpass me. Sweat covered Zhu Yan's face, but she still bit her lip tightly, stubbornly refusing to yield. He raised his hand and continued, unfortunately the 9-turn smelting tower is the sect's supreme treasure, containing a trace of the pure Yang laws. No matter how exquisite your techniques are, no matter how flexible their transformations, before the power of the origin, they are merely eggs striking stone. 9-turn smelting immediately pressed downward, scattering the flock of phoenixes in disarray. The fire dragon still refused to let them go, savagely biting tight onto each phoenix. 9-turn smelting bore down heavily on Zhu Yan, shattering the surrounding earth and stones, sending debris flying everywhere. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Zhu Yan's body lost all strength, and she fell backward. Xiaolan could no longer hold back her tears and cried out in agony, master. Zhu Yan turned her head with a smile, raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Silly girl, why cry? In any case, your master is still a 3rd-turn talisman venerable. This old tower is still far from being able to refine me. She shot an object toward Xiaolan and said, over these years your master has read through all the forbidden classics and secret records in the treasure pavilion, using every method to test them, and discovered that only this object has a mysterious resonance with you. It is absolutely no ordinary thing, you must keep it safe, take your friends away from the heavenly Dao sect and never return. Xiaolan hurriedly rushed forward and protested loudly, no, this disciple will not leave, master. 9-turn smelting pressed heavily into the ground, sending dust and earth rolling into the air. Xiaolan's tears streamed endlessly as she looked at the scene before her in agony. High above, Yang Zi was the complete opposite. That man smiled in smug delight as he looked down below. The object Zhu Yan had just shot out was now in Zhao Yi's hand. The system notified, War Soul Insight detected, hidden quest progress updated. He said inwardly, this is exactly the goal of my trip this time, War Soul Insight. It was still trembling, but that was not the longing of searching for a master. Zhou Yi frowned, holding the helmet in his hand, realizing that this was a vessel capable of bearing the will of war. He quickly put it on, preparing to step into battle. At that moment, a surge of energy erupted from the helmet and Zhou Yi continued, I am your vessel. From there, a surge of power shot straight into the sky, releasing an incomparably terrifying pressure. Everyone who witnessed the scene could not help but be shocked. Pressure threshold. Jialan, who had been crying, suddenly froze and turned blankly toward that surge of power. At that moment, Zhou Yi's entire body was already covered in complete armor. He showed no fear at all and immediately charged straight toward the fire dragons. They opened their mouths at the same time, as if they meant to swallow Zhou Yi whole. A violent explosion rang out. Zhou Yi gathered his inner force and unleashed a strike, sending surging energy rolling through the entire space. Ninefold Molten was shaken by Zhou Yi's power and nearly fell. Immediately after, another explosion rang out, and the surrounding earth and stones were instantly blasted into the air. Yang Zi clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief. What kind of power was that in the end? Xuning slowly stepped out and said softly, I, Xuning, have finally returned. Seeing her, Xiaolan hesitantly called out, Master. In her memory, for the past several years, she had silently endured all those cold looks, mocking laughter, and whispers within the sect. Ever since she had been rejected by the founding ancestor's statue, Xiaolan had spent countless nights drowning in doubt and helplessness. She had once doubted orthodox thunder arts and had also been at a loss over where her own path should lead. All those emotions and scenes seemed to be completely shattered by something in this very moment. Xiaolan told herself, I understand now. Above, everyone cried out for the sect master in a clamor, while she only thought silently, what exactly is thunder? Looking toward Xuning, the group murmured among themselves that thunder was absolutely not an incantation to be tamed, much less a tool to be imprisoned in the form of talismans. At this moment, Xiaolan slowly charged forward. To her, thunder was the heavenly punishment that drove away filth, honored justice, and shattered shackles. On this side, Ling Shi and Tyson stood together, watching Xiaolan. Her gaze gradually turned cold, then she spoke, founding ancestor above. If when you established this path, you once carried a heart of fairness and protected the Tao, please open your eyes and see how orthodoxy has been obscured by selfish desire, and how righteousness has been twisted by force. Xiaolan challenged loudly, tell me, and tell all fellow disciples as well. People below the platform looked up in bewilderment. Had she gone mad? Xiaolan continued shouting, what is the true path of thunder arts? From the distant horizon, a golden light suddenly shone over, looking at first glance like a river of stars. A great wind began to rise, and the surrounding trees also shook violently without stopping. The matter did not stop there. The demonic beasts also seemed to sense that something unusual was happening. The magic treasures and weapons in the disciples' hands also reacted all at once, throwing everyone into panic. Someone cried out that his magic treasure was trembling, and the 8 trigrams mirror was the same. Immediately after, everyone stared ahead in shock. Heavens! Look quickly, it is the founding ancestor. The founding ancestor has truly manifested. On this side, as she stared intently at Xiaolan, Zuyining's eyes could not help but freeze in astonishment. A disciple trembled and stammered for a long while before finally blurting out, founding ancestor. Below, the disciples immediately knelt flat on the ground and shouted in unison, founding ancestor above. That founding ancestor seemed displeased. He circulated his inner force and aimed straight at Xiaolan. Xiaolan was stunned, her eyes still fixed ahead, as if she stubbornly wanted to seize this chance one last time. Immediately after, pain came crashing down, making Xiaolan unable to endure it, and she screamed in agony. Juning was terrified and could not help shouting Lan error. Sweat poured endlessly down Xiaolan's forehead, and she was in such pain that she felt as if all strength had left her body. That voice rang out from the void, foolish child, only by seeing authority can one understand justice, and only by experiencing injustice can one recognize one's true nature. Have you awakened to the true meaning of thunder arts? At this moment, Xiaolan seemed to have been cleansed from head to toe. Her hair grew rapidly longer and her clothes were torn apart along with it. He continued, the heavenly Tao sect inherited my Tao lineage, but gradually lost its original soul. Today, I will use the last traces of my Tao to prove your name and help you continue the lineage. Hold the authority of heavenly thunder and judge on behalf of heaven and earth. Now, Xiaolan stood amid the void, her majestic aura soaring to the sky. The ground could not withstand that terrifying pressure and finally cracked apart into countless fragments. Even Zhu Yi, standing at the side, could not help feeling secretly shocked. Afraid his teammates would be injured by the shockwave, Zhu Yi immediately flew forward to block it. On this side, Xiaolan said respectfully, Daoist Lai Gang disciple Xiaolan thanks the founding ancestor. Yang Zi stared blankly at the scene. The founding ancestor's remnant will had actually passed its inheritance directly to her, and it was even a class identical to the founding ancestors. The founding ancestor had manifested and personally handed down the Dao lineage. Immediately after, the founding ancestor's voice echoed again from the void. Zhuan Yang. He hurriedly knelt and answered respectfully, this disciple is here. The founding ancestor's voice then made Yang Zi turn pale with fear. You managed the sect originally to protect the Dao, yet power has gradually tied sin and clouded your reason. Conservative, stubborn, suppressing geniuses, you nearly destroyed the inheritance of the Dao lineage. This sin deserves punishment. Yang Zi's face turned deathly pale, and he stammered, wanting to speak, founding ancestor, Before the words could leave his mouth, a surge of power instantly struck him. After binding Yang Zi tightly, the founding ancestor said coldly, your punishment is to have your cultivation sealed and be exiled to the lowest layer of the silent annihilation thunder abyss. You must endure 10 years of 10,000 thunders refining Tai Shin, and if you have not awakened, you may not leave. Yang Zi panicked completely and begged nonstop, no, founding ancestor, spare my life. This disciple knows his mistake, no. The second elder was so frightened that he fell backward. The sect master senior brother was already a level 55 heavenly master, yet before the founding ancestor's remnant will, he was as powerless as a child. After that, the founding ancestor said again, the position of sect master will temporarily be discussed by the elders together. Any major matter of the sect requires Daoist Lai Jiang Xiaolan's approval. Then the founding ancestor looked toward Xiaolan, your cultivation has already reached level 50, and Tai Shin realm shines brightly. The day Lai Jiang reaches great completion will be the moment you take control of the heavenly Dao sect and bring glory to the Dao lineage. The second elder answered respectfully, we obey the founding ancestor's decree. After that, the founding ancestor's gaze shifted back to Zhou Yi, saying this young friend carried many kinds of fortune within him. It was you who stirred the thunder of war and awakened my remnant will into manifestation. Truly marvelous. At this point, the founding ancestor's figure gradually faded, his expression still extremely satisfied. Before disappearing completely, he did not forget to repeat again and again, very good. After the founding ancestor disappeared, everyone fell silent and all stared intently toward Xiaolan. Xu Ning rushed forward joyfully and hugged Xiaolan tightly, saying over and over, wonderful, my good Lan error. Even the founding ancestor has recognized you. You are the orthodox one, the true orthodoxy. Ling Shi's group was also delighted for her. Lan was truly amazing. Xiaolan, you were so cool just now. At this moment, Xiaolan seemed to have found her original confidence again. She looked at her master, Ling Shi, and Tai Xin. A tear rolled down, and Xiaolan smiled brilliantly. It seems I have found my path. On this side, Zhou Yi also quickly descended from above and landed beside her. A layer of armor was removed, and the system panel appeared immediately afterward. He had completed the hidden mission and received the inheritance of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight's Soul of War. Ling Feng beside him immediately burst out laughing and said, this Daoist girl is actually about to become the master of a great sect. Zhou Yi calmly retorted at once, aren't you also a playboy? He raised an eyebrow and looked over. What? From afar, a cloud of mist suddenly appeared around everyone, looking extremely strange. Before them, a girl with long blonde hair falling past her waist had her back turned inward, while two children stood on either side helping calm her hair. Sweat suddenly slid down the woman's face. She silently thought to herself, this aura is... She immediately used a skill to observe the situation. Apocalypse Dragon Knight, the war walker to whom I was most loyal, perished in the final battle. That authority once spread across countless worlds. Condensing inner force in her hand, the girl immediately summoned a pale golden light. Standing firmly in place, she said again, I never expected that the inheritance severed for 10,000 years would now be restored in the body of a mortal youth. From within the great hall, the girl's power kept flying far away from its original position. In midair, the golden light carried words echoing over Zhu Yi. If you find the second war fragment, that will prove you truly have the qualifications and fortune to bear this authority. At that time, I will personally pass it on to you. Hearing that voice, Zhu Yi's gaze suddenly froze and he stood dazed for several seconds. Seeing him standing there blankly, Ling Feng could not help asking, what is it? Did bird droppings hit your head? Zhu Yi did not hide it either and quickly voiced his thoughts. Just now, I seem to feel someone staring at me. Only then did Ling Feng look at the helmet in Zhu Yi's hand in panic. Huh, why is it cracked? He thought to himself. Against this kind of transmutation smelting tower, even an inherited divine artifact would find it hard to avoid damage. On that helmet, the cracks were becoming more and more obvious. Worry rose in Zhou Yi's heart. Not good, the power of holy light not only cannot heal it, may even cause further damage. The hidden inheritance mission of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight was clearly still continuing. Why did the next stage not activate on its own after the iron helmet was found? Just then the system appeared, and Zhou Yi immediately raised his hand to make a selection. Zhou Yi realized that the helmet had to be repaired first before the mission would continue activating, so the cracks had affected the mission mechanism. Ling Feng looked at the helmet in his hand and exclaimed, this thing really is cool. It is is just a pity it is a little cracked. But the Heavenly Dao sect has always been skilled in artifact refining and talisman crafting. Once Xiaolan finishes handling the sect's affairs, we can ask her and perhaps there will be a way to restore it. Time passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the deadline arrived. 3 days later at the Heavenly Pivot Hall. Inside the main hall, everyone stood silently, and the atmosphere became unusually solemn. The portrait of that patriarch hung there quietly, exuding a dignified aura, as though intently watching the disciples before it. Everyone was so serious that almost no one dared breathe too loudly. Xiaolan said loudly, "Ever since the patriarch founded the Heavenly Dao sect, he left behind the teaching of accepting 100 methods. All arts return to one. A full 100 years have passed since then, but over the past nearly 30 years, the sect has gradually strayed from the proper path. Today, the entire sect has been summoned to..." Black mark on her forehead left by the patriarch immediately appeared, emitting a dignified aura. Xiaolan declared clearly, "Restore order and sweep away corruption." Hearing this, the people below all lowered their heads respectfully and knelt to receive the order. At the same time, the second elder immediately took out the imperial decree scroll in his hand. The second elder looked at the decree and read aloud. After 3 days of investigation by the discipline court, the 7 grave crimes of the former sect master Xuanyangzi have now been clearly confirmed. First, abusing power and privately reallocating resources. During the 37 years he managed the sect, Xuanyangzi took away more than 70% of the pills and 60% of the talisman artifacts produced by the sect each year. He used the pretext of trial losses and various other items to secretly transfer them to his secular family, the Lai family. The second elder continued reading, second, altering the inheritance and severing the Dao lineage. To consolidate the Lai family's position in the outside world, Xuanyangzi used the excuse that the arts were mixed and difficult to cultivate deeply, successively sealing away 42 sets of inherited scriptures outside the Thunder arts, pill, and artifact systems. This caused our sect's principle of all arts return to one to become almost nothing but a name. Hearing this, everyone immediately burst into an uproar. Someone said that back then he had wanted to study feng shui and physiognomy but could never find the scriptures, so they had been sealed away. No wonder for these past few decades, we only knew Thunder arts and pill refining. Zhu Yan also stepped forward and said loudly, "Third, suppressing dissent and harming fellow disciples." Back then, Lanner was rejected by the patriarch's divine statue, but it was not because heavenly fate refused her. It was because this old thief had tampered with it in advance. He had long intended for Lai Zi, his own grandson, to become the next sect master, so how could he allow a true genius to block the way? The people below grew more furious the more they listened, and everyone began speaking up. Someone said his father had once openly questioned the unfair distribution of resources, and the next day he was punished by being sent behind the mountain to grow medicinal herbs for 10 years. Someone else added, senior sister Ming Xing was originally a rare heavenly few spirit rhinoceros summoner, yet she was scolded as practicing heretical arts and forced to switch to cultivating thunder arts. Xiaolan continued the remaining crimes, such as bribery, favoritism in appointments, falsifying merits, and disrespecting ancestral rights have all been recorded in the files and will be posted on the notice board for 3 days for the entire sect to inspect. I know many people were once forced to participate, remain silent, or obey. From today onward, the discipline court will establish the self-confession hall, and anyone who voluntarily confesses or exposes others will be considered for reduced punishment. As she spoke, Xiaolan condensed her inner force, her voice turning cold. If anyone deliberately conceals and fails to report, or stubbornly resists, the smile on Xiaolan's lips turned cold and she slowly warned they will be severely punished without mercy. Ling Feng and the others stood nearby, watching with great satisfaction. Xiaolan truly had a radiant bearing, exactly the style of a sect grandmaster, handling everything very properly. Xuanyangzi treated the sect like his private treasury and transferred resources back to his own family. If this were in our Shen family, that kind of person would have had his legs broken and been thrown to the demonic beasts long ago. After finishing the affairs within the sect, Xiaolan quickly returned, "I am back." Ling Xi immediately pounced over and hugged her tightly. "Lan Lan is amazing, you truly make me admire you. I want to be as cool as Lan Lan too." Ling Feng suddenly asked, "Right, where's Chen Lai? He is Xuanyangzi's second direct disciple. Why not let me teach him a lesson?" Xiaolan replied at once, "Chen Lai has admitted that over the years, he did many dirty things for Xuanyangzi. According to sect rules, his cultivation had been crippled, his related memories erased, and he has been expelled from the mountain gate. It is probably being carried out right now. As for restoring the iron helmet, I have already found someone. In the Heavenly Dao sect, apart from the suppressed Xuanyangzi, the person with the highest level of artifact refining is Elder Mo Chui, who lives in seclusion behind the mountain. Because he disapproved of Xuanyangzi's methods, 20 years ago he voluntarily left his position as the head of the artifact refining hall and withdrew behind the mountain. 3 days ago I told him about the iron helmet, and today the elder replied, saying that he can draw upon the earth Sin Thunderfire to try repairing it. He explained further, the Thunderfire furnace in the Forbidden Land land behind the mountain requires at least the spiritual power of 3 elder-level figures to maintain the formation. I, Master and Second Martial Uncle can take on that role. But Elder Mo Chui emphasized that during the restoration, the iron helmet may resonate violently with the thunderfire. Therefore, someone with extremely powerful mental strength who also has a connection to the iron helmet must stand beside it to stabilize its spirituality. That person can only be Yu Zhou Yai. Ling Feng asked in shock. What? Xiaolan continued, it is just that this process will be unusually painful, like placing a part of your own consciousness into a blazing furnace to be burned. Zhou Yi's gaze turned solemn and he asked, when do we begin? Xiaolan hurriedly instructed, tomorrow. Today you must rest well, because the restoration process will be long and will consume an enormous amount of mental strength. Immediately afterward, the next day quickly arrived. Everyone went with Xiaolan toward the rear mountain to meet that elder. As soon as he saw Zhou Yi, Mo Chui immediately stepped forward and asked, you are Zhou Yi. He respectfully cupped his hands and bowed. This junior greets Elder Mo Chui. The old man looked at Zhou Yi and asked, boy, do you know how restoring this thing differs from repairing an ordinary magic treasure? Zhou Yi answered humbly, please enlighten me, Elder. Mo Chui said slowly, when an ordinary magic treasure is damaged, its form is damaged, and what must be supplemented is material. But this object is damaged in will, and what must be replenished is thought power. According to him, the Earth Tai Sin Thunderfire was both yang and unyielding, able to burn all things, and also temper laws. But because the Thunderfire was too powerful, it required guidance, shaping, and harmonization, so it had to pass through 4 steps. The first step was to use a talisman formation to isolate all external disturbances. As soon as the words fell, Mo Chui immediately shouted, Origin Return Formation open. The second step was to connect to the earth vein to ensure stable spiritual power. At this point, the second elder nearly failed to remain standing. Mo Chui continued, the third step, use the will of the thunder pool as a hammer to forge the power of thunderfire into every crack. After a brief pause, Mo Chui looked over and shouted a signal, girl song, draw the lightning. Following Mo Chui's order, Xiaolan quickly condensed her inner force and chanted, 9 heavens responding origin, 10,000 thunder decrees draw. Then she struck hard toward the lotus flower, causing to bloom at once as power poured into it. Mo Chui immediately seized the opportunity and leaped forward. Now is the moment. Holding the heavy hammer, he aimed straight at the lotus flower and struck down repeatedly. As he moved, he said to Zhou Yi, the 4th step, you must use the power of holy light as a medium to harmonize the thunderfire and the conflicting will inside the iron helmet. Mo Chui emphasized, with the slightest mistake, the iron helmet may not shatter, but the spirituality inside will be erased completely, turning it into a dead object. Inside the furnace, the golden knight helmet was being restored little by little through the combined efforts of the 3. But upon looking closely, Zhou Yi was momentarily confused. What is going on? The crack has grown larger again. Mo Chui turned straight toward him and shouted, boy, do not move. As soon as the words fell, the great hammer in his hand slammed heavily onto Zhou Yi's head, causing him to freeze at once. Xiaolan looked over anxiously. What are you doing? The old man hurriedly reassured her, do not be afraid. This old man's soul-severing guide hammer is meant to strike 70% of his consciousness into the iron helmet. The helmet's spirituality is still resisting the restoration, and someone must enter the core of its consciousness and directly subdue it. On this side, a huge explosion rang out like an erupting volcano. Zhu Yan frowned and said, crazy old man, are you gambling with his life? If his consciousness is swallowed, both of them will definitely die. Zhu Yi stared intently upward, his heart shaken with fear. This was the world inside the iron helmet, shattered, chaotic, and filled with unwillingness. He spoke to it as though persuading a friend, I know you are unwilling, but continuing to resist will only cause you to collapse completely. Let me repair you and help you return to a complete state. At the same time, from within the helmet, a giant warrior's shadow quickly appeared. A deep and heavy voice resounded through the void, mortal ant, you dare look down on the authority of war? Are you worthy of possessing my body? As soon as the words fell, that figure immediately lifted its foot and stomped hard toward Zhou Yi. He was startled and hurriedly raised both hands in front of him to block, avoiding being crushed. Seeing Zhou Yi spit out a mouthful of blood, Xiaolan cried out in panic, Brother Yi is bleeding. Mo Chui hurriedly stopped her, do not go over. If it is interrupted now, his consciousness will be trapped inside forever, turning him into someone half alive and half dead. He has to bear this himself. Inside, Zhou Yi still tried to persuade it. Your war ended with the fall of your former master. You should have a new master. The war soul could not suppress its fury and immediately roared, arrogant. Just then the system appeared, Judgment of Justice opens a sacred magic formation, and blades of light descend from the sky to attack enemies within the formation. Finally, the Angel of Justice hurls a spear with the light attribute, creating destructive damage. Even so, the war soul still only wanted to stomp Zhou Yi to death beneath its foot. From high above, a dazzling golden light immediately burst forth. Below, Zhou Yi dodged in time, escaping death by a hair. But it did not stop there. The war soul continued charging forward with overwhelming momentum. That man only swept his gaze once, and the inner force within its body was instantly revealed. System panel appeared again as Light Cross Grade B, Level 5. After slashing through one attack, the War Soul was horrified and immediately retreated to the side to dodge. Yi did not waver at all. He quickly condensed his inner force once more. Light Punishment could bring down light attribute magical lightning upon a designated target, its power affected by the caster's affinity with light. One man against one battle soul, the battle had now become extremely tense. Right after that, he continued to launch another heavy blow at that battle soul. Zhu Yi immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This time he was clearly not lightly injured. Zhu Yi quickly dropped to one knee, panting as he caught his breath. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze turned cold and sharp again. But it was still not over. Behind Zhu Yi, a blazing gaze suddenly appeared. He finally revealed himself, and the battle soul charged straight over once again. He stared fixedly at the opponent and shouted, "Then I will make you submit before my battle will." A barrage of attacks collided violently. Pool of repentance. Holy Fist barrage, sacred storm, judgment descends. The golden helmet of the battle soul now slowly released an immense power, as if it was resonating with this clash. Standing outside, Xiaolan was endlessly shocked. Why are the fluctuations so violent? Mo Chui immediately continued, perhaps that kid Zhu Yi is using a special method to calm it. The black light around the battle soul gradually faded, and its aura also weakened visibly. At this moment, it looked straight at him and praised protection, judgment, purification, unyielding. They can actually coexist. Such fierce and varied battle will. In the end, the battle soul finally accepted him, acknowledging that you are indeed qualified to bear us. Everything quickly returned to normal, and the wounds on Zhu Yi's body immediately closed up as well. Inside the artifact forging furnace, that helmet had long since been steadily repaired. The lotus before Mo Chui also glowed with brilliant golden light, making him marvel at the scene. Mo Chui laughed heartily in delight. Success, it even took the initiative to cooperate in the restoration. Hold steady, only the final step remains. From the golden helmet, a cold sharp beam of light shot straight into the sky. Everyone present watched intently, each of them stunned, speechless. One man among them could not help speaking. "A heavenly omen has descended. It seems our heavenly Dao sect has witnessed the birth of another legend today." In the end, the golden helmet was completely repaired, shining as brightly as new. At this moment, the golden helmet immediately flew to Zhou Yi's side, as though it wanted to acknowledge him as its master. The system panel appeared. Battle Soul Iron Helmet has been restored. Perfect condition, spirituality awakened and master acknowledged. Equipment traits include Thunderfire Affinity, greatly increasing resistance to lightning and fire attribute damage while allowing absorption and conversion. War Resonance synchronizes highly with the host's will, increasing the power and judgment of all offensive skills. Hidden mission activated. Second inheritance mission, Apocalypse Dragon Knight. The unyielding will in S manner, Dragon Ridge mining area, reward awaits. Mo Chui said in satisfaction, "Not bad, kid. You not only restored it but even made it acknowledge you as master." This old man has forged artifacts for many years and has handled countless rare items. This is the first time I have seen something so special. Xur immediately ran over. "Are you all right?" Zhu Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly replied, "I am fine. My mental power is just a little depleted, but the gains are even greater." This success was all thanks to the elders giving their full support. Zhou Yi bowed respectfully in thanks. This junior does not understand the way of forging deeply. Keeping this object with me would be no different from letting a bright pearl gather dust. Today I wish to gift it to Elder Mo to show my sincerity. He was startled. Divine Star Heavenly Gold. Mo hugged the large stone, his eyes almost popping out. This is a finished material for forging artifacts. Legend says it can bestow fortune and self-evolve spirituality, something only S-rank divine objects possess. You actually have such a large piece, it is enough to become an heirloom treasure. Zoe smiled. From now on, it is yours. Mo Chui stroked the treasure in satisfaction. Young friend, if anything related to artifact forging comes up in the future, just come find me. Zhou Yi also quickly replied. Then this junior thanks Elder Mo in advance. Mo Chui added, right, with this piece of Divine Star Heavenly Gold from you, I can also strengthen the spirituality of the Iron Helmet and the connection between it and you. Only it needs that girl song's Thunderfire inheritance to temper it for half a month. He asked calmly. Half a month? Xiaolan, who stood beside him, immediately said, then you should stay in my heavenly Dao sect first. Zhu Yi looked at her. After the Iron Helmet was restored, I received a price guide related to another component. She hesitated slightly. That is true, many high-grade divine artifacts have sensing abilities and usually lead to traces of the remaining components. Rest assured, leave your Iron Helmet to me. Zhu Yi smiled and said apologetically, I am troubling you, Xiaolan. But at this moment, Xiaolan only smiled happily anyway. Master wants me to reorganize the sect, so I cannot go with you for now. Where is the next target? At this point, Zhu Yi immediately replied, Black Rock Mountains, Dragon Ridge mining area. Xiaolan said in surprise, Dragon Ridge mining area. I remember that place produces black obsidian, iron, and earth vein crystals. At this moment, Ling Shi's group had just walked in. As long as you are safe. Ling Feng looked toward the girl beside him and asked Tai Sin, do you know this Dragon Ridge mining area? area? Tai Xin smiled meaningfully. Dragon Ridge Mining Area is the place where Wan Zhen, the mountain-shaking martial emperor and my foster father, lives in seclusion and watches over. Fai Long pondered slightly. Mountain-shaking martial emperor. His reputation is indeed quite great. Is your foster father very strong? She immediately replied. Extremely strong. 30 years ago he was already a fist arts grandmaster famed throughout the central Xia continent. After pausing for a moment, Tai Xin's gaze turned faintly sorrowful. Ling Shi continued, but what happened? Tai Xin said. 30 years ago, my foster father met with a calamity and lost his right arm. After that, his temperament changed completely and he went fully into seclusion, rarely seeing outsiders. He also set an iron rule: if the mining area has not reached a moment of life and death, anyone who barges in without permission will personally be invited out by him. Hearing this, Ling Feng asked, we are not going there to cause trouble. We truly have something to ask of him. Would it not be fine if we explain it clearly? Besides, even friends of his daughter cannot come to find him. Tai Xin replied sadly. Ling Feng, you do not understand him. He is very stubborn. I do not want everyone to make a wasted trip, and even less do I want conflict to happen. Zhou Yi continued. Tai Xin, thank you for considering me, but I must go on this trip. If I cannot get in, I will find a way to get in. If he does not want to meet me, I will create a reason that forces him to meet me. Tai Xin then said, that is right, rules are dead. People are alive, let us go there first and decide then. Hearing this, Tai Xin's gaze softened and a smile appeared on her lips. Zhou Yi thought to himself, the mound-shaking martial emperor lost his arm and went into seclusion, and he has made things this difficult for Tai Xin. I am afraid it cannot be explained by the 4 words eccentric temperament alone. There must be a deeper reason within. But no matter what, since the system mission has appeared, it absolutely cannot be ignored. At this moment, Mo Chui spoke, the mountain-shaking martial emperor. I know the ores from his mining area are all top-grade goods. Unfortunately, after he issued the ban, that place stopped sending ore out. Xia Lan hurriedly said, with worry, how about this? I will bring a few heavenly Dao sect elders with you first. Relying on the sect's reputation, perhaps he will be willing to talk. Mo Chui waved his hand. Useless. Xuan Yangzi once led people there and even said he could forge artifacts for him for free. Zhu Yi reassured her, the heavenly Dao sect needs you. And this place is also the battlefield where you prove yourself. As long as you stand firm here, the entire sect can become your backing in the future. Everyone quickly said, we will go to the mining area first to scout the way. Half a month later, bring the battle soul to meet us. Xia Lan seemed to gain strength. I understand. Brother Yi, everyone, go without worry. I will definitely protect this place well, learn what I need to learn, and make the heavenly Dao sect become Brother Yi's support in the future. Half a month later, I will definitely bring the iron helmet on time. Before leaving, Ling Shi could not help calling out loudly, Lan Lan, do your best, we will miss you so much. Remember to eat on time, do not just focus on studying talismans. Xia Lan also waved back, have a safe journey. Contact me often if anything happens. Before leaving, Zhou Ye glanced over and left behind a blue butterfly. It flew forward just like that, but the blue light was soon blocked. Zhou Ye looked over and thought to himself, the energy of the mountain protecting array is very abundant, but there is a small gap at the conversion point. It is just enough for the void guiding butterfly to leave behind the next coordinate. It may not be used, but preparing in advance is always better. In the future, if something happens to the heavenly Dao sect, or if we urgently need to return, there will also be one more path. Xia Lan also thought to herself at this moment, Brother Yi, I will definitely become stronger, strong enough to face every challenge in the future. After they traveled for a while, a clear voice rang out, ding, honored passengers, we have arrived at Dragon Ridge Mining Area, please get off. Before leaving, the coachman did not forget to remind them, remember to give a 5-star rating. Ling Shi was somewhat uneasy at this moment. This place feels so oppressive, even breathing feels exhausting. Zhou Yi silently assessed it. The mining area is not small, but it is far too quiet. Not only are there no miners working, even the sound of machinery that should be there has disappeared. Tyson walked ahead to lead the way. Up ahead is where my foster father lives. Everyone keep some distance from me, try to speak as little as possible. Leave everything to me. Just as she was about to step forward, Zhou Yi quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Tai Xin. A golden power enveloped the girl beside him. Zhou Yi explained, this is slow recovery skill energy, with a calming effect attached. I hope it will make everyone feel more comfortable. If you feel troubled, just let me talk to your foster father. Tai Xin replied softly, it is fine Zhou Yi, I can handle it. Although foster father is strict, he is not an unreasonable person. The group continued forward step by step. As they walked, the group cautiously observed the situation around them. In the end, they finally arrived before the small wooden house at the top of the steps. When they drew close, the faint smell of dust made Ling Feng raise a hand to cover his nose. Tai Xin took a deep breath, then stopped before the wooden door. She raised her hand and knocked lightly on the door. A knocking sound rang out, breaking the silent atmosphere. Wan Zhen, the mountain-shaking martial emperor, suddenly flung the door open, startling Tai Xin. He glanced behind her and said, Tai Xin, you are back. You even brought so many people with you. Hearing this, worry immediately appeared on her face. Tai Xin said respectfully, foster father, these people are my teammates from Suhang University, and also friends who have gone through life and death with me. Everyone politely introduced themselves one after another. This junior is Zhou Yi. I have taken taken the liberty of visiting. Greetings, Senior Wan. This junior is Lingxi. Greetings, Senior. This junior is Ling Feng. Greetings, Senior. Wan Zhen narrowed his eyes when he heard Zhou Ye explain his purpose. This junior is searching for an important ancient artifact, and the clue points to this mining area. I hope Senior can make things convenient and allow this junior to enter and investigate. He asked in surprise. Someone surnamed Zhu? Wan Zhen flatly refused and turned back inside. The mining area is an important restricted place. Unrelated people are not allowed in. What does some ancient artifact clue have to do with me? Tai Xin, take your friends and leave at once. Tai Xin hurriedly pleaded. Foster father, that ancient artifact is truly very important to us. Seeing that attitude was too unpleasant, Ling Feng spoke up. Old man, we traveled all this way here, and before we have even finished speaking, you are already driving people away. That is far too. Wan Zhen swept a cold gaze toward them. Far too what? Only then did he truly understand how fear was written. Flame Dragon Pool Drive activated automatically. Could this old man really want to take his life? He sized him up from head to toe. Red hair, arrogant bearing. So young yet daring to interrupt so insolently. Truly a noble clan young master, who did not know the height of heaven or the depth of earth. Tai Xin hurriedly spoke up to mediate. Foster father, Ling Feng is straightforward by nature. He only says what he thinks and has no malice at all. Wan Zhen no longer wanted to hear any explanation and shouted coldly, enough. Pressure spread in all directions. I already told you to leave at once. For Tai Xin's sake this time I am only inviting you out, but if you keep pestering me, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhu Yi stepped forward to block the attack, while reminding everyone to be careful. He said sternly, Senior Wan Zhen, if there has been any offense, this junior will bear it himself. But before distinguishing right from wrong, Senior released killing intent toward this junior's friend. This is absolutely unworthy of the bearing of an expert. Senior, please calm your anger for now. Wan Zhen was slightly surprised and thought to himself, I did not expect this young man to be able to stand firm before a strike carrying my wrath. He prepared to attack and said coldly, you really do have a glib tongue. The ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled, and Tai Xin pleaded bitterly, Foster father, please do not. Ling Feng could not swallow his anger and only gritted his teeth as he cursed, damn it. Zhu Yi immediately shot into the air, and holy light chain lock erupted behind him, chains winding around his teammates' waists one by one. Everyone's bodies were yanked backward just in time to avoid the attack. Where they had been standing moments ago, the ground had already been torn open into a long crack. Lingxi tried to steady her breathing after that close call and blurted out, that scared me to death, Tai Xin. Your foster father is terrifying. Tai Xin kept thinking, unable to understand why her foster father had become so furious. Ling Feng angrily punched a dent into the stone wall beside him. That old man is completely unreasonable. What did I even do? Just now that man really wanted to kill me, even though I do not know him at all. Zhu Yi recalled the look Wan Zhen had given him and inwardly felt something was wrong. Tai Xin's foster father's disgust toward Ling Feng had appeared far too suddenly, and it was clearly aimed at red hair and noble clan status. This was not ordinary dislike, but seemed to have touched some unpleasant memory. This grudge was probably far deeper and more complicated than he had imagined. He turned to Tai Xin and called out, your foster father's reaction must have a hidden reason. This is not your fault, so do not blame yourself. Today, let us find it in nearby first. We can discuss the treasure later. She nodded and replied, I will listen to you, Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi looked toward the wooden house and said, Tai Xin, this mining area is far too quiet. Normally, even if work ends at dusk, it should not be this lifeless. Was it like this when you lived here before? Suddenly that area shook and a faint red energy covered the surrounding scene. The whole group looked straight ahead in horror. The heavy wooden door was shoved open. Wan Zhen stepped outside and cursed angrily, damn it, why does it have to be now? Zhu Yi looked toward the sound coming from the large mines to the southeast and said in a low voice, not wild beasts, human voices. Ling Feng suddenly felt a chill down his spine. That sounds truly sinister. Tai Xin hurriedly asked one in front of her, foster father, what happened in the mine? Seeing him rush forward, the group behind hurriedly called out, hurry and follow him. Wan Zhen raised his fist high, then slammed it hard onto boulder and shouted, shockwave rebound. The tremor immediately spread forward. Sharp stone slabs like spikes rose up, sealing a cave entrance completely. From inside the cave, purple mist poured out, just as Zhu Yi's group also landed on the ground. He immediately sensed demonic energy, and moreover it was extremely pure abyssal demonic energy, carrying very strong corrosive power. Suddenly the stone slabs were shattered by a burst of force. From inside the cave, long-bodied monsters with heads like human masks rushed out. Tai Xin witnessed it for the first time and asked in shock, what kind of monsters are those? Zhou Yi recognized them at a glance. These are miners invaded by demonic energy, transformed into demonic creatures. The miners wheezed, their entire bodies filled with evil energy, their ravenous eyes fixed on them. Wan Zhen threw another punch, striking out with a heavy force. Demonic creatures were instantly sent flying toward the boulder. The miners' faces began to crack, and their appearances gradually became sluggish. He narrowed his eyes and looked toward them, while their eerie hissing laughter continued without end. Wan Zhen warned the youngsters behind him, if you do not want to die, step farther back. His palm was covered in red energy. Then he blasted it fiercely behind him. The red energy erupted like a wall rising up, forcing everyone to cover their faces and retreat. Between them and Wan Zhen now lay a long crack, so wide it was difficult to cross. Tai Xin called out worriedly, "Foster father." Seeing that she was about to rush forward, Zhu Ye stopped her. "Wait, your foster father understands the traits of the demonic creatures here very well. If we interfere rashly, we may ruin his plan instead." He advised, "Stay calm and observe for now. If your foster father truly cannot handle it, it will not be too late for us to act." Only then did Tai Xin nod. "I understand, second brother." Wan Zhen faced the miners' evil energy alone, while a dense aura gradually spread up their necks. He spread his legs, clenched his fists, and entered an attacking stance. Mountain Suppression Fist was immediately activated. One collapsing mountain fist shattered the miner who had just charged over. The ones that followed were knocked flying, their lower bodies torn apart, their shrieks ringing out without end. Powerful fists struck out in succession, beating the miners infected by evil energy into complete chaos. Standing behind, Ling Feng could not help but sigh, "This old man really is." The final punch struck out, and rings of sound waves immediately spread through the surroundings. Wan Zhen withdrew his hand and cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, my old wound has flared up again." Fortunately, that was the last one. Around him, the corpses of those demonic creatures were gradually fading away, but right after that, the ground where everyone stood suddenly shook violently. Ling Xi pointed ahead in panic and cried out, "Everyone, look over there." She was horrified to see the mountain gradually being pushed upward. The mountain has come alive. From the gate inside the mountain, a rectangular block of stone shot violently outward. Wan Zhen immediately used his remaining arm to block it. When the stone shattered, an even stronger minor evil energy also escaped. Seeing him fall into danger, Tai Xin cried out in panic, "Foster father." Their lower bodies were twisting tightly together. Energy blazed through the gaps in their bodies and spread outward. Yi immediately stepped forward, blocking in front of Wan Zhen. He said sternly, "Senior, leave the rest to me." At the same time, other rectangular stone blocks began to surround Zhou Yi. He drew Tai Xin's sacred sword S+. His comprehension of the sword Dao instantly surged, and the power and precision of his sword techniques soared as well. Sharp sword light swept through, slicing the boulders into tiny fragments. Zhou Yi quickly passed through them and charged straight ahead. The radiant sword light stabbed straight toward the stone slab floating high above. Shattered stone slabs fell down, while the continuous slashes caused even more cracks to appear across the stone surface. The giant block of stone rumbled down from above. Zhou Yi did not hesitate at all and immediately leaped inside the gate. He faced the miners infected with demonic energy directly and said coldly, "Found it, the source of the demonic energy." Zhou Yi cast Sacred Thunder, Heavenly Prison Knowledge Lock S, and chains instantly bound the entire group tightly. Only when they could no longer escape did he draw his sword. The miners infected with demonic energy could only howl in pain as sharp blades slashed through them again and again. They were decisively taken down, and at the same time, a shocking explosion rang out from the mountain. Ling Shi's group stared in astonishment at the lingering demonic energy aura gradually escaping. Ling Feng asked in confusion, "What exactly is going on?" Meanwhile, Tai Xin was still supporting Wan Zhen. Zhou Yi stepped out and reported the good news. "I have already dealt with the one behind everything." Wan Zhen glanced at the sword in his hand and asked whether it had been forged by Qian in Qingjing. Ji praised the senior for having sharp eyes indeed, saying this sword had truly been temporarily named Sacred Radiant Light Sword by Master Kaijun. Wan Zhen continued, "To make junior brother Kaijun, who has always looked down on everyone, care this much, you are truly not simple. If I have guessed correctly, you are this year's National Freshman Tournament champion, and this sword is the championship reward." Zhou Yi admitted that he had luckily won the title, so Master Qijun had favored him by gifting him the sword. After learning this, Wan Zhen gave Ling Feng beside him a faint glance. He sighed, then had no choice but to accept it, saying this place was too messy and unsuitable for conversation. After that, he led everyone back to the wooden house and said, "Follow me inside, all of you." Wan began recounting the whole matter from the beginning. Everything had started around a month ago. At first, only a few miners occasionally reported that they heard strange noises and saw dark shadows in the deep tunnels. I went down to investigate once, but only found a little lingering foul chi, so I dispersed it in passing. But afterward, the situation changed. From deep within the ore vein, extremely pure demonic chi began seeping out, carrying a very strong corrosive force. The miners who came into contact with the demonic chi went mad, their bodies mutated, and some even attacked their companions. This old man dealt with one group and also destroyed the source of the demonic chi, but before long, a new source appeared again. New miners continued to be contaminated and mutated, almost impossible to prevent. With no other choice, I had them leave the Blackstone Mountains first. Now this cursed place has only me, and the things that were once human crawling beneath the ground. Ling Feng asked curiously, Senior, did you not report upward for reinforcements? What about the army and the guild? Hearing this, his expression instantly turned cold. That expression made Ling Feng's heart tighten slightly, and he could not help feeling afraid. Wan Zhen continued helplessly from the very beginning. He had reported through the emergency channel, but he had never received any reply, nor did he know where the problem lay. Zhu Yi said sincerely that the senior had guarded this place alone, waiting for reinforcements and stopping the demonic key from spreading, which made this junior admire him deeply. He said he had come here to find an ancient relic, and the clue pointed deep into the mine, so he wanted to make a deal. Ling Feng did not dare look at Wan Zhen and secretly felt gloomy, unable to understand why the man was always displeased with him. Wan Zhen allowed him to continue. Shu Yi replied, Senior has already seen this junior's ability. My holy light can absolutely suppress demonic creatures and demonic key. I will search the entire mining area, find the root of the demonic key, and resolve it completely. In exchange, I ask Senior to let me search for the item I need in the mine. Hearing this, Wan Zhen suddenly shot to his feet, startling the whole group. Wan Zhen remarked that he was very clever. Even if this old man did not agree, he would think of every possible way, even create a reason to force me to nod. Zhou Ye smiled tactfully and answered, Senior is thinking too far ahead. This junior only wants to cooperate openly and honorably. In the end, he still nodded and agreed, a deal, very well. Just as Tai Shin breathed a sigh of relief, Wan Zhen added another sentence, but there is one prerequisite. He named them directly. Tomorrow, I want Tai Sin to fight this red-haired brat. Wan Zhen's demand was very clear. They had to fight a real battle, shocking the whole group. This made both people named at the same time change expressions. Even Ling Shi panicked and could not help worrying for them. Ling Feng had already been holding back his anger for a long time, so he snapped irritably, Old man, what do you mean? You have disliked me from the start, and now you want me to fight Tai Sin? Tai Sin also did not understand and hurriedly asked her foster father why he was doing this. Because Ling Feng was a teammate who had gone through life and death with her. Wan Zhen had already made up his mind and said coldly that Tai Sin had to fight that red-haired boy. This was this old man's condition, accept it or leave. Zhu Yi calmed Ling Feng and had him sit down, then analyzed silently. This was not merely deliberate difficulty. Wan Zhen clearly hated Ling Feng, and he feared the man had a very deep grudge against the Shen family. If this battle could not be avoided, he had to ensure everything remained under control. He asked further, Senior, are there any limits to this match? Does it stop at victory and defeat, or? Wan Zhen cut him off, saying they had to go all out and fight with life and death on the line. This old man will personally serve as referee and knows what is proper. I will not let you truly lose your lives. But if anyone plays tricks, the deal is cancelled at once. Zhu Yi nodded and agreed to fight with all their strength. After they reached an agreement, Wan Zhen immediately turned and left, arranging to meet tomorrow morning at the open ground east of the mine, then called Tai Sin to follow him. He led her outside and said in a deep voice, Tai Sin, look beneath your feet. She lowered her head in doubt and asked, Foster father. Wan Zhen asked what she could sense, so Tai Sin closed her eyes and quietly felt the energy here. She said this place was heavy and steady, but deep within, there was a restless pulse. Wan Zhen placed his hand on the ground and nodded. The power of the earth vein is no dead thing. It supports all things, while also holding the joys, sorrows, anger, and resentment of all things. As energy spread from his palm into the surroundings, Wan Zhen told her to watch carefully. This move was not used to attack enemies, but was a form of protection. The entire area was quickly covered by a golden surge of energy. He called out Guardian Path. Tai Sin stared blankly at the sight before her and murmured, This is... 4 golden walls rose and surrounded the place where they stood. This was Earth Vein Mountain Quake S Joint Guard. This move summoned the Earth Vein spirit to reach the ultimate defense, while also controlling Mountain Rock for defense and counterattack, its power increasing with the will to protect. Wan Zhen waved his hand, letting the golden stream of power continue spreading into the surroundings. He said the power of the Earth Vein could become the strongest shield, sheltering everything she cherished. When Mountain Rock transformed into a giant, it could also become a heavy wrath that crushed all things. He handed that Earth Vein power to Tai Sin, saying the core did not lie in how much spiritual power she had, but in the depth of her resonance with the earth. After that, he told her to try once. Tai Sin received it and immediately felt a surge of power radiating from within. Pages of memory seemed to turn open one by one. Tai Sin silently thought of protection of what she wanted to protect. She remembered the teammates who had fought beside her all this time, the smiles, sweat, warmth when standing shoulder to shoulder in battle, the bond that made her no longer lonely, and the shared path Zhu Ye had once spoken of. The moment the thought appeared, tiny streams of golden spiritual Kai began emerging from everywhere beneath the ground. After that, they spread outward, covering an entire stretch of rolling hills and mountains. Wan Zhen was quite surprised, not expecting her heart of protection to be able to stir the spiritual ki of the entire mountain range into response. Tai Sin floated in midair, surrounded by circling spiritual Kai. Behind her, the image of the guardian deity's incarnation gradually became clear. All the spiritual ki was continuously gathering at Tai Sin's forehead. Wan Zhen praised her for doing very well, already manifesting the guardian spirit, with a starting point even higher than his own back then. He believed believed that given more time, she would surely surpass even him. Tai Xin asked curiously why he had forced her to fight Ling Feng, and Wan Zhen immediately understood what she wanted to ask. This arm of mine was lost because of an epic-grade dragon spine crystal or vein. It was taken by the very brother I once trusted absolutely, someone I had once been willing to entrust with my life. He went on to say that 30 years ago, he and the blood dragon warrior Shen Shang had once seen eye to eye, admiring each other's talents and so formed a team. When they discovered the mineral vein in Wan Zhen, both believed that if they joined forces, they would surely make their names resound throughout the world. But after half a month of slaughtering magical beasts in the barren mountains, they found an epic-grade crystal vein, something enough to drive every faction mad. Just then, demonic energy had quietly seeped in Shen Shang's body. It caused him to almost lose all reason, and he suddenly lunged at Wan Zhen, who was standing before him. His arm was severed on the spot because of it. Hearing this, Tai Xin's face instantly turned pale. Wan Zhen frowned and continued. The wound had been corroded too severely by abyssal demonic energy, rendering every ordinary treatment useless. If he wanted to recover, the only way was to go to the headquarters of the Church of Light and beg the bishop to cast great divine healing. But to persuade the bishop to act, he had to honestly reveal the cause of his injury. After Shen Shang regained consciousness, he knelt and begged him not to reveal the crystal vein, because once the news got out, neither of them would have the strength to keep it. I refused. And then that good brother immediately commanded the Shen family to hunt me everywhere, accusing me of forgetting righteousness at the sight of profit, ambushing my teammate, swallowing the spoils for myself, and fleeing, carrying the chill in my heart and a crippled body. I buried my name and hid my identity, fleeing to the Black Rock Range, which was still desolate and remote back then. Hearing that heartbreaking story, she burst into tears. Foster father, I am sorry. I truly did not know about this. Wan Zhen replied, this matter has nothing to do with you, Tai Xin. The Shen family is the Shen family and Ling Feng is Ling Feng. I am not so petty as to vent my anger on a brat, but the resentment that has weighed on my heart for the past 30 years, I truly cannot swallow it. In tomorrow's match, I want you to win, not to avenge me, because I want to prove that the child raised by this one-armed Wan Zhen in the depths of the wild mountains is still stronger than that blood dragon body the Shen family cherishes like a treasure. After hearing the whole story clearly, Tai Xin immediately made up her mind. Foster father, I understand. In tomorrow's battle, Tai Xin will definitely give everything she has. He praised her with delight. Good, very good. That is the daughter of my Wan Zhen. On Zhou Yi's side, Ling Shi handed him a cup of warm water. Ling Feng, drink some water. How could he still be in the mood to drink? He was already full from anger. He asked softly from beside him, still thinking about Wan Zhen. Ling Feng got irritated the moment he mentioned it. That old man wanted to kill me the moment we met, and now he is putting on some kind of duel. I do not understand why the captain agreed. He is clearly making things difficult on purpose. Can we not find a way to enter the mine directly? At worst, we force our way in. He reminded him, forcing our way in is the worst choice. If it were me, being hated for no reason and then being forced into some baffling duel, I would be angry too. But we came here to solve the problem, not create more trouble. Wan Zhen is Tai Xin's foster father, and he is also the one guarding the mining area. If we force our way in, the one hurt most will be her. I accepted the challenge not to make you suffer, and even less to sacrifice anyone. It is because I believe in you, and I believe the bond between teammates cannot be so easily broken by a single match. Ling Feng turned his face away in embarrassment. Why are you suddenly saying such cheesy things? Who wants to be teammates with anyone? On the day of the spar, everyone took their positions one after another. Ling Shi was restless with worry. Second brother, will it really be all right? Tai Xin and Ling Feng. He calmly advised her, trust them, this match is very important to both of them. Wan Zhen stepped forward to serve as the referee for this match. He reminded them that since this was a battle fought with all their strength, they absolutely could not hold back. Otherwise, that would be an insult to their opponent. The moment the start was called, Tai Xin immediately rushed straight at her opponent, while Ling Feng had also prepared to unleash Scarlet Flame Fist. She quickly deployed shield wall formation to block it. Ling Feng curled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile, his bearing full of confidence. A fist from his other hand had silently aimed straight for Tai Xin's stomach. She reacted extremely quickly, bending down to dodge. Immediately afterward, she threw a punch straight at Ling Feng's ribs. The two exchanged several moves. He could tell that Ling Feng's speed was faster than usual. It seemed that he had quite a lot bottled up inside. Tai Xin attacked with a solemn expression, but Ling Feng still dodged perfectly. Zhu Ye realized the situation was not good. The two of them understood each other's combat habits too well, and almost every move had become a reflex meant to counter the other. Fighting like this was merely a test of who had more stamina, making it very hard to decide a winner. It was time for Ling Feng to activate Blood Frenzy, increasing attack and speed by 20% and entering an excited state. Tai Xin stomped hard on the ground and cast the B-grade Earth Vein Shock Strike, channeling the power of the Earth Vein underground and creating a series of stone spikes that attacked without warning. Zhu Yi frowned slightly when he witnessed that scene. The ground began to shake violently, and Ling Feng immediately retreated swiftly. He swung his hand and shattered the stone spikes rushing toward him. The ground beneath Ling Feng's feet had caved to a shallow pit. He stared in shock at the calm girl before him. Tai Sin, when did you learn this move? She spoke solemnly. Ling Feng, watch carefully. I am no longer the teammate who only exchanges half-hearted blows with you on the training field. I know my level is not as high as yours. My skill grade is also inferior, and even my combat talent cannot keep up. Tai Sin's voice became firm, but this is the all-out battle we agreed upon. This is the answer to foster father after 30 years of waiting, and it is also the first battle in which I, Tai Sin, truly want to prove myself. You can defeat me, you can make me fall, and you can even make me unable to stand again. But you are absolutely not allowed to deal with me half-heartedly like this. After she said those words, the place fell utterly silent. Zhu Yi immediately guessed it. An answer after 30 years. As expected, I was not wrong. There is an almost irreconcilable grudge between Wan Zhen and the Shen family. At first, Ling Feng frowned, his face filled with confusion, but then he gradually accepted it, and the corners of his lips curved slightly. Ling Feng nodded. Sorry, Tai Sin, you are right. This is a battlefield, not a training field. The flames around his body suddenly erupted violently. In that case, just as you wish, Flame Dragon Manifestation. Ling Feng activated the Flame Dragon Bloodline trait, increasing all attributes by 40%, doubling the power of fire-type skills, and gaining short-term flight ability at the same time. Tai Sin, be careful. Wan Zhen stood there, his expression gradually darkening. This match reminded him of the past, that flying red hair, the dragon scales covering the body, and that familiar flame dragon aura. Back then, they had once entrusted their backs to each other, trusting each other enough to entrust even their lives. Wan Zhen's fist tightened, and then he sighed softly. Zhu Yi was all sinking silently. Flame Dragon Manifestation in its complete state places immense pressure on the body, so Ling Feng rarely uses it under normal circumstances. He looked at Ling Feng, whose momentum was surging as he prepared to attack. Tai Sin's words had clearly touched him. From this moment on, the battle truly began. He leaped high into the air, his powerful fist crashing downward. Tai Sin immediately realized that this attack was completely different from those probing moves before. Its power, speed, and killing intent had all reached an overwhelming level. She activated Earth Vein Mount Shaking Shield to defend, pouring the power of the Earth Vein into her shield and pushing her defensive ability to the highest limit at her current level. The fierce clash stirred up clouds of dust, while Ling Feng immediately retreated. The surrounding terrain began to collapse. Zhu Yi immediately carried Ling Shi and flew away, both of them wrapped inside a sphere of white leaves. Wan Zhen had also found a foothold atop a stone pillar, his body covered by a layer of white leaves. Ling Feng laughed as he remarked, only an opponent like this is worthy. Immediately afterward, a surging stream of dragon breath erupted from his mouth. When Earth Vein Mountain Shaking, Triple Roll was activated, enormous stone pillars rose one after another from the ground. Ling Feng's flame slammed straight into the slab of stone blocking Tai Sin. The entire rock was penetrated deep to its core by the flames. In the blink of an eye, it all exploded into countless fragments. Tai Sin used Shield Strike Collision, charging through the thick haze of smoke and dust to attack Ling Feng. He immediately activated Dragon Scale Guard to block the blow. The area where the two stood suddenly exploded with a thunderous boom. Ling Feng's Dragon Scale Guard was shattered, while his body was driven straight toward the wall behind him by her. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and said, impressive, this strike really has enough force. Tai Sin raised her fist and charged forward. It is not over yet. Rock Fist, Mountain Crushing Form. She poured the power of the Earth Vein into both fists, and every blow carried penetrating force that shook from within. Ling Feng continued to raise a shield to defend, and the aftershock from the force of the punches spread into the stone wall, causing the lower section to keep exploding. Zhu Yi analyzed silently. Ling Feng's advantages are burst power and continuous burning damage, but the complete Flame Dragon state consumes too much, forcing him to end the fight quickly. As for Tai Sin, she excels at defense and endurance, and she is using that very defense to wear down Ling Feng's stamina. At this moment, Ling Feng crossed both arms and braced himself to withstand another blow. As for Tai Sin, after pouring her strength into the attack, she quickly retreated. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat spreading across her face. He continued to activate the flame power. The Blood Desire Fury was an S-level skill Zhu Yi had gifted. She had seen it before, but yesterday, he spent all accumulated skill points to raise it to level 5. Now it was completely different. The blood aura surrounding them, Ling Feng revealed, could draw blood energy from the battlefield, condense life force and blood into a destructive sphere, exploding to cause 3 layers of damage. Blood masses gradually grew larger, hovering in the center of the battlefield. They lunged at Tai Sin. He announced the first layer was a physical impact, cracks appearing on the surface as the second layer, blood corrosion. He glanced anxiously at the blood energy slowly flowing onto the white leaf. As the spot Tai Sin stood became a pillar, strong blood energy surrounded it. This was the third layer, continuous dragon flame strikes. Wan Zhen assessed. The red-haired kid sensed battle temperature and coordinated skills far beyond peers. He proudly said 3 layers of damage stacked Tai Sin. If you withstand this blow, Ling Feng, and I would truly be impressed. Just as Ling Feng smiled, the smile faded quickly, and he saw Tai Sin place her hand on the ground, controlling the terrain. Blood energy was manipulated with fire. She spoke, the mountain has a soul, the ground a vein, one must become part of the mountain. Tai Sin's palm transmitted energy downward, red light radiating across her hand. Wan Zhen vaguely guessed her intent. Tai Sin, could it be that you intend to, right? As predicted, Tai Sin activated the earth vein shock resonance. Mountains resonated, energy from the mountain behind her radiated in a circle like fiery sound waves. Looking down upon the peak, a stone pillar shot up from below. Not just one but countless giant rectangular stone pillars sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots. The center bent and gathered toward one side of Tai Sin, directly where he stood. A blazing golden energy pillar maintained. Wan Zhen was shocked. Not everyone could use mountain resonance upon reaching skill level. Extreme harmony with the energy veins and the purest protective intent were required. He glanced at her, closing his eyes to silently bless the immense power. Asked Tai Sin, she's only learned half a day. Wan Zhen guessed the reason not due to Tian Fu, but because Tai Sin had deep affection. Hence the mountains responded. Ling Feng was not scared, instead quite intrigued. At the right moment, he condensed a fireball. Then Tai Sin hovered in the center, her hand directing the giant golden hand behind. The fireball was squeezed by the golden hand. Ling Feng shouted, trying to assist the attack. She told herself, cannot lose, this proves filial loyalty. The sphere transformed into a dark energy sphere, infiltrating the energy of the golden hand. Zhou Yi observed, noticing instability. The dark sphere grew, sweeping the surrounding space. He sensed danger, shouted. Ling Feng moved quickly away. He could not move, the monster still absorbed his energy. It was like a black hole sucking Ling Feng. He turned to plead with Tai Sin. She coldly commanded, turn around, wrapping bright golden energy around Tai Sin. Ling Feng was pulled back. Tai Sin shouted, turn back here. He barely escaped the black sphere, continuously absorbing energy. Ling Feng fell into her arms. The little chili struck. Very good, she manipulated spatial anomaly points. When energy collided in a small space, local collapse created strong suction, but the blow was blocked. Now to decide the victor. Ling Feng admitted defeat. Tai Sin, this move truly impressed. The space sphere distorted the surroundings, energy radiating outward. Zhou Yi used a white leaf to block the force. Dangerous dark blue energy round. The key in his pocket shown, he cautiously scanned around. Tai Sin holding Ling Feng weakly evading. Wan Zhen was stunned. Spatial cracks appeared, possibly caused by the previous energy disturbance. Zhou Yi raised his brow at the warning screen. The alert displayed warning that numerous small spatial cracks appeared in the Haknyam Mountains. Re-evaluation indicated 17. Increasing new alert. Urgent mission. Detected small spatial cracks in Haknyam Mountain area. S-Rank. Regional disaster. Mandatory intervention for all nearby combatants. Number of cracks increased to 25. Still rising. He anxiously called Tai Sin, red-haired kid, retreat quickly. This is beyond what you can handle. Leave immediately. After speaking, he was surprised by the situation ahead. Zhu Yi leaped to assist. He provided support, patting the shoulders of the two. A sphere of energy enveloped the three. Ling Feng. Could Flame Dragon Pool still maintain? Jing Feng confirmed sufficient. He asked the other Tai Sin, you okay? She replied, I'm fine. Zhu Yi revealed Ling Feng, 5 cracks on the left just formed. The monster not fully emerged, using dragon energy to block exits. Tai Sin, 3 cracks on the right front, the lowest rock layer subsided. Ceiling ahead, both received action orders immediately acknowledged. But the ceiling powder depleted. The kids have already sparked the flames. He swept his hand, flame energy shot at the monster from the spatial water cracks. His flame energy struck the stone pillars directly. The minor spirits were obliterated. He directed Ling Shi, the largest crack where the spirit energy was dense. Using forbidden abyss elements, she raised the staff, energy radiating around her body. Understood. An icy magic circle appeared. Forbidden abyss element level 6S created a separating space, summoning elemental crystals to strike, exploding a second time, causing immense damage to enemies. Ling Shi directed the staff forward. Move. Forbidden abyss elements struck the cracks. Zhou Yi was targeted by the monster. He swung his sword at them. Time observing enough, Wan Zhen acted, fingertips charging power. Beneath the monster, energy burst brightly, causing dragon flame strikes. He thought they hesitated less than 5 seconds from water emergence to counterattack. Master Yi continued directing Ling Feng. Guard left with 3 more cracks, using dragon energy to block exits. Wan Zhen curiously observed, how does he judge that the Them kid still has reserve energy? Flame Dragon Pool clearly have. The kid standing still wavered. He fought with all his strength. Wan Zhen realized the kid was not merely using residual energy, but even exhausted he still executed orders. He absolutely trusted and obeyed Zhou Yi. He silently compared a squad of 4 under level 30 like sophisticated war robots exterminating monsters. Zhou Yi sent chills down the spine. Each skill could slay monsters and assist teammates at gaps and weak points. His movements seemed ordinary but maintained a triangular formation. The Tam Kid and Tai Xin engaged in close combat within range, able to support, keeping mages safe at a distance. Zhou Yi called him Ling Feng, the second water crack on the left ahead. I just peeked 3 inches to the right. Spot of dragon energy, Wan Zhen silently admired. Still he had enough strength to observe the whole situation, issuing precise commands. Each stream of sword light he slashed out made him feel that something was wrong. Engaging in high-intensity close combat while observing the whole battlefield and issuing tactical commands. Just how terrifying was that processing ability? This was absolutely not the capability of a level 30 young man. Could he have once commanded Legion-level battles? No, the age did not match. Looking at the solemn expression of that youth, Wan Zhen reached a conclusion. It could only have come from repeated training. Harsh as hell. Watching the 3 of them coordinate to sweep this area clean, he realized that the 4-person formation operated as smoothly as drifting clouds and flowing water, without the slightest hitch. It was a tacit understanding forged through countless brushes with life and death. Wan Zhen suddenly recalled his own past. Back then, had they once been this perfectly in sync too? He helplessly admitted that perhaps they had. But before an epic grade or vain and greed, that bit of trust and understanding had proven so fragile it could not withstand a single blow. Watching them always support one another in time, Wan Zhen finally felt at ease. Tai Xin, you have found true teammates. A team like this was completely worthy of entrusting your back to. Finishing blow was unleashed, dazzling sword light falling straight into the final rift. As they gradually vanished, Zhou Yi reported that the area had been cleared. Yet another rift suddenly widened slowly. From within, a weapon unexpectedly shot out. It rushed straight forward, causing a violent impact that sent dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Everything happened too quickly and dangerously, nearly frightening Ling Feng out of his wits. Tai Xin frowned, closely observing the situation before her. Ling Shi tightened her grip on her staff, her wary gaze fixed on that thing. A massive figure holding a weapon was slowly crawling out of the rift. It swung its club down again, continuing to ravage the surrounding area. Ling Feng cursed angrily, this bastard, does he really think we are air? Its information appeared, Abyssal Demon, level 42, legendary aptitude. Zhou Yi murmured, a level 42 legendary demon. Ling Shi wondered why it was smashing the mountain apart. Tai Xin guessed it seems to be digging for something. His expression changed at once, revealing clear worry. This was not a random invasion, its actions clearly had a purpose. Zhou Yi recalled the hidden mission that had been triggered, the inheritance of the Apocalypse Night Order. Mission 2, the Unyielding will bury deep underground, beneath the spine that bears the weight. Find the unbreakably solid cornerstone, the Unyielding Gauntlet. Go to the Blackrock Mountains Dragonspine Mine, where extremely pure and highly corrosive demonic energy has begun seeping from deep within the mineral vein. Whether it was abyssal demons or cave monsters, what they were searching for in the Blackrock Mountains was the gauntlet. He shifted into combat form, gripped his greatsword, and charged straight ahead. Sharp streaks of sword light slashed down one after another onto the demon's scales, but those scales remained glossy and completely unharmed. Zhou Yi silently assessed it as expected of a legendary grade monster. The hardness of its shell far exceeded expectations. He immediately changed his method of attack and cast a forbidden spell. The forbidden spell circle appeared and this domain opened. Zhou Yi commanded absolute severance. A wall of light filled with forbidden spells immediately rose, surrounding the demon inside. The demon froze when he discovered he could not move, as if the rules themselves were rejecting his existence. Information appeared, strings of order or plus, manipulates localized space, forms an order domain, forcibly weakens enemies within range, and can alter order. He went numb, unable to accept that he could no longer sense demonic power. This could not be happening had he turned into a newly born demon. Zhou Yi reminded him coldly, in my domain, you are nothing more than a rock that takes a little extra effort to deal with. A glowing sphere shone in the demon's chest. He struggled to hold on, for the will of Lord Demon God. He absolutely could not fall here. Impossible, he absolutely could not be defeated by humans. The demon spread his arms wide, roaring as if welcoming something. Long live Lord Demon God. The ground continued to tremble, causing Tai Xin to fall. Ling Shi was no better, her back slamming hard against the solid stone floor. The demon asked coldly, human, what have you done? In his heart, he was secretly horrified that a lowly creature could actually make him feel threatened. Zhou Yi calmly took out the immortal soul mark, a growth-type divine object. Soul Lock provided soul protection and continuous energy recovery, while converting part of the damage received into temporary bonus attributes. The longer the battle lasted, the stronger its owner became. The demon's ferocious visage descended with a roar. Ants die. Wan Zhen shouted anxiously, not good. This is a full-force strike. The boy cannot withstand it. He was about to rush forward to rescue him, but Tai Xin reached out to stop him. Foster father, do not go over there. Second brother can do it. Wan Zhen disagreed. That is a level 42 demon. Even if the boy's combat power far surpasses ordinary people, he cannot defeat a demon alone. She replied, I trust him. What we need to do now is evacuate quickly. Tai Xin believed that if Zhou Yi truly got serious, the 100 lie around them would probably be flattened. Ling Feng curled his lips into a grin. Watch. That fellow fellow Zhou Yi really is a true monster. Wan Zhen looked that way in shock. The giant axe was blocked by a white hand of destiny. Hand of Destiny A. When the host suffers a fatal attack, summons the Fist of Destiny to neutralize the strike and backlash against the source of the attack. The giant hand appeared, shielding Zhou Yi, without letting him suffer the slightest injury. Bubbles of power immediately flew back toward the demon. His body was cut through by black energy, and he staggered backward. Ling Feng was secretly horrified. Just one strike had caused the demon's aura to fall from level 42 to below level 35. What skill was that? How many trump cards was this guy still hiding? The demon was completely enraged, and he slammed his fist hard into the ground. A formation appeared beneath his feet, and he roared, "Let us perish together. Human, offer this body, this soul, everything to the abyss." Crying eyes of the heavenly demon, burn all remaining life and demonic energy to summon an abyssal projection. All life within range will suffer continuous soul erosion and instant death judgment. Those starving monsters surged out in a flood. He still answered calmly, "Today, in the name of justice, I shall grant you release." Above his head, a magic circle containing immense power slowly appeared. 10,000 swords rained down from it, covering the demon's body. Judgment of Justice level 5S grade opens a sacred magic array, allowing blades of light to descend from above and attack enemies within the array. Finally, the Angel of Justice throws a light attribute spear, dealing destructive damage. An energy sphere condensed on the ground, and the aftershock spread like a raging gale, leaving the other three unable to stand steady. Wan Zhen was stunned by that absurd reality. Was this truly power that a holy class user could reach? After the sphere exploded, the entire area was pressed down into a vast deep pit. He stopped, energy still coiling around his body. Seeing the demon lying face down, using his back to withstand that power, he asked curiously, "Why are you so obsessed with the unyielding gauntlet?" The demon struggled to answer. "Do descendants of thieves deserve to ask? Lowly humans, Lord Demon God will lead the demon army to reclaim our territory, and all of you will become his food." Zhou Yi suddenly found those words familiar, exactly like the demon at the medium-sized rift in Blackwind Valley. Unfortunately, Master had not told him too much. Demon still clung tightly to the belief that Lord Demon God would definitely purge everything. He decisively swung his sword down. "No matter what grudges existed in the past, from this moment on, this world will be protected by me. Whoever violates my huaxia shall be killed without mercy." Zhu Ye hovered in midair, while the ground below suddenly released a stream of brilliant golden energy. He shot the chains down, wrapping around the thing glowing in the pit. Zhou Yi obtained a pair of golden claws. Ling Feng ran over excitedly, shouting, "Second brother is so awesome, hurry and check out the new treasure." His whole body suddenly froze, both legs seeming to be pinned in place as a heavy pressure bore down. Ling Feng stiffly raised his head and looked up. Why is there pressure this terrifying? On Tai Xin's side, she also forced out with difficulty, "What exactly is this thing?" Zhu Yi immediately sensed it. This killing intent was too strong. From afar, a dangerous aura was tearing through the wind as it rushed over. That arrow was blocked by the wings behind him. The treasure in his hand was also glowing. Someone stood in front of Zhao Yi, flames shooting from her palm. "Little star." The little angel acted calmly, stopping that attack. An angry shout rang out, "You dare stop me." The little girl answered calmly, "By the decree of Lord God Cyril, may I ask whether this action of the 7 abyssal monarchs means your excellency intends to tear up the clause in the Twilight Treaty of the Myriad Worlds stating that gods may not directly interfere in the mortal world?" The little angel continued, warning him, "If your excellency deliberately violates it, my master will immediately convene a council of the gods. When that time comes, please explain for yourself your recent repeated acts of overstepping the boundary." That pressure finally vanished from this place. It gradually backed toward the stone pit, its voice still echoing as it told Cyril that when he truly returned, the first place to be razed would be her divine realm. The little angel smiled when she saw the opponent hastily retreat. The little girl turned back, bowed respectfully to Zhou Yi, and said, "Professional, my master is Cyril, the goddess of light, who invites you to her divine realm." He had not expected himself to catch the eye of a god. He thought for a long time, but still could not understand the reason. Was it because of the divine artifacts he had recently gathered? Because of his unusual combat power stats, or because of his identity as a transmigrator? Zhou Yi immediately called the system, asked whether he had been discovered. He murmured softly, troubling this angel. The little angel flew up, and a brilliant halo instantly lit up the entire area. Immediately after, he was transported to another space, and a magnificent white castle appeared before his eyes. Cyril suddenly appeared behind him and greeted him. "Hi, do not be tense. This is only my back garden, not an official meeting." Zhou Yi was startled because he had not sensed her at all. He hurriedly knelt and saluted. Zhu pays respects to the god of light. He decided to play the role fully, first pretending to be a lucky believer favored by a god in order to probe her intentions. Cyril replied, "Rise, I already said there is no need to be so formal." A set of tables and chairs immediately appeared beside them. She sat down and said, "Sit, I dislike cumbersome etiquette, we can simply talk naturally." Zhu Yi still maintained a respectful manner and answered softly, "Thank you, your highness." He sat down on the chair opposite her, while Cyril slowly took a sip of tea. Seeing this, Zhu Yi also raised the cup and drank. Just one sip, his eyes lit up. Zhu Yi immediately sensed something unusual in his body. A pure source of holy light acted directly on the origin of life to strengthen it, and even his soul was cleansed. The value of this cup of tea likely far surpassed every SSS-grade true item he had ever known. Only then did Cyril speak. In the Storm Mountains, when you used divine descent to deal with that little demon, I saw you. She commented, with such a weak body, you still dared to accept divine will and strike at an enemy far stronger than yourself. You truly are very interesting. Her finger tapped lightly on the tabletop, but what surprised me even more was that afterward, you completed your second class change in a desperate situation, charged alone into Demon Realm, and destroyed the otherworldly gate. What you did does not resemble an ordinary genius. Can you tell me, aside from my accidental gaze, whether any other existence has ever watched you? Zhu Yi understood inwardly. It had finally come. As expected, she was suspicious, not naming the system or transmigration directly, but realizing that a power beyond common sense was interfering. So she used a vague question to probe and pressure him. He looked at the information screen before his eyes. If she had truly seen through everything, her reaction now would definitely not be probing, but acting to eliminate him. The system displayed, absorb the purest divine holy light. Experience greatly increased. Level increased to 32. He believed that as long as he confirmed she could not see the system, the other party would be unable to grasp his weakness. Zhu Yi began choosing his words carefully. Your Highness, the truth is that I have made it this far only because circumstances forced me. He said that his parents had died early, and his little sister was gravely ill, her life hanging by a thread. Behind me was an abyss. One step back meant eternal damnation. So other than gritting my teeth and risking my life to push forward, I had no other choice. Therefore, even after my sister recovered, I still did not dare slacken in the slightest. Cyril quietly listened to those sincere words. Only by becoming strong enough could one protect what one cherished and never again fall into a desperate state of helplessness. He added, as for the relic of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight, it can only be considered an accidental opportunity. Fate pushed me before you. He smiled and praised him. You truly are a clever child. At last he had passed this trial. Faith, bonds, and responsibility are indeed the strength that supports mortals in stepping to the peak. I accept your explanation. The helmet and gauntlet you found, their owner was named Carlos. She revealed he was once my holy knight, representing war, and also the strongest Apocalypse Dragon Knight. It was he who used his life to severely wound the evil god, creating the opportunity for the gods to seal him. 10,000 years ago, the demon god and the evil god rarely joined forces, starting a war that spread across countless worlds. Zhu Yi listened silently as Cyril continued. We paid an enormous price to seal the evil god and imprison the demon god, but still could not completely destroy them. If the war continued, the myriad worlds would wither. For the survival of their people, the evil god and the demon god agreed to sign the Twilight of Myriad Worlds agreement. Only because of that did this brief peace appear. The successive emergence of anomalous relics is a sign that the second war sweeping through the myriad worlds is about to descend. Finally, Cyril emphasized, the authority of war is choosing a master. Zhu Yi, the anomalous relic has chosen you. She suggested that if he gathered the complete inheritance of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight, you would have the key to step into the demigod realm, and at the same time possess the qualification to hold the authority of war. The two words demigod shook Zhu Yi deeply. He voiced the doubts in his heart. Your Highness, this junior has two things he does not understand. Why do demons want to seize the unyielding gauntlet, and why do they always call humans plunderers and thieves? Cyril replied, the demonkin seized the unyielding gauntlet under the demon god's orders. The authority of war has the power to slay gods, so the demon god naturally wants to create a god-slaying weapon of their own. As for the grudge between the demon race and humanity, it is a mystery of origin and requires you humans to find the answer yourselves. Seeing her stand, Zhu Yi also stood. Even a god was so wary. Just how deep was this pool of water? Cyril stretched lazily and said, as proof that you came here, I have a gift for you. Something appeared in her palm, then she said softly, close your eyes. A notification rang out, detected Supreme Origin Interference. Beginning Divine Grace Baptism. Cyril introduced it. This is Divine Grace Baptism. Each person can receive it only once in a lifetime. Zhu Yi's body became light and incomparably comfortable. Residual demonic energy, hidden injuries from battle, and even the latent dangers from energy conflict during his second-class change were rapidly purified and erased. Soul Origin Sublimation complete. Effect, soul strength greatly and permanently increased. Resistance to mental control enhanced. Yi silently compared it. The feeling at this moment was like being a lump of iron placed into a furnace. Impurities were stripped away little by little, while his body became purer than ever before. Life Origin Reconstruction and Reinforcement complete. Effect, growth potential of all attributes permanently increased. All attributes increased by 25%. Energy System Sacred Harmonization complete, allowing the compatibility and operational efficiency efficiency of multiple high-grade energies to reach a perfect state. All skill consumption reduced by 10%, effects increased by 5%. He realized in shock that this was not merely an attribute increase, but that his body was transforming at its essence. Level 32 was only the surface. What mattered was that his body was being upgraded to bear greater power. When Zhou Yi slowly opened his eyes, he understood that this baptism had not caused his combat power to erupt wildly, but had raised the ceiling of his future to a new height. This was true divine grace, something no resource or skill could replace. Looking at his own condition again, he instantly froze. Zhou Yi awkwardly covered his important area, because at this moment, not a single scrap of cloth remained on his entire body. Cyril bestowed him a set of clothes and said, "The baptism is over. From now on, you are the heaven-chosen one recognized by divine grace." She instructed him, "Remember this well, this is a favor, but also a responsibility. From the moment Carlos's relic chose you, you were bound to shoulder this heavy duty." Zhou Yi cupped his hands and remembered it. "This junior will certainly not fail your highness's recognition and grace." A pale golden aura sprayer. Cyril had vanished, leaving not the slightest trace behind. As soon as Tai Sin saw him, he called out loudly, "Second brother." Everyone immediately ran over. "Second brother, it is good that you are all right. Why is your hair so long now? Second brother, you were not wearing this outfit earlier. Where did you go? You disappeared in the blink of an eye. We thought you had been swept away by the rift." Zhou Yi reassured everyone, "It is fine, just now I merely went to meet the god of light for a bit." All four of them were deeply shocked when they heard that name. The god of light, a spirit god. Ling Feng asked curiously, "The supreme and benevolent god who governs all light-type rules in the world, the faith of every holy professional, that god of light." Tai Sin touched his forehead to check. "Zhou Yi, are you so tired that you have started dreaming in broad daylight?" Ling Xi also did not believe it. "You must have been injured in battle and started hallucinating." "Let me take a look." Wan Zhen silently sensed from behind. He only disappeared for a few minutes, yet his aura has completely changed, pure and translucent, and it carries a faint trace of vague divine pressure. It seems the matter of paying respects to a god may be true. He felt this matter was truly difficult to imagine. A holy professional barely above level 30 could actually be summoned by a god. A child bearing divine grace like this would likely become one of the top powerhouses of Zhangxia in no more than 10 years. Zhou Yi walked up to him and called Wan Zhen. Beside him, Ling Shai looked at his hair with admiration, secretly thinking that Zhou Yi with long hair really did look like a peerless beauty from behind. Zhou Yi said apologetically, "Making your residence so messy, this junior is truly ashamed." The other three were all stunned after hearing this. Wan Zhen replied casually, "It is fine, the source of the demonic energy deep in the mineral vein has been pulled out by you. You also obtained what you needed. This price is completely worth it." Just as he finished speaking, the mountain behind them suddenly split in two. Zhou Yi spoke. He continued, "This junior has something he wishes to ask senior. When I obtained the gauntlet, I received a hint about the location of the next piece of equipment. This time the information is Star Ascension Platform. I wonder whether senior knows of that place." He replied, "Star Ascension Platform, so that is how it is. It is normal that you do not know. That is the secret realm specially used for the competition over Zhangxia's heavenly ranking, and its specific name has never been publicly disclosed to the outside world. If you are eager to know more, then listen carefully and remember to subscribe to my channel." Wan Zhen recounted, "When you enrolled, you probably heard about the division between the heavenly ranking and earth ranking. They are called two rankings, but the earth ranking is actually only a place for students and professionals to freely amuse themselves a little. The battlefield of true powerhouses lies on the heavenly ranking." He emphasized, "The heavenly ranking is the combat power ranking of professionals at second class change and above in Zhangxia, while the Star Ascension Platform is the only battlefield that determines this ranking. It is hidden in an important restricted region of Zhangxia. The entrance is jointly guarded by the military and the top 3 guilds, and only a special teleportation array can enter. Inside the secret realm, there are natural suppression rules to prevent the aftermath of battle from destroying the foundation of the trial. Everyone who enters receives a trial token, used to record battle achievements and points." He asked curiously, "Then how is the competition carried out? Is it enough to defeat many people to get on the ranking?" Wan Zhen revealed, "The rules are very simple. Challenge someone on the ranking, and if you win, you replace their position. The loser drops 1 rank, while the person at the bottom is eliminated." He raised 3 fingers, "But there are 3 ironclad rules. Sneak attacks are forbidden, killing is forbidden, and humiliation is forbidden. Anyone who violates them will be permanently expelled. The top 100 will receive resources issued by the government, while the top 10 can enter the depths of the secret realm. There are many more precious resources there, and the piece of equipment you want to find is very likely in that area." He raised a doubt. If the top 10 are not present in the secret realm, how should this junior challenge them? He smiled and replied as luck would have it, Moya, ranked 4th on the heavenly ranking, happens to be a battle maniac. His life's goal is to duel every top expert, so he stays rooted at the Star Ascension platform all year round. He never refuses anyone who comes to challenge him. If you go there, just challenge him directly. After hearing this, Shu Yai said, many thanks for your guidance, senior. Ling Feng, standing beside him, immediately urged, then what are we waiting for? Let us set out right away. Wan Zhen scolded him, why the hurry? The condition to enter that place is second-class change, and among you right now, only Zhu Yi meets the requirement. He patted Ling Feng on the shoulder and advised him, at first, I also wanted everyone to act together, but the second transition is a mandatory rule. We cannot rush it. Take this chance to complete your breakthroughs first. He turned and called Tai Sin, your strength has reached the bottleneck of the second transition. You are only missing a little, just like Lai Na. Stay in the Haiyan Mountains, and I will teach you how to stabilize your foundation. In no more than half a month, you will certainly be able to complete the second transition smoothly. Lucy looked at Zhu Yai and instantly understood the meaning in his eyes. Thus Tai Sin nodded and agreed, this disciple obeys. Ling Feng provoked her, do not even think about secretly improving on your own. I will go back for the assessment right now and use my family's secret art to attack the second transition. When the time comes, I will challenge you to a match and settle the victor. Tai Sin replied calmly, I am ready to accept. Ling Qi also spoke up, second brother, then I want to return to the academy first. She explained her situation, I am already level 29, and the teachers have long been urging me to go back and prepare for the second transition. I only delayed until now because I could not bear to leave everyone. Since everyone is giving their all for the second transition, I have to become stronger too. Zhu Yi did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. They were preparing to get in the car to pick him up, so he waved goodbye to Tai Sin and his grandfather. The car stopped at one point and he reminded them that this was already the teleportation point closest to the town. When the teleportation array activated, Ling Feng's group was already standing inside, while Zhu Yi remained outside to see them off. He sighed softly, it had been a long time since it was this quiet, and he really was a little unused to it. A staff member behind him reminded everyone, the teleportation array to the Xingyi invasion zone is about to activate. Passengers, please quickly step in the teleportation range. When he stepped in, streams of information appeared. Hidden mission, Inheritance of the Apocalypse, Dragon Knight, Indomitable Gauntlets completed. Congratulations, you have obtained the S-rank skill Divine Bulwark. Congratulations, you have obtained the S-rank skill Undying Flame. Congratulations, you have obtained 50 free attribute points and 50 skill points. Left and right Indomitable Gauntlets obtained. Status, bound to owner. Equipment trait, Undying Rule, all damage received is forcibly reduced by 30%. Immortal Battle Will, the longer the battle lasts, the stronger the defense becomes, increasing resistance to all damage by up to 50%. Hidden mission activated, Inheritance of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. Mission 3, the breath of a raging storm surrounds the throne. Traces of the void are imprinted upon the celestial realm. Recover the ultimate speed that breaks all shackles, the firmament war boots. He was transported elsewhere, then pushed open the door and stepped inside. Before his eyes was a tavern filled with customers chatting animatedly. Shu Yi sat down in front of the counter, and the bartender immediately asked, this is your first time visiting our tavern. What would you like to have, sir? He took out a letter and replied, Ascending Star Platform. The other man's eyes flashed green as he stared fixedly at the letter. A green light swept out from those eyes, and a notification sounded, scan confirmed, recommender, Mountain Shaking Martial Emperor Wan Zhen. Recommendation qualification verified, approved. When the staff member read that string of information, he could not hide his astonishment. His expression immediately grew much more serious. Please provide your full name, affiliated unit, main profession, and level, and I will register your information for you. He calmly reported, Zhou Yi, Suhang University, Adjudicator, level 31. That number left the staff member stunned. He advised, Sir Cleric, according to the rules, level 31 has already reached the minimum requirement to enter the Ascending Star platform, but I would still like to offer a suggestion. The ranking placement matches and ranked challenges here usually have an average level of around 35. If you enter right now, you will very easily be suppressed in both level and experience. The staff member added, although losing the first challenge will not result in punishment, your initial evaluation will be lowered. In future challenges, higher ranked people may use an insufficient evaluation as a reason to refuse. The range of opponents available to you will shrink, and climbing the rankings will also take much longer. Finally, the staff member confirmed again, most people prepare thoroughly before coming here to ensure victory in their first match. Are you certain you want to register right now? A bystander offered advice, but his tone was full of mockery. Little brat, those who know how to listen to advice live longer, come back after 3 more years. The tavern began to buzz buzz with whispers. Young people these days are truly getting more arrogant. He just completed his second class change and already thinks he is invincible. He probably has never seen a duel between true powerhouses, killed a few low-level monsters, and actually dares to run here. Zhou Yi no attention to the chatter. I am certain, please continue the procedure. The staff member was only fulfilling his duty and said no more. Yes, please follow me. When those people saw this, they grew even more disdainful. He really does not know his own limits. Just wait and see how badly he loses. As he led him along, the staff member introduced the place. The Ascending Star platform is a competitive secret realm specifically for professionals who have completed their second-class change, officially certified by the Jiangxia Nation. This place is jointly operated by the military and the top 3 guilds, using a dual management model of technology and magic. Zhou Yi listened while observing his surroundings. The interior of the secret realm was divided into 4 major functional zones, including the registration area, competition area, rest area, and resource exchange area, while also having a combat power balancing system to suppress excessive cross-level combat strength. He stopped, palm-facing the Ascending Star platform. Every day, countless elites from all across the country come here through directional teleportation arrays. All of them have only one goal: to leave their names on the heaven ranking. Ranking means resources, authority, and honor. To raise or maintain their positions, battles take place almost constantly. He stopped again and raised his hand to point at the Ascending Star platform. He stepped onto it. A golden surge of energy immediately spread out. The staff member continued guiding him. The next step is to go to the Comprehensive Strategic Evaluation Hall for your first ability assessment. The result will form your initial potential report and also determine the range of opponents matched for your first ranking placement match. He smiled with narrowed eyes and said, Zhu Yi, actually I am your fan. Your matches at the National Freshman Tournament were outstanding. I believe in your strength. Good luck. Before Zhu Yi could finish thanking him, he vanished inside the golden light. He silently recalled, last time I lost to the person ranked 330 because my tactics were wrong. This time I must fight my way up. The organizers really know how to drain people dry too. One magic recovery costs 2,000 Zongxia coins. While he was deep in thought, a notification sounded and Zhu Yi raised his head to look. There were quite a lot of people here. Professionals, please do not stop walking. The crowd gathered beneath the road, and the notice board displayed data: heaven ranking, real-time rankings. Rank 1 Wei Kixing not logged in. Rank 2 Mi Tinger not logged in. Rank 3 Xianlin not logged in. Rank 4 Mo Ya currently dueling. The notice board switched to another page. Rank 1 Erna 5 Lai Guang currently dueling. Rank 1006 Ivor newly promoted. Rank 1006 not logged in. Rank 1008 Kisong not logged in. Rank 1009 Li Jinyan idle. Rank 11 Taiyu 10 Tan Huo Huo do not disturb. Someone clicked his tongue with determination. My ranking dropped another 2 places. I have to challenge again quickly. The robots floating in midair issued guidance. Professionals heading to the Comprehensive Strategic Evaluation Hall, please go straight ahead. To the front left is the entrance to the competition area, where ongoing duels can be watched for free. Zhu Yi secretly compared it. This place is much more orderly than I imagined, not as loose as the Adventurers Association. That is fine. Clear rules will save a lot of trouble. He stopped in front of the Comprehensive Strategic Evaluation Hall. Someone had already noticed him, a level 31 cleric. That person thought to himself, his level is this low, and he is even a support-type profession. What can he possibly accomplish here? A total novice. Let me see, according to government standards, what level my current strength is classified as. Someone at the entrance called his name. Next, Zhu Yi, please enter the testing area. After hearing this, he stepped forward. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode straight inside. When Zhu Yi stood firmly inside, information began to update. Identity verification successful. Please select a testing mode. Options appeared on the screen. Please select a testing mode. A. Basic attribute scan. B. Skill power measurement. C. Holographic practical combat simulation. He had already made his decision and pressed C. Practical combat simulation was the most direct method. C. Holographic practical combat simulation. 3 projections appeared before his eyes, and the test began. Please withstand the attacks of the simulated enemies for 60 seconds. The score will be comprehensively calculated based on number of hits taken, efficiency, and energy utilization rate. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The 3 projections immediately charged straight at Zhu Yi at the same time. The examiner outside was surprised. He chose practical combat simulation as soon as he entered. This kid really has guts. But the notification displayed on the information board read, Round 1 passed, generating Round 2. He was stunned. What is going on? Inside, he was dealing with both figures at the same time. They were crushed down by Zhu Yi's overwhelming force, slammed straight into the ground. Those humanoid figures quickly vanished under his hands. The notification continued updating. Round 2 passed, generating Round 3. His mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time, only 19 seconds and he has already reached Round 3. The man hurriedly operated the screen repeatedly. Could the system have malfunctioned? Open it quickly and check. A purple notification panel appeared before him, broadcasting Zhu Yi's image live. Someone could not help blurting out, so strong. The people waiting outside discussed in astonishment. Did he just instantly dispose of 3 assassins in the blink of an eye? Is this movement speed really from a level 31? A simulation image for stage 3 quickly appeared. One simulation swung its arm, sweeping fiercely toward Zhou Yi. Another simulation was a mage unleashing flames. The remaining one was an assassin, silently launching a sneak attack from behind. His steps were covered in a layer of freezing ice. Zhou Yi first drove his fist straight into the enemy before him, dealing with it first. The people outside quickly realize he has not used any skills or complicated methods. Every move is basic. His control over power is terrifyingly precise, without wasting even the slightest bit. The notification updated. Round 4 passed, generating round 5. He directly lifted his leg and crushed a simulated enemy underfoot. Immediately afterward, round 5 was also passed, and the notifications kept jumping, generating round 6. Round 6 passed, generating round 7. One punch from him directly sent all simulations in round 7 flying. Zhou Yi's figure stood proudly in place. The notification updated. Time 60 seconds, all simulated targets eliminated, evaluation complete. He stood there waiting, because the system was still generating the comprehensive strategic evaluation report. The people outside also waited nervously for the result. A stream of information immediately appeared. Tested individual Zhou Yi. Profession, Judicator level 31. Mode holographic practical combat simulation. 4 core attributes: Strength 80-60, Constitution 45, Agility 850, Intelligence 890. 4 core attribute: Judgment, Strength S-Rank, Constitution S-Rank, Speed S-Rank, Intelligence S-Rank, adding comprehensive evaluation. SSS-Rank, exceeding the limits of conventional measurement, special calibration required. After seeing it, everyone was shocked into speechless silence. Some were genuinely stunned by that monstrous SSU rating. He had tracked evaluations for 5 years, and this the first time seeing a living SSS level. Strength 860, Constitution 825, Agility 1850, Intelligence 890. What kind of monster is this? 4 attributes nearly at level 45. Is the machine broken? These stats were unbelievable. A correction notice appeared. Calibration ended. Results accurate. Ranking confirmed. Profession Zhou Yi. Granted high-tier regional starter privileges. Commander ordered his team members to promptly notify the guild superiors. An unorthodox genius has appeared. Must be recruited at all costs. Notification. The public bulletin continued updating, automatically unlocking challenge qualifications for the Jinnu Heavenly Board. Ranks 91 to 100. This amazed them, leaping straight from beginner and intermediate zones into the advanced zone. Dan, I used to climb from rank 2000, taking half a year to reach the advanced zone. Zhou Yi thought, more convenient than expected, saves time. 2 people came to invite him to their guilds. The Bludged Guild offering full resources, selectable level A skill books. The Lightning Peak Guild also had attractive offerings. Zhou Yi, our Lightning Peak Guild. Sound of high heels clicked sharply. Joining the talent assembly, the Tiamu Guild prioritizes utmost sincerity, with resources guided by masters, 3 S-level skill books selectable, plus access to the material warehouse. After speaking, she froze upon recognizing a familiar face. Yi smirked, dismissing it. Long time no see. She forced a smile. Why is it you little monster? Other members murmured. The vice president scrutinized him. Someone realized Zhou Yi, true disciple of the former Tiamu Guild master. No wonder. Turns out he's the top freshman. Even as the top freshman, these stats were unreal, perversely strong. She pulled him away from the gossip papers. Kid, always a surprise. Zhou Yi humbly. Just lucky, plus a solid foundation. Ying Ting Xin was speechless, glanced at him, and led him away. She reminded him the former president said even if he doesn't join Tianmu, he still enjoys privileges. Resource exchange, battle analysis reports on elite rankings just by requesting. Zhou Yi replied, thanks. Ying Ting Xin asked, going to the Ascension platform, what grand plans do you have? You don't hide it. 4th on the heavenly board, Manhwa. She was slightly stunned, regained composure and praised. Alright, truly impressive. Not convenient to discuss here, follow me. She led him to the Tianmu Guild dedicated rest room. Ying Ting Xin lifted a glass. Want a sip? Zhou Yi declined, thanks, no need. Manhwa guarded the Ascension platform, though none could refuse. Challenges weren't free. Ascension platform has a 10-tier system. She explained, the Heavenly Board's 10 ranks equal 1 tier. Rule 1 allows challenge only against opponents 1 tier higher. SSS rating lets skip low rank climbing. He may challenge any newcomer, replacing them to continue. To approach quickly, Manhwa must exploit Rule 2 challenge across tiers. When defeating a superior opponent, players gain cross-tier rights. Bypassing Rule 1 to challenge higher tiers. Success grants repeated cross-tier rights. This law is for genuine geniuses. Zhou Yi asked, can one enter legendary rank to cross tiers? Ying Ting Xin denied, no. She poured wine. Immortal ranks can only challenge higher ranked opponents. He must first become a top Heavenly Board player to challenge Manhwa. Ang Ting-Zin lightly shook her glass. He must accept the challenge. He nodded, understood. She added, the Ascension platform isn't a death arena. Declining challenges is allowed unlimited times. However, Sublord rank players, if no battles occur in 24 hours, Ascension platform marks them negatively, dropping to ranks. He understood, reasonable, avoid stalling. Ang Ting-Zin worried, rules are fair but hearts are not. He worried SSS rating spread. Countless would now want to block him, some for fame, others to drain status. They'll send repeated requests. He'll face the psycho battles. He replied, I know, thanks for the reminder. Ang Ting handed Zhou Yi an item. You, truly cold, highest privileges as a Tianwu observer, watching recent battle footage, analyzing skills, reporting opponent weaknesses in real time. He received it. Thanks, she said freely. The stronger he becomes, the more prestige Tianwu gains. He approached. Ang Ting paused. There's one thing. She noticed during evaluation he hadn't used any special states. Now I pity your opponents. Notification. Rank 92 Tiu Jiachen may be challenged. Zhou Yi stood. I must go. Before leaving he asked curiously, Sister Tiu, today I climbed straight to rank 10. Too flashy? Ang Ting beamed. Flashy? If you can do it. Tomorrow the top news for all professional players in Zhang'a country will bear your name. Zhou Yi paused, his voice rising on the board. Ang Ting reported to superiors about Zhou Yi. He just arrived. SSS evaluation. I just explained rules. Now he's off to fight rank 92. No, I don't worry. What worries me is, upon reaching the Ascension platform, challenger information incoming. Ang Ting's trusted history of Ascension platform must be rewritten after today. Info board. Sinyu rank 7180, rank 71 Yan Jingchen offline, 72 Karenzo, 73 Fuang Turb, 74 before Mohican fighting, 75 Lai Bao challengeable, 76 Byrencius offline, 77 Lowol offline, 78 Shenliao fighting, 79 Arcella challengeable, 80 Sinmai challengeable. From his coat pocket, a voice. Choose rank 79 Arcella, level 41 alloy soldier, old leg wound, full output delay 0.3 sec, increases dominance. He requested Sister Wei send info to rank 75 Bao, responded okay. Opponent info. Lai Bao, Lightning Peak Master level 41, Beastman Black Leopard, extreme speed, fierce attacks, Thunder Beast mode, power doubles in rage. I don't advise choosing him. Nearly seriously injured last week by challenger. This beast easily loses control. Zhou Yi replied, I can handle it. He instructed the robot to use cross-tier challenge, challenging rank 75 Lai Bao. It responded, cross-tier invitation sent, waiting for acceptance. After a while, robot notified, Lai Bao accepted, battle begins in 10 minutes. Notification displayed, Zhou Yi wins. Zhou Yi rank 92 versus Lai Bao rank 75. Everyone shocked. What is this? He intends cross-tier challenge on Lai Bao. Insane. Just finished one match, now challenging Xinyu rank immediately. This sparked discussion. I recall fighting Lai Bao with no mercy. The kid here setting records, recording death. Opponent Zhou Yi appears. He landed opposite him. I watched your prior fight recording. Zhou Yi calmly muttered. Lai Bao provoked. Aren't you going to ask why I mentioned that? He replied, probably to say he won't be like that guy. Lai Bao silent. Lai Bao denied. No, what I meant is, last week fighting a level 42, I only unleashed 7 segments. Then he triggered full Thunder Beast mode. He announced, you are the first to force me to unleash 10 segments, so the entire Lai Bao charged at Zhou Yi. Don't die early. A young man panicked, thought Zhou Yi fan dead for sure. He stared directly at the opponent, charging like lightning. A strike launched, synchronized as if dodging. Lying punch adjusted over his shoulder. Lai Bao astonished, dodged successfully. He continuously launched punches. Lai Bao 100 strike fist. Perfectly dodged all. One punch sent Lai Bao flying, reverting him. Lai Bao realized this very move the monster used on me. Everyone saw clearly, jaw hooked identically. Bystanders remarked, lie down and learn. Girl stammered silently, mouth spewing blood. Zhou Yi grinned, eyes squinting, yielded. Lai Bao knocked away. Battle time 5 seconds. Effective strikes 1. Dominance overwhelming. Win rate 100%. Upon notification, cross-tier challenge successful. Zhou Yi victorious. Rank 75 Xinyu. Rewarded 1 cross-tier challenge. Spectators stunned. 1 hit, 5 seconds to drop Lai Bao. No complex skills, just 1 punch and 1 kick. Everyone recalled Lai Bao's previous violent victory. Thunder Beast Lai Bao last week resisted level 44 for 3 minutes. Broken this easily. Lam Nuang used observation tube. Kahir truly envy Tianwu Guild having such a newcomer. He remarked, Ang Ting isn't small. Inform Stone Shield. Next target may be him. Subordinate asked, need sniper activation? Lam Nuang declined, avoid offending Tianwu. He surprised seeing info pop up. Strategy executed fast. Zhou Yi ordered rejection of all. He chose cross-tier challenge, challenging rank 51, Stone Shield, reading info. Hero tier 51's 60, Stone Shield challengeable, 52 Trung Trian Van fighting, 53 Enla challengeable, 54 Wang Pai Pai fighting, 55 Mederland challengeable. Notification, cross-tier invitation sent, waiting acceptance, Stone Shield accepted. Battle begins in 10 minutes. Info board displayed Zhou Yi rank 75 versus Stone Shield rank 51. The others froze as soon as they heard that that name. Shi Jian, the man with abnormal defense, had once held off a legendary beast for 20 minutes while waiting for reinforcements. That was right, it was the unbreakable rock shield, Shi Jian. They murmured, "This is insane, the younger generation really has gone insane." In the rest area for the injured, someone handed Lai Bao a slice of melon. "Brother, want some?" That man still could not believe the truth. He lay flat on his stomach, muttering, "He broke through my de. How could he break through my tie?" The person beside him warmly offered again, "It is really sweet." Lai Bao only shook his head and refused, not eating. Shi Jian stepped onto the stage with blazing momentum, his muscular body rippling. "You are very strong, but this is where it ends. My defense is not something you can break." The moment he finished speaking, Zhou Yi gifted him a punch that ended the match. Information panel appeared, battle time 10 seconds, effective strikes 2, overwhelming judgment, victory rate 100%. Cross-rank challenge successful. Zhou Yi wins rank 51 on the heavenly ranking. Zhou Yi receives 1 additional cross-rank challenge right. When Shi Jian was carried down to the injured area, Lai Bao sat beside him and helplessly held his forehead, saying, "Brother, I understand how you feel." Looking at the announcement panel before them, discussion erupted at once. Hero rank, in less than half an hour he climbed straight from newcomer to hero. Rank 51, Zhu Yi can be challenged. I have seen plenty of geniuses, but I've never seen a monster like this. I wonder who he plans to fight. Is he going to challenge straight into the epic tier? Zhu Yi received a congratulation. "Congratulations, you are now the 3rd fastest rank climbing contestant in the history of the Ascension platform." He was surprised, only 3rd. The other party revealed that the 2 people above him had long since become 3rd reincarnation experts, and had both withdrawn from the heavenly ranking. Moreover, back then, they even had entire hero guild teams escorting them, while he was completely alone. Ning Tai-sin stood high above, observing, then continued, "You just defeated Shi Jian, which means the warlord tier from ranks 41 to 50 is no longer enough to trouble you. Higher than that is the epic tier from ranks 31 to 40. She praised his performance today as already more than enough to shake everyone. How about resting tonight and continuing the challenge tomorrow?" Ning Tai-sin froze when she heard the announcement that Zhu Yi had used his cross-tier challenge right, aiming straight at epic tier rank 33. Wade had accepted the cross-tier challenge and was waiting to fight. She was helpless. This guy, rank 33, is the chained wise man Wade, a level 45 curse mage. Do not let him control you. A new announcement rang out. Wade has entered the fight. The battle will begin in 10 minutes. The information panel clearly appeared. Zhu Yi rank 51, Wade rank 33. Wade stepped onto the stage. The old man introduced himself. "Curse mage Wade, please instruct me." Zhu Yi cupped his hands in return. "Zhu Yi, please instruct me." The robot's mechanical voice rang out. "Begin." Wade stomped heavily on the ground, and a formation instantly formed beneath Zhu Yi's feet. From the magic circles, countless chains shot toward him all at once. They were about to touch Zhu Yi. He quickly retreated, and the place where he had just stood exploded at once, scattering those chains. Wade cast a grand curse of delay. Zhu Yi dodged the chains that kept attacking, while his opponent continued intensifying the suppression. Double gravity, mana seal, mental shock, shackles of darkness, mana recovery seal, and curse of chaos. At this moment, any action from him, from blinking breathing to his heartbeat, could detonate all the curses. Zhu Yi frowned as he observed the situation. Wade judged, "You won the previous 3 matches because they gave you the chance to throw your fists. But from the start, I never intended to let you get close." Layer of curse shield instantly appeared around Wade. Only then did Zhou Yi speak. "You just said any action would count. Then what about this?" Wade looked up in surprise. In Zhou Yi's palm, a sword slowly appeared. He activated his angelic body and radiant sword light slashed down at once. Divine Judgment, a beam of heavenly punishment tore that layer of curse magic in 2. Cracks began appearing in Wade's grand curse, and a sharp beam of light swept past his body. Immediately after, another violent explosion erupted. When Wade fell, the robot announced, "Battle time 1 minute 38 seconds. System Judgment, absolute advantage. Cross-tier challenge successful. Zhu Yi wins, replacing rank 33 on the heavenly ranking and rising to the epic tier." Ning Tai-sin looked at the scene and commented, "Defeating a level 45 curse mage in only 5 moves. It seems every formation loses effect against him." She recalled the sight of Zhu Yi unconscious in the past. In just a few short months, he had changed completely. If the battle in Black Wind Valley happened again, he would probably come out unscathed. Wade spoke from below. "I had prepared 27 chains of control, from the opening to the finishing blow. Each skill also had 3 follow-up variations behind it, yet you used only 1 strike to cut apart my entire formation." The old man stood up and said, "I have never witnessed such a tyrannical attack. I am utterly convinced." Zhou Yi cupped his hands and replied humbly, "Many thanks." Watching his opponent leave the stage, Zhou Yi thought to himself, after level 40 battle does not rely only on strength, but also on layout. That is what makes it truly interesting. Although he really wanted to fight everyone on the ranking, unfortunately, time did not allow it. Below, someone began discussing again. Does he still want to keep fighting? He is already in the epic tier. If he jumps again, it will be the mythic tier. Everyone understood clearly that the lowest level in the mythic tier was 50, and that was already a completely different world. Zhou Yi spoke, "Use the cross-tier challenge right." The entire group of his previous opponents froze. In a luxurious room, someone showed interest when they saw him choose to challenge the mythic tier. Zhou Yi's opponent this time was rank 11 Liu Rian. New information appeared on the general announcement panel. Legendary tier, ranks 11 to 22. Rank 11 Liu Rian can be challenged. Rank 12 Wang Faxuan can be challenged. Rank 13 Zhang Kunqing can be challenged. Rank 14 Song Tao can be challenged. Rank 15 Jia Roying can be challenged. Rank 16 Alex can be challenged. The robot reminded them Li Rian has entered the fight. The battle will begin in 10 minutes. The entire hall immediately burst into uproar. He is insane. He actually chose Li Rian, that gatekeeper of the heavenly ranking. Is that Miss Li Rian who wiped out an entire demon tide alone half a year ago? The epic tier and the mythic tier are simply not on the same level. Lei Bao asked curiously, "Everyone, do you think he can win?" Wade believed that although victory was not certain, Zhou Yi would not lose easily either. The old man revealed, "I am afraid that when he fought me, he had not even used 1/10 of his true strength. It may have looked like I trapped him for a while, but in truth, he was only testing how strong my curses were." Wade judged that man has already gone beyond common sense. When Liu Rian stepped onto the stage, the announcement panel clearly displayed Zhou Yi rank 33 versus Liu Rian rank 11. She looked coldly straight at her opponent. Zhou Yi also observed silently, assessing her in secret. Atmosphere between the two fell silent for a moment. Zhou Yi thought to himself, this person is too quiet. He had met many experts before, some arrogant, some cold, and some who openly revealed killing intent. Zhou Yi's gaze turned toward Rian, but she was completely different. She simply stood there motionless, doing nothing, yet still made him feel as though prey had already been locked onto. He was certain that it was not merely an attentive gaze. Rather, no matter where he stood, she seemed to know it clearly. Below, fans shouted, "Rian, Rian." The viewing tickets had sold out long ago. I had to pay 10 times the price just to buy 2 scalp tickets. All right, you worked hard, you are the best. Who is that kid across from her? Why does his name sound so unfamiliar? This guy is not simple at all. His first evaluation today reached SSS rank, and all 4 of his cross-tier challenges succeeded. Ning Taixin reported through the communicator. That is right, everything is still proceeding very smoothly. The other end replied, "This is a mythic level battle. The protective barrier has been raised to the highest level, requesting a 3rd reincarnation mage to reinforce it further. The area where the 2 stood had been strengthened, additional energy stones had been loaded, and a 7-layer defensive barrier had been erected. Completed attacks below level 60 absolutely cannot pierce it." The announcement continued, repeating the rules. Admitting defeat, falling for 10 seconds, or being knocked off the stage all count as defeat. Skills that cause fatal damage are forbidden. The robot declared, "Both sides prepare." Both of them immediately became completely serious. When the word "begin" rang out, the auras of the 2 erupted violently. Rian raised her hand, releasing a blue stream of energy straight ahead. All of it was blocked by Zhou Yi's shield. He gathered his strength, condensing it at the tip of his finger. Thunderbolt fell onto the spot where Rian was standing, but she was not injured at all, calmly passing through the thick dust and charging forward. The gun in Rian's hand appeared clearly. A bullet was fired at once. It transformed into a radiant blue sphere, its power absolutely not to be underestimated. That sphere quickly shot straight toward Zhou Yi. Immediately after, an explosion burst in front of Rian, and dazzling light flared. She was quite confident in this move, and the corner of her lips curved slightly. But Zhou Yi had appeared right behind her. 5 strikes of the B-rank Holy Fist combo were instantly activated. Rian hurriedly raised her hand to block the blow, and its terrifying force cracked the floor beneath her feet. She focused harder, pouring in more strength to hold back the fist pressing down on her. Zhou Yi remained calm in the same stance. He seized the opening, lifted his leg, and kicked straight at Rian. Her movement technique was extremely agile, and in an instant she had retreated behind Zhou Yi. The gun barrel pressed close against his cheek. A bullet was fired, the blast roaring everywhere. Yet it was not over, because he was still standing there safe and sound. He silently assessed his opponent. After being enhanced, his speed attribute could reach 1/600. Even a peak rank 2 reincarnator would struggle to catch up, yet she was even faster. Zhou Yi recalled Ruyan's strike that shattered type 2 Mingji. All 3 moves she had used were only skills below B rank. Clearly she wanted to force him to reveal his trump card first. He glanced at Ruyan, who was still perfectly composed. This woman was harder to deal with than he had imagined. Right after that, she suddenly sprang away from where she stood. Countless floating bullet spheres appeared around Zhou Yi. They poured down all at once, dragging a violent shockwave outward. Zhou Yi stood inside the surrounding shield, completely unharmed. Ruyan immediately changed tactics and circled around him. At the same time, the gun barrel in her hand kept spitting bullets. Bullet after bullet rushed straight toward Zhou Yi in a relentless barrage. He dodged with the agility of a shadow. Ruyan analyzed inwardly 7 movement trajectories, a habit of drifting right, reaction speed under 0.3 seconds. She immediately increased the number of firing lanes. Seeing this, Zhou Yi also unleashed a follow-up move. He placed his palm against the crack, letting golden energy spread out. The S-Rank Holy Bork exorcism was cast and blocks of stone rose up to block the bullets. Ruyan spoke from above, "Neither you nor I are the kind of people who can be brought down by petty tricks. Hurry up and use your real ability." He fired an S-Rank skill, Bonfall Right Defense, Type 5, initiating. After that alert, the powerful bullet path immediately shot straight toward Yi. Felt the probing had gone far enough, so he drew his sword. A vertical slash cleaved down into the bullets, making them explode in midair. Zhu Yi's sword stabbed into the ground, shattering the earth into countless small rocks. He said, "Just as you wished." From beneath the ground, golden chain shot up toward Ruyan, quickly wrapping around her body into a huge cage. Standing inside, Ruyan instantly realized that this energy cage was formed from lightning, and that it also contained holy power. The main effect was to lock the enemy firmly in place, leaving the opponent unable to move. She discovered its weakness, but that was only on the surface. A blue aura appeared before Ruyan, proving the skill still had a second layer, one that could alter her attributes. After being imprisoned for only 4 seconds, her 4 attributes had already dropped by more than 1%, and they still showed signs of continuing to weaken. She crossed her 2 guns and began gathering all of their power. The barrels pointed downward. She only needed to destroy the connection point. Without the slightest hesitation, Ruyan pulled the trigger, and an explosion rang out at once. The shock from within surged powerfully against the chains wrapped around her. Zhu Yi immediately guessed, could she be trying to break my skill? A gap appeared, and the power inside surged out in a torrent. Immediately after, a huge sphere of energy shot straight toward him. It was several times larger than the chain sphere, carrying a heavy pressure as it came crashing down. Zhu Yi transformed, and a divine hand appeared above his head to block it. Ruyan escaped the encirclement and silently observed the situation before her. As for him, he gave an order to that divine hand. The enormous palm slowly pressed down. She immediately activated the gun in her hand. 3 streams of destructive power pierced through that palm. The violent aftershock nearly made everyone present lose their footing. A deep handprint appeared where Ruyan had just been standing. He frowned and thought to himself, 3 consecutive S-rank skills were all broken by her. As expected, the gatekeeper of the heavenly ranking is no simple opponent. She guessed his thoughts and said, from that reaction, "Did I surprise you? Now it is my turn to use an S-rank skill." The weapon in Ruyan's hand shifted unpredictably, enlarging and blazing with fire before turning into an advanced weapon. Multiple warheads appeared at the same time. The shells carrying terrifying explosive force launched together, rapidly closing in on Zhu Yi. He raised a shield to block them. A notification appeared, Phantom Lightning S-Rank, a wide area explosive shot with penetrating energy, ignoring all energy defenses. Zhu Yi was slightly startled. It cannot be blocked. Explosion erupted, piercing straight through the shield. Violent flames burned across the entire area. In front of Ruyan, glowing spheres floated in the air, each containing power waiting to erupt. She said confidently, "So far, no defensive profession has ever blocked this move of mine." The moment she finished speaking, Ruyan was slapped in the face by reality, because Zhu Yi appeared right in front of her. He had only been temporarily blinded, merely losing his sight. Immediately after, her gun was already cocked. When the bullets rushed in, Zhu Yi immediately broke them apart. An S-rank skill really is powerful, if not for equipment that forcibly reduces all damage by 30%. I would probably have been badly wounded and lost the strength to fight back. Shock finally appeared on Ruyan's calm face. Equipment that reduces damage by 30%. How could something like that exist? Her countless bullet streams were all shattered by golden slashes. The person maintaining this place announced, "Fluctuations have appeared in the protective layer. Requesting the 3rd class advancement mage to reinforce it. Approval from above. Proceed." Someone checked and said, "The energy stones are being consumed too quickly. At this rate it will only hold for another 10 seconds. Requesting supplementary instructions. Approved. Proceed." Zhu Yi was gritting his teeth as several bullets grazed past his body. Ruyan narrowed her eyes, every shot aimed with perfect precision. He closed in with close combat and held her arm tightly. A punch drove straight into Ruyan's chest, and the sound of cracking bones rang out clearly. She was immediately blasted violently backward. Ruyan landed and thought to herself, he is already blind yet he can still fight me evenly. His combat instinct is far too terrifying. He keeps forcing me into close combat too, making it impossible for me to bring out my specialty. If that damage reduction equipment is real, I would have to be 4/10 stronger than I am now to suppress him. He truly is a monster. He immediately moved to the next step. Since the hit rate had dropped, the only option was to cover the entire area. A circular symbol appeared before Zhu Yi's chest, radiating dazzling light. S-grade judgment of justice instantly enveloped this entire place. Countless streams of sword light shot straight toward Ruyan at the same time. At first, she was still stunned by that scene, but the moment she came back to her senses, Ruyan immediately flew up to dodge. She gritted her teeth, trying to escape those relentless waves of attacks. Looking up at Zhu Yi above, Ruyan calculated inwardly. Her stamina was nearly exhausted. If this dragged on, she would definitely be crushed. And right now, there was only one place where she could hide. She continued weaving aside, dodging each streak of sword light that kept falling. Ruyan closed in directly beneath him, the place considered the blind spot of the attack. A faint faint blue glow flashed in her palm. He had damage reduction ability, then she would go all out and see how much he could withstand. A layer of hazy blue light quick covered her body. Blocks of stone began to appear floating in midair. They surrounded Zhou Yi from every direction. Inside the stone blocks, gun barrels slowly extended. All of them locked firmly onto him, then began activating at once. Information appeared: S-grade all-domain barrage formation, a wide-range saturation attack condensed from energy, capable of piercing most energy shields. When the energy accumulated to the necessary level, Ruyan shouted fire. A volley of powerful explosive rounds immediately shot out. They exploded before they could even touch Zhou Yi. He closed his eyes, suddenly feeling that the light before him was unbearably dazzling. When he opened his eyes again, Zhou Yi's eyes blazed with light. A shockwave instantly spread around him. Those gun barrels were instantly sliced apart in rows. He could not touch his body at all. Ruyan immediately realized that he had used ice to freeze all the bullets. The spectators were all stunned. That had been Goddess Ruyan's ultimate move just now. All-domain barrage had never missed before, yet this time it had been broken. Was that man not a holy class user? Why did he even know the ice element? In Zhou Yi's palm, a sword gradually appeared. Behind him, his guardian deity appeared. He said calmly, "The holy attribute aura on your body helped me lock your position with great precision." Ruyan stiffened. This sense of oppression was even stronger than when she faced a peak level 50 powerhouse. Radiant holy light descended from above. She could not move at all. Damn it, her body would not move. It was not because she was restrained, but because her instincts had been numbed by fear. Facing the attack rushing toward her, Ruyan understood that if she took it head-on, she would certainly suffer a crushing defeat. Zhou Yi stood there, his bearing majestic like a god. He spoke, "Victory and defeat have been decided." The spear tip stopped, hovering right in front of Ruyan. She sat down heavily on the ground and said softly, "I lost." The announcement rang out: Liu Ruyan has conceded. The winner is Zhou Yi. Cross-rank challenge successful, promoted to rank 11 on the heavenly ranking and granted mythic grade qualification. The crowd was shocked beyond belief. Goddess Ruyan had really lost. That holy class user had done it. Standing opposite him, Ruyan heard all the praise around her. This match was truly too satisfying, too exhilarating. A mythic grade gatekeeper had actually been defeated by him. A voice suddenly rang in Zhou Yi's ear: "Do not move." From his eyes, an extremely abnormal aura was spreading out. Ruyan reminded him, "My bullets do not only make you lose your vision, they also continuously corrode your nerves. Very few people can endure that kind of pain. Yet you not only endured it, you even won. You truly are a terrifying opponent." He replied, "Senior's marksmanship is the fastest skill I have ever encountered. If not for my equipment advantage, the one who lost today might have been me." Ruyan said frankly, "A loss is a loss. I do not need you to give me a way out." She asked further, "Are you planning to challenge Moya in the next match?" Ruyan intended to remind him, "His speed is twice mine, so you had better prepare carefully." Ning Tai Sin had watched this entire scene. She reported to the person on the other end, "He won." That's right, he defeated Liu Ruyan head-on. If nothing unexpected happens, the next target will be Moya. The contestants who had once been defeated by him secretly regretted it. How had they dared to speak loudly in front of him before? Lei Bao glanced at Didai. "Stop talking, eat." The notice board appeared. Mythic grade ranks 11 to 22. Rank 11 Zhou Yi can be challenged. Rank 12 Liu Ruyan can be challenged. Rank 13 Wang Faxuan can be challenged. Rank 14 Zhang Minchen can be challenged. Rank 15 Song Huitao can be challenged. Rank 16 Jia Hanying can be challenged. At this moment, Zhou Yi was resting in a luxurious room. A layer of gentle light covered his body. Updated information appeared: slow healing, divine blessing, glory of God. His information panel appeared: Zhou Yi, profession arbiter, level 32, heavenly ranking, mythic grade rank 11, comprehensive evaluation SSS grade. Record includes victory over rank 11 Liu Ruyan, rank 33 Wei Deng, rank 51 Shijian, rank 75 Lai Bao, rank 92 Xiao Yishan. Consecutive victories 5. Statisting. A dense list of rewards appeared: winning streak reward, a grade resource chest X1, mythic grade promotion reward, a grade skillbook, legendary grade material X2 4000 points, exclusive nameplate, hero grade promotion reward, a grade skillbook X1, golden grade weapon X3 3000 points, exclusive nameplate, elite grade promotion reward, B grade skillbook X1, rare B grade weapon X3 3000 points, exclusive nameplate. There was also golden grade weapon X1 1000 points, and an exclusive nameplate. The rookie promotion reward included B grade skillbook X1 500 points, and an exclusive nameplate. He thought inwardly the things he received were not bad, but he did not truly need to use them right now. Zhou Yi decided that later he would ask Deacon Xiao to send those items to Yuner. Ning Tai Sin opened the door and entered the lounge, holding a glass of water in her hand. She said, "Climbing straight from nameless to mythic grade in a single day. If someone had said that yesterday, I would definitely have thought that person was insane." Then she handed the glass of water to him. "This is a special drink made by a second-turn priest at the guild headquarters. It can restore 50% of all attributes within 10 seconds. Zhou Yi took it and said, "Thank you." Ruyan sat down across from him and asked, Now that you have become a celebrity of the Star Ascension platform, do you want to know how lively things are outside? He still looked at her calmly, waiting for her to continue. Ning Tai-sin sighed, you really are a dull man. He lowered his head and looked at the newspapers she had brought over. The main pages were all news related to him. Zhou Yi was slightly surprised, a guide to countering me. Ning Tai-sin revealed that someone had taken the videos of his 5 matches today, turned them into a manual, and sold it, and the revenue was quite good. Zhou Yi smiled, can they beat me after reading it? She explained, at the very least, they can know your fighting style. Ning Tai-sin did not even need to think to guess. You still have not revealed all of your real trump cards, right? Zhou Yi did not answer, only quietly drank the water in his hand. The challenge request notification updated. Zhou Yi versus Mo Ye, status accepted. The match time is 1900 today. Both sides are advised to arrive on time. Failure to appear after the deadline will be treated as forfeiture. He reported. Mo Ye has replied. Ning Tai-sin raised her brows when she heard that the time was 7 p.m. She said solemnly, there are still 3.5 hours, enough for you to recover, and enough for me to explain clearly what kind of opponent you are about to face. Ning Tai-sin told him everything she knew about Mo Ye. A level 54 Shadowblade, nicknamed Shadowless. His record on the heavenly ranking is 274 wins and 22 losses. She opened the tablet for him to see. All of his losses were against the person ranked 3rd on the heavenly ranking. At first he could only last 1 minute, but in his most recent match he endured for over 10 minutes. He feeds battle with battle, growing stronger the more he fights. The video of Mo Ye facing the former rank 4 appeared. His opponent was a level 54 elemental mage, while Mo Ye was only level 51 at the time. His main skills consist of 2 moves. S-grade Shadowless Step. When moving he produces no aura, wind sound, or energy fluctuation whatsoever, making him almost impossible to sense. He walks without leaving a trace, only revealing himself when he strikes. S-grade 1 flash is so fast that the naked eye cannot catch it. He once used this move to cut apart a legendary grade weapon of the same level. His combat logic is very simple. Never let the opponent find him, and by the time he is found, everything is already too late. Zhou Yi frowned as he watched to this point. Making the opponent completely unable to sense him was indeed very difficult to deal with. Ning Tai-sin added, he has one more skill, but he has only used it once against the person ranked 3rd on the heavenly ranking. At that time the domain was isolated, and no one saw clearly what happened. They only know that after the match, rank 3 took 5 minutes to come out, covered in injuries. I have always felt that it is his true killing move, only because he was suppressed by level. He has not fully brought out its effect. Zhou Yi nodded and replied, I understand. Thank you, Sister Wei. Ning Tai-sin continued, I have sent you all of Mo Ye's publicly available battle videos. Take your time watching them. I will not disturb you further. Before leaving, she still carefully added another reminder. There is one more thing you need to know. My subordinates just reported that the underground betting pool for the match between you and Mo Ye has already opened. The number of people betting on your victory is actually even greater than the number betting on Mo Ye. Hearing this news, Zhou Yi could not help feeling surprised. Ning Tai-sin continued, Mo Ye is rank 4 on the heavenly ranking and has been famous for a long time. Logically speaking, in matches like this, betting on the veteran powerhouse is the reasonable choice. Before leaving the room, Ning Tai-sin added, but the problem is that many people personally watched your 5 matches, then all bet on you. The most pragmatic people on the Star Ascension platform no longer only level and fame. They believe that someone like you, who swept through mythic grade in a single day, can still create a miracle. As for Mo Ye's side, countless reporters had already surrounded him. The reporters crowded together to ask questions. Mo Ye, do you have anything to say about tonight's match against Zhou Yi? Rookie Zhou Yi has been performing with overwhelming dominance. What do you think of him? He has already 5 consecutive matches today and may no longer be in his best condition. Do you consider that an advantage for yourself? Mo Ye frowned at the barrage of questions. Then someone continued asking, so how do you evaluate him? Mo Ye fell silent for a moment before speaking. He can win, not bad. No, I should say he is very strong. That brief answer left the reporters stunned, and they could only look at one another. After Mo Ye left, they whispered among themselves, he truly lives up to the name Silent Twin Blades. He really does speak little. Why are you calling him by his nickname directly? Profession user senses are sharp. Are you not afraid he will hear you? It seems he just answered all 4 of our questions. On the information board, rank 4 Mo Ye was shown facing rank 11 Zhou Yi. At this moment, Zhou Yi had also stepped onto the arena. The robot announced the match rules again. Any side that admits defeat, collapses for more than 10 seconds, or leaves the boundary will be judged to have lost. Forbidden arts that can cause death are prohibited. Prepare, begin. The moment the command fell, Zhou Yi took the initiative and charged forward to attack first. Zhou Yi was shocked when his sword strike cut through empty air, while Mo Ye had already appeared and attacked from behind. He turned and swung his sword backward toward his opponent, but Mo Ye vanished right before his eyes. Zhou Yi thought to himself, holy light perception has been opened to the maximum, yet I still cannot detect anything. From the floor, glowing golden squares appeared one after another. If he could not sense him, then the only way was to force him to reveal himself. Many chains immediately appeared above Zhou Zhu Yi's head. Those chains shot out violently in every direction at the same time. Mo Ya's movement technique was so fast that only afterimages could be seen sweeping past, easily avoiding every chain. Zhu Yi frowned when he still could not face him head-on. The chains pinned toward one side, releasing a purple aura. Sharp swords instantly shot out. They flew straight toward Zhu Yi, but the chains quickly gathered in midair, forming a shield to block the attack. He immediately activated flames, letting a great blaze erupt around his body. Mo Ya's afterimage briefly appeared after being struck by the flames. At last, he had no choice but to reveal himself and face Zhu Yi directly. Mo Ya asked, "How many of my matches have you watched?" Zhu Yi froze slightly at that question. Continued, "You know the landing point of Shadowless Step, and you know how to force me to reveal myself. My dodging, attack habits, and blade direction, you have almost predicted them all. Just how many of my videos have you watched?" Zhu Yi replied, "All the public videos since you advanced to the mythic rank, 43 matches in total." Mo Ya curled his mouth into a smile. 43 matches, how serious? Zhu Yi knew full well you are the same, the 5 matches I fought today. Mo Ya retorted, 5 matches, it is not only that. He frowned as he listened to him continue. Also the videos from your grand exam, the national freshman tournament, and even the internal training videos at Suhang University. Total of 217 matches, including when you were only a little over level 10. Zhu Yi asked in surprise, what meaning could there be in watching those videos? Mo Ya explained, everyone once walks from weakness to strength. Your combat thinking, movement habits, and skill choices were not formed in a single day. He stepped back and continued, if you want to understand a person, you cannot only look at the moment when they shine the brightest, you must also watch them when they are groping forward and making mistakes. Mo Ya landed on the ground. I have never looked down on any opponent. Whether level 10 or level 50, as long as they stand in the arena, they deserve my full strength. Truly shook Zhu Yi. Just for this match, he had watched more than 200 of his videos. Mo Ya declared, if you can predict me, then I can also predict you. Round 1, a draw. Zhu Yi sighed and said, just now I was only probing, I want to see how you would react. But now his gaze turned solemn, I will use my full strength. Mo Ya looked satisfied with that answer, that is how it should be. Round 2 was about to begin, and the two almost shot out from where they stood at the same time. They clashed fiercely in midair, and waves of impact continuously slammed into the reinforced walls around the arena. 2 staff members reported the shield situation in panic. The energy stone consumption rate is 3 times higher than expected. 4 of the 7 defensive barrier layers have already shattered. Reinforce it immediately, hurry. The audience below began to worry. They cannot see clearly. They cannot keep up at all. Looking down from above, 2 opposing forces collided again and again. Everyone watched tensely, only seeing 2 figures sweep past. Is this really a battle between level 32s? At this moment, Mo Ya had just avoided one of Zhu Yi's attacks. He analyzed silently. Although the displayed level is only 32, his strength, defense, and elemental control ability are all above mine. Even so, Mo Ya did not shrink back in the slightest. Just before the sword light slashed over, he immediately shot away, because speed was his domain. Zhu Yi understood very clearly that when Shadowless Step reached a state where it was almost impossible to detect, it truly became extremely difficult to handle. He stood still on the spot, warily observing his surroundings, because Mo Ya could appear at any moment. Zhu Yi's brows furrowed tightly, and he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The sword in his hand rose high, and a halo that amplified power spread from the tip of the blade. He thought to himself, I still cannot sense him. After waiting for a long time without seeing Mo Ya appear, Zhu Yi wondered, from which direction will he strike? At that instant, Mo Ya suddenly appeared behind him. Zhu Yi turned around in shock, while twisting his body and using his sword to block his opponent's attack. Absolute confidence was clearly visible on Mo Ya's. He swung his sword, sending a sharp stream of sword light slashing straight forward. Zhu Yi leaned back in shock to dodge, then both of them quickly widened the distance to a safe range. Mo Ya did not hesitate in the slightest, and immediately continued closing in to attack. His movement technique rushed forward like lightning, while Zhu Yi raised his sword to block. Zhu Yi planted both feet firmly on the ground, while Mo Ya had already shifted behind him. He raised the sword in his hand high. Zhu Yi immediately lifted his hand to block the strike. The two remained locked in a struggle for a moment. Then Mo Ya poured in force and violently knocked the sword upward, causing Zhu Yi to lose his balance and retreat. At this moment, a bleeding wound appeared on Zhu Yi's thigh. Opposite him, Mo Ya raised his sword high and continued gathering power. When he opened his eyes, a dangerous glint flashed through his gaze. A powerful stream of sword light immediately slashed forward. Zhu Yi had no other choice and could only brace himself to withstand that attack. The space before Mo Ya suddenly flashed with dazzling light, then exploded violently. As for Zhu Yi, he was currently stepping on his opponent's sword light. The staff outside cried out in horror. Finally, the last 3 layers of the defensive barrier also. Zhu Yi was now tightly wrapped in chains. He immediately launched the chains out to attack. The chains spun around Mo Ya, while Zhu Yi clenched his fist and pulled them all taut. Chain tips drove deep in the ground. At the same time, Zhu Yi landed steadily. Mo Ya thought to himself, I have studied 217 videos and know every habit of that man. That man cannot escape this chain of consecutive consecutive slashes. Unless he still has a trump card he has not revealed. At that moment Zhu Yi was converting the Immortal Soul Seal, temporarily increasing all attributes by 0.8%. A series of update notifications appeared: Holy Thunder, Heavenly Prison Chains. A rank a string of order plus a rank a blue flame halo. He decided if his speed cannot keep up, then use a wide range to seal off every path of retreat. In Zhou Yi's palm, a fireball began to he slammed it hard into the ground, making the arena floor continue to split open. The energy surged straight toward Mo Ya, just as he was about to rush up and counterattack. But immediately after, his entire body suddenly froze. Zhou Yi continued pressing his palm down against the ground. Around Mo Ya, ice dragon figures appeared, completely surrounding every route. They kept forcing him into a dead end. Mo Ya realized his speed had been suppressed. This man was doing everything possible to force him to take the blow head-on. The sword in Zhou Yi's hand rose high, connecting with the magic overhead, while the stream of ice below supported it from beneath. He shouted, as long as the attack density is high enough, sooner or later you will not be able to dodge them all. The S-rank Judgment of Justice turned into 10,000 swords raining down, sending broken stones on the ground flying everywhere. Mo Ya still relied on his agile speed to dodge each incoming sword. The next sword shot out again. It swept past his waist, making blood seep out at once. Zhu Yi landed on the ground at the same time, the aura around him pressing down until it was almost suffocating. He raised his weapon, and energy from the reverse cage of Zhang Tai Xin spread out, linking with the sword. Chains rose from beneath the ground, wrapping tightly around Mo Ya's thigh. Zhou Yi seized the chance and launched his weapon straight at his opponent. He was pinned in place and could only glare at the attack bearing down on him. Mo Ya stomped hard on the ground. He closed his eyes, raised his sword, and silently gathered his strength. Rings of sound waves shot up from the sword tip, and black energy rapidly condensed. Since I can no longer dodge, then I will face it head-on. Ning Tai Xin frowned when she saw this scene. The strange phenomenon of purple lightning and black clouds made her worry. That stance, could that man be planning to use that move? Zhou Yi also sensed that this energy brought pressure far beyond any previous attack. Countless attacks came crashing down from above. A notification appeared: 10,000 blades heavenly fall, SSS-Rank. Draw the blade toward the sky, summon a blade formation within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds, each slash possessing the power to tear space apart. Oya waited silently and thought, in this moment, darkness descends. Let the world feel pain. My pain is law. After thinking that, he felt embarrassed again. What nonsense am I thinking? The place where Zhu Yi stood suddenly erupted with a tremor that shook space. He grew anxious and had to find that man quickly. That man had concealed himself. 10,000 blades heavenly fall was still continuing, proving that man was still on the arena. As long as that man is here, a flaw will definitely appear. From beneath the ground, 3 pillars filled with evil energy shot upward. The staff's screen kept turning red and displaying warnings. Someone hurriedly urged, request the 3rd advancement mage to intervene immediately, and the mage reinforced the damaged section of the surrounding wall. The wall was fully covered and quickly became solid again. Zhou Yi recalled that in Mo Ya's 43 matches, there were 3 matches where he'd used this move. In the first match, before using 10,000 blades heavenly fall, that man's left foot moved half a step back. The second match was the same, and the third match was exactly the same too. All 3 videos shared one key habit: keeping his center of gravity steady. This proved that when using that move, that man could not move. He realized that man was still standing in place. Zhu Yi dodged a strike that grazed past him and thought to himself, as long as I get close before that man withdraws the move, I can win. Outside, someone said worriedly, he is enduring 10,000 blades heavenly fall. Is that not the same as self-destruction? Zhu Yi immediately accelerated, shortening the distance to 50 meters. Then the distance was only 20 meters. In the end, only 1 meter remained, and Mo Ya was right before him. While his body was still invisible, Zhu Yi placed a hand on his opponent's shoulder. Zhu Yi curled his lips into a smile. Caught you. Mo Ya froze, unable to speak for a moment. You. Giant hand covered in seals descended. Seeing this, everyone was stunned, while the mage outside was still protecting the surrounding wall. Everyone frowned, nervously waiting to see what would happen next. When the dust gradually dispersed, a shallow but very wide pit appeared on the ground. Zhu Yi landed in front of his opponent, his sword stabbing toward his waist. Everyone was horrified. Even that still was not enough to bring him down. Too strong, both of them truly are reckless fighters. Mo's shoulder was also stabbed. He suddenly let out a soft laugh. Loud laughter echoed everywhere. Zhou Yi pressed the sword down hard, making that smile vanish at once as a groan rang out. He suddenly realized something was wrong. That man's magic power was changing. Mo Ya revealed his hand. Actually, I did not want to use this, but an opponent like you is very worthy. Floating bubbles of demonic energy began to rise. They covered Mo Ya's body completely, so densely that they even blurred the entire area inside. Outside, everyone asked in shock what was happening. Why can we not see anything anymore? Is that the thing Mo Ya once used in the group match? Staff maintaining the arena reported, the magic power index is skyrocketing and has already exceeded the threshold of an SSS-Rank skill. Ning Tai Xin frowned and commented, Mo Ya's trump card is even stronger than before. From above the top of the arena, bubbles of demonic energy spilled outward. Mo Ya smiled and said, keep this secret for me. Zhu Yi raised his hand to shield his eyes from from those strange bubbles. When they shifted into a more dazzling color, he finally opened his eyes, and before him was an entirely different space. The inside of this place was decorated in an extremely adorable way, and there were even giant candy canes. Besides that, there was a Ferris wheel and toy cars. A vast park appeared before Zhou Yi's eyes. He froze when he saw the tiny footprints on the ground. What kind of situation was this? Mo Ye's trump card was actually an amusement park. Looking at Mo Ye holding a large teddy bear, he felt that image did not match that man's aura at all. Zhou Yi quickly calmed down and immediately raised his guard. No matter how it looked on the outside, this was still Mo Ye's trump card, so it was definitely not simple. Moreover, this space was very real, quite similar to his mirror prison core. Suddenly, he realized that his holy power was being drained away. Zhu Yi stood still and many teddy bears had already appeared around him. They suddenly transformed, changing from adorable and harmless figures into ferocious and dangerous creatures. Hands with sharp claws immediately swung out. He immediately swung his sword to counter-attack, and that bear shattered into pieces. More small candies flew over, but all of them were blocked by Zhang Ji. Candy had scattered all over the ground, making him unable to help wondering, with such ordinary attacks, what exactly was Mo Ye trying to do? Carousel behind him also began to move. The horses accelerated, dragging the entire ride into a dizzying spin, accompanied by an ear-piercing creaking sound. Zhu Yi raised his hand to block it and realized this was a mental attack, Immortal Soul Seal. But at that very moment, the bears had already surrounded him completely. Notification appeared, Immortal Soul Seal is in effect, greatly increasing soul resistance and reducing damage. Zhu Yi's arm was bitten by a bear with sharp teeth. He immediately swung his sword, cutting apart the things clinging to him. From his palm, chains shot straight outward. He stopped everything that was charging in to attack him. All of a sudden, a flash of light appeared behind him. That light shone over, causing Zhu Yi's entire body to stiffen at once. When everything settled, he looked at the scene before him in doubt. The park had returned to its peaceful and gentle appearance from the beginning. Zhu Yi wondered, could Mo Ye's trump card really be an amusement park? He still felt that this thing did not match that man's aura. But Zhu Yi did not dare grow careless, because no matter how it looked, this was still Mo Ye's trump card. He looked at the wound on his hand, his heart filled with doubt. When did this wound appear? His entire body was protected by holy light, so why was only this spot injured? Several vicious bears immediately pounced over to attack. He quickly dealt with all of them, and then that beam of light appeared again. Zhu Yi stood motionless in place, recalling the moment he fought Mia, along with the panicked look on other party's face when he was caught by him. Zhou Yi became even more doubtful. He had clearly grabbed that man just now, so where exactly was this place? He sank into confusion, and these wounds as well. What exactly had happened? Beside Zhu Yi was also a dinosaur monster. Then he suddenly realized something was wrong, as though he had forgotten something. Ji Yi immediately observed the entire park carefully again. Beside him, several bears were staring fixedly at him, and their target was Zhu Yi's legs. One bit into his thigh, and at the same time, light radiated again from the stars. Zhu Yi raised his hand at once, preparing to deal with it. Colorful bubbles began floating throughout the park, reflected his dazed face. Before long, Ji's arms were covered in bite marks, and the area beneath his feet was not much better. He frowned as he looked at the wounds on his hand. 1 moment ago, he had been preparing to step onto the stage for a duel with Mo. Yeah. And the next, he had appeared here, his body covered in inexplicable wounds. They were completely different from the injuries he had suffered while fighting Mo Ya. His holy light protection had weakened by 30%, and the unyielding gauntlet also showed signs of having been used. Looking at the bear shape formed by the wounds and the star on his hand, he realized that there were not many people in this world who could injure him, and even fewer who could use wounds to draw on his body. The only person who could do that was himself. This was definitely not his first time entering this place. Zhu Yi realized a terrifying truth. More accurately, he had come here many times, and every time his memories had been wiped clean. Each time he woke up, he was immediately attacked before he even had time to heal. Because time was too tight, he could only use wounds to remind himself. A massive blaze erupted from his palm, and the flames swiftly engulfed the entire park. The system notification reported that the aura of the Firmament War Boots had been detected. He was shocked. What? The Firmament War Boots were not in the heavenly ranking reward vault, but were actually on Mo Ya. Zhu Yi silently pieced everything together. The system said there was a clue at the Star Ascension platform because Mo Ya had always been stationed there. But did Mo Ya actually know about this or not? He immediately made a decision. Whether that man knew or not, he had to obtain the Firmament War Boots. Zhu Yi's body was gradually recovering, and right at this moment, there was movement in that dense smoke and dust. Beneath the broken stones, several bears were quietly hiding. Something was moving at extreme speed. It was a small train, along with the dinosaur model that had come to life and charged into attack. He aimed straight at Zhu Yi, and he immediately pushed off the ground and leaped high into the air. Those chaotic things instantly slammed violently into one another. Everything in the park seemed to go mad, chasing after him all at once. Zhou Yai condensed a glass sphere in his hand and launched continuous attacks, covering everything without a single blind spot. This thing is far too similar to my mirror prison core. In that case, let my mirror prison core fight your amusement park. Shards of glass immediately shot toward them. Immediately after, the bears had their limbs tightly bound by strips of red silk. A mage appeared, and this was the person who had just acted. Then, several more figures walked out from the glass shards, Red Lady and the cruel assassin. After that came Blood Wolf, One Eye, the shaman, and the heavy shield warrior. Every one of them attacked this place with all their strength. The shaman restored power through the staff, causing the bears to be controlled within the formation, while the assassin relied on agile speed to chase down the remaining ones. The shield warrior was directly confronting the giant bear. The others kept striking, knocking those toys flying in all directions. Zhu Yi observed how they coordinated. Looking down from above, he could see that the entire park had fallen into chaos. Red Lady made a move, slicing a large bear apart. The small bears continued rushing forward, their crimson eyes flashing in the darkness. One Eye swung his sword to block their path, but half the bodies of the two bears he had just cut apart had already begun forming again. He saw that the dolls' regeneration speed had clearly slowed. Moreover, the newly appearing dolls were also smaller, and their aura was much weaker than before. The energy of the domain was declining. Mo Ya definitely could not hold out for much longer. From beneath the ground, balloons gradually floated up. Zhu Yai looked at the gauntlet worriedly, but the unyielding gauntlet still had not sensed the Ferment War Boot's exact location. Since the system had given a hint, it could not be wrong unless there was still another possibility. This amusement park turned out to be only the first floor. Zhu Yi spoke. Mo Ya, I know you are here. He looked over everything one by one. Your domain is truly interesting. Pink candy, stuffed animals spinning carousel horses. Honestly, it is even cuter than reality. I thought Shadowless Mo Ya, rank 4 on the heaven ranking, was a cold and ruthless swordsman. There was a hint of teasing in his voice. I never expected there to be the soul of a little princess hidden inside. At this moment, Zhu Yi was standing atop the carousel, his gaze directed into the distance. He moved as he spoke, but thinking about it carefully, it is easy to understand. Having to keep up that cold and cool appearance every day, it is normal to have a private hobby to relieve stress. Do you like collecting stuffed animals? Or do you like pink? Or do you sit on a horse and imagine Ning Tai Sin? Do not worry, I will keep your secret. Oya appeared and asked, why are you doing this? He frowned and said, this is not Zhu Yi's style. I have studied 217 videos of your battles, and you have never used this sort of lowly provocation. Zhu, you are trying to force me to reveal myself. Zhu Yi replied calmly, that is exactly why you finally showed yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swung his sword and charged at his opponent. Moya immediately left that position. He swept away with astonishing speed, leaving only brilliant afterimages behind him. Zhu Yi followed closely behind, forcing the other party to act and block. Mo Ya commented, fighting you really is interesting. I will not hide it anymore either. You were the first person qualified to step into that place. I hope you will not regret it. Ji did not answer, only continued raising his sword. Immediately afterward, pitch-black darkness covered everything around him. Zhu Yi realized that he had fallen into another space again. Sure enough, if he kept pressuring Mo Ya, there would be a result. In the darkness, dim lights began to glow. A ferocious face appeared, as if trying to threaten Zhu Yi. Deep inside its mouth, a speck of light suddenly flashed, carrying the aura of the Ferment War Boots. As soon as Zhu Yi stepped forward, the scene before his eyes changed. In a bakery, a little girl was calling over and over, Dad, Dad. The little girl hugged her father and asked, Dad, is my favorite strawberry cake ready yet? The man hesitated. You are... The little girl asked coquettishly, Dad, what is wrong with you? I am Bauer, your most beloved daughter in the whole world. Her small hand gently touched his cheek. Dad, are you sick? Fragments of memory began to appear in his mind, starting from the moment that child was born. Then came the time when the baby toddled while learning to walk, quietly watching her mother work. After that, she grew up, left her parents' embrace, struggled to make a living day by day, and diligently sold one small cake after another. That person had once felt satisfied when he finally opened a pastry shop. Then he unexpectedly fell in love at first sight with a customer who came to buy cakes, a girl with a blurred face. The two married, but the memory stopped on the day he cried in agony before his wife's already cold body. Those memories crashed straight into Zhou Yi's head while he was inside the body of the baker. He was dizzy, murmuring, Dad is... The little girl burst into tears and called Dad, Dad. He suddenly realized, Bauer, my daughter. The memory shifted back to childhood again, when his mother held his hand, bent down, and asked, Baby, Mommy picked you up from school today, are you happy? Countless pieces of information flooded his mind. He was Zhao Ran, 7 years old, living in Qingjing City. His father was a construction worker, and his mother was a supermarket cashier. The family was not well off, but his parents loved him very much. much. He liked it most when his mother picked him up from school, because on the way home, they would pass by a small park where mother and son played on the swings together. He hated eating green peppers and secretly picked them out at every meal. But every time, his mother would discover it and smile as she said, "Joran will not grow up if he does not eat green peppers." He also had a secret, and that was that he wanted to become the strongest person. The little boy staggered back, his head hurting as if it were about to split open. "Mom," his mother asked anxiously, "Baby, what is wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" The scene then shifted to the day he was beaten miserably by a group of people. "You filthy beggar, you dare block my way. Are you tired of living? Big brother is right. We have to teach this beggar a lesson." He could only hold his head and endure it. "No one will remember your name. 15 years ago, you once had a home too. Your wife cared for the child back in your hometown while you worked hard at the construction site. Though it was bitter and exhausting, every time you sent money home on time, you felt it was all worth it. But a serious illness swallowed all your savings. You lay on the hospital bed, helplessly watching your account balance dwindle, while your wife's expression grew uglier by the day. The illness was cured, but the money was gone too. When you returned to the construction site, you discovered that the foreman, your wife, and your child had all left, never to return. From then on, the streets became your home." Zhou Yi was bewildered. "Am I a beggar? But why are these memories so unfamiliar? No, I cannot be a beggar. I am old Zheng." "No, that is not right. I am not old Zheng." "Then who am I?" A slap came crashing down. "Do you think I care who you are?" The scene changed again into a world of immortals where he was led away by elves, but only one question remained in his mind: who am I? When the clansman shouted for the tribe, he still could not determine who he was. The memory continued, shifting to the scene of his body being stabbed and knocked down by someone. That person saying coldly, "Debts must be repaid. Did you think you'd escape by hiding?" Countless pieces of information poured down, making his head ache violently. Scraps of fragmented information kept appearing. "You are Wang Er and you still have a daughter to raise. You are Jiuran and your mother is waiting for you. You are old Zheng and no one cares about you. She is Iris and protecting the forest is her mission. You are Grom fighting for the tribe. You are Zhang Wei and you still have to submit the proposal tomorrow." Countless names covered his mind. "You are Wang Er, you are Jiuran, you are old Zheng, she is Iris, you are Grom, you are Zhang Wei." The soul bit tightly onto his arm. "You are Li Tiju, a miner who dug coal for 40 years, your lungs already pitch black." The little girl is Su Xiaoxiao, who died on a sickbed at only 15, before she even had time to visit an amusement park. At his feet, his trouser leg was bitten and torn. "She is Granny Chen, an old woman living alone in an old house, waiting for her son for 8 years, but that person never returned." His shoulder was also bitten by a soul. "You are Zhao Daong, a worker who fell from a construction site, and your wife is still waiting bitterly for the money you sent home." Zhu Yi's heart felt as if it were bleeding. "Who am I? Who exactly am I?" Dense streams of information continued to appear. "She is Lin Xiuying, a woman kidnapped and sold into the deep mountains, brought back each of the 3 times she tried to escape. He is Wang Jianguo, an unemployed taxi driver who once burst into tears on the day his daughter was admitted to university. Those souls surrounded him completely. She is Widow Zhou, a tofu seller in the market, whose son is a professional, but has never acknowledged his mother. He is Liu Erhu, a vagrant who has wandered the streets for 30 years, and does not even know how to write his own name. She is Aegali, a girl from the grasslands, carrying her dreams. You are Su Xiaoxiao, she is Granny Chen, you are Zhao Daong." From the center of Zhou Yi's forehead, several rays of light suddenly shone out. An ice dragon manifested, instantly scattering those souls. A voice rang beside his ear, "Kid, wake up." Hearing that voice, Zhu Yi immediately came awake. The other party reminded him, "All of those things are false, only your own life is real." He gradually calmed down. "I understand. Thank you, Zhengya." Only now did Zhu Yi truly understand that the terrifying part of Mo Ya's domain did not lie in its offensive power, but in how it touched the most fundamental fear of human beings. Who exactly am I? He looked at the wounds on his body that were gradually regenerating. The first level of the domain only caused people to lose their memories, while the second level planted countless life memories that were terrifyingly real. Wang Er's love for his daughter, Zhou Ran's dependence on his mother, old Zheng's despair, hundreds of emotions and obsessions, all of them felt as if he had personally experienced them himself. His gaze turned toward those souls. That man had used real lives to crush mine, forcing me into someone else, forcing me to bear another's pain and obsession. Zhu Yi made up his mind. Before I am eroded again, I will destroy this place completely. The entire area was enveloped by an ice-cold sphere. Sharp stone spikes suddenly jutted up from the ground, froze those illusions, then pointed icicles pierced straight through those bodies. A face sealed within stone fell down. Zhu Yi stood silently amid the land covered in sharp rocks. He stepped up to Mo Ya, whose lower half had been frozen. To maintain this domain, magic power was hardly the only thing being consumed. He said in admiration, "You endured hundreds of lifetimes and still kept your sense of self, Zhu Yi. You are the most terrifying person I have ever met." Zhu Yi cut him off, raised his sword high and said, "It is over." He swung the sword with all his strength, slashing straight toward that body. 2 fell back into space of the arena. Their bodies slammed heavily into the ground, sending clouds of dust billowing up. The others were shocked. "They are out already. Moya actually lost." Zhu Yai looks terrible. What exactly happened to him? The robot projected beams of energy onto them, detected that both had lost the ability to fight, and began analyzing the data. Everyone held their breath and waited. The ticking sound made the atmosphere even tenser, and one girl was so shocked that she raised a hand to cover her mouth. He was the first to rise with his sword for support, and the announcement rang out at once. Zhu Yai stood up before Moya. The winner is... He heard his name announced, the corners of his lips curved slightly. The entire place nearly erupted. Zhu Yi won, he really won. The 4th rank of the heavenly ranking had been defeated by him. Level 32 had taken down level 54 Moya. Ning Tai Sin smiled faintly when she saw him win. She looked at his calm figure standing there, while Moya had already been placed on a stretcher by the medical staff and carried away. Someone discussed it. I heard Zhou Yi is Wang Hui's disciple at Suhang University. Back then, Wang Hui was already a monster. But who would have thought the student he taught would be even more monstrous? Starting tomorrow, the name Zhu Yai would surely resound throughout Jiangxia. At this moment, he was being placed into an energy recovery machine, and the announcement rang out, treatment complete. He immediately opened his eyes, his entire body soaking in a golden liquid. Zhu Yi instantly sat up. Ning Taishin heard the movement and walked in. In just one day, you went from an unknown straight to mythic rank. She revealed, the entire professional forum of Jiangxia has exploded. You have not seen their reactions yet. Flood of questions rushed toward Ning Taishin. Is Zhu Yi from Heavenly Feather? Where did Heavenly Feather find this monster? You hit him well. She lowered her head and said, I have not even had time to explain anything, but they have already imagined everything themselves. Those old fellows think of ways to surpass Heavenly Feather Guild every day, and the result is that one match from you is enough to make them jealous for an entire year. Seeing Ning Tai Xin lean quite close, Zhou Yi blushed with embarrassment and hurriedly said, the thing is, Sister Yu. She turned her face away. The old guild master is too busy and cannot personally guide you. He has always felt guilty about it. He slowly left the machine, I understand. While Zhou Yi put his clothes back on, Ning Tai Xin added, the old guild master has always been watching your situation. He has watched the video of every match of yours. She held a letter in her hand. The old guild master asked me to pass this letter to you. He immediately took the letter. The contents inside read, Zhu Yi, when you read this letter you must have defeated Moya. In just one day, you climbed from an unknown to 4th on the heavenly ranking. This growth speed has far exceeded all my expectations. I did not write this letter to praise you, but because there is something you must know. I have investigated and found that Liu Xuan of Black Wind Valley is connected to the Holy Spirit cult in Longfeng City. When I continued tracing it, Liu Xuan escaped from prison and disappeared. More troublesome still, someone is investigating your information, and this person is an enemy, not a friend. Once the matter of you having resolved the crisis of the Holy Spirit cult in Black Wind Valley is exposed, what awaits you ahead will be endless assassinations. An innocent man becomes guilty by carrying jade, not to mention there is someone like Tai Sin who wants to kill you. But if you are the guild master of a guild, everything will be different. Whoever touches you will also be touching the entire guild. I will not force you, but if you intend to build your own force, now is the right time. No matter what you decide, I will support you, and if you need me, just say so. Zhou Yi thought to himself, Liu Xuan has colluded with the demon race, and if he is also involved with the Holy Spirit cult, does that not mean the demon race and the evil gods are joining hands? If so, establishing a guild is no longer a choice, but a necessity. Ning Tai Sin asked curiously, what did the old guild master say? He answered, teacher advised me to establish my own guild. She was quite surprised. That should have been done long ago. With your current reputation, as long as word gets out, applicants could line up from the Star Ascension platform all the way to Suhang University. Ning Tai Sin took the initiative to suggest, but the first group of people is very important, better to have fewer than a mixed rabble. If you need me to help screen them, just say so. Zhou Yi nodded, then let us begin. The system displayed, achieve mission activated, establish a guild, condition 1, create a guild yield out of 1, condition 2, recruit 100 members 0 out of 100. After that, he left the recovery room. At this moment, Zhou Yi stopped in front of a room. His hand rested lightly on the door handle, his face still calm. Zhu Yi recalled silently. After the second layer of Moya's domain collapsed, I was wrapped by Shuangya and rushed toward the golden light ahead. There I found Battleflower of the Firmament. He received the hidden quest item Inheritance of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. Battleflower of the Firmament completed. A new hidden quest was activated. Quest Part 4, Holy Light Fallen in the Eternal Abyss. The dragon soul whispers among the shattered ruins, find the edge that severs fate. Apocalypse Holy Sword. Hint, Otherworld Rift. He pondered. After obtaining Battleflower of the Firmament, the hint for the next quest appeared. But where is the Otherworld Rift? In Jiangxia, there are countless Otherworld Rifts, so where should I even start looking? Yi temporarily set that matter aside and reached out to knock on the door. Whatever, deal with the matter at hand first. This was Mo Ye's room. A voice came from inside, come in. Zhu Yi opened the door and walked in, and Mo Ye immediately blurted out, it is you. He thought to himself, Battleflower was taken from his domain. Zhu Yi understood the principle very well. Even if he did not know, I still cannot take it for nothing. Mo Ye sat on the hospital bed and asked, did you come to see me for something? He took out several books. These are for you. The other party recognized them with a sharp eye. S-Rank skill books, epic grade equipment, mythical grade equipment. Those treasures seemed to glow in Mo Ya's eye. Doing this made him feel more at ease. Just take it as compensation. Zhu Yi said politely, it is only a small token of sincerity. Suddenly, Mo Ya's expression darkened, and his whole body sat motionless. Zhu Yi frowned and quietly observed the situation. His entire body began to tremble. I can feel it now. Mo Ya burst into loud laughter. I have heard the sound of the gears of fate beginning to turn. I understand now. Zhu Yi asked curiously, what do you understand? Mo Ya concluded, you defeated me, and that proves you are qualified to become my master. He continued deducing, now you have brought these treasures here, precisely to show your sincerity and the importance you place on me. The other party's unexpected move left Zhu Yi stunned, and he could only let out a sound, huh? Mo Ya stepped off the bed with imposing momentum. He declared solemnly, I, Mo Ya, incarnation of speed, monarch of darkness, accept your recruitment here and now. Zhu Yi felt he needed to explain at once. Wait, when did I recruit you? Mo Ya immediately interrupted him. No need to explain, I understand everything. He looked as if he had seen through everything. The news that Ning Tai Sin was helping you recruit guild members has already spread throughout the Star Ascension platform. He even understands Zhu Yi very well. I know your personality clearly. You are opening a grand game. You definitely do not merely want to establish an ordinary guild, but to build a force capable of changing the situation in Jiangxia. Mo Ya confidently stated his advantages. As for me, Monarch of Darkness, incarnation of speed, I am precisely the right hand you need most. This just happened to suit Zhou Yi's wishes. I truly am short on manpower, and there is nothing to criticize about Mo Ye's strength. He gave a strained smile, although his train of thought is a little abnormal. Now that the arrow has been loosed, I may as well follow it through. Maybe it is not a bad thing after all. Manga immediately finalized it. Silence meant agreement. Very good, the contract was established. He pounded his chest. From today, my pain is your pain. My darkness is your shield. When my shadow falls, the two of us unite. We will definitely succeed. The two shook hands, sealing the agreement officially. Zhu Yi smiled brightly. Alright, welcome to join. Manga said confidently, I knew you would agree. After all, who can refuse the loyalty of the Dark King? You could only comply. Hard to refuse indeed. He suddenly remembered, right? The guild name hasn't been decided. I suggest Shadow Sanctuary or Eternal Night Ring. Sounds cool and fits our aura. Zhu Yi helplessly rubbed his forehead, cleverly refusing, haven't thought it through. But I want something simpler. Manga grew more excited. Abyssal Verdict, Ring of Fate, Shadowed Glory. He cut in and chose an extremely simple name, Saint Talent. He froze, thought he misheard, migrating. Zhu Yi repeated clearly, the guild name is Saint Talent. Manga immediately brightened, expression like he had grasped the truth. I understand. He instantly had a bad premonition. What else did he realize? He shouted with momentum, Saint means holy light, a holy rank, the one who delivers divine judgment. Talent is decisive power, the judge delivering the final verdict for all sins. He wanted to declare to the world that our guild will be the sword of judgment among humans, in the name of holy light, judging all injustice. This name is profound, outwardly humble but sharp inside. At the decisive moment, one strike turns the world. Zhu Yi calmly replied, just because I am a holy knight. He secretly admired. How did he imagine all this drama? Turned stiff, is that all? Zhu Yi's next words pierced his pride. Just a name, simple, direct, easy to remember. Manga was distraught, collapsed. Your words are harsher than killing me. Zhu Yi firmly finalized, no change, decided the guild is Saint Talent. He sat on the bed and said, if I agreed to join, I should show some sincerity. Manga held up 2 fingers. I spent 10 years in the Ascension Tower, accumulated 2 things. First, human veins among the top 100 heaven rankings. I've sparred and studied each. For example, rank 87 Iron Jadestone Sense, very strong defense, calm personality. Previously, he joined a guild. Unfortunately, it was arrogant, tasks beyond ability. Except him, fewer than 10 survived, so he always sought absolute safety. To recruit him, one must prove superior strength and reliable protection. Another example, rank 63 Haven ranking, Chasing Wind Alistair, always claiming genius, extremely arrogant. To recruit her, only one way, defeat her convincingly. In Heaven rankings, there are some very strong on one aspect but obvious flaws. I always saw them underrated, given a chance sooner or later in top 100. Recruiting them before fame is best. Additionally, I know retired rankers, capable, can serve as logistics or trainers, enough to build the guild framework. Zhu Yi gaped at the long analysis. I thought he was a quiet warrior, didn't expect such insight. Manga proudly said, observation is key to victory. Who is strong or weak, their personality, weaknesses, how to sway them, all basic skills. Moreover, cannot judge by appearances, see cannot be measured by a cup. I, Manga, am not someone you understand at a glance. He didn't want to hear more. Let's change topic. What's second? Manga continued, second. He looked sad. I accumulated points and resources in Ascension Tower. If converted to materials, enough to run a small guild for half a year. You're young, probably no capital. I reluctantly help. Zhu Yi was pleased, combined with his own. The guild has initial form. Manga asked proudly, so my welcoming gift is is weighty enough. Zhou Yi acknowledged enough, even more than enough. Zhou Yi curiously asked, with his strength and talent, he could manage high level in Heaven Wu Guild, why choose me? Manga explained, weaving flowers on brocade has what meaning? Joining a guild with management already in place, still must follow rules, obey others, not as satisfying as building from zero. He happily emphasized once more. Manga eyed him with scrutiny. First time meeting, I felt a certain aura. Zhou Yi surprised at the word aura. He replied, I cannot explain clearly, just standing there, doing nothing yet making others feel different. Something on you makes people want to follow, admire. Looking like shining, Manga revealed, I named that feeling. 4 arrogant words slipped from his mouth, king, overlord, or of power. Zhou Yi felt struck by lightning. He frowned helplessly again. Manga still cheerfully asked, how about this name? Extremely fitting. Royal aura, domineering aura, abbreviated as King Overlord aura. Zhou Yi speechless, truly at a loss. Outside, sunlight shone on the hospital. Inside, Manga laid out a pile of documents on the bed. This is the draft regulations of Saint Talent Guild. I referenced large guild rules to write. He picked up and examined task hierarchy, contribution point system, promotion path, reward and punishment mechanisms. Not bad. Very professional. He replied, of course. Zhou Yi added, but some points I want to revise. He pointed out issues. Guild profits take 7 parts. Guild keeps 3 parts. Manga surprised. 7 parts. Too high. Normal guilds split 4-6. Some dark ones 1-9. Zhou Yi explained the guild should be a place rankers can rely on, not just making money. Task doors are them, risk takers are them. Receiving more is natural. 3 parts for guild, enough for operation and emergency fund. He added the guild will establish a support fund. If members are injured or die in missions, the fund compensates their family. Temporary members also enjoy official member benefits. Manga incredulously asked, are you serious? Zhou Yi seriously replied, rankers dare entrust their lives. I must be responsible. Do you know how most guilds treat rankers? Manga was silent. He frankly pointed out, they are treated as cannon fodder, as tools to die. Some guilds take dangerous tasks and recruit temporary members. Death compensated a little, survival exploited further. Zhou Yi shared personal story. My father died like that. He recalled painful past, low rank, could only join temporary venture team recruited by guild, placed first to take the hits. That mission when Ori, beast attack, team scattered, he went missing, body never found. Agnes silently listened. I once sought justice, but that guild said he was just temporary staff, no compensation. I don't want such tragedy in my power. Zhou Yi concluded, when poor protect self, when accomplished help world. That's what I want to do. He murmured, achieving personal success while aiding the world. Manga fully understood. 30 years lived, 10 in Ascension Tower, witnessed much. Genius falls, petty rises, others turn backs, human life treated as trash. I once thought the world was like this. Strong dominate, weak or bait, to climb high disregard others' lives. But in Manga's heart, Zhou Yi appeared as a god, with his strength and Tianfu. He could focus on self, yet he spoke. Manga engraved those words, achieve self, aid world. He was moved to tears. If you truly do it, I swear to follow till death. Manga spoke, understood, I will include this in the charter. No one may change. He changed topic, right? Chu family surely has potential heirs, want to recruit a group first. Zhou Yi declined immediately. No, Chu family, not a single one. Manga shocked, why? He continued, my sister Chu Yun is the young master of Chu family. She needs her own people, her own team. Chu family will be a solid support for her future. Manga memorized, fine, when recruiting I'll avoid Chu family. After New Year, I'll give you a completely new guild. Zhou Yi surprised at the timing, New Year. Manga froze, don't tell me you don't know, a few days until New Year. He replied, recently busy, lost track of time. He recalled Chu Yun crying, older brother, must come home for New Year. Zhou Yi immediately announced, I must return to Tianlan. Manga reassured, I'm here, go in peace. He immediately departed. Manga called after, right after New Year, bring Tianlan specialties for me. Once main matters settled, Manga collapsed on bed, relaxed. Saint Talent Guild, not bad, really not bad. Zhou Yi headed straight to the teleport gate. He stepped out of that gate. At this time, Zhou Yi was leisurely walking on the street. Along the way, people chatted. Last month, Chu family closed another dark guild. That guild leader was a ranker of 2nd stage, who told them to dare provoke Chu family. Guilds around Tianlan, either destroyed or voluntarily surrendered. Food stall owner brought out dishes and added, important is Chu family works fairly. My son works at their mine, much better treatment, even insurance. Neighbor agreed, right Tianlan under Chu family, hope returns. Zhou Yi quietly rejoiced. The old street now has many new buildings. Chu family guards patrolled energetically, unlike a few months ago. Yuner is doing very well. Seeing him return, Zhou Yun immediately ran out joyfully to greet him, calling second brother. He caught her as she threw herself into his arms and answered gently, I am back. Zhou Yun's eyes were red and she choked out, you finally came back. She excitedly poured everything out in one breath. Second brother, you have no idea, last month we wiped out the Black Tiger gang. The gang leader tried to flee, but I led people to cut him off. We also raised the benefits at the mine, and now many people want to come work for the Zhao family. He smiled and praised her, impressive. I heard about it on the way back too. Zhou Yun suddenly remembered, right right, second brother, tomorrow's the Zhao family's traditional festival, the championship contest. This year is my first time hosting it, stay by my side. Zhou Yi did not hesitate at all and immediately nodded. All right. She hugged him tightly and said happily, I knew it, second brother loves me the most. Elsewhere, violent streams of light were ravaging everything, and the entire castle had sunk into a sea of fire. Someone fled with a child in their arms, while panicked shouts rang out behind them. Hurry, the people in the palace have been contaminated by demonic energy. That demonic energy corroded a person's face, while Zhou Ran only watched the scene before her with cold eyes. A serpent subordinate in a wretched state knelt and begged, Your Majesty, please save us, save us. She reached out and lightly touched the other girl's cheek. A roar suddenly sounded outside, and a horde of dangerous monsters was surging in. The one controlling them was that demonic man. Zhou Ran frowned and stared straight at it. The scene before her gradually blurred, leaving only that hateful laughter echoing on and on. When she broke free from the memory, what appeared was a girl with cords wrapped around her wrists, her limbs bound tight, her whole body hanging suspended in the air. Zhou Ran's voice sounded, Another nightmare? How much longer can you hold on, 1 day or 2 days? When the time comes, even if you do not release me, I will still have a way to escape on my own. The girl remained stubborn. Before I die, I will definitely drag you down with me. Zhao Ran lifted the other girl's chin and asked coldly, Why are you doing this? I was born in Jiangxia and raised in Jiangxia. I will never betray this place. As for that traitor of the Jiang family, sooner or later he will pay a terrible price. Then I wish you luck. The scene shifted to Zhou Yi practicing swordsmanship. He was inside the mirror prison space, fighting several simulated phantoms. Zhou Yi thought to himself, yesterday I told teacher about the god of light and the apocalypse holy sword. Before that, when Wang Hui heard the story, he asked in shock, You really met the god of light, the living, breathing god of light. He concealed the existence of the system and only recounted how he had been summoned by the god of light and was searching for the inheritance of the apocalypse dragon knight. He cleared his throat and praised him, as expected of my disciple. As far as I know, you are the only professional who has been granted an audience with a god right after the second advancement. Wang Hui analyzed. Third advancement professionals usually only have a chance to communicate with gods, while meeting one in person is extremely rare. The otherworldly rift you mentioned is probably a medium or large one. He took out an envelope and said small rifts have energy levels too low to contain divine artifact-grade treasures. With your current strength, you are already qualified to take part in raiding a medium rift. After the new year, come find your teacher, and I will take you to see whether there are any clues you need. Wang Hui handed him the envelope and added, I heard your guild has been established, so consider this a congratulatory gift. Zhou Yi accepted it happily. Thank you, teacher. Wang Hui's image gradually disappeared. Your teacher still has matters to handle. We will talk next time. He replied politely, Goodbye, teacher. After that, Zhou Yi curiously opened it to take a look. What is this? Looking at the contents inside, he was instantly stunned. It was a land contract for a floating island, clearly stating that Skydome Platform, a floating island under the Xia Yan Professional Alliance headquarters, was gifted to Zhou Yi. Island name, Skydome Platform, location, 7th airspace of the headquarters, altitude 3,200 meters, main island area 3.7 square kilometers, with 3 affiliated floating islands, including 1 main hall, 2 residential district training platforms, 4 warehouses, 1 teleportation platform, and a permanent bead barrier defense system. Zhou Yi thought to himself, 90% of the guilds in Jiangxia can only squeeze into a corner of the public floating islands. Zhou Yi was delighted by this gift. As for the remaining 10%, they either spent billions to buy an island or had to fight bitterly for a slot. Yet teacher had casually given him an entire independent, complete floating island. He guessed that its value had to be at least hundreds of billions. It was truly far too precious. Zhou Yi was certain that an independent floating island would be the most valuable recruitment signboard, and Mo would definitely be very happy. He suddenly thought of his other friends, wondering how they were doing now. The scene shifted to the Shen family, where the sound of storytelling rang out from inside. You all have no idea how wicked that Black Wind Valley was. Someone thoughtfully brought tea over for him. Ling Feng took it and continued telling the story. From the moment we set foot inside, it felt as if we had been swept into another space. Beside him, someone else attentively fetched a towel for him. Ling Feng continued, After that, we even went to the Heavenly Dao sect, that mysterious, shady sect that has never allowed outsiders to enter. His blazing red hair was being gently calmed by an older sister. He said with enthusiasm, Now my close friend Xiaolan is in charge there. Surrounding him were 4 beautiful girls, Shen Mei, Shen Ru Shang, and Shen Mu. Shen Mu asked curiously, Fenger, is that Zhou Yi really that powerful? Ling Feng answered proudly, Just average, only a tiny bit stronger than me. I will catch up to him soon. Shen Mei immediately exposed him. You used to keep saying he stole your top scholar title, so why do you seem to admire him now? He quickly denied it. Not at all. Shen Xiang bluntly concluded, so you are acting as his underling. His face flushed red, and he immediately corrected her. What underling? We are teammates. She gently coaxed Ling Feng. Alright, you two are teammates. Shen Mu offered her opinion. Fenger, do not blame your sister for being talkative, but you should have made Zhu Yi listen to you. He hurriedly shook his head. Fourth sister, it is not what you think. Ling Feng said sincerely, Zhu Yi has saved my life more than once, and thanks to him, I have also become stronger. She retorted, but you are the young master of the Shen family, while he is merely a nobody. Just then, a soft cough sounded from behind, making everyone turn to look. The person who appeared was the head of the Shen family. Ling Feng immediately bowed solemnly. Family head. He raised his head and looked up, his gaze having become unusually calm. He could sense that this child, Fenger, had truly changed the look in his eyes. Shen Shang remarked, after going out to experience the world, you finally have the bearing of a man. He sat down in the chair and asked, well, do you have any plans? Ling Feng stated his plan. I want to go to the Forbidden Land to undergo complete awakening. Hearing this, Shen Shang frowned. Oh, the Shen sisters all turned to look at him at the same time, then cried out in shock together. What? Shen Mei stepped forward and asked, Fenger, are you serious? The others hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Do not talk nonsense. Over the past 100 years, more than 50 members of the Shen family have died in there. You absolutely cannot go. Fenger, do you know how dangerous the Forbidden Land is? I will never let you enter that place. Shen Mei repeated, Fenger, the Forbidden Land is extremely dangerous. Back then, third granduncle went in and never came out again. After great-grandfather left that place, his dragon blood ran berserk, and he went mad for 3 whole years before finally destroying himself. And there was third granduncle too. When he walked out, all of us thought he had succeeded. But 7 days later, I personally witnessed every blood vessel in his body rupture. She did not even dare recall that tragic scene. Shen Mei burst into tears. I do not want you to suffer the same fate, Fenger. Ling Feng replied awkwardly, eldest sister, I know, but, everyone still tried their best to persuade him. Your current strength is already strong enough. Why do you still have to take such a risk? Grandfather, you should persuade Fenger too. If something happens to him, what will become of the Shen family? Fenger, do not go. He remained firm in his choice. Sisters, please do not be like this. I must go. Shen Shang spoke up and interrupted them. Enough. He said in a deep voice, since childhood, the 4 of you have spoiled him, protected him, and indulged him. But have you truly not realized? Fenger is no longer the stubborn little brother who lived under your pampering long ago. Hearing that acknowledgement, Ling Feng froze slightly. Grandfather. Shen Shang patted his shoulder with full trust. Fenger, I know you have your own plans, and I will not stop you. Turned toward the girls, his voice resolute as if allowing no one to stop him. Shen Shang continued, though it might sound somewhat harsh, but he simply spoke straight to the point. Though you live or die, you must bear it yourself. Shen Shang's hand left his shoulder. If the complete awakening failed, his words carried a hint of provocation. The Shen family will find you a fine burial place with good feng shui, and hope you are reincarnated better in your next life. Ling Feng replied confidently, just put your mind at ease. I definitely will not die before you, you hateful old man. On Zhou Yi's side, new information has been sent over. He took the phone from his trouser pocket. The message that came through asked for instructions. Second brother, foster father suddenly wants to go to the Shen family. What should we do now? Zhou Yi thought to himself, could Senior Wan want to go to the Shen family to settle the old debt from back then? He put away his sword and secretly weighed the Shen family against the Wei family. No matter which side suffered, it would be a huge loss, and it would hurt Tai Xin and Ling Feng as well. If I go, perhaps there is still a chance to mediate. Zhou Yi replied, send me the address. At this moment, Shen Shang and Wan Zhen were already facing each other head-on. Spirit veins beneath Wan Zhen's feet were blazing brightly. As for Shen Shang, flames began spreading around his body. The 4 Shen sisters stood nearby, their faces full of worry. Tai Xin stood alone in a corner, no less tense. Wan Zhen spoke, Shen Shang, it has been 30 years. Do you have nothing you want to say? He replied, what do you want to hear? Hear me apologize, or hear me admit I was wrong. Shen Shang remained unyielding. I cannot say those words, because if I could do it all over again, I would still make the same choice. Those words enraged Wan Zhen, and the energy from his body erupted violently. Shen Shang, the aftershock spread out, making the Shen sisters stagger unsteadily. Shen Shang had already prepared himself. There is nothing more to say. Come. Wan Zhen slammed his palm down onto the ground, sending smallens flying up. All of them shot straight toward that man at the same time. Shen Shang immediately made his move to block them. Wan Zhen charged forward. 30 years ago we brothers once lived and died together, and I even entrusted my life to you. Yet you were ruthless enough to cut off my hand, forcing me to discard an arm that had rotted away, and you even sent your hunting dogs to chase me down. Shen Shang immediately counterattacked, flames sweeping across the entire area. The flames transformed into a giant dragon backing him from behind. The secret of the mine absolutely could not be exposed, because once it was revealed, the entire Shen family would hardly survive more than 3 days. Wan Zhen was unwilling willing to accept it, so I was the price to be paid. That man gritted his teeth and confirmed, yes. After hearing that, he grew even more furious. Shen Shang, you damned bastard, you truly are a perfectly qualified family head. Wan Zhen stood on the chest of the giant made of mountain stone behind him. Shen Shang's giant dragon was also opening its mouth, ready to strike. Suddenly, a streak of sword light slashed down, cutting into the decisive battle between the two men. The giant made of mountain stone instantly shattered into pieces. The fire dragon's mouth was also clenched shut by a giant hand. The Shen sisters stared in horror at the scene before them. Zhou Yai stood alone in the middle, holding off both old men. He spoke to persuade them, two seniors, let this end here. Shen Shang thought in shock. This young man can actually suppress my flame dragon power directly. Just what is his background? Wan Zhen refused to listen. Zhou Yi moved aside. Only now did he know that this man was Zhou Yi, and he was indeed extraordinary. Ordinary child in aptitude like Ling Feng had followed him, yet had also gained a bit of the bearing of an heir. He advised him, Senior Wan, please do not be angry. Wan Zhen, anger will only make matters more tense. Why not sit down and explain everything clearly? He interrupted. There was no misunderstanding at all back then. Shen clearly did it on purpose. Just then, a sudden surge of power shot over. Zhou Yi turned to look in surprise, and even Shang showed concern. Wan Zhen looked curiously toward the source of the movement. Tai Xin stood stunned with her mouth open, calling Ling Feng in fear inside her heart. His body was being lifted into the air by a surge of energy. Cracks appeared across his face one after another, and Ling Feng screamed in agony. His hands began turning into claws, and layers of dragon scales also rose across his skin. Ling Feng's consciousness had been swallowed by the demon dragon, his appearance completely bereft of reason. It opened its mouth, releasing a surge of power that swept through the entire area. The four Shen sisters panicked before the huge rocks crashing toward them. A shield immediately rose up, protecting them safely. Zhou Yi asked in doubt what exactly happened to Ling Feng. Shen Shang replied in disappointment. The complete awakening failed. He has been swallowed by the demon dragon. Shen Mei pleaded with tears streaming down her face. Grandfather, please save Fenger. There must still be a way. He replied, that is no longer Ling Feng, but the demon dragon. To stop the demon dragon, we can only kill him. She nearly collapsed before that decision. No, Shen Mei could only turn to Zhou Yai for help, begging him to save Fenger. Another sister also dropped to her knees, choking back sobs as she begged Zhou Ye to save Fenger. Shen Ru knelt as well. Fenger once said that you were the person he respected most. Shen Mu placed all her hope on Zhou Yi. You once saved his life. Please save him one more time. Zhou Ye looked at the four sisters kneeling at his feet, remembering how Ling Feng had once said he was someone he could entrust his life to. Zhou Yi raised his head and looked toward the demon dragon. It lashed its tail, sending Shen Shang flying just as he was about to approach. His body slammed hard into the ground, while the demon dragon immediately breathed fire downward. He helped one person stand up. I want to know exactly what happened. Shen Mei replied. This is the trial that every man of the Shen family must overcome if he wants to go further. 120 years ago, the Shen family ancestor captured a demon dragon. He used a secret method to draw out its bloodline and infused it into his own body. And from then on, the Shen family gained the power of the flame dragon. Before dying, the demon dragon left behind a curse, causing its resentment to remain forever hidden within the bloodline, waiting to devour the awakened one. The first method is to use a small amount of dragon blood combined with precious materials and a formation to awaken gradually. The risk is low, but one's achievements will also be limited. The second method is a complete awakening, stepping into the blood pool to soak and directly withstand the impact of the demon dragon's resentment, a path of almost certain death. Fenger said that if he wanted to follow you, he had to become stronger. He wanted to catch up to your footsteps. Zhou Yi promised them, I understand, I will bring Ling Feng back. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately shot straight toward the demon dragon. At this moment, Shen Shang's arm was clamped tightly in the dragon's jaws. His stream of energy slammed straight into the dragon's body, instantly sending it flying back. As for the demon dragon, it had already landed on the ground. It raised its head and looked toward the one who had just unleashed that move. Zhou Yi was hovering in midair at that moment. He frowned as he observed it, while the demon dragon opened its mouth and fired a stream of energy. Zhou Yi merely waved his hand once and the dragon's body was immediately knocked far away. He began controlling his giant hand. The giant hand slammed down with force. Before the demon dragon could recover, Zhou Yi had already launched another attack. The chains quickly wrapped tightly around its body. Even its two legs were bound in place. The demon dragon gnashed its teeth and hissed each word: death, unwillingness, destruction, revenge, home, kill, resurrection from death. Its hind leg suddenly jerked backward. A thick cloud of dust instantly billowed high into the air. Zhou Ye stood above, his hand gripping the chains wrapped around the demon dragon's body. A rain of blood poured down upon this ancient land, corroding each leaf until they fell in scattered sheets. Everyone stood inside the barrier, staring in shock at the scene before them. Tai Xin suddenly noticed the Shen sisters bursting into tears. Shen Shang cried out that the demon dragon had swallowed the earth vein key of of the Shen family. It wanted to turn this place into a dead land, while it kept struggling without end. Zhu Yi silently analyzed the situation before him. The rain of blood fell to the ground and turned into streams of viscous fluid, gathering toward the demon dragon. A wall of blood ki rose right before him. The area where that group stood had been lifted above the great flood. All the blood ki was converging toward a single point. They pierced through the barrier and rushed to attack Wan Zhen. One sister was swept away by the sea of blood, making the younger sister cry out in panic for their eldest sister. That blood gradually seeped into Shen Mei's mouth. The others were also tightly wrapped around the waist by them. Her body was dragged downward, and she realized in panic that Shen Xiang was below, holding her breath. When she opened her eyes, she saw the corpses of the Shen family. That band of blood changed direction and attacked, while Wan Zhen struggled to hold it off. He called for Tai Xin to take everyone away first, but the Shen sisters still clung to one another and flew upward, anxiously asking their eldest sister what they should do. Wan Zhen grew irritated as that blood spread everywhere. He gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, this thing clings like a leech." Shen Xiang warned that it had caught up, while Shen Mu angrily cursed Ling Feng. She said that once that man returned, she would never let him off, while Shen Xiang continued resisting the rain of blood. Zhu Yi immediately activated the formation, gathered its power, and brought it crashing down. Meanwhile, the demon dragon was still thrashing madly amid the sea of blood. A pillar of blood shot upward and slammed straight into the formation. When it dispersed, Zhu Yi finally realized this attack was born from resentment, and even holy light could not dissolve it. Demon dragon had broken free from its restraints. Its sharp claws immediately reached out. Shen Xiang did his utmost to stop it, but a single sweep of its claws sent him falling straight to the ground. His back slammed hard into the blood below. The image of Ling Feng as a child appeared, whispering for Grandpa Little One. His face gradually twisted and became terrifying. That illusion then turned into Wan Zhen throwing a punch, roaring that Shen Xiang was a traitor. Then another grandchild appeared as well, trembling as he begged, "Grandpa, this place is so dark, I'm so scared." Her figure appeared clearly right before Shen Xiang's eyes. Even his brother appeared, just as Zhu Yi rushed down and pulled him up. He also pulled Shen Mei high into the air. Zhu Yi reminded him, "Senior Shen, resentment will corrode Tai Xin's mind. Do not touch it under any circumstances." He advised Senior Shen that attacks were useless against resentment. If they were dragged down, the Shen family would be buried with the demon dragon. He wanted to take everyone away, but the old man replied they could no longer retreat, because it already bound itself to the Shamli's earth vein. The old man looked sincerely at Zhu Yi and said with guilt that he was truly sorry a young man he had only just met had to witness this scene. The energy around Shen Xiang erupted violently. He said in a gentle voice, "Good child, go. Leave the Shen family far behind." Zhu Yi vaguely guessed his intention and hurriedly called out to Senior Shen, but his body had already turned into a surge of power shooting forward, making Wan Zhen widen his eyes and shout Shen Xiang's name. He had made up his mind to risk his life and charged straight ahead. Shen Xiang plunged hard into the middle of that pool of blood. Within the hazy space, a beam of light suddenly flashed, while Shen Xiang rushed straight downward. The ground immediately shook violently. Zhu Yi stood above, watching the next change intently. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes, and he immediately sent his chains down to rescue them. Chains pierced through that blood and pulled Ling Feng's body out of it. He quickly reached out and caught him in his arms. Zhou Ye called Ling Feng's name in worry. He faintly called Yi Grandpa, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The black blood sprayed straight toward Shen Mei's face. Some of the blood also splattered onto Zhu Yi's. Zhu Yi set the two cousins down on the ground. Wan Zhen stepped forward, and when he saw that scene, he froze in shock. Shen Mei woke amid the urgent calls of the other sisters. Their faces gradually became clear before her eyes, along with their choked voices calling sister. Shen Mei sat up and hurriedly asked whether everyone was all right. When she heard the answer that they were fine, she looked around and asked where Fenger was. She noticed an energy forming gradually in Zhui's palm. He pressed the energy against Ling Feng's chest, causing Shen Mai to whisper anxiously Feng Yi. She stepped forward to ask about Feng Yi. He replied, still alive but gravely injured. My skill can only temporarily keep him alive. To save him requires a professional cleric. The sisters immediately panicked. Feng Yi, what should we do now? If this continues, Feng Yi won't survive. Shen Mai clenched the hem of her dress in her hands. She tried to stay calm. Now is not the time to panic here. Shen Mai instructed Shen Huang, go find the survivors, gather everyone and organize the rescue. Shen Ru, check the remaining usable supplies. Shen Ko, get medicine any kind, bring it here first. Also, Feng Yi needs a professional cleric. Quickly bring Shenik over. Seeing them still dazed, she shouted, what are you waiting for? Go. Everyone immediately dispersed, answering in unison yes. Ling Feng lay on the ground, his face pale. Zhu Yi reported worriedly, not good. My healing speed can't keep up with the rate his soul is dissipating. Shen Mai took out an energy orb, let me help you. Together they channeled power in Ling Feng's body. His complexion improved slightly. Shen Mai resolutely vowed, I will not let anything happen to you. A leading cleric arrived, saying, I'm here, the cleric has arrived. Shen Ich greeted them, young mistress, Mr. Zhu Yi, leave this to me. Healing energy from his hands covered Ling Feng, then a green orb appeared. Shen Ich exerted all his strength to maintain the healing energy. Shen Mai stood nearby, heart aching. Why is this happening? Seeing Ling Feng worsening, she anxiously asked, why is it ineffective? The wound won't close. Shenmu behind urged, try a little more, keep going. He helplessly replied, fourth young mistress, this is all my strength. Zhou Yi stepped forward to explain, life force and mana erupt when Senior Shen self-harms, plus Ling Feng's mind was once invaded by the demonic dragon, severely harming both his soul and body. Ordinary healing arts are truly insufficient. Shenmu quickly asked, what should we do? At this rate, Feng Yi will die. Shen Mai suddenly thought of a way. There's still hope. Find a cleric who has advanced to 3rd rank to use resurrection. Shenmu worriedly said, but now where can we find a 3rd rank cleric? Moreover, even if found by the time they arrive, Feng Yi may already be gone. Ling Feng's condition became more critical, her expression instantly changed. No. Shenmu's hand touched him, voice trembling, I can no longer sense Feng Yi's life force. Feng Yi. Sisters hugged Ling Feng tightly, crying out, Feng Yi. Zhou Yi immediately decided it seems only that can be used. In his palm, holy light began to condense. Shenich stared in awe, that is. Ancient runes appeared around him, winding around Ling Feng's arms and encasing his body like ice, lifting him up. The black streaks on his face gradually vanished. A protective formation appeared behind Ling Feng. The sisters happily saw Feng Yi's wounds closing. Zhu Yi supported his comrade, now his body bore not a single scratch. Shenich curiously asked, did you just use the resurrection scroll? He confirmed, yes. He immediately questioned, do you know how precious that is? Yet you used it so freely? Zhu Yi remained silent at the overreaction, then told Shenmu he needs rest, take him. She replied yes. Shenmu stepped directly before Shenich. She frowned, throwing a punch at that man. In Shenmu's eyes was clear disdain. She helped Ling Feng up and said, tomorrow leave the Shen family voluntarily, you wretch. Shen Mai looked at Zhu Yi regretfully. Fewer than 10 people in China possess this item. Even the Shen family couldn't buy it with all their fortune. Having said a sentence, she burst into tears. I truly don't know how to thank you. Zhu Yi handed Shen Mai a handkerchief. He said, items are made to serve people. If kept for their value alone, they are no different from a stone by the roadside. Not using it while watching friends perish is the greatest waste. Hearing such reasoning, she was deeply moved. Shen Mai engraved this life-saving favor in her heart. Thank you, truly thank you. The Shen family will repay this kindness. He reminded, the Shen family still needs you to quell the chaos. Go. She turned and left. Wait until I handle Shen family matters. Tell me if you have any requests. Zhu Yi worried slightly. Is it okay to let her go like that? He went to Tai Xin. She was watching Wan Zhen below the pit. The godfather had been there alone for a long time, his mind likely in turmoil. Whether the 30-year feud ends with the Shen family head's death, no one knows. Zhou Yi jumped down, softly calling Wan Zhen. Wan Zhen muttered, I did not come to avenge. He stomped the ground. 30 years. I have pondered for 30 years, just want to know clearly what he thought back then. Wan Zhen kept venting his resentment. Now he cannot ask, he is dead, truly dead. Zhou Yi spoke. Before Senior Shen departed, he asked me to convey 2 senses. The hovering stones around him slowly fell. Wan Zhen looked back at him. Zhu Yi only said 2 words, sorry. Then Zhu Yi revealed the secret from the past. When he regained consciousness and returned to the Shen family, he had begged his father to invite a high-level cleric to heal his arm. But upon hearing about an epic mineral vein, his father and others became greedy, ignoring his objections, wanting to monopolize it. Father, please forgive Wan Zhen. He is innocent. He lost an arm for you. Previously, Shang was scolded by his father on the ground. Foolish boy. If news the epic mineral vein spread, the Shen family would face the guilt of hoarding jade and certainly be destroyed. He continued, though I objected to the end. I was still beaten unconscious and imprisoned. A month after release, what I saw were the corpses of over 100 Shen family disciples and all. His corpse. Wan Zhen was shocked. What, my body? Zhou Yi continued. My father said. Wan Zhen stubbornly resisted. The Shen family had to pay with the lives of 112 disciples to capture and kill him. I believed, then compromised with my father's will, becoming head of the Shen family. 10 years later, when my father was in danger, he begged, rebellious son, why not let a cleric heal me? Shen Shang coldly replied, as head of the family, only the clan's interest matters, cannot favor a parent. He is old, no longer beneficial to the clan, stop wasting resources. He continued, after becoming head, I punished those involved in the past purge, including my father. I only hoped my actions could comfort his soul. When he truly faced him, I realized I had been deceived for 30 years. Times changed, misunderstandings and harm had formed. Now explanation has no meaning. I say these words not seeking forgiveness, only to express regret. Half ownership of the mineral vein and half of the profits over 30 years. I instructed Shen Mai to transfer to him. If there is a next life, I hope I am not of the Shen family, to stand by him as brothers through life and death. Hearing the full truth, Wan Zhen helplessly uttered, that bastard. He looked up at the sky and shouted, Shen Shang, what you owe me is not the mine, but 30 years. Tai Xin sadly listened, that is 30 years. After venting his anger, Wan Zhen calmed slightly. He asked those behind, Shen Shang sacrificed everything for the family. Do you think he was right? He assessed clearly. To the Shen family, he is a hero. Wan Zhen slowly turned around. He only wished one thing, child, I hope you never fall into a deadlock like Shen Shang. Zhu Yi resolutely vowed, never, I will be strong enough to never face such choices. He answered as if it were only natural that he would choose them all. Hearing that, Wen burst out laughing. Not bad. Kid, you have guts. This old man truly admires you. The scene shifted to Ling Feng. His consciousness seemed to be locked in a dark place. Where exactly was this place? On his body, several patches of skin began to flush red. The red birthmark on his shoulder also gradually faded before disappearing. Ling Feng thought to himself, the power of the flame dragon cannot be used. What the hell is this place? He had only just finished swearing, completely unaware that a pair of crimson eyes was watching him from behind. Damn it. Ling Feng immediately whipped around to see who it was. He could clearly sense a fierce wave of malice rushing toward him. A gigantic hand reached out to seize Ling Feng, but he instantly sprang up and dodged. That demon dragon finally revealed its true form. Ling Feng threw a punch and charged straight at it. It asked coldly, have you truly forgotten? He could not be bothered to care and continued attacking. Ling Feng was shocked to realize that when he struck it, he was the one who got hurt. It reminded him, I am you and you are also me. He clutched his stinging cheek and shouted, what exactly do you want, skulking around in the shadows like this? Come out and fight me if you have the ability. It sneered, looks like Shen Shang self-detonating really damaged your head. Have you forgotten everything? Ling Feng flew into a rage and would not allow it to drag his grandfather into this. You damn thing, you dare slander my grandfather. Come out, if I do not beat you to death today, I am not human. It replied, then let me help you remember. He coldly provoked it, come on then. Fragments of memory surfaced one after another in Ling Feng's mind, leaving him unable to withstand them as he dropped to one knee. Ling Feng realized that he had been the one who implicated the Shen family and forced his grandfather to choose self-destruction. The demon dragon kept planting words in his mind. It was you were the one who destroyed the whole family, because you stubbornly insisted on a complete awakening. I was able to find the perfect body. Your grandfather self-detonated to save you, and the Shen family's century-old foundation was destroyed by your hands. It was as if it were pronouncing judgment on his sins. Ling Feng, you are the sinner of the Shen family. The Shen family ended up with its descendants scattered and kin slaughtering kin because they protected you. Dense black energy surrounded Ling Feng, while it coldly uttered, be destroyed. Everything immediately sank deep into silent night. He slowly opened his eyes, and before him was still a gloomy, cold space. The demon dragon was stunned with shock and could only ask why. It spoke haltingly, why are we not comrades? The demon dragon was restrained by someone with chains. Shen Quan, we had an agreement. You said you would take me home. He replied, that is right, we had an agreement. Shen Quan smiled coldly and said, I will send you to meet your ancestors. He took out a cup of liquid as bright red as blood. Every other generation of the Shen family had drunk dragon blood. From the younger members to the youths, everyone had drunk that thing. From old to young, from men to women, everyone in the Shen family had drunk its blood. Even Ling Feng had once been given it to drink. The demon dragon roared in hatred for a full 120 years. Generation after generation of you Shen family people entered this place and drank my blood. Do you want to know what it feels like to be drained dry? My blood burns in your body. Every heartbeat uses my power. You deceived me and forced me to sustain your family's bloodline. The glory of the Shen family is all stolen. Do you still remember how your father died? I was the one who made him unable to use his power at the critical moment. Ling Feng could not deny it. It was right. The power they possessed was all stolen. The space suddenly fell so silent that even the drip of blood seemed audible. The demon dragon narrowed its eyes and glanced that way. That day, it had once noticed someone entering the cave. It was Shen Quan who brought things over and said, do not be afraid, I will not hurt you. I only want to invite you to a meal. When the two of them went outside for some air, it asked, will you really take me home? He promised, definitely. We humans are very smart, and we have already found a way to open a rift to another world. One day, Shen Quan told the demon dragon to sign a contract with him, become his demon pet, and then it would be taken home. It naively believed him, because you treat me well, I trust you, Shen Quan. As the contract gradually formed, chains immediately shot forward. Restrained by the chains, the demon dragon angrily questioned him, Shen Quan, what exactly is going on? He calmly controlled the chains and restrained the demon dragon, without the slightest trace of pity on his face. Returning to the present, Ling Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He was struggling to pull out the sword embedded in his chest while chains wrapped tightly around his entire body. Ling Feng's mind had been occupied by the demon dragon. It roared at the Shen family, come down to hell with me. Ling Feng desperately fought to regain control and gritted his teeth. If you want to die, then you die first. Suddenly a familiar call rang out Ling Feng. He froze when he recognized that voice, second brother. Immediately after, streams of power shot straight toward Ling Feng. He quickly grabbed one of the ropes among them. Ling Feng was pulled out of the demon dragon's control. The rope of energy was stretched taut, while its claws still clung tightly to him. It roared, he is mine, the Shen family owes me. Zhou Yi replied calmly, then I will kill you too. In the demon dragon's eyes was reflected the blazing golden sword he held in his hand. It warned, I am inside his body. Killing me is the same as killing him. The blade instantly stopped right before the demon dragon's forehead. He calmly asked, do you really think I have no way to remove this bit of resentment of yours? Zhu Yi took out an S-rank purification scroll, holy water from the palace of the god of light, and the highest grade exorcism talisman. I have at least 5 ways to erase you from his body. I am not killing you not because I cannot, but because I am too lazy to waste items on you. After hearing this, the demon dragon gnashed its teeth in hatred. It gathered its strength and squeezed him tightly, then growled, if you destroy me, the flame dragon bloodline in his body will vanish as well. The demon dragon posed the question, an ordinary person, a professional without dragon blood, would you still regard him as a comrade? Hearing this, Ling Feng froze. Zhou Yi, however, found it amusing. You think what I value is his flame dragon bloodline? Zhou Yi continued, Ling Feng is hot-tempered, impulsive, sharp-tongued, and proud, but he values loyalty and has never backed down. What he cherished was Ling Feng himself. When I am in danger, he always charges ahead first. When I am slandered, he gets even angrier than I do. Whether he is dragon blood or not, he is still this Zhou Yi's comrade. He blushed in embarrassment and muttered, second brother, please stop talking. The demon dragon's nostrils exhaled waves of scorching hot air. Let him go whether he wanted to cut it down or kill it, the choice was entirely his. Dazzling golden streams of light instantly wrapped around Ling Feng's body, but he merely walked slowly up to the demon dragon, placed a hand on it, and said, wait, on behalf of the Shen family, I apologize to you. Ling Feng promised, your remains are still beneath the blood pool. I will definitely find a way to bring you back to your homeland, so you can truly rest in peace. But because it had once been deceived, it did not believe him. Why should I believe you? Your ancestor deceived me. None of you Shen people can be trusted. Ling Feng did not need to prove anything more, because right now, you have no other choice. Before Zhu Yi, you cannot win, and you cannot escape. He patted its body, your only hope is me. The demon dragon immediately asked back, then what if you cannot do it? Outside, Shen Mei stood silently beneath a dazzling golden sphere. Her hand rested on her chest, her gaze filled with devotion. Tai Xin stood behind her and thought to herself, she has held that posture for 5 whole hours. She walked closer and started a conversation. You are worried about Ling Feng, aren't you? Shen Mei softly admitted, yes, Fenger, that child. She looked toward him, suspended in the formation. Clearly the resurrection scroll had been used. So why had he still not awakened? Tai Xin was very certain, rest assured. With Zhu Yi here, Ling Feng will be fine. She continued, second brother once said that Ling Feng's magical power had always been suppressed. That is a sign that he is about to enter the breakthrough stage. Shen Mei revealed, when Fenger was born, his mother passed away. Less than a year later, his father also died. Everyone in the Shen family said he was a lone star of heavenly calamity, that he had doomed his parents to death, and no one cared about him. Only I and my 3 younger sisters were willing to keep that child by our side, protect him, and watch him grow up little by little. I admit he was somewhat spoiled, but he truly is a good child, and he does not deserve to suffer things like this. Realizing she had said a little too much, she quickly stopped. Sorry, I suddenly started talking about all this. You must find it strange. Tai Xin waved her hand. Not at all, I do not mind. She gently patted Shen Mei's back. All right, pull yourself together. Just think of it as being for Ling Feng. Seeing her body tremble slightly, Tai Xin only then realized she had used a little too much force. Sorry, I am really sorry. She gave an awkward smile. I seem to have been a little careless. Seeing Shen Mei let out a soft laugh, she asked curiously, why are you laughing? Shen Mei replied, have you noticed, we have not known each other for very long, yet we keep apologizing to each other, as if we have been close for a very long time. Tai Xin nodded along, it does seem to be true. She remained firmly convinced, rest assured, Ling Feng will definitely be fine. The place where he was recovering suddenly erupted with a shocking surge of energy, and cracks began to appear across the surface of the sphere. Zhou Yi smiled and announced the news success. Ling Feng's crimson eyes slowly opened. The outer shell of the sphere shattered piece by piece. Seeing him block that surge of energy alone, Tai Xin hurriedly called out, second brother. She supported him. Zhou Yi, are you all right? Where is Ling Feng? Zhao Yi answered, Ling Feng, he. Shen Mei raised her head and looked up, astonishment clear in her eyes. Fenger. Faced with Ling Feng's new appearance, everyone froze in shock. As for him, he curiously sensed it. So this is the power of the demon dragon. Ling Feng spread his wings wide, beat his wings, and flew upward. No, this is my own power. From high above, the pressure of a dragon poured down in waves. In the center of Ling Feng's chest, an energy sphere gradually condensed. That power immediately shot straight downward. The ground was pierced through, leaving behind a massive crater. After checking his new ability, Ling Feng realized, I have completed my second-class advancement. Seeing him land at the cracked crater, Shen Mei called out at once, Fenger. He joyfully announced the news, sister, look, I have completed my second-class advancement. Ling Feng thumped his chest proudly, repeating that he had successfully completed his second-class advancement. He froze at her sudden action. Shen Mei threw her arms around him. You scared me to death. Do you know how worried I was? She choked out what was in her heart. I thought you would be like those seniors, like. Ling Feng hurriedly comforted her, sister, I am fine now. Rest assured, I am very strong. The other sisters also rushed over and hugged him. Fenger, you succeeded, you fully awakened, and even completed your second-class advancement. A 19-year-old second advancement professional, there are not many in all of Jiangxia. Someone was both delighted and reproachful. Do you know how worried we were? You nearly lost your life. Ling Feng replied sweetly, rest assured, with such good sisters as you, how could I bear to die early? Tai Xin understood at a glance. Seeing Ling Feng's tough-bearing yet honeyed tongue, I finally understand why his sisters spoil him so much. Zhou Yi smiled and admitted, that is indeed the case. Ling Feng said to everyone, excuse me for a moment. Then he walked up to Zhou Yi, second brother. I know you used a resurrection scroll to save me, even in Jiangxia. There are not many of those. Ling Feng understood very clearly. Even when I had sunk into darkness, you were the one who came to save me. If not for you, Zhou Yi believed otherwise. Even without me, you would have broken free on your own in the end. That trust could not help but move Ling Feng. Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi patted his shoulder and praised him. Your vitality is as tenacious as Xiaoxiang. You would not die that easily. He frowned in confusion at that comparison. What is Xiaoxiang? He suddenly remembered, I forgot this world does not have the concept of Xiaoxiang. Zhou Yi briefly explained, it means you are very impressive and extremely healthy. Ling Feng stiffly replied, who needs your praise? Even so, Shen Xiang still realized that Fenger had a noble benefactor. She remarked, it feels like Fenger's entire bearing is different from before. Shen Mei beside her also nodded in confirmation, yes. She felt that he no longer had the arrogant, hot-tempered, and noisy air from before. In its place was a sharp yet steady presence, like a blade that had just been tempered. Ling Feng walked to the edge of the crater and asked Zhou Yi, is this grandfather? Zhou Yi confirmed it. Hearing this, he clenched his fists. Ling Feng blamed himself. If I had not stubbornly insisted on a full awakening, would things not have ended up like this? He denied it. No matter who entered the blood pool, the demon dragon would have gone berserk. If not you, then someone else. Senior Shen self-detonated because he chose to protect what he wanted to protect. You did not cause his death. Ling Feng's voice choked with pain. I never expected you to leave before me. You hateful old man, if only I had been a little stronger. He relayed the elder's words for him. Before he left, Senior Shen said something. He asked in surprise. He chose the Shen family and had absolutely no regrets. Did he really say that? Zhou Yi replied, yes. The fact that you are alive is already the greatest comfort to him. The two of them stood in silent mourning before the place where Shen Shang had sacrificed himself. Ling Feng wiped away his tears. I understand. He spoke, second brother, from now on, I will not return to the team. I promised the demon dragon that within 1 year, I would bring its remains home. He asked curiously, why did you not leave right then? As long as you ignored the demon dragon, I still had many ways to dissolve the resentment. He smiled wryly. I do not really know either. Memories of the demon dragon flooded Ling Feng's mind, perhaps because its emotions were far too real. He said that the loneliness, betrayal, and imprisonment came rushing over him, leaving him unable to tell what belonged to it and what belonged to him. He said guiltily, all these years, the men of the Shen family have often died sudden deaths or suffered accidents that left them crippled. It was no different from the sword of Damocles hanging over the head of every man in the Shen family. They could never find the cause, until the demon dragon itself told me that its resentment had hidden within the Shen family bloodline. Whenever someone from the Shen family used the power of the flame dragon at a crucial moment, it would make that power fail. Ling Feng could not bring himself to blame it. Even my father died because of that. I cannot judge the demon dragon, because if I were in its place, I might have done something even more extreme. That is why, to atone on behalf of the Shen family, even if it costs my life, I still want to bring it home. He said angrily, I already told you, you are my teammate. You do not need to shoulder everything alone, much less trade your life for it. Teacher Wang Hui often takes part in medium rift raid missions, so maybe he knows a way to bring the demon dragon's remains home. Zhou Yi immediately extended an invitation. Then come with me to find him. Ling Feng said gratefully, thank you. He immediately teased him back. What did you just say? Say it louder so I can hear. He immediately returned to his old self and snapped in irritation. I did not say anything. Zhou Yi announced, once the matters at home are settled, we will set out. Ling Feng quietly looked at him. He lowered his head and sincerely said once more, thank you. Zhou Yi only raised his hand, indicating that he had accepted it. That gesture made Ling Feng think inwardly, this guy really is. He told himself that from now on, he would shoulder this great responsibility. Grandfather, leave the Shen family to me from now on. The Shen sisters were directing people to clean up the surroundings when they heard Shen Mu call out anxiously for eldest sister. Zhou Yi also opened his eyes, curiously waiting to hear the news. Shen Mei turned and asked what happened. After hearing the report, the wooden box in her hand fell straight to the ground. Shen Mei frowned and asked, what? How did they find out? Then she continued, all right, I understand. Zhou Yi walked over and asked what had happened. Shen Mei said, the young master of the Li family has come to pay a visit, and he is almost at the gate. Zhou Yi asked in surprise, what is the Li family's background? Shen Mei explained, they are one of the 8 great families of Jiangning, specializing in dirty work like fishing in troubled waters and swallowing up smaller clans. After hearing this, Ling Feng was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Any kind of trash dares come bully the Shen family now. He flew into a rage and wanted to go teach that man a lesson, but Shen Mu hurriedly grabbed his hand and reminded Fenger not to act impulsively. Ling Feng was still unconvinced, saying that if they did not strike back, those people would only push further. Zhou Yi also spoke up, we really cannot fight. Ling Feng looked at him in shock. He reminded him that if they beat back the Li family, then tomorrow the Zhang family, the Wang family, and the Zhao family would all come. He could drive away one family, but could he drive away 10? Zhou Yi continued, that man came to test whether the Shen family has truly weakened. If you beat him back, it would be no different from admitting you feel guilty. By then the ones who come will no longer be scouts, but a whole pack of hungry wolves. Hearing this, Ling Feng asked, then what should we do? He already had a plan: open the doors and receive the guest. Amid the ruins, a supercar slowly came to a stop. The person inside stepped out in polished leather shoes. It was none other than the young family head of the Li family, Li Wancheng. Shen Mei came out to welcome him and said politely, pardon the delayed reception. I hope young Master Li will not take offense. The man casually glanced sideways. Over there, only broken stone slabs lay scattered everywhere, along with several sharp fragments of scales. Wancheng immediately changed into a smiling expression and said, not at all. I was the one who came abruptly to pay a visit, so the discourtesy is mine. But in his heart, that man secretly concluded, this place is so desolate, the Shen family is truly finished after all. That man had already begun eyeing their assets, from mines and shops to the 4 daughters of the Shen family. Shen Mei still kept the etiquette of a host and invited him this way. Wancheng then probed, I heard uncle's health has been unsettled. I wonder how he is now. She replied, I am afraid young Master Li has heard the wrong rumors. The family head is perfectly fine. He is merely in secluded cultivation and cannot conveniently receive guests, so I came to welcome you on his behalf. Outwardly, Wancheng said, I see, as long as family head Shen is fine, that is good. But in his heart he had already decided. What secluded cultivation? He is dead. That man struck up a conversation. Miss Shen, you are still young, yet you can already shoulder everything alone, truly a heroine among women. It must be hard for you to manage all this. Shen Mei replied politely, young Master Li praised me too much. I am only fulfilling my duty. Besides, the Shen family does not lack talent. Even though the family head is in seclusion, everyone who ought to be present is still here. Wancheng could only force a smile and ask, is that so? A surge of power from someone in his party quietly probed this place, but before that aura could spread far, it was blocked by a formation. The one secretly probing saw this and his expression changed slightly. He secretly reported, young master, there is an expert inside the Shen family who set up a barrier. I cannot probe it. Wancheng was shocked. Fu's probing skill is S grade, and he can even grasp part of the aura of a 3rd advancement powerhouse. A barrier that can block him. Is it a hidden expert of the Shen family or outside help they invited? Wancheng continued probing, Miss Shen, has the Shen family had any distinguished guests recently? I heard that many young talents have appeared in Jiangning lately. Shen Mei answered tactfully, the Shen family is so remote. How could anyone come here? Young Master Li must be joking. That man could not figure it out no matter how he thought. If it was not an outsider, then who was it? Then he touched on another matter, saying that he had seen collapsed buildings along the way, and the ruin scene made him uneasy. If there was any danger, the Li family would surely do all it could to help. Shen Mei lightly avoided it. Young Master Li is worrying too much. These damages are actually a great joyous event for the Shen family. That man asked in surprise, a great joyous event? Shen Mei smiled and revealed, that is right, the Shen family's once-in-a-century genius broke through yesterday. Right behind her, a trimmer immediately came rumbling over. A fierce wind swept dust and smoke toward them, forcing Wancheng to narrow his eyes and look ahead. Ling Feng had appeared at some point. He was in a half-human, half-dragon state. From his palm burst the flame dragon strike, with enough power to pierce through an entire mountain. Shen Mei proudly introduced him. My younger brother is Ling Feng, and he has just completed the full awakening of the flame dragon bloodline. Once this bloodline fully awakens, cultivation speed will soar. Every Shen family professional who reached that realm became a 3rd advancement expert. She smiled brightly and said, my younger brother will be the same. Wancheng was so angry that he was left speechless. Not only a full awakening, it seemed he had already reached the 2nd advancement too. A 2nd advancement professional in his teens. With talent like this, it would be hard to find a second in all of Jiangning. That man forced a smile and said, heroes truly come young. The moment I met young Master Shen, I knew he was extraordinary. But for such a great joyous event, why would family head Shen choose to enter seclusion at this exact time? Shen Mei followed the momentum and replied, yesterday, my younger brother comprehended the true soul of the flame dragon and triggered the bloodline power of the entire Shen family. The family head also gained insight from it, and the bottleneck of many years finally loosened, so he immediately entered seclusion. I also hope the family head will emerge soon, and by then his strength will certainly rise another level. The more that man listened, the more uncomfortable he felt, outwardly saying that it was indeed a great joyous event for the Shen family, while inwardly still refusing to believe it. Triggering the bloodline, loosening the bottleneck, it sounded reasonable, but it was far too coincidental. This Shen Mei was truly tight-lipped. He could not get anything out of her. Wan Cheng still had not found out whether Shen Shang was alive or dead. If he let her deceive him like this, he would not know how to explain himself when he returned. Just then, Afu raised his head to look at the sky and cried out in terror, "What is going on here?" The stones on the ground were all sucked in the air at once. A massive boulder hovered directly above their heads. Wan Zhen supported the boulder with one hand while saying that he had withdrawn his strength a little too early just now. He reminded his opponent again. Ling Feng answered without the slightest hesitation. "All right." He charged forward with excitement. Wan Zhen pushed the mountain-sized boulder toward him, sending it crashing hard into Ling Feng's wings. He beat his wings, and flames instantly surged out in a roaring torrent. Wan Cheng witnessed that scene and was so shocked that he froze stiff. Ling Feng had actually reached the second advancement, and had even become a famous berserker professional. The more that man watched, the more shaken he became. Sacrificing defense in exchange for maximum destructive power and burst, it was truly insane. The Shen family had really gone mad. Shen Mei raised her hand to block the dust blowing over and calmly said, "Wan Zhen is instructing my younger brother, which is why this place became such a mess. It would be quite improper if our guests were affected." Wan Cheng still had not understood what was happening when Wan Zhen spoke up and made his identity clear. Mountain-suppressing martial emperor Wan Zhen was an old friend of the family head, and had accepted his entrusted request to come here and train Ling Feng in real combat. That man was violently shaken inside. Mountain-suppressing martial emperor. Since when did Shen Shang have an old friend of such caliber? The Shen family originally did not have many experts. Everything had depended on Shen Shang alone to hold it together, and the other families had long been waiting for something to happen to him, so they could rush in and divide the spoils. Yet now, not only had the Shen family not declined, it had even gained another madman and a mountain-suppressing martial emperor of unknown origin. Just then, drops of golden water suddenly fell at Wan Cheng's feet. When those raindrops touched the ground, the withered plants around them began to sprout again, returning to lush green life. Wan Cheng reached out to catch a few drops, asking himself in astonishment what kind of power this was. The gloom in his heart seemed to be swept clean, and even his magical power became pure. A holy profession user. To possess such pure power, one had to be at least bishop level. No, perhaps even higher. From Zhou Yi's palm, several seeds shot out and fell to the ground together. Immediately afterward, veins rapidly swelled in size, tightly wrapping around the pieces of wreckage collapsing onto the road.